In his previous life, Su-bai met an untimely demise when he was struck by a Mercedes G-Class driven by a deity desperate for performance metrics, right after the grueling 996 work schedule. Upon realizing the fatal error, the deity offered Su-bai a chance to choose a world for reincarnation as compensation. Su-bai exclaimed, seriously, you can't even get your performance right. The deity replied, well, it's my first day on the job, and mistakes happen. To make amends, you may select a world for your rebirth. How does that sound? I'm quite generous, aren't I? Fine, I'm already dead anyway. By the way, do I get any special abilities? First, tell me which world you wish to enter, and I shall see what I can do for you. After a prolonged contemplation, Su-bai's gaze fell upon a massive advertisement for Yang-mi displayed on a nearby shopping mall screen, and he decisively declared, I choose the world of 3 lives, 3 worlds, 10 miles of peach blossoms. The deity groaned, damn, you have quite the selection. With the combat system of that world, you'll incur a significant loss for my first transaction. Just tell me if you can grant it or not, Su-bai insisted. The deity, wearing a perplexed expression, pondered for a moment before begrudgingly conceding, fine, I've already suffered losses, so what's a little more? I can provide you with 5 items or techniques from various anime worlds. You may choose. Su-bai gazed at the dazzling array of items and techniques displayed on the virtual screen. Make your selection before I change my mind, the deity urged. With swift movements, Su-bai navigated the virtual screen and ultimately selected the 8 gates of Doinjia from Naruto, the dragon elephant suppression technique from Saint King, the perfect heavy pupil, the Excalibur array from Hong Huang, and the 8-9 mysteries from Hong Huang. The deity's eyelids twitched as he surveyed Su-bai's choices, his mouth twitching in disbelief, silently mourning for the plight of the world of Qin-song. Chapter 1. Su-bai's Choice. On a bustling night in the city, Su-bai, weary from a day of 996 work, stood by the roadside, yawning as he awaited the traffic light to change. Ugh, I'm destined to a life of toil. Oh, heavens, why have you not entrusted me with great responsibilities? Why must you torment my spirit, exhaust my sinews, starve my flesh, and leave me in such desolation? Su-bai mused, gazing at the throngs of vehicles passing by, an overwhelming sense of melancholy enveloping him. As the light turned green, he tucked away his phone and stepped forward. Exhausted from the day's labors, Su-bai yawned, only to be suddenly blinded by a glaring light. Before he could comprehend what was happening, an immense force propelled him through the air, and he tumbled several meters before coming to a halt. Lying on the road, blood seeped from his wounds, spreading around him. In a daze, he caught sight of the Mercedes G-Class that had struck him, its driver a strikingly androgynous figure smiling and waving at him. Feeling an increasing lightness, Su-bai realized he was on the brink of death, and a curse slipped from his lips. Damn it, does this foolish driver not see the road? Forget this wretched world, I shan't return in my next life. I'm so tired. As these thoughts crossed his mind, Su-bai felt his spirit detach from his body. Observing his translucent form, he glanced down at his battered body lying on the ground, cursing the driver's ancestors once again. Good grief, I've hit the wrong person. The driver of the Mercedes hastily exited the vehicle, staring at the semi-transparent Su-bai with a look of utter disbelief. Su-bai was momentarily taken aback, but soon regained composure and floated in front of the driver, waving a hand before his eyes. Can you see me? The driver rolled his eyes, extracted a cigarette from his pocket, lit it, and plopped down on the curb. Of course, damn it, my first subordinate just went to waste. Subordinate? Su-bai floated closer to the driver. Are you saying you crashed into me to make me your subordinate? The driver glanced at Su-bai, unimpressed. What's all the fuss about? He then stood up and extinguished the cigarette, but beneath his foot. Allow me to introduce myself. I am Qi Li, a deity, Qi Li proclaimed, golden flames igniting around him, transforming his suit into a resplendent crimson ancient garb. A deity? I can't believe this. Su-bai blushed furiously, morphing into a veritable telegraph machine, pointing an accusatory finger at Qi Li. After Su-bai had exhausted his tirade, the deity, with a hint of annoyance, spoke up. Calm down first, let me explain. All right, let's see what you have to say. Su-bai crossed his arms and regarded Qi Li with a cold smile. As deities, we serve as observers of this universe. Our primary duty is to patrol and document intriguing phenomena. Qi Li sat cross-legged in the void, meeting Su-bai's gaze. And how does crashing your vehicle into me fit into that? Su Bai suddenly recognized a flaw in his understanding. Deities possess emotions and desires, as well as an awareness of mortality. During our observations, we occasionally encounter fascinating individuals. If someone meets our criteria, we might orchestrate a small accident, allowing their soul to follow us as an attendant. So, I was chosen by you? Su Bai looked at Qi Li with a mixture of surprise and excitement. Huh. Qi Li's face betrayed his disdain. You? I merely hit the wrong person, you weren't chosen. Su Bai felt a surge of frustration at Qi Li's expression. So what now? Are you going to resurrect me, or what? Qi Li shook his head. Resurrection is not possible. Deities must adhere to the laws of causality. In this universe's timeline, you're already deceased. If I were to bring you back, it would disrupt the timeline, potentially causing the entire universe to unravel. What are you implying? Su Bai felt a twinge of disappointment at the notion of his resurrection being impossible. What I mean is, I cannot resurrect you within this universe, as it pertains to its fate. However, if I were to transfer you to an alternate dimension beneath your universe, it would not involve this catastrophic causality, Qi Li said, patting Su Bai on the shoulder. Su Bai gazed at Qi Li's strikingly androgynous visage, suppressing the urge to strike him. Can I choose the world, or will you dictate it? And as a traveler, do I possess any special abilities? According to the rules established by the Supreme Deity, if a subordinate deity inadvertently harms another during the process of selecting subordinates, they must fulfill 3 conditions for the injured party without endangering the universe. These conditions include, but are not limited to, designating a world for traversal, providing a unique advantage, and outlining a background identity. Qi Li lamented, covering her face with one hand as she relayed the Supreme Deity stipulations to Su Bai. What is a unique advantage? Is a system? An ancient ring? Or perhaps luck? Su Bai cautiously inquired about potential pitfalls. It refers to an item that allows you to select 5 tools or techniques from other derivative worlds. Qi Li patiently elucidated for Su Bai. Then, which world should I choose? Su Bai pondered for an extended period without reaching a conclusion. But when he looked up and saw an advertisement for Yang Mi playing on a large screen in the nearby shopping mall, memories of her role in 3 lives, 3 worlds flooded his mind. He recalled Bai Qian's heart-wrenching experiences and instantly made up his mind. Qi Li, I have made my selection. Please transport me to the world of 3 lives, 3 worlds. Whoa, Qi Li sputtered, a spray of soda escaping her lips. In a world with such high combat prowess, not only do you fail to secure a position as a subordinate, but you also have to contribute to it. With a wave of her hand, a virtual screen materialized before Su Bai, displaying an array of dazzling items and techniques. Choose wisely, but remember, you may only select 5. After a prolonged contemplation, Su Bai finalized his choices on the screen. 8 Gates of the Naruto technique, Saint King's Dragon Elephant Suppression technique, Perfect Reincarnation Eye, Primordial Exquisite Sword Formation, and Primordial 9-Character Mystic Art. Qi Li observed the items Su Bai selected, her eyelids twitching as she silently mourned for the antagonist in that world for 3 seconds. What about your background? How do you wish to choose it? I suppose I shall be the last pure blood phoenix of the realm, adopted by Jiyan, growing up alongside Bai Qian. This is such a hassle you can edit it yourself. Qi Li waved her hand, conjuring a blank virtual screen. Su Bai spent considerable time crafting his background on the virtual screen, causing Qi Li's mouth to twitch as she viewed the content. After a while, once Su Bai completed his edits, Qi Li pointed into the void. Immediately, 5 streams of light shot forth from the emptiness, directly entering Su Bai's forehead. Done. Your items have been granted. It is time for you to depart. Off you go. Qi Li raised her hand and tore open the fabric of space, revealing a portal before Su Bai. In a flash, she teleported behind him and delivered a swift kick to his rear, propelling him through the portal. Qi Li, I swear. Su Bai's muffled exclamations echoed faintly from within the portal. In the Chongqiu Fox Cave, a middle-aged man clad in a white robe paced anxiously at the entrance, flanked by 4 young men and a young woman who cast worried glances into the cave. Among them were the Fox Emperor Bai Ji, his eldest son Bai Xian, second son Bai Yi, third son Bai Qi, fourth son Bai Zhan, and Bai Yi's wife, Wei Shu. Father, please take a seat and rest. With Jian here, mother is quite all right, Bai Zhan interposed, stepping forward to halt the anxious Bai Ji, who wore a look of distress. Wow, Just as Bai Ji was about to speak, a resounding wail echoed from within the cave. Dressed in a pink and gold embroidered hanfu adorned with a golden phoenix, Ji Yin emerged from the cave, gently smiling as she addressed the gathered individuals. I have fulfilled my promise. Both mother and daughter are safe. Bai Ji, filled with excitement, grasped Ji Yan's shoulders, stammering, "Are you saying that little Wu is a girl?" "Indeed, a girl. The Bai family has finally welcomed a daughter," Ji Yin replied, her tone tender as she sincerely congratulated Bai Ji. "Haha, at last. We finally have a girl. With our family's fine genes, she is sure to be beautiful. Fourth brother, it seems your title as the most exquisite beauty in the realm may soon be challenged," Bai Yi teased, resting his hand on Bai Zhen's shoulder. "Second brother, you truly enjoy jesting at my expense," Bai Zhen sighed, accustomed to the playful banter of her brothers. "All right, you lot, let us go inside and meet little Wu," Bai Ji interjected, abruptly teleporting to the side of the Fox Empress Ning Chang. "Ning Chang, you have endured much," Bai Ji said, gazing at Ning Chang's pale face, tenderly caressing her cheek. The Fox Empress shook her head, her voice weak as she replied, "It was not arduous. Have you seen little Wu? She's a girl. You have finally realized your wish for a daughter." "Not yet. Let's go see her now. Please rest for a while." Bai Ji gently coaxed Ning Chang to sleep. Once Ning Chang had fallen into a deep slumber, Bai Ji approached the crib where little Wu lay. The small bed was crowded with people, all whispering softly to avoid disturbing the infant. "Second brother, little Wu is quite ugly, all wrinkled, and she hardly has any fur," Bai Zhen remarked in disbelief at the sight of the tiny, wrinkled fox, struggling to accept that this was indeed her sister. Bai Xian lightly tapped Bai Zhen on the head, retorting, "Nonsense! Who among us was not like this at birth? You were even uglier when you first arrived." Bai Ji gently pushed aside those in front of him, his gaze filled with warmth and affection as he looked at the little fox resting in the crib. He extended his finger to softly touch little Wu's face. "Father, what shall we name little Wu?" Bai Qi inquired softly, turning to Bai Ji. Bai Ji pondered for a moment. "How about Bai Qian? It signifies that both fortune and misfortune are intertwined, and all things are transient. With us by her side, let little Wu live a simple life as the Empress of Qing Qiu, the Lady of the East Wilderness. We do not seek grand achievements. Happiness is sufficient." "Bai Qian? It is a lovely name," Ji Yin remarked gently, raising her hand to retrieve a radiant feather from her bosom, placing it beside Bai Qian. "This feather, which I shed 30,000 years ago, shall serve as your birthday gift." Chapter 2. Su Bai's scheme. The Fox Emperor gazed incredulously at the resplendent feather beside Bai Qian. "Ji Yin, you have unveiled such a precious treasure? When the Heavenly Lord sought this feather from you, you did not part with it." Ji Yin waved dismissively, his expression nonchalant. "The Heavenly Lord's household is vast and affluent. He does not lack for a single feather. This one is a fitting gift for Xiao Wu. Father, what significance does this feather hold?" "Your tone suggests it is quite valuable," Bai Zhen remarked, his face a mask of curiosity as he scrutinized the feather. "This is a phoenix feather, specifically a tail feather, symbolizing the 9 rebirths of the phoenix. Apart from the feathers that fall naturally during its self-immolation, these hold no other purpose. A phoenix sheds a feather only once every 100,000 years. This feather possesses the power of rebirth, the very essence of resurrection." Bai Ji regarded the phoenix feather beside Bai Qian with a grave expression. Turning to Ji Yin, Bai Ji's tone turned serious. "You have effectively relinquished one of your opportunities for rebirth. Have you lost your mind? How many chances do you have left? 5? Or is it 4? Ji Yin waved his hand dismissively once more. "I have ascended to the divine realm. Aside from Mo Yuan, Qing Tsang, and the Emperor Donghua, who in this world could threaten my existence? Worry not, I am well aware of my circumstances. You." Bai Ji was momentarily speechless. "Do as you wish, as long as it pleases you." Just then, as Ji Yin was about to tease Bai Ji with a few quips, a somewhat juvenile yet resounding phoenix cry echoed through the heavens. Following this, the divine artifact, the Hongming bell, rang out, clang, clang, clang. A total of 81 resounding chimes reverberated through the air. In the high heavens, a colossal silhouette of a phoenix emerged, visible across the 9 heavens, the wing realm, the demon realm, the mortal realm, Qing Qiu, and the 8 corners of the world. The formidable deities, Qing Tsang, Miao Luo, Donghua, Bai Ji, and Mo Yuan, and Ji Yan, immediately focused their primordial spirits upon this apparition. Jiyan, it seems you shall no longer be the last phoenix in this world. How do you feel about that? Are you pleased? Bai Ji inquired, a hint of mockery flickering in his eyes. One could only wonder where this phoenix would be born. If it were to fall into the hands of Qing Tsang or Miao Luo, a great battle would be inevitable. Worry clouded Jiyan's eyes. At Jiyan's words, Bai Ji's teasing expression vanished, replaced by a grave demeanor. I fear you might rush into the Wing realm or the Demon realm in a reckless frenzy. Jiyan chuckled softly, though the mirth did not reach his eyes. You know me well. I shall pay a visit to Kunlun ruins. Keep a watchful eye here. Bai Ji paused for a moment before nodding. Go ahead, I will keep watch here. This Fushi Qin has been dormant for so many years and has finally re-emerged. Birds of every kind across the 6 realms took to the skies, soaring towards the celestial silhouette. The Luan bird sang, and a multitude of birds flocked towards the phoenix. As heaven and earth rejoiced in unison. Within Kunlun ruins, Mo Yuan, who had been intently observing the movements of the phoenix silhouette, sensed Jiyan's presence and immediately employed a technique to appear before him. You have come to retrieve the Fushi Qin, have you? Are you preparing to take action? Though the sentences were framed as inquiries, Mo Yuan's tone exuded unwavering certainty, as if he had anticipated Jiyan's arrival. Upon reaching the bridge between heaven and earth, Jiyan invoked the divine power to activate the formation, and an ancient zither, adorned with the engraving of a phoenix, gradually materialized from the void. With a swift motion of his right hand, the Fushi zither instantly appeared in Jiyan's grasp. I cannot idly stand by and watch my kin fall into the clutches of the Wing clan and the Demon clan. I wonder if anyone still recalls the illustrious name of this burning sky divine monarch. After a moment of contemplation, Mo Yuan declared, if that phoenix falls into the hands of Qing Tsang, I shall lead all disciples of Kunlun ruins to fight alongside you in the Wing realm. As for the Demon realm, I must refrain from involvement. I must remain vigilant against Qing Tsang. Very well, I appreciate it, Mo Yuan. Jiyan gently caressed the strings of the Fushi zither, promising, once this matter has passed, I shall treat you to a drink of peach blossom brew. Time swiftly elapsed, and after 81 days, the phoenix's illusory form in the sky began to gradually dissipate into shimmering specks scattered upon the ground. The phoenix and the avian flock that had soared through the heavens for 81 days also began to disperse. Witnessing the celestial phenomenon fade, the hearts of Qing Tsang and his companions quickened, prepared to seize the phoenix offspring at any moment. High above, the phoenix egg, transformed from Subai, sensed no fewer than 10 divine auras locking onto it, and observed the vanishing illusion behind itself, realizing that time was running short. Subai hastily extended his divine consciousness, quickly locking onto Mo Yuan and Jiyan, who were watching him within Kunlun ruins, thanks to the remaining illusion. He swiftly harnessed the scant power left within the illusion to propel himself towards Kunlun ruins at an astonishing speed. They have moved. The vigilant deities in the sky immediately recognized the egg's intent and prepared to intercept. Bold move. Mo Yuan, you hold Qing Tsang in check. Donghua, you restrain Miao Luo. I will seize the egg. Zhe Yan darted towards the phoenix egg, occasionally strumming the zither strings, releasing waves of sound that sliced through the air towards the others. Just as the deities were about to reach Su Bai, a subtle smile graced his lips within the egg, for everything was proceeding according to plan. Utilizing the arcane route of the 8-9 profound art, he activated a fragment of divine power secretly imparted to him by Qi Li when she had kicked him into the spatial gate. In an instant, an ethereal image of Pangu emerged in the cosmos, wielding the Pangu axe, with the creation jade disc resting upon his head and standing upon the 36-grade chaos green lotus. He swung the axe towards Qing Tsang and Miao Luo. Sensing the imminent peril, Qing Tsang and Miao Luo disregarded the lethal strikes unleashed by Mo Yuan and Donghua, instantly burning their essence to flee. Yet, they still suffered from the residual force, spitting blood as a grievous wound, stretching from the left shoulder to the right hip, marked their chest, filled with the laws of power that hindered their wounds from healing. After delivering the axe blow, the Pangu illusion began to fade. Before it completely vanished, it cleaved the void with the Pangu axe, casting Su Bai into it. Completing this act, a look of satisfaction flickered across the immense visage of the Pangu illusion. A moment captured by the consciousness of all the deities before it entirely dissipated. The assembly of divine beings was struck with profound astonishment, exchanging glances that revealed their shared disbelief, thus understanding that what had transpired was no mere illusion. Unbeknownst to them, all of this was orchestrated by Su Bai. Meanwhile, within the fox cave of Qingqiu, a rift in the void silently unfolded, from which the phoenix egg, transformed by Su Bai, emerged and landed beside the crumpled Bai Qian. Time rewinds to the moment when Su Bai confronted Qi Li. At that juncture, he inscribed on the blank virtual screen, Su Bai, the sole pure-blood phoenix in existence. Upon its birth, summoned the resounding chimes of the supreme artifact, the Hongming bell, reverberating 81 times across the heavens. The phantasmal form of the phoenix reflected upon the 6 realms, the 4 seas, and the 8 desolations for 81 days, captivating the reverence of all beings and drawing the attention of numerous divine entities. Fortuitously, with the divine power bestowed by Qi Li at their parting, he activated the Pangu Great Gods technique, the 8-9 profound art, summoning Pangu's ethereal form. Seizing the moment when Qing Tsang and Miao Luo were distracted, he delivered a devastating blow, severely injuring the two. In the final moments, the will of the Pangu Great God enveloped the ethereal form, propelling Su Bai's transformed egg out of the encirclement formed by the divine beings, infusing it with a fragment of his power. The consciousness of Pangu, having traversed the river of time, harbored profound disappointment toward Mo Yuan and Dong Hua as cowardice and emotional entanglements, while entrusting the monumental task of opposing Miao Luo and Qing Tsang to Su Bai. Ultimately, Pangu regarded Su Bai with a hint of satisfaction, a sentiment keenly perceived by the divine beings, as Su Bai was delivered to the fox cave of Qingqiu, safely breaking free from his shell into the world. Qi Li, astounded by the entirety of Su Bai's meticulous scheme displayed on the screen, inwardly lamented the treachery inherent in such stratagems, before subsequently thrusting Su Bai into the spatial portal. Returning to the present moment in the fox cave, as the rift in the void appeared, the Fox Emperor Baiji did not rush to seize Su Bai. Instead, he swiftly materialized beside Bai Qian's cradle, contemplating the phoenix egg nestled next to his precious daughter. "Father, this is not..." Silence. Before Bai Qian could finish, Baiji's authoritative voice silenced him. This matter would be deliberated upon with Ji Yin upon his return. Until then, it remained confidential. "Yes, father." Bai Zhen and the others nodded in agreement, then dispersed to different corners of the fox cave, each extending their divine senses and vigilance. Under Baiji's mental transmission, Ji Yin swiftly became aware of the phoenix egg's presence in the fox cave. Disregarding the need to reseal the Fushi Qin, he hurriedly appeared within the fox cave. Clutching the instrument, "Baiji, what is happening?" Upon entering the fox cave, Ji Yin was immediately captivated by the pristine egg adorned with fiery patterns beside Bai Qian. "I am uncertain. I felt a disturbance in the void and instantly teleported here, only to find this egg upon my arrival," Baiji explained, shrugging his shoulders. Crack, crack. As Ji Yin was about to utter more words, the egg upon the bed began to manifest cracks, which swiftly spread across its surface. After a brief moment, an utterly hairless chick, its skin wrinkled and fragile, emerged from the shell. Su Bai was momentarily blinded by the glaring white light from the outside world, and once his eyes adjusted to the brightness, he cast a glance at his own featherless wings and legs, feeling a wave of despair at his own unattractiveness. Observing Su Bai's expression, Ji Yin recognized his thoughts and could not help but marvel at the intelligence displayed by one so newly born. Ji Yin then gently reminded him, "If you consume your eggshell, your feathers will begin to grow." Upon hearing Ji Yin's words, Su Bai paused, recognizing the familiar aura shared between them, and realized that Ji Yin posed no threat. Trusting his companion, he proceeded to devour his eggshell. The moment Su Bai took his first bite, an itch spread across his body, and he noticed feathers beginning to sprout. With a sense of relief flooding his heart, he eagerly continued to gnaw at the shell. Before long, Su Bai had consumed the entirety of the eggshell, and his appearance transformed dramatically. He was now adorned with a fluffy coat of golden tangerine feathers, which sparkled in the sunlight like shattered dawn wrapped around him. His beak was tinged with a soft crimson hue, and his tail feathers extended a half finger beyond his body, embellished with 9 gradually fading crimson plumes. The aura surrounding Su Bai had also strengthened significantly. He had ascended to the realm of a 7th-grade celestial being. Ji Yin, gazing at Su Bai, was swept away by nostalgia, recalling his own appearance and realm upon his birth, and was struck by the realization that competition could breed envy, leading one to feel inferior. Realm: Earth Immortal, Celestial Immortal, Golden Immortal, Supreme Immortal, Tai Golden Immortal, Great Luo Golden Immortal, Upper Deity, Quasi-Saint. Saint: Primordial Great Luo Golden Immortal. Prior to the Quasi-Saint realm, the divisions of realms were categorized into 10 grades, whereas after reaching Quasi-Saint, they were further divided into early, mid, late stages, and the peak. Mo Yuan and Emperor Donghua stood at the pinnacle of the Quasi-Saint realm, while Qing Tsong and Miao Luo approached that peak, exhibiting their full combat prowess within their own domain. Chapter 3. The commencement of cultivating the 8-9 profound art. Feeling the penetrating gaze of Jiyan, Su Bai raised his head to meet Jiyan's eyes, and, driven by an inexplicable impulse, uttered, "What are you staring at, your mother? You resemble her oversized undergarments." Both Jiyan and Bai Ji were momentarily taken aback, but soon a shadow of displeasure darkened Jiyan's face, as he contemplated whether to offer this kin to Qing Tsong and Miao Luo. Noticing that Bai Ji and the others were ignoring him, Su Bai shifted his attention to a curious little fox nearby, its fur just beginning to sprout in pristine white. He moved closer to Bai Qian, extending his resplendent feathered wings. "I am Su Bai," which signifies, in this world, amidst the multitude, all existence is but a fleeting white. As he gazed at the adorable little fox, his perception of Yi Hua diminished considerably, and he pondered whether to seize the opportunity to uproot the golden lotus after Mo Yuan performed the soul sacrifice for the Donghuang bell. The little Bai Qian, unaware of the significance of Su Bai's wings, assumed he wished to play. Her beautiful emerald eyes curved into crescent moons as she playfully nudged Su Bai's wings with her fluffy head. Witnessing her charming demeanor, Su Bai felt his long-buried youthful heart stir, only to glance at the phoenix feather beside Bai Qian, and a flicker of disdain crossed his eyes. Approaching the feather, he kicked it off the bed and looked at Jiyan, his contempt unmistakable. "The nirvana power within this feather is exceedingly weak. How could you dare to offer it to someone?" As he spoke, Su Bai turned and bit down on one of his own feathers, yanking it forcefully from his body. "Behold, this is the kind of nirvana power sufficient to aid another's rebirth. Yours can merely heal half of their wounds." Despite his disparaging tone, it could not mask the fact that his own vitality had waned significantly, his cultivation level having dropped to 6-star Celestial Immortal. Feeling his corporeal form teetering on the brink of collapse due to the forceful removal of his nirvana feather, he could not help but smirk in pain. Enduring the discomfort, he approached Bai Qian and pressed the feather against her forehead, where it swiftly burrowed into her brow, leaving a mark of the phoenix. Jiyan watched Su Bai's actions in silence, halting Bai Ji and the others who were about to intervene, urging them not to disturb him, as he was bestowing Bai Qian a monumental opportunity. "What does this mean, Jiyan?" Bai Ji inquired, astonished at the sight of Bai Qian, now fully furred. "This is a secret technique that only a true phoenix can wield. You all know that a phoenix can undergo nirvana 9 times, but in truth, there exists a 10th occasion, which is the most crucial of all. Once this 10th nirvana is triggered, it restores the prior 9 chances. However, the probability of triggering this 10th nirvana is exceedingly low, a mere 1 in 10 million. Yet, within our bloodline heritage lies a secret method. A phoenix recognizes only one partner throughout its life. Upon recognizing each other, one can sacrifice a feather to transfer the opportunity for the 10th nirvana to the other, ensuring its activation. In other words, Little 5 now possesses 10 chances for rebirth." Jiyan shook his head, his tone imbued with profound emotion. "Are there any side effects?" Bai Ji gazed at Su Bai, who had fallen into a slumber beside Bai Qian, a hint of concern lacing his tone. "No," Jiyan shook his head. Although Su Bai had lost a feather, it would not diminish his chances of rebirth. He merely had 8 opportunities for nirvana over the next 10 millennia. After that, the feathers consumed by the secret technique would regenerate. "All right, that's a relief," Bai Ji nodded, then refrained from further inquiries. As night descended, Su Bai awakened in Jiyan's wooden cottage amidst the 10-mile peach orchard. He blinked, surveying his surroundings, and upon inhaling the fragrance of peach blossoms, recognized he was in Jiyan's realm. "Little fellow, you are awake." Jiyan entered the cottage, holding one of his feathers. "Do you know who that fox is? Are you acquainted with her? You have given her your 10th chance for rebirth. Was it worth it?" "The Fox Empress Bai Qian of the Qingqiu," Su Bai replied. "I am aware, thus it is worth it. He fluttered to the wooden table in front of Ji Yan. You know? How did you come to know? Ji Yan placed the feather at Su Bai's feet. As long as you answer my question, this feather will be yours. It can have your recovery time, quite a bargain. There is nothing to conceal. When I was still in my egg state, I believe you witnessed the immense shadow behind me. He is indeed the one you speculated about. Su Bai nonchalantly fiddled with the feather at his feet. Indeed, Ji Yan's pupils momentarily constricted at Su Bai's confirmation before returning to normal. And then, with his strength, he certainly can gaze into the river of time. He saw intriguing occurrences and sent me to the Fox Den, along with information about you. The Fox Emperor Bai Ji, the Fox Empress Ning Chong, and the Fox Emperor's 4 sons and 1 daughter. All right, the questioning concludes. The feather is now mine. Su Bai grasped Ji Yan's long feather and soared back to his wooden bed, preparing to absorb the rebirth power it contained. How can I trust you? Ji Yan's divine aura suddenly surged, immobilizing Su Bai in place. Ji Yan, the first phoenix in the realm, is the only true phoenix aside from myself. Whether divine or demonic rests within your thoughts. The artifact, the Fushi Qin, is sealed beneath the heavenly bridge of Kunlun ruins by your 10,000 stars soul-locking array. In your youth, you cherished Ning Chong alongside Bai Ji, yet she chose Bai Ji. You bore no resentment and remained his closest brother. A contemporary of Mo Yuan and Dong Hua, disciple of the Father God, at the pinnacle of quasi-saint strength. Am I correct? Su Bai, pressed down by the oppressive force, divulged all he knew about Ji Yan. Upon hearing Su Bai recount his information in such detail, Ji Yan's trust in him grew. He retracted his oppressive aura, vanished from the peach orchard, and made his way towards Kunlun ruins. The moment the oppressive force dissipated, Su Bai rose, inwardly cursing Ji Yan's ancestors multiple times. After venting his frustrations, Su Bai approached Ji Yan Lingyu and sat down upon it. He began to circulate the Ba Jiuxian Gong within his body. Thanks to a fragment of Pangu's power, Ba Jiuxian Gong had now reached the 2nd tier of its ascension. This technique consists of 10 tiers, with each elevation doubling the speed of cultivation, the capacity of divine energy within, and the recovery ability. The 8th tier allows one to comprehend the laws of power up to 30%, the 9th tier up to 60%, and the 10th tier, when perfected, grants mastery over the laws of power. Moreover, Su Bai's innate affinity as a phoenix endowed him with an inherently rapid cultivation speed, which, when amplified by the technique, surged to 4-fold. The nirvana energy within Ji Yan Lingyu was being absorbed by Su Bai at an astonishing rate, mending the injuries he had sustained from employing the secret technique. During his practice, Su Bai discerned that only 1/3 of the energy from Lingyu was being harnessed by Ba Jiuxian Gong for recovery. Half of the remaining energy was absorbed by the self-operating dragon elephant suppression force and infused into his cells, while the other half was consumed by his heavy pupils for nourishment. With a sudden rumble, a particle within Su Bai transformed into a giant elephant particle. Before he could ponder this occurrence, another rumble echoed as more particles transitioned into giant elephant particles. At that moment, Su Bai disregarded the burgeoning power within him. The nirvana energy surged into his body like a tidal wave, inflating his physical form like a balloon. This immense energy flooded his cells, continuously transforming them into giant elephant particles, causing his physical strength to escalate dramatically. From the base of Su Bai's tail, the lost 9th feather gradually began to grow back. Though it was as fine as a strand of hair, it was indeed manifesting, and with the influx of energy, it slowly expanded. As the sun rose and set, Su Bai remained undistracted, wholly absorbed in refining Ji Yan Lingyu. A month slipped away in the blink of an eye. With a deep exhale, Su Bai sat atop a lusterless, elongated feather, his aura retracting like a receding tide. Upon opening his eyes and releasing a breath of stale air, he felt the vibrant power coursing within him, igniting an exhilarating thrill in his heart. Spreading his wings, he transformed into a crimson streak, soaring from the window of the wooden cabin. As his wings flapped vigorously, Su Bai ascended, and when he reached an altitude of 10,000 meters, he activated over 100 giant elephant particles within him to their utmost limit. A resounding and penetrating cry of the phoenix echoed across the 10-mile peach orchard. As Su Bai's celestial energy surged forth, manifesting as a miniature sun, he soared freely through the sky, intermittently releasing joyful phoenix cries. Naturally, The extraordinary phenomena occurring within the peach orchard did not escape Jiyan's perception. In Kunlun ruins, Jiyan, who was sharing drinks and conversing with Mo Yuan, set down his wine jug and looked up at Mo Yuan, saying, "The little fellow in the peach orchard has finished absorbing energy. Shall we go take a look?" Mo Yuan also set aside his wine cup, glancing towards the direction of the 10-mile peach orchard, and shook his head in refusal. "Not yet. Our fates are not yet intertwined. It is not the right time to meet." "Very well, then. I shall take my leave." Jiyan rose to his feet, a flash of crimson light marking his swift departure from the spot. As he vanished, Mo Yuan's gaze turned as indifferent as a still pond, murmuring, "Is that the chosen one? It seems the days ahead will be quite intriguing." In the 10-mile peach orchard, Su Bai was captured by Jiyan, who seized him by the scruff of his neck amidst his aerial antics. "Little one, temper your flames. My peach trees cannot withstand your exuberance. Their leaves are nearly withered from your heat." With a glint of danger in his eyes, Jiyan held Su Bai before him, who, choosing to heed his instincts, extinguished his fiery aura and allowed himself to be carried back to the wooden cabin. Upon their return, Jiyan placed Su Bai gently on the wooden table and took a seat on the stool before it. "It appears you have made considerable progress this past month," he remarked, observing the substantial growth of Su Bai's 9th feather, while glancing at the dull plume resting on the wooden bed, his own discarded feather. Jiyan was acutely aware of the immense power of rebirth contained within the feathers, and it astounded him that this young creature had absorbed all that energy in merely a month. Moreover, when he had grasped Su Bai moments ago, Jiyan had distinctly sensed that the physical strength of this fledgling far surpassed what was typical for his age, nearing the prowess expected of one in their growth phase. Chapter 4. Accompanying Bai Qian's growth. Logically speaking, my feather should only mend the damage caused by your secret techniques. Is there something amiss with your physical form? Jiyan, holding the feather now devoid of energy, gently pinched it, watching as it transformed into ash and scattered with the wind. Everyone possesses their own secrets, do they not? In response to Jiyan's inquiry, Su Bai remained unperturbed, methodically preening his golden red feathers adorned with faint crimson flames. "Indeed, I shall not pry further. As long as you are aware in your heart, that suffices." Jiyan nodded, refraining from pressing Su Bai about his secret. Once Su Bai had finished grooming his feathers, he took flight to the window of the wooden cabin, glancing back at Jiyan. "Which direction is Qingqiu? What? Has it only been a month since you last saw Xiao Wu, and already you long for her?" Jiyan chuckled softly at Su Bai's words. "What of it? Old Phoenix, I advise you to mind your own business." Su Bai, flustered and indignant, turned his head away in embarrassment. Jiyan rose to his feet, lifting Su Bai into his hands and placing him upon his shoulder, employing the technique of shrinking the distance. They soon arrived at the entrance of the fox den in Qingqiu. What Jiyan did not perceive was that during the execution of his technique, Su Bai's pupils instantaneously split into two, capturing the pathway of divine power in motion. Once Su Bai completed this, his pupils fused back into one, betraying no sign of change. "Jiyan, what brings you to my fox den?" Sensing Jiyan's presence, Bai Ji also appeared at the entrance of the fox den. "Is that not the little one from before?" "Su Bai, was it?" "Bai Ji, this visit was not of my own volition. It was this little fellow who wished to see your Xiao Wu but was unaware of the route from the 10-mile peach grove to your fox den. Hence, I brought him here," Jiyan said, cheerfully gesturing to Su Bai perched on his shoulder. Upon hearing that Su Bai had come seeking his precious daughter, Bai Ji's expression darkened. However, recalling that Su Bai had gifted his 10th opportunity for rebirth to Bai Qian, his demeanor softened considerably. Yet, his gaze towards Su Bai was rife with the vigilance of a father-in-law apprehensive of losing his beloved daughter to this golden-haired youth. "Follow me," Bai Ji instructed as he led Jiyan and Su Bai into the fox den. Upon entering, they were greeted by a petite fox, her fur entirely snow-white, with a faint golden-red phoenix mark adorning her brow, rushing towards them. Behind her, Ning Chong hurriedly followed, calling out, "Xiao Wu, slow down. Be careful not to fall." Bai Qian halted before Jiyan, looking up at Su Bai perched on his shoulder, tilting her fluffy little head. "Oh, Jiyan, you have arrived. And this is?" "The little phoenix from before, named Su Bai, correct?" Ning Chong reached out to gently pat Su Bai's head as she regarded Jiyan. "Hello, Auntie. I have come to play with Bai Qian." Su Bai greeted Ning Chong politely, a stark contrast to his earlier exclamations upon hatching. "Go on. Take good care of Xiao Wu. Ignoring Bai Ji's murderous glare directed at Su Bai, Ning Chong lifted him from Zhi Yan's shoulder and bent down to place him before Bai Qian. Su Bai gazed at the adorable Bai Qian before him, unable to resist the urge to gently caress her fluffy fox head with his wings. Bai Qian responded with a contented purr, a sound that melted Su Bai's heart. However, he was abruptly met with a deadly glare from Bai Ji, which he chose to ignore as he took Bai Qian's tiny paw and led her out of the fox den. Bai Ji was certain that in this lifetime, he would like to know the taste of phoenix meat. Sensing Bai Ji's malice, Su Bai quickened his pace with Bai Qian. Upon reaching the entrance of the fox den, Su Bai released Bai Qian's paw and flapped his wings, soaring a meter into the air. With deliberate control, he maintained his height, circling above Bai Qian's head twice. His golden and crimson feathers shimmered brilliantly in the sunlight, and although Su Bai's dance was somewhat clumsy, the 9 long, splendid tail feathers accentuated his regal appearance. Bai Qian was equally captivated by Su Bai's magnificent and graceful display, her emerald eyes sparkling with admiration. Inside the den, Bai Ji, who was having tea with Zhi Yan, crushed the teacup in his hand, veins bulging on his forehead, emanating a palpable aura of menace. Nian Shang and Zhi Yan exchanged amused glances, stifling their laughter at the scene. Fortunately, Bai Ji retained enough composure not to storm out in fury. Outside the fox den, Su Bai soared through the sky, while Bai Qian scampered joyfully on the ground. The citizens of Qingqiu observed this harmonious scene with genuine smiles, as if celebrating the little princess's newfound companionship. They played until the sun dipped below the horizon. After a long day of frolicking, Bai Qian fell into a deep slumber in Nian Shang's embrace, while Su Bai, at Bai Ji's silent urging, followed Zhi Yan deeper into the den. Su Bai, Bai Ji began, his tone grave. Zhi Yan has informed me about your intentions. I shouldn't intervene, but as a father and the king of Qingqiu, the fox emperor of the realms, I must ask you, what do you truly seek? Upon hearing Bai Ji's words, Su Bai fell into contemplation, weighing the pros and cons of what he should reveal. After a long silence, under the watchful gaze of the two, Su Bai sighed deeply. His expression shifted from the innocent joy of playing with Bai Qian to one of calm resolve, his golden eyes now resembling still waters, drawing those who gazed into them into a profound abyss. Seeing the transformation in Su Bai's demeanor, the Fox Emperor and Zhi Yan exchanged knowing looks, realizing the gravity of the moment. Yet, the astonishment in their eyes was palpable. They had witnessed such depth of gaze only in the war god Mo Yuan, the first sovereign of heaven and earth, Dong Hua Di Jun, and their own father. Never before had they seen it in a mere month-old phoenix. Witnessing the astonishment in the eyes of Zhi Yan and the Fox Emperor, Su Bai felt a profound sense of helplessness. It was all the fault of that foolish deity, Qi Li, whose spatial portal had misaligned with the timeline, inadvertently transporting him to the epoch of the creation of the 4 seas and 8 wildernesses by the Father God. Concealed within the void, wrapped in Qi Li's divine power, Su Bai, in the form of an egg, bore witness to the Father God's grand creation. The birth of Mo Yuan, the emergence of the 4 great beasts to guard the divine grass, the advent of the Eastern Emperor, the fierce battle between Dong Hua and Miao Luo, and the ascension of the first sovereign of heaven and earth, who subsequently abdicated in favor of the contemporary heavenly monarch. Even Su Bai himself was uncertain of the number of years he had lived. It was certainly longer than the so-called living fossil, Dong Hua. Having observed their reign over the cosmos for such an extensive period, he had naturally acquired the demeanor of a high-ranking being. Me? I harbor no ulterior motives. I merely find that little fox appealing. Su Bai chuckled lightly, though the amusement did not reach his eyes, which remained as inscrutable as an unfathomable abyss. Do we appear to be so easily deceived? Bai Ji and Zhi Yan were utterly skeptical of Su Bai's claims. Zhi Yan. Su Bai raised his wings and pointed at him. Do you not realize that you are not the first phoenix in the realm? I am not. Could it be that I am? Zhi Yan chuckled softly, but mid-sentence, he suddenly became aware of something and halted his words. Yes, just as you surmised. I am indeed the true embodiment of the first wisp of spiritual essence transformed into a phoenix. If you were genuinely that first phoenix, how could your cultivation be inferior to that of Mo Yuan and Dong Hua? Even if you were remiss in your training, your power should at least be on par with theirs. I had thought you had grasped this truth long ago. It appears I overestimated you, Su Bai remarked. shaking his head before turning his gaze towards Baiji. "Ah, Fox Emperor Baiji, I recall now. I believe I witnessed your grandfather hunting in the woods when the world was newly birthed, only to be chased 2 miles away by the Tiger clan. This incident stands as a remarkable blemish on his otherwise illustrious history." Upon hearing Su Bai's words, Baiji and Jiyan lapsed into silence. Jiyan fell into contemplation, analyzing the veracity of Su Bai's statement, while Baiji's expression fluctuated. Knowing all too well that Su Bai's account was indeed true, a fact that had been suppressed by his grandfather long ago, known only to him and his father, who had since returned to the tranquil Sea of Souls. Exchanging glances, Baiji sighed in resignation, saying, "What he says is true." Jiyan stood frozen, as if struck by a thunderbolt, clearly needing time to come to terms with this revelation. "Then why did you not emerge into the world back then?" Baiji inquired. Voicing his lingering question, in the previously dazed Jiyan quickly regained his focus, eager to hear Su Bai's response. Upon hearing this, Su Bai's previously calm countenance was overtaken by unmistakable fury. "According to my original plan, I should have already emerged into the world. Yet, during the moment when the Father God was creating the vast realms, he found himself lacking in divine power and thus extracted a significant portion of my innate essence from me, sealing me away to stabilize the still-forming universe. He had promised that once the realms were fully established, he would unseal me and restore my innate essence. However, to my dismay, when the creation unfolded, chaos ensued, and after exhausting his divine power to mend the heavens, he ultimately perished in the void. Even in his weakened state, he managed to conjure the 4 fearsome beasts to guard the divine herbs of Dongying, but he never considered releasing me." Cursing vehemently, Su Bai's indignation grew with each word. Though truthfully, this account lacked the context of the foolish deity cheaply misplacing the timeline. Nonetheless, the subsequent events were indeed factual. Su Bai felt truly aggrieved. He had initially thought that a mere distortion of the timeline was inconsequential. He could simply marry Bai Qian, as no one would dare speak against him given his divine status. Little did he anticipate encountering the treacherous Father God, who not only siphoned off his innate essence, but also sealed him away, though he reluctantly accepted the seal. The sudden demise of the Father God, who had the strength to create 4 formidable beasts yet failed to release him, only intensified his outrage. Turning towards Kunlun ruins, Su Bai unleashed a torrent of invectives, even more profane than before. Beside him, Jiyan and Baiji listened in silence. Aware that the Father Goddess' actions were indeed unjust, they could only imagine that had they faced such a fate, their curses would have been even more scathing than Su Bai's. Chapter 5. Childhood Sweethearts Transforming Together, a pair of talented couple distant in the Kunlun ruins. When Mo Yuan first received the transmission from Jiyan, while Su Bai began recounting his past, he immediately manifested within the Fox Den. Upon arrival, he overheard Su Bai discussing matters related to the Father God, and, choosing to conceal his presence, he did not disturb the three. However, by the end of Su Bai's tirade, Mo Yuan's expression was one of deep discontent. He did not doubt the veracity of Su Bai's words, for indeed, the Father God had shared this tale with him during his departure to the Sea of Nihility. Yet, listening to Su Bai's profanities made him uncomfortable, as he found himself powerless to defend his father's honor in front of others, acknowledging the truth of the accusations, though it left him feeling quite disgraced. After allowing Su Bai to vent his frustrations, Mo Yuan finally dispelled the concealment spell and emerged from the void. To his surprise, upon seeing Mo Yuan, Su Bai's thoughts immediately turned to that ancient and unyielding figure, and he nearly resumed his vehement cursing. However, recalling that misfortune should not befall one's progeny, he stifled the foul words, though his anger reached a boiling point, manifesting as fierce phoenix flames engulfing his form, and his eyes transformed uncontrollably into a dual pupil. Glaring disdainfully at Mo Yuan's arrival, the two bystanders, Jiyan and his companion, observed the inferno of Su Bai's wrath with a sense of helplessness. Acknowledging that Su Bai, as the victim, was entitled to express years of pent-up fury, Mo Yuan stepped forward, bowing slightly to Su Bai, his tone earnest. "This is indeed my father's fault. I apologize on his behalf and hope you do not hold it against me, my young friend." Seeing the sincerity in Mo Yuan's demeanor, Su Bai refrained from further remarks. The intensity of the phoenix flames around him diminished slightly, revealing his dual pupils. The trio present, upon noticing the revelation of Su Bai's unique gaze, experienced a moment of shock, with Jiyan's pupils narrowing into slits. Understanding that his secret was exposed, Su Bai initially contemplated summoning the Excalibur formation but quickly dismissed the thought, trusting the integrity of the three, as he would not have confided so much if he harbored doubts. After a while, Su Bai finally calmed the tempest of emotions within him. The flames waned, and his dual pupils merged back into one, appearing entirely normal. He turned his gaze to Bai Ji, his tone returning to tranquility. Regarding your earlier question, I now provide you with an answer. My approach to Bai Qian is devoid of ulterior motives. I simply find her pleasing to the eye. Of course, I may entertain thoughts akin to an old bull courting a young calf, though perhaps it is not entirely accurate to say so, considering we are all merely newborns in the grand tapestry of existence. Upon hearing the first half of Su Bai's statement, Bai Ji felt a profound sense of relief. However, the moment Su Bai concluded with the latter portion, the smile on Bai Ji's face froze, a visible twitch appearing on his forehead. Jiyan could not help but chuckle, and even Mo Yuan's lips quirked upward slightly. Despite years of cultivated composure, Bai Ji found himself exclaiming in exasperation. Deciding to distance himself, Bai Ji instantaneously transported out of the room, leaving only Mo Yuan, Jiyan, and Su Bai behind. The trio comprehended that Bai Ji had acquiesced, no longer entangled in the matter of Su Bai's proximity to Bai Qian. Whether Su Bai could indeed pursue Bai Qian and take her as his wife would ultimately depend on his own capabilities. Su Bai, in turn, remarked, having lived for so many years, pursuing a naive young girl is child's play. As time swiftly passed, 3,000 years elapsed. Throughout this span, Su Bai's cultivation had not advanced a fraction. However, he had transformed the majority of his internal particles into colossal ones, granting his physical strength an astonishing magnitude of 4,200,000,000 pounds. With a single punch, he could indeed move mountains and fill the seas. Moreover, having mastered the 8 gates of Might Guy, even if he could only unlock the 3rd gate, he would wield a colossal force of 500,200,000,000 pounds. The 8-9 mysteries he practiced had also reached the 4th level, and the forcibly enhanced cultivation from consuming the shell at birth had stabilized, rendering his foundation as solid as reinforced steel. To put it bluntly, beneath the level of an immortal, he could fell opponents with a single blow, even against those of immortal cultivation, barring the Excalibur sword array. He was not without means to kill. During these 3 millennia, Jiyan sensed that while Su Bai's cultivation had not progressed, his physical form was increasingly formidable, prompting an involuntary admiration. Truly, he is a venerable being who has lived for millions of years. His methods are indeed numerous. At this moment, within the fox den, Su Bai and Bai Qian sat upon a mat, their energies continuously coalescing within, still in animal forms, unable to sit cross-legged. Surrounding them, Bai Ji and his 4 sons sat cross-legged in the void, eyes shut, their consciousness enveloping the entirety of Qingqiu's land. Perceiving every whisper of the wind and rustle of grass, they found themselves at the critical juncture of transformation. Any disturbance could obliterate a millennium of cultivation. Among the two, Su Bai's energy coalesced most rapidly. As his essence reached its zenith, a cacophony of bone-crushing sounds erupted from within him. Despite his formidable physique, Su Bai could only grit his teeth and suppress his cries against the excruciating agony. Bai Ji and the others were not at all surprised by Su Bai's reaction. This was an inevitable trial of transformation. The metamorphosis entailed the beast clan shedding their animal forms and transmuting their bodies into human ones, during which their bones and muscles would be crushed and reformed by the spiritual energy within their dantians. Surviving this phase would lead to successful transformation. The torment did not linger for long. Su Bai's spirit neared the brink of collapse, triggering a protective mechanism within his body. The flames of nirvana ignited upon his surface, infusing him with boundless vitality that continually repaired his damaged flesh and meridians. Under Su Bai's deliberate control, the rate of repair and destruction reached a delicate equilibrium, with his cells perpetually cycling through destruction and restoration, and his internal particles gradually evolving into colossal ones. Only 40% of the particles remained untransformed, and this number was steadily dwindling. Beside him, Bai Zhen was astounded by Su Bai's tenacity. He himself had once endured the pain of transformation, a harrowing experience akin to traversing the gates of hell. Su Bai's current endeavor could be likened to dancing repeatedly at the threshold of the underworld, an act that could be perceived as delivering a resounding slap to the king of hell himself. White Ji was quite accustomed to Su Bai's actions. After all, for the past 3,000 years, apart from spending the day playing with Bai Qian, he would accompany him to the waterfall at the back of Qingqiu Mountain every night, enduring the cascades, cleansing while shouldering the weight of his divine power to refine his foundation and physique. However, unbeknownst to them, after igniting the nirvana fire, Su Bai had shielded his pain perception with his divine consciousness and was now contemplating the laws of the universe brought forth by his transformation. After a while, they began to notice Su Bai's unusual state, and upon probing with their divine senses, they realized he was comprehending the laws of nature, prompting them to marvel at his extraordinary talent. Even though Su Bai intended to prolong his transformation, it only lasted for an hour. During this time, 2 more particles of his essence had transformed into giant particles, and the nirvana fire enveloping him had extinguished over an incense stick's duration. With a blinding white light illuminating his form, Su Bai successfully completed his transformation. Within the radiant glow, Su Bai's figure elongated, reaching a height of 1.5 meters in mere moments. As the white light gradually dissipated, the visage of the successfully transformed Su Bai was revealed. White Ji and the others held their breath in awe, witnessing the scene. The morning light streamed through the intricately carved window, illuminating the youth seated serenely on the mat. His waist-length golden-red hair flowed like molten gold, loosely tied with a dark hairband at the back, while a few strands danced gently against his cheeks with each breath. He wore a dark-colored hanfu, adorned with a golden phoenix embroidered on his shoulder, shimmering under the light as if poised to take flight. With his eyes cast down, his long, curled lashes cast delicate shadows upon his eyelids, and his peach blossom eyes, a captivating shade of reddish gold, were slightly narrowed, exuding an unintentional air of authority. At a height of 1.5 meters, he appeared particularly petite while seated on the mat, with his hands gracefully resting on his knees, fingertips faintly blushing. Resembling an exquisite porcelain doll stepped out from an ancient painting. Just as White Ji and the others were about to utter something, Bai Qian let out a pained cry, indicating that her transformation had commenced. Su Bai and the others quickly fell silent, their divine senses intently focused on Bai Qian to prevent any mishaps. Unlike Su Bai, who deliberately prolonged his transformation for physical refinement, Bai Qian was assisted by a drop of Su Bai's blood, imbued with his nirvana power, placed upon her forehead to awaken the nirvana fire within her for her own refinement. In just the time it takes for an incense stick to burn, a blinding white light enveloped Bai Qian, and when it faded, they beheld a girl clad in a light azure hanfu seated quietly on the mat. Standing at merely 1.2 meters tall, her petite frame evoked a sense of tenderness. Her inky waist-length hair cascaded smoothly behind her, the ends slightly curled, reminiscent of black satin against the night sky. Her delicate, charming face was particularly captivating, with her emerald green peach blossom eyes gently upturned at the corners, like petals of peach blossoms blossoming in spring, exuding a vibrant innocence, as if they contained a crystal-clear spring. Her petite and straight nose complemented her features, and upon catching sight of Su Bai, her cherry-pink lips subtly pouted, adorned with a touch of shyness and sweetness. The light azure hanfu draped over her accentuated her fresh and ethereal beauty, the fabric soft and airy, gently rising and falling with her breath. The wide sleeves of her garment were adorned with exquisite floral embroidery, reminiscent of the breathtaking beauty plucked from nature itself, harmoniously complementing her grace. She sat upon a mat, her hands elegantly folded upon her lap, exuding an aura of tranquility and refinement, evoking the image of a classical maiden in a traditional painting, radiating an enchanting charm. Xiaobai glanced at the handsome Su Bai beside her, her chubby, fair hands playfully tugging at his arm, her lips pouting, and a faint mist of tears shimmering in her verdant peach blossom eyes, portraying an almost heart-wrenching expression as she sweetly complained, "Su Bai, transforming is so painful. It's not fun at all." Seeing the tears about to spill from Xiaobai's eyes, Su Bai felt his heart melt. He quickly placed his other hand gently on her head, tenderly ruffling her hair and soothing her with a voice brimming with warmth and patience. In no time, he managed to coax a radiant smile from Xiaobai, completely dispelling the earlier expression of distress. Meanwhile, Bai Ji and the others exchanged knowing smiles as they discreetly exited the fox den while Xiao Bai was being affectionate towards Su Bai. After all, over the span of 3 millennia, Su Bai's meticulous care for Xiao Bai had earned him the approval of Bai Ji and the others, with Ning Chong even secretly considering him as her son-in-law. Of course, when Xiao Bai first learned to speak, and, amidst the eager gazes of everyone, stumbled through the words brother Su Bai, Bai Ji nearly succumbed to the jealousy-laden glares of her daughter-obsessed family, filled with a sense of murderous envy. Chapter 6. Journey to Kunlun Ruins. On the 3rd day after their transformation, the two had thoroughly acclimatized to their new forms. The exuberant Bai Qian invited Su Bai to frolic in the fox cave, and as she observed Su Bai, the novelty of his appearance captivated her. Su Bai, your hair is simply exquisite, Bai Qian exclaimed, standing behind him and reaching out to stroke the golden-red gradient of his hair. Su Bai turned around, affectionately gazing at Bai Qian, and absent-mindedly patted her head. He found himself quite enamored with the sensation, often feeling compelled to ruffle it. As Su Bai playfully tousled her hair, Bai Qian obediently stood before him, allowing his affection without resistance, though she pouted and remarked, "Don't ruffle my hair. Fourth brother says it will hinder my growth." Hearing her soft, melodious voice, Su Bai retracted his hand, a hint of displeasure in his tone as he replied, "Not at all. Your fourth brother merely enjoys teasing you. Have you forgotten how he often tricks you into believing he has sweets?" His charming peach blossom eyes sparkled with a touch of indulgence as he looked at Bai Qian. "Ah, that does seem to be the case," Bai Qian pondered, tilting her head in contemplation, finding merit in Su Bai's words. However, the ever-eavesdropping Bai Zhan could no longer contain himself. He instantly teleported into the room, pointing an accusatory finger at Su Bai, retorting, "You're talking nonsense. That wasn't a trick. I was merely concerned about Xiao Wu getting cavities." Bai Zhan had initially intended to use a harsher term, but under the piercing gaze from Su Bai, he recalled Bai Qian's presence and swiftly altered his choice of words, prompting Su Bai to divert his attention. "Su Bai, father said that the great deity Mo Yuan has summoned you. He requests that you find time to visit Kunlun Ruins." Bai Zhan finally remembered the purpose of his visit and conveyed Bai Ji's message to Su Bai. Afterward, he left hastily, unable to bear witnessing his beloved sister's affectionate exchanges with another, fearing for his own rising blood pressure. He retreated to his southeastern territory, seeking solace in solitude. Su Bai, is he referring to the Mo Yuan, the eldest son of the Father God and the supreme war deity of the heavenly realm? Bai Qian inquired eagerly, her plump little hands grasping Su Bai's arm for confirmation. Upon hearing the term Father God, Su Bai's pupils involuntarily widened for a moment, but he quickly masked it, ensuring Bai Qian remained unaware of his fleeting reaction. He nodded and replied, "Yes, it is indeed the war deity Mo Yuan." Observing the longing glimmer in Bai Qian's eyes, a thought crossed Su Bai's mind. "What? Do you wish to accompany me?" Bai Qian's face flushed with excitement, and she rapidly nodded, stammering, "Yes, yes, yes. I want to go, is that all right?" Unable to bear denying her hopeful visage, Su Bai gently pinched her cherubic face and nodded, "Very well. But it is too late today. Tomorrow, I shall ask Jiyan to take us to Kunlun Ruins." Releasing his hold on Bai Qian's face, he took her hand and exited the fox cave. Once outside, Su Bai let go of her hand, revealing his phoenix form, and with a powerful flap of his wings, soared into the sky, heading towards the 10-mile peach orchard. "Su Bai, remember to bring me back some peaches from Jiyan's trees," Bai Qian called out, cupping her hands around her mouth as she watched him take flight. "Understood, you little glutton," Su Bai's voice, tinged with amusement, carried on the wind to Bai Qian's ears. "Humph." Upon hearing Su Bai bestow upon her yet another playful nickname, Bai Qian puffed her cheeks, stamped her little feet, and let out a soft hum. As she lifted her gaze to watch Su Bai gradually ascend into the distance until he vanished from sight, she began to hum a cheerful tune and skipped back to the fox den. "Xiao Wu, what has brought you such joy? Share it with your mother, so I may also partake in your happiness." Inside the fox den, Ning Shang, upon seeing Bai Qian's radiant demeanor, smiled and gently lifted her into her embrace. "Mother, let me tell you, the god of Mo Yuan has invited Su Bai to Kunlun Ruins. And Su Bai has promised to take me along tomorrow." Bai Qian, perched on Ning Shang's lap, exuberantly shared the news while gesturing animatedly with her tiny hands. "Very well. Tomorrow I shall choose a beautiful outfit for you, ensuring you appear stunning and utterly charming to that mischievous little rascal, Subai. Ning Shang, maintaining the light-hearted mood, playfully tapped Bai Qian's delicate nose. However, before that, you must go to bed, otherwise, Subai may mistake you for a giant panda come morning. All right. Upon hearing Ning Shang's words, Bai Qian, fearing the transformation into a panda, hopped down from Ning Shang's lap and scampered back to her room, eager to sleep. As Bai Qian returned to her quarters, Ning Shang retracted her smile and headed back to her own room, where she found Bai Ji already lying on the bed. She lifted the covers and nestled beside him. What do you suppose Mo Yuan summoned Su Bai to Kunlun ruins for? Ning Shang turned to Bai Ji, her voice tinged with persistent concern. After all, Su Bai was essentially her designated son-in-law, and as the saying goes, a son-in-law is akin to half a son. Although Su Bai often displayed a mature demeanor, resembling a little adult, this would be his first journey away from home, and so close to the Wing realm. Ning Shang could not help but feel a tinge of worry. After all, 3 millennia ago, a great battle had erupted among the deities for the sake of the still embryonic Su Bai. Rest assured, with Mo Yuan and Jiyin present, there shall be no unforeseen mishaps, Bai Ji reassured her, as if he understood her apprehension, gently patting the back of her hand to soothe her worries. Very well. Seeing his response, Ning Shang refrained from further discussion, recognizing that Mo Yuan and Jiyin possessed the strength to handle most unexpected situations. At the break of dawn the following day, Bai Qian rose early, making her way to Bai Ji and Ning Shang's room to rouse Ning Shang from her slumber. Ning Shang complied, selecting a delicate pink fringed dress for Bai Qian before taking her hand and leading her outside the fox den to await the arrival of Jiyin and Su Bai. They did not have to wait long. Just after a brief interval, Bai Qian spotted 2 phoenixes, one large and one small, soaring toward them from the horizon. In an instant, they descended upon the clearing in front of the fox den, transforming into Su Bai and Jiyin before Bai Qian's eyes. Qian, we have arrived. Su Bai approached her, extending his hand to reveal a large peach that had magically appeared. Here, enjoy this. It's freshly picked from Jiyan's mother tree. Wow. Bai Qian gazed at the peach in Su Bai's hand, which was roughly the size of an adult's fist, her eyes sparkling with delight. Upon receiving the peach from Su Bai, she eagerly took a large bite, savoring the sweet, succulent flesh, and her enchanting peach blossom eyes squinted in bliss. Jiyin observed as Su Bai shamelessly offered his own peach, a slight twitch at the corner of his mouth revealing his irritation. He mused to himself that Su Bai had certainly transformed the mystical power of the palm-sized Shumi into something quite extraordinary. Simultaneously, he felt relieved that he had woken up early that morning to intercept Su Bai. Otherwise, the young rascal would have plucked a branch from the mother tree laden with at least a dozen peaches. That particular tree had been nurtured for over 200,000 years, and the expansive peach orchard now sprawling across 10 miles had all been transplanted from this very mother tree, which he cherished dearly. Su Bai, that little scoundrel, had intentions of breaking it. Here, I can't eat any more, Bai Qian said, extending the remaining half of her peach toward Su Bai. In front of Ning Shang, Su Bai showed no hesitation in accepting the peach and began to devour it. Before long, only the pit remained. Su Bai walked to the entrance of the cave, dug a small hole, and planted the pit. Nearby lay the remnants of peach pits from the past 3,000 years. Each time, he brought peaches for Bai Qian. Now totaling over 100 peach trees, the celestial peaches had long growth cycles, and some were still sprouting or were merely saplings. The lush peach blossom forest flanking the fox den had become a rare and splendid sight in Qingqiu. Ning Shang watched as Su Bai unreservedly consumed the peach that Bai Qian had already bitten into, and her fondness for him grew ever stronger. After completing his task, Su Bai approached Jiyin and playfully kicked his small leg, bringing the distracted Jiyin back to reality. What are you thinking about? Let us go, old phoenix, Su Bai said, crossing his arms and gazing at Jiyin with his golden eyes in exasperation. Mind your own business, you little rascal, Jiyin retorted, casting a sidelong glance at Su Bai before manifesting his colossal form, towering over 10,000 meters. Su Bai looked up at the sky blocking Jiyin and kicked his paw again. Why so big? Just to show off, huh? Jiyin stared at Su Bai, speechless. Yet he complied and shrank his form to a more manageable 20 meters. All right, hop on, he said. Su Bai grasped Bai Qian's small hand and teleported onto Jiyan's back. Once seated cross-legged, Su Bai patted Jiyan's back. We can take off now. Fly steadily and don't keep Mo Yuan waiting. At his words, Jiyan flapped his wings and ascended, heading towards Kunlun ruins, using his divine power to shield the two on his back. In a mere incense stick's duration, the outline of Kunlun ruins became vaguely visible. Jiyan had flown for quite some time before spotting Kunlun ruins, while Su Bai and Bai Qian, engrossed in conversation, couldn't he help but think, this little one certainly has a knack for mischief. Although he had me transport them in the blink of an eye, he insisted on flying them there. Judging by Bai Qian's demeanor, it seemed that the little girl from the Bai Ji family had completely fallen for him. Zhe Yin shook his head, dismissing thoughts of Su Bai's troublesome antics, and with a surge of divine power, he accelerated towards Kunlun ruins, quickly arriving at the mountaintop where Mo Yuan usually lectured. Once the two had dismounted, Zhe Yin retracted his form and transformed back into human shape. The three individuals waited momentarily until Dai Feng, the sole disciple of Mo Yuan, approached them. Lord Zhe Yin, esteemed celestial beings, my master has been awaiting you in the tea room for quite some time. Please, follow me, Dai Feng said respectfully, bowing slightly to Zhe Yin and leading the trio towards the tea room in Kunlun ruins. Along the way, the lively Bai Qian bounced about like an inquisitive child, peering left and right, while Su Bai closely followed her, concerned she might stumble. Zhe Yin trailed behind, observing the spirited Bai Qian, his expression softening from its usual icy demeanor into a gentle smile. Esteemed guests, we have arrived at the tea room, Dai Feng announced, respectfully opening the door to a stone chamber. After the trio entered, Dai Feng dutifully closed the door behind them. Inside the chamber stood Mo Yuan, clad in a simple dark robe, his long, jet-black hair cascading casually down his back. He held a cup of tea in one hand, with 3 steaming cups placed before him. Su Bai realized that Mo Yuan had been watching them since their arrival at Kunlun ruins. Without hesitation, Zhe Yin and Su Bai seated themselves on the cushions before Mo Yuan and raised their cups, drinking deeply. Being phoenixes, they were impervious to heat. Bai Qian, however, respectfully bowed to Mo Yuan before timidly taking her place beside Su Bai, her anxious hands secretly grasping his beneath the table. Su Bai turned to Bai Qian, offering her a warm smile as he gently clasped her hand. Observing this tender moment, Mo Yuan raised his cup, taking a sip while remaining silent yet amused. Chapter 7. Reconciliation with and the gift of the Dragon Phoenix Spear. What brings you here? Su Bai inquired, his calm gaze fixed upon, his right hand idly toying with an empty teacup. Set his teacup down, leisurely raising his head to glance at Bai Qian. With a flicker of thought, Bai Qian succumbed to slumber. Su Bai hastily placed his teacup aside, wrapping an arm around Bai Qian's shoulders to support her against him. What is the meaning of this? Su Bai's spirit sense swept over Bai Qian, confirming her merely in a state of deep sleep, allowing him to breathe easier. His eyes transformed into a pair of heavy pupils, his expression darkening as he glared at. If you do not provide a satisfactory explanation today, do you think I would hesitate to dismantle your Kunlun ruins? Zhe Yin, seated to Su Bai's right, wore a somewhat displeased expression. After all, Bai Qian was under his care. Though he understood its character, a twinge of discontent arose in his heart, yet he chose to remain silent, merely observing. My young friend, please do not be hasty. I merely wish to prevent her from overhearing our conversation, thus employing a simple slumbering spell. Rest assured, it will not harm Bai Qian in any way. Do you truly wish her to learn about your lineage? Met Su Bai's heavy gaze with calmness in his tone. You. Su Bai stared at, momentarily at a loss for words. After a pause, he finally spoke. Very well, I shall let you off this time. You are just like your father, relying on your superior cultivation, disregarding the opinions of others, and manipulating them at will, only to later offer an insipid apology. Upon hearing Su Bai's words, S hand, which was poised to raise his teacup, froze midair. He refrained from retorting and silently placed the cup down. The purpose of summoning you here was to convey my father's apologies, and I hope you can find it in your heart to forgive him, said sincerely, bowing slightly toward Su Bai. Huh? Su Bai scoffed coldly, crushing the teacup in his hand, his eyes as frigid as eternal ice. I respect you as the divine warrior of the celestial clan, who has safeguarded the realms for over 200,000 years, and thus I ought to say little. However, I never anticipated your audacity. With a mere exchange of words, you expect me to relinquish the blood-soaked enmity of countless millennia. By what right do you demand this? The last 3 words Su Bai shouted with fervor. I was meant to roam freely in this world, yet your father, without inquiring into the matter, forced me to bear the consequences of his misdeeds. I nearly perished from the loss of my innate essence, afterwards sealing me in a void devoid of light until 3,000 years ago when I finally broke free from my confinement. You think a single utterance can absolve him? What nonsense is this? Subai's countenance twisted with rage, deep crimson flames erupting from him, causing the tea room's temperature to surge. My young friend, please calm your anger. It is indeed my father's fault, began to explain, attempting to pacify Subai. Calm my anger? You can perish. Subai interjected, the destructive power swirling within his right eye, manifesting as a purplish red ray aimed straight for his brow. Mo Yuan was taken aback by Subai's sudden assault. Sensing the lethal threat of the ray, he was caught off guard and merely tilted his head to narrowly evade it. Yet the ray grazed his right ear. It melted away like snow meeting fierce flames, and no amount of divine power could restore it. Unlike his usual calm demeanor in the face of adversity, Mo Yuan now wore an expression of sheer terror, gazing at Subai, who was shedding a blood tear due to the overstrain on his right eye. Mo Yuan understood that had he been a moment slower in dodging, the ray would have struck him squarely in the forehead, and he would now be a lifeless corpse. Subai, are you all right? Jiyan rose to support the pained Subai, who was clutching his right eye, offering not a single glance to the bleeding Mo Yuan beside them. Jiyan felt that Mo Yuan's actions today were rather excessive. Why should Subai lay down the grievances of countless years at his mere word? I'm fine. Subai gently pushed Jiyan away, lowering his hand that had been covering his right eye. The blood tear that trickled from the corner of his eye evaporated in the flames enveloping him. Taking a deep breath, the flames gradually subsided, and the temperature in the tea room began to drop. Subai seated Jiyan and turned his icy gaze towards Mo Yuan, his tone as frigid as a winter's gale. Now tell me, what exactly did you summon me for? My patience is limited, so spare me the celestial theatrics. Mo Yuan released his grip from his right ear, his expression returning to its customary tranquility. When my father returned to the Void Sea, I was by his side. At that time, the heavenly Tao assigned a task to my father, instructing him to use half of his divine power to create the 4 great ferocious beasts to guard the divine herb on Dongying Island. It was not that I did not wish to release you from your seal, but rather that there was no strength left to do so. Mo Yuan, you failed to grasp the crux of my anger. Subai crossed his arms, his dual-colored pupils fixed intently on Mo Yuan. In truth, I am not vexed by the fact that the Father God secured my seal amidst the incomplete formation of the 4 seas and 8 wastelands. Even during the tens of thousands of years of my imprisonment, I maintained an indifferent attitude. What truly infuriates me is that when the Father God created the 4 seas and 8 wastelands, the heavenly Tao only commanded him to create the 4 seas and 4 wastelands. Yet, in his youthful arrogance, believing himself to be the foremost deity, he was dissatisfied with creating merely that. He insisted on the 4 seas and 8 wastelands to manifest his might. And what was the result? Subai scoffed, continuing. By the time he reached the creation of the 6th wasteland, he had exhausted his divine power. The 4 seas and 8 wastelands were not yet fully formed, and once he was completely drained, the entire structure would have collapsed. At that moment, as I was just awakening, he siphoned away much of my essence to restore his own divine power and continue the creation of the 4 seas and 8 wastelands. My contribution to its inception was significant, yet the heavenly Tao's merits that were meant for me were forcibly taken by that old fool, who, along with his portion, set up the heavenly locking array and sealed me away. That, Mo Yuan fell silent, unsure of how to respond. Moreover, to this day, you have concealed another matter. Subai's pupils returned to their normal state. The golden lotus in the pond at the rear mountain did not escape my perception. That appears to be your younger brother, does it not? S pupils suddenly constricted, and across from him, Jiyan also raised his head sharply. Upon seeing the astonished expression on his face, he realized that Subai's words were indeed true, and his dissatisfaction with intensified. After a considerable time, regained his composure, letting out a long sigh. With a flick of his hand, a magnificent golden spear appeared, its tip adorned with a vivid red phoenix pattern, while the shaft was covered with intricate dragon scales. At the juncture of the spearhead and shaft, a silver 5-clawed dragon coiled elegantly, presented the spear before Subai. This was the ancestral spine of the dragon and phoenix, seized by the Father God, and infused with the primordial celestial gold gifted by Emperor Donghua. crafted with the red lotus karma fire fueled by the divine power of the Father God over 30,000 years. When the spear was forged, 3 drops of his original essence blood were used for a blood ritual. Later, when the Father God exhausted his power to mend the sky and returned to the void, he infused all his meritorious deeds from that endeavor into this exquisite artifact. The dragon phoenix spear. S left hand rested on the spear, his fingers gliding over the delicate dragon scales. Subai gazed at the resplendent golden spear in silence for a prolonged moment, his eyes filled with inner turmoil. And Jiyan remained quiet, patiently awaiting Subai's decision. After much internal struggle, Subai finally exhaled a long sigh, rising to take the spear from the table and storing it within his shumi space. He looked down at, who remained steadfast in his seat, and offered a resigned smile. I accept the spear, and thus, the grievances between my father and me are settled. He no longer owes me anything. Upon uttering these words, Subai's eyes manifested the once more, and a beam of emerald green light, brimming with boundless vitality, shot forth from his left eye, mending seer. After the reverted to normal, the burdens in Subai's heart dissipated instantly, his spiritual sea becoming clear, and his Tao heart entirely pure and transparent. Suddenly, a cracking sound emanated from his dantian, and Subai's cultivation, which had been stagnant for 3,000 years, shattered explosively. His power surged dramatically, ascending through 8 stars, 9 stars, and finally 10 stars. With a thunderous roar, Subai broke through to the golden, immortal realm. Although further breakthroughs were imminent, Subai forcefully suppressed them, absorbing the remaining spiritual energy into his dantian to stabilize the foundation shaken by his rapid advancement. Seeing Subai's breakthrough, Jiyan and fell silent, sitting cross-legged and enveloping the entire Kunlun ruins with their consciousness to protect Subai. As 3 days swiftly passed, Bai Qian awoke and, noticing Subai in meditation, began to emulate him, circulating the Qing Qiu's techniques within her own dantian. After exhausting the last vestige of spiritual energy absorbed, Subai meticulously refined his foundation to perfection. A breath of turbid air escaped his lips like a sharpened sword, creating a significant dent in the stone wall of his tea chamber. Having accomplished this, Subai opened his eyes, feeling the dramatic surge in his celestial power. Only upon breaking through to the Doluo realm would his celestial energy transform into divine power, his lips curling into a faint smile. As Subai concluded his cultivation, Bai Qian swiftly followed suit, her heart brimming with excitement as she leapt before him. Subai, Kunlun Ruins truly lives up to its reputation as a sacred ground for cultivation in the celestial realm. In just 2 days, I have ascended to the rank of an 8-star Earth Immortal. I must tell you, I feel formidable now. If you dare to give me a nickname, be cautious, for I might just pummel you. Bai Qian scrunched her adorable little nose, brandishing her fair fist at Subai, her cherubic face radiating a comical threat. Gazing at Bai Qian's endearing demeanor, Subai's eyes softened, his voice gentle and laced with affection. All right, our little Qian is truly remarkable. From now on, I shall rely on you to protect me. Although Jiyan and Mo Yuan wore expressions akin to that of doting ants, inwardly, they could not help but scoff. With such prowess as a golden immortal, still needing an earth immortal for protection, and with that tone of voice. Both shared a moment of silent camaraderie, stealing a glance at Jiyan and Mo Yuan, who were observing their playful interaction with amused smiles. Subai silently mimicked the gestures of 2 lonely old men, inciting the pair to nearly roll up their sleeves to give him a good thrashing. However, following this incident, the tension between Subai and Mo Yuan eased considerably, with Subai no longer regarding Mo Yuan with the same frosty demeanor as before. Before long, Bai Qian was in stitches from Subai's antics. Jiyan and Mo Yuan, having been inundated with a mouthful of dog food, exchanged glances and promptly decided to escort Subai and Bai Qian back to Qing Qiu, preferring to keep their distance from the sweetness. Jiyan placed a hand on Bai Qian's shoulder, while Mo Yuan rested his hand on Subai's. With a swift application of their spatial abilities, they arrived at the entrance of the Fox Den in less than the time it takes to brew a cup of tea. After setting the 2 down, they vanished in an instant, having no desire to indulge in any further dog food. Chapter 8. Crossing the Thunder Tribulation. Successfully ascending to the celestial realm upon returning from Kunlun Ruins, Subai devoted his days to 2 pursuits. accompanying Bai Qian in playful endeavors and diligently honing his skills. In the blink of an eye, 12 millennia had passed, and through Su Bai's relentless efforts, over 3,000 peach trees had flourished in the spaces flanking the entrance of the fox den. The peach blossoms outside the den bloomed in resplendent glory, delicate pink and white petals fluttering in the breeze, cascading into Su Bai's hair. After spending an afternoon alongside Bai Qian catching spirit fish by the streams of Qingqiu, he now reclined beneath a millennia-old locust tree, his fingers delicately pinching a fallen petal, savoring the steady flow of celestial energy within his dantian. Since his breakthrough to the golden immortal realm in Kunlun ruins, his cultivation had surged at an extraordinary pace, and in a mere 10,000 years, he had brushed against the threshold of the celestial realm. Su Bai? Su Bai? A melodious call accompanied by light footsteps drew near, and Bai Qian, adorned in a light blue silk dress and cradling a snow-white spirit cat in her arms, bounced to his side. Look, I snatched this snow cat from fourth brother. Isn't it adorable? She presented the snow cat before Su Bai, the little creature timidly peering out with glistening black eyes, gently nuzzling his fingers. Su Bai reached out to ruffle Bai Qian's hair, his tone imbued with affection. Our dear Qian has quite the discerning eye. Though I fear fourth brother may seek retribution. What do I have to fear? Bai Qian lifted her chin defiantly, exuding an air of fearless bravado. Then, leaning closer to Su Bai, she curiously blinked. By the way, Su Bai, are you nearing a breakthrough? I sense your aura growing ever stronger. Even Lord Jiyan has been mentioning you, claiming your extraordinary talent may soon shatter the record for the fastest ascent to the celestial realm set by Lord Mo Yuan. At the mention of a breakthrough, a flicker of seriousness crossed Su Bai's eyes. Indeed, it is imminent. Yet the thunder tribulation I must face for this ascension will be formidable, given my innate essence and the merits of the heavenly Tao that I bear. The power of the tribulation lightning will likely far exceed that faced by ordinary celestials. No sooner had he spoken than a gentle voice echoed from behind. What Su Bai says is quite true. The celestial thunder tribulation is indeed a significant hurdle on the path of immortality. With your constitution, the strength of the tribulation will be extraordinary. Zhe Yin emerged from the depths of the peach blossom grove, fanning himself, closely followed by Mo Yuan in his flowing black robe. Upon seeing the two, Bai Qian swiftly composed herself, offering a respectful bow. Zhe Yin, Lord Mo Yuan. Mo Yuan inclined his head slightly, his gaze settling on Su Bai. Zhe Yin and I have come to discuss your tribulation. The ancient barriers of Kunlun ruins can mitigate the power of the tribulation lightning. If you are willing, we can escort you back to Kunlun ruins for your tribulation, where we shall act as your guardians. A warmth filled Su Bai's heart as he clasped his hands in gratitude. I sincerely appreciate your kindness. Yet this tribulation is of great significance. While the barriers of Kunlun ruins are beneficial, should the lightning be excessively powerful, it could jeopardize the disciples there. It would be wiser to select the peak of Kangwu in the heavenly realm. Its vast terrain is remote from populated areas, making it the most suitable location. Zhe Yin pondered for a moment before nodding. The peak of Kangwu is indeed an excellent choice. There lies the spirit-gathering array set by Emperor Donghua. Although it cannot diminish the tribulation lightning, it will replenish your spiritual energy post-tribulation. I have instructed someone to prepare the necessary spirit concentration pills and healing elixirs for the tribulation. When the time comes, I, along with Mo Yuan, will stand guard and surely assist you in overcoming this trial. In the days that followed, Su Bai devoted himself to meticulous preparation atop the summit of Kangwu. He retrieved the dragon phoenix spear from the Shumi space, nurturing it daily with his celestial energy, causing the dragon and phoenix patterns on the spear's body to become increasingly vivid, with faint sounds of dragon and phoenix harmonizing resonating from it. Bai Qian remained by his side each day. Although she could not offer substantial assistance, she always found ways to bring various spiritual fruits and snacks to Su Bai, occasionally pestering him for guidance on her own cultivation. One morning, as Su Bai was circulating his techniques to stabilize his realm, he suddenly felt a violent surge of celestial energy churning within his dantian, and the surrounding heavenly and earthly spiritual aura became tumultuous and agitated. He abruptly opened his eyes and gazed up at the horizon, only to find that the once clear sky had been shrouded by dark clouds. With ominous purple lightning flickering within the depths of the blackened mass, a palpable pressure descending slowly upon him. It was here. Su Bai's figure flickered as he landed firmly at the pinnacle of Kangwu, his celestial energy surging around him, forming a faint golden protective barrier. Ji Yin and Mo Yuan instantly appeared beside him, their expressions grave as they each summoned their magical artifacts, erecting two sturdy barriers around Su Bai. Bai Qian stood outside the barriers, her small hands tightly gripping her garment, her face painted with worry, yet she dared not intrude. With a thunderous roar, the first bolt of tribulation lightning finally struck down. The lightning, as thick as a water barrel and deep purple in hue, carried an aura of annihilation as it plunged directly towards Su Bai's head. The fifth gate of Dumen, open. Su Bai's forehead pulsed with veins, emanating a verdant steam, while the fully transformed giant elephant particles within him activated with all their might. The immense celestial energy within his dantian surged through his meridians under the full operation of the 8-9 mysteries, and his eyes revealed a second pupil, elevating his aura to its zenith. With a resolute gaze, Su Bai advanced rather than retreated, gripping the dragon phoenix spear tightly and channeling all his celestial energy into it. The spear erupted with a dazzling scarlet gold light, and phantoms of the dragon and phoenix leaped forth, emitting a deafening roar. Dragon Phoenix breaks the tribulation, Su Bai shouted, thrusting the spear toward the lightning. The scarlet gold spear light collided with the purple tribulation lightning in midair, unleashing a tremendous shockwave that tore the surrounding space asunder. The first bolt of lightning was successfully shattered, but the force of the impact caused Su Bai to stagger back several steps, a trickle of blood escaping the corner of his mouth. The life force from his left eye's second pupil surged into Su Bai's body, mending his wounded form. Be careful, Mo Yuan warned in a deep voice, simultaneously channeling divine power to reinforce the barriers. Before Su Bai could catch his breath, the second bolt of lightning followed swiftly. This time, the lightning was even thicker than the first, its color transformed to a deep black, laced with threads of destructive energy. Su Bai dared not be careless. He positioned the dragon phoenix spear before him and summoned the power of heavenly merit from within the spear, forming a golden defensive shield in front of him. With a thunderous crash, the lightning struck fiercely against the shield, causing it to fracture instantly. Su Bai felt an overwhelming force slam into him, sending his body hurtling backward like a kite with its strings severed, crashing heavily against the barrier behind him. The barrier trembled violently as Mo Yuan and Ji Yin exerted their strength simultaneously to barely stabilize it. Su Bai struggled to rise. Wiping the blood from the corner of his mouth, his eyes ignited with an even more fervent fighting spirit. He understood that each successive thunderbolt of calamity would be more formidable than the last. To ascend to the realm of immortals, he must grit his teeth and endure. The third, fourth, and fifth bolts of tribulation thunder struck in quick succession, each carrying the devastating power to annihilate the heavens and the earth. Drawing upon the might of the dragon phoenix spear and his indomitable will, Su Bai struggled to dissipate the bolts of thunder, yet his injuries worsened, and his celestial energy dwindled perilously low. When the sixth bolt descended, Su Bai finally could not hold on any longer. The life force from his dual pupils could no longer keep pace with the devastation wrought by the tribulation. His protective barrier shattered in an instant, and the thunderbolt crashed heavily upon him. He let out a muffled groan, his body flung backward, crashing to the ground, the emerald steam dissipating. The 8 gates of Duanjia technique automatically shutting down, and the dragon phoenix spear slipping from his grasp, embedding itself in a nearby rock. Su Bai? Bai Qian gasped, attempting to rush forward, but was halted by Ji Yin. Do not approach. This is his tribulation. He must face it alone. Ji Yan's expression was grave as he tossed a concentration pill to Su Bai. Quickly consume the pill to stabilize your mind. With great effort, Su Bai extended his hand to catch the concentration pill and swallowed it. The pill dissolved instantly, a refreshing medicinal aura coursing through his body, calming his tumultuous spirit. He raised his gaze toward the heavens, where the 7th bolt of tribulation thunder was brewing within the clouds. Its color had turned an ominous blood red, harboring a destructive power more terrifying than the combined might of the previous 6. This is the blood fiend thunder. Mo Yuan's countenance shifted. He had not anticipated such a calamity within your tribulation. This bolt not only possessed boundless power, but could also corrode a cultivator's heart of Tao. A moment's carelessness could lead one to fall into the demonic path. Taking a deep breath, Su Bai slowly stood up. He could feel the destructive force within the blood fiend thunder gnawing at his body and heart of Tao. Images of the torment endured when sealed by his divine father began to surface in his mind, along with the grievances and rage he had borne over the years. No, I must not be swayed by these negative emotions. Su Bai forcibly suppressed the malice within, channeling the remaining celestial energy in his body while simultaneously harnessing the power of merit from the Dragon Phoenix Spear. He understood that to overcome this blood fiend thunder, he must purify its destructive aura with merit. Boom! The blood fiend thunder finally descended, its crimson lightning resembling a roaring dragon, charging towards Su Bai with ferocity. His gaze resolute, Su Bai formed seals with his hands, and the Dragon Phoenix Spear flew back into his grasp. He infused all his merit power into the spear, causing the ethereal images of the dragon and phoenix upon it to solidify, emanating a sacred light. Merit suppression. Su Bai raised the Dragon Phoenix Spear high, thrusting it fiercely toward the blood fiend thunder. The golden-red spear light collided with the blood-red lightning, creating a stark contrast. The power of merit continuously purified the destructive aura within the blood fiend thunder, gradually weakening its might. However, the overwhelming power of the blood calamity thunder was too formidable, and Su Bai felt his celestial energy depleting rapidly, with his body beginning to show signs of fracture. Just as he was on the brink of collapse, a surge of warm energy erupted from within his dantian. It was the spiritual essence he had previously compressed within himself to stabilize his foundation against an overly swift breakthrough. Now, it surged forth uncontrollably. Seizing the moment, Su Bai resolved to break through. He no longer restrained the energy within him, but instead directed it to aid in resisting the blood calamity thunder. His realm began to ascend at an astonishing pace, celestial being 1 star, celestial being 2 stars, celestial being 3 stars. With the elevation of his realm, Su Bai's celestial power grew even more profound. He exerted himself fiercely, and the Dragon Phoenix Spear erupted once more in a dazzling radiance, ultimately shattering the blood calamity thunder completely. As the final bolt of thunder dissipated, the dark clouds in the sky gradually dispersed, and warm sunlight bathed the summit of Kangwu anew. A golden column of celestial spiritual energy descended, enveloping Su Bai, mending his injured body while nurturing his Tao heart. Closing his eyes, Su Bai reveled in the rich celestial energy coursing through him, accompanied by a newfound understanding brought forth by his ascension. He could distinctly sense a tighter bond with the heavens and earth, and the surrounding spiritual energy felt more congenial. He had succeeded. Su Bai had successfully ascended to become a celestial being. Bai Qian cheered, breaking free from Jian's grasp, rushing to Su Bai's side, and embracing his arm. Her face radiant with joy. Su Bai opened his eyes, gazing at the exhilarated Bai Qian, his eyes filled with tenderness. He reached out to tousle her hair, smiling as he said, "I'm sorry to have worried you." Jian and Mo Yuan approached, their faces adorned with smiles of satisfaction. Jian waved his fan, stating, "Congratulations, young friend Su Bai, on your successful ascension to celestial being. From this moment forth, you embody the true visage of the divine." Mo Yuan nodded in agreement, adding, "Your talent and perseverance are indeed rare. Now that you have become a celestial being, your power has greatly increased, and you shall undoubtedly have your place across the vast realms." Su Bai clasped his hands in gratitude, saying, "I am deeply thankful to both of you for your protective guidance today. Without your aid, I fear I would have struggled to navigate this tribulation." At that moment, a sound of rushing air echoed from afar, and a group of heavenly officials clad in celestial attire approached the summit of Kangwu. Leading them was the eldest son of the heavenly realm, Yang Qiu. Upon witnessing the celestial aura emanating from Su Bai, a satisfied smile graced his face. "Congratulations, young friend Su Bai, on your ascension to celestial being. On behalf of the 9 heavens, I extend my heartfelt congratulations." "Your Highness," Su Bai hastily bowed in respect. Yang Qiu waved his hand, chuckling, "No need for such formalities. It is indeed rare to find someone of your youth with such cultivation. Now that you have successfully transcended the tribulation atop Kangwu, it is a sign of destiny between you and the heavenly realm. Should you require assistance in the future, the heavens shall surely lend their strength." Feeling warmth in his heart, Su Bai bowed again in thanks. "Thank you for your generous sentiments, Your Highness." Zhe Yin jested from the side, "Excellent news indeed. A newly ascended celestial being has emerged. We must celebrate this occasion. I shall return to the peach blossom grove to fetch some treasured peach blossom wine, and we shall revel atop Kangwu. Rarely displayed a smile. But today he did. I shall return to Kunlun ruins to procure some spiritual herbs to concoct a foundational elixir for my young friend Su Bai, ensuring the stability of your recently achieved realm. Bai Qian grasped Su Bai's hand, bouncing with excitement as she exclaimed, Su Bai, I wish to accompany you. I will gather the sweetest spiritual fruits to celebrate your ascension to immortality. As Su Bai glanced at the lively crowd surrounding him, his heart brimmed with warmth. He understood that his celestial journey had merely commenced, with numerous challenges and opportunities awaiting him. Yet, with his dear friends and family by his side, he felt invincible. A few days later, Su Bai's injuries had completely healed, and his realm was firmly established at the third star of the immortal stage. He accompanied Bai Qian on delightful excursions throughout Qingqiu, occasionally offering her guidance in her cultivation, which resulted in her steady advancement as well. Chapter 9. Bai Qian, under the alias of Yin, becomes a disciple of Mo Yuan. After the grand banquet atop Kangwu, 35,000 years slipped by like a fleeting shadow. The realms remained tranquil, while the peach blossoms of Qingqiu bloomed and withered, their delicate pink and white petals bearing witness to the passage of time. Su Bai had long surpassed the realm of Tai Golden Immortal, firmly securing his position among his peers, while the once mischievous little fox, Bai Qian, had now reached the venerable age of 50,000 years. Logically, for the Fox clan, blessed with extraordinary talents, reaching such an age should at least place one at the pinnacle of the great immortal realm, if not higher. However, Bai Qian, by nature playful, had always regarded cultivation as a burdensome task. Each day, she could be found either catching spiritual fish in the streams of Qingqiu or sneaking into the 10-mile peach orchard to indulge in the intoxicating beauty of the blossoms. Thus, her cultivation stagnated at the 5-star golden immortal level, rendering her the least accomplished among her contemporaries. The Fox Emperor and Empress were deeply troubled, and Su Bai frequently urged her to focus. Yet Bai Qian remained resolute in her carefree ways. On this particular day, Bai Qian once again feigned a desire for leisure and slipped into the 10-mile peach orchard, fortuitously encountering Jiyan and Mo Yuan engaged in a drinking session. Observing Mo Yuan in his flowing dark robes, exuding an air of authority, Bai Qian was suddenly reminded of the ancient legacies of Kunlun ruins. With a playful glint in her eye, she sidled up to Jiyan and pouted, Jiyan, I wish to study at Kunlun ruins. Jiyan set down his wine cup, arching an eyebrow as he surveyed her. You, of all people, who has always loathed cultivation, suddenly yearn for the constraints of Kunlun ruins? Oh, I was simply naive before. Bai Qian replied, sticking out her tongue. Mo Yuan is the god of war across the realms, and his swordsmanship is unparalleled. If I could learn even a single technique, I would be able to protect myself. Her words were half earnest, tinged with genuine curiosity about swordplay and a yearning for the novel experiences at Kunlun ruins. Hearing her, Mo Yuan cast a faint glance in her direction. The rules for accepting disciples at Kunlun ruins are stringent. Given your low level of cultivation and capricious nature, I fear you may struggle to endure. I can, Bai Qian immediately proclaimed, thumping her chest in assurance. I can adopt an alias to conceal my identity and will certainly behave. Fearful of rejection, she tugged at Jiyan's sleeve, pleading, Jiyan, please intercede on my behalf. Jiyan, already well acquainted with Qingqiu and aware of Bai Qian's exceptional talent, albeit lacking discipline, pondered for a moment before addressing Mo Yuan. Mo Yuan, though this girl is playful, her fox lineage is remarkable. With strict guidance, she is sure to become proficient. I am willing to vouch for her, allowing her to adopt an alias and join Kunlun ruins. What do you say? After a prolonged contemplation, Mo Yuan finally nodded. Since you have spoken, I shall grant her this opportunity. However, upon entering my tutelage, she must adhere to the rules of Kunlun ruins. Should she show any signs of negligence, I will not be lenient. Bai Qian was overjoyed and promptly decided to take the name Yin, disguising herself as a young man to journey to Kunlun ruins. She donned a moon-white male outfit, tied her long hair back, and with a subtle application of magic from Jiyan, altered her features to resemble a youthful and handsome lad. On the day of her departure for Kunlun ruins, Su Bai personally escorted her to the edge of the peach orchard, placing a jade pendant inscribed with a calming spell into her hand. Take care of yourself at Kunlun Ruins. If you find yourself in danger, shatter the pendant, and I shall know. He earnestly advised, though Mo Yuan is stern. He is a fine mentor. You must temper your spirit and devote yourself to learning. I understand, I understand. Bai Qian waved her hand, eagerly departing on a cloud, completely disregarding Su Bai's admonitions. Upon arriving at Kunlun Ruins, they encountered a young boy clad in coarse linen, named Zilan, a mortal who, by chance, had caught Mo Yuan's favor and was here to seek mentorship. As they entered the Kunlun Palace accompanied by the celestial attendant, they found Mo Yuan standing within. An intricately designed folding fan resting upon the table before him, shimmering with a radiant luster. It was the recently crafted Yuqing Kunlun fan. Celestial attendant Si Yin and Zilan. Pay respects to the esteemed Mo Yuan. They both intoned in unison. At that moment, the Yuqing Kunlun fan suddenly transformed into a streak of light, soaring directly towards Si Yin, landing steadily in her grasp. The fan resonated with her essence, seemingly choosing her as its master. Everyone was taken aback. The Yuqing Kunlun fan, an ancient artifact of remarkable sentience, had audaciously selected a disciple of mere golden immortal status as its owner. A flicker of disappointment crossed Zilan's face as he lowered his head in silence. Mo Yuan's eyes glinted with surprise, followed by understanding. Bai Qian, as the youngest daughter of the Fox Emperor, bore the ancient bloodline of the Fox clan, which harmonized with the fan's spirit in a profound manner. He turned to Zilan, speaking solemnly. The Yuqing Kunlun fan has chosen you by divine will. Do not take it to heart. From this day forth, you shall be my 16th disciple, bestowed with the name Zilan. He then addressed Si Yin. You shall be my 17th disciple. Treat this fan with care and do not squander its sentience. Disciples obey. They responded in unison. Si Yin, clutching the Yuqing Kunlun fan, felt a thrill of joy, convinced that her days at Kunlun Ruins would be far from dull. However, the monotony of cultivation soon became intolerable for Bai Qian. Fortunately, Zilan's easygoing nature and shared status as a new disciple allowed them to bond swiftly. Though Zilan hailed from a mortal background, his wit was sharp, often regaling Si Yin with amusing tales from the human realm. Before long, they conceived the idea of sneaking down the mountain. On their first successful venture to the mortal realm, Bai Qian was captivated by the bustling marketplace, the melodious performances from the opera house, the intriguing stories at the book stall, and the delectable street food, all enchanted her. From that moment forth, they became frequent visitors to the mortal world, often escaping under the guise of cultivation, casting aside the rules of Kunlun Ruins into oblivion. 15,000 years swiftly passed. Under Mo Yuan's guidance, Si Yin's cultivation barely ascended to the 7-star golden immortal level, while her escapades with Zilan grew increasingly frequent. One day, they once again ventured secretly into a city in the mortal realm, immersed in the crowd, engrossed in a performance, when a cool, feminine voice suddenly pierced through the air. Young friend, you seem unfamiliar. Are you a disciple of Kunlun Ruins? Turning around, Si Yin beheld a stunning woman clad in a pale purple palace gown, radiating an aura of divine authority, unmistakably the enchanting Yao Guang, who had long resided in Kunlun Ruins and harbored a secret admiration for Mo Yuan. Disciple Si Yin pays respects to the esteemed Yao Guang. She quickly pulled Zilan to bow, inwardly praying not to have her identity exposed. Yao Guang's gaze lingered on her, a knowing smile playing at her lips. Though the concealment technique of Xinai Jiyan is masterful, it cannot elude my perception. She raised her hand and gently waved. A surge of ethereal energy descended upon Ci's face, instantly shattering her disguise and revealing her original, enchanting visage. Xilan's face paled in fright, while Si found herself utterly flustered. Observing her daughter's demeanor, Yao Guang felt a wave of jealousy swell within her. She had long heard of Mo Yuan's particular affection for this 17th disciple, but only now realized that she was a woman, specially recommended by Jiyan. The flames of envy in her heart blazed even more fiercely. It turned out to be a young imperial princess from Qingqiu disguised as a man. With a cold chuckle, Yao Guang remarked on Mo Yuan's evident favoritism towards her. With that, she turned to leave, erasing part of Xilan's memories before departing, her gaze laced with malice. Si, filled with unease, hurriedly took Xilan back to Kunlun Ruins. She intended to inform Mo Yuan of the incident, but feared punishment for sneaking down the mountain. After much hesitation, she ultimately chose to remain silent. A few days later, at the invitation of the primordial celestial venerable, Mo Yuan ascended to the 9 heavens to discuss profound matters. Before his departure, he specifically instructed his disciples to diligently cultivate and place the peach blossom drunk, entrusted to him by Jian, at CES Bamboo Hut, intending to remind this wayward disciple upon his return. Not long after Mo Yuan had left, the celestial envoy of Yaoguang arrived at Qingyun Peak, summoning Si to her estate for a discussion of grave matters. Although doubts filled Si's heart, she dared not defy the command of the celestial deity and followed the envoy. The estate of Yaoguang, also located within Kunlun ruins, was adorned with intricate carvings yet exuded an air of chill. Upon entering the main hall, Si was greeted by a peculiar fragrance, which soon overwhelmed her senses, causing her to faint. When she regained consciousness, she found herself in a damp, cold water prison, her limbs shackled by iron chains and her ethereal powers sealed away. Yaoguang stood before her, a vicious expression etched on her face. "You wretched girl. How dare you disguise yourself as a man to approach Mo Yuan and earn his favor? Today, you shall learn the consequences of crossing me." With that, Yaoguang waved her hand, sending several ice spikes hurtling towards Si, piercing her body with excruciating force. The bone-chilling pain surged through her, and she could not suppress a muffled groan as blood quickly stained her garments. For the next several hours, Yaoguang devised various tormenting methods, and the water prison echoed with Si's anguished cries. As night fell, Mo Yuan returned from the 9 heavens. He made his way directly to Qingyun Peak, intending to present the peach blossom drunk to Si, only to find her bamboo hut empty. Inquiring of the nearby disciples, they hurriedly reported, "Master, this afternoon, the celestial envoy of Yaoguang summoned the 17th disciple for urgent matters, but she has yet to return." A heavy dread sank into Mo Yuan's heart as he recalled Si's true identity and Yaoguang's infatuation with him. Realizing the peril she was in, he immediately sent a message to Su Bai Qian is in danger, hasten to Yaoguang's estate at Kunlun ruins. Before he could finish speaking, he grasped his Xianyuan sword and transformed into a streak of dark light, racing towards Yaoguang's estate. The guards at Yaoguang's estate were powerless to stop the infuriated Mo Yuan. As he stepped into the estate, he swept his divine sense across the entire premises, quickly detecting the faint presence of Si in the water prison. Overwhelmed by the stench of blood, just as he prepared to rush toward the water prison, a blinding ray of sunlight suddenly pierced the sky, and Su Bai's figure appeared before him in an instant. Sensing the faint breath of Bai Qian within the water prison, Su Bai's eyes blazed crimson with fury as he unleashed a torrent of invective upon Mo Yuan. "Mo Yuan, when I entrusted Qian to you, how did you respond? You vowed to protect her, yet now she languishes, tormented and in peril. You are unworthy to be her master." His voice, imbued with boundless anger and sorrow, reverberated through the air, causing it to tremble around him. Mo Yuan's face was etched with guilt. He refrained from defending himself and solemnly replied, "First, save 17. The two surged forward into the water prison. Upon seeing Bai Qian, suspended in midair by iron chains, her body marred and devoid of color, Su Bai felt as though his heart were being wrenched by a dagger. He rushed forward, severing the chains, and cradled Bai Qian with utmost care, his rage threatening to incinerate everything in his path. "Qian, I have come. Do not fear." His voice trembled as he channeled his celestial energy to heal her, while casting a murderous glance at Yaoguang, his intent unmistakably lethal. With unwavering resolve, he activated the 8 gates of Duanjia, veins throbbing on his forehead, azure steam erupting from his being, his dual pupils manifesting quietly. His celestial energy surged violently within, the destructive force of his right eye coalescing rapidly, ready to charge at Yaoguang in a desperate struggle. "Su Bai no." Mo Yuan swiftly interposed himself. "Yaoguang is an ancient deity, and this place is Kunlun ruins. To act recklessly could incite turmoil in the heavenly realm. 3 days hence, I shall confront her at the summit of Kangwu to seek justice for 17. Su Bai glared at Mo Yuan, then glanced down at the faintly breathing Bai Qian. Ultimately, he suppressed his wrath. Holding Bai Qian close, he cast a frigid glance at Yaoguang, his eyes cold as ice, causing her to involuntarily shudder. "There is no need. I will handle this myself, and there is no need for the esteemed Mo Yuan to intervene. Su Bai's tone was frosty, not sparing Mo Yuan a single glance. He then turned and dashed from the water prison, soaring towards Qingqiu with utmost speed, leaving Mo Yuan and the pale-faced Yao Guang in a tense standoff. Chapter 10. Su Bai and Mo Yuan unite for a final battle at the summit of Kangwu. Cradling Bai Qian in his arms, Su Bai raced forward, a fierce celestial power enveloping them like a protective shield, warding off the biting winds. The girl in his embrace was barely alive, her once pristine skin marred by wounds of varying depths, blood staining her moon-white disciple's robe, a sight that was heart-wrenching. Su Bai's heart felt as though it were pierced by countless needles, each heartbeat accompanied by a pang of agony. He continuously channeled his pure nirvana energy into Bai Qian, striving to preserve the flickering ember of her life. Outside the Fox Den in Qingqiu, the Fox Emperor and Empress had long received Su Bai's urgent message and anxiously awaited him by the Peach Blossom Grove. Upon catching sight of his figure radiating with a sun-like aura, the Fox Emperor hurried forth. When he beheld Bai Qian, barely clinging to life in Su Bai's arms, the Fox Empress's eyes instantly brimmed with tears, nearly causing her to falter. "Little Wu, my daughter," Ning Chong cried out, rushing forward, hesitant to touch her for fear of causing pain, and could only urgently inquire of Su Bai, "What on earth has happened? How did little Wu come to such a misfortune in Kunlun ruins?" "Return to the den to tend to her wounds." Su Bai's voice was hoarse as he continued his stride, heading straight into the healing chamber deep within the Fox Den. He gently laid Bai Qian on a jade stone bed, conjured several spirit-gathering formations with a wave of his hand, and retrieved numerous rare healing herbs from the Shumi space. With hands forming seals, he urged his celestial power, continuously infusing the medicinal essence into Bai Qian's body. Bai Ji and Ning Chong watched in anguish, their hearts aching beyond measure. Their precious daughter, who had been cradled in their hands since childhood, never once scolded, now lay before them gravely injured and on the brink of death. Bai Ji's expression darkened, the imperial might of the Fox clan subtly surging. "Whoever dares to harm my Qingqiu princess shall pay in blood." It was Yao Guang. Su Bai gritted his teeth, the name escaping his lips like venom, his eyes glinting with a palpable murderous intent. Disguised as a boy named Siyin, Bai Qian had entered Mo Yuan's sect, only to be unmasked by Yao Guang, who seized the opportunity while Mo Yuan was away in the Nine Heavens for discourse, abducting her and imprisoning her in a water cell, subjecting her to relentless torment. Yao Guang. Ning Chong trembled with rage, for her infatuation with Mo Yuan had led her to vent her fury upon Bai Qian. Such a vile heart. Qingqiu shall not let this stand. Not long after, Jian arrived upon hearing the news. The moment he beheld Bai Qian's tragic state, his typically gentle demeanor shifted to one of grave concern. He produced the supreme healing elixir he had concocted, the 9 transformations soul-reviving pill, and handed it to Su Bai. "This pill can sustain her life and mend her damaged meridians. Administer it to her swiftly." Su Bai accepted the pill, carefully prying open Bai Qian's mouth to administer it. The moment it was ingested, the pill dissolved instantly, releasing a warm medicinal force that rapidly spread throughout her body. A faint flush returned to Bai Qian's pale visage, and her breathing gradually steadied. For the next 3 days, Su Bai remained by Bai Qian's side without leaving. His celestial power, brimming with life force, was devoted to her healing day and night. Though his cultivation had reached the pinnacle of Tai, a golden immortal at 10 stars, such intense expenditure took its toll, rendering his complexion pale and his eyes bloodshot. During this period, Mo Yuan personally visited, bringing with him the most precious Ning Xinyu Lu from Kunlun ruins. He bowed deeply to Bai Ji, Ning Shang, and Su Bai, expressing, "This incident arose from my negligence, and I failed to protect Siyin. It is my dereliction of duty. 3 days hence, at the summit of Kangwu, I shall personally seek justice and provide an explanation to Qingqiu and you, Su Bai." As Su Bai gazed into Mo Yuan's eyes, filled with guilt and resolve, his inner fury was somewhat quelled. He understood that Mo Yuan did not intend for this to happen. It was merely Yao Guang's malicious intent that had caught them off guard. Finally, he spoke solemnly, "Mo Yuan, having taken you as my master, we share this bond. 3 days later, I shall accompany you to the summit of Kangwu, not to ally with you, but to witness her face the consequences of her actions." A flicker of gratitude flashed in Mo Yuan's eyes as he nodded, "Very well." On the 3rd day at dawn, Bai Qian slowly opened her eyes. Weakly, she gazed at Su Bai, who was vigilantly watching by her bedside. Her voice as faint as a whisper. Su Bai. Qian, you are awake. Su Bai exclaimed joyfully, grasping her hand with great concern. How do you feel? Is there any discomfort? Bai Qian shook her head, a glimmer of fear and grievance crossing her eyes. I am fine. Su Bai, that Yao Guang is terrifying. Fear not, for I am here. No one shall dare to harm you again. Su Bai gently patted the back of her hand, a resolute glint in his eyes. I shall go to the summit of Kangwu right away and ensure she receives the punishment she deserves. Mo Yuan will personally deal with her and will not allow her to escape justice. After ensuring Bai Qian was settled, he instructed the Fox Emperor and Empress to take good care of her. He then departed with Mo Yuan, who awaited outside the cave, heading towards the summit of Kangwu. At that moment, Yao Guang had long been waiting at the summit, dressed in a pale golden palace gown, her expression calm, seemingly unfazed by the impending confrontation. Upon seeing Su Bai and Mo Yuan arrive together, a flicker of surprise crossed her eyes, quickly replaced by a cold smirk. Mo Yuan, you would turn against me for a mere disciple? Are you aware of the feelings I have harbored for you over these millennia? Feelings? Mo Yuan's countenance turned icy as he wielded the Xianyuan sword, an aura of divine warrior pressure emanating from him. You have harmed my disciple out of personal vendetta. Such malicious acts have long strayed from the path of the immortals. Standing aside, Su Bai's temples throbbed with tension, azure steam swirling around him. His vigilant eyes fixed on Yao Guang, ready to strike should she show any signs of aggression. He had come today not only to seek justice for Bai Qian, but also to prevent Mo Yuan from showing leniency due to past affections. A flash of resentment glimmered in Yao Guang's eyes. She realized that today's events could not end amicably. Summoning her divine power, she unleashed her godly pressure, conjuring countless ice shards that hurtled towards Mo Yuan. Since you have forsaken our past, do not blame me for being impolite. Bring it on, Mo Yuan shouted, charging forward with the Xianyuan sword. The golden sword energy intersected with the ice shards, shattering them instantly as he advanced toward Yao Guang. The Xianyuan sword, an ancient artifact, unleashed cataclysmic power in Mo Yuan's grasp, each strike imbued with the will of a divine warrior. Yao Guang's expression shifted dramatically as she hurriedly summoned her life-bound artifact, the ice mirror, to defend against Mo Yuan's onslaught. With a resounding crash, the frost mirror was struck by a blade of energy, instantly splintering into a myriad of cracks. Yao Guang staggered back, shaken by the overwhelming force, a trickle of blood escaping the corner of her mouth. She was acutely aware that she was no match for Mo Yuan, and as she contemplated fleeing, she found herself seen through by Su Bai. Thinking of escaping? Su Bai scoffed, his figure flickering as he appeared behind Yao Guang. The dragon phoenix spear poised menacingly at her back. Unless you provide an explanation today, you shall not leave the summit of Kangwu. Caught between two formidable opponents, Yao Guang was filled with dread. She had not anticipated Su Bai's astonishing speed and formidable prowess. With no other recourse, she had to brace herself and engage in combat with Mo Yuan. However, Mo Yuan's swordsmanship was exceedingly exquisite, and with Su Bai's interference, she quickly found herself at a disadvantage, suffering multiple lacerations from the sword energy. Mo Yuan, I am an ancient deity. Should you slay me, the Wing Realm and the Demon Realm will surely send their armies upon knowing. Can you bear to see the denizens of the 4 seas and 8 desolations suffer? Yao Guang cried out, attempting to intimidate Mo Yuan with her threats. You have harmed the disciples of the celestial sect and violated the principles of our kind. Even if the heavenly realm seeks accountability, I shall bear the consequences. Mo Yuan's eyes were resolute as he brandished the Xianyuan sword once more, unleashing a torrent of power in a sweeping arc towards Yao Guang. With no means to evade, she was struck forcefully by the sword energy. Crashing to the ground and spewing a copious amount of blood, the frost mirror shattered beyond repair. As she struggled to rise, Mo Yuan held the Xianyuan sword at her throat. Yao Guang, do you understand your crime? He asked, his voice frigid, devoid of any compassion. Gazing at the sword poised against her neck, fear flickered in Yao Guang's eyes, quickly transforming into defiance. I am innocent. Were it not for that Sirin deceiving you in male disguise, I would not have acted in such a manner. She is the one at fault. Even at death's door, you show no signs of repentance. Su Bai exclaimed with a fierce glare, his intent to kill palpable. Were it not for Mo Yuan's status, I would surely take your life today. Mo Yuan inhaled deeply, gradually retracting the Xianyuan sword. Yao Guang, out of respect for our shared heritage as ancient deities, I shall not strip you of your cultivation nor take your life. However, for the harm you have inflicted upon my disciple, you must face punishment. Henceforth, you shall guard the banks of Ruoshui River against incursions from the Wing realm for a millennium. Once the time has elapsed, you may depart, should you remain obstinate. Do not blame me for my ruthlessness. This punishment, though seemingly mild, was in truth exceedingly severe. The banks of Ruoshui River were perilously close to the Wing realm, where the spiritual energy was already sparse, mingling with the ghostly energy of the Wing realm. A moment's carelessness in cultivation could lead one astray, rendering it one of the most notorious perilous locations in the 4 seas and 8 desolations. Though unwilling, Yao Guang recognized this as the best outcome she could hope for. Gritting her teeth, she struggled to her feet. Very well, I accept my fate. With that, she limped toward the direction of Ruoshui River, her silhouette replete with disarray and resentment. After resolving matters with Yao Guang, Su Bai turned to Mo Yuan, his tone softening slightly. Mo Yuan, I am grateful for your fair handling of the situation today. Regarding Sirin, though it was an unexpected turn of events, I hope that in the future, Kunlun Ruins can strengthen its discipline to prevent such occurrences from happening again. Mo Yuan inclined his head respectfully toward Su Bai. Su Bai, this time, I owe you a debt of gratitude. In the future, as Siyin studies at Kunlun Ruins, I shall take extra care and personally guide her, ensuring she suffers not the slightest harm. That would be splendid. Su Bai nodded. Siyin was inherently playful and lacked dedication in her cultivation. I hope the deity will enforce strict discipline upon her. Though she has erred, she is, after all, a victim. So I beseech you not to punish her for this matter. Naturally, I shall not. Mo Yuan replied with a smile, acknowledging Si Yin's exceptional talent, albeit lacking proper guidance. After this upheaval, she shall surely grow. Once she has recovered, she is always welcome to return to Kunlun Ruins to continue her studies. The two exchanged a smile, the previous barriers and grievances dissipating after the decisive battle. Upon returning to Qingxiu, Su Bai went directly to Bai Qian's chamber. Leaning against the headboard, Bai Qian's eyes lit up with joy upon seeing him. Su Bai, you have returned. The Yao Guang deity has been dealt with. Su Bai approached her, gently stroking the top of her head. She had been punished by Mo Yuan to guard the Ruoshui River for a millennium, unable to leave for that entire duration. This suffering would suffice as her penance for her actions. Bai Qian felt a sense of relief but was soon engulfed by guilt. Su Bai, it is all my fault. My playful nature and concealment of my identity led to such troubles. Have I brought great misfortune to Kunlun Ruins because of Mo Yuan? Silly girl. Knowing your mistakes is a good start. Su Bai chuckled, playfully pinching her nose. Mo Yuan does not blame you. He awaits your return to Kunlun Ruins after your recovery to continue your studies. You must not be so willful in the future. Focus on your cultivation, do you understand? Yes, I understand. Bai Qian nodded vigorously, her eyes filled with determination. From now on, I will heed your words, devote myself to cultivation, and cause no more trouble. Once my powers have grown, I will be able to protect myself and assist you and master. Seeing her resolve warmed Su Bai's heart. He recognized that after enduring this tribulation, Bai Qian had truly matured. The experience with Yao Guang left a lasting impression on Bai Qian, and the vague emotions born from their millennia of companionship took root in her heart, awaiting the right moment to blossom. In the days that followed, under the attentive care of Su Bai and the Fox Emperor and Empress, Bai Qian gradually regained her health. She transformed her previously playful demeanor and began to diligently explore the path of cultivation. Su Bai generously shared his insights, while Mo Yuan frequently dispatched individuals to deliver cultivation texts and spiritual materials from Kunlun Ruins to aid her advancement. Months later, Bai Qian's health was fully restored. She bid farewell to her family and Su Bai, returning to Kunlun Ruins. Mo Yuan personally welcomed her at the mountain gate, and upon seeing the steadiness and determination in her eyes, he nodded in satisfaction. 17. Welcome back. Disciple Siyin pays my respects to Master. Bai Qian reverently bowed, her heart brimming with gratitude for her master's forgiveness and care. Your ability to recognize your mistakes and commit to learning is commendable, Mo Yuan remarked with a smile. Bai Qian followed him closely, stepping once again through the gates of Kunlun Ruins. The bamboo dwelling on Qingyun Peak remains serene, with Xylan patiently awaiting at the entrance. Upon seeing her return, a joyful smile graces his face. 17th junior brother, you have finally returned. I have been waiting for you for quite some time. As she gazes upon the familiar surroundings and the amiable figure of her senior brother, Bai Qian feels a profound warmth enveloping her heart. Meanwhile, the myriad of celestial beings across the 4 seas and 8 wildernesses have once again witnessed the formidable prowess of Su Bai due to the recent turmoil instigated by Yao Guang. Henceforth, none would dare to provoke the beloved disciple of Mo Yuan lightly. Su Bai's name has ascended to a status that commands reverence among the celestial beings, who now privately regard him as the foremost figure beneath the divine. Chapter 11. The Phoenix Bone endures the heavenly tribulation. Deeply rooted in the path of immortality, the morning mist of Kunlun ruins always carries a hint of the refreshing scent of bamboo. For 4,000 years, this realm, enveloped in celestial aura, has finally shed its former frivolous demeanor, once characterized by Bai Qian's playful idleness. The once carefree princess of Qingqiu, who loved to sneak away to the back mountains to pick peaches and drink wine, now dedicates her days to the martial arts arena before dawn breaks. The moon-white disciple robes flutter in the morning light, and the sword chi of Kunlun's swordsmanship intertwines, causing the surrounding morning dew to scatter in splendor. Bai Qian's rapid progress astounds even Mo Yuan. From the golden immortal's 7 stars to the pinnacle, she has traversed in merely 4,000 years what others take tens of thousands to achieve. Such talent is rare even across the vast realms. Yet beneath this astonishment lies an inescapable concern. On that afternoon, Mo Yuan stood at the edge of Qingyun Peak, gazing at the rolling sea of clouds in the distance. His brow furrowed. Su Bai quietly stood beside him, his fingers gently caressing a smooth, white jade pendant, an intricately carved little fox charm made by Bai Qian in her youth, treasured by him for countless years. Her physical strength ultimately remains a weakness. Mo Yuan's voice, imbued with the gravitas of an ancient war god, expressed his worry. 6,000 years of neglect and cultivation meant that while her celestial power could be swiftly enhanced, her physical foundation was as fragile as a cicada's wing. The might of the celestial tribulation is boundless. With her current physique, it is likely that— I know. Su Bai interrupted him, a glint of resoluteness in his eyes. Therefore, I shall guard her. No matter the circumstances, I will ensure her safety. Mo Yuan turned to him, observing this phoenix immortal, renowned across the realms for his rebirth through fire, who was typically unruly yet bestowed upon Bai Qian all his tenderness and obsession. He sighed softly. The risks of this course are immense. A moment's carelessness could provoke a backlash from the heavenly tribulation. I am unconcerned. Su Bai's tone was resolute. Compared to the prospect of losing her, this risk is trivial. From that day forth, Su Bai concealed his presence, building a simple dwelling in the bamboo forest of the back mountains of Kunlun ruins. Each day, at a distance, he silently watched Bai Qian practice her swordsmanship and study ancient texts. Occasionally, when she faced obstacles in her cultivation, he would quietly leave behind spiritual herbs infused with his own rebirth power to assist her in breaking through her bottlenecks. Although Bai Qian sensed a familiar warmth surrounding her, she attributed it to the earth's spiritual energy of Kunlun ruins, unaware that a life and death guardianship had quietly unfolded in the shadows. 20 days swiftly passed. One afternoon, the originally clear sky suddenly darkened, as fierce winds gathered ominous clouds from all directions. Within the clouds, violet lightning rolled, and the thunderous roars sounded like 1,000 war drums beating in unison, causing the entire Kunlun ruins to tremble slightly. An overwhelming and majestic aura spread forth. The unique pressure of the celestial tribulation, accompanied by the power of heavenly decree, instilling a sense of reverence. Mo Yuan was brewing tea in the tea room when he sensed this presence. His hand faltered, and scalding tea splashed onto his fingertips, yet he remained oblivious. Almost simultaneously, Su Bai on the back mountain opened his eyes, retracting his phoenix celestial power, replaced by utmost vigilance. Though separated by several miles, the two seemed to share an unspoken connection, their gazes meeting in the air as they simultaneously uttered 2 words. You come? I shall come. Su Bai was the first to speak, his tone imbued with an undeniable firmness, tinged with a subtle hint of jealousy. My wife is undergoing her tribulation. Why are you causing a commotion? Mo Yuan shook his head in resignation, fully aware of Su Bai's temperament. Once he made a decision, no one could alter it. He promptly turned and headed towards Bai Qian's bamboo cottage. At that moment, Bai Qian was engrossed in a tome of ancient formations, utterly oblivious to the tumultuous events unfolding outside. 17. Mo Yuan's voice resonated at the doorway. Bai Qian looked up, and upon seeing her master, she hastily rose to pay her respects. "Master, I have procured some excellent tea today. I wish to enjoy it with you," Mo Yuan said in a calm tone, though a subtle gravity lingered in his eyes. "Come with me to the tea room." Though Bai Qian felt somewhat perplexed, she respectfully acquiesced and followed Mo Yuan to the tea room. Upon entering, Mo Yuan discreetly enacted a spell, casting an invisible barrier that enveloped the entire room, effectively isolating them from the tempest outside. He prepared the tea and handed it to Bai Qian. "Taste this. It is the pre-rain celestial tea sent from the 9 heavens." Bai Qian accepted the cup and took a delicate sip, savoring the rich aroma that invigorated her senses. Yet, an unsettling feeling gnawed at her, compelling her to frequently glance out the window. Outside, dark clouds obscured the sun, flashes of lightning flickered, and distant thunder rumbled ominously. Curiosity got the better of her, prompting her to inquire, "Master, is there a senior brother in the sect undergoing a tribulation? This commotion is quite unusual." Mo Yuan paused momentarily, his hand holding the teacup faltering, but he refrained from answering. Instead, he slowly remarked, "The path of cultivation is one of defiance against fate. Each tribulation is a trial of life and death. You must exercise caution when you face your own tribulation in the future." He deliberately shifted the conversation back to cultivation, attempting to divert Bai Qian's attention. Though Bai Qian was filled with questions, she dared not press further and settled down to listen to her master's teachings. However, as time progressed, her celestial energy began to surge uncontrollably, an indescribable sensation of impending ascension radiating from her dantian, causing her aura to escalate. Suddenly, she jolted awake, her complexion paling. This was not her senior brother's tribulation. It was her own heavenly tribulation. "Master," Bai Qian sprang to her feet, the teacup shattering upon the floor. "The tribulation outside is mine." Mo Yuan, witnessing her panic, realized he could no longer conceal the truth and gently nodded. "Indeed, this cannot be. I must go out." Bai Qian spun around, intent on rushing from the tea room, but Mo Yuan raised his hand to stop her. "The tribulation is nearing its conclusion. If you go out now, it will be futile and may even incite unforeseen consequences. But someone is shielding me." Bai Qian's voice trembled with desperation, the realization dawning on her, her unease swelling like a tidal wave. "It's Su Bai, isn't it? He has taken my place." Without waiting for Mo Yuan's response, Bai Qian summoned her celestial energy, forcefully breaking through the tea room's barrier. She transformed into a beam of white light. Racing towards the back mountain where the aura of the tribulation was most palpable, her heart fixated on a singular thought. "Su Bai, you must not come to harm." At that moment, the back mountain of Kunlun ruins lay in utter disarray. The ground was marred with charred cracks, and once lush trees stood blackened and carbonized by the wrath of heavenly thunder. The air was thick with a pungent scent of smoke, mingled with a faint metallic tang of blood. Su Bai knelt upon the earth, drenched in crimson, his pale garments soaked and tattered. His back bore a ghastly sight, flesh torn and wounds gaping deep enough to reveal bone, remnants of the destruction wrought by the celestial strikes. Each breath he took was a torment, a reminder of his suffering. Clutched tightly in his hand was a fragrant pouch embroidered with peach blossoms, a cherished token that Bai Qian always carried and the linchpin of his grand deception against the heavens. This formation allowed him to exchange his essence with Bai Qian's, tricking the heavenly tribulation into believing he was the one undergoing the trial. However, the cost was immense. During the operation of this formation, he could not wield any of his powers or secrets, lest he expose his true aura and render the formation ineffective. Thus, he was left to endure the onslaught of the 8 bolts of heavenly thunder with nothing but his flesh. As the first bolt struck, Su Bai felt a cataclysmic force pierce through him, as if it meant to tear his very sinews apart. Blood instantly stained his back, but he gritted his teeth, suppressing any cry of anguish. Then came the second, the third. Each successive bolt, a furious dragon, battered his form relentlessly. With every strike, he endured excruciating pain, while his celestial essence dwindled rapidly. Yet he held steadfast to the pouch, driven by a singular thought. He must endure until the tribulation ended, ensuring Bai Qian's safe ascension. At that moment, the ninth bolt of thunder began to gather. The dark clouds above churned violently, and purple lightning coalesced into a thick beam, faintly etched with black patterns, an ominous sign of the wrath incited within the heavenly trial. Bai Qian's essence had leaked, and the tribulation, recognizing the deception, had locked onto Su Bai, intensifying its fury to obliterate this audacious fool. Su Bai lifted his gaze to the sky, where the final bolt, imbued with terrifying power, loomed. A bitter smile curled at the corners of his lips. He understood that this last strike would far surpass the cumulative force of the previous 8. Just as he prepared to muster his final strength to withstand it, a familiar figure stumbled into his line of sight. Bai Qian rushed toward the back mountain, and upon seeing Su Bai, bloodied and in disarray, her heart felt as though it were gripped by an invisible hand, causing her to gasp for breath. Tears blurred her vision as she staggered forward, only to be halted by an unseen barrier. "Su Bai?" Bai Qian cried, pounding against the barrier, her voice hoarse. "Let me in. Release the barrier." Upon seeing Bai Qian, Su Bai's eyes glimmered with a fleeting sense of solace, swiftly replaced by unwavering resolve. He understood that the tribulation had locked onto him, rendering any attempt to shift its focus futile. At this moment, he could finally unleash his full power without restraint. Ignoring Bai Qian's cries, the phoenix energy within him erupted, bathing him in a radiant crimson light. He summoned the dragon phoenix spear, its shaft ablaze with the flames of rebirth, dispelling the surrounding darkness. "Is this all you can muster?" Su Bai roared at the tempestuous clouds above, his voice laced with defiance. He aimed to conclude this trial swiftly, to safeguard Bai Qian from any harm. The heavenly tribulation seemed utterly incensed by his provocation, as the ninth bolt of divine lightning coalesced instantaneously, wielding the power to obliterate the very earth and sky, and struck down fiercely towards Su Bai. This bolt of dark purple lightning resembled a ferocious beast, shattering the space it traversed. Su Bai inhaled deeply, channeling the phoenix celestial energy to its zenith, revealing his true form as a magnificent fire phoenix, unfurling its colossal wings that obscured the heavens. Its feathers blazed like consuming flames, radiating an overwhelming vitality and destructive force. He emitted a resounding phoenix cry that echoed through the clouds and charged directly towards the bolt of lightning. Bai Qian watched in despair as Su Bai transformed into the fire phoenix, fearlessly rushing towards the divine wrath. Her hands that had once beat against the barrier now powerless and limp. She collapsed to the ground, tears cascading from her eyes like pearls severed from their string. Helpless, she could only witness the terrifying clash between the bolt of lightning and the fire phoenix. The immense shockwave of energy spread outward, enveloping the entire rear mountain. Time seemed to stand still in that moment. As the energy shockwave gradually dissipated, the storm clouds in the sky also began to recede, allowing sunlight to penetrate the layers of clouds and illuminate the ravaged rear mountain. The silhouette of the fire phoenix gradually diminished, and Su Bai returned to his human form, his vitality waning as he plummeted from the sky. The barrier he had erected dissipated in tandem. Bai Qian, in a frenzy, rushed towards him, and the moment he touched the ground, she enveloped him tightly in her embrace. The usually fastidious princess of Qingqiu paid no heed to the blood and scorch marks upon Su Bai, pouring all her strength into holding him, as if releasing him would cause him to vanish. "Su Bai? Su Bai?" Bai Qian choked back sobs, tears continuously cascading on his Su Bai's face. "Wake up. Don't frighten me. I command you to awaken." Su Bai's eyelids fluttered slightly before he slowly opened his eyes. He gazed at Bai Qian, who wept like a rain-soaked pear blossom, and managed a weak smile, extending a trembling hand to gently wipe away her tears. "Silly girl, why are you crying?" "I'm fine." At that moment, a seed deeply buried in Bai Qian's heart began to sprout, transforming into a torrent of love that surged within her. "You're in this state, and still say you're fine," Bai Qian lamented, lightly striking his chest in frustration, yet fearing to hurt him. Her touch as gentle as caressing a fragile treasure. "Promise me you'll cultivate diligently, all right?" Su Bai's voice grew increasingly faint, yet his eyes brimmed with affection. "I don't wish to shield you from tribulations again. It hurts too much." With those final words, darkness enveloped his vision, and he succumbed to unconsciousness. In that fleeting moment of Su Bai's fainting, a surge of pure celestial energy erupted from within Bai Qian. Her aura ascended instantaneously to the realm of the celestial immortal, surrounded by a soft golden light, signaling her promotion. She had successfully navigated through the heavenly tribulation, but this honor came at the cost of Su Bai's life. Su Bai? Bai Qian clutched him, weeping inconsolably. Not far away, Mo Yuan's figure emerged, his gaze fixed upon the scene before him, filled with a complex array of emotions. He stepped forward, presenting a jade vial. This is the 9-turn soul reviving pill, capable of sustaining his celestial essence. Quickly, administer it to him. Bai Qian hastily took the jade vial, carefully prying open Su Bai's lips to feed him the elixir. The medicinal pill dissolved upon entering his mouth, and a gentle warmth rapidly spread throughout Su Bai's body, gradually stabilizing his previously faint aura. Bai Qian, cradling Su Bai, slowly rose to her feet. Her gaze filled with determination. She turned to Mo Yuan, saying, "Master, I wish to take Su Bai back to Qingqiu for healing. The spirit spring there possesses remarkable restorative properties. Go." Mo Yuan nodded, adding, "If you require any texts or spiritual herbs from Kunlun ruins, feel free to send someone to collect them." Bai Qian cast a grateful glance at him before transforming into a beam of white light, racing towards Qingqiu. Inside the fox den of Qingqiu, the Fox Emperor and Empress had already received the news and anxiously awaited at the entrance. Upon seeing Bai Qian return, cradling the bloodied Su Bai, the Empress's eyes instantly reddened, nearly causing her to falter. "Xiaowu, Su Bai?" Ning Chong rushed forward, eager to assist, yet fearful of causing him further pain. "Mother, quickly prepare the spirit spring." Bai Qian's voice trembled with urgency. "Su Bai is in critical condition." Without hesitation, Bai Ji ordered servants to carry Su Bai into the spirit spring pool. Bai Qian gently placed Su Bai into the waters, watching as the spring's essence nourished his body, her heart feeling a slight sense of calm. She sat cross-legged by the spring, channeling her newly ascended celestial energy, continuously infusing Su Bai with power to aid in absorbing the spring's medicinal effects. In the days that followed, Bai Qian remained steadfastly by the spring, diligently caring for Su Bai. Each day, she would cleanse his body, administer healing pills, and use her own celestial energy to mend his damaged meridians. The once playful and joyful Qingqiu princess had transformed into a figure of resilience and composure. She deeply recognized her past recklessness. Had she not neglected her cultivation, Su Bai would not have faced such peril to shield her from the thunder tribulation. Jiyan also arrived upon hearing the news. Observing Su Bai's injuries, his expression turned grave. His physical body is severely damaged, and his celestial essence is greatly depleted. Fortunately, as a phoenix, he possesses the power of rebirth. Otherwise, the consequences would be dire. I have a vial of phoenix rebirth elixir that can expedite his recovery. Bai Qian accepted the elixir with utmost reverence and hastily administered it to Su Bai. Under the attentive care of everyone, Su Bai's condition gradually improved. Half a month later, Su Bai finally opened his eyes. What met his gaze were Bai Qian's bloodshot eyes and her pale, yet joyful countenance. "Qian." Su Bai's voice remained weak, but was imbued with boundless tenderness. "Su Bai, you're awake." Bai Qian's eyes sparkled with joy, tears streaming down her face, this time born from happiness. "I'm fine now," Su Bai said, reaching out to gently caress her cheek. "I worried you. You fool. Do you know how frightened I was?" Bai Qian threw herself into his embrace, carefully avoiding his wounds. "You mustn't do this again. Next time, I will face the tribulation myself, even if it means death. I want to let you bear it for me." Su Bai held her tightly, his eyes filled with affection. "All right, I will heed your wishes. However, during the next tribulation, I will stand by your side, facing it together." Bai Qian lifted her head to meet the depth of his gaze, nodding emphatically. She understood that after enduring this calamity, the bond between them had grown even deeper. A month later, Su Bai's injuries had completely healed. On a bright sunny day, the peach blossoms in Qingqiu were in full bloom. Holding Bai Qian's hand, Su Bai wandered through the peach forest. "Qian, you have now ascended to immortality, and your cultivation is progressing steadily." Su Bai gazed at her, pride shining in his eyes. Yet he reminded her gently, "The path of cultivation is long, and one must not let their guard down." "I understand," Bai Qian replied with a smile, nodding her head. "From now on, I will diligently cultivate." not only to protect myself, but also to safeguard you, Qingxiu, and everyone we hold dear. Seeing the determination in her eyes warmed Su Bai's heart. He leaned down and gently pressed a kiss on her forehead, whispering, I believe in you. In the distance, the Fox Emperor, the Fox Empress, and Ji Yan observed the embracing couple, their faces adorned with contented smiles. Meanwhile, the celestial beings throughout the 4 seas and 8 wildernesses were shaken upon learning that Su Bai had nearly lost his life while shielding Bai Qian from a thunder calamity. His formidable strength once again instilled awe among the immortals. From that moment on, no one dared to underestimate this Phoenix immortal lord, nor would anyone recklessly provoke the 17th disciple of Mo Yuan. Bai Qian also completely cast aside her previous restlessness, immersing herself in her cultivation. She combined Su Bai's insights with the techniques of Qingxiu, rapidly advancing in her skills. On the peak of Qingyun in Kunlun ruins, Mo Yuan gazed in the direction of Qingxiu, a faint smile gracing his lips. He knew that his 17th had finally grown up. Chapter 12. The visitor from Qingxiu. The morning mist of Kunlun Ru had yet to dissipate, and the fragrance of bamboo mingled with the crisp mountain air, enveloping every corner. Bai Qian had just concluded her morning exercises, her moon-white disciple robe still adorned with traces of morning dew, while the tassels on her sword swayed gently with her steps. Ling Yu hurriedly approached, a peculiar expression etched upon his brow. 17th, there is a woman outside the mountain gate seeking you, claiming to be from Qingxiu. Bai Qian paused, momentarily taken aback. Having practiced in Kunlun Ru under the guise of a male disciple for thousands of years, only a few family members were aware of her true identity, and it was unlikely for anyone to seek her out specifically. Though her heart brimmed with curiosity, she nodded and replied, Understood. I would appreciate it if you could lead the way, junior brother Jiu. The two walked side by side toward the mountain gate, encountering numerous disciples engaged in their morning routines along the way. Upon seeing Bai Qian, they all bowed respectfully, addressing her as Junior Sister 17. Bai Qian responded to each with a nod, yet her gaze unconsciously drifted toward the mountain gate, speculating on the identity of the visitor. As they reached the entrance, a slender figure dressed in a simple yet elegant white hanfu caught her eye. The young woman wore a garment adorned with intricate silver thread patterns, subtly shimmering in the morning light. She possessed a pair of standard phoenix eyes, slightly upturned at the corners, exuding a natural allure. Her small lips formed a delicate arc, and her features bore a striking resemblance to Bai Qian's own. What captivated the attention most was her lustrous, thick black hair, cascading like fine silk to her calves, swaying gently in the mountain breeze. Bai Qian's heart stirred as she instantly recognized the visitor. Xiannu? What brings you to Kunlun Ru? Xiannu, initially lost in admiration of Kunlun Ru's gate, turned at the sound of the familiar voice. When her gaze fell upon Bai Qian, a flicker of astonishment and confusion danced in her eyes. The man before her, with a face like jade and brows resembling ink paintings, stood tall in his moon-white disciple robe. Despite the youthful naivety, his extraordinary handsomeness shone through, particularly in his eyes, which bore an uncanny resemblance to that of the Qingxiu princess Bai Qian from her memories, though she hesitated to respond, as her purpose in coming was to escape an unwanted marriage, a revelation that could prove embarrassing. She recalled that she had found her way here thanks to the guidance of the deity Ji Yan, who had specifically instructed her to seek refuge with a disciple named Si Yin. Since this person recognized her, it was likely he was indeed Si Yin. After a moment's hesitation, Xiannu lowered her gaze, her voice tinged with a mix of urgency and distress. Si Yin, I have come to seek your protection. My mother, seeing my elder sister wed to the son of the Fox Emperor, wishes to betroth me to the second son of the Bear clan. That second son is coarse and unrefined, and I have no desire to marry him. I could only implore Ji Yan to send me away from Qingxiu, and he assured me you would take me in. Observing her tearful demeanor, Bai Qian felt a surge of compassion. Xiannu was the younger sister of her sister-in-law, thus making her a sort of sister-in-law herself. With Xiannu now in dire straits seeking refuge, Bai Qian found no reason to refuse her. Moreover, since Ji Yan had intervened, she felt further compelled to assist. Very well, since you have arrived, you may stay in Kunlun Ru for the time being. Bai Qian spoke as she turned and said, Follow me. I shall arrange for you to stay in the chamber adjacent to mine, where it is tranquil and convenient. Upon hearing this, Xiannu was filled with joy and hurriedly followed in Bai Qian's footsteps, her curious gaze surveying the enchanting scenery of Kunlun-su. The mountains were shrouded in mist, pavilions and towers nestled against the hills, while disciples practiced swordplay or immersed themselves in ancient texts, creating a scene imbued with ethereal charm. Starkly contrasting with the lively elegance of Qingxiu, adding a touch of solemnity. Once Xiannu was settled, Bai Qian instructed a disciple to bring toiletries and a change of clothes, advising her, "Rest assured in your stay here. Should you require anything, do not hesitate to ask." However, Kunlun-su has its own rules. One must not wander freely, especially near forbidden areas, which must not be approached under any circumstances. "Thank you, Honorable Seeing. I shall remember your words," Xiannu replied obediently, though a glimmer of subtle calculation flickered in her eyes. Unwilling to remain subservient to the bear tribe, she had harbored other intentions upon arriving at a celestial abode like Kunlun-su and encountering the distinguished Seeing. The following morning, as Bai Qian was engrossed in studying the sword manual sent by Mo Yuan, she heard Xiannu's voice outside. "Honorable Seeing, there is a senior brother here delivering some items." Bai Qian set aside the manual and stepped outside to find a young man clad in azure disciple robes standing in the courtyard, holding a food box and a parcel. He was tall and handsome, exuding a composed and dignified aura. He was none other than Dai Feng, the eldest disciple under Mo Yuan, and the second prince of the West Sea. "Senior brother," Bai Qian greeted him with a respectful gesture. Dai Feng smiled and nodded, extending the items towards her. 17th junior sister, these are sent by master. Inside, you will find some calming celestial tea and garments suitable for a lady. Please present them to the maiden from Qingqiu. "I appreciate your thoughtfulness, senior brother," Bai Qian replied, feeling a surge of gratitude for Mo Yuan's meticulous care. Xiannu stood nearby, her gaze fixated on Dai Feng, her cheeks tinged with a faint blush. Having lived for tens of thousands of years and encountered numerous celestial beings, she had never before encountered a man so strikingly handsome and noble in demeanor, especially upon learning of his status as the second prince of the West Sea. Her heart fluttered with excitement. After Dai Feng departed, she eagerly tugged at Bai Qian's sleeve, asking, "Honorable Seeing, who is that senior brother? He is truly handsome." Observing her smitten expression, Bai Qian felt an ominous premonition but answered truthfully, "He is Dai Feng, the eldest disciple of our master, and the second prince of the West Sea. He is a man of integrity, with profound cultivation, and is highly respected in Kunlun-su." "Second prince of the West Sea," Xiannu murmured, her eyes gleaming with fervor. Unwilling to marry the coarse second son of the bear tribe, she was determined not to let this opportunity slip away upon encountering a gentleman such as Dai Feng. From that day forth, Xiannu began to deliberately draw closer to him. Every morning, she would patiently await near the martial arts arena where Dai Feng practiced his swordplay, using the pretext of taking a stroll to engage him in conversation. At noon, she would meticulously prepare exquisite delicacies to deliver to Dai Feng's residence. In the evenings, as Dai Feng immersed himself in scholarly texts within his study, she would find various reasons to seek his counsel, even on matters she scarcely understood. Initially, Dai Feng regarded her merely as a guest from Qingqiu and a relative of his junior apprentice, responding to her overtures with polite indifference. However, as Xiannu's advances grew ever bolder, he began to perceive the underlying tension. Her gaze was laden with unabashed affection, and her words often bore veiled implications, leaving the usually focused Dai Feng somewhat at a loss. One fateful day, upon receiving yet another batch of pastries she had crafted with her own hands, Dai Feng could no longer contain himself. With a serious demeanor, he addressed her, "Lady Xiannu, I implore you to maintain your dignity. My heart is solely devoted to the path of cultivation, and I have no desire for romantic entanglements, especially since we are not fated to be together. I kindly ask that you cease your efforts regarding me." Rejected publicly, Xiannu's countenance shifted from pale to flushed, her heart a tumult of shame and indignation. Biting her lip, she fought back tears and declared, "Brother Dai Feng, my feelings for you are sincere. I am willing to wait until the day you accept me." "That will not be necessary," Dai Feng replied resolutely, turning away without a trace of regret. Yet, Xiannu did not relent. Having been pampered in Qingqiu since childhood, she was accustomed to getting what she desired and was determined to claim Dai Feng as her own. Despite his clear rejection, she persisted in her pursuit, which became a source of considerable annoyance for him, prompting him to evade her whenever possible. Bai Qian observed the situation unfold and had privately advised Xian Nu on several occasions. Yet her words fell on deaf ears. Xian Nu misconstrued Bai Qian's counsel as jealousy, which gradually soured their relationship. Thus, a month passed in this manner. The disciples of Kunlun Su were nearly all aware of the spirited pursuit by the young lady from Qingqiu towards the esteemed elder disciple, Dai Feng, and gossip flourished among them. Some admired her bravery and candor, while others deemed her overly persistent, even shameless. On that particular morning, Mo Yuan was addressing the disciples in the grand hall, the seats filled to capacity with attentive listeners. Bai Qian sat near the entrance, her mind restless, sensing that something momentous was about to transpire. Just then, a somewhat shrill female voice pierced the tranquility of the hall from outside. "You unfilial daughter. Hiding here for a month. Did you think I could not find you? Come home and marry at once." This was followed by Xian Nu's cries and struggles. "Mother, I will not return. I would rather die than marry that foolish bear from the Xiong tribe." Mo Yuan frowned slightly, halting his discourse. He cast a glance toward the entrance and spoke in a measured tone. "Who dares to create such a commotion?" A disciple hurried outside to investigate, returning shortly with a report. "Master, it is the mother of the young lady from Qingqiu, insisting on taking her back to marry." Upon hearing this, Mo Yuan maintained his calm demeanor and replied, "This is a matter of their household. It is not our place to intervene." 17. Please mediate the situation and ensure they do not quarrel at the entrance of Kunlun Su, lest they disturb the sanctity of our mountain. "Yes, master." Bai Qian rose to her feet, bowing respectfully before hastening out of the grand hall. At the entrance, she beheld a resplendently adorned woman from Qingqiu, fiercely gripping Xian Envy's wrist, her face contorted with fury. Xian Envy wept profusely, her delicate features marred by distress as she struggled against her mother's grasp, her attire in disarray. A considerable number of disciples, having heard the commotion, had gathered around, their expressions filled with curiosity. "Aunt, let us speak calmly. There is no need for anger," Bai Qian gently interjected, recognizing that this woman was none other than the mother of her sister-in-law, Wei Shu, and thus Xian Envy's mother, to whom she ought to refer as aunt. Upon seeing Bai Qian, Xian Envy's mother displayed a fleeting look of surprise before her recognition of Bai Qian's identity softened her tone, though the ire remained palpable. "Immortal Seeing, your arrival is fortuitous. Please assist in persuading this unfilial daughter. The marriage with the Bear clan has already been arranged. Yet she hides here and refuses to return. What sense does this make?" "Mother, I shall not return." Xian Envy, unable to extricate herself from her mother's grip, suddenly cast her gaze towards the direction of Dai Feng, exclaiming, "I refuse to wed the Bear clan's second son. It is Dai Feng whom I love. I am pursuing him, and I shall marry him." At this proclamation, a profound silence enveloped the surroundings. All the disciples turned their attention towards Dai Feng, who had just emerged from the grand hall, their eyes brimming with gossip and intrigue. Dai Feng's countenance turned ashen, standing awkwardly in place, uncertain how to proceed. Xian Envy's mother, momentarily taken aback, found her anger dissipating as she followed her daughter's gaze and spotted Dai Feng amidst the crowd. The young man, clad in the azure attire of a disciple, exuded an air of elegance and composure, his noble bearing unmistakable. Recognizing him as a disciple of the esteemed god Mo Yuan, and surmising from Xian Envy's address that he was indeed her senior, she quickly calculated the implications. Although the Bear clan wielded significant power, they were ultimately but a tribe from a wild frontier, far inferior to the esteemed status of the West Sea. Should her daughter secure a marriage with the second prince of the West Sea, her own standing in Qingqiu would undoubtedly rise. A far more advantageous match than one with the Bear clan's second son. With this realization, Xian Envy's mother's expression transformed from fury to a radiant smile. She released her hold on Xian Envy, affectionately taking her arm and gently patting her hand, her tone now tender as if she were a different person. "Silly child, you should have said so earlier. Since you favor this Dai Feng, I shall not compel you to wed the Bear clan's second son. I will return and clarify matters with them, ensuring the betrothal is annulled." Turning her attention to Dai Feng, she donned a facade of obsequiousness, her smile broadening. "Dai Feng, though my daughter Xian Envy may be a bit willful, she possesses a kind heart and is quite lovely, worthy of you. Rest assured, I shall guide her to become a virtuous and admirable wife." Xian Envy seized this opportunity to pursue Dai Feng diligently, and strive to win his heart. This unexpected and dramatic shift left all present utterly astounded. Bai Qian observed Xian Envy's mother's fawning demeanor with quiet disdain, while simultaneously feeling a sense of sympathy for Dai Feng. Xian Nu was utterly astonished, never expecting her mother to so suddenly alter her stance, and even take the initiative to assist her in withdrawing from the engagement. She lifted her gaze, filled with anticipation, towards Dai Feng, her eyes sparkling with hope. However, Dai Feng's expression grew increasingly grim. Taking a deep breath, he clasped his hands and addressed Xian Nu's mother with respect, saying, "Aunt, I am wholeheartedly devoted to my path and have no interest in romantic entanglements. I kindly ask you not to put Xian Nu in a difficult position, nor to utter such words again." With that, he made no further delay and turned to leave swiftly. Xian Nu's smile froze upon her face, her eyes brimming with disappointment and resentment. Yet her mother remained unfazed, patting her shoulder in consolation. "Silly girl, men must be won over gradually. You are so exceptional. If you persist, Brother Dai Feng will inevitably recognize your worth. Come, let us return to our quarters, and I shall devise a plan to ensure you successfully capture his heart." With that, she took Xian Nu by the hand and led her back to their chamber, leaving behind a group of astonished disciples and a helpless Bai Qian. Bai Qian shook her head and turned to return to the main hall to continue listening to her master's teachings, only to be called back by Ling Yu, 17th. "Do you believe Xian Nu and Brother Dai Feng will eventually come together?" "It is hard to say," Bai Qian replied nonchalantly. "Brother Dai Feng's thoughts are entirely consumed by his cultivation and the affairs of the West Sea. He is unlikely to be easily swayed. Moreover, Xian Nu's nature is too obstinate. If this continues, it will only lead to further troubles." Ling Yu nodded, contemplatively stating, "You have a point." However, Xian Nu's mother is rather pragmatic. She was fierce just moments ago, but upon learning that Brother Dai Feng is the second prince of the West Sea, her demeanor changed instantly. Truly his words trailed off, yet his disdain was unmistakable. Bai Qian refrained from further comment, feeling an ominous premonition in her heart. Xian Nu's arrival would likely stir significant upheaval in the tranquil Kunlun ruins. Indeed, from that day forth, under her mother's guidance, Xian Nu's pursuit of Dai Feng became increasingly overt. She not only made it a point to appear by his side daily, but also began to learn various methods to please him, even resorting to the secret arts of Qingqiu to craft enticing sachets and delicacies to present to Dai Feng. Yet Dai Feng's demeanor towards her remained exceedingly indifferent. He even went out of his way to avoid her. When their paths did cross, he would merely nod in acknowledgement before hastily departing, offering her no opportunity for conversation. Over time, Xian Nu's feelings of discontent gradually morphed into resentment, leading her to believe that Bai Qian was obstructing her efforts. Convinced that Bai Qian was speaking ill of her out of jealousy in front of Dai Feng, one day, while Bai Qian was practicing her swordplay in the bamboo grove of the back mountain, Xian Nu stormed in, fuming with anger, and demanded, "Immortal Xiyin, have you been speaking ill of me before Brother Dai Feng? Why is he growing increasingly distant from me?" Bai Qian paused her training, regarding the hostility in Xian Nu's eyes with a furrowed brow. "Xian Nu, what do you mean by that? When have I ever spoken poorly of you in front of Brother Dai Feng? His indifference towards you stems from his lack of interest, and it has nothing to do with me. Do not try to wriggle out of this," Xian Nu retorted, her agitation apparent. "Though Brother Dai Feng was cold towards me before, at least he would still converse with me. Ever since you advised me, he has completely disregarded me, undoubtedly. You have spoken ill of me in his presence. It is utterly absurd." Bai Qian was amused by her unreasonable outburst. "Your fixation is so profound that you shift the blame onto others. It is truly laughable." "I don't care," the Xian Nu declared obstinately. "You must help me pursue Brother Dai Feng, or I will return to Qingqiu and tell everyone that you sabotaged my fate at Kunlun ruins." Bai Qian's expression darkened instantly. As Xiyin, she was training at Kunlun ruins, a fact known to only a select few. If this were to be leaked by Xian Nu, it would not only tarnish her reputation, but could also bring trouble to her master, Mo Yuan. She never anticipated that Xian Nu would resort to such tactics to threaten her, and any lingering sympathy she held for her vanished completely. "You dare?" Bai Qian's tone turned icy. "I advise you to behave yourself and refrain from making wild accusations. Otherwise, even if you are a guest from Qingqiu, I shall show you no mercy." Seeing Bai Qian genuinely enraged, Xian Nu felt a flicker of fear. However, thoughts of Dai Feng steeled her resolve. What is there to fear? If you do not assist me, I will." Before she could finish her threat, a clear, cold voice suddenly emerged from the nearby bamboo grove. "Enough." Both women turned to see Mo Yuan, whose serious demeanor indicated he had been listening to their quarrel all along. "Master." Bai Qian quickly bowed in respect. Xian Nu's face paled in fright as she stammered, Mo Yuan, esteemed deity." Mo Yuan's gaze fixed on Xian Nu, his tone frigid. "Miss Xian Nu, Kunlun Ruins is a place for cultivation, not a venue for romantic entanglements, nor a ground for threatening fellow disciples. Should you continue to behave recklessly, do not blame me for expelling you from Kunlun Ruins." At his stern reprimand, tears welled up in Xian Nu's eyes. Yet she dared not act out further and could only lower her head in shame. "I understand my mistake, esteemed deity. To recognize one's errors and amend them is a virtue of the highest order." Mo Yuan's tone softened slightly. "From now on, you are not to pursue Dai Feng any longer, nor are you to trouble Shiqi. Stay peacefully at Kunlun Ruins. Either focus on your cultivation or return to Qingqiu at your earliest convenience. Take care of yourself." "Yes," Xian Nu replied softly. Yet her heart brimmed with resentment towards Mo Yuan and Bai Qian. Mo Yuan then turned to Bai Qian. "Shiqi, follow me." Bai Qian nodded and trailed behind Mo Yuan deeper into the bamboo grove. Upon reaching a secluded stone table, Mo Yuan halted and turned to face her. "Shiqi, your identity remains a potential hazard. You must act with greater caution in the future and avoid giving others any leverage against you." "I understand. Thank you for the reminder." "Master," Bai Qian replied respectfully. "Xian Nu's disposition is excessively obstinate. Henceforth, minimize your interactions with her." Mo Yuan continued, "Should she trouble you again, do not hesitate to seek my or Su Bai's assistance in addressing the matter." The mention of Su Bai instantly dissipated any lingering displeasure Bai Qian had harbored. Chapter 13. The Exile of Xian Nu from Kunlun Ruins. The birthday feast of Qing Tsong. A warmth enveloped Bai Qian's heart. Her master, who was typically composed and taciturn, always managed to consider her well-being at critical moments. Upon mentioning Su Bai, the image of the fiery-eyed phoenix immortal instantly surfaced in her mind, eliciting a sweet sensation within her. She promptly nodded, declaring, "Disciple shall heed Master's teachings and will inform Su Bai of this matter, so as not to burden him with undue worry." Mo Yuan gently nodded, his gaze drifting towards the mist-shrouded mountains beyond the bamboo grove, his tone imbued with a sense of distance. "While Su Bai's power of nirvana can protect you, the human heart is inscrutable. Ultimately, one must rely on oneself. You have made significant progress in your cultivation recently. Do not allow trivial matters to distract you and hinder your practice." "I understand," Bai Qian responded with utmost respect, a firm resolve taking root in her heart. From now on, she vowed to focus more intently on her cultivation, sparing her master and Su Bai from concern. The two continued to exchange insights on their training, with Mo Yuan illuminating several intricate aspects of the Kunlun sword technique, from which Bai Qian greatly benefited. When they departed the bamboo grove, the sun had nearly reached its zenith, casting dappled shadows on the ground through the gaps in the bamboo leaves. Upon returning to her chamber, Bai Qian had scarcely settled when she sensed a familiar phoenix aura approaching. A slight smile graced her lips as she rose to open the door, and indeed, Su Bai stood in the courtyard, clad in fiery red, a striking contrast to the surrounding verdant bamboo and foliage. "Qian." Su Bai hurried forward, grasping her hand. The warmth of his palm transmitted a reassuring strength. "I heard about your altercation with Xian Nu, and that master summoned you for a talk. I could not rest easy, so I came to see you." Bai Qian recounted the events in full, including Xian Nu's threats and Mo Yuan's admonitions. Su Bai's eyes flickered with a hint of coldness upon hearing this. How dare Xian Nu threaten you? Were it not for her status as a guest from Qingqiu, I would not let her off so easily. Do not be angry. Bai Qian gently patted the back of his hand. Master has already reprimanded her. I trust she will not act recklessly again. There is no need for us to be enraged by such a person, lest it disrupt our cultivation. Su Bai sighed, pulling her into his embrace. I merely worry for your well-being. Qian, rest assured, with me around, no one shall harm you. Should she dare to disrespect you again, I will ensure she pays the price. Leaning against his chest, Bai Qian listened to the steady rhythm of his heartbeat, feeling enveloped in security. She knew that Su Bai was a man of his word. With him by her side, she felt fearless. Su Bai tousled her hair affectionately, his eyes filled with tenderness. Jiyan has matters to discuss with me. I must return to the peach blossom forest for a while, but I shall visit you again later. Remember to practice diligently and do not indulge in play. Understood. You must also take care. Bai Qian smiled and nodded, watching as Su Bai transformed into a streak of red light, vanishing into the horizon. Returning to her room, she retrieved the secret techniques of Kunlun ruins bestowed by Mo Yuan and immersed herself in study. Yet, for reasons unknown, Xian Nu's figure persistently intruded upon her thoughts, stirring an unease within her. This sense of disquiet soon manifested into reality. In the dead of night, 2 days hence, a cacophony of shattered objects erupted from the disciples' quarters of Kunlun ruins, soon followed by the piercing screams and quarrels of women. Bai Qian, who had been meditating in her room, was startled awake. Sensing that the disturbance emanated from the vicinity of Xian Nu's chamber, her heart tightened, and she hastily rose to investigate. Upon her arrival, she found Xian Nu's room ablaze with light, the door wide open, and the interior in utter disarray. Xian Nu, her hair in disarray and attire askew, sat on the floor weeping and wailing, while her counterpart, Feng Wu, one of Mo Yuan's 12 disciples and the prince of the Wutong clan, stood opposite her, his face flushed, gripping a shattered jade pendant in his hand. A number of startled disciples had gathered around, murmuring in speculation. What has transpired? Bai Qian inquired, her voice low, as she surveyed the chaotic scene, already forming suspicions in her mind. Feng Wu, upon seeing Bai Qian, seemed to find a beacon of hope and quickly replied, 17th junior brother, your arrival is timely. I was merely passing by Xian Nu's chamber when she suddenly called out to me, claiming she had a matter of cultivation to consult me about. Yet, as soon as I stepped inside, she became hands-on, even attempting to seize the jade pendant left to me by my mother. When I refused, she threw a tantrum, shattering items in the room. You speak falsehoods. Xian Nu abruptly stood, pointing an accusatory finger at Feng Wu, her voice filled with ire. It is you who harbored ill intentions towards me, seeking to take advantage of the situation. When I rebuffed your advances, you became enraged and broke the items, then proceeded to slander my character. The two continued their vehement exchange, each steadfast in their claims. The surrounding disciples were also divided in their opinions, some siding with Feng Wu, while others doubted that Xian Nu, being a woman, would exhibit such boldness. Bai Qian, her brows furrowed, shifted her gaze to the fragments of the jade pendant in Feng Wu's grasp, then glanced at the unnatural flush on Xian Nu's face, arriving at her own conclusions. She turned to Xian Nu, her tone serious. Xian Nu, at this juncture, do you still wish to feign innocence? Senior Brother 12 has always exhibited commendable character and is known for his propriety. He would never engage in lewd conduct. It is you who, having failed to ensnare Senior Brother Dai Feng in your web over recent days, have resorted to old tricks, attempting to lure other brothers. Now, rejected, you resort to tantrums. Do you have no regard for the rules of Kunlun ruins? Unbeknownst to Bai Qian, Xian Nu's pursuit of Dai Feng was, in fact, a meticulously orchestrated scheme. Upon her arrival at Kunlun ruins, she had meticulously gleaned the backgrounds of the disciples and recognized Dai Feng as the second prince of the Western Sea, a figure of nobility, making him her primary target for advancement. However, Dai Feng, devoted to his path, had shown her no reciprocation, prompting her to secretly seek another target. She had intended to utilize this opportunity to forge an alliance, but it had devolved into this chaotic confrontation. Confronted by Bai Qian's revelations, Xian Nu's face turned pale. Yet she remained obstinate. I did not. Immortal Seeing, you cannot condemn me based solely on his word. Are you still holding a grudge over my previous threat, thus showing bias in his favor? You are utterly incorrigible, Bai Qian retorted, her fury transforming into a bitter smile. The disciples of Kunlun ruins have witnessed all that has transpired. Do you believe your lies can deceive everyone? Just then, a figure cloaked in an air of coldness appeared at the fringes of the crowd. It was Mo Yuan. Unbeknownst to them, he had arrived silently. Observing the entirety of the dispute unfold, his countenance was shrouded in a foreboding darkness, his gaze fixed upon the maiden Xian Nu, imbued with an icy chill that pierced to the bone. Xian Nu, he intoned, I have previously cautioned you to conduct yourself with propriety. Yet not only have you shown no remorse, but you have escalated your transgressions, causing a ruckus in Kunlun ruins and besmirching the reputation of your peers. You have brought great shame upon Qingqiu. Upon seeing, Xian Nu's legs weakened, nearly crumpling beneath her. Aware that was genuinely enraged, she hastily knelt, weeping as she pleaded, "Lord, I acknowledge my misdeeds. I beseech you for another chance. I swear I shall not err again." Another chance? S tone was frigid, devoid of any sympathy. "I have already granted you ample opportunity. The Kunlun ruins is a sacred place for cultivation, and it cannot harbor someone like you who disturbs its sanctity. Henceforth, you are banished from Kunlun ruins, never to set foot here again. Please, my lord, do not cast me away." Xian Nu cried out, her sobs heart-wrenching as she clung desperately to his leg. "If I return to Qingqiu, my mother will surely force me into marriage with the second son of the Bear clan. I do not wish to wed him. I implore you, let me stay." Her lament was a convoluted mixture of truth and deception. While her desire to escape the Bear clan's matrimonial arrangement was genuine, her true intention was to entrench herself among those of greater power within Kunlun ruins, believing that even if expelled, she could secure a more favorable fate. Recoiled in disgust, his voice growing ever colder. "This path was chosen by you. Thus, you must bear the consequences. Seize her and remove her from Kunlun ruins." Two disciples on guard responded promptly, grasping the still wailing Xian Nu and escorting her toward the mountain gate. Her cries gradually faded into the night, ultimately dissolving into silence. As the surrounding disciples witnessed the resolution of the matter, they dispersed, returning to their quarters for rest. Bai Qian surveyed the tranquil courtyard, a breath of relief escaping her lips, though a tinge of melancholy lingered. Approached by Qian, his tone softened. 17. You handled today's affair commendably. In future occurrences of a similar nature, do not hesitate. Adhere to the sect's regulations without concern. The disciple understood and replied with respect, "Thank you, master." Nodded and turned to depart, the moonlight cascading upon him, elongating his silhouette, imbued with an air of both authority and solitude. Upon returning to her chamber, Bai Qian found herself devoid of any inclination to cultivate. The image of Xian Nu's despairing eyes as she was dragged away haunted her thoughts, leaving her with a tumult of emotions. Though Xian Nu's fate was a result of her own choices, it evoked a sense of lamentation. An obsession too profound ultimately leads to one's own demise. Unbeknownst to her, Xian Nu's fixation had never been on a specific individual, but rather an insatiable yearning for power and wealth. On the following morning, Su Bai returned from the Phoenix clan and, upon learning of Xian Nu's expulsion from Kunlun ruins, felt a surge of elation. At last, that Xian Nu has been driven away. Now, Kunlun ruins can finally enjoy a semblance of peace, and you shall no longer be troubled by her. Bai Qian smiled softly. Indeed, at last, I can cultivate in peace. Yet, I harbor some concern for her. Upon returning to Qingqiu, she may truly be coerced into marrying the Bear clan's second son. That is a choice of her own making, and she cannot blame others. Su Bai replied dismissively. Had she been content to abide by the rules, she would not have met such a fate. We need not concern ourselves with her. Rather, let us focus on our cultivation. Bai Qian nodded, acknowledging the wisdom in Su Bai's words. Suppressing her swirling thoughts, she accompanied Su Bai to the training ground on the back mountain. However, the tranquility lasted but 3 days. On the 4th morning, as Bai Qian finished her morning exercises, a disciple rushed to report, 17th junior brother, there is a woman waiting outside the mountain gate, refusing to leave. She insists on seeing you and senior brother Daifeng. A weight settled in Bai Qian's heart, and without needing to think, she knew who it was. Furrowing her brow, she replied, "Understood, I will go with you to see." Concerned for Bai Qian's safety, Su Bai followed closely behind. Upon reaching the mountain gate, they spotted Xian Nu huddled on the stone platform to the left. Her white garments soiled with dust, her hair disheveled, and her face etched with fatigue, a stark contrast to her usual lively demeanor. Hearing their footsteps, Xian Nu abruptly lifted her head. Upon seeing Bai Qian and Su Bai, a spark of hope ignited in her eyes. She struggled to rise from the stone platform and ran toward them, only to be halted by the guarding disciples. "Sien, Senior! Su Bai, Senior!" Xian Nu cried out through the barrier, tears streaming down her face. "Please let me in. I realize my mistakes and promise never to act recklessly again. I only wish to remain in Kunlun ruins, even if it means being a mere disciple tasked with cleaning." Her display of vulnerability was, in truth, a ploy to gauge their reactions. She believed Bai Qian to be soft-hearted and Su Bai to wield considerable power. If she could re-enter Kunlun ruins, she would surely find an opportunity to ingratiate herself. Observing her disheveled state, Bai Qian felt a flicker of compassion. Yet, recalling Xian Nu's past misdeeds, she steeled her resolve. Xian Nu, Master has decreed your expulsion from Kunlun ruins, forbidding you ever to return. I cannot defy Master's orders. You should leave at once. No, I will not leave, Xian Nu exclaimed, pounding against the barrier. If I leave, my mother will surely send someone to drag me back to Qingqiu and force me to marry the second son of the Bear clan. Yin, Senior, for the sake of our shared lineage, I implore you to help me. A glimmer of coldness flickered in Su Bai's eyes as he stepped forward, positioning himself protectively in front of Bai Qian. Xian Nu, cease your relentless pursuit. It was your own folly that led to your current predicament at Kunlun ruins. Now, you stand outside the mountain gate, attempting to disturb the sanctity of Kunlun ruins. Do you truly believe we would hesitate to take action against you? Momentarily intimidated by Su Bai's imposing presence, Xian Nu trembled slightly, but summoned her courage, declaring, I do not care. I will not leave, unless you kill me. With that, she sat defiantly on the ground outside the mountain gate, adopting an attitude of indifference to her fate. She calculated that Kunlun ruins, being a sanctuary for cultivation, would refrain from harming her life. As long as she remained there, an opportunity would eventually arise. The guarding disciples exchanged uneasy glances with Bai Qian. 17th junior brother, this. Bai Qian furrowed her brow, aware of Xian Nu's stubbornness. If they forcibly expelled her, she would undoubtedly return. Yet allowing her to linger at the mountain gate would not only tarnish the image of Kunlun ruins, but might also trouble the other disciples. Do not concern yourself with her for the time being, Bai Qian spoke in a low voice. Should she dare to cause a disturbance, we shall deal with her according to the sect's regulations. Let us return. With that, she took Su Bai's hand and turned to leave. The Xian Nu gazed at their departing figures, her tears flowing more abundantly as her mind raced with schemes for the next move. In the days that followed, Xian Nu remained stationed outside the Kunlun ruins gate. By day, she sat upon the stone platform, her gaze flitting over the disciples entering and exiting, searching for new targets to attach herself to. By night, she curled beneath the stone platform, relying on her meager celestial energy to fend off the mountain's chill. She consciously suppressed her previous capriciousness and occasionally assisted the gatekeeping disciples, striving to cultivate a fade of reformation. Many disciples, beguiled by her pretense, felt a surge of sympathy and would occasionally bring her food and spiritual herbs. Upon learning of these developments, Daifeng felt quite helpless but dared not defy Mo Yuan's orders. He could only caution the gatekeeping disciples to prevent Xian Nu from causing any trouble. Several days later, news arrived from Qingqiu, Xian Nu's mother, furious to discover her daughter had not returned but was instead lingering at the Kunlun ruins, sent several clan members to forcibly bring her back. When these clan members arrived at the Kunlun ruins, they found Xian Nu dozing beneath the stone platform. They approached and roughly yanked her up, speaking harshly. Miss Xian Nu, the lady has sent us to escort you back to Qingqiu. You must come with us. I will not return. Xian Nu cried out, struggling fiercely. Release me. I would rather die than marry that fool from the Bear clan. She knew that returning to Qingqiu to wed the Bear clan's second son was the worst option. Only by remaining near Kunlun ruins could she have the opportunity to connect with true power, refusing a toast only to drink a forfeit. The lead clan member's eyes flashed with impatience. The lady's orders are clear. If you do not comply and return with us willingly, do not blame us for being unkind. With that, several clan members began to drag Xian Nu down the mountain. She fought desperately, crying for help, her voice piercing the air. Hearing the commotion from the training grounds, Bai Qian and Su Bai hurried over. Upon seeing Xian Nu being pulled by the Qingqiu clan members, Bai Qian's heart tightened, and she strode forward quickly, commanding, "Stop!" The clan members hesitated, wary of Bai Qian and Su Bai, and ceased their actions. The lead member clasped his hands in greeting and said, "Immortal Yin, Immortal Su Bai, we come upon the orders of Miss Xian Nu's mother to escort her back to Qingqiu. We kindly ask that you do not interfere. If she is unwilling to return, why must you force her?" Bai Qian replied sternly. Forcing her back to Qingqiu will only deepen her resentment, potentially leading to greater troubles for all involved. You may not be aware, the lead clan member sighed, but the lady has already set a wedding date with the Bear Clan. If Miss Xiannu does not return soon, the Bear Clan may hold us accountable, jeopardizing the relationship between our two families and possibly inciting conflict. We are merely following orders. We are not at liberty to refuse. Xiannu cried out, Immortal Seeing, save me. I truly do not wish to return to Qingqiu, nor do I want to marry the second son of the Bear Clan. Su Bai furrowed his brows and looked at Bai Qian. Qian, this matter is ultimately a family affair of Qingqiu. It may not be appropriate for us to intervene. Bai Qian understood this reasoning. Yet, upon witnessing the despair in Xiannu's eyes, she found herself unable to remain indifferent. After a moment of contemplation, she declared, Let me write a letter to my sister-in-law, urging her to persuade our aunt to postpone the wedding date. In the meantime, Xiannu shall remain outside the mountain gate, and you are not to forcibly take her away. The clan members exchanged glances, hesitating. They were aware of Bai Qian's esteemed position in Qingqiu, and defying her command could potentially offend the Fox Emperor's clan. Ultimately, the leading member nodded in agreement, saying, Since the immortal has spoken, we shall return to report this. However, we request that you expedite the resolution of this matter to avoid lengthy complications. With that, the clan members turned and departed. Xiannu broke free from her restraints and collapsed to the ground, repeatedly expressing her gratitude to Bai Qian. Thank you, Immortal Seeing, for saving my life. Bai Qian regarded her with a serious demeanor. My assistance does not equate to forgiveness for your previous actions. I merely wish to prevent you from being coerced into marriage. I have written to my sister-in-law, and whether you can alter your fate is contingent upon your own fortune. However, you must promise me that during your time outside the mountain gate, you will not cause any disturbances or entangle yourself with Shixiang Daifeng again, or I shall not assist you further. I promise. I will agree to anything. Xiannu nodded eagerly, her eyes brimming with gratitude, yet secretly elated, believing that as long as she remained here, opportunities would eventually arise. Bai Qian nodded in acknowledgement and turned to return to Kunlun ruins with Su Bai. Once in her chamber, she promptly penned a letter detailing Xiannu's circumstances, hoping her sister-in-law could mediate the situation. After sending the letter, Bai Qian temporarily set the matter aside and devoted herself anew to her cultivation. She understood that she had done all she could, and the rest was left to fate. To her surprise, merely 2 days later, her sister-in-law arrived in person from Qingqiu. Upon receiving the news, Bai Qian hurried to the mountain gate to welcome her. As she reached the entrance, she spotted her sister-in-law standing outside the barrier, gazing with a complex expression at Xiannu, who was curled up on the stone platform. Sister-in-law? Bai Qian approached and respectfully bowed. Her sister-in-law turned, smiling at Bai Qian. Little Five, you have worked hard. Upon receiving your letter, I rushed here immediately. You are too kind, sister-in-law, Bai Qian replied. After all, Xiannu is your sister. I could not simply turn a blind eye. Her sister-in-law sighed, her gaze returning to Xiannu, filled with disappointment. This child has been spoiled by our mother since childhood, and her stubbornness has led to so much turmoil. She approached the barrier, addressing Xiannu, Little sister, come back to Qingqiu with me. I have already spoken with our mother, and she has agreed to postpone the wedding. You will no longer be forced to marry the second son of the bear tribe. At these words, Xiannu's eyes flickered with a glimmer of hope, only to quickly dim again as she shook her head. Sister, I will not return to Qingqiu. Her sister-in-law was taken aback, clearly not expecting such a refusal. Little sister, are you being foolish? The mother has relented, stating that as long as you return with me and reflect upon your actions, I will certainly assist you in finding a suitable match in the future. Why endure this suffering outside the mountain gate? I will not go back, Xiannu replied, her tone resolute. She understood that the status of Qingqiu could not compare to that of Kunlun ruins. Only by remaining here could she engage with the higher echelons of power. Her desire to stay was a mere pretext. Her true intention was to await a more advantageous opportunity for ascension. Wei Shu was both exasperated and anxious. How can you still be so stubborn? Kunlun ruins has already cast you out. Remaining here will not yield authentic guidance. Why exert yourself in vain? I don't care. Xiannu retorted defiantly, her neck arched, her eyes filled with determination. I want to stay here. Sister, you needn't persuade me further. I will not accompany you back to Qingqiu. Wei Shu was about to offer more counsel when Bai Qian gently tugged at her. Bai Qian shook her head, signaling that further words would be futile. She recognized that, given Xiannu's temperament, No amount of reasoning would penetrate her resolve at this moment. Wei Shu sighed in resignation and turned to Bai Qian. Little 5, I can no longer manage this child. Since she insists on remaining here, I must let her be. However, should any troubles arise in the future, I hope you will keep a watchful eye on her. Bai Qian nodded affirmatively. Rest assured, sister-in-law. As long as she does not cause a ruckus, I will ensure that the gatekeepers are vigilant regarding her situation. Wei Shu cast a grateful glance at her, then gazed deeply at Qian Nu, her eyes filled with disappointment and reluctance, before finally turning to leave. As Wei Shu's figure faded into the distance along the mountain path, a flicker of melancholy passed through Qian Nu's eyes, quickly replaced by exhilaration. She understood that she had taken another step closer to her goal of aligning herself with the powerful. In the days that followed, Qian Nu deliberately sought to showcase herself. Each day, she sat in meditation outside the mountain gate, greeting disciples whenever they passed and assisting with minor tasks within her capabilities. Her efforts gradually bore fruit. More disciples began to lower their guard around her, and some even took the initiative to teach her fundamental cultivation techniques. Her gaze was perpetually fixated on the core figures of Kunlun ruins, from Mo Yuan's disciples to the various celestial beings who occasionally visited. She observed them discreetly, carefully selecting the most promising candidates for her ambitions. The might of Su Bai, the status of Dai Feng, and even the position of Mo Yuan stirred her covetous desires. Bai Qian watched all of this unfold with a complex heart. She wished for Qian Nu to soon relinquish her obsession and discover her own happiness. Yet she feared that Qian Nu might once again succumb to her fixation and act irrationally. At that moment, she had yet to discern that Qian Nu's obsession was never about love, but rather an insatiable greed for power. On one particular day, a dark figure sliced through the skies of Kunlun ruins, landing gracefully outside the mountain gate. The newcomer wore a dark brocade robe adorned with intricate dark golden patterns of the winged clan. His hair was elegantly tied up, and his handsome visage bore a hint of nonchalance. It was Li Jing, the second prince of the winged clan. In his hands, he held a delicate gilded tray upon which rested a golden embossed invitation, clearly bearing the weight of serious business. As Li Jing touched down, his gaze was immediately drawn to Qian Nu, who stood on the stone platform. At this moment, she had shed her previous arrogance. Her simple attire, though dust-stained, could not conceal her exquisite beauty. The contours of her features bore a resemblance to Bai Qian, complemented by the shrewdness in her gaze, which piqued his interest. He raised an eyebrow and found himself unconsciously stepping toward her. This young lady had been sitting here for quite some time. Could she be awaiting a certain acquaintance from Kunlun ruins? Li Jing's voice, resonating with the unique, deep timbre of the Wing clan, carried a hint of probing. Qian Nu lifted her eyes, and, upon noticing the Wing clan attire he wore, a flicker of wariness crossed her expression, soon replaced by a glimmer of avarice. The second prince of the Wing clan, this was a level of high aristocracy with which she had never had any dealings. She quickly composed herself, allowing a touch of well-placed grievance to surface. I have been cast out by Kunlun ruins, with nowhere to go, and can only temporarily seek refuge here. Li Jing, astute as ever, instantly discerned the schemes hidden within her eyes, but chose not to expose them. Instead, he smiled. You are quite candid, my lady. To be frank, I have come at the behest of my father, Qing Tian, to deliver an invitation to the birthday banquet of the esteemed god Mo Yuan. He lifted the tray in his hand, yet his gaze remained fixed upon Qian Nu's face. Although the Wing clan and Kunlun ruins followed divergent paths, they had always respected those with integrity. If there is any way I can assist you, do not hesitate to speak. While I may not be a paragon of virtue, I can certainly lend aid in times of peril. A surge of joy swelled within Qian Nu, for she knew that the opportunity she had been waiting for had finally arrived. The Wing clan wielded immense power, and as the second prince, Li Jing held a prestigious position. If she could forge a connection with him, not only could she extricate herself from the Bear clan's betrothal, but she could also secure a place for herself in the vast realms of the 4 seas and 8 wastelands. She deliberately lowered her gaze, feigning indecision. I appreciate the second prince's goodwill, but the Wing clan and Kunlun ruins have always been at odds. If I were to associate with you, it might invite greater trouble. Trouble? Li Jing scoffed. With me by your side, who would dare to trouble you? He stepped closer, lowering his voice. In 3 days, my father's birthday will take place, and the nobility from the 4 seas and 8 wastelands will gather. If you accompany me, You will surely meet many prominent figures. By then, how could you worry about finding a path forward? His words struck a chord with Xian Nu, and she suppressed her excitement, adopting a demeanor of deep contemplation as she nodded. Thank you, Second Prince, for your support. I am willing to accompany you. A flicker of pride glimmered in Li Jing's eyes as he retrieved a token engraved with the Wing clan's emblem from his robe and handed it to her. Hold this token and seek me at the Wing clan's Great Hall in 3 days. At that moment, the gatekeeper had already informed Mo Yuan of Li Jing's visit. Soon, Bai Qian arrived at the mountain gate alongside her senior brother, Ling Yu. Mo Yuan did not personally appear, but had instructed the two to handle the matter on his behalf. Senior brother, Bai Qian called softly, her gaze warily scanning Li Jing and Xian Nu, her unease magnifying instantly. Ling Yu nodded, stepping forward to bow respectfully to Li Jing. The second prince has traveled from afar. Master Mo Yuan is aware of your arrival and has tasked me and junior brother 17 to receive you. Please entrust us with the invitation, and we shall ensure it reaches master. His tone was composed, maintaining an appropriate distance throughout. Li Jing raised an eyebrow, casting a lingering gaze upon the two individuals, his eyes full of inquiry as they rested on Bai Qian's face for an extended moment. He had long heard of the strikingly handsome 17th disciple, Si Yin, from Kunlun ruins, and upon this first encounter, he discerned a hint of feminine allure in her features, reminiscent of the earlier maiden from Qingqiu, intensifying his curiosity. Indeed, the esteemed god Mo Yuan was quite occupied. Li Jing withdrew his gaze, extending a tray with a subtle smirk that hinted at deeper meanings. Si Yin was truly blessed with a beautiful visage. It was no wonder that she garnered the favor of the god Mo Yuan. Bai Qian felt a tightening in her chest, fearful of her identity being revealed, and forced a calm demeanor, saying, Your Highness, you flatter me. I am merely fortunate to have received guidance from my master. Fortunate? Li Jing chuckled lightly, allowing his gaze to linger on her face once more. I have heard that you share a profound connection with Qingqiu. That lady we encountered earlier is also from there. It is curious how you both bear a resemblance. Could it be that you are of the same kin? His words struck at the core of her concern, causing Bai Qian to momentarily panic, though her expression remained composed. The Qingqiu clan is vast. It is not unusual for members to share similar features. If your highness has no further business, I would kindly request your departure, as Kunlun Ruins is not a place for extended visits by outsiders. Seeing her deliberate evasion only fueled Li Jing's curiosity further, yet he refrained from pressing the matter. With a smile, he replied, In that case, I shall not impose any longer. 3 days hence is my father's birthday. I sincerely hope that the esteemed god Mo Yuan can spare a moment to grace us with his presence. As he turned to leave, he exchanged a meaningful glance with Xian Nu, signaling her to act according to their plan, before casting one last significant look at Bai Qian and vanishing like a shadow. After Li Jing's figure faded, Bai Qian exhaled a breath of relief and immediately turned to Xian Nu. What did he give you? What did you discuss? Xian Nu instinctively concealed the token behind her back, her expression betraying a hint of panic. It was nothing, merely an ordinary token. He mentioned that if I were to encounter difficulties, I could present this token to the Yi clan to seek his assistance. A flicker of disappointment crossed Bai Qian's eyes. Xian Nu, the Yi clan is notoriously cunning, and Li Jing is well known for his flirtatious and devious nature. You must not allow yourself to be manipulated by him. Should you find yourself in need, you can confide in me or senior brother Jiu. We will do our utmost to assist you. But you must not entangle yourself with the Yi clan. Ling Yu chimed in, 17th junior brother speaks wisely. The Yi clan has always been at odds with Kunlun ruins. If you become embroiled with them, it could spell trouble for you. Quickly relinquish the token to avoid future regrets. Xian Nu, however, was unwilling to relinquish this hard-won opportunity. She averted her gaze from the two, her tone tinged with a hint of detachment. Thank you for your concern, but I am capable of handling this situation myself. Ling Yu, noticing her obstinacy, furrowed his brow even tighter. What purpose does this serve? Master Mo Yuan expelled you from Kunlun ruins precisely to encourage self-reflection. If you continue to collude with the Yi clan, not only will Qingqiu no longer accept you, but you will find no refuge anywhere across the 4 seas and 8 wildernesses. I am not colluding with the Yi clan, Xian Nu retorted passionately. I merely wish to seek a path for myself. Bai Qian observed the glimmer of tears in her eyes and sighed inwardly. Your path does not lie with the Yi clan. In 3 days, We shall attend the celebration for Qing Tsong's birthday, as my master has tasked me and senior brother Jiu to represent him. If you truly have nowhere else to go, you may accompany us temporarily, and after the banquet, I will take you back to Qingqiu to persuade my aunt. I shall not return to Qingqiu, Xian Nu exclaimed, shaking her head vigorously. She was determined not to miss the opportunity to meet influential figures at the birthday banquet. I have my own path to follow, so there is no need for my esteemed senior brothers to concern themselves. Ling Yu's expression darkened, stubborn and unyielding. Should you disregard our counsel and encounter misfortune in the future, do not come seeking our assistance. With that, he took Bai Qian's hand and turned to enter Kunlun Su. As she watched their departing figures, Xian Nu opened her palm, tightly gripping the token of the Wing clan, her eyes glinting with avarice. She understood that the Wing clan's birthday celebration in 3 days would be the pivotal moment to alter her destiny. 3 days later, the day of Qing Tsong's birthday arrived as anticipated. Bai Qian and Ling Yu prepared themselves, donning their formal disciple robes, ready to attend the Wing clan's feast. Su Bai, unable to ease his worries for Bai Qian, decided to accompany them, transforming into an invisible red light that trailed behind, providing covert protection. Dai Feng, occupied with matters in the West Sea, could not join them. Xian Nu had already arrived at the Wing clan's grand hall ahead of time. She donned the peach-red brocade gown that Li Jing had prepared for her, styling her long, ebony hair into an exquisite bun adorned with several lustrous pearls. After meticulously preparing herself, she navigated through the guests, her gaze constantly scanning the array of dignitaries, seeking suitable allies to attach herself to. She first approached a lord from the northern wilderness, raising her cup in an attempt to strike up a conversation. However, upon learning that she was merely an ordinary tribeswoman from Qingqiu and had been expelled from Kunlun Su, he offered a few perfunctory remarks before turning away. Xian Nu felt disheartened and shifted her attention to several elders from the West Sea Water clan, yet she was met with similar coldness. Li Jing observed this unfolding drama with a hint of derision, a smirk playing at the corners of his mouth. He approached Xian Nu, his tone laced with mockery. What is this? Encountering obstacles on all sides? Xian Nu's face paled, but she feigned composure. The second prince jests. I am merely wandering about. Wandering about? Li Jing scoffed. Your intentions are hardly sufficient in the presence of these cunning old foxes. Without the requisite status and background, they will not spare you a glance. Xian Nu's heart tightened, and she seized the opportunity. I would be grateful for the second prince's guidance. Guidance. A glimmer of calculation flashed in Li Jing's eyes. I can assist you, but you must undertake a task for me in return. Please, do speak. And I shall not refuse if it is within my capabilities. Xian Nu responded eagerly. Quite simple. Li Jing's gaze drifted to Bai Qian, who was engaging with guests alongside Ling Yu. His curiosity piqued. I am intrigued by your esteemed Siyin. Help me uncover his true identity. I have a suspicion he is not an ordinary male disciple, but rather a transformed female. Xian Nu felt a jolt of surprise. She had never questioned Bai Qian's identity. Yet, upon Li Jing's prompting, she recalled moments when Siyin's demeanor exhibited traces of feminine delicacy. A flicker of hesitation crossed her eyes. If her inquiry into Siyin's identity were discovered, the consequences would be dire. However, the prospect of leveraging Li Jing's influence to rise among the elite compelled her to nod in agreement. Very well, I will comply. Li Jing's smile widened in satisfaction. Excellent. Rest assured, as long as you procure useful information, I guarantee you a foothold in the vast seas and the myriad realms. At this moment, a resounding drumbeat suddenly echoed within the hall. Dressed in a dark, dragon-patterned robe, Qing Tsong ascended to the main seat, flanked by a throng of admirers. His gaze, sharp and penetrating, swept across the assembled guests, ultimately resting on Ling Yu, where a glimmer of appreciation flickered in his eyes. As the 9th disciple of Mo Yuan, Ling Yu not only possessed exceptional skills, but also demonstrated remarkable composure and propriety in his interactions with the various guests, which had already captured Qing Tsong's attention. Although the Wing clan had grown powerful in recent years, it lacked young talents like Ling Yu, who combined innate ability with a sense of decorum. Qing Tsong had long harbored thoughts of recruiting him. Today, I am profoundly grateful for the presence of all my esteemed friends who have come to celebrate my birthday, Qing Tsong proclaimed, raising his cup, his voice resonant as a bell. At this moment, I have an important announcement to make. Instantly, the hall fell silent, and all eyes turned to Qing Tsong. Ling Yu felt an ominous premonition stirring within him and instinctively exchanged a glance with Bai Qian. Qing Tsong set down his cup, his gaze locking onto Ling Yu once more, his tone imbued with an undeniable authority. Ling Yu, the ninth disciple of Kunlun Ruins, possesses extraordinary talent and exemplary character, which I greatly admire. Today, I have decided to adopt Ling Yu as my son. Henceforth, he shall be the third prince of the Wing clan, assisting me alongside Li Jing. Upon hearing these words, the hall erupted into an uproar. Ling Yu's expression shifted dramatically as he stepped forward, clasping his hands in a gesture of respect towards Qing Tsong. Your Excellency, this cannot be. I am a disciple of Mo Yuan and have already pledged my allegiance to Kunlun Ruins. How could I recognize another as my father? I beseech you to retract your command. Retract my command? Qing Tsong scoffed, his tone growing even more forceful. Once I have spoken, my word is unbreakable. If you acknowledge me as your father, you shall become a prince of the Wing clan, enjoying boundless wealth and power. Why would you not embrace such an opportunity? Do you truly wish to remain a mere ordinary disciple of Kunlun Ruins for the rest of your life? My heart is devoted to the path of cultivation. I seek neither wealth nor power. Ling Yu declared resolutely. Kunlun Ruins has nurtured and taught me, and I could never betray my master by recognizing another as my father. I implore you to act with dignity. Bai Qian quickly stepped forward, also clasping her hands in respect. Your Excellency, my senior brother's resolve is firm. I urge you not to impose undue pressure upon him. My master, Mo Yuan, regards the ninth disciple as his own. Your actions may jeopardize the relationship between Kunlun Ruins and the Wing clan. Jeopardize the relationship? Qing Tsong laughed derisively. I extend this honor to Kunlun Ruins by personally adopting him as my son. This is his fortune. Today, this adoption is final. Li Jing stood by, a complex expression flickering in his eyes, surprise mingled with a hint of concealed displeasure. He had not anticipated his father's sudden decision to create an additional third prince, which would undoubtedly dilute his own power. Yet, he dared not defy his father's command and remained silent. Meanwhile, Xian Nu watched from the sidelines, her heart racing. She had not expected such a turn of events at the birthday banquet. However, upon reflection, if Ling Yu indeed became the second prince of the Wing clan, aligning herself with him might offer greater prospects than attaching herself to Li Jing. A calculating glint flashed in her eyes as she quietly withdrew to observe the unfolding situation. Your Excellency, you are coercing an unfair bargain. Ling Yu exclaimed in anger, his celestial energy subtly surging around him. If you insist on this, do not blame me for being impolite. Impolite? A flicker of anger crossed Qing Tsong's eyes. On the territory of my Wing clan, it is not your place to act so presumptuously. Someone, escort young Master Ling Yu to the rear hall and treat him well. We shall speak once he has come to his senses. Several soldiers from the Wing clan stepped forward, surrounding Ling Yu. Who dares? Bai Qian immediately positioned herself in front of Ling Yu, her celestial power erupting. If ninth senior brother is unwilling, no one can force him. Amidst the tense standoff, a flash of red light suddenly surged in from outside the hall, and Su Bai's figure appeared beside the two. He radiated a formidable phoenix celestial power, his gaze icy as he directed it at Qing Tsong. Lord Qing Tsong, to forcibly recruit another's disciple in broad daylight, are you not afraid of being ridiculed throughout the realms? Upon seeing Su Bai, Qing Tsong's expression shifted slightly. He was acutely aware of Su Bai's immense nirvana power, having sustained injuries 70,000 years ago. He had only recovered half. If a confrontation ensued, the Wing clan might not emerge unscathed. Yet, as the Wing sovereign, how could he easily show weakness? Su Bai, this matter lies between my Wing clan and young Master Ling Yu. It does not concern you, so I kindly ask you not to interfere. Qing Tsong asserted with a firm tone. Ling Yu is a member of Kunlun Ruins. His affairs are my affairs. Su Bai stepped forward, standing alongside Bai Qian to protect Ling Yu. Today, we must take Ling Yu away. No one shall obstruct us. Impudence! Qing Tsong bellowed, his dark energy swirling around him. I shall see how you intend to leave the grand hall of my Wing clan today. As a fierce battle seemed imminent, Li Jing hastily stepped forward to mediate. Father, Lord Su Bai, please, temper your anger. Today is your birthday. It is most inauspicious to resort to violence. Since Ling Yu is unwilling, why not postpone this matter and deliberate further on a later date? Qing Tsong's expression darkened as he weighed the pros and cons, but ultimately relented. He understood that engaging with Su Bai and the others today would lead to significant losses for the Wing clan, an unwise choice. Very well. For the sake of Li Jing, I shall spare you today, Qing Tsang declared angrily. But Ling Yu, think carefully. Should you miss this opportunity, such fortune may never come again. Ling Yu let out a cold snort, offering no response. Su Bai nodded slightly to Li Jing, then turned to Bai Qian and Ling Yu. Let us depart. The trio turned and walked toward the hall's exit, while Xian Nu gazed at Ling Yu's retreating figure, a flicker of hesitation crossing her eyes. Ultimately, she chose not to follow, realizing that Ling Yu had lost his chance to ascend and should remain in the Wing clan to seek opportunities to please Li Jing. Once outside the Wing clan's grand hall, Bai Qian and the others breathed a sigh of relief. Thank you, Lord Su Bai, for your assistance, Ling Yu said gratefully, clasping his hands in appreciation. No need for thanks. You are senior brother Si Yin's companion and a member of Kunlun Ruins. I would not stand idly by, Su Bai replied. Bai Qian regarded Ling Yu with concern. Ninth senior brother, after today's incident, Qing Tsang will undoubtedly seek revenge. You must exercise caution in the future. Ling Yu nodded. I understand. Thanks to you, I would have found it exceedingly difficult to extricate myself today. Let us hasten back to Kunlun Ruins to report this matter to our master. The three quickened their pace, soaring towards the direction of Kunlun Ruins. Meanwhile, within the hall of the Wing clan, Qing Tsang watched the retreating figures of the trio, his eyes aflame with anger. What a Kunlun Ruins! What a Su Bai! I shall remember today's events. Li Jing secretly rejoiced, relieved that his father's wrath had not been directed towards him, but rather towards Ling Yu and Kunlun Ruins, which was undoubtedly advantageous for him. Xian Nu stepped forward and clasped her hands towards Qing Tsang, saying, Lord Qing Tsang, please quell your anger. Brother Ling Yu was merely momentarily confused. He will surely come to understand your noble intentions in due course. Qing Tsang cast her a glance, his tone softening somewhat. You are indeed perceptive. Li Jing, take good care of her and ensure she learns the ways of the Wing clan. Yes, father, Li Jing nodded, casting a warning look at Xian Nu, signaling her to refrain from meddling. Xian Nu felt a surge of joy within, knowing she had garnered Qing Tsang's initial approval. With continued effort, she would surely secure her position within the Wing clan. Upon returning to Kunlun Ruins, Ling Yu promptly reported the events of the banquet to Mo Yuan. Mo Yuan's expression darkened. Qing Tsang's actions are clearly aimed at enticing the disciples of Kunlun Ruins, thereby undermining our strength. Ling Yu, you have done well to resist the allure of power and remain true to your principles. I shall never forget my master's teachings, Ling Yu replied respectfully. Mo Yuan nodded. You may retire to rest now. Your future cultivation must not wane. Qing Tsang will not relent, and we must be prepared for what lies ahead. Yes, master, Ling Yu acknowledged, turning to leave the grand hall. Mo Yuan then addressed Bai Qian and Su Bai, his tone grave. In the days to come, you too must exercise utmost caution, especially you, 17. Your identity must remain concealed, lest it become a weapon for Qing Tsang against us. I understand, Bai Qian replied earnestly. Rest assured, I will protect Qian, Su Bai declared. Mo Yuan nodded. Very well, you may both depart. Bai Qian and Su Bai exited the hall together, strolling along the stone path of Kunlun Ruins. The moonlight bathed the two in a warm glow, creating a cozy atmosphere. Qian, do not worry. With me by your side, Qing Tsang will never harm you or Ling Yu, Su Bai assured, grasping her hand firmly. Bai Qian nodded, leaning against his shoulder. With you here, I fear nothing. Meanwhile, within the Wing clan, a conspiracy surrounding power was quietly brewing. Xian Nu was filled with a yearning for authority, while Li Jing schemed in the shadows to solidify his own position, and Qing Tsang harbored deep resentment towards Kunlun Ruins. The discord between Kunlun Ruins and the Wing clan, intensified by the tumult at the banquet, now seemed more pronounced than ever. The days of tranquility appeared to be drawing to a close. Chapter 14. The design of the mysterious lady to steal the formation map, the dome of the Grand Purple Ming Palace, is perpetually shrouded in a dark purple miasma. Even the grand birthday celebration of Lord Qingtian cannot conceal the inherent chill of this palace. The farcical events of the banquet replay ceaselessly in Qingtian's mind. The uninvited guest, known as Su Bai, clad in blood-red garments, single-handedly disrupted his celebration, and the barbed words of mockery pierced his heart like venomous daggers. How outrageous! Qing Tian slammed his hand against the obsidian throne before him, unleashing a tremendous force that caused the entire hall to tremble. The beast bone lantern suspended within swayed back and forth, casting mottled shadows. A swirling dark aura enveloped him like boiling ink, and the fury in his eyes threatened to incinerate everything in sight. As the sovereign of the winged realm, commanding legions of spirits, how could he endure such a profound humiliation on his own birthday? Those hypocrites of the celestial realm must have known of this plot all along, deliberately allowing Su Bai to provoke him. The howling winds outside whipped up dust and debris, battering the palace doors with booming sounds, as if resonating with his wrath. Qing Tian rose to his feet, his imposing figure casting a long shadow within the hall. He paced back and forth, each step heavy upon the ground, brewing a tempest of monumental proportions. After years of restraint, he had grown weary of the celestial realm's condescension. Now that they had audaciously torn apart the facade of civility, he would ride the tide and flatten the 9 heavens, trampling those exalted deities underfoot. Once this thought ignited, it spread through his heart like an uncontrollable wildfire. He abruptly halted, a glint of fierce determination flashing in his eyes, and commanded in a deep voice, "Summon the generals to convene in the grand hall at once." The messenger departed at once, and soon after, a procession of winged generals clad in black armor stormed into the hall, their imposing presence radiating power. Each bore the scars of battle, testament to their years of conflict. Noticing Qing Tian's somber expression, the generals exchanged knowing glances, sensing the gravity of the situation. "Salutations, winged sovereign," they proclaimed in unison, their resonant voices causing dust to rain down from the ceiling. Qing Tian gestured for them to rise, his gaze sweeping across the assembly. He spoke in a grave tone. "You are all undoubtedly aware of the events that transpired at the banquet. Su Bai dared to act insolently on my birthday, and he must have the support of the celestial realm behind him. This is not merely an affront to me, but a provocation to our winged clan." He paused for emphasis, his resolve intensifying. "I have decided to mobilize our forces to attack the celestial realm, to avenge today's disgrace and seize dominion over the 3 realms. Do you stand with me?" As his words echoed, a chorus of agreement resounded within the hall. "Your wisdom shines bright, winged sovereign. We have long yearned for battle with the celestial realm. Those ruffians of the celestial realm have long oppressed us. It is time they witnessed the might of our winged clan. We shall follow you, winged sovereign, to trample the 9 heavens, unwavering in our oath." The generals, eager and battle-ready, glinted with a fierce light in their eyes. Having endured the celestial realm's tyranny for far too long, they finally had the chance to unleash their pent-up frustrations under Qing Tian's command. Seeing the unity among his generals, Qing Tsung nodded with satisfaction and proclaimed, "Well done. Truly, you are the valiant warriors of my winged clan. Upon our return, we shall promptly organize provisions, inventory our armaments, and remain ever ready to mobilize. I intend to make the celestial realm aware of the consequences of offending my clan." The generals responded in unison, bowing once more before hastily departing to prepare for war. The atmosphere within and around the grand purple palace was alive with fervent voices as soldiers busily moved about, the air thick with the tension of an impending storm. Meanwhile, the divine Yao Guang, stationed by the banks of the Ruo Shui River, stood vigil at the lookout, gazing intently at the encampment of the Wing clan across the water. Recently, the Wing clan's unusual activities had become increasingly apparent, with smoke rising from their fires and the shouts of training soldiers echoing across the river. Several patrolling soldiers had even crossed the unofficial boundary, their words laced with provocation. The situation appeared dire. Yao Guang furrowed her brow, a wave of unease swelling within her. She was acutely aware of Qing Tsung's ambitions, and the current maneuvers of the Wing clan clearly indicated preparations for war. Without a moment's hesitation, she summoned her trusted confidant and, in a grave tone, instructed, "Hurry to the 9 heavens and report to the Heavenly Emperor. The Wing clan is exhibiting frequent unrest. They may be preparing to mobilize. The celestial realm must be forewarned." Her confidant promptly complied, transforming into a streak of light as he sped toward the 9 heavens. Within the Lingshao Hall of the 9 heavens, upon receiving Yao Guang's report, the heavenly sovereign's countenance grew grave. He convened the celestial ministers to deliberate on a strategy, ultimately deciding to dispatch emissaries to Kunlun ruins to summon the god Mo Yuan for counsel. After all, Mo Yuan was an ancient war deity, wielding formidable military might and possessing profound knowledge of formations. His presence would significantly enhance the celestial realm's chances of success. The messenger rode swiftly to Kunlun ruins, conveying the situation to Mo Yuan. Upon hearing the news, Mo Yuan's heart quickened, and he immediately instructed his disciples to safeguard Kunlun ruins diligently while he accompanied the messenger back to the nine heavens. In the Lingxiao Hall, after listening to the heavenly sovereign and the celestial minister's analyses, Mo Yuan spoke with a calm demeanor. Qing Tsang harbors grand ambitions and has bided his time for many years. The humiliation he suffered at the recent banquet serves merely as a pretext for his military actions. The Wing clan's frequent movements indicate that war is imminent, and we must not delay. What do you propose we do in response, esteemed God? The heavenly sovereign inquired urgently. The pressing matter at hand is to enter a state of war readiness and reinforce our defenses, particularly at the positions along the Ruo Shui River, Mo Yuan advised slowly. I will strengthen the defensive formations at Kunlun ruins to guard against a surprise attack from the Wing clan. Additionally, we must rally the various deities to form a coalition, collectively resisting the Wing clan's advances. The heavenly sovereign nodded repeatedly, promptly issuing orders for all celestial troops to enter a heightened state of readiness and dispatching envoys to summon reinforcements from the great mountains. In a short time, the nine heavens was enveloped in a tense atmosphere of preparation for war. Before long, the armies of the celestial and Wing realms began to establish their camps along the banks of the Ruo Shui River. A dense mist shrouded the river, with the opposing camps standing starkly in contrast, the atmosphere charged with palpable tension. Occasional skirmishes erupted among soldiers over border disputes, the clashing of swords ringing out intermittently. Yet under the restraint of their commanders, these did not escalate into widespread conflict. However, all were acutely aware that this was merely the calm before the storm. A cataclysmic battle could erupt at any moment. Within the grand hall of the great purple bright palace, Qing Tsang once again convened the esteemed generals for a council. Seated upon the obsidian throne, his countenance remained dark and foreboding. The vigilance of the celestial realm had grown increasingly stringent, particularly regarding the formidable defensive array of Kunlun ruins, which proved to be a vexing challenge. This array, devised by Mo Yuan, possessed immense power. In the event of a great battle, should they fail to breach this formation, the Wing tribe would undoubtedly suffer grave losses. Upon hearing this, the generals fell into a profound silence. They were all acutely aware of the array's formidable nature, its unpredictable transformations imbued with ancient divine power, rendering it a daunting task to dismantle. Do you possess any means to breach this formation? Qing Tsang's gaze swept over the assembly, his tone laced with urgency. The generals exchanged glances, shaking their heads in unison. Some bore expressions of concern, while others bowed their heads in contemplation, enveloping the hall in a palpable stillness. Noticing the despondency in the room, Qing Tsang's agitation intensified. He raised his voice significantly. If anyone can successfully dismantle this array, I shall grant them a singular request. Be it the title of king or a ministerial position, it shall not be refused. With the promise of rich rewards, the eyes of the generals ignited with fervor. The allure of titles and power was indeed irresistible, compelling them to pursue this endeavor at any cost. Yet, despite the yearning that filled their hearts, they remained at a loss as to how to unravel the formation, ultimately sighing in resignation. In the midst of their despair, a slender figure emerged from the crowd. Dressed in a delicate lavender gown, the woman possessed a striking beauty, albeit with a hint of an inscrutable malice. She bowed gracefully to Qing Tsang, her voice soft yet imbued with conviction. My lord, I have a stratagem that may very well breach the defenses of Kunlun ruins. All eyes turned to her. She was Xian Nu, originally a member of the Fox tribe. She had altered her appearance through sorcery out of envy for Bai Qian's beauty. After seeking mentorship at Kunlun ruins and being expelled by Si Yin due to her ulterior motives, she found herself allied with the Wing tribe, ever eager to seize an opportunity to achieve merit and solidify her standing. Qing Tsang's eyes flickered with curiosity. Oh, what is your plan? Speak swiftly. Xian Nu raised her gaze, a glint of calculation dancing in her eyes. Si Yin, the most cherished disciple of Mo Yuan, hails from the same region as I. During my time at Kunlun ruins, I forged a bond with him. Although I was later expelled, His kind heart surely would not allow him to abandon me in peril. She paused momentarily before continuing. Moreover, I observed that See'in South Chamber is in close proximity to Missouri Yuan's study. If you were to wound me gravely and cast me at the gates of Kunlun ruins, he would undoubtedly rescue me to tend to my injuries. At that juncture, utilizing the concealed aura you bestow upon me, I could infiltrate Mo Yuan's study and, with a 90% certainty, procure the formation diagram. Once in possession of the diagram, the array of Kunlun ruins would be easily dismantled. Upon hearing this, Qing Tsong was initially taken aback, then erupted into hearty laughter. Excellent. What a splendid scheme. We shall proceed according to your plan. He abruptly gestured, summoning a dark mist that brought Xian Nu before him, his eyes brimming with admiration. Whatever reward you desire, I shall grant it. Xian Nu's expression brightened, her eyes sparkling with fervent excitement. She hastily knelt before Qing Tsong, her tone respectful yet tinged with urgency. I dare to request that Lord Yi grant me in marriage to His Highness Li Jing. Upon hearing this, the generals within the hall displayed expressions of astonishment. Li Jing was Qing Tsong's second son, of noble lineage, while Xian Nu was merely a Fox clan woman who had sought refuge with the Yi clan. It was audacious of her to make such a request. Qing Tsong frowned slightly. He had never held high regard for this second son, deeming him weak of character and unfit for significant responsibilities. However, given that Xian Nu had achieved a great feat, her desire to wed Li Jing did not seem unreasonable. Moreover, bestowing Xian Nu upon Li Jing could serve to further align her with the Yi clan, enhancing her loyalty. With this thought, Qing Tsong nodded in acquiescence. Granted. He promptly issued a decree, officially marrying Xian Nu to Li Jing as his primary wife. Both Xian Nu and Li Jing, who had rushed in upon hearing the news, quickly knelt to express their gratitude. Thank you for your grace, Lordy. Li Jing glanced at Xian Nu beside him, his heart a tumult of emotions. Although he harbored some affection for her, it was not profound love. Now that his father had issued the decree, he had no choice but to comply. That night, under a sky as dark as ink and with the cold wind biting fiercely, Qing Tsong executed his plan, inflicting severe wounds upon Xian Nu before ordering his confidants to abandon her at the gates of Kunlun ruins. Bloodied and on the brink of unconsciousness, Xian Nu lay on the icy ground, yet her heart brimmed with anticipation. As she had anticipated, Bai Qian soon discovered her. Observing the gravely injured Xian Nu, Bai Qian felt a surge of compassion. Despite having expelled her from Kunlun ruins years ago, the bond of their shared homeland compelled her to offer assistance. How could you be so gravely injured? Bai Qian crouched to assess Xian Nu's wounds, her voice laced with concern. Xian Nu weakly opened her eyes, gazing at See'in, tears streaming down her cheeks. See'in, I was harmed by Qing Tsong. Bai Qian's heart ignited with anger. Why would Qing Tsong harm you? He believes that as a Fox clan woman, I am unworthy of His Highness Li Jing, that I would tarnish his sight. Xian Nu choked out, her tone filled with grievance. With the impending war between the realms, he has left me gravely wounded, casting me aside to suppress the morale of the heavenly realm. Upon hearing this, Bai Qian's fury surged, her sympathy for Xian Nu deepening. Without a moment's hesitation, she helped Xian Nu to her feet and brought her back to her own quarters for proper recuperation. Bai Qian found Qing Tsong's actions despicable, harboring no doubts regarding the truth of Xian Nu's words. After a day of rest within Kunlun ruins, aided by the Yi clan's specially formulated healing elixirs, Xian Nu's wounds healed rapidly. As night enveloped Kunlun ruins in tranquility, with the disciples fast asleep, a glint of cunning flickered in Xian Nu's eyes. She quietly rose, retrieving the concealed aura artifact gifted by Qing Tsong. Grasping the artifact, her presence became undetectable. Like a specter, she silently slipped out of Bai Qian's room, making her way toward Mo Yuan's study. Given the proximity of Bai Qian's chamber to Mo Yuan's study, combined with the artifact's concealment, Xian Nu encountered no obstacles and successfully entered Mo Yuan's study. The study was brightly illuminated, filled with an array of ancient texts and diagrams of formations. Xian Nu, not daring to delay, hurriedly began her search within the study. She recalled that during her time at Kunlun ruins, she had chanced upon Mo Yuan studying the formation diagrams, and thus presumed that the diagrams were surely concealed within the study. After an extensive search, Xian Nu finally discovered the defensive formation diagram of Kunlun ruins hidden in a secret compartment of the desk. She carefully tucked the diagram away and quietly exited the study, retracing her steps to escape Kunlun ruins under the cover of night. With great haste, Xiannu ultimately returned to the Grand Ziming Palace at dawn. She made her way directly to the main hall, presenting the formation diagram to Qing Tsang. "My lord, I have successfully fulfilled my mission and retrieved the formation diagram of Kunlun ruins." Qing Tsang gazed at the diagram in his hands, his face alight with ecstatic joy. He unfurled the diagram, examining it meticulously, and upon confirming its accuracy, he burst into hearty laughter. "Excellent! Excellent! With this diagram, Kunlun ruins shall pose no threat. The days of prosperity in the heavenly realm are numbered." He immediately commanded a generous reward of heavenly materials and treasures for Xiannu, and addressed the generals, "Relay my orders. The entire army shall rest for 10 days. After this period, we shall advance and launch an assault on the heavenly realm. We must seize the 9 heavens in one fell swoop and govern the 3 realms." "Understood." The generals responded in unison, their voices brimming with unwavering confidence in victory. The Grand Ziming Palace was abuzz with excitement as the soldiers made their final preparations for the impending war. Meanwhile, the 9 heavens and Kunlun ruins remained oblivious to the deadly crisis that had silently descended upon them. The mist along the banks of Ruoshui River thickened, heralding the gradual unfolding of a battle that would determine the fate of the 3 realms. Chapter 15. The commencement of the Dual Realms War. The celestial formation is breached, and Ling Yu meets his demise. 10 days slipped by in the blink of an eye, as the war drums of the Grand Purple Palace thundered at dawn, resonating throughout the expanse of the Wing Realm. The reverberation was deep and resounding, akin to the roar of an ancient behemoth, piercing through the perennial dark purple miasma that shrouded the Wing Realm, heralding the impending catastrophe to the 3 realms and 6 paths. Qing Tsang, adorned in obsidian and gold battle armor, bore an imposing presence. The ferocious beast patterns etched upon his armor gleamed with a chilling luster in the morning light, exuding the weight of authority with every breath he took. In his grasp, he wielded the Fong Tian Hua Ji, its blade coalescing with swirling black energy, reminiscent of a sentient entity. Behind him, a 1,000,000-strong Wing clan army loomed like a black cloud, the glint of blades and spears intertwining to form a grim celestial canopy. The second prince, Li Jing, donned battle armor of similar hue, standing resolutely at his side. The silver heart-protecting mirror reflected the faint morning light, accentuating the sharp contours of his face. Raised under the doctrine of Wing clan supremacy, he bore the innate burden of honor and shame. In this moment, he clutched the seal to summon the Earth Dragon firmly in his hand, knuckles whitening from the exertion. Though a complex swirl of emotions flickered in his eyes regarding the conflict, there was no sign of resistance. Instead, a fervent anticipation for the Wing clan's South triumph took its place. Li Yuan, the eldest son, grasped a golden spear, its tip angled toward the ground, black sinister energy coursing along its shaft. His countenance was grim, a bloodthirsty smile curving at the corners of his mouth, and the warlike aura radiating from him felt nearly tangible. "Advance." Qing Tsang's voice boomed like thunder, imbued with undeniable authority. At his command, the Wing clan army surged forth like a torrent unleashed, rushing toward the banks of the Ruoshui River. The pounding of hooves shattered rocks along the path, and the shouts of soldiers echoed to the heavens, stirring the dark purple miasma into turbulent waves that spread toward the celestial realm. At this juncture, the banks of the Ruoshui River were devoid of their usual tranquility. The god Mo Yuan led 17 disciples who had arrived in advance, clad in unified white battle attire adorned with the cloud totem of Kunlun ruins. Their swords were held firmly at their sides, and celestial energy coalesced into a faint golden halo around them, bestowing an air of solemnity and gravity in the morning glow. Mo Yuan gazed upon the relentless currents of the Ruoshui River, where tumultuous waves surged, rising to heights of 10 feet, as if resisting the impending flames of war. He raised the Xianyuan's sword high, and an explosion of divine power surged forth, casting a radiant golden light akin to the sun, dispelling much of the riverbank's gloom. In the instant the sword descended, the tumultuous waters were cleaved asunder, revealing the damp riverbed beneath, where pebbles glimmered softly under the illumination of divine energy. Following this, Mo Yuan formed seals with his hands, unleashing a piercing chill from his palms, which spread like countless icy tendrils, instantly freezing the parted waters into two crystalline ice walls. The ice walls towered dozens of feet high, with frost flowers glistening on their surfaces, refracting the morning light into a dazzling array of colors. While the broad riverbed transformed into a natural battleground, the goddess Yao Guang led the celestial guards of the celestial realm, poised in readiness behind the ice walls. Clad in silver-white armor with her long hair elegantly tied up, revealing a smooth forehead, she gripped the Bai Shui sword, her fingertips turning pale from the exertion, her expression as grave as iron. "Release the arrows." As she commanded, the celestial soldiers drew their bows, unleashing a torrential downpour of arrows upon the winged tribe's forces. The piercing whistle of arrows slicing through the air mingled with the soldiers' battle cries, creating a cacophony of anguish as the vanguard of the winged tribe fell, their blood staining the path ahead. Undeterred by the grim fate of their comrades, the warriors of the winged tribe surged forward, their eyes ablaze with a frenzied resolve. Soon, a brutal melee erupted upon the icy surface, the clashing of swords, the shouts of soldiers, and the wails of the dying interwoven as blood crimsoned the pristine ice, trickling through the crevices and ultimately merging with the frozen river below. Yao Guang, the divine goddess, herself led the charge, her sword, the azure waters, dancing with lethal grace, cutting down the winged tribe's soldiers with precision. In the chaos, her figure resembled a nimble silver eagle, unstoppable in her path. Yet, the sheer numbers of the winged tribe surged forth like an unrelenting tide, gradually overwhelming the celestial defenders. As the battle was on the brink of eruption, Bai Qian, Xiyin, wielding the jade-clear Kunlun fan, surged forth alongside her ninth senior brother, Lingyu, clad in a slate-gray battle attire. With her youthful hair styled in a bun, her face bore a hint of lingering innocence, yet her eyes reflected unwavering determination. Lingyu, brandishing his long sword, stood tall beside Bai Qian, the two of them synchronously dispatching the advancing winged tribe soldiers. 17. Watch your left, Lingyu warned, parrying a surprise attack from behind. Turning to Bai Qian, he cautioned her. Bai Qian nodded in acknowledgement, gracefully waving her fan, sending a powerful blade of wind that sent the assailants on the left hurtling away. Back to back, they fought, the shadows of the fan and the glint of the sword intertwining, forming an impenetrable defense that vanquished the surrounding winged tribe soldiers. Other disciples from Kunlun-Ru also plunged into the fray, their 17 figures darting through the chaos like meteors, radiating dazzling brilliance. Mo Yuan, you truly spare no effort. Qing Tsong, accompanied by Li Yuan and several trusted generals, stepped onto the icy battlefield, brandishing his Fang Tian Huanji, laughter ringing with disdain and arrogance. Today, let this frozen riverbed become your burial ground. No sooner had he spoken than he signaled to the officer behind him. The officer promptly waved a flag, the crimson banner snapping in the wind, signaling the onset of the attack. From the outer ranks, Li Jing, upon witnessing this, did not hesitate to invoke the spell. In his heart, the glory of the winged tribe surpassed all else. Obeying his father's command and aiding the winged tribe to victory was his duty as a prince. In an instant, the earth beneath the frozen river began to tremble violently as several massive, armored earth dragons burst forth from the ground. Their scales, as hard as black iron, shimmered with a cold gleam, and their gaping maws released a foul stench, consuming a significant portion of the celestial soldiers stationed at the perimeter. Instantly, more than half of the celestial forces comprising the formation were decimated, the once radiant golden barrier of the array dimming abruptly, marred by a web of cracks. Disciples, reinforce the array's foundation. With a commanding voice, Mo Yuan issued his orders, prompting the 17 disciples to immediately channel their celestial powers. 17 beams of light, each embodying a distinct attribute, intertwined and coalesced, resembling a colorful ribbon that wrapped around the formation, momentarily stabilizing its faltering state. Simultaneously, Mo Yuan brandished the Xianyuan sword and charged towards Qing Tsong, with the two engaging in fierce combat. The golden radiance of the Xianyuan sword clashed against the dark energy of the Fang Tian Huaji, generating a tremendous shockwave that forced the surrounding soldiers to retreat in disarray, while the icy surface cracked, threatening to collapse at any moment. Li Yuan, witnessing this, had a glint of malice in his eyes. He seized the opportunity to thrust his spear towards Bai Qian, who was entangled in battle with the winged tribe soldiers. The spear tip, shrouded in dense black energy, struck like a venomous serpent, aiming directly for her vulnerable back. Preoccupied with her immediate foes, Bai Qian remained oblivious to the lethal threat lurking behind her. 17. Be careful. Ling Yu caught a glimpse of this deadly strike out of the corner of his eye. Without a moment's hesitation, he leaped in front of Bai Qian. With a sickening sound, the spear pierced through Ling Yu's chest, and the black malevolence instantaneously spread throughout his body, causing his once vibrant complexion to pale. Bai Qian's pupils dilated in disbelief as she beheld Ling Yu. The spear embedded in his chest, her voice trembling. Ninth senior brother. Ling Yu struggled to turn his head, offering Bai Qian a faint, weak smile as he expended his last ounce of strength to push her away. Whispering, "Run now," before he could finish, he collapsed into a pool of blood. His life extinguished. Bai Qian gazed at her brother's lifeless form, a tempest of rage igniting within her, channeling all her celestial energy. The Yuqing Kunlun fan transformed into a colossal shadow, enveloping the surrounding winged tribe soldiers like a dark cloud, mercilessly slaughtering them as she roared, "Li Yuan, I will kill you." Her voice resonated with profound grief and despair, causing the very air around her to tremble. In that moment, Bai Qian resembled a wild beast unleashed. Her eyes filled only with icy hatred as she charged relentlessly towards Li Yuan, wielding the Yuqing Kunlun fan. The soldiers of the winged tribe were sent flying in her wake, suffering countless casualties. Yet Li Yuan remained unperturbed, a cruel smile gracing his lips. The Earth Dragon rampaged across the icy battlefield, voraciously devouring celestial soldiers and dismantling the formation's foundation. The heavy ice shattered under the assault, sending many soldiers tumbling into the frigid waters below, their desperate cries echoing through the chaos. The remaining disciples, while protecting the distraught Bai Qian, gritted their teeth and continued to fortify the formation, many sustaining new wounds, their blood staining their white battle attire, while the cracks in the formation continued to widen, threatening imminent collapse. In this dire moment, two figures, enveloped in overwhelming momentum, surged down from the clouds. The foremost figure, clad in a flowing moon-white robe, appeared as if descended from the heavens, a divine being dispatched by the Fox Emperor to offer aid, Shang Shinbaizhen. An aura of chill radiated from him, and the Luyun sword in his grasp gleamed with a sharp, cold light, its celestial energy flowing like a river. Following closely was a striking man dressed in a black robe adorned with crimson gold patterns. His extraordinary features bore the mark of a phoenix upon his forehead. But most captivating were his dual-colored eyes, one gold and the other red, swirling with the mysteries of heaven and earth. The individual in question is Su Bai, blessed with the bloodline of the phoenix, possessing an invincible physique and a cultivation level nearing that of a divine being, and he is also the beloved of Bai Qian. Su Bai's gaze immediately fixated on the battlefield, where Bai Qian was engulfed in despair and fury. Witnessing her bloodied form and her eyes ablaze with rage ignited a tempest of wrath within him. The true fire of the phoenix emanated from his being, the resplendent golden flames enveloping him, distorting the air around. Bai Zhen glanced at him and solemnly instructed, "First stabilize the situation, then ensure her safety." Su Bai inhaled deeply, suppressing the urge to rush forward, and nodded in agreement. The two descended gracefully, side by side. Bai Zhen wielded the Liyun sword, and amidst the flurry of sword shadows, he unleashed a barrage of sword energy that decimated the winged soldiers attacking Bai Qian, their blood splattering upon his pristine robe like blooming red plums. Bai Zhen then turned to Mo Yuan, proclaiming, "Mo Yuan, reinforcements from the Fox clan have arrived." With that, he leaped towards Li Yuan. The Liyun sword infused with immense celestial power aimed directly at his face. Li Yuan hastily raised his spear in defense, and with a thunderous clash, the spear and sword collided, the force of the impact sending Li Yuan staggering backward, his arm numb, a gash opening in his palm, blood trickling down the spear shaft. Meanwhile, Su Bai, brandishing the dragon phoenix spear, radiated a soft golden and silver glow. He refrained from hastening to Bai Qian's side, instead surveying the rampaging earth dragons with a glint of cold determination in his eyes. "Wretched beasts, dare you cause chaos here?" Su Bai uttered a fierce cry and leaped towards the largest earth dragon. Sensing danger, the dragon turned and opened its massive maw, a foul stench assaulting Su Bai. Undeterred, he advanced, thrusting the dragon phoenix spear towards the dragon's throat. With a resounding clang, the spear met the dragon's scales, producing sparks. The dragon's armor was remarkably tough, impervious to ordinary weapons, yet Subai's strength far exceeded that of mere mortals. Though the spear did not pierce the scales, it inflicted considerable pain upon the dragon, prompting a deafening roar from it. Seizing the moment, Subai mounted the dragon's back, his left hand firmly pressing down on its head while gripping the dragon phoenix spear tightly in his right. He summoned his strength once more, and the spear finally breached the scales, penetrating deep within the dragon's body. The dragon writhed violently, attempting to dislodge Subai, but he held steadfast. Channeling the essence of his profound technique, his muscles coiled with power, he drove the spear deeper until it completely perforated the dragon's form. The resplendent golden phoenix fire surged through the spear into the dragon's insides, incinerating its organs in an instant. The dragon let out a final wail before its colossal body crashed to the ground, shaking the icy surface beneath. Without pausing, Subai withdrew the dragon phoenix spear and charged towards another earth dragon. The winged soldiers attempting to impede his progress were reduced to ashes by the blazing phoenix fire surrounding him. Subai's physique was unparalleled. The weapons of the winged soldiers merely left white marks upon him, failing to inflict any harm. He traversed the battlefield as if it were uninhabited, swiftly arriving before the second earth dragon, employing the same strategy, and with his formidable body and the might of the dragon phoenix spear, he once again dispatched the dragon. 2 earth dragons fell in succession, striking a severe blow to the morale of the winged clan soldiers, whose eyes began to reflect fear. Li Jing observed this scene. His brow furrowed. He had not anticipated such formidable strength among the reinforcements from the Fox clan. Weighing the pros and cons in his mind, he realized that continuing to manipulate the earth dragons would be futile and would only lead to greater losses for the winged clan. He promptly retracted his magical seal. The remaining earth dragons, deprived of control, became chaotic and, after a brief moment of rampaging on the icy surface, burrowed underground, leaving behind a scene of devastation marked by ice shards and blood. With the support of Baizhun and Subai, the tide of battle shifted dramatically. Baizhun engaged Li Yuan, and the two fought fiercely, neither yielding ground. Although Li Yuan was ruthless and skilled in combat, he gradually fell behind in the face of Baizhun's overwhelming divine power. Taking advantage of this, Mo Yuan intensified his assault on Qing Tsang, with the Xin Yuan sword relentlessly targeting vital points. Golden light and dark energy clashed continuously, creating ripples of energy that shattered the surrounding ice. The disciples of Kunlun Ru surged with renewed vigor, collaborating to strengthen their formation while vigorously slaying the soldiers of the winged clan. The eldest disciple, Dai Feng, wielded his longsword, leading his fellow disciples in a defensive formation that kept the winged soldiers at bay. Despite several wounds adorning his body, he gritted his teeth and persevered, his eyes shining with unwavering determination. After vanquishing the earth dragons, Subai finally arrived beside Bai Qian. He gazed at her, smeared in blood, his heart aching. He reached out to touch her, but Bai Qian slightly recoiled. At that moment, she was still enveloped in hatred and sorrow. Turning to Subai, her voice was hoarse as she declared, "I will kill Li Yuan to avenge ninth brother." Subai felt a pang in his heart and softly replied, "I will help you." Before his words had fully escaped his lips, he turned and charged towards Li Yuan. At that moment, Li Yuan was being relentlessly pressed by Baizhun. As Subai approached from the side, Li Yuan understood he was surrounded and had no chance of victory. As the eldest prince of the winged clan, Li Yuan was adept at strategy rather than mere brute force, and he quickly devised an escape plan. Intentionally, he exposed a vulnerability in his left shoulder, enticing Baizhun to thrust his longsword forward. Just as the was about to strike, Li Yuan abruptly hurled his spear at a nearby winged soldier, who was caught off guard and pierced through the chest, his body colliding with Baizhun. With no choice, Baizhun had to retract his sword to block, this brief delay granting Li Yuan a precious moment to breathe. He then produced a black token from his robe and crushed it fiercely. In an instant, a dense cloud of black mist erupted, enveloping him completely. Subai's dragon phoenix spear pierced through the mist, but found nothing but emptiness. From within the black haze, Li Yuan's chilling laughter echoed. "This humiliation, this prince shall remember. Xiyin, Baizhun, and you, Subai, One day you will pay in blood for your debts. When the mist finally dissipated, Li Yuan had vanished without a trace. The token was a secret escape artifact of the Winged Clan, capable of masking one's presence with demonic energy and temporarily breaking through spatial barriers to flee. Bai Zhan's expression darkened, clearly taken aback by Li Yuan's clever contingency. Su Bai's gaze turned icy, the dragon phoenix spear trembling slightly in his grip, revealing his dissatisfaction at having failed to capture Li Yuan. In this moment, Qing Tsong observed his son's successful escape, his heart momentarily at ease. Yet he recognized that the battle had spiraled completely out of control. He gazed at the disbanded army, ensnared by Mo Yuan, unable to extricate themselves, while a torrent of malevolent energy surged within him, surrounding him with a black mist that roiled like boiling ink. Mo Yuan, do you dare obstruct me? Qing Tsong bellowed, wielding his Fong Tian Hua Ji with increasing ferocity, striving to break free from the encirclement. Qing Tsong, you defy the heavens and incite chaos. Today, you shall not escape unscathed. Mo Yuan's expression was grim, his Xian Yuan sword unwavering in the face of adversity. The two engaged in a fierce clash, exchanging hundreds of blows. Although Mo Yuan held a slight advantage, completely vanquishing Qing Tsong proved to be no simple task. Observing this, Su Bai turned to Bai Zhan and said, you tend to Qian, I shall assist Lord Mo Yuan. With that, he charged towards Qing Tsong. He activated the 8 gates of Duanjia technique, his aura surging dramatically as he opened the first gate, instantly enhancing his physical strength and speed several-fold. Subsequently, the second and third gates opened in succession, his presence growing increasingly formidable, while the phoenix true fire around him blazed more fiercely. Realizing the threat posed by Su Bai, Qing Tsong was taken aback, never expecting this individual to possess such arcane knowledge. Diverting some of his focus to confront Su Bai, he swept the Fong Tian Hua Ji, summoning a massive shadow of the spear that cleaved towards Su Bai. Undeterred, Su Bai activated the 8-9 mystical arts, his spiritual energy rapidly circulating within him, swiftly replenishing the power expended in previous combat. Grasping the dragon phoenix spear, he met the spear shadow head-on. With a resounding crash, the spear and halberd collided, sending shockwaves that hurled nearby soldiers several feet away. Su Bai staggered back 3 steps, while Qing Tsong too felt the impact, his arm tingling as his magical energy churned violently within. He was increasingly astounded by the sheer physical prowess of this adversary. Sustaining his attack directly had left him unscathed. Seizing the moment of Qing Tsong's distraction, Mo Yuan thrust the Xian Yuan sword with all his might. As golden light flared, it pierced through Qing Tsong's armor, embedding itself in his left shoulder. Qing Tsong let out a furious roar, turning to retaliate, but Su Bai seized the opportunity, driving the dragon phoenix spear straight towards his chest. Qing Tsong hastily sidestepped to evade, yet the spear tip still grazed him, instantly staining his armor with blood. The winged army, witnessing their commander's injury and the retreat of the crown prince, lost all morale and began to flee in disarray. Seeing this, the divine Yao Guang immediately commanded a pursuit, invigorating the soldiers of the heavenly realm and the disciples of Kunlun Su, who surged forward to slay numerous fleeing winged soldiers. Qing Tsong, surveying his disintegrating forces, was overwhelmed with despair and resentment. He understood that there was no hope of recovery today. Lingering in battle would likely cost him his life. He shot a fierce glare at Mo Yuan and Su Bai, gritting his teeth as he vowed, I shall remember this grudge. One day, I will flatten the 9 heavens and rend you to pieces. With that, he summoned his magical energy, forcefully breaking free from Mo Yuan and Su Bai's assault, transforming into a wisp of black mist, and fled towards the realm of the winged. Su Bai wished to pursue but was halted by Mo Yuan. Do not chase a cornered foe. He is gravely wounded and cannot stir further chaos for now. Our immediate priority is to address the aftermath of the battle. Upon hearing this, Su Bai halted, turning to look at Bai Qian, who stood beside the lifeless body of Ling Yu, her eyes filled with sorrow and unwillingness. She clenched her fists tightly, her nails digging deep into her palms, blood trickling through her fingers. The escape of Li Yuan left her heart burdened with unexpressed hatred, causing her celestial energy to waver amidst her turbulent emotions. Su Bai approached her, gently enveloping her in his embrace. Unable to restrain herself any longer, Bai Qian leaned against his shoulder and wept openly. Su Bai softly patted her back, offering silent comfort, a cold glint flashing in his unique eyes. No matter how far Li Yuan fled, he vowed to find him, seeking justice for Bai Qian and for the fallen Ling Yu. The brutal battle had finally come to an end when the celestial reinforcements arrived, led by the three sons of the heavenly monarch, Yang Suo, Sangji, and Lian Song. The battlefield lay strewn with corpses and shattered ice. Clad in bright yellow armor, Yang Suo surveyed the desolate scene with a solemn expression, instructing the soldiers behind him, immediately collect the bodies of the fallen and tend to the wounded. Ensure that the families of the sacrificed soldiers are properly cared for. There must be no negligence. Sangji and Liansong sprang into action. Sangji, donned in blue armor and wielding a magical artifact, guided the soldiers in repairing the ice-wall defenses, beams of celestial energy cascading upon the fractured ice, gradually restoring its integrity. Liansong, clad in silver-gray armor and wielding a silver spear, meticulously monitored the movements of the winged clan, dispatching individuals to track down Li Yuan's whereabouts, preventing him from regrouping in secrecy. The three celestial beings worked in harmony, methodically addressing the aftermath of the conflict. Mo Yuan gazed sorrowfully at Ling Yu's lifeless body, his eyes filled with grief as he gently closed them, his long eyelashes casting a shadow upon his cheeks. After a moment, he opened his eyes and instructed his disciples, assist the wounded, retrieve Ling Yu's body, and return to Kunlun ruins. The disciples complied, carefully lifting Ling Yu's body onto a stretcher and supporting their injured comrades as they slowly made their way towards Kunlun ruins. Bai Qian followed closely beside the coffin, tears mingling with blood as they dripped onto the cold ice, instantly crystallizing. Su Bai remained at her side, one hand gently steadying her arm while the other gripped the dragon phoenix spear, vigilantly scanning their surroundings for any potential danger. Bai Jin silently trailed at the back of the procession, his gaze often resting on Bai Qian, filled with concern yet refraining from intruding, understanding that Su Bai's presence was paramount for her at this moment. Upon their return to Kunlun ruins, a mournful melody filled the air, enveloping the entire place in an atmosphere of sorrow. The disciples set up a memorial hall for Ling Yu in the square, placing his coffin at the center. Surrounded by flickering white candles, their flames dancing and illuminating the sorrowful faces of the disciples. Mo Yuan, clad in simple robes, stood before the memorial hall, his expression grave, eyes brimming with profound sadness. Disciples from Kunlun ruins came forth to pay their respects, dressed in mourning attire, bowing deeply before Ling Yu's coffin, many shedding tears of grief. The eldest disciple, Dai Feng, approached Bai Qian, gently patting her shoulder, and solemnly said, 17, please accept my condolences. The ninth junior brother, in the heavens, would not wish to see you in such despair. Although Li Yuan managed to escape, his wounds remained unhealed, and after suffering a significant defeat, he could not stir up any turmoil in the short term. The matter of revenge would have to be deliberated in the future. One must not act impulsively. Bai Qian remained silent, still kneeling before Ling Yu's spirit, her gaze fixed intently on the coffin, as if to etch her hatred into her very bones. Su Bai crouched down to meet her eyes, his tone gentle yet resolute. Seeing, I will assist you in locating Li Yuan, and he shall pay for Ling Yu's life. However, you must not continue to harm yourself in this manner. Both Ling Yu and Mo Yuan wish for your well-being. Bai Qian turned to look at Su Bai, tears flowing anew, but he has fled. Senior brother Jiu died such a tragic death, and I have failed to avenge him. Su Bai gently wiped away her tears, his dual pupils filled with sincerity. He may have escaped for now, but he cannot run forever. You must continue to refine your skills. When your strength is sufficient, we shall seek him together. In the meantime, I will dispatch individuals to closely monitor his whereabouts and inform you as soon as there is news. Mo Yuan approached the two, speaking in a grave tone. Su Bai is correct. 17. Your talent is extraordinary. You must prioritize the greater good. Though the Wing clan has retreated, Qing Tsang's ambition remains unquenched, and Li Yuan is still on the run. The three realms are still fraught with peril. You need to devote yourself to training, to enhance your power not only to avenge Ling Yu, but also to protect those you wish to safeguard. Bai Qian regarded Mo Yuan's serious expression, then glanced at the determined Su Bai beside her, slowly nodding her head. She understood that what they said was reasonable. Hatred could not resolve everything. Only formidable strength could truly protect those around her and ensure that wrongdoers faced the consequences of their actions. Meanwhile, Qing Tsong returned to the Wing realm, unleashing his fury upon his subordinates. He shattered every table and chair in the Great Hall, roaring, "A bunch of useless fools. A million-strong army could not breach a mere frozen battlefield." The soldiers knelt on the ground, afraid to breathe, terrified of inciting the wrath of their furious Wing Lord. Not long after, Li Yuan returned to the grand purple bright palace in a disheveled state. His shoulders still bled, his black robe was torn in multiple places, and his face bore traces of distress, yet the ferocity and resentment in his eyes were increasingly pronounced. He knelt before Qing Tsong. "Father, I have failed. I could not slay Bai Qian and suffered defeat. Please punish me." Qing Tsong looked at him in his pitiful state, his anger somewhat abated. He understood that this defeat was not solely Li Yuan's fault. The unexpected arrival of reinforcements from the Fox clan and Su Bai's extraordinary strength were critical factors in the reversal of the battle's outcome. "Rise," Qing Tsong said in a deep voice. "This defeat is not solely your responsibility." Furrowing his brow, Qing Tsong continued, "It appears that the three realms are filled with hidden talents. I have underestimated the world. Send orders to accelerate the expansion of our military resources and reorganize the army." "Yes," Li Yuan and his subordinates replied in unison. A sense of joy blossomed within Li Yuan. He realized that his father did not blame him and still valued him, which bolstered his confidence in vying for the position of Wing Lord. He secretly plotted to contact his loyal former subordinates once his injuries healed, while also devising a plan to eliminate Li Jing, his rival, and when he was strong enough, seek revenge against Si Yin and the others. Chapter 16. The final battle in the turbulent skies of the Wing realm. The remnants of shattered feathers and broken armor spiraled downward amidst the fierce gales. The glazed dome of the grand purple palace glimmered with a sinister cold light under the blood-red remnants of the setting sun. Staggering into the main hall, Qing Tsong bore the weight of his injuries, black blood seeping from the cracks in his dark armor. A grotesque wound on his left shoulder where the sword of Mo Yuan had cleaved him. Each step sent waves of excruciating pain through his meridians, forcing him to stifle a groan. "Your Majesty." The Wing clan generals, kneeling outside the hall, called out in unison, their voices tinged with anxiety. In the previous battle by the Roshui River, over half of the elite Wing forces had been decimated, and even the Crown Prince Li Yuan lay gravely injured and unconscious. Had it not been for Qing Tsong's desperate sacrifice to tear open a rift in space with his life force, the entire Wing army might have been encircled and annihilated by the Celestial clan. Qing Tsong waved his hand, silencing their attempts at comfort, and staggered to the throne forged of bones, his crimson gaze sweeping over the bowed generals. A manic smile curled at the corner of his lips. "Defeated? I have never known defeat." With a fierce slap against the armrest, the skeletal throne splintered with fine cracks. Mo Yuan had merely seized an opportunity to strike while he was unprepared. Once he regained his strength, he would turn the Celestial clan's lands to ash, forcing all realms to bow before the Wing clan. With that declaration, he retrieved a glowing pill from his robe, disregarding the limits of his body's endurance as he swallowed it whole. In an instant, a violent energy surged within him, halting the flow of black blood from his wounds and causing an unnatural flush to color his pale visage. "Relay my orders. Immediately mobilize all reserves of grain and supplies from the Wing realm and transport them to the front lines within 3 days." Qing Tsong's voice resonated with an undeniable authority. He commanded the 10 elders to activate the blood sacrifice array, using the lifeblood of 30,000 captives to aid his recovery, while also conscripting all eligible Wing citizens into service. "In 7 days, we march on Ruoshui." The generals exchanged glances, aware that the blood sacrifice array would incur significant costs, and such reckless militarization could jeopardize the foundations of the Wing realm. Yet, under Qing Tsong's intimidating gaze, none dared voice their dissent, bowing instead to accept their orders and departing hastily. Left alone in the hall, Qing Tsong traced the fierce beast carvings on the throne's armrest, his eyes alight with a madness akin to destruction. "Mo Yuan, Su Bai, you shall pay dearly for your actions today." Meanwhile, at the Celestial clan's defensive line by the Ruoshui River, the goddess Yawang stood resolutely atop the watchtower, her dark robe billowing in the river wind. The mirror of broken illusions in her hand projected the scene of the Wing clan's encampment, revealing a steady influx of supply carts and bustling soldiers. Her brow furrowed in concern. Rather than retreating in defeat, The Wing clan was hoarding resources and bolstering their forces. Such unusual behavior set off alarm bells in her mind. My goddess, what are the Wing clan plotting? Her deputy inquired, perplexed, as it was expected that they would be severely weakened after such a loss. Yao Guang retracted the mirror of broken illusions, her fingers gliding over the sword at her waist, her tone grave. Qing Tsang is ambitious and ruthlessly violent. He will not easily accept defeat. This large-scale preparation clearly indicates he intends to wage total war. He is truly a madman. As her voice faded, she swiftly mounted her celestial crane steed. You immediately dispatched orders to reinforce the defensive lines, intensifying vigilance and closely monitoring the movements of the Winged tribe. I shall report this matter to the god of Ink Abyss at the main camp of the celestial tribe. The celestial crane flapped its wings and charged towards the nearby military encampment of the celestial tribe. At that moment, within the main camp, the god of Ink Abyss was intently studying the tactical layout on a sand table, with the Xianyuan sword leaning against the side of the table, its jade tassels swaying gently in the breeze. Upon receiving Yao Guang's report, he promptly set down the command flag, his expression shifting to one of grave seriousness. Are you certain that the Wing tribe is stockpiling provisions and augmenting their forces? He inquired in a deep voice. Absolutely, Yao Guang affirmed with a nod. I observed for a full 3 hours using the breaking illusion mirror. The supply caravans of the Wing tribe are incessantly arriving, and large-scale conscription drills are underway within the camp. At this rate, they will surely take action within half a month. Ink Abyss approached the sand table, pressing his finger heavily on the location by the Ruoshui River. Qing Song's old wounds have not healed, yet he is still willing to stake everything. It appears he intends to muster the full strength of the Wing tribe for a decisive battle against us. He turned to the order officer. Issue a command to elevate the alert status of the entire army to the highest level. Troops in each camp shall take turns on guard duty without a moment's relaxation. Should any movement of the winged army be detected, signal immediately. Understood. The order officer responded and departed. Ink Abyss then turned to Bai Zhan, speaking with gravity. Bai Zhan, once the battle commences, you shall command the left flank. It is imperative to hold the eastern defensive line and prevent the winged army from breaching it in any way. Rest assured, Ink Abyss, Bai Zhan replied with a nod, lightly tapping his folding fan against his palm. The left flank will be entrusted to me. There shall be no errors. And Su Bai, Ink Abyss paused, recalling that Su Bai had been by Bai Qian's side, mourning for the loss of Lingyu. He instructed Bai Zhan, please inform Su Bai that he is to oversee the right flank. Now is the time to utilize our resources. He must temporarily set aside personal matters. Bai Zhan acknowledged and turned to find Su Bai. Meanwhile, in a secluded tent at the rear of the celestial military camp, Bai Qian sat by the window, silently shedding tears, clutching the jade pendant that Lingyu had gifted her in life. Su Bai sat beside her in quietude, offering her a cup of warm tea from time to time, providing solace through his silent companionship. Su Bai, my 9th senior brother. Bai Qian choked on her words, tears cascading like pearls from a broken string. Su Bai gently patted her shoulder, his voice soft. Lingyu, in the realm of the heavens, would not wish to see you so despondent. What we can do is safeguard this realm, ensuring that his sacrifice is not in vain. At that moment, Bai Zhan lifted the tent flap and entered, pausing briefly at the sight within before conveying Ink Abyss's orders to Su Bai. Hearing this, Su Bai's gaze towards Bai Qian reflected a hint of reluctance, yet he resolutely declared, Qian, take care of yourself. I shall return shortly. Bai Qian raised her tear-filled eyes and nodded. You must be careful. Su Bai rose and followed Bai Zhan out of the tent. Glancing back at the silhouette by the window, his heart resolute in the promise to protect her and safeguard this realm. In the ensuing month, the banks of the Ruoshui River fell into an eerie calm. Soldiers of the Celestial Clan and the Winged Tribe stood at a distance across the water, their encampment stretching for thousands of miles, banners fluttering in the wind, yet no substantial conflict arose. Even the small-scale skirmishes that had previously occurred vanished without a trace. Within the Celestial Clan's camp, the warriors remained vigilant despite the temporary tranquility. Daily drills continued unabated, with Mo Yuan personally inspecting the defensive lines of each camp, meticulously rehearsing strategies to ensure absolute preparedness. While managing the affairs of the right flank, Su Bai would take time to visit Bai Qian. In his company, she gradually emerged from her sorrow, beginning to assist with logistical matters within the camp. However, whenever she chanced upon Ling Yu's belongings. A flicker of grief would still cross her eyes. Conversely, the atmosphere within the Wing tribe's camp was stifling yet fervent. With the aid of the blood sacrificial formation, Qing Tsong's injuries healed rapidly, and due to the absorption of a significant amount of essence blood, signs of a power breakthrough began to manifest. Each day, Qing Tsong personally oversaw the training, and under his oppressive rule, the winged soldiers bore fierce expressions, brimming with a thirst for blood. After Li Yuan's injuries healed, he wished to volunteer for battle but was rebuffed by Qing Tsong, who insisted that he remain in the rear as a precaution. Li Yuan understood well that his father's initiation of an all-out war was fraught with uncertainty. Many regarded him as a thorn in their side. And should he step onto the battlefield, he feared he might not return unscathed. Thus, he acquiesced to the command. On that fateful night, the moon was obscured, and the clouds loomed heavily, as if threatening to crush the earth beneath them. At the third watch, a low horn sounded abruptly within the Wing tribe's camp, and the million-strong winged army, like a long-dormant beast, silently gathered at the banks of the Rushui River, clad in dark armor and wielding sharp blades. Their eyes glinted with greed and savagery. Advance. At Qing Tsong's command, the million-strong army unfurled their wings, swiftly flying towards the celestial clan's encampment under the cover of night. The sound of their wings flapping was masked by the wind. Had it been a normal time, they might have caught the celestial clan off guard. However, the celestial clan had long entered a state of heightened alert. The barriers set around the perimeter of their encampment erupted with dazzling red light, shattering the silence of the night with alarm bells. Enemy attack! Enemy attack! The celestial soldiers swiftly reacted, assembling according to preordained tactics. Mo Yuan, wielding the Xinyuan sword, soared into the air above the camp, calling out, "Warriors, follow me into battle. Kill!" The million celestial soldiers transformed into streaks of radiant light, charging towards the encroaching winged army. In an instant, the skies above the Rushui River were filled with flashes of swords and blades, spells booming, and the cacophony of battle cries and screams echoed throughout the realm. The winged soldiers, undaunted by death, launched a fierce assault, leveraging their numerical superiority, while the celestial soldiers, relying on their formation advantage, resisted tenaciously. The combatants clashed violently in the air, with many plummeting from the heights into the relentless currents of the Ruashui. Blood stained the river, transforming the once tranquil waters into a crimson torrent, surging forward, carrying bodies away to the distant horizon. The battle was on the verge of eruption, and Su Bai, wielding the dragon phoenix spear, ignited in a blaze of flames, becoming a radiant streak akin to the blazing sun, charging directly into the ranks of the winged army. Boom! The blazing sun erupted, engulfing countless winged soldiers in flames, reducing them to ashes. Su Bai wielded the dragon phoenix spear, rampaging through the ranks of the winged army, leaving no one unscathed in his path. Amidst the chaos, he sought the figure of Li Yuan, his heart simmering with a fierce desire for vengeance for Ling Yu. Unbeknownst to him, Li Yuan was currently hiding within the encampment at the rear of the winged tribe, coldly observing the brutal slaughter. After a relentless series of clashes, the area surrounding Su Bai was littered with the corpses of winged soldiers, as he carved out a 100-meter radius of desolation amidst the million-strong winged army. His once pristine battle robe was thoroughly soaked in blood, transformed into a deep crimson hue, while his face and body were splattered with gore, emanating an overwhelming aura of menace that instilled dread in the hearts of those who beheld him. The soldiers of the winged tribe gazed at Su Bai, who resembled a god of war, none daring to approach him, instead encircling him from a distance, their eyes filled with fear. Standing resolute, Su Bai's dragon phoenix spear dripped with blood, and he breathed heavily, his gaze sweeping across the battlefield, ultimately resting in the sky. There, Mo Yuan and Qing Tsong were locked in a fierce aerial battle, exchanging blows that unleashed waves of energy, causing the surrounding air to tremble violently. Qing Tsong's old wounds had yet to fully heal, and as he faced Mo Yuan's relentless assault, he began to falter. His movements grew increasingly erratic, revealing numerous defensive gaps. Seizing upon a moment of vulnerability, Mo Yuan unleashed the Xinyuan sword, wielding its earth-shattering power against Qing Tsong. With a sickening thud, Qing Tsong was struck and sent flying, blood spilling from his mouth as he crashed heavily onto the clouds below. Struggling to regain his composure, he surveyed the battlefield, witnessing the heavy casualties among the winged army. a flicker of despair flashing in his eyes, quickly replaced by a frenzied determination. He looked up at Mo Yuan and snarled, Mo Yuan, I refuse to accept defeat. If it weren't for my unhealed wounds, you would never stand a chance against me. Since I have lost, let the 4 seas and 8 wildernesses accompany me in death and feel my wrath. Ha ha. Amidst his maniacal laughter, Qing Tsang produced from his dantian a small, exquisitely crafted ancient bronze bell. The bell radiated an intense fiery aura and an overwhelming sense of destruction, sending chills down the spine of anyone who beheld it from afar, causing cold sweat to trickle down their backs. Su Bai was taken aback, sensing the terrifying power contained within the bell. If Qing Tsang were to activate it, the consequences would be unimaginable. Mo Yuan's expression shifted dramatically as he beheld the ancient bell in Qing Tsang's grasp. He shouted sharply, Qing Tsang, you dare! That bell is the Eastern Emperor Bell, an ancient artifact with the power to consume heaven and earth, annihilating all things. If forcibly activated, it would not only cause catastrophic destruction, but also backfire on the user. Without uttering a word, Qing Tsang glared at Mo Yuan with a twisted expression. His hands, swiftly forming seals as divine power, surged continuously into the Eastern Emperor Bell. Under the infusion of this divine energy, the small bell expanded against the wind, rapidly transforming into a massive bell with a diameter of thousands of feet, its surface intricately adorned with the vivid carvings of the 4 fierce beasts, exuding a heart-stopping aura. Bong, bong, bong. The Eastern Emperor Bell resonated with 3 thunderous chimes that echoed through the heavens and the earth, emitting a terrifying gravitational pull from its mouth. The soldiers of the celestial and winged tribes, caught off guard in the midst of battle, were swept into the bell by its overwhelming force. Within the bell, a blazing crimson lotus of infernal flames consumed the soldiers who were drawn in, reducing them to mere ashes in an instant. Countless screams abruptly ceased, leaving only the resonating hum of the Eastern Emperor Bell. Su Bai and Mo Yuan stood several miles apart, exchanging a glance before concurrently declaring, I will go. As their words lingered in the air, both fell into silence. Su Bai, with a carefree smile, addressed Mo Yuan, then let us embark together. I bear the bloodline of the Phoenix, capable of rebirth. I can share the backlash with you. This way, you will only succumb to a slumber of a mere 10,000 years or so. When you awaken, all shall return to its former state. Mo Yuan regarded Su Bai, his eyes reflecting a myriad of complex emotions. You need not involve yourself. This is not your burden. You are but a distant mentor, Su Bai replied, shaking his head with unwavering resolve. Should you sacrifice your primordial spirit to the Eastern Emperor Bell, your soul would be shattered. And I cannot fathom the calamities that girl might unleash. I cannot allow her to endure the anguish of losing her loved ones once more. Upon hearing this, Mo Yuan smiled with a sense of resignation and nodded. Indeed, I must trouble you then. Without further hesitation, the two ascended swiftly. Standing side by side before the Eastern Emperor Bell, Mo Yuan cast a final glance at the individuals below, valiantly resisting the pull, his eyes betraying a flicker of reluctance and determination. Su Bai slowly turned as well, his reluctant gaze honing in on Bai Qian amidst the crowd. At that moment, Bai Qian, her face etched with worry, gazed skyward, and upon meeting Su Bai's eyes, a wave of intense unease surged within her. Desperate to reach Su Bai, she found herself ensnared by an invisible barrier, rendering her immobile. Her anxiety intensified, and she beat against the barrier with her hands, tears streaming uncontrollably. Su Bai? Su Bai, what do you and your master intend to do? Come back. I implore you. The last 3 words were nearly choked out through her sobs, laced with despair and helplessness. Hearing Bai Qian's cries, Su Bai's eyes brimmed with tears. He directed his voice toward her, softly uttering, Qian Qian, wait for me. Those 4 words carried a promise imbued with infinite warmth. He then turned away, resolutely charging towards the Eastern Emperor Bell alongside Mo Yuan. Seeing this, Qing Tsang's expression shifted dramatically. He had not anticipated such a choice from Su Bai and Mo Yuan. He rushed towards them in a desperate attempt to intervene. But it was already too late. The figures of Su Bai and Mo Yuan transformed into 2 streaks of light, swiftly entering the Eastern Emperor Bell. A thunderous clang reverberated as the Eastern Emperor Bell emitted a blinding white light that soared skyward. Within the brilliance, the terrifying pull of the bell abruptly vanished, and its form began to contract rapidly, enveloping Qing Tsang in its descent. Attempting to evade, Qing Tsang found himself immobilized by the overwhelming force emanating from the bell, powerless to escape. He could only watch helplessly as he was ensconced within the Eastern Emperor bell, diminishing alongside its form. Ultimately, the bell shrank to a diameter of 10 zhong, suspended above the surface of the Roshui River. As the white light gradually dissipated, the battlefield lay in disarray, with the surviving soldiers standing in a daze. Their eyes filled with a mix of relief at having survived and profound sorrow as they gazed at the colossal bell hovering over the river. Bai Qian sat despondently on the ground, her tears blurring her vision. She gazed towards the direction of the Eastern Emperor's bell, repeatedly whispering Su Bai's name. Her heart heavy with despair. She understood that Su Bai and Mo Yuan had paid a tremendous price to seal the Eastern Emperor's bell. And all she could do was wait for Su Bai to fulfill his promise and return to her side. Chapter 17. Bai Qian steals Su Bai's body. The resounding echoes of the Eastern Emperor bell ultimately subsided into silence, as the chaotic fissure that spanned the heavens resembled a wound painfully stitched together, slowly retracting at the horizon by the banks of the Ruoshui River, ultimately vanishing like a wisp of blue smoke. Yet, behind this quelled catastrophe lay the harrowing price of life expended by two deities of war. Su Bai felt as though his body were as light as a feather, yet as heavy as if it were filled with lead. The excruciating pain of his torn soul gnawed at him like a parasite. Every vein lamented in agony. Golden phoenix blood mingled with dark spiritual energy, gushing from his wounds and trailing a sorrowful path behind him. With great effort, he turned his head to catch a glimpse of Mo Yuan not far away. His dark battle robe already soaked in blood, his once proud stature now swaying precariously, the divine mark on his brow dimmed, clearly in a state of utter exhaustion. Mo Yuan. Su Bai wished to utter something, but a wave of metallic sweetness surged in his throat, and before he could finish, he coughed up a mouthful of blood. He had known Mo Yuan for millennia, never imagining their story would conclude in such a manner. Once, they had vowed to safeguard the tranquility of the 4 seas and 8 wastelands, yet now that oath lay fulfilled, and they could never return to those days. In the fleeting moment before consciousness plunged into darkness, Su Bai seemed to glimpse Bai Qian's smiling face. It was in the peach grove of Qingqiu, where she donned a pink fox fur, holding a freshly picked peach, her eyes crescent-shaped as she laughed. Su Bai, look how ripe this peach is, do taste it. Her voice was as melodious as the babbling brook, soothing the heart. At this thought, a faint smile involuntarily graced Su Bai's lips, before he finally succumbed to unconsciousness, his body plummeting like a kite severed from its string. Su Bai? Master! 2 heart-wrenching cries resounded simultaneously. Bai Qian instinctively leapt from the ground, her pale sleeves billowing in the wind. She summoned all her spiritual energy to propel herself like an arrow towards the direction of Su Bai's fall. The moment her fingertips brushed against his icy form, it felt as though a piece of her heart had been cruelly excised, and scalding tears instantaneously blurred her vision. She held Su Bai tightly in her embrace. His once familiar golden-red robe was now stained with blood, and his body, once warm, was gradually succumbing to the cold, causing her to tremble uncontrollably. Su Bai, do not fear. I shall take you home, Bai Qian choked out, fortifying his meridians with her spiritual energy as she carefully descended to the ground. She gently laid him on the soft grass, her trembling fingers caressing his cheek. The skin that had always radiated warmth now felt only bone-chilling cold. Meanwhile, Dai Feng's eyes were already reddened with grief. He soared to catch the falling Mo Yuan, the weight in his arms bringing a heavy heart. His master's body had grown stiff, breath extinguished, the final spark of life dissipated. This war god, who had led Kunlun for over 100,000 years, this revered figure who had treated his disciples like sons, had departed from them so quietly. Dai Feng fought back his sorrow, gently laying Mo Yuan on the ground, as fellow disciples rushed to join him, each bowing their heads in solemnity, tears silently cascading down, soaking the earth beneath their feet. Su Bai, wake up. Bai Qian knelt on the ground, cradling Su Bai's head upon her lap, calling his name over and over. Her voice was hoarse and fractured, laced with a despairing sob. You cannot leave me. You promised to plant peach trees in Qingqiu and teach me new spells. You must not break your word. Perhaps her sorrowful entreaty transcended the boundaries of life and death, for Su Bai's eyelashes fluttered slightly, and he slowly opened his eyes. His pupils were unfocused. his complexion pale as if made of rice paper, yet the gentle smile at the corner of his lips remained. Qian, he struggled to speak, his voice barely a whisper. No sooner had he uttered a word than blood began to flow from the corner of his mouth, staining Bai Qian's pristine skirt a deep crimson. Bai Qian wept even more fiercely, reaching out to cover his mouth, yet fearing to cause him pain. She could only choke out, "Please don't speak, Su Bai. I will take you to Jiyan. He must have a way to save you." Su Bai gently shook his head, summoning the last vestiges of his strength to swallow the blood that welled at his lips. A violent cough racked his body, causing him to convulse. "Cough. It's futile. My soul is shattered." Jiyan is powerless. He trembled as he raised his hand, attempting to wipe away the tears at the corners of Bai Qian's eyes, but just as his hand ascended, it faltered and fell lifelessly. "Su Bai?" Bai Qian screamed, grasping his falling hand, pressing it fervently against her cheek, desperate to feel the lingering warmth. "Please don't die. Open your eyes and look at me. I beg you, Su Bai, do not leave me." She pressed her forehead against his, tears cascading like scattered pearls, mingling with the dried blood on his face to create a poignant mark. "If you do not awaken, I will seek Jiyan for the forgetfulness water and erase you completely from my memory." The declaration was resolute, yet the despair and reluctance in her tone betrayed her true feelings. "I will keep my word. Su Bai, please wake up." Bai Zhen stood not far away, having arrived just in time to witness this heart-wrenching farewell. The fourth prince of Qingqiu, usually carefree and unrestrained, now had reddened eyes. He opened his mouth, wishing to utter comforting words, but the moment they reached his lips, he swallowed them back down. He understood that at this moment, any words would be woefully inadequate. Only his presence could provide Bai Qian with a modicum of solace. He stood silently, his silhouette elongated in the fading sunlight, quietly observing his sister's emotional collapse. The disciples of Kunlun Su displayed a semblance of strength. Dai Feng inhaled deeply, extending a trembling hand to tenderly arrange Mo Yuan's lifeless form. He gently smoothed the disheveled hair of his master and carefully straightened the battle robe, his movements delicate as if afraid to disturb the slumbering deity. Other disciples stepped forward to assist. Some wiped the blood from Mo Yuan's face, while others gathered his scattered swords, each face etched with grief. Yet no one dared to raise their voices. Only the muffled sounds of suppressed sobs filled the air. Zilan approached Bai Qian, being the disciple of Kunlun Su closest to her, often engaging in playful banter. At this moment, his eyes were red-rimmed, his voice trembling with uncontainable emotion as he gently patted Bai Qian's shoulder. 17. Try to let it go. Su Bai has departed. Bai Qian remained silent, immersed in her own sorrow, clutching Su Bai's lifeless body as if unwilling to release him. Zilan sniffed back his tears, struggling to maintain composure as he continued. "Do not allow him to lie here in a pool of blood. He would not wish to see you in such despair from the heavens above. We all feel anguish in our hearts, yet this is the reality we cannot alter." As he spoke the final words, he could no longer contain his emotions. Tears streamed down his cheeks. Slowly, Bai Qian lifted her head, her gaze vacant and devoid of any glimmer of light. Mechanically, she cradled Su Bai's body, standing up with stiff movements. The prolonged weeping and the exhaustion of her celestial energy rendered her steps unsteady, each stride akin to treading upon shards of glass. She averted her gaze from everyone, holding her beloved close as she walked toward the direction of Kunlun ruins. Bai Zhen observed her frail, yet resolute silhouette, his heart heavy with unspoken thoughts. He understood that Bai Qian's affection for Su Bai ran deep within her very essence. Now, with her beloved gone, this blow felt akin to a cataclysm for her. Countless words lodged in his throat, ultimately transforming into a profound sigh. "Oh, foolish child." Upon returning to Kunlun ruins, Bai Qian carried Su Bai directly to her chambers, where she remained alone in silence. The room was eerily quiet, save for the intermittent sounds of her stifled sobs. She carefully laid Su Bai upon the bed and began to change his garments. The bloodied battle robes were gently removed, revealing the horrific wounds crisscrossing his body, some so deep that bone was visible, piercing her heart with anguish. She picked up a damp cloth, treating him as though he were a rare treasure, meticulously wiping away the blood from his skin, from his cheeks to his arms, from his chest to his legs. She cleaned each area with utmost care, fearful of missing even the slightest stain. Once cleansed, Bai Qian retrieved a long robe of golden red fabric from the wardrobe. This was Su Bai's favorite attire, woven from the silken feathers of a phoenix, glimmering softly in the light. She tenderly dressed him in the robe, then took a jade hairpin and delicately gathered his disheveled hair. Gazing upon the pristine yet lifeless form before her, Bai Qian could no longer restrain herself. She covered her mouth and wept uncontrollably. Leaning against the edge of the bed, she gripped Su Bai's cold hand tightly, as if her hold could tether him to this world. Time slipped away as she cried, and gradually, she found a semblance of calm. Rising to her feet, she exited her chambers, intending to check on Mo Yuan's condition. As she reached the entrance of the grand hall, she beheld Mo Yuan's body laid upon the icy platform at the center, surrounded by an array of white spirit flowers. Dai Feng and other disciples stood vigil by his side, their expressions solemn. Witnessing this scene, Bai Qian's sorrow surged anew. Mo Yuan was her respected master, the very pillar of Kunlun ruins. Now, with both her master and beloved departed in succession, her world had crumbled entirely. In her mind, it felt as though a taut string had suddenly snapped, and a wave of intense dizziness washed over her. Bai Qian's vision darkened, and she collapsed to the ground. 17. Junior brother seeing. The disciples in the hall were thrown into a state of panic upon witnessing this. They rushed forward to assist her, and Dai Feng checked her pulse. Discovering that she had merely fainted from excessive sorrow and depleted celestial energy, which eased his worries slightly. Quickly, take 17 to the side hall to rest, and then summon Lord Jiyan to come and take a look, Dai Feng instructed, his voice laced with undeniable concern. The disciples hurriedly complied, carefully lifting Bai Qian onto the bed in the side hall, covering her with a soft brocade quilt. Before long, Jiyan arrived upon hearing the news. He examined Bai Qian's pulse and administered a calming pill, shaking his head as he remarked, "This is a matter of the heart. Medicine can only provide temporary relief. For her to truly recover, she must find her own peace." For the next 3 days, Bai Qian remained in a state of slumber. In her dreams, she repeatedly encountered Su Bai and Mo Yuan, reliving moments of laughter in the peach grove and fighting side by side on the battlefield. Yet, each time she attempted to draw near, their figures dissolved into wisps of blue smoke. Upon awakening from these dreams, her pillow was always soaked with tears. On the morning of the 3rd day, Bai Qian finally opened her eyes slowly. The side hall was eerily quiet, with sunlight streaming through the window, casting golden spots upon the floor. As she sat up, her head throbbed painfully, and memories of the past few days surged into her mind like a tidal wave, causing her eyes to well with tears once more. She rose and walked out of the side hall, heading straight for the main hall. There, on the ice platform, lay the lifeless bodies of Mo Yuan and Su Bai, still and pale, surrounded by wilting spirit flowers, the air heavy with an undercurrent of sorrow. Bai Qian stood before the ice platform, gazing at their bloodless faces, and a thought suddenly emerged in her heart. She understood that although Kunlun Ruins was a beautiful place, it was ultimately not a suitable resting place. Mo Yuan, being the master of Kunlun Ruins, would naturally be well buried by the disciples, but Su Bai was different. He was one of the 2 pure-blood phoenixes in existence and rightfully belonged to a place of honor. Moreover, she could not bear the thought of them being interred in the cold ground. She wished to watch over them forever. The Yanhua Cave in Qingqiu was the coldest place within the realm, where the millennium-old ice could preserve their bodies from decay. If they were laid to rest there, she could visit them frequently. Resolute in her decision, Bai Qian took action. She returned to the side hall and retrieved the mesmerizing incense she had brought from Qingqiu. This incense, specially crafted by the Fox Emperor, was potent enough to even incapacitate a deity for several hours. With great care, she ignited the incense and scattered it in every corner of Kunlun Ruins, particularly near the sleeping quarters of her senior brothers. As night deepened, the tranquility of Kunlun Ruins enveloped the surroundings. The effects of the incense gradually took hold, and one by one, the disciples fell into a deep slumber. Even the highly skilled Dai Feng was not spared. Once Bai Qian confirmed that everyone was unconscious, she quietly made her way to the main hall. She gazed at the ice platform where Mo Yuan and Su Bai lay, took a deep breath, and a flicker of determination crossed her eyes. She first enveloped Mo Yuan's body with a spell to prevent the cold from seeping out, then carefully cradled Su Bai in her arms, protecting him within her embrace. Having accomplished this, she summoned her spiritual energy, transforming it into a streak of flowing light, soaring towards the direction of Qingqiu. The wind in the night sky was frigid, slicing against her face like a knife. Bai Qian held Su Bai tightly, feeling the chill emanating from his body, silently whispering in her heart, "Su Bai, Master Mo Yuan, I have brought you home." Racing swiftly, she finally reached Qingqiu at dawn. Bai Qian did not return to the fox den. Instead, she flew directly towards the Yanhua cave. This cave was nestled deep within the mountains of Qingqiu, its entrance concealed by dense foliage, known to scarcely a soul. She pushed aside the massive stone at the cave entrance, and a wave of bone-chilling cold greeted her. Inside, the cave was adorned with crystalline ice, radiating a soft blue glow, with not a speck of dust in the air. Bai Qian gently placed Mo Yuan's body upon an icy platform within the cave, and then laid Su Bai on the opposite side, allowing them to lie facing each other. She took out the prepared spirit jade and placed it beside them, its emanating aura capable of slightly nourishing their lifeless forms, delaying the onset of decay. After completing these tasks, Bai Qian sat upon the icy platform, gazing at their faces as tears streamed down her cheeks once more. "Su Bai, Master Mo Yuan, from now on, this shall be your home," she softly declared, her voice heavy with longing. "I shall visit you often." Outside the cave, the sky gradually brightened, sunlight filtering through the gaps in the trees and illuminating the icy interior. Bai Qian rose, casting one last glance at the two upon the icy platform before turning to exit the Yanhua cave. She gently closed the massive stone at the entrance, sealing away her profound longing and hope, and then made her way towards the fox den. Chapter 18. Bai Qian selflessly draws her heart's blood to preserve Su Bai's corpse from decay. The chill of the Yanhua cave seemed to infiltrate her very bones. As Bai Qian leaned against the cold stone wall, stumbling toward the cave's entrance, her eyes were bloodshot, and her once porcelain-like cheeks now bore no color. Strands of hair clung messily to her forehead, stained with unshed tears. For 3 days, she had scarcely closed her eyes, and the red veins in her eyes spread like a web, rendering her usually bright peach blossom eyes filled with weariness and despair. The sunlight outside was somewhat blinding, and Bai Qian instinctively raised her hand to shield her eyes, her fingertips trembling slightly. She could distinctly sense the turmoil of her celestial energy within, as well as a hidden, dull ache in her heart, a pain that could only arise from profound sorrow. The breeze of Qingqiu carried the sweet fragrance of peach blossoms, a scent that had once brought her tranquility, but today it was only acrid and overwhelming. Dragging her heavy footsteps, she moved slowly toward the direction of the fox den, each step feeling as though she was walking on the edge of a blade. As she passed through the familiar peach orchard, the blossoms were in full bloom, their pink petals dancing in the wind, landing softly on her shoulders, only to slip away like unnoticed sighs. Gugu, Migu, who had been waiting at the entrance of the fox den for quite some time, rushed forward to assist her upon her return. This tree spirit, who had cultivated for over 10,000 years and watched Bai Qian grow, was filled with concern upon seeing her in such a state. "You haven't rested properly for 3 days. Would you like to return to your room for a while? I can prepare some calming soup for you." Bai Qian shook her head, her voice hoarse and almost unrecognizable. "There's no need, Migu. I am going to the study." She withdrew her hand from Migu's grasp and made her way directly toward Bai Ji's study, her silhouette so slender it seemed it could be toppled by the slightest breeze. Migu watched her retreating figure, letting out a helpless sigh. Ever since the celestial Su Bai and the divine Mo Yuan had sacrificed their primordial spirits to the Eastern Emperor Bel, and their celestial bodies had been brought back to the Yanhua cave for preservation, their aunt had transformed into this shadow of her former self. He wished to offer comfort, but was at a loss for words, following silently behind her as she pushed open the study door, vanishing beyond its threshold. With a thud, the study door was shut from within, severing all external sounds. Bai Qian turned around, her gaze sweeping across the densely packed bookshelves within the study, a flicker of hope igniting in her eyes. She knew that her father, the Emperor Bai Ji, had stored nearly 80% of the ancient texts and secret methods of the 4 seas and 8 wildernesses in this room, encompassing everything from the mythological records of creation to the esoteric techniques of ancient times. Though the ice of the Yanhua cave could delay the decay of corpses, it was ultimately a temporary solution. She must find a way to ensure the eternal preservation of Su Bai and Mo Yuan's remains within these walls. The light in the study was dim, with only a few intricately carved windows allowing sparse sunlight to filter through. Bai Qian raised her hand and waved her sleeve, channeling her celestial power as the night pearl beside the bookshelf illuminated instantly, casting a gentle glow throughout the room. Taking a deep breath, she approached the leftmost bookshelf and began to peruse the volumes one by one. Most of these ancient texts were inscribed in archaic script, with some pages having yellowed and become brittle, threatening to crumble at the slightest touch. Bai Qian delicately cradled each book, poring over every word and sentence, fearful of missing any valuable information. At times, she furrowed her brow in contemplation, and at others, she recorded key points on paper, entirely oblivious to the passage of time. When hunger struck, she casually reached for a pastry on the table, nibbling at it. When thirst beckoned, she poured herself a glass of cool tea and drank it in one breath. She resembled an indefatigable machine, immersed in the ocean of ancient texts, indifferent to all that transpired outside. One by one, she took books from the shelves, only to return them, gradually forming towering piles of tomes in the center of the study, enveloping her figure within them. Time slipped away quietly amidst the rustling of pages. 1 day, 2 days, 3 days. On the evening of the 3rd day, when the last rays of twilight filtered through the window into the study, Bai Qian finally lifted her gaze from the heap of ancient books. Her eyes were bloodshot, her lips cracked and parched, her face smudged with dust, presenting a disheveled appearance. Yet her eyes sparkled with an unprecedented brilliance. In her hands, she clutched a yellowed bamboo scroll, its edges worn, inscribed with the ancient script of the Nine-Tailed Fox clan, detailing an obscure secret technique. Bai Qian's fingers gently brushed over the characters on the scroll, her body trembling with excitement, her voice tinged with a sob. I found it. I finally found it. The scroll explicitly recorded that the heart's blood of the ancient Nine-Tailed Fox clan contained the purest and most young life force, capable of nourishing a corpse, ensuring it would not decay for millennia. However, this secret technique imposed stringent conditions. It required a daily offering of a bowl of heart's blood to the corpse, with no substitutions allowed, and should the process be interrupted, the body would instantly disintegrate into ashes, irretrievable by any means. The cost was minimal, truly minimal. Bai Qian murmured to herself, clutching the scroll tightly to her chest, as if it were the most precious treasure in the world. As long as she could preserve the bodies of Su Bai and Mo Yuan, what was the price of a daily bowl of heart's blood? Even if it meant depleting her own cultivation, even if it meant enduring excruciating pain, she would willingly accept it. Unable to contain her urgent anticipation any longer, she carefully tucked the scroll into her sleeve and turned to dash out of the study. She flung open the heavy door, startling Mi Gu, who was stationed outside. Mi Gu, Bai Qian's voice quivered imperceptibly. Immediately accompany me to Yanhua Cave, guard the entrance, and allow no one to approach, not even father or mother. Mi Gu, sensing the gravity of her expression, did not dare to delay, promptly nodding. Understood, Aunt. The two hurriedly made their way towards Yanhua Cave. Along the way, Bai Qian's heart raced, filled with both anticipation and trepidation. She was eager to preserve Su Bai's body, yet anxious about the unknown agony and the irrevocable consequences of any interruption. Soon, Yanhua Cave appeared before them. The chill at the entrance was more intense than usual. Bai Qian took a deep breath and turned to Mi Gu, instructing, remember, no matter what sounds you hear, do not enter. Rest assured, Aunt. Mi Gu will guard the entrance vigilantly. Mi Gu solemnly replied, transforming into a flash of green light, stationed outside the cave, her celestial energy swirling and forming an invisible barrier. Bai Qian pushed open the door and stepped into Yanhua Cave. The cavern remains chillingly cold, with 2 ice coffins positioned side by side, within which lie Su Bai and Mo Yuan. Mo Yuan's body, safeguarded by celestial essence, retains its former appearance, albeit with a pallid complexion akin to parchment, whereas Su Bai's corpse has begun to exhibit subtle changes, his formerly radiant skin now appearing somewhat parched, and his lips devoid of color. Upon witnessing Su Bai's condition, Bai Qian's heart constricts painfully, and her eyes instantly brim with tears. She hastens to Su Bai's ice coffin, gently lifting the lid, extending her delicate hand to cautiously caress Su Bai's cheek. His skin is frigid to the touch, lacking the warmth it once held, and Bai Qian's tears spill uncontrollably, cascading like scattered pearls on his Su-bai's face, trailing down his jawline and disappearing into the folds of his garments. Su-bai, she chokes out, her voice trembling uncontrollably. I have found a way. I finally discovered a means to preserve your body from decay. Do not worry. The cost is minimal. It will not hurt at all. She forces a smile, striving to infuse her tone with levity, yet her tears flow like a relentless torrent, refusing to cease. She sits upon a stone bench beside the ice coffin, murmuring incessantly as they once did during their cherished moments together. Do you remember? The last time you took me to the 9 heavens to view the sea of clouds. You promised that once I ascended to the status of a deity, you would accompany me on journeys across the 4 seas and 8 desolations. You also said you would build me the most beautiful abode beside Jiyan's peach grove, and we would never part. Su-bai, please awaken, she implores. I know you are merely fatigued. Once you awaken, I will no longer quarrel with you. I shall heed your every word. She continues to speak for a considerable time, until her throat grows hoarse and her voice can no longer be uttered, at which point she gradually falls silent. Wiping away her tears, her gaze transforms into one of unwavering resolve. She understands that now is not the moment to succumb to sorrow. She must act swiftly. Bai Qian rises, shedding her outer garments, revealing her skin, pure and delicate as jade. From her sleeve, she extracts a dagger, meticulously prepared in advance, forged from celestial gold. Its blade extraordinarily sharp, glinting with a chilling brilliance in the dim light of the cavern. Taking a deep breath, she closes her eyes, conjuring the image of Su-bai's gentle smile in her mind. In the next instant, she abruptly opens her eyes and, without hesitation, plunges the dagger into her own heart. The sound of the dagger piercing flesh reverberates sharply in the stillness of the cavern. A wave of excruciating pain envelopes her entire being, as though countless steel needles are simultaneously stabbing her heart, causing her body to convulse uncontrollably. Cold sweat instantly drenches her hair, cascading down her cheeks, her complexion growing increasingly pale, nearly devoid of color. Bai Qian clenches her teeth, enduring the dizziness and agonizing pain, and slowly withdraws the dagger. Vivid crimson blood gushes from the wound, warm and vibrant, intertwining with the cavern's icy atmosphere. Hastily, she seizes a jade bowl set aside, carefully collecting the flowing blood. This blood is thicker than ordinary blood, its hue a more vivid red, emanating a faint aura of celestial power. The jade bowl quickly filled with more than half a bowl of warm blood, and Bai Qian gazed at the liquid within, a flicker of relief crossing her eyes. Summoning her last ounce of strength, she brought the jade bowl to Su-bai's lips, feeding him her heart's blood drop by drop. As the final drop flowed into Su-bai's mouth, Bai Qian could no longer hold on. Darkness enveloped her, and her body slumped down, collapsing beside Su-bai's icy coffin. The dagger and jade bowl clattering to the ground with a resounding noise. Outside, Migu heard the sound of shattering jade echoing from within the cave, and his heart sank. Recalling Bai Qian's previous admonitions, he hesitated to enter, yet the unusual noise gnawed at his nerves. He paced at the cave's entrance for what felt like an eternity, each second a torturous trial. After a stick of incense had burned down, silence still reigned inside, and Bai Qian's voice was absent. Unable to quell his rising anxiety, Migu knew something must have befallen his aunt. He transformed into a streak of green light, hastening back to the fox cave. At that moment, Ning Chong was trimming branches in the courtyard. Upon seeing Migu's distressed return, an ominous premonition surged within her. Migu, what is it? Where is Xiao Wu? She asked urgently, setting down her shears. Fox Empress. It's grave. Aunt, something has happened to her in Yanhua Cave. Migu panted, his voice laced with a tremor of impending tears. I waited outside for a stick of incense, but she never emerged, and I heard the sound of breaking jade. I was truly worried and returned to inform you. What? Ning Chang's expression shifted dramatically, abandoning her task as she turned and flew towards Yanhua Cave, with Migu following closely, anxiety consuming him. Soon, they arrived at Yanhua Cave. Ning Chang pushed open the door and immediately spotted Bai Qian collapsed beside the ice coffin. Her heart tightened as she rushed forward, cradling Bai Qian in her arms. The touch was icy, and Bai Qian's breath was as faint as a flickering candle in the wind, on the brink of extinguishment. Ning Chang lowered her gaze to the wound on Bai Qian's chest and the bloody dagger and jade bowl on the ground. When her eyes fell upon the dried blood at Su-bai's lips, Understanding dawned upon her in an instant. Tears surged forth, her heart aching to the point of trembling. Yet she dared not delay for even a moment. Xiao Wu, you foolish child, how could you be so reckless? Ning Chong choked, simultaneously using her celestial power to protect Bai Qian's heart pulse while swiftly inscribing a message on a communication jade talisman. She then tossed the talisman into the air, which transformed into a streak of light, racing towards the direction of the 10-mile peach orchard, the abode of the deity Jiyan. Having completed her task, the Fox Empress carefully lifted Bai Qian, turning to fly back to the Fox Cave, her movements gentle, fearful of causing further harm to her daughter. Migu followed behind, silently gathering the dagger and jade bowl from the ground, filled with self-reproach. At the moment Jiyan received the message, he was brewing wine in the peach orchard. Upon reading the contents of the talisman, his expression changed, and he immediately set down the wine jar, transforming into a beam of golden light, racing towards the Fox Cave. In but a brief moment, Jiyan appeared in the bedroom of the Fox Cave. He immediately spotted Bai Qian lying on the bed, with Ning Shang weeping by her side. He hurried forward, placing his hand on Bai Qian's pulse, and his expression turned grave in an instant. How is she? Jiyan, is she all right? Ning Shang asked urgently, her voice tinged with desperation. Jiyan remained silent, instead retrieving a jade vial from his sleeve. He carefully poured out a pearl-white elixir and gently administered it to Bai Qian. The medicine dissolved upon contact, transforming into a pure essence of celestial energy that flowed down her throat and into her body. Soon, the wound on Bai Qian's chest began to heal at a visible rate, leaving behind only a faint scar. Yet, Jiyan's countenance did not improve. He withdrew his hand and turned to Bai Ji and the arriving CZ, stating, Xiao Wu has lost too much blood, and her foundational celestial energy is severely compromised. This healing elixir will only stabilize her condition temporarily, sustaining her life for 12 hours. To save her, we must find the divine herb within that time frame and use its immense celestial energy to replenish her cultivation. Otherwise, the unspoken words hung heavily in the air, yet everyone understood their implications. The divine herb grows on the eastern island, which is guarded by the 4 formidable beasts left behind by the Father God. Retrieving it would prove to be no simple task. Bai Ji's expression darkened as he gazed at his pallid daughter on the bed, filled with sorrow and urgency. He exchanged a glance with his 4 sons and made a decisive statement. I will go to the eastern island with Bai Yi to retrieve the divine herb. Bai Xian, Bai Zhan, and Bai Qi shall remain here to protect Jiyan and ensure Xiao Wu's safety. Father, let me go? Bai Yi stepped forward, speaking in a grave tone. There is no need for further discussion. This matter concerns Xiao Wu's life, and I must personally see to it. Bai Ji waved his hand, his tone leaving no room for dissent. We shall depart immediately and strive to return as swiftly as possible. Ning Shang looked at Bai Ji, her eyes filled with worry. Yet she understood that this was not the time for sentimental concerns. She nodded and said, Be careful, and ensure you return safely. Bai Ji acknowledged her with a nod, exchanging a glance with Bai Yi, and together they transformed into 2 streaks of light, flying towards the eastern island. In the bedroom, Ning Shang sat by the bed, gently caressing Bai Qian's pale cheek, tears falling anew. Xiao Wu has always feared pain. Even a small cut on her finger would bring her to tears. How much must it hurt now, having stabbed herself in the chest and lost so much blood? Standing nearby, Bai Zhan's eyes also glistened with tears. He sighed, his voice filled with helplessness and sorrow. Indeed, I have always doted on Xiao Wu. A mere pout from her would prompt me to act. Why must she bear everything alone? Why not confide in us? Among the 4 sons of Qing Qiu, Bai Zhan shared the deepest bond with Bai Qian. Throughout their childhood, no matter the trouble Bai Qian caused, he would always be the first to step in and clean up the mess. Now, witnessing his sister in such a fragile state, he felt both heartbroken and guilty. As time passed, the night deepened. The entire Fox Den was shrouded in an atmosphere of oppressive tension, as everyone silently prayed for Bai Ji and Bai Yi to successfully retrieve the divine herb. Just as dawn was about to break, 2 disheveled figures appeared at the entrance of the den, none other than the Fox Emperor Bai Ji and his second son, Bai Yi. Their garments were stained with blood and seawater, and their breaths were somewhat erratic, clearly having endured a fierce battle in their quest for the divine herb. We have retrieved the divine herb, Bai Ji rasped, handing over a sprig exuding a potent wave of celestial energy to Jiyan. His voice was hoarse, and he staggered slightly, nearly collapsing. Bai Xian hurried forward to support him, concern etched on his face. "Father, are you all right?" "I am fine. Save Xiaowu first." Bai Ji insisted, waving his hand urgently. Zhe Yin accepted the divine herb and nodded. Just as he was about to channel its celestial energy to Bai Qian, he was halted by Ning Chong. "Zhe Yin, allow me," Ning Chong declared, her gaze resolute. "Ning Chong, the energy transfer will exhaust you greatly, you." Zhe Yin hesitated. "I am aware," Ning Chong interrupted, her eyes filled with maternal love as they fell upon Bai Qian. "Bai Ji is the ruler of Qingqiu. His power must not falter. I have long resided in the fox den and seldom exert myself, so a depletion of my strength is of no consequence. I am willing to do anything to save Xiao Wu." Bai Ji looked at Ning Chong, his eyes brimming with gratitude and guilt. "Ning, this. Do not speak. Time is of the essence." Ning Chong waved her hand dismissively and approached the bedside, sitting cross-legged. She placed the divine herb on Bai Qian's chest, forming seals with her hands. A surge of divine energy enveloped her, creating a gentle light shield that encompassed both her and Bai Qian. Under the impetus of the celestial energy, the divine herb transformed into a vast and pure energy, gradually flowing into Bai Qian's body through Ning Chang's hands. Simultaneously, half of Ning Chang's own cultivation continuously infused into Bai Qian's being. As the energy was imparted, Bai Qian's pale cheeks gradually regained color, and her breath steadied. Meanwhile, Ning Chang's complexion grew increasingly pallid, cold sweat beading on her forehead, and her body began to tremble slightly. Yet, she gritted her teeth and persevered until the last vestige of her strength was bestowed upon Bai Qian. When all the energy had been transferred, Ning Chong could no longer sustain herself and slumped down. Bai Ji rushed forward to catch her, his eyes filled with anguish. "Ning, how are you?" "I am fine. Merely a bit weak. A period of rest will suffice," Ning Chong replied with a faint smile, her gaze shifting to Bai Qian. "As long as Xiao Wu is safe." Zhe Yin approached to examine Ning Chong, stating, "Ning Chong has merely exhausted her energy. There is no threat to her life. With adequate rest, she will recover." The tension that had gripped everyone finally began to dissipate. The following morning, the morning light streamed through the intricately carved windows of the fox den, scattering fragments of golden light upon the bed. Bai Qian's eyelashes fluttered as she slowly opened her eyes. As the initial confusion faded, the lingering pain in her chest contrasted sharply with the abundant celestial energy surging within her, instantly recalling the events preceding her unconsciousness. "Xiao Wu, you are awake." As Ning Chong vigilantly kept watch by the bedside, she noticed Bai Qian's eyes flutter open, instantly brimming with tears. Quickly, she reached out to feel Bai Qian's forehead, inquiring about her condition. Bai Qian propped herself up on her arms, her gaze falling upon Ning Chong's somewhat pale visage, which caused her heart to plummet. She keenly sensed that the divine energy emanating from Ning Chong was markedly diminished compared to before. Beneath the regal grace of the Queen of Qingqiu lay an unmistakable weariness. "Mother," she croaked, her voice raspy and trembling, "my cultivation." "Foolish child," Ning Chong gently patted the back of her hand, her tone tender yet imbued with resolute conviction. "I have bestowed half of my cultivation upon you. You have just lost so much of your vital essence. Your celestial energy has suffered grievously. If you do not replenish it in a timely manner, the consequences could be dire." "What?" Bai Qian felt as though struck by lightning, her eyes instantly reddening as she grasped Ning Chong's hand, choking on her words. "Mother, how could you do this? Half of your cultivation. That is the fruit of your decades of effort. It's all my fault. My impulsiveness has caused you such a grave loss." Tears cascaded from her eyes like scattered pearls, and the tide of self-reproach threatened to engulf her. Had she known that her life would come at such a steep price, she might have hesitated or sought another way. Yet now, the die was cast, and she could only watch helplessly as her mother paid such a heavy toll for her sake. Ning Chong smiled gently, wiping away her tears, her fingertips radiating a faint warmth. "Silly girl, why are you crying? To me, your safety and well-being are paramount. Cultivation can be regained, but should anything happen to you, what would become of your father, your brothers, and me?" Just then, Bai Ji entered the room, nodding in agreement with Ning Chong's words. "Your mother speaks the truth. Little 5. In the future, do not act so impulsively. Always consult with us. The people of Qingqiu will never stand idly by as you shoulder everything alone." Bai Qian gazed into her parents' eyes, which were filled with genuine concern, and nodded vigorously, swallowing the apology that hovered on her lips. She understood that at this moment, no amount of guilt would suffice. The best way to repay them was to live well and alleviate their worries. After a half-day of recuperation, Bai Qian's celestial energy had stabilized, and the wounds in her heart had thoroughly healed. She declined Ning Shang's offer to accompany her and, bearing a pristine jade bowl, made her way once more towards the Yanhua cave. The chill within the cave remained piercing, yet the body of Su Bai, nourished by her vital essence, had regained its former luster. His lips had taken on a delicate blush, almost indistinguishable from slumber, if not for the absence of breath. Seeing this, Bai Qian felt a slight easing of her anxious heart, though her eyes still shimmered with sorrow. She approached the ice coffin, gently lifting the lid, and then rolled up her sleeves to reveal her smooth shoulders. Gathering a strand of celestial energy, she delicately traced it across her chest, allowing warm vital essence to flow forth. This time, she was prepared. Though the pain was still intense, it bore a measure of endurance compared to her previous experience. She swiftly brought the jade bowl forward, catching the thick, crimson essence until it filled the bowl completely, before sealing her wound with celestial energy. Bai Qian delicately held a jade bowl, gently feeding her heart's blood into Su Bai's mouth. Tears streamed down her cheeks once more, falling onto Su Bai's face. "Look, Su Bai, this way you can maintain your current form forever," she whispered softly, her fingertips brushing over his brow and eyes. "You must awaken soon. I am waiting for you to accompany me to witness the sea of clouds in the 9 heavens, to traverse the vastness of the world together." She sat beside the icy coffin, her voice a soft murmur as she poured out her longing and concern over these days. The cave was enveloped in silence, save for her voice, tinged with sorrow, gently reverberating in the air. At that moment, a faint sound of footsteps echoed from the cave entrance. Bai Qian assumed it was Mi Gu coming in to deliver something and did not turn around. Only when a familiar figure approached her side did she look up in astonishment. "Fourth brother? What brings you here?" Bai Zhen offered no reply, his gaze fixated on the bloodstains on her clothing, his eyes filled with anguish and helplessness. He said little, merely grasping a dagger that lay beside him. In the face of Bai Qian's astonished stare, he unhesitatingly plunged the blade into his own chest. "Fourth brother, no?" Bai Qian gasped, attempting to intervene. But it was too late. The dagger pierced his skin with a sickening sound, crimson blood gushing forth in an instant. Bai Zhen gritted his teeth, enduring the excruciating pain, and brought forth another prepared jade bowl to catch the spilling heart's blood. His complexion turned pale at an alarming rate, cold sweat beading on his forehead. His body trembling slightly, yet his gaze remained resolute. Only when the jade bowl was filled did Bai Zhen withdraw the dagger, momentarily sealing the wound with his celestial power. He approached the icy coffin of Mo Yuan, feeding the heart's blood into it bit by bit. After completing this task, he turned to Bai Qian, who was taken aback and tear-streaked, and waved his hand gently, his voice weak, yet still kind. "Even if Mother has given you half of her cultivation, you cannot withstand the loss of heart's blood twice in one day. The deity Mo Yuan is a benefactor of our Qing Qiu and your master. This debt is mine to bear." Bai Qian gazed at his pallid face and the blood seeping from his chest, tears blurring her vision. She understood that Bai Zhen spoke the truth. The heart's blood of the 9-tailed fox clan was extraordinarily precious. Drawing it once a day was already a limit. And forcing a second extraction would certainly inflict severe damage to one's celestial essence, potentially jeopardizing their foundational cultivation. Fourth brother willingly endured this suffering to protect her. Fourth brother. She choked, a flood of emotions welling in her heart, ultimately crystallizing into a single, heartfelt expression of gratitude. "Thank you." Bai Zhen smiled gently, stepping closer to pat her shoulder. "There's no need for such formality with your fourth brother." He paused, his tone growing serious. "Little five, you must not engage in such perilous acts alone in the future. Should you encounter any difficulties, you have me, our father, mother, and your elder brothers by your side. We, the people of Qing Qiu, have never fought alone." Bai Qian nodded vigorously, though her tears flowed even more freely. She understood that no matter the challenges she faced, the family of Qing Qiu would always shield her from the storm. This profound bond of kinship was her greatest strength in this moment. Bai Zhen gazed at her tear-streaked eyes, shaking his head in resignation. He retrieved a vial of healing elixir from his sleeve, poured out a single pill, and consumed it. He then remarked, "I shall return to rest and come back tomorrow. You should also head home, for your mother awaits you." With that, he turned to depart from the Yanhua cave, his figure somewhat unsteady, yet still upright. Bai Qian watched as his silhouette vanished at the cave's entrance, then shifted her gaze toward the two figures encased in the ice coffin, her heart resolutely steeling itself. She vowed to find a way to awaken Su Bai and Mo Yuan, not only for herself, but for all those who cared for and cherished her family. The chill within the cave seemed to dissipate slightly, as sunlight filtered through the crevices of the entrance, casting a warm spot of light upon the ground. Bai Qian gently closed the lid of the ice coffin, grasped the jade bowl, and slowly made her way toward the cave's exit. Chapter 19. 70,000 years pass in the blink of an eye. Su Bai awakens. Time flows like a fleeting horse, and in the blink of an eye, 2 millennia have passed. On this day, news reached the heavenly realm. The eldest son of the heavenly lord, Yang Xue, accompanied by his wife, Lexu, journeyed to Kunlun ruins to pay homage to Mo Yuan. Upon reaching the spiritual pool in the rear mountains, a golden lotus within unexpectedly withered. This lotus, a relic of the Father God, had thrived in the spiritual pool for several 100,000 years, exuding vitality. Its sudden decay astonished all present. Daifeng, Mo Yuan's foremost disciple, carefully lifted the withered lotus upon a jade plate and presented it to Lexu. To their astonishment, as soon as Lexu reached out to touch it, the lotus transformed into a radiant beam of golden light, surging directly into her being. This event swiftly spread across the vast realms, hailed by all as an auspicious omen. Indeed, not long after, Lexu gave birth to a son. The heavenly lord was overjoyed, believing this to be a divine blessing from the Father God, and promptly decreed the child's name as Yihua, bestowing upon him the title of Prince of the Heavenly Clan. When the news reached Qingqiu, Bai Qian was in the Yanhua cave, feeding Su Bai with heart's blood. Upon hearing of the event, she paused momentarily, then chuckled softly, pondering the Father God's blessing and curious about the future capabilities of this little prince. Shortly after Yihua's birth, Qingqiu also celebrated a significant event. Bai Qian was officially appointed as the Lady of the Eastern Wasteland. The coronation ceremony was grand, with deities from all corners of the realms arriving to offer their congratulations. Even the heavenly lord sent a companion of the prince to present gifts. From that moment onward, the title of aunt echoed throughout the realms, and all came to know of the extraordinary lady of Qingqiu, the most cherished daughter of the Fox Emperor. Not long after the ceremony, joyous news arrived from the household of Baiji, the second son of the Fox Emperor. His eldest daughter, Bai Fengjiu, had been born. The little fox, adorned with vibrant crimson fur and possessing lively eyes that resembled Bai Qian's, captured the affection of both the Fox Emperor and Empress. When Bai Qian first cradled her tiny niece, watching her sleep peacefully in her arms, an inexplicable warmth surged within her heart. She mused that had Su Bai been awake, he would surely have adored this adorable little creature. The morning mist of Qingqiu always carried a hint of languid celestial aura, swirling amidst the branches of the ancient Kangwu trees, casting the entrance of the Yanhua cave into a hazy ink wash. Bai Qian lifted her skirts as she stepped over the dew-kissed stone steps, her dark sleeves brushing against the weeping forget-me-not, causing the dew droplets to tumble down, splashing into the clear spring below with a melodious sound. Following her was Bai Zhan, clad in a moon-white robe, his gait measured and serene. Holding a jade vessel of sheep-fat jade that emanated a gentle glow, prepared the night before to contain the heart's blood. For 2 millennia, such tranquil mornings had become an ingrained habit for the siblings. Since the conclusion of the Great War that swept across the realms, Su Bai and Mo Yuan's celestial bodies had been secretly enshrined within this Yanhua cave. Deep within the cave, the stone walls were embedded with 1,000-year-old cold jade, maintaining the temperature below freezing. 2 dark crystal ice coffins were placed side by side, their surfaces reflecting a chilling light that added an air of stillness to the countenances of Bai Qian and Bai Zhan. Bai Zhan approached Mo Yuan's ice coffin first, his fingertips coalescing a faint azure celestial energy, gently tracing over his heart. There was no excruciating pain, only a gentle warmth coursing through the meridians, coalescing in the palm, transforming into a few drops of crimson heart's blood, which slowly dripped into the jade vial. His movements were both practiced and reverent. For 20,000 years, he had never once faltered in this act of nourishment. When Mo Yuan and Su Bai had been shattered in their efforts to seal away the soul of Qing Tsang, had it not been for his heart's blood maintaining Mo Yuan's celestial form, he would have long succumbed to decay. Carefully, he let the blood droplets fall onto Mo Yuan's lips, watching as the crimson essence seeped into the pale lines of the immortal's mouth. Only then did Bai Zhen let out a sigh of relief, his gaze drifting to Bai Qian nearby, with an uncontainable sorrow glimmering in his eyes. "Xiao Wu, I will wait for you outside the cave," he murmured, his voice slightly muffled by the chill inside. Bai Qian did not lift her head, merely replying with a soft hum, her fingertips gently brushing against the frost flowers crystallized on Su Bai's ice coffin. Observing this, Bai Zhen chose silence, turning to leave, his dark robes fluttering briefly in the morning mist, leaving the cave's space entirely to Bai Qian and the slumbering Su Bai. The man within the ice coffin retained the visage he had worn 2 millennia prior. His fiery golden hair cascaded like molten gold, carelessly sprawled over the crimson satin. A faint phoenix mark glimmered on his forehead, a symbol of his lineage. His deep-set eyes were strikingly handsome, with a high nose and well-defined lips. Yet his complexion was so pale it verged on transparency. Had it not been for the faintest breath of life still stirring in his chest, an essence that Bai Qian had painstakingly sustained with her heart's blood for 2 millennia, one might easily believe he had long since returned to the cosmos. Bai Qian drew her heart's blood into another jade vial, her movements tender as if afraid to disturb the dream of the figure within the coffin. Her fingertips grazed Su Bai's cool cheek, a sensation both familiar and foreign. For 70,000 years, this face had appeared countless times in her dreams. Yet the reality before her was far more heart-stirring. "Su Bai, the forget-me-nots in Qingqiu are blooming splendidly today, far more vibrant than last year." She seated herself on a stone bench beside the ice coffin, the surface having long since warmed under her presence. As she passed the fox cave earlier, Zhe Yan had been lamenting that Feng Jiu had stolen his peach blossom wine, claiming he would complain to you about it. She prattled on, her voice soft enough to draw tears, recounting tales from the flowing clouds of Qingqiu to the changing seasons of the 10-mile peach groves. From the fine steed acquired by her 4th brother, Bai Zhen, to the peculiar elixirs concocted by the deity Zhe Yan. Even the amusing anecdotes heard in the mortal taverns were shared in detail. "Yesterday, I transformed into a mortal and visited Linen City, where a storyteller recounted the tale remembering the flute on Phoenix Terrace, about a fairy who waited for her beloved for 3,000 years, only to finally see him return." She smiled gently, though a trace of bitterness flickered at the corners of her eyes. The storyteller spoke with such flourish. Yet little did he know that 3,000 years was but a fleeting moment for our divine clan. "I have waited for you for 70,000 years, Su Bai. When will you awaken?" Her fingertips caressed the intricate patterns etched on the ice coffin, the phoenix totem that Su Bai had carved himself, now smoothed by the passage of time. 70,000 years ago, at the final moment of the celestial and demonic war, in a bid to protect her, Su Bai and Mo Yuan sacrificed their primordial spirits to summon the Eastern Emperor Bel, sealing away the winged Lord Qing Tsang. Amidst the raging flames, the lingering glance he cast upon her, imbued with boundless affection and resolute determination, became an indelible mark upon Bai Qian's heart. Over the years, the heavenly realm never ceased its search for Mo Yuan's celestial form. In her guise as Siyin, she had studied at Kunlun ruins, and after Mo Yuan's demise, it was she who, disregarding all else, illicitly retrieved the celestial body and concealed it in Qingqiu. The denizens of the heavenly realm were only aware of Si Yin's betrayal, oblivious to the fact that she was none other than Bai Qian, the esteemed immortal of Qingqiu, and no one could fathom that Mo Yuan's celestial form lay hidden within the flame-flower cave of Qingqiu. For 2 millennia, the heavenly clan spies spread across the vast realms, yet they consistently returned empty-handed. Over time, this matter was reluctantly set aside, with only an annual pilgrimage to Kunlun ruins on the anniversary of Mo Yuan's death. Bai Qian spoke for quite some time, until the sun gradually ascended, casting slivers of golden light through the crevices of the cave's ceiling. Rising, she gently pressed a kiss upon the icy coffin. "I shall return to see you tomorrow. Su Bai, wait for me." She turned to depart, her dark skirt sweeping over the stony ground, leaving a delicate trail of sound. Outside the cave, Baizhun leaned against a kangwu tree, idly toying with a willow leaf. Noticing her emergence, he approached, remarking, "You spoke for quite a while today." "Yes. Just reminiscing about the past," Bai Qian replied with a faint smile, the expression tinged with an inescapable weariness. The siblings walked side by side on the path back to the fox cave, the morning mist long dispersed, sunlight filtering through the leaves and casting dappled shadows upon the ground. Such days felt serene yet monotonous, yet were imbued with resilience due to the fervent desires within their hearts. Bai Qian understood that as long as she remained, and as long as her heart's blood continued to flow, there was still hope for Su Bai to awaken. Days passed, and another 5 millennia slipped by. During these 5 millennia, numerous upheavals transpired across the vast realms. The Heavenly Clan's prince, Yi Hua, possessed extraordinary talents, successfully ascending to immortality at the age of 18,000, setting the record for the youngest immortal in nearly 100 millennia. By the time he reached 50,000, his prowess surged remarkably, with many venerable immortals praising him as being on par with the legendary phoenix god Su Bai of yore. Meanwhile, in the Winged Clan, 6,000 years prior, Li Jing wed Xian Nu, and in the same year, Li Jing orchestrated a coup, imprisoning his elder brother Li Yuan, and successfully ascended to the position of Winged Lord. However, not long ago, Xian Nu gave birth to a stillborn child, leading to rampant speculation among the celestial beings that this was the retribution for her past betrayal of Qing Qiu and the slaughter of heavenly warriors in her quest to marry Li Jing. A curse from the vengeful souls of those who perished unjustly. On this day, Bai Qian and Bai Zhan, as was their custom, arrived at the Flameflower Cave. Bai Zhan first offered his heart's blood to Mo Yuan before silently departing. Bai Qian sat beside Su Bai's icy coffin, recounting the tales of marvels and mischief she had heard that day. "Su Bai, did you know? That prince of the Heavenly Clan, Yi Hua, possesses remarkable talent, ascending to immortality at 18,000, though he cannot compare to you." She spoke with a smile, her tone carrying a subtle hint of pride, as if showcasing her kin. "Now at 50,000, many say his strength is already akin to yours during your lifetime. They are simply talking nonsense." At this moment, Bai Qian's exquisitely arched willow-like brows knitted tightly together, her clear phoenix eyes brimming with dissatisfaction. At the tender age of 15,000, she had already ascended to the status of a celestial being, and during the cataclysmic battle between the realms, her prowess had positioned her as the foremost among the divine beneath the gods. Knight Hua, who was now 50,000 years old, barely approached her level, rendering any comparison utterly futile. Such ignorance from these people was truly astounding, lacking even this minimal discernment. She fumed indignantly, as if championing Su Bai's cause. Pausing for a moment, she gently brushed her hand over the phoenix mark on Su Bai's forehead, her gaze gradually softening and becoming tender. "And then there is me." Before her words could fully take flight, an unexpected transformation occurred. From within the Xianjing ice coffin, a blazing inferno of fiery, golden-red flames erupted fiercely around Su Bai. The flames surged forth with an intensity so fierce that they enveloped the entire ice coffin in the blink of an eye. The Xianjing ice coffin, inherently frigid and capable of withstanding flames for millennia, melted away with astonishing speed, as if snow was succumbing to the fervent sun, dissolving into a pool of clear water that trickled through the crevices of the stone. The flames swiftly consumed the entirety of the Yanhua cave, scorching the stone walls to a vivid crimson, causing the millennium-old cold jade embedded within them to shatter, transforming into sparkling ice crystals that evaporated into white mist amidst the flames. Yet, curiously, this inferno, potent enough to incinerate all, bore no heat. Bai Qian, standing amidst the flames, felt no searing pain, but rather a warm force enveloping her, dispelling the long-standing chill within the cave. Even more astonishingly, the Xianjing ice coffin containing Mo Yuan's celestial body remained unscathed amidst the conflagration, retaining its ethereal coolness, as if the flames were oblivious to its presence. Thump, thump, thump. Suddenly, the resounding rhythm of a powerful heartbeat echoed through the cave, reminiscent of ancient war drums, causing the entire Yanhua cave to tremble slightly. The heartbeat was steady and vigorous, pulsating with vibrant life, ringing clearly in Bai Qian's ears. Bai Qian froze, her eyes widening in disbelief, fixated on Su Bai at the heart of the flames. Instinctively, She covered her mouth, hot tears uncontrollably spilling forth, cascading down her cheeks. Her body retreated continuously until her back collided heavily against the cold stone wall, halting her movement. For 70,000 years, she had nourished Su Bai with her heart's blood day after day, repeatedly assuring herself that he was not dead but merely sleeping, destined to awaken one day. Yet, deep within her heart, she had long accepted the reality of his soul's return to the heavens. Countless sleepless nights found her awakening from dreams of that cataclysmic battle, recalling the final gaze Su Bai cast upon her, only to languish in the boundless darkness, nursing the wounds of longing alone. Now this Su Bai, who had been gone for 70 millennia, was emanating such a powerful heartbeat. An overwhelming surge of joy engulfed her like a tidal wave, leaving her momentarily paralyzed, forgetting even the sound of her own weeping, allowing the tears to flow freely. Outside the cave, Bai Zhan, leaning against the kangwu tree in wait, suddenly sensed a formidable wave of spiritual energy emanating from within the cave, followed closely by the scent of roaring flames. A sudden shock coursed through him, prompting an immediate turn towards the cave entrance, where he anxiously called out, "Xiao Wu." Yet, just as he was about to cross the threshold, an intense wave of searing heat surged forth, forcefully pushing him back several steps. Regaining his footing, he looked up to find the entrance of the Flame Hua cave enveloped in a swirling mass of crimson gold flames, emanating a formidable pressure that instilled a sense of dread. Bai Zhan endeavored to summon his celestial power to pierce through the fiery barrier, but as soon as his energy made contact with the flames, it was instantaneously devoured, failing to create even the slightest ripple. His anxiety for Bai Qian's safety grew, yet he felt utterly powerless against the flames before him. This fire bore the unique essence of a phoenix, yet it was far more domineering than the usual phoenix flames. Aside from Su Bai, only the phoenix deity, Zhi Yin, might withstand its wrath. No, I must swiftly inform Zhi Yin and my parents. Bai Zhan resolved decisively, quickly retrieving a communication jade talisman from his sleeve. After infusing it with his celestial energy, he cast it into the air, where it transformed into a streak of light, soaring towards the direction of the peach blossom grove. Subsequently, he became a flash of white light, hastily heading towards the Fox Den to seek assistance. Upon learning of the incident at the Flame Hua cave, Fox Emperor Bai Zhi and Fox Empress Ningxiang were consumed with urgency and promptly followed Bai Zhan. Meanwhile, Zhi Yin received the message as well and hastily rode his Baifeng bird to the cave's exterior, observing the familiar crimson gold flames at the entrance. Both Bai Zhi and Ningxiang wore grave expressions. They attempted to probe the cave's interior with their celestial powers, but were thwarted by the flame's oppressive force, unable to penetrate even a fraction. This was the true fire of the phoenix, and the purest source of its essence. No one but Su Bai could wield such power. Bai Zhi spoke solemnly, his eyes filled with astonishment, yet Su Bai had clearly. His words trailed off, articulating the shared confusion of the group. Zhi Yin, however, remained exceptionally composed. He meticulously observed the flame's movements, sensing the vitality within, and a smile gradually graced his lips. Do not be alarmed. This fire harbors no malice, but rather a potent life force, he reassured the Fox Emperor and Empress. Please wait here. I shall venture inside. No sooner had he spoken than he stepped towards the cave entrance. Remarkably, as he approached the flames, the once ferocious crimson gold fire parted to create a passageway, allowing him to enter with ease. Bai Zhi, Bai Zhan, and Ningxiang sighed in relief, their gazes fixed on the entrance, awaiting news from Zhi Yin. Upon entering the Flame Hua cave, Zhi Yin immediately spotted Bai Qian, tear-streaked, and standing beside the stone wall, as well as the figure at the center of the flames, a man glowing with golden radiance. Su Bai's body floated in midair, encircled by the crimson gold flames that accentuated his divine appearance, as though reborn from the fire. The powerful rhythm of his heartbeat resonated throughout the cavern, brimming with vitality. Zhi Yin approached Su Bai, gently placing his hand on his shoulder and probing his consciousness into his being. Moments later, he withdrew his hand, a look of relief and satisfaction illuminating his face. He turned to Bai Qian, who stood frozen in place, his tone brimming with congratulations. Xiao Wu, your 70,000-year wait has come to an end. Su Bai is about to awaken. Zhi Yan's words resonated in Bai Qian's ears like thunder, instantly snapping her back to reality. She abruptly raised her head, her eyes glistening with tears as she gazed at Zhi Yan, her voice trembling. Jian, did you say Su Bai is awake? Jian smiled and nodded, his eyes filled with certainty. In that moment of affirmation, Bai Qian could no longer contain her emotions. The pent-up longing and grievances of 70 millennia erupted forth. She covered her face, her shoulders shaking violently, as tears cascaded like pearls from her fingers, splashing onto the ground and creating tiny droplets. Over these 70,000 years, she endured the daily anguish of her heart, the torment of longing, and the relentless pursuit from the celestial realm, never once faltering. Countless times, she felt on the brink of despair. But the thought of Su Bai, of the sacrifices he made to protect her, rekindled her hope. Now, her perseverance was finally rewarded. Su Bai was truly awakening. In that moment, she felt that all the bitterness, pain, and longing of those 70,000 years had become worthwhile. As time passed, the crimson gold flames within the cave continued to blaze fiercely, and Su Bai's heartbeat grew ever stronger and clearer. Bai Qian wiped the tears from her face, her gaze fixed intently on the man at the center of the flames, her eyes filled with hope and anticipation. Jian stood quietly beside her, observing it all with a reassuring smile. The crimson gold flames raged for an entire hour, then suddenly, the consuming fire froze mid-air, as if restrained by an invisible thread, halting its advance. Following this, the vast sea of flames began to visibly recede, flowing back along Su Bai's hair, clothes, and fingertips, ultimately transforming into slender strands of golden light, all of which seeped into his body. With the flames dissipating, the stone walls of the cave, once scorched red, gradually cooled, forming a fine layer of water droplets that fell with a rhythmic patter, pooling on the ground and reflecting the faint light filtering through the cracks above. Outside the cave, the Fox Emperor Baizhan, and the Fox Empress Ningxiang could no longer contain their anxiety. Upon seeing the flames completely subside, the three hurriedly entered the Yanhua cave. Upon entering, they found Bai Qian standing tearfully beside the remnants of the Xianjing ice coffin, her gaze fixed on the man suspended in midair, while Jian stood smiling at her side, an expression of reassurance on his face. Jian, what has happened to Xiao Wu and Su Bai? The Fox Empress Ningxiang quickly approached Bai Qian, gently supporting her trembling shoulders, her eyes filled with worry and curiosity. Bai Ji turned to Jian, his brow furrowed, clearly still skeptical about the strange flames from earlier. Baizhan silently approached the other side of Bai Qian, discreetly offering her a silk handkerchief, his eyes betraying the pain he could not conceal. Jian turned to the three, cupping his hands in a gesture of respect, his tone light. Fox Emperor, Fox Empress. Baizhan, you need not worry. What had just transpired was the awakening of Su Bai's phoenix essence fire, which was in the process of reshaping his immortal body. This phenomenon was not only harmless, but rather an immense cause for celebration. He paused for a moment, his gaze sweeping over the faint golden light swirling around Su Bai, and continued, 70,000 years ago, in order to protect Xiao Wu, he and Mo Yuan together sacrificed their primordial spirits to the Eastern Emperor Bel. In truth, he did not perish. Rather, his phoenix true spirit was severely wounded, leading to an extended slumber. Fortunately, Xiao Wu has nurtured him with her heart's blood over these 70 millennia, and with the covert support of the divine grace from the deity Mo Yuan, his true spirit has been able to coalesce. Today, he has finally broken free from his shackles and is about to awaken. Really? Baizhan's eyes sparkled with ecstatic joy as he turned to Su Bai, his voice barely concealing his excitement. When will he awaken? Soon, Jian replied with a smile, gesturing for them to observe. Look, the vitality within him has stabilized, and his consciousness is beginning to stir. The onlookers followed his gaze and saw Su Bai's formerly pale and translucent cheeks gradually tinged with a hint of color. The phoenix mark on his forehead flickered with a gentle golden glow, and the rise and fall of his chest became increasingly steady and robust. Bai Qian accepted the silk handkerchief handed to her by her mother and hastily wiped away the tears on her face. Yet she could not stem the tide of emotion that filled her eyes. She fixated intently on Su Bai's face, fearful of missing even the slightest change. The countless days and nights over 70,000 years, the solitary longing and torment, the resilience and hope she had clung to, all transformed into burning tears that streamed down her cheeks. Time flowed slowly in the quiet anticipation, the only sounds in the cave being the soft breaths of the gathered crowd and the crisp sound of water droplets falling. Bai Qian's heart raced. Her palms slick with cold sweat as she clutched the hem of her garment, her knuckles turning white from the pressure. She had dreamed of this day countless times. Yet when hope finally arrived, she found herself nearly breathless with anxiety, fearing that all of this was but a fleeting illusion. At that moment, Subai's eyelids suddenly fluttered ever so slightly. That movement was almost imperceptible, had Bai Qian not kept her gaze fixed upon him, etching his features into her very bones. She might not have noticed it at all. Yet, this minuscule motion struck her heart like a thunderclap, causing her to hold her breath in astonishment. Even forgetting to let her tears flow, he moved. His eyelid moved. Bai Qian's voice quivered, laced with uncontainable joy as she turned to Zhiyan, as if seeking affirmation. Zhiyan nodded with a smile, signaling her to remain calm. Moments later, Su Bai's eyelids twitched again, the movements gradually becoming more pronounced. After a brief interval, he slowly opened his eyes. What extraordinary eyes they were, once as deep as a cold pond, now veiled in a misty sheen, reflecting the confusion and drowsiness of someone just roused from slumber. Though the cave was bathed in soft light, it was somewhat blinding to him. Instinctively, he raised his hand to shield his eyes, his long fingers curling slightly, betraying the stiffness of recent awakening. Bai Qian watched his movements, tears once more flooding her eyes. Those hands, she had touched them countless times outside the ice coffin, feeling their chill and rigidity. Now, to see them move again, infused with vibrant life, was a sight she had longed for. She yearned to step forward, yet feared to disturb him, thus remaining rooted in place, allowing joy and excitement to swell within her heart. The Fox Emperor and Fox Empress, along with Bai Zhan, held their breath, their gazes fixed intently upon Su Bai, their faces radiating a mixture of relief and anticipation. Zhiyan approached quietly, gently weaving a soft barrier to shield them from external disturbances, creating a tranquil environment for Su Bai's awakening. As a cup of tea's worth of time drifted by, Su Bai's eyes gradually acclimated to the light within the cave. He slowly lowered the hand that had shielded his vision, his long eyelashes fluttering gently as his gaze began to wander through the cavern. He spotted Zhiyan standing nearby, a flicker of confusion passing through his eyes as he seemed to recall this familiar visage. His gaze then swept over the Fox Emperor, Fox Empress, and Bai Zhan, ultimately settling on the figure not far away, a woman covering her mouth, tears streaming down her face. It was Bai Qian. Even after 70 millennia, despite the tear-streaked visage and the inexplicable fragility and ecstasy reflected in her eyes, he recognized her immediately. Memories surged forth like a tidal wave, the flames of the divine and demonic war from 70,000 years ago, the resolute determination to protect her, the warmth that had continuously nourished him during his slumber, and countless hazy dreams filled with her gentle whispers and calls. All these images intertwined, causing his heart to ache while simultaneously filling him with an ineffable warmth. He attempted to move the muscles of his face. After such a prolonged slumber, every motion felt painfully stiff. Nevertheless, he endeavored to lift the corners of his mouth, forming a somewhat clumsy yet profoundly sincere smile. He parted his lips, his throat dry as if scraped by sandpaper, producing a voice that was hoarse and fragmented yet resonated clearly in every ear present, particularly within Bai Qian's heart. Qian, he enunciated slowly, infused with the weariness of awakening, yet imbued with undeniable tenderness and resolve. I have returned. Those simple 5 words, akin to a promise transcending 70 millennia, shattered all of Bai Qian's defenses in an instant. Unable to contain herself any longer, she rushed to Su Bai's side, cautiously extending her hand, yearning to touch him yet fearing to disrupt this hard-won reunion. It was only when Su Bai slightly turned his head, gently brushing his forehead against her fingertips, that she dared to leap into his embrace, tightly wrapping her arms around his waist and burying her face in his chest. Weeping freely, Su Bai, you have finally awakened. Do you know how long I have waited for you? Her voice trembled, incoherent, yet laden with 70,000 years of longing and grievance. Su Bai, stiffly lifting his hand, tenderly patted her back. Though awkward, his gestures were filled with comfort. He could distinctly feel her shivers, the familiar scent of peach blossoms in her hair, and the heart-wrenching sound of her cries, which stirred waves of guilt and anguish within him. I'm sorry, Qian, he murmured, lowering his head to place a gentle kiss atop her head. His voice still raspy, but imbued with an unprecedented softness, for making you wait so long. The Fox Emperor and Fox Empress observed the two weeping in each other's arms, their eyes glistening with tears of joy. Bai Zhen also breathed a sigh of relief, a long-awaited smile gracing his face. Ji Yin stood to the side, gently waving his fan, a glimmer of understanding and amusement evident in his eyes. Chapter 20. The Unsealing of Qingtian, and by Qian's divine tribulation, Su Bai's gaze swept across the individuals within the cave, deeply nodding to Bai Ji, Ning Shang, and Bai Zhen, his golden red eyes brimming with sincere gratitude. Thank you, Fox Emperor and Fox Empress. Thank you, divine being Bai Zhen. For these 70,000 years, I am profoundly grateful for your care towards Qian and for safeguarding my celestial form. Having just awakened from slumber, although his primordial spirit had returned to its rightful place, his celestial power remained unsteady. As he spoke, his breath still carried a hint of ethereality, and the golden red strands of hair cascading over his shoulders were speckled with shards of ice crystals, adding an air of fragility to his post-illness state. Fox Empress Ning Shang, with eyes already reddened, hurried forward to scrutinize him closely. Her fingertips almost brushed against his pallid cheek, but fearing to startle him, she gently withdrew. Good child, it is wonderful that you are awake. Her gaze was filled with tenderness as she recalled the days when you and Xiao Wu were born, one a golden red furball, the other a delicately carved little fox, tumbling together in the backyard of the fox cave. These 70 millennia have been arduous for our little Wu. You must cherish her well from now on, and never allow her to suffer even a hint of grievance again. Fox Emperor Bai Ji patted Su Bai's shoulder. His ordinarily imposing demeanor softened considerably. Now that you have awakened, find peace in Qingqiu and recuperate. The Fox Cave is replete with abundant spiritual energy, and with Jiyan's presence, your injuries will surely heal within a century. He understood while the persistence Bai Qian had shown over these 70,000 years. From their childhood days of play in the peach forest to the heart-wrenching separations during the Battle of Ruoshui, the bond between these two childhood companions had ultimately endured the most trying of times. Bai Zhen stepped forward, the gloomy aura that had long enveloped his face finally dissipating, revealing a genuine smile. You are awake. Now Xiao Wu can finally rest easy. His tone bore a hint of fraternal admonition. Should you ever allow her to bear such torment alone again, my peach blossom formation in Qingqiu shall not be lenient with you. Over the years, he had witnessed his sister's increasingly pale complexion as she fed blood to sustain herself, her late-night murmurs to the icy coffin causing him both pain and helplessness. At last, the clouds had parted, revealing the moonlight. Su Bai solemnly nodded, his gaze returning to Bai Qian. Affection intertwined with an unshakable guilt. I am aware that these 70,000 years have caused her too much distress. In the years to come, I shall protect her thoroughly and ensure she never faces another tempest. Ji Yin retrieved a porcelain vial from his sleeve and handed it to Bai Qian. This is the spirit-fortifying pill. Have Su Bai take one daily. And with the spiritual energy of the Yanhua cave, he shall regain his peak strength within a century. Just as he was about to turn and prepare a tonic for Bai Qian to replenish her vitality, he keenly sensed an unusual aura surrounding Su Bai. Ji Yin raised an eyebrow, stepping closer to investigate, astonishment gradually dawning in his eyes. He withdrew his hand, his gaze towards Su Bai now imbued with curiosity. Su Bai, there is something peculiar about your aura. Though still faint, it subtly emanates the pressure of a divine being. This is not a fluctuation typical of ordinary phoenix celestial power. Upon hearing this, Su Bai calmly nodded, a flicker of understanding passing through his golden red eyes. Ji Yin, your keen perception is commendable. In the fateful battle of Ruoshui from years past, I joined forces with the divine being Mo Yuan to bring an end to the war between the two realms of Tianyi, quelling the flames of conflict that engulfed the 8 wastelands and 4 seas. The heavenly Tao, moved by this act of merit, bestowed upon me a divine grace, sparing me from the tribulation of ascension, allowing me to directly ascend to the rank of a deity. However, later, as my primordial spirit was sacrificed to the Eastern Emperor Bel, it suffered damage and fell into a deep slumber, suppressing the aura of divinity within me. Now, upon awakening, this divine essence gradually reveals itself. Such a remarkable occurrence. Ji Yin exclaimed in astonishment. The heavenly Tao has directly conferred the title of deity, a first in millennia across the 8 wastelands and 4 seas. It seems this young man has indeed been bestowed with an extraordinary fortune. He mused inwardly. No wonder Su Bai managed to preserve his primordial spirit undying during 70,000 years of slumber. It must be due to the power of this merit acting as a hidden guardian. Bai Qian listened, her eyes wide with disbelief, soon transforming into a radiant smile of sheer joy. Su Bai, you are truly remarkable. Though she did not grasp the profound intricacies of the heavenly Tao's merits, she understood the formidable challenges of ascending to divinity. Su Bai receiving such a grace was undoubtedly a momentous boon. The Fox Emperor and Empress, along with Bai Zhan, expressed their heartfelt congratulations, and Qing Qiu was enveloped in an extra layer of jubilance due to this unexpected joy. Ji Yan retrieved a vial of elixir, presenting it to Su Bai. With your divine physique, recovery will come swiftly. This 9-turn soul restoration pill should be taken daily, combined with the spiritual energy of the Yanhua cave. In no more than 30 years, you will surely regain your peak divine strength. Su Bai accepted the elixir with earnest gratitude. Thank you, Ji Yan. Bai Qian took the porcelain vial, nodding fervently, her heart and gaze solely fixed on Su Bai. Tenderly, she supported him against the remnants of the ice coffin's crystal pedestal, her movements as gentle as if cradling a rare treasure. You must take the medicine and rest well. Su Bai obediently consumed the elixir, feeling the gentle surge of spiritual energy spreading within him, alleviating his frailty. As he watched Bai Qian busily tending to him, warmth enveloped his heart. For 70,000 years, it was her figure, transformed into a glimmer of light, that dispelled the endless darkness and chill within the depths of his consciousness. In the days that followed, Su Bai recuperated peacefully in the fox den, while Bai Qian remained steadfastly by his side. Each day, she prepared nourishing soups and medicines, tended to his body, and during moments of leisure, she would sit beside him, recounting tales of their shared past over these 70 millennia, fearful that he might miss out on too much of their intertwined history. Do you remember? When we were young, playing hide and seek in the peach grove, you loved to transform into a golden red phoenix, hiding among the highest branches of the peach trees. I searched tirelessly but could not find you, ultimately sitting on the ground in tears, and you would drop down, holding peach petals in your beak, clumsily patting my back with your wings to comfort me. Bai Qian's fingertips gently traced the back of his hand, her eyes filled with tender laughter. Su Bai chuckled softly, memories sharpening in clarity. Of course, I remember. Later, you insisted on learning the phoenix transformation technique, but ended up misfiring your celestial energy and singed a tuft of fur from your tail, hiding in your den for 3 days, refusing to face anyone. Don't bring that up. Bai Qian playfully glared at him, a blush tinting her cheeks. It wasn't your teaching that was at fault. The two of them immersed themselves in the fond memories of yesteryears, as time itself seemed to soften around them. Reflecting on the changes over the years, Bai Qian recalled Xiao Xian. Speaking of which, I once took in a little boa snake as a handmaiden named Xiao Xian. Not long after you fell into slumber, fourth brother Bai Zhan, recognizing your cleverness, summoned you to his residence to serve him. Su Bai raised an eyebrow, signaling her to continue. Who could have predicted that you would later develop a secret affection for Prince Sengji of the Celestial Clan and, in defiance of propriety, elope with him back to the heavenly realm? Bai Qian's tone carried a hint of complexity. This matter became widely known throughout the realms, inciting the wrath of the heavenly sovereign, who demoted Sengji to the Lord of the Northern Sea. For your sake, Prince Sengji willingly relinquished his royal title. Although their union has now received tacit approval from the heavenly sovereign, they endure considerable scrutiny in the heavenly realm, making their lives far from easy. Su Bai nodded thoughtfully. It is indeed rare to forsake power for the one you love. However, the Celestial Clan's laws are stringent. Their defiance of celestial regulations may lead to tumultuous paths ahead. He grasped Bai Qian's hand, his tone laced with caution. Qian, as the lady of the eastern wilderness, you must act judiciously from now on. Though Shan Xian was once your maid, this matter concerns the internal affairs of the Celestial Clan. Do not meddle lightly to avoid bringing danger upon yourself. Bai Qian felt warmth in her heart, aware of his concern for her. I understand and will exercise discretion. But you, too, should stop worrying about others and focus on nurturing your health. She reached out to touch Su Bai's forehead, confirming he did not have a fever, which eased her mind. As days passed, Su Bai's health improved remarkably. With the aid of Ji Yan's elixirs and the abundant spiritual energy of the Fox Den, his celestial power gradually returned, restoring the pallor of his face to its former rosy hue. and his golden red eyes sparkled with vitality once more. One day, Subai expressed a desire to stroll through the peach blossom grove, to which Bai Qian readily agreed. They walked side by side out of the Yanhua cave, the long-lost sunlight bathing them in warmth without harshness. The peach grove was in full bloom, vibrant blossoms ablaze with color, their fragrance intoxicating. It had been a long time since either had witnessed such a lively scene. Subai inhaled deeply, savoring the rich aroma of flowers and spiritual energy. His eyes filled with contentment. It was here in this very grove that we first encountered the Baifeng bird. And you were so frightened by its flames that you hid behind me. Bai Qian's cheeks flushed slightly as she recalled that moment, the corners of her mouth lifting involuntarily. Who knew back then that the Baifeng bird's flames were harmless? Yet you, though merely a few thousand years old, acted as if you were wise beyond your years, holding my hand and assuring me of your protection. As they strolled along the path of the peach grove, reminiscing about past adventures, sunlight filtered through the blossoms, painting a warm and beautiful tableau. Not far off, Fengjiu was playing with Migu in the grove. Upon spotting Bai Qian and Subai, she bounded over with exuberance. "Auntie, Lord Subai?" The little one rushed to Bai Qian's side, curiously observing Subai, her lively fox eyes darting. "Auntie, is this the Lord Subai you often mention? You said he is a phoenix. Will he transform into one for me?" Bai Qian smiled and patted Fengjiu's head. "Fengjiu, you must not be rude. Subai is not yet fully recovered. Once he is well, I shall let him show you." Subai gazed tenderly at the delicate little creature before him. "No need for concern. You must be Fengjiu, correct? Qian often speaks of you, praising your cleverness and charm." He raised his hand and lightly touched his fingertip, causing a small flame of crimson gold to dance at his tip, which then transformed into a petite, exquisite phoenix that flitted gracefully before Fengjiu. Enchanted, Fengjiu clapped her hands in delight. "Wow, what a beautiful little phoenix. Subai, you are truly remarkable." At that moment, Zhe Yin descended from the sky atop a Baifeng bird, landing before them. "You seem to be enjoying a leisurely moment, admiring the peach blossoms," he remarked, turning his gaze to Subai. "Your recovery appears quite promising, yet you must exercise caution and refrain from overexerting your divine powers." Subai nodded appreciatively. "Thank you, Zhiyan, for your concern. I shall be mindful." Zhiyan smiled, his gaze shifting between Bai Qian and Subai. "By the way, a messenger from the celestial realm recently arrived in Qingqiu bearing an invitation from the heavenly sovereign, wishing to host a gathering in your honor to celebrate your awakening." Bai Qian's expression darkened slightly. How could the heavenly sovereign be aware of Subai's revival? "I have long feared that news of Mo Yuan's divine body would reach the celestial realm. With Subai's awakening now known, it may attract unwarranted trouble. Ultimately, the truth cannot be concealed." Zhi Yin sighed. When Subai awakened, he had employed his true fire, a force so potent that it likely caught the attention of many across the realms. It is hardly surprising that the heavenly sovereign is informed. After a moment of contemplation, Subai spoke. "Since the heavenly sovereign has extended an invitation, to decline would be disrespectful to the celestial clan. Qian, do not fret. I have my own methods of handling this. I shall tread carefully with regard to Mo Yuan's affairs, ensuring the celestial realm remains unaware of any hints." Bai Qian remained apprehensive. "But the celestial beings possess intricate minds. Your visit may indeed pose a danger. Perhaps I should accompany you?" "That is unnecessary." Subai gently held her hand and shook his head. "You are now the queen of the eastern wilderness. It is unwise for you to leave Qingqiu so freely. Moreover, I have ascended to godhood. The celestial clan would not dare to act with impunity against me." Zhiyan nodded in agreement. "Do not worry, Xiaowu. I will accompany Subai to the celestial realm. With my presence, he shall remain safe." Seeing their resolve, Bai Qian could only acquiesce. "Then you must exercise utmost caution. Should any unforeseen circumstances arise, please send word to me immediately." A few days later, accompanied by Zhiyan, Subai journeyed to the celestial realm for the banquet. Within the Ling Shao Palace, a multitude of deities gathered, with the heavenly sovereign seated in the principal position, exuding an air of authority. As Subai, adorned in a golden red robe, entered the grand hall with measured steps, an immediate hush fell over the assembly, all eyes drawn to him. The heavenly sovereign regarded Subai with a flicker of complex emotion before donning a facade of insincere benevolence. The awakening of Subai is indeed a fortunate event for the realms. Today, I host this banquet to welcome you and honor your return. Su Bai inclined his head slightly, his tone even. I appreciate the Heavenly Sovereign's kindness. I have only recently awakened, and my body is not yet fully restored. I have come to inform the Heavenly Sovereign of my circumstances, and should there be any disturbances in the future, I humbly ask for your understanding. His demeanor was neither servile nor arrogant, granting respect to the Heavenly Lord while maintaining the dignity befitting the Phoenix God. During the banquet, numerous deities approached Su Bai to offer toasts and inquire about the reason for his awakening. Su Bai responded to each with wit and eloquence, revealing nothing about the whereabouts of the Mo Yuan celestial body, nor arousing any suspicion among the crowd. Only the prince of the heavenly clan, Yihua, remained in the corner throughout, his gaze calmly fixed on Su Bai, lost in contemplation. Once the banquet concluded, Su Bai, accompanied by Jiyan, prepared to return to Qingqiu. Bai Qian had been waiting outside the fox den, and upon seeing Su Bai return safely, her anxious heart finally found solace. She hurried forward, grasping Su Bai's hand. How was your journey to the heavenly realm? Did the heavenly Lord give you any trouble? Su Bai smiled and shook his head. Rest assured, everything went smoothly. The heavenly Lord did not trouble me. On the contrary, he was quite courteous. He briefly recounted the events of the banquet to Bai Qian, easing her worries entirely. As days passed, life gradually returned to tranquility, and Su Bai's health improved. Each day, apart from his cultivation, he spent time by Bai Qian's side, occasionally playing with Fengjiu and teaching her some spells. The serene existence in Qingqiu enveloped Su Bai with a long-lost warmth. However, a sudden change occurred on an afternoon filled with storm and rain. The once clear sky was abruptly shrouded by dark clouds, and all celestial gates throughout the realms felt a terrifying surge of spiritual energy emanating from the banks of the Ruoshui River, an ominous tremor from the Donghuang bell that sealed Qingtsong. This is bad. It's Qingtsong. Bai Qian's expression shifted dramatically as harrowing memories from the Ruoshui battle surged into her mind. She sprang to her feet, looking at Su Bai. The Donghuang bell is reacting. He must be attempting to break free from his seal. Su Bai's expression grew grave as he sensed the violence and madness lurking within that dark power. Qian, Qingtsong's strength is unfathomable. You are merely an immortal now. Do not act recklessly. I must go? Bai Qian's gaze was resolute. My master sealed him with his primordial spirit, and now that the seal is weakening, as his disciple, I cannot stand idly by. Moreover, your power has yet to fully return. If he breaks free from the Donghuang bell, the realms will once again be engulfed in war. Before she could finish, she was ready to transform into a streak of light towards the Ruoshui River. Su Bai grasped her hand tightly, his golden red eyes filled with concern. I will accompany you. Even if my celestial strength has not been restored, I can still lend you my assistance. At that moment, Jiyan and Bai Zhan rushed over upon hearing the news. Upon listening to their conversation, Jiyan immediately declared, I will go with you. The force of Qingtsong breaking free is immense. It will be difficult for just the two of you to handle it. Bai Zhan, you stay in Qingqiu to guard the Mo Yuan celestial body within the Yanhua cave with the Fox Emperor and Empress. Do not allow outsiders to take advantage. Though Bai Zhan was filled with worry, he understood the gravity of the situation and nodded. You must be cautious. If anything happens, send word to me immediately. Without further delay, the three transformed into streaks of light, racing towards the banks of the Ruoshui River. As they drew closer to their destination, the dark power intensified, with fierce winds whipping up sand and stones, and monstrous waves surging upon the river. The Donghuang bell hovered in midair, its ancient inscriptions flickering ominously, while the once stable seal began to show horrifying cracks. Ha! Bai Qian, Su Bai? This lord has finally emerged. A burst of arrogant laughter erupted from within the Eastern Emperor Bell, as black mist gushed forth from the fissures, gradually coalescing into the formidable figure of Qingtsong. Clad in obsidian battle armor, he was enveloped in a dense aura of dark power, his eyes gleaming with bloodthirsty madness. Qingtsong, you have already been sealed. Why do you persist in your delusion? Bai Qian demanded sharply, her nine tails unfurling behind her, the flowing sleeves of her celestial robe billowing as she summoned her ethereal energy, prepared for battle. Deluded? Qingtsong sneered. Years ago, Mo Yuan thwarted my grand designs, and now he has been reduced to mere ashes, leaving only an empty shell. Today, I shall emerge from the Eastern Emperor Bell, level Qingqiu. and unify the 4 seas and the 8 desolations. With a wave of his hand, a torrent of dark demonic energy surged towards the trio, its ferocity unmatched. Su Bai immediately positioned himself in front of Bai Qian, channeling the phoenix true fire within him. A blazing barrier of crimson gold flames forming just in time to deflect the onslaught. However, his celestial energy had yet to fully recover, and he was forced back several steps, a trickle of blood escaping from the corner of his mouth. Su Bai? Bai Qian gasped, her heart racing with urgency and anger. She understood that they could not afford to delay. Qing Tsang must be sealed once more without hesitation. Turning to Jian, she implored, Jian, please restrain him. I will initiate the sealing spell. Little 5, you must not. Resealing requires immense celestial power, and you are but a high immortal. Forcing the spell could harm your primordial spirit. Zhe Yin urgently cautioned, wielding his peachwood sword as he engaged Qing Tsang in combat. There is no other way. Bai Qian's gaze hardened with determination. She recalled her master Mo Yuan's admonitions and the steadfastness of 70,000 years. Taking a deep breath, she began to chant the ancient sealing incantation. A brilliant white light enveloped her, as her celestial energy surged forth, converging towards the Eastern Emperor Bell. Not if I have anything to say about it. Qing Tsang, sensing her intentions, roared furiously, breaking free from Jian's grasp and transforming into a shadow that lunged toward Bai Qian. Stop him! Su Bai screamed, disregarding his injuries as he summoned the phoenix true fire once more, transforming into a colossal golden-red phoenix that charged at Qing Tsang. The collision of flames and dark power erupted with a deafening roar, sending Su Bai hurtling back, crashing heavily to the ground. Amidst this fleeting moment, Bai Qian's incantation had reached a critical juncture. The Eastern Emperor Bell responded to the call of celestial energy, radiating light once more as ancient runes began to spin, generating a powerful suction that sought to draw Qing Tsang back within. No, I shall not return. Qing Tsang struggled violently, his dark power surging as he temporarily resisted the pull. His gaze locked onto Bai Qian, a fierce glint flashing in his eyes as he exerted every ounce of strength to fight against it. Qing Tsang lunged toward Bai Qian, his sinister smile mere inches from her face. With a swift motion, he struck her chest, the overwhelming dark power surging into her body, as if countless daggers were tearing at her meridians and primordial spirit. Bai Qian let out a muffled groan, a mouthful of blood spilling forth. Her body hurtling backward like a kite severed from its string, crashing violently against a massive boulder, her 9 tails drooping helplessly as her celestial energy dissipated in an instant. Yet she did not cease her incantation, even as her consciousness began to fade. The words of the spell continued to flow from her lips. With her last vestiges of willpower, she propelled the sealing technique, her eyes reflecting the radiant glow of the Eastern Emperor Bell, as well as the figure of Su Bai struggling to rise. No. As Qing Tsang sensed a powerful force pulling at his body, he attempted to break free. But it was too late. The bell's suction intensified, gradually dragging him toward its interior. He beheld Bai Qian on the brink of death, his eyes filled with resentment and bitterness, yet he could only watch helplessly as he was drawn back into the Eastern Emperor Bell. Bai Qian, Su Bai? If I ever see the light of day again, I shall reduce you to ashes. A chilling roar emanated from within the bell, gradually fading as it closed. The cracks in the bell slowly healed, the ancient runes regaining their stability, and the dazzling white light began to recede. The Eastern Emperor Bell returned to tranquility, once again hovering steadily by the banks of the Ruoshui River, but this time, an additional layer of Bai Qian's celestial energy was inscribed upon the seal. Success. A wave of relief washed over Bai Qian, but she could no longer hold on. Her vision darkened as she teetered on the brink of unconsciousness. At that critical moment, the sky suddenly turned crimson, and a tremendous force, derived from the Tao of heaven, appeared out of thin air, enveloping her. This power was warm and potent, carrying an irresistible authority that dispelled the dark energy raging within her. Bai Qian felt a violent tremor within, as the shattered meridians in her body began to rapidly mend under this nurturing force, and her dissipated primordial spirit gradually coalesced. Amidst her hazy consciousness, an ethereal voice resonated, heralding the arrival of her divine tribulation, which, at this moment, manifested as a rare emotional trial. This trial seemed to sense her deepest obsession, transforming her profound love for Su-bai, cultivated over 70,000 years, into a vast vitality that continuously healed her wounds. However, simultaneously, the backlash of the emotional trial surged forth, enveloping her in brilliant red light. Her celestial bones gradually faded within the radiance, and the celestial energy surrounding her was suppressed by the Tao of Heaven, ultimately dissipating entirely. Qian. Su-bai struggled to rise, but was thwarted by the barrier of the emotional trial, forced to watch helplessly as Bai Qian's figure grew increasingly faint within the crimson glow. He howled in despair and helplessness, yet he could not draw nearer. Jian, too, was awed by this force from the Tao of Heaven, standing rooted to the spot. His gaze filled with complexity. He understood the peril of divine tribulations, particularly the emotional trials, which required the tribulation bearer to confront alone, with no outside intervention permitted. As the red light gradually receded, Bai Qian's figure reemerged, yet her celestial energy had completely vanished, her once vibrant nine tails gone. Transformed into the guise of an ordinary woman clad in a simple white dress, her face pale but bearing a hint of confusion as she emerged from the calamity. The force of the Tao of Heaven enveloped her, morphing into a streak of light that sped toward the majestic mountains of Dongwang, gently placing her upon a hillside adorned with wildflowers. As Bai Qian departed, the power of the Tao of Heaven gradually dissipated. Jian rushed to Su-bai's side, supporting him as he retrieved healing elixirs to feed him, urging, "Su-bai, hold on." Little Wu, Su-bai, disregarding his injuries, struggled to gaze in the direction where Bai Qian had vanished, his golden red eyes brimming with bloodshot veins. His voice hoarse to the point of being almost unrecognizable. "Where has Qian gone? How is she?" "She successfully sealed Qing Tsang and has undergone the divine tribulation. It is a tribulation of love." Jian sighed, his tone laden with complexity. The power of the love tribulation had healed her wounds, but had also reduced her to a mortal. Looking towards the horizon, the heavenly Tao had sent little Wu to Junji Mountain in the eastern wilderness to face her tribulation. Only by overcoming this love tribulation could she truly ascend to godhood and regain her celestial form. "Mortal, Junji Mountain," Su-bai murmured to himself, his heart a tumult of relief that Bai Qian had preserved her life, yet burdened with worry for her suffering as a mortal. He struggled to rise, but fell again due to the severity of his injuries. "You are gravely wounded, your divine power depleted. You must not act recklessly." Jian restrained him, suggesting that they return to Qingqiu to recuperate. "Once your injuries have healed, we shall seek her at Junji Mountain. However, you must remember that the tribulation must be faced by her alone. We cannot intervene excessively, lest we provoke a backlash from the heavenly Tao, causing harm to her instead." A flicker of anguish crossed Su-bai's eyes, yet he understood the wisdom in Jian's words. He gazed towards the direction of Junji Mountain in the eastern wilderness, silently vowing, "Qian, wait for me. No matter where you are or what form you take, I shall find you and accompany you through this most arduous love tribulation." Jian assisted Su-bai to his feet, and the two transformed into a streak of light, returning to Qingqiu. The 10-mile peach blossom grove in Qingqiu remained radiant, yet a tinge of sorrow had settled in with Bai Qian's departure. The Fox Emperor, the Fox Empress, and Bai Zhen were all deeply concerned upon receiving the news. Su-bai rested in the fox den, focusing on his healing. Yet his heart was perpetually tethered to Bai Qian, far away at Junji Mountain, his golden red eyes filled with unshakable longing and resolve. At Junji Mountain in the eastern wilderness, the wildflowers on the hillside swayed with the wind. Bai Qian slowly opened her eyes, surveying her unfamiliar surroundings, her mind a blank slate. She had forgotten who she was, forgotten the past of Qingqiu, forgotten the 70,000 years of waiting and steadfastness, only feeling a vague ache in her heart, as if she had lost something profoundly significant. She stood up and, in a daze, surveyed her surroundings, embarking on her path of tribulation as a mortal, unaware that in the distant Qingqiu, someone was recovering his injuries with utmost urgency, yearning to reach her side as soon as possible. Chapter 21. Su-bai's Rebirth for Love. Yi Hua's fierce battle with the crimson flame golden lion. The wind of Qingqiu always carries a hint of the crispness brewed from peach blossoms and the fragrance of verdant flora. Yet today, the breeze outside the Yanhua cave is stirred by an unsettling heat. Beside the massive stone at the cave's entrance, Su-bai stumbles and collapses to the ground, His dark brocade robe soaked in blood, congealed into dark splotches that dripped from the hem, shattering like crimson plum blossoms upon the bluestone floor. At this moment, the wound on his chest continues to ooze black blood, a deadly blow inflicted by the unsealed Qing Song himself. The chilling aura of ghostly energy has already invaded his heart veins, recklessly coursing through his meridians, causing excruciating pain akin to shattered pathways. Without timely treatment, it would be challenging to suppress even the power of rebirth. Jiyin stands not far away, clutching the freshly refined 9 Revolutions soul-returning pill, his expression grave. He gazes at Su Bai's pallid face, his furrowed brow never relaxing. Su Bai, quickly take this elixir. Though it cannot eradicate Qing Song's ghostly energy, it can alleviate your injuries. Once I find the ice lotus heart in the extreme north and supplement it with the spiritual herbs from Kunlun ruins, I will be able to completely detoxify and heal you. Su Bai slowly raises his head, his usually gentle phoenix eyes now ablaze with fierce determination. He shakes his head, a trace of blood mixed with dark energy spilling from the corner of his mouth. Jiyan, there is no time left. His voice is hoarse, as if scraped by sandpaper, each word tugging painfully at his heart. Qian has turned mortal, lost her memory and cultivation, alone in the perilous Junji mountain. I cannot wait. A pang of urgency grips Jiyan's heart as he hastily advises. Little Five has the protection of fate. Although Junji mountain is fraught with wild beasts, she was once the queen of Qingqiu. Her innate spirit remains, and she should be able to protect herself. Your injury was inflicted by Qing Tsong himself, imbued with his millennia of ghostly energy, and ordinary pills cannot suppress it. If you recklessly use the power of rebirth to heal, it will cost you 1 chance at resurrection, leaving you with only 8. This is a matter of your life. You cannot act impulsively. Fundamental? Su Bai suddenly supports himself and stands, swaying yet resolute. To me, Qian is my very foundation. Before he finishes speaking, he raises his hand, striking his chest powerfully. A spray of blood, mingled with black and red, bursts forth, transforming into droplets that scatter in the air. Within him, the true fire of the phoenix erupts like molten lava breaking free from its confines, enveloping his entire being in a conflagration of intertwining gold and crimson flames. The scorching waves radiate outward, wilting the surrounding flora into shriveled, curled forms. The flames clash violently with the ghostly energy within him, producing a sizzling sound, and tendrils of black smoke rise, carrying a pungent scent. Su Bai, have you lost your mind? Jiyin cries out in desperation, reaching out to intervene, only to be repelled by the searing barrier of flames, a burning sensation radiating from his fingertips. You are wasting a chance at rebirth to heal. You only have 9 opportunities left. I understand your urgency. Had it not been for your protective seal over Xiao Wu, you would not have been struck by Qing Song. Yet Xiao Wu is currently on the majestic Junji mountain in the eastern wilderness, and there is no escape for him. It is not worth sacrificing a chance at salvation for this. A fierce roar erupted from the flames, piercing through the inferno with an undeniable resolve. Worth it is for me to decide. If it concerns Qian, then it is worth everything. The phoenix flames blazed ever brighter, casting a blurred silhouette of him. In the realm above, a day passes, while 10 years unfold below. Even if I consume elixirs to recuperate, it will take at least 3 days to regain my strength, equivalent to 30 years in this mortal realm. 30 years hold too many uncertainties. Qian is but a powerless mortal now, her memories erased by the heavenly decree during her tribulation. The mountains are rife with beasts and ferocious creatures. A single misstep could lead to her utter demise. I must hasten to her side with utmost speed. After hearing this, Jiyan opened his mouth, but ultimately fell silent. He understood all too well the depth of Su Bai's feelings for the queen of Qingqiu. It was an obsession etched into his very being, a guardianship that he would not hesitate to sacrifice everything for. 70,000 years ago, when sealing Qing Tsong, Su Bai had collaborated with Mo Yuan to perform a soul sacrifice for the Eastern Emperor Bel. Just moments ago, as Qing Tsong broke free from the seal, it was Su Bai who shielded Bai Qian, enduring that deadly strike. Now that Bai Qian faced her tribulation, Su Bai was naturally in disarray. The flames blazed ever more brilliantly, their vibrant essence intermingling with the forces of life and destruction, felt throughout all of Qingqiu. The flames of rebirth not only mended Su Bai's shattered meridians and dispelled the ominous ghostly energy within him, but also tempered his soul. The old wounds from the soul sacrifice 70,000 years ago were gradually soothed by this purifying fire, and his divine power surged rapidly, reaching unprecedented heights. In less than half a tea time, the flames encasing Su Bai suddenly contracted and then exploded into a myriad of starfire. As the starfire dissipated, Su Bai's form reemerged. His wounds had vanished completely, his inky robe renewed, radiating the formidable aura of his peak prowess, while the ghostly energy that had once clung to him was entirely incinerated. Su Bai raised his hand, drawing back the remnants of the flames into his body, a glimmer of urgency flashing in his eyes. He spoke no more, instead unfurling a magnificent pair of phoenix wings from his back. The golden feathers shimmered brilliantly in the sunlight, each one imbued with the power to annihilate worlds. He soared directly towards the human realm's Junji Mountain, transforming into a streak of golden light, vanishing in an instant from the skies of Qingqiu. Su Bai? Zhiyan called out towards his departing figure. You may protect her, but you must not interfere with her tribulation. Otherwise, it will provoke the heavenly retribution. And not only shall she fail her tribulation, but you too shall face the consequences. On the wind came Su Bai's lightly dismissive reply, tinged with a thread of promise. Understood. The phoenix's speed was astonishing. Even crossing the boundary between the heavenly realm and the mortal world took but a moment. Su Bai soon arrived above Junji Mountain, retracting his phoenix wings and transforming back into human form as he descended upon the mountain's peak. Standing atop the mountain, one gazes into the distance as the entire Junji Mountain undulates gracefully, cloaked in lush greenery. Wisps of mist swirl through the valleys, and the occasional roar of wild beasts reverberates, hinting at a primal danger lurking within. He can distinctly sense the presence of several ferocious creatures hidden deep within the forest. While they pose no threat to him, they are enough to plunge the uninitiated by Qian into dire straits. His gaze, sharp as that of a hawk, sweeps across the expanse of Junji Mountain, swiftly honing in on a modest bamboo cottage nestled at the foot of the hill. This simple yet tidy abode, evidently tended to with care, is surrounded by a few unidentifiable wildflowers, exuding a touch of homeliness. A warmth spreads through Su Bai's heart. Surely, this must be Qian's dwelling. From the moment his rebirth concluded to his arrival at Junji Mountain, mere moments have elapsed in the heavenly realm. Yet half a year has passed in the mortal world. During this time, has Qian been laboring alone to chop wood, construct her home, and forage for sustenance, painstakingly creating her own little haven? The thought of her once graceful hands, which had wielded brushes to paint and manage the affairs of Qingqiu, now toiling for survival, tightens Su Bai's heart with a pang of sorrow. He extends his divine consciousness toward the interior of the bamboo cottage. Inside, a woman dressed in simple garments sits upon a small stool, diligently applying herbal ointments to a few injured animals. Her features are as picturesque as a painting. She is none other than Bai Qian, now transformed into a mortal. However, a crimson mark on her brow adds a hint of charm, while also revealing a trace of bewilderment. Her movements, though somewhat clumsy, are imbued with patience as she gently strokes the heads of the small creatures, humming an off-key melody. Upon witnessing Bai Qian's well-being, Su Bai's eyes instantly glisten with unshed tears, his urgency and concern coalescing into a warm tide that swells within his heart. The phoenix fire within him instinctively flares, yearning to envelop the cottage in protection, yet he recalls Zhiyan's admonitions and senses the watchful gaze of the heavenly Tao, compelling him to reign in the flames. He cannot interfere with Qian's tribulations. He can only guard her from the shadows. As Su Bai meticulously scans the herbs in Bai Qian's hands, he finds himself caught between amusement and exasperation. The herb she uses to tend to the animals is none other than rotting flesh grass. This seemingly innocuous plant, adorned with tiny soft hairs, possesses a potent corrosive quality. Rather than healing, it would exacerbate wounds, leading to festering and decay. Su Bai shakes his head in resignation, pondering how even as a mortal, she remains so careless. One can only imagine how she must have used her time pilfering sips of wine while training under the esteemed Mo Yuan at Kunlun ruins. Not wishing to alarm Bai Qian, he subtly channels his divine power, transforming it into a few unseen currents that silently brush over the wounds of the small creatures. erasing the rotting flesh grass entirely. He then imbues them with a revitalizing energy, nurturing their injuries. Having completed this task, Subai withdraws his consciousness. Standing quietly atop the mountain, his gaze fixed intently on the direction of the bamboo cottage, a gentle smile unconsciously gracing his lips. Within the bamboo house, Bai Qian remained blissfully unaware of the unfolding events. As she observed the small creatures before her gradually regaining their vitality, their anguished cries replaced by playful leaps around her. A gentle smile of contentment graced her lips. She murmured to herself, "It seems my medical skills have indeed improved significantly. Next time I encounter an injured little one, I shall be better equipped to care for them." As she spoke, she reached out to scratch the chin of a small fox, which, in turn, closed its eyes in delight and nuzzled against her palm. Subai, watching her innocent smile, felt a mix of comfort and sorrow within his heart. He understood that this tranquil existence was unlikely to endure. The path of tribulation was laden with thorns. Although Qing Tsong had been resealed, his steed, the crimson flame golden lion, had seized the chaos to escape, now lurking in the shadows, poised to unleash danger at any moment. To safeguard Bai Qian, he slowly raised his hand, extending a finger to his mouth. With a gentle bite, he drew forth a droplet of golden red blood, imbued with the essence of his phoenix lineage, shimmering with a soft golden light and retaining a trace of the warmth from the flames of rebirth. With a flick of his finger, the droplet soared like an arrow toward the bamboo house, landing upon the beams and seamlessly merging into the structure, vanishing from sight. Once this was accomplished, Subai exhaled in relief. With his blood in place, no being below the Tai golden immortal realm would be able to approach within 1,000 meters of the bamboo house without his express permission. This measure would effectively mitigate the majority of threats, granting him the time to address any unforeseen circumstances. Meanwhile, within the Lingxiao Palace of the Nine Heavens, the atmosphere was notably solemn. The heavenly monarch sat regally upon the dragon throne, his expression commanding, while several elders of the celestial clan in ceremonial robes stood below. Alongside Yi Hua clad in dark battle attire, Yi Hua, with a visage akin to jade, bore a stern demeanor as he listened intently to the reports from his subordinates. "Your Highness, according to our investigations, the steed Crimson Flame Golden Lion that escaped during Qing Tsong's sealing has recently been sighted near the vicinity of the Junji Mountain in the eastern wilderness." One of the celestial soldiers knelt, his tone respectful yet heavy with gravity. "The Golden Lion is inherently savage, possesses profound cultivation, and is tainted with Qing Tsong's malevolent energy. Should it be allowed to wreak havoc in the mortal realm, it could spell disaster for countless lives." Yi Hua's brow furrowed slightly, a glimmer of cold light flashing in his eyes. The Crimson Flame Golden Lion was an ancient beast of formidable strength, having aided in Qing Tsong's tyranny and committed numerous atrocities. Its resurgence in the mortal realm would undoubtedly herald considerable calamity. More critically, he sensed a foreboding connection to Junji Mountain, as if it concealed something of great significance that troubled his spirit. He raised his gaze to the heavenly monarch, clasping his hands in respectful supplication. "Your Majesty, the Golden Lion has committed countless wrongs. If not swiftly eradicated, it may pose future threats. I humbly request your permission to journey to Junji Mountain in the eastern wilderness to investigate this matter and ensure its capture." The heavenly monarch pondered for a moment before nodding in assent. "Proceed, Yi Hua. Exercise utmost caution. The Golden Lion is not to be underestimated, and its ties to Qing Tsong run deep. Do not take it lightly. Should you encounter difficulties, you may send word back to the heavenly realm, and I shall dispatch reinforcements." "Thank you, Your Majesty." Knight Hua bowed in gratitude upon receiving the imperial decree and then swiftly turned to exit the Lingxiao Hall, transforming into a streak of dark azure light, soaring towards the majestic Junji Mountain in the eastern wasteland of the mortal realm. The celestial energy surrounding him surged with the unique authority of the prince of the heavenly clan, prompting the celestial officials along his path to respectfully yield and pay their respects. Before long, Knight Hua arrived at a small town not far from Junji Mountain. Although modest in size, the town was bustling with life, its streets lined with stalls, and the air filled with the lively sounds of vendors and haggling patrons. Knight Hua retracted his celestial aura, donning a simple azure robe to blend inconspicuously into the crowd. He casually selected a street-side tavern, ascended the steps, and settled at a window-side table, ordering a pot of tea. Once the server departed, Night Hua immediately unfurled his divine consciousness, spreading it like an invisible net over the entirety of Junji Mountain and its surrounding vicinity. His perception was powerful and precise, leaving no trace of abnormality unnoticed. Before long, he detected a familiar and malevolent presence emanating from the town's center, unmistakably that of the Crimson Flame Golden Lion. This aura was laced with an intense metallic scent of blood and the unique ghostly energy of the Qingtian tribe, identical to what he had sensed before. Night Hua's gaze sharpened, and without a moment's hesitation, he rose, neglecting the payment for his tea, and dashed toward the market. The townsfolk had yet to react when they witnessed a figure in azure dart past like lightning. In the heart of the market, a colossal golden lion ambled leisurely, its body adorned with shimmering crimson golden scales, glinting with a metallic sheen. Its large, bell-like eyes radiated a cruel thirst for blood. Drool dripping from its maw as the terrified citizens scattered in panic, their screams echoing through the air. It had just obliterated the stall of a hapless vendor and was now pawing through the scattered goods with a mocking glint in its eyes. Upon Night Hua's arrival before it, the Crimson Flame Golden Lion remained unfazed, halting its steps to scrutinize him from head to toe, a sneer curling its lips. "A little cub from the Celestial clan? Weaned yet? How dare you meddle in my affairs?" Ha ha! Its voice boomed like thunder, shaking the nearby stalls, causing many citizens to stumble to the ground in shock. Night Hua chose not to engage in idle banter. Instead, he swiftly conjured a dark long sword in his hand, its blade radiating a chilling light. His trusted companion, the Qingming sword. With a deft push of his toes against the ground, he leaped into the air, the sword aimed directly at the lion's head, moving so swiftly that it left only an afterimage in its wake. He understood that to confront such a ferocious beast, swift resolution was paramount to minimize civilian casualties. "Come at me," roared the Crimson Flame Golden Lion, its massive paw slashing through the air with a deafening whoosh directed at Night Hua. The paw was covered in thick scales shimmering with a deadly gleam, clearly harboring immense power. Night Hua nimbly sidestepped the strike, narrowly evading the blow, and his sword grazed the lion's paw, leaving a shallow wound. Dark red blood oozed from the broken scales, carrying a foul stench. The golden lion, enraged by the pain, let out a furious roar, intensifying its assault. It alternated between slashing with its claws and biting with its fangs, each attack imbued with the might to obliterate the very heavens. Night Hua, relying on his agile movements, weaved through the openings in the golden fiery beast's attacks, perpetually seeking opportunities to counterattack. His swordsmanship was exquisite, each strike aimed at the beast's vital points, yet repeatedly thwarted by the creature's impenetrable scales. The two combatants fought from the ground to the heavens and back again, the aftermath of their battle rippling outward. The market stalls were utterly devastated, tables and chairs splintered into mere fragments, with goods strewn across the ground, transforming the once vibrant marketplace into a scene of utter chaos. The surrounding townsfolk had long since fled, leaving behind a landscape of disorder and the thundering echoes of combat. In the distance, the town's guards, alerted by the commotion, arrived only to be paralyzed with fear at the terrifying sight before them, unable to advance and merely observing from afar. "Little one, you possess quite a bit of skill." The Crimson Flame Golden Fiery Beast gasped, its mocking demeanor gradually shifting to one of seriousness. It had not anticipated that this seemingly youthful prince of the Celestial clan would wield such formidable power. However, it was not to be underestimated. As the steed of the azure sky, its cultivation had already reached the pinnacle of the Tai Golden Immortal, albeit having expended a considerable amount of demonic energy to evade the Celestial clan's pursuit. Night Hua began to feel the strain. The golden fiery beast's defenses were formidable, and though his Qingming sword was sharp, it struggled to inflict fatal wounds. Instead, he found his own celestial energy depleting rapidly due to the prolonged confrontation. He sensed a slight numbness in his arms and a heaviness in his chest. Aware that further delay would be detrimental to him, he resolved to reveal his true strength. With a thunderous roar, the Crimson Flame Golden Fiery Beast surged in size, transforming into a colossal creature towering dozens of feet high, its scales glimmering with an ominous brilliance. Exuding a terrifying pressure, its roar reverberated through the heavens and earth, sending many beasts in the forests of Junji Mountain fleeing in terror. Observing this, Night Hua ceased to hold back, his celestial energy surging around him as a pair of obsidian dragon horns emerged from his head. Dark scales shimmered with an ethereal glow as his true form, the black dragon, materialized, confronting the golden fiery beast. In that moment, a fierce battle ensued between the dragon and the beast in the skies, the black dragon's roars intertwining with the beast's growls, shaking the heavens. The black dragon's claws collided with the beast's talons, producing dazzling sparks. Its fangs tore into the beast's scales, while the golden fiery beast's tail lashed out violently at the black dragon's body. They exchanged blows relentlessly, neither yielding, both sustaining numerous wounds, their blood staining the skies around them. The black dragon's form was marred by deep gashes visible to the bone from the beast's claws, dark blood dripping steadily, while the golden fiery beast suffered a grievous wound to its abdomen from the dragon's fangs, dark crimson blood gushing forth. Ultimately, Night Hua seized upon a moment of vulnerability, driving the black dragon's claws deep into the golden fiery beast's abdomen, reaching its core. The beast, refusing to relent, struck Night Hua's chest with its massive paw, an attack infused with ethereal demonic power that shattered several of his ribs. Both opponents simultaneously spat out blood, their bodies plummeting like kites severed from their strings. The crimson flame golden fiery beast struggled to rise, casting a glance at the unconscious Night Hua, a flicker of wariness glinting in its eyes. It was acutely aware of its own severe injuries, the internal core grievously damaged. Continuing to entangle would likely result in capture and death at the hands of the reinforcements from the celestial realm. Thus, it transformed into a streak of crimson gold light, retreating in a disheveled manner into the depths of the forest, leaving behind a trail of dark red blood. Night Hua, meanwhile, crashed heavily into the dense woods of Junji Mountain, his black dragon form uncontrollably shrinking upon impact, ultimately becoming a small, pitch-black serpent, feebly coiling in a secluded corner of a cave, slipping into a profound unconsciousness. The wound on his chest incessantly seeped dark blood, tainted by the infernal demonic energy from the claws of the crimson flame golden lion. If left unattended, within half a day, this demonic force would spread through his meridians. And even as a prince of the celestial clan, he would find himself facing a fate of utter dissolution. The cataclysmic battle between the two could not escape Su Bai's perception. From the moment Night Hua stepped into the territory of Junji Mountain, Su Bai had already included him in his surveillance. He had long heard the ancient figures of the Nine Heavens boast about this celestial prince, claiming that Night Hua was a rare prodigy of the celestial clan, with unfathomable cultivation, even able to rival him, an ancient phoenix. Su Bai had always regarded such claims with disdain. Seeing it in person today, he found it to be nothing extraordinary. He had no intention of intervening in the grievances between the celestial clan and the ferocious beasts, as long as their battle did not encroach upon the bamboo cottage at the foot of the mountain or threaten Bai Qian's safety. However, when he sensed Night Hua gravely injured and the demonic energy rampantly spreading within, a complex emotion surged within him. On one hand, he despised the notion of witnessing a life in peril without offering aid. On the other hand, he vaguely surmised that Night Hua's mission might be linked to the crimson flame golden lion. Should Night Hua perish, the celestial clan would undoubtedly dispatch a multitude of troops to Junji Mountain for a search, inevitably disturbing Bai Qian, who was undergoing tribulations. With this thought, Su Bai's figure flickered, as if teleporting, appearing within the cave where Night Hua was concealed. The cave was small, dark, and damp, permeated with the earthy scent and a faint hint of blood. In the corner, the black serpent coiled weakly, its breath barely perceptible. Su Bai looked down upon him, his dark eyes betraying a hint of unabashed contempt. He flicked his finger, and a stream of vibrant golden divine energy surged into Night Hua's body like a flowing brook. For Su Bai, who had just undergone a rebirth and stood at the pinnacle of his powers, this divine energy was but a trivial fraction, yet sufficient to suppress the spread of the demonic energy and awaken Night Hua's consciousness. The divine power of the phoenix was inherently effective in purifying malevolence and nurturing vitality, especially after the refinement of rebirth, making it particularly adept at countering the lingering demonic energy of Qing Tsang. In but a moment, Night Hua gradually regained consciousness. His awareness broke free from the chaos. While the intense pain in his chest had not entirely dissipated, it had lessened significantly, and the chaotic demonic energy within him was firmly restrained by a warm force. Struggling to return to human form, he leaned against the cold stone wall and sat up. When he raised his eyes and discerned the man standing before him, his pupils constricted suddenly, a glimmer of wariness and disbelief flashing in his gaze. The man before him was clad in a dark brocade robe, standing tall like a pine tree, exuding a faint golden aura. Particularly striking was the unique essence of the phoenix true fire that enveloped him, along with an innate air of arrogance that marked his brow. In an instant, Yihua recognized his identity, Su Bai, the god. His voice, still husky from slumber, struggled to conceal the astonishment that stirred within him. Although he had never formally met Su Bai, he had encountered references to this ancient phoenix in the ancient texts of Kunlun ruins. Moreover, he had witnessed the golden figure wielding phoenix true fire to fend off the million-winged army during the climactic battle that sealed away Qing Tsong's 70,000 years ago. The elders of the Nine Heavens often compared him to Su Bai, yet today, experiencing the overwhelming power radiating from the latter, Yihua truly comprehended the chasm that lay between them, as vast as the distance between heaven and earth. Su Bai cast a glance at him, unfazed by the title Yihua had used, his tone dripping with disdain. With such meager strength, they dare to claim equality with me? How utterly laughable. His gaze swept over the wound on Yihua's chest. If not for the fear of your demise here causing trouble for the celestial clan and disturbing Qian, do you think I would lift a finger to save you? Yihua's countenance darkened instantly. As the prince of the celestial clan, he had been expected to achieve great things since childhood. Never had he faced such contempt. Yet, he understood that Su Bai spoke the truth. The divine power that had just saved his life had effortlessly subdued the underworld's demonic energy, which he himself found difficult to control. This strength indeed surpassed his own. Struggling to rise, he adjusted his disheveled garments and clasped his hands in gratitude. Thank you for your assistance, my lord. I shall remember this and repay you in the future. Even in his weakened state, the pride of a celestial prince forbade him from showing weakness. Repay? Su Bai scoffed, his gaze sharpening. The return I seek is simple. Once you heal, leave Junji Mountain at once and do not set foot here again. He paused, adding, this is not a place for you. I will handle the matter of the Qi, Yanjin and I. Just remember, do not linger here, nor attempt to approach the bamboo house at the foot of the mountain. Yihua's heart stirred at the mention of the bamboo house. He immediately connected it to the inexplicable unease that had gripped him. Was the inhabitant of that bamboo house the source of his disquiet? He opened his mouth to inquire, but was met with Su Bai's warning gaze, causing him to swallow his words. He sensed the gravity with which Su Bai regarded the bamboo house. The resoluteness in his tone suggested that any attempt to cross that boundary would lead to dire consequences. Yihua understood that he was no match for Su Bai at this moment, especially considering that the latter had just saved his life. To press the matter further would be to act ungratefully. Very well, Yihua finally nodded. Once my injuries have healed, I shall return to the Nine Heavens. However, the Qi Yanjin and I is inherently savage and possesses profound cultivation. Even with your strength, my lord, caution is advised. Su Bai dismissed him with a wave of his hand, as if swatting away a fly. You need not concern yourself with it. As the words fell, his figure transformed into a streak of golden light, vanishing into the depths of the cavern, leaving only Yihua standing in place, his heart brimming with confusion and reluctance. Su Bai returned to the summit of Junji Mountain, his gaze once more cast upon the bamboo cottage at the foot of the hill. The afterglow of the setting sun bathed the cottage's roof, adorning it with a warm golden hue. Inside, Bai Qian seemed to have prepared the herbs. Seated on the stone steps at the entrance, gazing vacantly at the distant mountains, her expression tinged with bewilderment and melancholy. Witnessing this scene, the bitterness in Su Bai's heart gradually dissipated, replaced by an overwhelming sense of compassion. He understood that although Bai Qian appeared safe at this moment, the trials ahead had only just begun. The Qi Yanjin and I had yet to be eradicated, and the Celestial Clan remained watchful over this place. The path ahead was destined to be fraught with turmoil. He raised his hand to touch the area over his heart, which had once suffered grievous injury while protecting Bai Qian. Now healed in the flames of rebirth, the pain seemed etched deep within his soul, a constant reminder that he must never allow her to endure even the slightest harm. Qian, wait for me, Su Bai silently vowed, a flicker of determination igniting in his eyes. No matter how many thorns lay ahead, He would ensure her safety until she returned from her tribulations, reclaiming her carefree existence as the Lady of Qingqiu. Meanwhile, deep within the forest, the fleeing Qi Yanjin and I lay hidden in a secluded cave, nursing its wounds. It licked the gash on its abdomen, its eyes filled with resentment and indignation. Subat, Yihua. It growled through clenched teeth, seething with rage. The humiliation of today shall be repaid 100-fold. Once I am healed, I will tear you to shreds and turn Junji Mountain upside down. At this moment, Subai stood vigil at the mountain's peak, like the most loyal knight, ever watchful of his surroundings. He knew that in the days to come, he could not afford to relax, for the safety of the most important person in his life rested upon his shoulders. The guardianship of the Phoenix would endure until death. Chapter 22. Feng Jiu encounters the Crimson Flame Golden Lion, and Donghua Emperor comes to the rescue. The morning mist had yet to dissipate on Junji Mountain, enveloping the bamboo cottage at its foot in a shroud of serene obscurity. Bai Qian, draped in a coarse linen garment, crouched by the vegetable plot in front of the cottage, using a wooden ladle to water the newly sprouted greens with well water. As her fingertips grazed the cool dew, a slight furrow formed on her brow. Over the past month, an inexplicable sense of disorientation often washed over her, as if she were destined for a life entirely different from the one she currently led. Yet, the memories of her past remained as elusive as the morning fog, shrouded in a haze of uncertainty. At the mountain's summit, Subai leaned against a time-worn boulder, his crimson attire rustling amidst the drifting clouds. He had not set up any barriers, yet the innate pressure emanating from his phoenix spirit formed an invisible shield, protecting the bamboo cottage and its surroundings with unwavering security. His consciousness spread like a fine net, enveloping the figures at the mountain's foot. Bai Qian's clumsiness as she watered the plants and her furrowed brow of confusion were distinctly etched in his perception. The flickering true flames of the phoenix danced at his fingertips, reflecting the tenderness and gravity swirling in his gaze. He understood that this momentary tranquility in the mortal realm was merely a brief respite amidst the trials of the divine, while the lurking dangers across the three realms had never truly receded. At that moment, from the dense forest on the opposite side of Junji Mountain, the rapid sound of footsteps and the labored breaths of a young girl pierced the stillness. Bai Fengjiu stumbled through the thicket, her crimson attire torn in several places by the branches, a deep wound visible on her forearm, evidence of a recent encounter with the Crimson Flame Golden Lion. Terror still clung to her visage, her eyes rimmed with red as she bit her lip to stifle her tears. Half an hour prior, she had seized the opportunity while Jiyan was preoccupied with brewing wine to sneak out of Qingqiu in search of her aunt Bai Qian, following a trail of clues to Junji Mountain. However, she had not anticipated the fierce beast lurking near the cave. The creature's blood-red eyes and gaping maw continued to haunt her thoughts. Had it not been for the timely intervention of the elder in purple robes and white hair, she would have surely become the beast's prey. The Nine Heavens, the Taichin Palace, Donghua. Bai Fengjiu murmured these names, her heart racing fiercely. Although she had never encountered this legendary ancient deity, she had long heard tales of Donghua Emperor, the sovereign of heaven and earth, whose power was unfathomable and whose demeanor was cold and solitary. Today, his act of salvation filled her with both gratitude and reverence. Yet, the thought of not having found her aunt stirred a sense of loss and urgency within her. She raised her hand to wipe the dirt from her face, retrieving the healing ointment that Jiyan had given her and carefully applying it to the wound on her forearm. The salve melted upon contact, bestowing a refreshing sensation that alleviated the sting, yet her inner celestial energy remained chaotic due to the recent fright and injury. Taking a deep breath, she straightened her disheveled attire and, once oriented, pressed deeper into the forest. Now that she had reached Junji Mountain, she was determined to uncover her aunt's whereabouts. However, her limited cultivation and restless mind constrained the reach of her consciousness. After walking for about a quarter of an hour, her foot suddenly slipped, and she found herself plummeting into a deep pit. "Ah!" Bai Fengjiu exclaimed in surprise, grateful for her timely reaction as she harnessed her remaining celestial energy to shield herself, preventing injury from the sharp wooden spikes at the bottom of the pit. Rubbing her numb knee, she looked up to see a group of rough-clad mortal hunters surrounding the pit, their curious yet wary gazes scrutinizing her. "Young lady, from whence do you come? How did you fall into our hunting trap?" The leader of the hunters called out in a booming voice, laced with a hint of caution. Bai Fengjiu steadied herself, recognizing them as mere mortals, and clasped her hands in a gesture of respect. Dear brothers, I have come to the mountains in search of someone and accidentally lost my footing. I would greatly appreciate your assistance in pulling me up. Thank you. She endeavored to soften her tone and managed a sweet smile as she spoke. Seeing her delicate appearance, the hunters deemed her harmless and lowered a sturdy vine into the pit. Hold on tight. We will pull you up. With their combined effort, Bai Fengjiu finally emerged from the trap. She expressed her gratitude profusely and attempted to offer them some silver coins from her pocket, which they politely declined. Do not mention it, young lady. It was but a small act of kindness. The leader of the hunters waved his hand dismissively, then cautioned. The mountains have been perilous of late, with wild beasts roaming about. It is too dangerous for a young girl like you to venture alone. It would be wise to descend the mountains soon. Bai Fengjiu felt warmth in her heart and nodded appreciatively. Thank you for your warning, elder brother. I shall descend as soon as I locate the person I seek. Seizing the opportunity, she inquired, might I ask, have any of you seen a woman clad in simple attire with striking features? She likely resides nearby. The hunters exchanged glances and shook their heads. Aside from us hunters, there is but one young woman living at the foot of the mountain, also in plain garments, and indeed, she is quite fair of face. However, we seldom visit her, as she is known to be taciturn and keeps to herself. A surge of joy filled Bai Fengjiu's heart, and she eagerly pressed for directions. After receiving their guidance, she expressed her gratitude once more and hastened towards the bamboo cottage at the mountain's base. As she approached, her anticipation grew increasingly intense. Yet, when she was about 1,000 meters away, a tremendous pressure suddenly enveloped her, akin to a mountain pressing down upon her, rendering her immobile. This force was not directed at her personally, but bore the ancient, unyielding dominance and authority of an archaic deity, halting her chaotic celestial energy and making even the slightest movement an arduous task. Bai Fengjiu's complexion paled, her legs trembling slightly. She could distinctly sense that this power was far more unfathomable than that of the Eastern Emperor who had rescued her moments earlier. Could it be that her aunt resides within that bamboo cottage? She pondered anxiously, attempting to channel her celestial energy to break free from the oppressive force. However, every effort was met with a rebound, causing her vitality to surge painfully, and the wound on her forearm began to throb anew. Desperation welled in her eyes as she helplessly gazed at the nearby bamboo cottage, unable to advance a single step further. Just then, a figure clad in purple appeared beside her as if by teleportation. The Eastern Emperor, adorned in a purple robe embroidered with cloud patterns, stood with his silver hair glistening coldly in the morning light. His aura of indifference starkly contrasted with the surrounding mountains and forests. He gazed at the trapped Bai Fengjiu, his brows slightly arching, before raising his hand to cast a divine force that severed the oppressive pressure enveloping her. Thank you, your majesty, Bai Fengjiu exclaimed, her burdens lifted. As she steadied herself and bowed deeply, her voice imbued with reverence. The earlier pressure had rendered her acutely aware of her insignificance, deepening her admiration for this ancient sovereign. The Eastern Emperor nodded slightly, his gaze sweeping over her pale complexion and the wounds on her arms, before settling on a nearby bamboo cottage. He then turned his attention to the mountain summit, a flicker of complex emotion passing through his eyes. He offered no response to her gratitude, merely stating, "This place is perilous. You must return to Qingqiu at once." Bai Fengjiu was taken aback and quickly replied, "Your Majesty, I have yet to find my aunt." The hunter mentioned a maiden living at the foot of the mountain. "Perhaps it is my aunt Bai Qian. Please, allow me to go and see." Her tone was urgent, her eyes filled with earnest pleading. The Eastern Emperor's demeanor remained unyielding, his voice carrying an undeniable authority. "There is no one here whom you seek. Depart swiftly." He was well aware that Bai Qian resided within the bamboo cottage and understood the purpose of Su by guarding the mountain peak. Bai Qian was undergoing the divine tribulation and must not be disturbed, nor should she learn of Bai Qian's whereabouts. Bai Fengjiu bit her lip, her heart heavy with reluctance and confusion. She was so close to the cottage. How could it not be her aunt? Yet, facing the Eastern Emperor's regal command, she dared not protest, only managing to voice her discontent. "But your Majesty, I have finally found this place. If you do not leave now, you may not find anyone to save you should danger arise again." The Eastern Emperor interrupted her, his tone devoid of emotion. His words fell upon her like a cascade of cold water, evoking memories of the terrifying Qi, Yanjin and I. As her frustration was gradually supplanted by fear, she recognized the truth in his words. With her current strength, remaining in the treacherous Junji Mountain not only jeopardized her search for her aunt, but could also lead to her own demise. Moreover, she understood the Eastern Emperor's character. Once he declared there was no one here she sought, her persistence would yield no permission. Reluctantly, she cast one last wistful glance at the distant bamboo cottage. Her eyes filled with disappointment, and ultimately nodded, "Very well. I shall heed your Majesty's counsel and return to Qingqiu." After a pause, she bowed once more. "I am profoundly grateful for your Majesty's assistance today. This kindness will be etched in my heart, and I shall repay it in the future." The Eastern Emperor offered no reply, merely raising his hand slightly to indicate she may take her leave. Bai Fengjiu cast a final lingering look towards the direction of the bamboo cottage before turning to descend the mountain. This time, her steps were heavy and slow, her silhouette imbued with dejection and reluctance. She silently vowed to herself that once she returned, she would diligently cultivate her skills, enhancing her strength so that when she sought her aunt again, she would not find herself in such a dire predicament, nor be easily dissuaded by others. The wind atop Junji Mountain carried a certain biting chill, swirling around Su Bai's crimson attire, resembling the fading glow of a sunset undulating against the vastness of the sky. He remained leaning against a colossal stone, smoothed by the passage of time, with the flickering phoenix fire dancing around his fingertips, yet his thoughts remained firmly anchored towards the bamboo cottage at the foot of the mountain. At that moment, Bai Qian was seated beneath the eaves, mending garments. The coarse cloth and thread in her hands appeared somewhat clumsy, yet emanated a unique tranquility of the mortal realm. Suddenly, a figure clad in purple materialized beside him without warning, exuding a chilling aura that melded seamlessly with the mountain breeze. The Eastern Emperor stood with his hands clasped behind his back, his silver hair gently swaying in the wind. The cloud patterns on his purple robes shimmering with a subdued radiance under the celestial light. His gaze, laden with complexity, fell upon Su Bai, and with a directness that bore an undertone of inquiry, he asked, "Just now, why did you refrain from intervening? Is she not Bai Qian's niece?" The she referred to by the Eastern Emperor was, of course, Bai Fengjiu, who had recently been attacked by the Crimson Flame Golden Lion. Though he had intervened to save the little fox, he had also observed Su Bai's in action. Given Su Bai's capabilities, had he chosen to act, there would have been no need for the Eastern Emperor to intervene. This fact was abundantly clear to him. Without lifting his eyelids, Su Bai allowed the phoenix fire at his fingertips to sway gently, his tone as unyielding as the granite of the mountain. "You have come, have you not? If you wish to inquire about something, you must be prepared to pay a certain price. Ask what you will, but I cannot guarantee a response." He had long surmised the Eastern Emperor's intentions. This ancient deity was not known to visit without purpose, and his appearance on Junji Mountain was certainly not merely for the sake of rescuing a small fox from Qingqiu. The Eastern Emperor, unfaltering in his directness, promptly posed his first question: how much longer can the seal of the Donghuang Bell endure? This was one of the matters of utmost concern to him. The Donghuang Bell sealed away Qing Tsong, and should the seal falter, the three realms would inevitably descend into chaos. With Su Bai's awakening, the stability of the seal was now in jeopardy. 300 years, Su Bai replied, his tone remaining devoid of fluctuation, as if recounting a trivial matter. "Now that I have awakened, the seal of the Donghuang Bell has weakened by half. It can only sustain itself for approximately 300 more years. When he and Mo Yuan sealed it together, their celestial powers complemented the restrictions of the Donghuang Bell. Now that I have awakened, the previously balanced forces have been disrupted, and thus the seal has been naturally weakened." The Eastern Emperor did not display surprise at this revelation. He had anticipated that the seal would be affected by Su Bai's awakening. 300 years, while not ample, was certainly not without room for preparation. He nodded slightly, and then posed his second question: "Now that you have awakened, will Mo Yuan awaken as well?" "He will." Su Bai finally lifted his gaze, directing his attention towards the distant Kunlun ruins, a flicker of complex emotion crossing his eyes. "Though it will be a little later than I. His primordial spirit was shattered too severely. It will take some time for it to reassemble. He will awaken in no more than 300 years. As he spoke, his tone shifted abruptly, becoming sharp and incisive. The awakening of Mo Yuan would signify the reemergence of Qing Tsong. Are the feckless denizens of the nine heavens prepared for yet another conflict? At that moment, Mo Yuan would be far from his peak strength, merely at 30% of his former self. One must remain vigilant against Miao Luo, who shall confront Qin Song. Su Bai's relentless inquiry struck the Eastern Emperor like a hammer, heavy and unyielding. Thus, have you prepared for the calamity that may befall the celestial beings? He was acutely aware of the true state of the nine heavens, which appeared to flourish outwardly but was, in fact, rotten from within. With only a scant few capable of standing alone in battle, the Eastern Emperor fell into a prolonged silence. The wind howled atop the mountain, swirling around them and causing their garments to flutter with a haunting sound. Su Bai's questions, piercing and insightful, resonated deeply. The depth of Qin Song's power was unfathomable. Years ago, Su Bai and Mo Yuan had to sacrifice their primordial spirits to seal him. Should he break free now? With Mo Yuan still recovering and Miao Luo lurking in the shadows, the nine heavens indeed faced an unprecedented peril. After what felt like an eternity, the Eastern Emperor emerged from his reverie, gazing at Su Bai with a final question on his lips. Who was it that stole your and Mo Yuan's celestial bodies? This query had haunted him for millennia. After Mo Yuan's soul had scattered, his celestial body vanished alongside the slumbering Su Bai, with no one in the three realms knowing their whereabouts. Now that Su Bai had awakened, perhaps he could shed light on this mystery. Upon hearing the question, the once brilliant light in Su Bai's eyes dimmed instantly. He withdrew his gaze, directing it instead toward the bamboo cottage at the foot of the mountain, where Bai Qian had set aside her needlework, gazing vacantly at the distant peaks. He fell silent, the phoenix fire at his fingertips gradually retracting, his aura becoming heavy and somber. Observing Su Bai's demeanor, the Eastern Emperor felt he had arrived at an answer. He understood that Su Bai was reluctant to divulge this truth. Perhaps it was too burdensome or entangled with secrets best left unspoken. Since Su Bai chose silence, he would press no further. With a slight nod, the Eastern Emperor took his leave, his figure retreating as if in a flash, transforming into a streak of violet light that raced towards the nine heavens. He needed to relay Su Bai's words to the celestial sovereign swiftly, urging the nine heavens to hasten their preparations. They could no longer afford to squander the time they had left. Left alone atop the mountain, Su Bai's gaze lingered on the bamboo cottage. Bai Qian seemed to sense something, instinctively looking toward the mountain peak. Though she could see nothing, she nonetheless offered a gentle smile toward the vast mountains. Su Bai's heart softened, the ire that had surged within him during his questioning of the Eastern Emperor evaporating like mist. He sighed softly, contemplating that some secrets must remain shrouded for the time being. Otherwise, they would only bring unwarranted calamity to Qin Qian. Once her trials were complete, her memories restored, and once Mo Yuan awakened, perhaps all would be revealed in due time. The wind continued to blow atop the mountain, the figure of the red-clad deity standing solitary against the vast sky, exuding an unassailable resolve. He is aware that the forthcoming 3 centuries will be the most tumultuous period across the 3 realms, and all he can do is safeguard the majestic Jundishi mountain and protect the individual within the bamboo cottage until she returns from her trials. Chapter 23. The Jade Clarity Kunlun fan returns to Bai Qian. Su Bai's heroic defense of his wife the Twilight at Junji Mountain always descends with an exquisite tenderness. As the setting sun scatters rays of light like crushed gold amidst the lush bamboo groves, casting a mosaic of shadow and illumination. Su Bai stood quietly beneath the ancient pine tree outside the bamboo cottage, his dark robes fluttering gently in the mountain breeze. His gaze firmly fixed on the slender figure within the cottage, the bittersweet emotions swirling in his heart, nearly spilling from his eyes. Inside the bamboo cottage, Bai Qian crouched beside the narrow stove, her fingers unconsciously caressing the empty earthen rice jar. Dressed in a faded, coarse linen gown, her long black hair was simply tied up with a wooden hairpin, wisps of hair falling over her forehead as she bowed her head, obscuring the once starry and moonlit depths of her eyes. Deprived of her celestial powers and memories, she was now merely an ordinary mortal woman, toiling daily for the sake of 3 meals to sustain herself. A frown creased her delicate features, her countenance marred with worry as she murmured to herself, "What shall I do? The rice jar is empty, and if I cannot find food by tomorrow, I fear I shall go hungry." She rose and moved to the window, gazing at the verdant mountains outside, a flicker of hope igniting in her eyes. There were indeed wild fruits on the mountain, and just the other day, she had spotted several fine herbs. Perhaps tomorrow she could barter them at the market for some rice, enough to last a few days. As she pondered, she absent-mindedly smoothed the wrinkles of her skirt, her fingertips brushing against the window frame with an innocent charm. Outside, Subai beheld it all, his heart clenched tightly by an invisible hand, the pain rendering him nearly breathless. He understood that this was Bai Qian's divine tribulation, during which she would lose her celestial powers and seal her memories, forced to endure hardship in her mortal form before she could attain rebirth. The cycle of heaven and earth has its own order, and as an outsider, despite his formidable abilities, he dared not intervene excessively. For such interference would only render her trials more perilous, possibly leading to the shattering of her soul. This profound sense of helplessness, knowing she was ensnared in turmoil, while he could only stand by, felt like a dull blade repeatedly slicing at his heart. Slowly, Subai raised his hand, palm upturned, and with a gentle motion, a soft white light emanated from his sleeve, transforming into an elegant, ancient folding fan as it landed in his palm. Crafted from millennia-old Kunlun jade, the fan radiated a gentle luster, its ribs intricately engraved with cloud patterns, and adorned at the tip with a delicate white jade tassel. Bai Qian's fated artifact, the Jade Clarity Kunlun fan. He tenderly traced the cool ribs of the fan with his fingertips, as if through this object he could reach back to the spirited girl who once laughed joyously at Kunlun ruins. In those days, she had been the youngest disciple of the war god Mo Yuan, brandishing this very fan as she dashed about among her fellow disciples, full of youthful vigor. Yet now, she had been reduced to a mere mortal, struggling even to satisfy her hunger. Subai swallowed hard, his voice a whisper laden with sorrow and hope. Qian, I cannot interfere too much with your divine tribulation. I can only watch helplessly as you suffer. But you are different. He gazed solemnly at the fan resting in his palm, his tone earnest. You are intrinsically connected to her, a vessel of her spirit. Tomorrow, when Qian ventures to the market, the path ahead is uncertain, and she will rely on you for protection. As the words fell, the Yuling Kunlun fan suddenly trembled slightly twice, and the scene of Kunlun ruins depicted on its surface seemed to come alive. The mist swirled among the mountains, and a faint sound of celestial cranes echoed, as if responding to Subai's entreaty. A flicker of satisfaction crossed Subai's eyes as he slowly loosened his grip on the fan. The Yuling Kunlun fan transformed into a stream of light, quietly passing through the bamboo window and settling beside Bai Qian, intertwining gently with her strands of hair. Subai gazed at the fan resting quietly by her pillow and then glanced at Bai Qian, who was already asleep in the dimly lit room. He sighed softly, turned into a golden-red stream of light, and vanished into the night, ultimately arriving at the summit of Junji Mountain. Sitting cross-legged, he was enveloped in a gentle aura of celestial essence, his golden-red robe billowing in the night breeze, yet his gaze remained fixed upon the small bamboo house below, ever watchful of Bai Qian's movements. As the night deepened, Junji Mountain succumbed to a profound tranquility, where only the chirping of insects and the whispering wind intertwined, composing the nocturne of the mountains. In her dreams, Bai Qian turned over, her arm inadvertently brushing against the fan by her pillow. The icy touch prompted her to instinctively cradle the fan, a subtle smile gracing her lips as if she were ensconced in a sweet dream. The Yuling Kunlun fan, nestled in her embrace, quietly emanated a faint glow, silently safeguarding its master. On the following morning, as dawn's first light pierced through the bamboo forest, it cascaded onto the paper windows of the bamboo house. Bai Qian stirred awake, and upon opening her eyes, she beheld the exquisite folding fan beside her pillow. Momentarily taken aback, she reached out to hold the fan, examining it closely, a wave of inexplicable familiarity washing over her, as if she had possessed this fan for eons. Yet, no matter how hard she tried to recollect, her mind remained a blank slate, devoid of any memory regarding the fan's origin. Where did this fan come from? I certainly did not see it before I slept yesterday, she murmured, her fingers gliding gently over the intricate patterns on the fan's surface, feeling the delicate textures and the vivid depiction of the celestial mountains. The majestic Kunlun ruins on the fan, shrouded in clouds and mist, revealed glimpses of palatial structures, evoking a strange sense of reverence within her. After pondering for some time, without any clarity, Bai Qian simply shook her head, and tucked the fan into the bamboo basket beside her. Perhaps it was left here by a kind soul. Since it has appeared by my side, it must be fated to me. Today, I shall take it to the market. If someone recognizes it, I can inquire further. Having completed her morning rituals, she grabbed the bamboo basket and stepped out of the bamboo house. Besides the fan, the basket contained wild fruits and herbs she had gathered the previous evening. The mountain path was rugged, and Bai Qian found herself straining somewhat, beads of sweat gradually forming on her forehead. She paused intermittently to wipe her brow, her gaze drifting toward the distant outline of the market, her heart brimming with anticipation. This was her first descent since losing her memory, and she felt both curious and slightly apprehensive about the world below. After approximately an hour's journey, Bai Qian finally arrived at the market. The marketplace had become a bustling hub, with stalls lining both sides of the street, and the air was filled with the lively sounds of vendors calling out and the haggling of customers. A continuous stream of people surged forward, and the enticing aromas of food and various goods wafted through the atmosphere. Bai Qian felt somewhat out of place in such a cacophonous environment, instinctively clutching her bamboo basket. She lowered her head and hurried along the edge of the street. Her purpose was clear: to find a rice shop where she could exchange the wild fruits and herbs in her possession for some rice. Relying on her hazy memories, she ventured deeper into the market and discovered a seemingly reputable rice shop. The shopkeeper, a middle-aged man with the shrewd demeanor of a merchant, quickly approached her with enthusiasm as she entered. "Young lady, what can I assist you with? The rice here is plump and fragrant, perfect for porridge or cooking." Bai Qian offered a shy smile, placing her bamboo basket on the counter. She retrieved the wild fruits and herbs within, saying, "Sir, I do not wish to purchase. I would like to trade these for some rice, if that is agreeable." The shopkeeper examined the contents of her basket, noticing the fresh and plump fruits and the fine quality of the herbs, and a calculating expression crossed his face. After a brief pause, he replied, "These items are indeed commendable. How about I offer you 5 taels of rice?" Upon hearing this, Bai Qian's face brightened with delight, and she eagerly nodded, "Thank you, sir. Thank you." The shopkeeper swiftly packed the rice into a small cloth bag and handed it to her. Bai Qian carefully placed the bag into her bamboo basket, bowed deeply to the shopkeeper, and turned to leave, embarking on her journey back to the bamboo hut. As the sun ascended higher in the sky, its rays grew increasingly intense, causing her to feel slightly dizzy. Bai Qian had walked quite a distance and was parched and fatigued. She found a patch of shade where she set down her basket to rest for a moment, suddenly recalling the folding fan within. She retrieved it, gently unfurling it, and began to fan herself. The cool breeze that flowed from the fan immediately dissipated some of the heat and fatigue, prompting her to release a comfortable sigh. As she fanned herself and continued on her way, she remained blissfully unaware that a pair of greedy eyes were fixated on the fan in her hand. The observer was a scoundrel clad in a gray robe, his face lecherous, with murky eyes and a perpetual, sinister smile. Known for his deceitful antics in the vicinity, he had been idly wandering the market when he caught sight of Bai Qian's fan. Initially, he dismissed it as an ordinary fan belonging to a woman, but as he scrutinized the intricate design and material, his eyes lit up with intrigue. In his youth, he had traveled widely and had once stumbled upon an ancient text that spoke of the Yuling Kunlun fan, a celestial treasure of immense power and value. He could scarcely believe that he would encounter such an artifact in a remote marketplace, held by an ordinary woman. Greed burgeoned in his heart like rampant weeds, and as his mind whirled, a nefarious scheme began to take shape. He hurriedly stepped forward, blocking Bai Qian's path, deliberately contorting his face to display a semblance of anger, and pointed an accusatory finger at her, exclaiming loudly, "You little thief! How dare you steal my fan?" This thunderous accusation reverberated like a clap of thunder, immediately capturing the attention of passers-by. The hurried travelers halted in their tracks, encircling the scene with curiosity, casting inquisitive glances at Bai Qian and the Taoist, and engaging in animated discussions. Startled by this unforeseen turn of events, Bai Qian nearly dropped the folding fan from her grasp. Since the dawn of her memories, she had never encountered such a situation. Her cheeks flushed with embarrassment, and she hastily waved her hands in denial, proclaiming, "You are speaking nonsense. This fan is mine. I did not steal your belongings." Her voice quivered slightly, tinged with panic, rendering her all the more pitiable. However, the Taoist was relentless, advancing a step closer. his gaze fixed intently on the fan in her hand, his tone growing increasingly assertive. You claim this fan is yours. Do you even know its name? What is its origin? Bai Qian found herself at a loss for words, as she was entirely unaware of the fan's history, rendering her incapable of responding. She opened her mouth, yet not a single word escaped her lips, her eyes reddening with urgency. Seeing her plight, the Taoist felt a surge of satisfaction and promptly addressed the onlookers. Did you all witness that? She cannot even articulate the name or origin of this fan, which proves it is not hers. He snatched the folding fan from Bai Qian's grasp, unfurling it to display to the crowd, exclaiming, "This fan is called the Jade Purity Kunlun fan, a treasured heirloom of mine. Look at the painted scene on the fan. It depicts the sacred Kunlun ruins of the celestial realm, hence its name. I have cherished it for many years, and just yesterday, I accidentally lost it, only to find it in the possession of this young girl." The crowd, following the direction of his finger, beheld the magnificent depiction of a celestial mountain, shrouded in mist, resembling an ethereal paradise. Though initially skeptical of the Taoist's claims, the onlookers began to believe him, especially as he accurately recounted the name and significance of the fan. So, it is true. Who would have imagined this young girl would engage in such unscrupulous behavior? They murmured. Indeed, she appears quite delicate. Who would suspect her of thievery? It seems one can never truly know a person as character. Perhaps desperation had driven her to such a deed. The murmurs pierced Bai Qian's heart like needles, her eyes brimming with tears of grievance. She yearned to defend herself, but was at a loss for words, biting her lip tightly, clutching the hem of her clothing, her entire being trembling slightly. She had never endured such humiliation and found herself utterly at a loss. On the summit of Junji Mountain, Su Bai, seated in meditation, immediately sensed the disturbance in the marketplace. Upon perceiving Bai Qian besieged and wronged through his divine perception, an overwhelming fury erupted from within him, causing the celestial aura surrounding him to sharpen, as if the very air around him had frozen. He abruptly opened his eyes, a fierce glint flashing within, and with a swift motion, transformed into a streak of golden red light, vanishing from the mountaintop in an instant. At the market, the Taoist was incessantly denouncing Bai Qian, and the surrounding murmurs grew increasingly louder. Suddenly, a dazzling golden red light burst forth from the crowd, and as it dissipated, a handsome man clad in a gold-red robe appeared beside Bai Qian. This man stood tall, his features striking and unparalleled, surrounded by a faint celestial aura, as if a fallen immortal had descended to earth. His gaze was cold and piercing, sweeping over the crowd, and with just one glance, the clamorous throng fell into a hushed silence. This man was none other than Su Bai, who had hurried over. Silence! Su Bai thundered at the gathering, his voice not loud, yet imbued with an undeniable authority that reverberated through the air, leaving the crowd stunned into silence, their previous chatter extinguished. Disregarding the onlookers, Su Bai strode directly to the terrified Taoist, whose forehead glistened with cold sweat, and with a chilling smile, he remarked, "The Yuqing Kunlun fan is the personal artifact of the 17th disciple of the war god Mo Yuan, Seeing. It possesses immense spirit and recognizes its true master. You claim this fan is yours, then call out to it. Will it respond?" Before the Taoist could react, Su Bai reached out and seized the Yuqing Kunlun fan from his grasp. The fan felt icy to the touch as Su Bai held the handle and presented it before the Taoist, his gaze as frigid as the wind. "Today, I grant you an opportunity. If you can summon this fan to acknowledge you, I shall accept you as its master and allow you to do as you wish. However, should it not respond," he paused, his tone laced with menace, "then you shall meet your demise." The Taoist trembled under Su Bai's imposing presence, his back drenched in cold sweat, lips quivering, yet he could utter not a single word. He dared not call upon the fan, fully aware that the Yuqing Kunlun fan did not belong to him. His previous claims were nothing but fabrications. Faced with Su Bai's relentless questioning, he could only collapse in place, his face ashen. The onlookers sensed the gravity of the situation. The striking man in the gold-red robe exuded an extraordinary aura, far from that of an ordinary individual, while the Taoist's reaction suggested deceit. They exchanged glances, doubt creeping into their minds. Su Bai cast a disdainful glance at the Taoist, then turned away from the quaking man and approached Bai Qian, gently placing the Yuqing Kunlun fan into her hands. Bai Qian looked up at the unexpectedly handsome man, a sense of familiarity stirring within her, her eyes welling with tears of grievance that threatened to spill. "Watch closely, Qian." Su Bai's voice softened significantly as he gently held her hand that grasped the Yuqing Kunlun fan, slowly reaching towards the sky. This is the true form of the Yuqing Kunlun fan." As his words fell, the once clear sky suddenly darkened, ominous clouds converging rapidly from all directions as if enchanted, obscuring the heavens. A tempest arose, swirling dust and fallen leaves, howling through the streets. Shortly thereafter, a mighty bolt of lightning cleaved the sky, accompanied by a sharp thunderclap, striking the Yuqing Kunlun fan with tremendous force. The dazzling lightning momentarily illuminated the entire marketplace, causing the surrounding crowd to cower in fear, clutching their heads and screaming as they sought to escape. Yet, Bai Qian and Su Bai, holding the fan, remained entirely unaffected by the tempest of thunder. An ethereal barrier of celestial energy enveloped Su Bai, shielding him from the wrath of the heavens. Bai Qian felt a warm force emanating from the fan in her grasp, coursing through her arms and gradually calming the turmoil within her heart. The Taoist priest, witnessing this breathtaking spectacle, crumpled to the ground, paralyzed with terror and despair, losing control of his bodily functions. It dawned upon him that he had provoked forces beyond his comprehension, and the Yaoqing Kunlun fan was a treasure far beyond his reach. The onlookers, who had initially gathered to witness the spectacle, now scattered like leaves in a gale, fearful of being caught in the extraordinary phenomenon. In the blink of an eye, the once bustling street was left with only Bai Qian, Su Bai, and the prostrate Taoist. Su Bai gently lowered Bai Qian's hand, and with his motion, the ominous lightning vanished, the fierce winds ceased, and the dark clouds gradually dispersed, allowing sunlight to once again bathe the earth. As if the harrowing trial had never occurred, Bai Qian gazed at the Yaoqing Kunlun fan in her hand, then glanced at Su Bai, her heart brimming with questions. She parted her lips, eager to inquire, yet uncertain of where to begin. Perceiving her confusion, Su Bai refrained from offering explanations. He understood that it was not yet the time to reveal the truth. Her divine tribulation was not yet complete, and excessive interference could only jeopardize her. Furthermore, he did not wish to stain her innocence with the specter of violence. Casting one last tender glance at Bai Qian, filled with affection and reluctance, he turned to the prostrated Taoist. Ignoring his cries and pleas for mercy, Su Bai transformed into a streak of golden-red light, vanishing from the spot as if they had never existed. The marketplace returned to tranquility, leaving Bai Qian standing alone, clutching the Yaoqing Kunlun fan that had withstood the thunder's trial. The depiction of Kunlun Su on the fan had become clearer and more vivid after the celestial ordeal, emitting a soft luminescence. As she looked down at the fan, a profound sense of familiarity washed over her. She sensed an intricate connection between the fan and the suddenly appearing man in the golden-red robe, tied to her forgotten past. Gently caressing the fan's surface, a slight smile graced her lips, and she resolved in her heart that one day she would remember everything. With her bamboo basket in one hand and the Yaoqing Kunlun fan in the other, she turned towards the direction of Junji Mountain. The sunlight cascaded upon her, elongating her shadow. The Yaoqing Kunlun fan, cradled in her hand, continued to radiate its light, steadfastly guarding its mistress and awaiting the day of her rebirth. Deep within the bamboo groves of Junji Mountain, Su Bai cast the Taoist into a secluded cave, the warmth in his eyes swiftly replaced by an icy demeanor. "Do you realize your transgressions for daring to harm me and covet the treasures belonging to Qian?" Su Bai's voice was frigid, and the murderous intent enveloping him seemed potent enough to freeze the very cave itself. The Taoist knelt upon the ground, incessantly bowing his head in supplication. "Spare me, immortal. Spare me. I recognize my transgressions and shall not dare again. I beseech you, grant me mercy." Su Bai let out a cold laugh, devoid of any compassion in his gaze. "Spare you? Did you not consider the consequences when you tormented Qian?" With a swift gesture, he unleashed a surge of celestial energy that struck the Taoist's heart, causing him to age significantly in an instant. "Today, I do not slay you not out of pity, but because I refuse to allow your blood to taint Qian's realm." He paused, his tone laden with foreboding. Su Bai's words pierced the Taoist's heart like a blade tempered in ice. He collapsed onto the ground, overwhelmed by a profound emptiness and excruciating pain, fully aware that his lifelong cultivation had been obliterated, rendering him incapable of further malice. Fear engulfed him like a tidal wave, and he crawled frantically towards the cave's entrance, repeatedly muttering, "Thank you, Immortal, for your mercy. Thank you, Immortal, for your mercy." Stumbling out of the cave, he vowed never to set foot on Junji Mountain again. Subai observed his wretched retreat, the chill in his eyes unyielding. He raised his hand to cast a barrier, sealing the cave to prevent any unwitting intruders. Once he had completed this task, he turned, transforming into a fleeting beam of light, silently returning to the mountain's pinnacle to continue his quiet vigil over the figure dwelling in the bamboo cottage below. Chapter 24. The Successful Tribulation and Bai Qian's Ascension to Divinity. At this moment, Bai Qian, carrying a bamboo basket, was making her way back to Junji Mountain. Having just experienced the tumult of the marketplace, she felt a lingering unease. Tightly clutching the Yuqing Kunlun fan as if it could bestow upon her an endless sense of security. The intricate scene of Kunlun ruins depicted on the fan shimmered under the sunlight, and she found herself glancing down at it periodically, her heart brimming with deepening perplexity. Who was the man clad in the golden red robe? Why did he extend his help to her? And what was the source of this fan's extraordinary power? A cascade of questions swirled in her mind, yet answers eluded her grasp. She only remembered the man calling her Qian Qian, a name that sent a tremor through her heart, as if it held profound significance. However, no matter how hard she tried to recall, the gates of memory remained firmly shut. Upon returning to the bamboo cottage, the sun had already dipped low in the west. Bai Qian carefully placed the sack of rice into the rice jar, finally releasing a sigh of relief. She sat at the table, setting the Yuqing Kunlun fan down before her, her fingertips gently gliding over the ribs of the fan. Suddenly, she felt a faint tremor emanating from the fan, as though it were communicating with her. Intrigued, she grasped the handle and gave it a gentle flick. A cool breeze swept across her face, unlike any ordinary fan. This breeze bore a subtle fragrance, instantly easing her weary spirit. More astonishingly, she noticed that the mosquitoes flitting about the cottage fled in disarray under the gentle gust, no longer daring to approach. A glimmer of delight flashed in Bai Qian's eyes, as she grew increasingly convinced of the fan's extraordinary nature. In the following days, Bai Qian continued her daily excursions up the mountain to gather wild fruits and herbs, occasionally descending to procure essential supplies. Wherever she went, she kept the Yuqing Kunlun fan by her side. With this fan, neither the sweltering sun nor the incessant bites of insects could trouble her any longer. To her surprise, since acquiring the fan, she consistently managed to elude various dangers on her ascents. For instance, rocks that could have tumbled down would roll aside of their own accord as she approached, and ferocious beasts would turn tail at the sight of the fan in her hand. Although Bai Qian was unaware of the reasons behind these phenomena, she gradually developed a reliance on the fan. Often, she would sit on the stone steps in front of her bamboo cottage, caressing the scene of Kunlun ruins on the fan's surface, her heart filled with curiosity about her past. She sensed that her history was undoubtedly remarkable, and that this fan, along with the enigmatic man in the golden red robe, held the key to unraveling the mystery. All of this was observed by Subai atop the mountain. He witnessed the smile that graced Bai Qian's face as she held the fan, and the bitterness in his heart was momentarily alleviated. He understood that the Yuqing Kunlun fan was attuned to Bai Qian's spirit. Even though she had lost her memories and celestial powers, the fan would instinctively protect her. What he could do was to clear away unnecessary obstacles for her, without interfering with the heavenly decree. One day, a torrential downpour unexpectedly struck Junji Mountain. The rain fell in cascades like pearls released from a broken string, pounding fiercely against the earth, and signs of a flash flood soon emerged in the mountains. The murky waves of the flood surged down the valley, rushing towards the bamboo cottage where Bai Qian resided. At this moment, Bai Qian was inside the house, meticulously arranging herbs when a thunderous roar echoed from outside, prompting her to rush to the window. Upon witnessing the surging flood rapidly approaching the bamboo hut, her face drained of color, leaving her in a state of panic. Atop the mountain, Subai instantly sensed the imminent danger, his heart tightening with trepidation. He understood that this deluge was not a mere natural occurrence, but rather the malevolent act of a 1,000-year-old flood dragon wreaking havoc. This dragon, disgruntled by the constraints imposed by the heavenly Tao, had deliberately conjured the flood to wreak havoc upon the creatures below the mountain. A glimmer of resolve flickered in Subai's eyes, though he had no intention of intervening excessively. He could not stand idly by with Bai Qian's life hanging in the balance. Just as the flood threatened to obliterate the bamboo hut, the Yaoqing Kunlun fan in Bai Qian's hand suddenly took flight, hovering above the dwelling. The fan radiated an intense light, conjuring a massive barrier that enveloped the entire hut. The raging waters crashed against the barrier with a deafening roar, but failed to breach its defenses. Bai Qian, witnessing this miraculous scene, was left utterly astonished. Instinctively, she reached out to grasp the fan suspended in midair. The moment her fingertips brushed against the handle, a series of vague fragments flashed through her mind. The sea of clouds in Kunlun ruins, the silhouette of the god of Moyin, the laughter of her fellow disciples. These images flickered like a revolving lantern in her mind, causing her immense pain. "Ah!" Bai Qian cried out in agony, clutching her head as she sank to the ground. Su Bai, sensing her distress from the mountaintop, felt a surge of urgency. He recognized that the Yaoqing Kunlun fan was awakening Bai Qian's memories, yet this was not the optimal moment for such a revelation. Forcing her memories to surface would only harm her spirit. He immediately channeled his divine power, transforming into a golden red streak of light that appeared before the bamboo hut in an instant. He lifted his hand and gently pointed at the Yaoqing Kunlun fan. Its brilliance gradually diminished, returning to Bai Qian's grasp. The barrier in the air dissipated, yet the tumultuous flood, under Su Bai's divine influence, altered its course, rushing deep into the forest, away from the hut. Su Bai approached Bai Qian, crouching beside her, and gently patted her back, his tone filled with concern. "Qian, how are you? Are you all right?" Bai Qian slowly raised her head, her eyes filled with pain and confusion. Gazing at Su Bai, she hoarsely inquired, "Who are you? Who am I? Why does my head ache so fiercely whenever I touch this fan?" Su Bai felt a pang of sorrow but suppressed the impulse to reveal the truth, softly reassuring her, "Do not worry. When the time is right, you will naturally remember everything. For now, focus on taking care of yourself. I will handle the rest." At that moment, a furious roar erupted from the depths of the forest, and the 1,000-year-old flood dragon materialized as a shadow in the air. It glared at Su Bai, its eyes brimming with hostility. "Who has disrupted my plans?" Su Bai rose to his feet, positioning himself protectively in front of Bai Qian, his celestial powers surging around him, the golden red robe billowing fiercely in the wind. He coldly regarded the flood dragon, his voice laced with murderous intent. "You wretched beast, daring to sow chaos and harm innocent lives here. Today I shall act on behalf of the heavens and put an end to you." Upon witnessing the unfolding scene, the dragon let out a ferocious roar, unfurling its gaping maw to unleash a colossal column of water directed towards Su Bai and Bai Qian. Su Bai's gaze sharpened, and with a swift gesture, a shimmering golden barrier of celestial power materialized, repelling the torrent. In the next moment, he transformed into a streak of golden red lightning, charging towards the dragon. Though Su Bai's prowess eclipsed that of the dragon, he was mindful of Bai Qian below, refraining from employing excessively powerful celestial techniques for fear of endangering her. Nevertheless, the dragon quickly found itself at a disadvantage, suffering numerous strikes from divine energy, which caused its dark blood to flow profusely. A mixture of shock and fury surged within the dragon. It had not anticipated such formidable strength from the man before it. Realizing that continued confrontation would surely lead to its demise, it conceived thoughts of retreat. Attempting to feign an attack, it sought an opportunity to escape. However, Su Bai had already discerned its intentions, a flicker of derision gleaming in his eyes. He raised his hand, channeling divine power into a golden spear, aimed directly at the dragon's vital point. Trying to flee? It was too late. The golden spear pierced through the dragon's dantian with precision, eliciting a heart-wrenching cry from the creature as its massive form plummeted to the ground, disintegrating into a cloud of black smoke that dissipated into the air. Having vanquished the dragon, Su Bai gradually descended beside Bai Qian. Upon noticing the bloodstains on Su Bai's attire, Bai Qian's heart tightened, and she instinctively stepped forward to assist him. "Are you hurt?" she inquired. Su Bai gently shook his head, a tender smile gracing his lips as he observed the blood on himself. "No, it is merely the blood of that cursed dragon." His gaze fell upon the jade Qing Kunlun fan in Bai Qian's hand, a glimmer of reassurance sparkling in his eyes. "Qian, this fan resonates with your spirit. Should you encounter peril again, it will surely protect you." Bai Qian nodded, her gratitude towards Su Bai deepening. She gazed at his handsome visage, her mind still clouded with questions, yet predominantly filled with an inexplicable trust. She understood that this man before her genuinely cared for her. Subai, noticing the trust reflected in Bai Qian's eyes, felt a warmth mingled with bittersweetness in his heart. He longed to reveal the truth to her, to disclose that she was the queen of Qingqiu, a disciple of the supreme god Mo Yuan, the one he had devotedly guarded for a millennium. Yet, he could not. He could only bide his time, awaiting the day she would successfully endure her tribulations and reclaim her memories. As the torrential rain gradually ceased, sunlight pierced through the clouds, casting its golden rays upon the soil of Junji Mountain. The air was imbued with the fresh scent of damp earth, and remnants of rainwater lingered on the stone steps before the bamboo cottage. Subai turned to Bai Qian, softly stating, Qian, I must take my leave. Take good care of yourself. Should danger arise, simply grasp the fan and silently call my name, and I shall come immediately. Upon hearing this, Bai Qian felt a pang of anxiety, instinctively grasping Subai's sleeve. Are you leaving? Will you return? Subai, touched by her anxious demeanor, gently patted her hand. I will always guard you, though I may not appear easily. Do not worry, I will not abandon you. With that, Subai transformed into a golden red streak of light, vanishing before Bai Qian's eyes. Bai Qian stood in place, gazing at the direction where Subai had vanished, lost in thought for a long while. She lowered her gaze to the jade Qing Kunlun fan in her hand, and then glanced at her empty sleeves, her heart heavy with a sense of loss. Yet, she understood that Subai spoke the truth. He would always protect her. In the days that followed, Bai Qian continued to live a tranquil life as a mortal. Each day, she ascended the mountain to gather wild fruits and medicinal herbs, occasionally descending to procure essential supplies. However, her heart now harbored an additional longing, as well as a burgeoning hope. She often found herself seated on the stone steps in front of her bamboo cottage, gazing towards the mountain peak, yearning to catch another glimpse of that golden red figure. The jade Qing Kunlun fan remained by her side, silently safeguarding her. Whenever Bai Qian encountered danger, the fan would appear just in time to help her navigate the crisis. As time passed, the bond between Bai Qian and the fan grew ever stronger. She could even faintly sense the emotions it conveyed to her. One day, as Bai Qian ascended the mountain to gather herbs, as was her custom, she stumbled upon an exceptionally rare herb growing at the edge of a cliff. This herb, known as the soul-binding grass, possessed the ability to calm the mind and repair the spirit, and if taken to the market, it could fetch a substantial amount of rice. Elated, Bai Qian cautiously began to descend the cliffside. Just as she was about to pluck the soul-binding grass, the rocks beneath her feet suddenly shifted, and with a startled cry, she lost her balance and plummeted towards the abyss. In that critical moment, the jade Qing Kunlun fan once again flew forth, radiating brilliant light, lifting her body gently into the air and safely landing her back at the cliff's edge. Shaken, Bai Qian sat on the ground, gasping for breath. She looked at the jade Qing Kunlun fan in her hand, filled with profound gratitude. At that moment, vivid fragments flashed through her mind. She donned a flowing white robe, wielding the jade Qing Kunlun fan, soaring freely through the clouds of Kunlun ruins. She knelt before the bed of the god of Mo Yuan, tears streaming down her face as she called out for her master. She reveled in merriment with her fellow disciples in the peach orchard, laughter echoing around them. These memories were clearer than before, suddenly bringing forth a multitude of recollections. She remembered her name was Bai Qian, that she was the princess of Qingqiu, that her master was the god of Mo Yuan, and she recalled everything about Kunlun ruins. She also finally remembered Subai, recalling all he had done for her and the tenderness and bitterness reflected in his eyes. Subai? Bai Qian called out, standing and shouting towards the mountain peak, tears brimming in her eyes. Subai, hearing Bai Qian's call, felt a jolt in his heart and instantly transformed into a golden red streak of light, appearing before her just as she noticed the red dot on her brow gradually fading. Qian, have you remembered? Bai Qian looked at Subai before her, unable to contain her tears, which streamed down her cheeks. She hurried forward, leaping into Subai's embrace, holding him tightly. Subai, I remember everything. Feeling the warmth of her body in his arms, the emotions that had long been suppressed within Subai erupted forth in an instant. He embraced Bai Qian tightly, his voice choked with emotion. Qian, welcome back. The sunlight cascaded upon them, warm and resplendent. The Yuqing Kunlun fan floated beside them, its surface adorned with the radiant imagery of Kunlun Su, as if bestowing blessings upon their union. Bai Qian had finally triumphed over her tribulations, ascending to divinity and regaining her memories. Meanwhile, Su Bai had awaited for so long the arrival of the one he cherished. In the depths of the bamboo forest on Junji Mountain, on the stone steps before the bamboo cottage, a pair of entwined figures were elongated by the golden rays of the sun. Chapter 25. Night quells the rebellion of the North Sea merfolk. The morning light of Junji Mountain pierced through the thin mist, weaving a golden veil around the two embracing figures. The jade-green Kunlun fan, crafted from azure-white jade, was safely tucked into Bai Qian's sleeve, its warm and smooth touch transmitting a silent solace through the fabric. She buried her face in Su Bai's crimson brocade robe, the warmth of his unique phoenix fire and divine power enveloping her senses, transforming her grievances and longings from their reunion into scalding tears that soaked the embroidered patterns of the fiery phoenix on the fabric. I had been trapped in the memories of my mortal existence for so long that I nearly forgot the sea of clouds of Kunlun, the teachings of my master, and, most painfully, that you, this foolish phoenix, were always waiting for me. Bai Qian's voice trembled with emotion as her fingertips gently traced the weariness etched in Su Bai's features, her heart heavy with guilt, realizing the hardships he must have endured over the years. Su Bai raised his hand to wipe away the traces of her tears, the warmth of his fingertip infused with the gentle heat of the phoenix fire capable of melting ice. He lowered his head to place a cherished kiss atop her head, his voice hoarse yet imbued with strength. As long as you can safely transcend your tribulations and return to your rightful place, all hardships will be worth it. He released her from his embrace, gazing into her rejuvenated eyes, while behind him, a magnificent half-spread of golden-red phoenix wings unfurled, shimmering with brilliance. Now that you have ascended to divine status, the Qiongqiu people must be eagerly awaiting your return. We must go back. Bai Qian nodded earnestly, tucking the Kunlun fan deeper into her sleeve. The celestial energy around them surged as Su Bai's phoenix fire intertwined with Bai Qian's Qiongqiu Fox clan energy, transforming into two resplendent streams of light that pierced through the morning fog of Junji Mountain, racing toward the direction of Qiongqiu. The birds and beasts along the way sensed the imposing presence of the ancient deity and bowed their heads in deference. Qiongqiu had already received Su Bai's message. The Fox Emperor and Empress, accompanied by Bai Zhan and other clansmen, awaited at the valley's entrance. Upon catching sight of Bai Qian, the Fox Empress rushed forward, enveloping her in a tight embrace, her eyes glistening with tears. My dear Qian Qian, how I have longed for your return. You have endured so much suffering in the mortal realm, your parents' hearts have ached for you. The Fox Emperor stood nearby, though silent, his concerned and relieved gaze spoke volumes. Bai Zhan stepped forward, his eyes glancing at the dragon phoenix spear slung across Su Bai's back, teasingly remarking, I never imagined that the divine of the ancient phoenix clan would choose to conceal the prowess of the dragon phoenix spear for the sake of one, becoming a silent guardian. Su Bai smiled gently, nodding as he retracted his wings, the aura of the phoenix dissipating entirely. For me, protecting Qian Qian has never been a matter of flaunting achievements. It is an obsession etched into my very soul. Though Su Bai held the esteemed position of phoenix deity, with the dragon phoenix spear revered by all celestial beings, he willingly chose to remain in the shadows for Bai Qian, a depth of affection that moved all present among the Qiongqiu people. As the celebrations of Qiongqiu had yet to wane, a beam of golden light burst through the peach grove barrier, transforming into a celestial being resembling a heavenly soldier. He bowed respectfully before the Fox Emperor and Bai Qian, his expression grave. Your Majesty, Fox Emperor and Divine Bai Qian, the North Sea merfolk have suddenly launched a rebellion, rampaging through the North Sea, burning, killing, and plundering coastal aquatic tribes, and have even taken hostage the emissaries dispatched by the heavenly clan to the North Sea. Prince Yi Hua has led the celestial troops to quell the rebellion, but has fallen into an ambush by the merfolk's secret arts, trapped near the icy abyss of the North Sea, with the battle in a stalemate. The Celestial Emperor has specifically dispatched a minor deity to seek assistance, earnestly requesting that the Qingqiu dispatch troops to quell the rebellion and rescue the envoys. As these words were uttered, the joy in the peach grove dissipated instantaneously. The Jiao people, long residing in the Northern Sea, though lacking the strength of the Celestial Clan and Qingqiu, are well-versed in aquatic warfare and sinister esoteric arts, and their population proliferates rapidly. This uprising poses a grave threat. If not swiftly quelled, not only will the aquatic tribes of the Northern Sea face annihilation, but the Celestial Clan's prestige will also be tarnished. The Celestial Clan and Qingqiu have long held a covenant, making it inconceivable to remain indifferent. More importantly, she now operates under the identity of Bai Qian from Qingqiu and must not wield the Yuqing Kunlun fan, which symbolizes sea, should it be revealed. The myriad past events of Kunlun ruins might resurface with renewed tumult. I shall accompany you to the 9 heavens, and together we shall hasten to the Northern Sea. As Bai Qian's words fell, a gentle aura of Qingqiu's celestial power enveloped her, and a strand of pure fox divine strength coalesced at her fingertips. Su Bai stepped forward, grasping her hand, the pressure of the phoenix god subtly emanating, enveloping both of them in a protective embrace. I will go with you. His words were succinct, yet brimming with conviction, leaving no room for doubt. The Fox Emperor nodded. You must exercise utmost caution. Qingqiu will immediately assemble the Fox Warriors, led by Bai Zhan, who will proceed to the Northern Sea to provide support. He was acutely aware of Su Bai and the prowess of the Dragon Phoenix Spear. With the Phoenix God at her side, Bai Qian's safety was assured. The two embarked on the auspicious clouds bestowed by the celestial soldiers, swiftly arriving at the southern heaven gate. The atmosphere of the 9 heavens was thick with tension as celestial soldiers intensified their training. Various warships and magical artifacts maneuvering through the cloud sea outside the southern heaven gate. The heavenly monarch awaited them outside the Lingxiao treasure hall, and upon their arrival, he hastened to greet them. Goddess Bai Qian, God Su Bai, we are most grateful for your timely arrival. Prince Yihua is trapped in the icy abyss of the Northern Sea, and the fate of the envoys remains uncertain. If this delay continues, unforeseen complications may arise. As the heavenly monarch's gaze fell upon the dragon phoenix spear at Su Bai's back, an unmistakable reverence flickered in his eyes. The renown of the phoenix god and the dragon phoenix spear had long reverberated across the 4 seas and 8 wildernesses. There is no need for further words. Prepare the ships at once. We shall proceed to the Northern Sea. Bai Qian interjected, her mind preoccupied with the unfolding battle and the safety of the envoys. Her impatience palpable, the heavenly monarch promptly issued orders, dispatching the most robust war cloud vessel of the 9 heavens to personally escort the 3 to the borders of the Northern Sea. The war cloud vessel sliced through the cloud sea, racing toward the Northern Sea, and in less than half an hour, they reached the periphery of the Northern Sea domain. Even before approaching, the sounds of battle reached their ears. The surface of the sea was littered with the wreckage of Jiao warships and the bodies of aquatic tribesmen. The waters stained a dark crimson, reeking of blood. Ahead lay the icy abyss, where Prince Yihua stood in confrontation with the Jiao people. As the Celestial Clan's vice commander pointed toward the ice-covered expanse, one could see that half of the sea was frozen, while the other was beset by towering waves. The Jiao warships navigated the tumultuous waters, launching relentless assaults against the celestial soldiers arrayed upon the ice, who desperately fortified their defenses. Clad in a dark battle robe and wielding the Qingming sword, Prince Yihua led the celestial soldiers into fierce combat against several Jiao generals. His left shoulder bore the mark of a secretive injury, black blood seeping through his battle attire, his complexion pale as parchment, yet he steadfastly held the front line. Prince Yihua, with a delicate leap, Bai Qian descended from the warship, her form fluttering like willow catkins as she glided to the center of the battlefield. The ethereal power of the Fox clan coalesced at her fingertips, transforming into several piercing beams of white light that struck with precision against the attacking sea warriors. The aquatic soldiers let out pained cries, sent reeling back by the force, plunging into the depths of the sea. Nightahua, sensing the arrival of reinforcements, felt a flicker of joy in his eyes, quickly overshadowed by concern. Lady Bai Qian, this place is perilous. We must retreat at once. The celestial soldiers beside him, upon catching sight of Su Bai and the dragon phoenix spear he wielded, were taken aback, bowing deeply in respect. As the aura of the phoenix god stilled the very air of the battlefield. My prince, you jest. Having arrived, I shall not retreat, Bai Qian declared, landing beside him. Her divine energy surged once more, manifesting as a pale blue barrier that shielded them from the encroaching sea warriors. Following closely, Su Bai unfurled his magnificent golden-red phoenix wings, with divine flames dancing along their edges. He drew the dragon phoenix spear from his back, its shaft bursting forth with dazzling golden-red radiance. The fusion of phoenix fire and dragon power created an overwhelming presence that sent shivers of fear through the ranks of the aquatic soldiers, halting their advance. How dare these wretches act so brazenly? Su Bai scoffed, twirling the spear in a deadly flourish. Coalescing phoenix fire at its tip, he thrust forward, unleashing a golden-red beam that streaked across the sky like a meteor, striking a major warship of the sea folk with pinpoint accuracy. A thunderous explosion ensued as the vessel was engulfed by divine flames, reduced to ashes, with none aboard escaping their fate. The solar might of the dragon phoenix spear effectively countered the nefarious arts of the Sea Clan, bolstering the morale of the celestial forces. Bai Qian was acutely aware of the need to conceal her identity as Seeing. Thus, she devoted herself to employing the ancient celestial arts of the Qing Qiufox clan, with hands forming intricate seals and incantations flowing from her lips. She summoned a multitude of colossal ice spikes that erupted from the sea, ensnaring the sea warriors' ships, rendering them immobile. This maneuver not only diminished the enemy's aquatic advantage, but also harmonized perfectly with the celestial clan's icy defenses. Meanwhile, Su Bai focused on the enemy leader, wielding the dragon phoenix spear with ferocity. Each thrust, imbued with phoenix fire, was accompanied by a crimson spray of blood. He moved like a golden-red streak of light across the battlefield, incinerating sea warriors in his wake, claiming the lives of 3 enemy generals within half an hour. Revitalized, Knight Hua expertly coordinated his Qing Ming sword with Bai Qian's ice spikes, forming an unbreakable defense that repelled the relentless assaults of the Sea Clan. The Sea Clan's leader, witnessing the tide of battle turn, was consumed by rage. From the main ship, he formed seals and chanted incantations. The waters of the northern sea churned violently, and monstrous sea creatures with jagged teeth surged forth, charging at the trio. The sea folk's summoning arts. Knight Hua's expression darkened. Bai Qian's gaze sharpened. She altered her hand seals, transforming the ice spikes into a flurry of ice blades that rained down upon the sea monsters. Though not lethal, the storm of ice momentarily staved off their assault, leaving deep wounds upon their thick hides. Su Bai seized the opportunity, the dragon phoenix spear twirling in his grasp. As the surrounding phoenix divine flames surged forth, its golden-red wings unfurling in the air. With a sudden thrust, he hurled the spear, imbued with the power to scorch the heavens and extinguish the earth, piercing through the head of the foremost sea monster. The spear then spun back, consecutively penetrating the vital points of several other sea creatures. The monsters howled in agony amidst the flames, their bodies gradually consumed, while the once tumultuous waves were enveloped in a thick mist of divine fire. Knight Hua wielded the Qing Ming sword, dispatching the sea monsters wounded by ice blades, simultaneously directing the celestial soldiers to seize the moment to rescue the trapped envoy. The leader of the merfolk, seeing the tide turn against him, remained undeterred. He summoned all his secret techniques, transforming into a streak of black light and charging towards the rescued envoy, intent on taking him hostage. Be careful. Su Bai instantly recalled the dragon phoenix spear, positioning it protectively in front of the envoy. The golden-red barrier unleashed by the spear thwarted the lethal strike. He then pivoted, thrusting the spear with precision to pierce the leader's dantian. The merfolk leader spat blood and was sent flying, crashing onto the surface of the sea, motionless. His body soon engulfed by the divine flames, vanishing without a trace. With the leader's demise, the remaining merfolk soldiers, now leaderless, fell into disarray, hastily turning their ships to flee. Knight Hua would not grant them the luxury of escape. He immediately commanded the celestial soldiers to pursue and dispatched others to clear the battlefield and attend to the wounded. The tumultuous waves of the northern sea gradually subsided, the dark red waters slowly regaining their clarity under the onslaught of the waves, as sunlight broke through the mist, finally revealing a tranquil scene. Su Bai approached to assess Knight Hua's injuries, retrieving a specially formulated healing ointment from his sleeve and offering it to him. This is a combination of concentration pills and healing balm. Please tend to your wounds. Knight Hua accepted the ointment, expressing his gratitude. I am deeply thankful to the Divine Lord Bai Qian and Divine Lord Su Bai for your timely assistance. This grace will be eternally remembered by the Celestial clan. Had it not been for your swift intervention, we may have perished here today." He glanced at the dragon phoenix spear in Subai's hand, his eyes filled with gratitude and reverence. "Truly, the reputation of your spear is well-deserved. We owe you our lives." Subai replied humbly, "Your Highness is too kind. I acted solely to protect Qian." He sheathed the dragon phoenix spear, the divine flames around him gradually receding, and the golden red wings of the phoenix softly folding back, restoring him to his gentle, jade-like demeanor. Before long, Bai Zhen led the reinforcements from Qingqiu, bringing ample supplies and healing herbs. Everyone worked together to clear the battlefield, tending to the wounded and the rescued envoy. After a full hour of diligent effort, they finally stabilized the situation around the icy abyss of the Northern Sea. Chapter 26. Feng Jiu's gratitude. Once everything was settled, the group returned to the Nine Heavens together. To express his gratitude for the assistance from Qingqiu and Subai, the Heavenly Lord hosted a banquet in the Lingxiao Hall. As the festivities reached their peak, a familiar yet faint aura of the Fox clan suddenly brushed against Bai Qian's senses. She discreetly exchanged glances with Subai, who understood her cue and summoned a flicker of divine phoenix fire, allowing it to trace the source of the aura. It quickly led him to discern that the presence originated from the direction of the Taichin Palace, imbued with Feng Jiu's unique spirit. "What is it?" Bai Qian inquired softly. "It resembles the aura of Xiaojiu. She must have sneaked up to the Nine Heavens," Subai replied, shaking his head helplessly. He was well aware of Feng Jiu's nature. Deeply sentimental and stubborn, she was undoubtedly preoccupied with repaying the Eastern Emperor for his kindness, which prompted her to come to the Nine Heavens without her kin's knowledge. While the two were engaged in their hushed conversation, an immortal official from the Taichin Palace arrived to report trifles to the Eastern Emperor. Seizing the opportunity, Bai Qian subtly probed for information and learned that the Emperor had recently taken in a rare nine-tailed red fox, which spent its days within the palace. Though the Emperor remained aloof, he had not driven the creature away. A knowing smile exchanged between Bai Qian and Subai confirmed their suspicions. The nine-tailed red fox must indeed be Feng Jiu in her transformed state. As the banquet unfolded, the Eastern Emperor maintained a demeanor of indifference, seated in a corner, occasionally lifting his cup to sip the wine, surrounded by an aura of detachment. Bai Qian observed his direction, contemplating that Feng Jiu's decision to leave her true form in the Taichin Palace was indeed wise. It concealed her identity while allowing her to be by the Emperor's side to express her gratitude daily. Subai remained close to Bai Qian, his gaze unwaveringly fixed on her. He poured her wine, the divine phoenix fire at his fingertips gently warming the drink to the perfect temperature while he discreetly moved her distasteful spicy dishes away, each action suffused with affection. As the Phoenix God, revered across the realms with the dragon phoenix spear in hand, he willingly engaged in these mundane tasks solely for Bai Qian. During a lull in the festivities, Bai Qian excused herself to the side hall for some fresh air, with Subai closely following. The night in the Nine Heavens was tranquil, the stars gleamed brilliantly, and the moonlight cast a cold sheen upon the jade-paved corridor. "Did you tire yourself out today?" Subai gently embraced her from behind, his voice tender as the warmth of the phoenix fire enveloped her against the night chill. "Knowing you couldn't use the Kunlun fan, you still forced your Fox clan's divine techniques. What if you harmed yourself?" Bai Qian leaned into his embrace, a smile gracing her lips. "With you, the Phoenix God, and the dragon phoenix spear by my side, how could I possibly be injured? Moreover, as a deity of Qingqiu, how could I stand idly by while the Celestial and Water clans face calamity?" Turning to gaze at Subai, she lightly traced her fingers along his cheek. "But rest assured, I know my limits and would never jeopardize my safety recklessly. By the way, regarding Xiaojiu, do not worry. The Taichin Palace is quite secure. Though the Eastern Emperor is cold in demeanor, he would not trouble a mere fox," Subai reassured her with a smile. "Once the banquet concludes, we shall quietly visit the Taichin Palace to ensure her well-being, and then we can rest easy." In the corridor, two figures nestled quietly together. The phoenix wings behind Subai gently unfurled, shielding her from the chill of the night. Golden red light shimmered across the feathers, harmonizing beautifully with the vast expanse of stars, creating an exquisite tableau. At this moment, within the Taichin Palace, a fiery red nine-tailed fox sat perched outside the study window, its pointed ears erect, listening intently to the rustling of scrolls being turned by the Eastern Emperor within. Having stealthily slipped away from Qingqiu, Feng Jiu had come directly to the Nine Heavens. Fearing rejection if she approached the emperor in human form, she transformed into her true self, pretending to be a lost fox that wandered into the Taichin palace. To her surprise, the Eastern Emperor welcomed her. Though he did not particularly care for her, he granted her the freedom to roam the palace. With her round, amber eyes, she gazed at the figure clad in purple robes within, her tail brushing lightly against the ground. Memories flooded back to her of the time she was ensnared by the fiery golden lion on the Junji mountain in Donghuang, facing imminent demise. When the Eastern Emperor happened upon her and effortlessly dissolved her peril, she had cherished that act of kindness in her heart, and now, finally, she had the opportunity to remain by the Emperor's side, even if only in the form of a fox. It filled her with immense joy. Suddenly, the Eastern Emperor set down his scroll and glanced towards the window. Feng Jiu's heart raced, and she quickly shrank back, feigning to groom her fur. His gaze lingered on her for a brief moment, devoid of any emotion, before he turned and retreated into the inner chamber. Feng Jiu exhaled in relief, swishing her 9 fluffy tails, secretly plotting to gather the freshest spiritual fruits from the palace garden the following day and place them quietly on the emperor's desk, marking the first step of her gratitude. After the banquet, Bai Qian and Su Bai indeed made a discreet visit to the Taichin palace. From a distance, they spotted the 9-tailed fox curled up in a nap beneath the corridor, confirming her safety, and they departed with ease. This girl certainly knows how to find a cozy spot, Bai Qian remarked with a smile. Let her frolic for a while. When she grows bored, she will naturally return to Qingqiu. Su Bai held her hand, his divine power surging around them as he led her toward the sleeping quarters prepared by the Heavenly Lord. Meanwhile, within the Ling Shao Hall, the Heavenly Lord was in discussion with Yi Hua and the Eastern Emperor regarding subsequent matters. The Heavenly Emperor watched the direction in which Su Bai had departed, his eyes filled with admiration and reverence. Su Bai possesses formidable strength and harbors deep feelings for Bai Qian. I intend to appoint him as the god of war of the 9 heavens, overseeing a portion of the divine army. I wonder how the emperor feels about this. The Eastern Emperor replied nonchalantly. The Phoenix clan is not subject to the jurisdiction of the Heavenly Clan. Su Bai's heart lies with Bai Qian. There is no need for the Heavenly Emperor to impose. The Heavenly Lord nodded in acknowledgement and refrained from pursuing the matter further. As night deepened, the starry sky of the 9 heavens sparkled with extraordinary brilliance. Bai Qian stood in the courtyard of the sleeping quarters, gazing at the multitude of stars, her heart awash with emotion. Su Bai joined her, gently taking her hand, while his phoenix wings unfurled in the moonlight, enveloping her in embrace. What are you thinking? He asked. I am thinking how fortunate I am to have you, Bai Qian replied, turning to face him, her eyes brimming with affection. Su Bai, for the rest of our lives. Let us witness the sunrises and sunsets across the 4 seas and 8 realms, never to part again. Su Bai held her tightly in his embrace, the gentle flames of the phoenix enveloping them both as he softly whispered in her ear, yes, for all eternity, never to part. Moonlight cascaded upon them, tender and romantic. The jade Qing Kunlun fan, concealed within Bai Qian's sleeve, quivered gently, as if bestowing blessings upon their profound love that transcended millennia. Su Bai leaned down to kiss the crown of her head, the phoenix flames transforming into flickering golden-red glimmers, swirling around them, warding off the chill and clamor of the night. Tomorrow, I shall accompany you to the Zhu Xian platform in the 9 heavens, Su Bai suggested softly. The stars there are clearer than those in Qingqiu, and it is said that the threads of fate for ancient deities are inscribed upon the stone of 3 lives beside the platform. A glimmer of anticipation flashed in Bai Qian's eyes as she smiled and nodded in agreement. That sounds wonderful. We can also check on little Jiu to ensure she doesn't cause any trouble in the Taichin palace. The two remained nestled together for quite some time, until the night deepened, prompting their return to the sleeping quarters. Meanwhile, in the Taichin palace, Feng Jiu, in her 9-tailed fox form, cautiously traversed the garden under the moonlight. Recalling having seen an immortal official deliver spirit fruits to the emperor's study during the day, she sought to find some exquisite fruits to discreetly place in a corner of the desk. The garden was lush with ancient spirit plants, their fruits brimming with pure celestial energy. Feng Jiu, drawn by the enticing aroma, quickly located a spirit tree laden with vibrant red fruits. She tiptoed, her 9 tails swaying gently to maintain her balance, reaching out with her paw to grasp the highest fruit. Just as her fingertips were about to touch it, her foot slipped unexpectedly, sending her tumbling onto her back. Fortunately, her swift reflexes allowed her to cushion her fall with her tail, sparing her from injury. Hiss! Feng Jiu let out a low cry, her amber eyes filled with frustration. Shaking her tail, she prepared to attempt again when she suddenly heard the faint sound of footsteps behind her. Her heart racing, she curled up, pretending to be an ordinary fox passing by, remaining perfectly still in the grass. The visitor was none other than Emperor Donghua, rising in the deep of night to patrol the palace. He happened upon the clumsy red fox in the garden. He paused, his gaze resting upon Feng Jiu, his expression remaining indifferent, yet he did not leave immediately. Feng Jiu felt the weight of his gaze, her heart pounding, wishing to burrow into the earth. She sensed the Emperor's celestial power, a depthless force that instilled both awe and anxiety within her. After a moment, Emperor Donghua turned to depart, but in that instant, he caught sight of a fiery red fox hair that had fallen earlier. He bent down to retrieve it, his fingers brushing over the delicate fur, a barely perceptible ripple of recognition passing through his eyes. He recognized this fur as unique to the nine-tailed fox clan of Qingqiu, its color pure and its spiritual energy abundant, far from ordinary. Emperor Donghua said nothing as he tucked the fox hair into his sleeve and made his way back to the study. Sitting at his desk, his gaze drifted towards the patch of grass outside the window, and after a prolonged silence, he picked up a scroll again, yet found it impossible to concentrate on his reading. Feng Jiu waited for quite some time, ensuring that the emperor had departed before she exhaled in relief. She quickly rose, plucked the vibrant red fruit, and hurried towards the study. She quietly pushed open a narrow crack in the door and, upon observing the emperor engrossed in his reading, stealthily slipped inside. She placed the fruit at the corner of the desk and swiftly retreated, concealing herself outside the window to watch. The emperor, with a sidelong glance, noticed the fruit and understood its significance, yet chose not to comment, continuing to peruse his scrolls. The following morning, Bai Qian, accompanied by Su Bai, made their way to the Star River Terrace. Along the path, the celestial officials greeted the two with reverent bows. Clad in a golden and crimson brocade robe, Su Bai walked beside Bai Qian, who wore a simple long dress, surrounded by the gentle celestial energy of the Qingqiu Fox clan, the pair resembling a stunning painting. As they passed the Taichen Palace, Bai Qian deliberately slowed her pace, casting a glance inside. She quickly sensed Feng Jiu's presence and discovered the girl perched on the windowsill of the study, seemingly spying on the emperor as he attended to his duties. This girl was becoming increasingly audacious, Bai Qian thought, shaking her head in exasperation. Su Bai followed her gaze and a hint of amusement flickered in his eyes. Since the emperor has allowed her to remain in the palace, he must have his reasons. We need not worry excessively. The two continued their journey and soon arrived at the Star River Terrace. Perched at the pinnacle of the nine heavens, the terrace was adorned with pristine jade stones, enveloped by gossamer-like clouds. From this vantage point, one could clearly behold the vast expanse of the starry sky, countless stars twinkling as if within reach. Su Bai waved his hand, summoning the phoenix divine fire to form a comfortable chaise longue. He seated Bai Qian beside him and retrieved a bottle of peach blossom wine from his sleeve, pouring 2 cups. Taste this. It has been warmed with phoenix divine fire, imbuing it with a warmth that surpasses ordinary peach blossom wine. Bai Qian accepted the cup and took a delicate sip. The rich aroma of the wine mingled with the warmth of the divine fire, filling her mouth and enveloping her in comfort. A splendid vintage, nestled together on the chaise. They savored the wine while admiring the breathtaking beauty of the starry sky. Su Bai regaled Bai Qian with tales of the constellations, recounting the oaths sworn by deities beneath the Star River during ancient times. Captivated, Bai Qian occasionally gasped in awe. Su Bai, Bai Qian suddenly inquired, "Do you think our fated bond is inscribed upon the 3 lives stone?" Su Bai grasped her hand, the warmth of his fingertips conveying a gentle, yet resolute promise. "Regardless of whether such a bond exists, my feelings for you will never waver. In every lifetime, I shall remain by your side." A warmth enveloped Bai Qian's heart as she leaned against his shoulder, her face radiant with a blissful smile. Meanwhile, within the Taichen Palace, Feng Jiu was facing a minor crisis. Noticing the emperor's fatigue from his duties, she decided to brew him a cup of tea. However, in her fox form, she found it impossible to manipulate the teaware. Attempting to grasp the teapot with her paw, She inadvertently tipped it over, scalding hot tea splattering onto her paw. Ouch! Feng Jiu yelped, quickly retracting her paw, her amber eyes brimming with tears. Upon hearing the commotion, the Eastern Emperor rose promptly and approached. Upon noticing Feng Jiu's injured paw and the disarray surrounding them, he furrowed his brow slightly. He refrained from admonishment, instead crouching down to examine Feng Jiu's paw with great care. Showing off, he murmured, his tone tinged with a subtle concern. From his sleeve, he retrieved a vial of healing ointment and gently applied it to her paw. The salve was cool and swiftly alleviated her pain. Feng Jiu gazed at him in a daze, warmth flooding her heart. She had not anticipated that the emperor would personally tend to her wounds, momentarily forgetting to react. Once the ointment was applied, the Eastern Emperor stowed the vial away and prepared to tidy up the mess on the floor. Feng Jiu hurriedly used her tail to pick up a cloth, clumsily assisting in wiping the ground. Her movements, though awkward, were imbued with sincerity. The Eastern Emperor observed her industriousness, a hint of amusement flickering in his eyes. He did not intervene, but quietly stood by, watching this clumsy yet fervently devoted red fox. As dusk fell, Bai Qian and Su Bai returned from the exquisite immortal platform. They deliberately took a detour around the Taichin Palace, eager to check on Feng Jiu's well-being. When they spotted her playfully tailing the Eastern Emperor, her tail wagging as she sought affection, and noted his usually indifferent demeanor conceding to her closeness, both felt a wave of relief. It seems our worries were unfounded, Bai Qian remarked with a smile. Su Bai nodded in agreement. Though the Eastern Emperor appears aloof, his thoughts are quite intricate. Perhaps having Xiao Jiu by his side is not a misfortune after all. Just as they prepared to depart, they suddenly sensed a familiar aura. Bai Qian looked up to see Zhiyan soaring toward them on a celestial crane. Zhiyan, what brings you here? Bai Qian welcomed him. Leaping down from the crane, Zhiyan replied with a smile. I have business in the 9 heavens and thought to check on you. By the way, the Fox Emperor and Empress sent me to inquire when you would return to Qingqiu. Bai Qian pondered for a moment and responded. We will remain in the 9 heavens for a few more days until Xiao Jiu's situation stabilizes. Then we shall return to Qingqiu. Zhiyan nodded, his gaze landing on Su Bai as he teased. Little 5, you must keep a close watch on Bai Qian. There are many celestial maidens in the 9 heavens who might whisk her away. Su Bai smiled faintly, pulling Bai Qian close. No one can take her from me. She is my sole sanctuary in this lifetime. A blush crept onto Bai Qian's cheeks as she playfully nudged him. After exchanging light-hearted banter for a while, Zhiyan took his leave, and Bai Qian and Su Bai returned to their chambers. As night enveloped the realm once more, the star-studded sky of the 9 heavens shone brilliantly. Bai Qian lay nestled in Su Bai's embrace, listening to him recount ancient legends of the Phoenix clan, gradually drifting into a serene slumber. Su Bai gazed tenderly at her peaceful visage, his eyes brimming with affection. He gently tucked her in, surrounding her with a protective barrier of divine phoenix flames to safeguard her dreams. Meanwhile, in the study of the Taichin Palace, the Eastern Emperor sat at his desk, holding the fox fur he had discovered in the garden. His fingertips caressed the delicate strands, a complex emotion flickering in his gaze. He understood the identity of this red fox and comprehended her sentiments. He had long since grown indifferent to the worldly affairs of love, unwilling to entangle himself in romantic entanglements, even erasing his name from the stone of 3 lifetimes. Yet, gazing upon the devoted red fox before him, he felt a flicker of uncertainty for the first time. Feng Jiu lay at the feet of the Eastern Emperor, already enveloped in slumber. Her tail gently rested upon the emperor's leg, her face adorned with a contented smile. To her, as long as she could remain by the emperor's side, even in the form of a mere fox, it was a form of happiness. The days in the 9 heavens were tranquil and beautiful. Bai Qian and Su Bai relished each other's company, while Feng Jiu continued her journey of gratitude within the Taichin Palace. Chapter 27. Feng Jiu is cast into the demon suppression tower by Yi Hua's cousin, but Dong Hua arrives just in time to save her. The morning mist enveloped the Taichin Palace like a delicate veil, and the glazed tiles shimmered with a gentle luster in the hazy light. Feng Jiu, in her form as a 9-tailed red fox, perched upon the windowsill of the study, her amber eyes fixed intently on Dong Hua, the emperor, who was engrossed in reviewing official documents. Gently, she coiled her tail around a crimson spirit fruit she had plucked the day before, planning to quietly place it on his desk when he took a break. During these days, She had settled comfortably in the Tai Chin Palace in her fox form. The greatest joy of her daily existence was to remain by the emperor's side, watching him manage state affairs, peruse ancient tomes, and occasionally tending to the flowers and plants in his study, or seeking rare spirit fruits to place within his reach. Although Dong Hua remained aloof, he gradually grew accustomed to her presence, allowing her to come and go in the study. At times, he would share a portion of the celestial delicacies sent by the immortal officials with her, and even when she curled up at his feet to sleep, he would use his celestial power to shield her from external disturbances. Bai Qian and Su Bai had long returned to Qingqiu, and before their departure, they had secretly visited her once. Seeing her live peacefully in the Tai Chin Palace eased their minds, but they cautioned her to be vigilant and to send word back to Qingqiu should anything arise. Feng Jiu had readily agreed, unaware that danger was silently encroaching. She believed such tranquil days would persist indefinitely until she encountered the Moon Weaver, a cousin of Yihua. The Moon Weaver was a celestial from a collateral branch of the heavenly clan, doted upon since childhood, with a spoiled and arrogant disposition, characterized by a fierce competitive spirit. Upon hearing that Dong Hua had adopted a rare nine-tailed red fox, she brought her maidservants to the Tai Chin Palace, ostensibly to pay a visit, but in reality, she sought to discern what made this fox so exceptional that it could capture the attention of the usually indifferent Dong Hua. At that moment, Feng Jiu was in the garden tending to a spirit tree she had inadvertently harmed before. Hearing footsteps, she lifted her gaze and saw the Moon Weaver, adorned in a pastel purple palace gown, her head crowned with jewels, flanked by two exquisitely adorned maidservants, all observing her from a position of superiority. So this is the fox that Dong Hua has taken in? The Moon Weaver frowned, her tone dripping with disdain. I expected a rare treasure, but it appears to be nothing more than an ordinary nine-tailed fox with a slightly red coat. Feng Jiu felt a pang of displeasure, but remembered to conceal her identity and turned to avoid confrontation. However, the Moon Weaver was relentless, signaling her maidservants to block Feng Jiu's path. Stop! The Moon Weaver advanced, her foot nudging a flower pot beside Feng Jiu. Just a mere beast, and you dare to ignore me? The pot toppled, soil scattering everywhere, and the newly sprouted seedlings were bent under the weight. Feng Jiu cried out in distress, turning sharply to bare her teeth at the Moon Weaver, hostility gleaming in her eyes. Though she could not speak, she was unwilling to endure such bullying. The Moon Weaver, incensed by Feng Jiu's defiance, darkened her expression. What an ungrateful wild fox! How dare you show disrespect to me? It seems you require a lesson to understand the rules of the nine heavens. With that, she raised her hand, gathering a faint violet celestial power, ready to strike Feng Jiu. Feng Jiu flicked her 9 tails, channeling her meager celestial energy to defend herself, but in her current form, her powers were limited, rendering her no match for the Moon Weaver. With a resounding thud, Feng Jiu was struck by the celestial force, crashing to the ground, blood spilling from her mouth and staining her soft fur a deep crimson. Foolish creature, Ji Yu sneered, stepping forward with the intent to trample upon Feng Jiu's tail. At that moment, a celestial official from the Tai Chin Palace happened to pass by and hurriedly interjected, Princess Ji Yu, you must not. This fox has been personally sheltered by the Emperor. If you harm it, the Emperor's wrath will be upon us, and I cannot bear the consequences. Ji Yu hesitated for a brief moment, a flicker of uncertainty crossing her eyes, but it was swiftly overtaken by jealousy and arrogance. The Emperor's wrath? I am the cousin of Knight Hua, a celestial from a collateral branch of the heavenly clan. Should I fear an aloof, ancient emperor who is indifferent to worldly matters? Moreover, this fox is so unruly, it is only right that I discipline it for the Emperor's sake. Ignoring the official's pleas, she gestured for her maidservants to drag Feng Jiu away. Feng Jiu struggled desperately, but the maidservants held her firmly with their celestial powers. She gazed longingly towards the study, her eyes filled with despair, hoping that Dong Hua Emperor might hear the commotion and come to her aid. However, at that moment, Dong Hua was engrossed in discussions with the elder officials of the heavenly clan regarding matters of ancient relics, completely oblivious to the turmoil unfolding in the garden. Instinctively, Feng Jiu attempted to send a message to Qingqiu, only to realize that in her true form, she was unable to utilize the communication spell, leaving her helpless as she was dragged further away from the Tai Chin Palace. Observing Feng Jiu's hopeless expression, Ji Yu's heart swelled with delight. An idea struck her. The Demon Suppression Tower in the Nine Heavens was a place where fierce demons and malevolent beasts were imprisoned, a realm permeated with malevolent energy and sparse celestial essence, where even the most skilled celestial beings found it challenging to emerge unscathed, let alone an injured fox. Jiyu had calculated that by Qian and Su Bai had already returned to Qingqiu, and no one would come to the fox's aid, emboldening her further. Since you are so restless, perhaps a few days in the Demon Suppression Tower will serve as a fitting lesson. A malicious smile flickered in her eyes. Once you have learned your place from the beasts inside, you will know how to behave. The celestial official turned pale with fear, kneeling in desperation. Princess, I implore you to reconsider. The Demon Suppression Tower is perilous beyond measure. If this fox enters, it will surely be doomed. When the Emperor inquires, I will have no explanation. Explanation? Jiyu scoffed. With me here, will you truly suffer punishment? Furthermore, Donghua is at Kunlun ruins today and will not return for some time. By the time he does, this fox will be nothing but bones. Who will remember it was I who did this? She disregarded the official's pleas and, with her maidservants, proceeded directly toward the Demon Suppression Tower, dragging Feng Jiu along. Feng Jiu emitted a heart-wrenching wail as she struggled, but she remained unable to break free. As they made their way, the hurried celestial officials who witnessed the scene expressed astonishment, yet none dared to intervene. After all, Jiyu was the cousin of Prince Knight Hua, and they could not afford to offend her, unaware of the profound connection between the Red Fox and Qingqiu. Soon, they arrived before the towering structure of the Demon Suppression Tower. This imposing edifice, forged entirely from celestial gold, was adorned with ancient runes, emanating a chilling aura and a dense malevolent energy that sent shivers down one's spine. The gatekeeper celestial general, upon seeing Jiyu, promptly approached and bowed respectfully. I pay my respects to Princess Jiyu. What brings you here? I intend to cast this unruly fox into the tower, so it may learn a proper lesson. Jiyu pointed at Feng Jiu, her tone leaving no room for dissent. The gatekeeper celestial general appeared troubled. Fairy, the Demon Suppression Tower is a heavy prison of the Heavenly Clan. Without the permission of the Celestial Emperor or the Imperial Lord, one cannot indiscriminately cast living beings into it. I beseech your understanding. Impertinence. Jiyu retorted with fury. Who are you, a mere celestial general, to interfere in my affairs? I am the cousin of Yi Hua, and the decision I make today would earn me respect, even from the Celestial Emperor himself. If you dare to obstruct me again, do not blame me for my lack of courtesy. The gatekeeper's face shifted between shades of green and white. After a moment's hesitation, he ultimately relented and slowly opened the heavy door. A dense aura of demonic energy surged forth, causing Feng Jiu to tremble. Observing her terrified expression, Jiyu curled her lips into a cruel smile, signaling her maid to throw her inside. No, Feng Jiu silently screamed. Yet she could only watch helplessly as she was pushed down, plunging into an endless darkness. Within the Demon Suppression Tower, a thick miasma enveloped her, rendering her unable to see her own hand. Feng Jiu fell heavily onto the cold ground, her already injured body suffering further torment, pushing her to the brink of unconsciousness. Struggling to rise, she was met with the echoing roars of demonic beasts surrounding her, their voices brimming with a thirst for blood that sent chills down her spine. She recalled her aunt by Qian's parting words, regret flooding her heart. If only she had not insisted on staying in the Nine Heavens to repay her debts of gratitude, she would not have fallen into such dire straits. Soon, several keen-sensed demonic beasts closed in on her presence. In the darkness, Feng Jiu beheld pairs of glowing emerald eyes, filled with greed and malice. A three-headed giant wolf lunged forward first. She barely managed to swing her 9 tails to fend off the attack, but the wolf's claws inflicted a deep wound, blood gushing forth and attracting more beasts. Stumbling backward, despair enveloped her. She thought of her family in Qingqiu, her aunt by Qian's gentle smile, and the protective demeanor of Su Bai when he shielded her aunt. Most poignantly, she thought of the Eastern Emperor. Had she not yet repaid his kindness, nor spent enough time with him? Was she truly destined to perish like this? Unwilling. She was truly unwilling. Clenching her teeth, Feng Jiu summoned the last remnants of her celestial energy, forming a faint barrier around herself. Yet, this shield was as fragile as paper before the ferocity of the demonic beasts, and it was not long before a poisonous scorpion beast pierced through it with its stinger. Venom seeped into her body through the wound, causing excruciating pain and blurring her vision. Just as she was about to be consumed by the beasts, a cold purple shadow burst through the tower's barrier like lightning, descending upon the demon suppression tower with a cataclysmic aura. Who dares to harm my fox? The voice of the Eastern Emperor, though not loud, carried the unique authority of an ancient deity, instantly halting all demonic beasts in their tracks, forcing them to cower on the ground in trembling fear. He was clad in a resplendent purple robe, his ink-black hair billowing in the wind, and the celestial energy surrounding him formed an invisible barrier, sending all beasts near Feng flying, the sound of their bones shattering echoing throughout. Emperor. Upon seeing that familiar figure, tears welled up in Feng's eyes. She weakly took 2 steps toward him, but could no longer sustain herself and collapsed. The Eastern Emperor swiftly advanced, lifting her into his embrace. As he beheld the multitude of wounds adorning her body, the taint of demonic energy, and the tears she valiantly restrained within her eyes, the atmosphere around him plummeted to an icy chill. He lowered his gaze, employing celestial power to cautiously safeguard her meridians, preventing further intrusion of the malevolent aura. His voice, laced with an unprecedented coldness, resonated. Jiyu. Merely 2 syllables, yet they brimmed with boundless fury, causing Jiyu, who was far within the palace, to tremble as a wave of mortal dread gripped her. Just as she contemplated fleeing, the Eastern Emperor summoned her from afar, casting her forcefully at the entrance of the demon suppression tower. At that moment, the Eastern Emperor emerged from the tower, cradling Feng gently. Sunlight cascaded upon him, yet it could not dispel the chilling aura that enveloped him. His gaze fell upon Jiyu, icy and piercing, as if he were staring at a lifeless corpse. You dare to trespass upon my realm, to invade the sacred confines of the demon suppression tower? Are you aware of your transgressions? Jiyu, terrified to the core, prostrated herself repeatedly, pleading for mercy. Your Majesty, spare my life. I was momentarily foolish. I implore you to be merciful. The grip of the Eastern Emperor around Feng tightened, his eyes ablaze with fury that seemed capable of incinerating Jiyu. He was acutely aware of her actions and her connection as the cousin of Yihua, a celestial being from the side branch of the heavenly clan. If he were to impose the heavenly laws, Jiyu's reckless intrusion into the forbidden zone of the demon suppression tower and her severe injury to the celestial beast, publicly referred to only as the fox he had adopted, would warrant the loss of a portion of her celestial power and a century of confinement in the demon locking tower for reflection. However, he reconsidered. The 9 heavens had recently endured the turmoil of the Water Clan, and stability within the heavenly clan was paramount. Jiyu, being Yihua's cousin, was entangled with the influence of the celestial side branch. A heavy-handed punishment could incite dissatisfaction among the side branches, creating unnecessary strife. Moreover, while Bai Qian and Su Bai had returned to Qingqiu, the power of Qingqiu should not be underestimated. Should they learn of Feng's plight, it could inevitably provoke a conflict between Qingqiu and the side branches of the heavenly clan. What he desired was merely for this tenacious little fox to remain safe and sound by his side. This matter is already known to me. The Eastern Emperor withdrew his gaze, restoring his tone to its customary calmness, albeit still imbued with an unassailable authority. Jiyu, in your youth and ignorance, I have already instructed that Yihua be notified to impose strict discipline. Such occurrences shall not transpire again. Upon hearing this, Jiyu felt as if she had received a reprieve, promptly bowing her head in gratitude. Thank you, Your Majesty, for your magnanimity. I shall henceforth impose strict limitations upon myself, and shall never err again. The Eastern Emperor turned away, cradling Fengjiu as he made his way towards the Taichin Palace. His pace was brisk, yet his heart was laden with concern for Fengjiu. He could feel her small form trembling in his arms, her breath faint, clearly indicating she had sustained grave injuries. He silently rejoiced that he had concluded discussions with the elder officials of the heavenly clan ahead of time. Had he delayed even a moment longer, the repercussions would have been dire. Upon returning to the study of the Taichin Palace, the Eastern Emperor gently placed Fengjiu upon the cushioned couch, his fingertips gathering gentle celestial energy, which he gradually infused into her being, dispelling the invading demonic energy and toxin. Fengjiu shivered, slowly opening her eyes to behold the familiar figure clad in purple before her, tears cascading anew. Your Majesty, do not move. Donghua Emperor restrained her struggling form. His voice remained indifferent, yet it was laced with a barely perceptible concern. The demonic aura and venom from the demon suppression tower had already invaded your meridians, requiring careful recuperation. He retrieved a vial of ancient healing elixir, a precious find from his years in Kunlun ruins, imbued with pure celestial power, renowned for its miraculous healing properties. With utmost care, he poured a small amount of the balm and applied it to the varied wounds on Fengjio's body. The cool salve instantly alleviated her pain, yet Fengjio pouted, her voice tinged with grievance. It was the Moon Weaver fairy who cast me in there. She claimed I was an untraceable wild fox and even ruined the spirit fruits I prepared for you. She paused, her voice quivering slightly. I miss my aunt and uncle. Donghua Emperor's hand stilled, a flicker of coldness passing through his ebony eyes. He was well aware of Fengjio's daily preparations of spirit fruits for him. Those fruits he had placed on his desk had not escaped his notice, nor had they been forgotten in his heart. However, he had always been inept at expressing himself and had never mentioned it. Hearing her mentioned by Qian and Su Bai stirred something within him. If those two were to learn of this matter, they would likely not let it rest. He decided to keep it under wraps for the time being, planning to address it once Fengjio had recovered. This matter, I shall provide you with an explanation, he stated calmly as he withdrew his hand. Focus on your healing. There is no need to worry the people of Qingqiu. When you are better, should you wish to return to Qingqiu, I shall accompany you. Upon hearing this, Fengjio gently nodded but could not help but ask, Your Majesty, you truly won't punish the Moon Weaver fairy? She nearly caused my demise. Donghua Emperor fell silent for a moment before responding. The situation in the Nine Heavens is intricate. It is unwise to instigate internal strife over trivial matters. Although the Moon Weaver has erred, she will be disciplined by Yi Hua, and she shall not dare to act recklessly again in the future. He paused, adding, moreover, true punishment need not always be overt. Fengjio furrowed her brow in confusion, eager to inquire further, but she saw Donghua Emperor extend a luminous white jade pendant towards her. This is a heart-protecting jade, infused with ancient celestial power, capable of shielding you from 3 lethal attacks in times of peril. Should you encounter danger again, do not force yourself. Simply wield your celestial power in defense. With me here, no one in the Nine Heavens can harm you. As she accepted the jade, a warm sensation enveloped her fingertips, and a pure celestial energy coursed through her body, filling her with warmth. Fengjio's heart swelled, her eyes glistening with unshed tears as she bowed deeply to Donghua Emperor, in the manner of a fox, lowering her head slightly. Thank you, Your Majesty. There is no need for such formality, Donghua Emperor replied, sidestepping her gesture of reverence as he turned to leave the study. I shall fetch some healing spring water for you. Take this time to rest well and refrain from unnecessary movement. Watching Donghua Emperor's retreating figure, Fengjio clutched the heart-protecting jade tightly, her initial disappointment gradually replaced by warmth. While she did not fully comprehend the subtle implications of the Emperor's words regarding punishment, she could feel his protective regard for her. Perhaps, the gentleness of this ancient emperor was inherently woven within such silent, unassuming actions. She secretly resolved not to inform Qingqiu of this matter for fear of causing concern to her aunt and Su Bai, as well as to avoid burdening the emperor. The Eastern Emperor soon fetched the divine spring, a millennium-old fountain hidden deep within the Taichin Palace, its waters clear and imbued with potent celestial energy, immensely beneficial for healing. He gently poured the spring water into an exquisite jade basin and carefully placed Fengjio within. The coolness of the spring instantly enveloped her body, alleviating her pain. She comfortably squinted her eyes, her tail gently swaying in the water. The Eastern Emperor sat nearby, silently observing her recuperation in the divine spring, a flicker of complex emotions crossing his gaze. He recognized the little fox's identity and understood her sentiments. From the moment she transformed into a fox and intruded upon the Taichin Palace, he recognized her as Fengjio of Qingqiu. He could have driven her away, yet inexplicably chose to shelter her. Over these days, he had grown accustomed to her presence, to the essence of her being permeating his study, to the celestial fruits appearing on his desk each day. He believed he had long since detached himself from worldly affairs, unwilling to be ensnared by romantic entanglements, even erasing his name from the 3 live stone. Yet, witnessing this devoted little fox's sacrifices for him, as she tended to his injuries, the tranquil lake of his heart, dormant for countless eons, stirred for the first time. He realized that his feelings for this little fox had perhaps transcended mere benevolence. However, he was reluctant to acknowledge it, fearful of admitting the truth. As the foremost sovereign of heaven and earth, he had endured too many conflicts and separations. Terrified of falling into the throes of love once more and repeating past mistakes. More importantly, he understood his own destiny and did not wish to entangle Feng in his fated solitude. While the Eastern Emperor was lost in contemplation, an announcement from the celestial officials interrupted, declaring the arrival of Prince Yihua. The Eastern Emperor collected his thoughts and replied coolly, "Let him enter." Soon, Yihua stepped into the study, clad in a dark embroidered robe, his expression marked by evident guilt. Upon learning of Ji Yu's misdeeds, he had rushed over. "Your Majesty, it is my failure in governance that allowed Ji Yu to cause such calamity. I beseech your Majesty to impose punishment." Yihua bowed deeply to the Eastern Emperor, his tone filled with remorse. He was also aware that Bai Qian and Su Bai had returned to Qingqiu. Should this matter reach their ears, the consequences would be dire. And he felt increasingly grateful that the Eastern Emperor had chosen not to escalate the situation. "No punishment is necessary," the Eastern Emperor replied coolly. "Take her back to your palace, confine her for 50 years, and properly instruct her in the laws of the heavenly clan. Should she step outside the palace again or create further disturbances, do not blame me for my lack of compassion." "Yes, I thank your Majesty for your magnanimity." Yihua quickly acquiesced, his gratitude for the Eastern Emperor deepening. He understood that the leniency shown to Ji Yu was a favor extended due to their relationship. Had it been anyone else, they might have already lost their life. Furthermore, the Eastern Emperor added, "Ensure that the collateral branches of the heavenly clan properly restrain their offspring. Should there be any further provocations against the Taichin Palace, I shall not be lenient." Yihua understood and vowed to relay this message to the collateral branches of the heavenly clan, responding respectfully. After Yihua departed, Donghua the Emperor turned to gaze at Feng Jiu, who had fallen into a deep slumber within the spiritual spring. He carefully lifted her from the water, delicately drying her damp fur with soft silk, his movements gentle as if handling a priceless treasure. He then laid Feng Jiu upon a warm, plush couch, summoning a gentle celestial energy with his fingertips to weave a barrier around her, shielding her from external disturbances while nurturing her injured meridians. That night, Donghua the Emperor did not return to his chambers, but remained seated on the soft couch in the study, lost in thought. Occasionally, he perused the ancient texts before him, yet his gaze would drift toward the sleeping Feng Jiu, observing her furrowed brow and the occasional whimper that escaped her lips, a blend of concern and anger swirling within him. He raised his hand to summon a trusted celestial official, whispering a few instructions. Once tasked, the official quietly withdrew, signaling the beginning of a covert retribution aimed at the celestial clan's collateral branches. As dawn broke, Feng Jiu awoke to the gentle warmth of sunlight. Upon opening her eyes, she beheld Donghua the Emperor seated at his desk, attending to official matters. The morning light illuminated his handsome profile, softening his features and diminishing the usual air of aloofness. Noticing her stir, Donghua set down the jade slip and turned to her, inquiring about her well-being. Feng Jiu attempted to move, feeling somewhat weak, yet the demonic energy and pain within her had subsided considerably, transforming into her human form. Clad in a delicate pink gauze gown prepared by the Emperor, she approached him and bowed deeply, expressing her profound gratitude. "Thank you, Your Majesty, for saving my life. I am eternally grateful." Donghua observed her slightly pale visage and retrieved a crystal-clear, snow lotus fruit from his sleeve, extending it toward her. "This is a millennium-old snow lotus from Kunlun ruins, beneficial for your recovery." As Feng Jiu accepted the snow lotus, a cool sensation danced upon her fingertips, and a pure celestial energy coursed through her. She took small bites of the fruit, its sweet flavor melting in her mouth, alleviating much of her earlier distress. After a moment of hesitation, she couldn't help but ask, "Your Majesty, will the Weaver Moon Fairy truly not trouble me again?" Donghua met her gaze, his eyes filled with unwavering resolve. "As long as I am here, no one shall harm you again." Those simple 8 words provided Feng Jiu with immense reassurance. Nodding earnestly, she resolved to diligently cultivate her powers, determined to avoid such passive predicaments in the future and to better remain by the Emperor's side, repaying her debt of gratitude. Chapter 28. Su Jin offers counsel to the celestial monarch, proposing marriage to him. Feng nibbling on a snow lotus fruit, suddenly paused, her ears gently twitching. Outside the Taichin palace, fragments of whispered conversation from celestial officials drifted in with the wind. The words regarding the Northern Sea's merfolk refusing to pay their celestial tribute felt like fine needles, pricking at her heart. Stealing a glance at the Eastern Emperor, she noticed him pinching a jade tablet, yet his gaze had already swept past the window, directed towards the celestial monarch's hall. His dark hair fell, obscuring his brow, leaving only the sharp line of his jaw visible, devoid of any discernible emotion. "Your Majesty, is there trouble in the Northern Sea?" Feng could no longer contain her curiosity and asked softly. She recalled her aunt Bai Qian's words before her departure. The bond between Qin Xiao and the celestial clan had always been strong, and should discord arise, it could have far-reaching implications. The Eastern Emperor withdrew his gaze, placing the jade tablet upon the table. His fingers lightly caressed the jade clasp, his tone as flat, as if he were commenting on the weather. "It is merely a rebellion by a faction. The celestial monarch will handle it." He then shifted his focus to Feng Zhou's pale cheeks. "You are still recovering from your injuries. There is no need for you to tend to the flowers today. I have instructed someone to warm the peach blossom honey scent from Qin Xiao in the side hall. Go and drink a bowl to warm yourself." Feng Zhou replied affirmatively, but as she turned, she discreetly pressed her ear against the barrier. She heard the celestial officials mention the gathering of forces from the Kanglan clan, her heart sinking further with unease. Yet, she understood she could offer no assistance. Clutching the protective jade tightly, as she glanced back repeatedly while making her way to the side hall, the jade pendant still bore the residual warmth of the Eastern Emperor's celestial energy, evoking memories of the purple shadow that had swept through the demon suppression tower. A timely salvation in the face of death. Yet afterward, he had said nothing, his gaze towards her remaining as cold as ever. Meanwhile, within the celestial monarch's hall, the atmosphere was so oppressive it felt tangible. The celestial monarch sat upon his gilded throne, his fingers turning white from gripping the armrests too tightly. Before him, several elderly ministers stood with bowed heads, their brows furrowed in concern. "Your Majesty, although the Northern Sea merfolk's rebellion has been quelled, the Kanglan, Wuyin, and 5 other clans have refused to pay their celestial tribute, citing fear of retribution from the celestial clan. They have even secretly reinforced their barriers, preventing emissaries sent by our clan from entering," an elderly minister reported, his voice trembling. "There are also rumors that the celestial clan prioritizes core factions, disregarding the survival of the periphery. If this continues, more clans may turn to the demon clan." The celestial monarch sighed heavily, surveying the assembly. The 9 heavens have just endured the turmoil of the water clan and now face the merfolk's rebellion. If the peripheral factions rise against us, will not the foundation of our celestial clan be shaken? Goddess Bai Qian and God Su Bai have returned to Qin Xiao, and we cannot count on their support at this time. Do any of you have sound strategies? The ministers exchanged glances, none daring to respond. Though the peripheral factions were weak, their presence spanned the edges of the 4 seas and 8 desolations. Should they truly unite, quelling them would not be an easy task. Moreover, the root of this unrest lay in distrust. Heavy-handed suppression would only fan the flames, providing the demon clan with an opportunity to exploit. At that moment, a soft announcement floated in from outside the hall. "Princess Zhaoran requests an audience." The celestial monarch paused, then commanded, "Let her enter." Though he held little affection for Su Jin, he recognized her as a loyal descendant of the celestial clan, her father having sacrificed his life to protect the clan at the banks of the Rushui River. This loyalty carried weight among the peripheral factions, and perhaps she could offer a different perspective. Su Jin, adorned in a moon-white palace gown, gracefully entered the hall. Her figure was slender, and her countenance exuded warmth. She first bowed to the heavenly sovereign, then nodded to the esteemed elders, her voice soft yet distinct. "Your Majesty, esteemed lords, I have heard of your concerns regarding the side branches and wish to offer my humble assistance to alleviate your burdens." A glimmer of expectation flashed in the heavenly sovereign's eyes. "What are your thoughts?" Su Jin raised her gaze, surveying the hall, her tone earnest. "The unrest among the side branches is not born of rebellion, but rather of disquiet. For years, the core clans of the heavenly tribe have occupied the bountiful lands of Kunlun and the 9 heavens, while the side branches remain in remote, harsh territories, seldom afforded protection, which has bred resentment. The recent uprising by the merfolk, claiming harsh treatment from the heavenly tribe, has ignited this discontent. To quell this unrest, the side branches must feel the importance of the heavenly tribe. How can we convey this importance? An elder inquired urgently. Su-jin took a deep breath, as if steeling herself for a significant revelation, lightly grasping the hem of her gown, her tone growing resolute. Since the passing of the heavenly sovereign's first consort, the harem has remained without a mistress. The side branches have long speculated that the core clans are unwilling to intermarry, which has led to a lack of trust. If your majesty were to appoint a side branch maiden, one without a powerful clan backing her, as a concubine, it would not only demonstrate the heavenly tribe's regard for the side branches, but also provide them a voice. This would naturally quell the unrest. The hall fell silent, the elders exchanging astonished glances, none having anticipated that marriage could unravel the situation. The heavenly sovereign furrowed his brow. There are many maidens among the side branches. Which one would garner universal acceptance? Su-jin lowered her gaze, her long lashes casting delicate shadows upon her cheeks, her voice modest yet assured. Though I am unexceptional, my father once sacrificed himself for the heavenly tribe. I grew up in the heavenly palace and am acquainted with many elders from the side branches, unencumbered by clan entanglements, thus avoiding any imbalance of power between the core and side branches. If your majesty does not reject me, I am willing to serve as a concubine, personally conveying goodwill to the various side branches to solidify the foundation of the heavenly tribe. Her words struck at the heart of the matter, soothing the side branches with her lineage while alleviating the core's concerns with her lack of political power. Several elders pondered for a moment and then concurred. What Lady Su-jin proposes is indeed sensible. Her unique status makes her the optimal candidate. The heavenly sovereign finally nodded, his tone decisive. Very well. A grand ceremony will be held in 3 days to appoint you as a concubine, granting you residence in the Changlu Palace. You must remember what you have said today. Do not disappoint me. Su-jin's heart surged with joy, yet her expression remained gentle as she bowed deeply. I shall not fail in my mission. As she exited the hall of the heavenly sovereign, the wind caressed the hem of her gown, and she raised her hand to adjust the pearl hairpin in her hair, a glimmer of calculation flickering in her eyes. The heavenly sovereign believed she acted for the benefit of the heavenly tribe, unaware that her true intentions had already drifted toward Prince Yihua, the future sovereign of the 9 heavens, who was her genuine aspiration. Since childhood, she had harbored affection for Yihua, yet as a maiden from the side branches, lacking a formidable background, her chances of approaching the prince were exceedingly slim. Now, under the pretext of soothing the collateral branches, she has become the side consort of the heavenly sovereign, allowing her to frequently enter and exit the crown prince's palace as the daughter of an esteemed elder. This proximity grants her the opportunity to engage closely with Yihua while simultaneously leveraging the heavenly sovereign's trust to cultivate an image of virtue and grace. Once the collateral branches are stabilized and the heavenly sovereign's reliance on her deepens, she can then seek a justification to request her own demotion and marry into Yihua's palace, a transition that would unfold seamlessly. As for Fengjie, Su-jin had never contemplated opposing her. Fengjie is the princess of Qingqiu, protected by the emperor of Donghua, with Bai Qian and Su Bai backing her. To provoke her would be sheer folly, only serving to undermine her own grand design. Within the Taichin Palace, Fengjie reclined on the windowsill, observing the emperor of Donghua as he attended to state affairs. Though she remained unaware of the intricacies of the heavenly sovereign's court, she could sense the low pressure surrounding the emperor. The frequency with which his fingertips paused on the jade slips increased, and he occasionally raised a hand to press against his brow, clearly troubled by matters concerning the collateral branches. Your Majesty, are you weary? Fengjie transformed into her fox form, gently nudging the back of the emperor's hand, her amber eyes filled with concern. The emperor glanced down at her, his fingertips lightly brushing her soft fur before he quickly withdrew his hand, maintaining his cool demeanor. It is nothing, merely attending to state affairs. He was reluctant to involve Fengjie in the power struggles and did not wish for her to witness his burdens regarding the collateral branches. As an ancient deity and the emperor of Taichin Palace, he felt he should appear invincible before her. However, Fengjie's ears perked up at the announcement from outside the hall. Your Majesty, the heavenly sovereign has decreed that in 3 days, a grand ceremony will be held to formally enshrine Su-jin as the side consort, and you are invited to attend. Fengjie was taken aback. lifting her gaze to the emperor, astonished. Su Jin is to become the heavenly sovereign's side consort? The emperor's fingers paused slightly as he explained. The heavenly sovereign's intention is to appease the collateral branches. Su Jin, being a descendant of loyal and valiant lineage, will gain their allegiance. What he did not reveal was that he had already seen through Su Jin's intentions. She merely sought to ascend the ranks of power under the guise of a side consort. And fortunately, her ambitions were directed towards Yi Hua rather than against Fengjiu, thus sparing some trouble. Fengjiu nodded, somewhat understanding yet feeling a lingering unease. She recalled Ji Yu's arrogance and the gentle reputation Su Jin had garnered, just as she was about to inquire further. She noticed the emperor had resumed his focus on the jade slips, clearly unwilling to continue on this subject. She swallowed her words and quietly curled back at his feet, her tail gently draping over his boot, finding solace in the proximity that allowed her to feel his presence and ease her mind. 3 days later, the grand ceremony took place as scheduled. The heavenly palace was adorned with lights and decorations. Celestial music filled the air, and celestial beings from various clans gathered at the Ling Shao Hall to congratulate the new side consort. Su Jin, clad in a resplendent red consort gown and adorned with a phoenix hairpin, received the homage alongside the heavenly sovereign, her face radiating an appropriate smile. Though her gaze frequently darted towards Yi Hua, who stood to the side in a dark-colored prince's robe, his posture regal and his profile stark. Even his glance carried an air of detachment, which only strengthened Su Jin's resolve. The emperor of Donghua attended the ceremony with Fengjiu. Fengjiu transformed into her human form, wearing a delicate pink gauze dress, standing behind the emperor and striving to diminish her presence. Su Jin's gaze quickly fell upon her, yet she merely smiled gently, devoid of any hostility. She understood that Fengjiu was the Eastern Emperor's Achilles heel, untouchable. Your Majesty, the side consort Su Jin appears quite amiable. Unlike Ji Yu, who is rather fierce, Fengjiu whispered to the Eastern Emperor. He did not look at her, merely replying in a tone laced with impatience. Mind your own affairs and refrain from meddling in others. Only he knew that his concerns stemmed from the fear of Fengjiu becoming too close to Su Jin. For should Su Jin's schemes ensnare her, he could protect her, yet he would rather not see her suffer even the slightest grievance. Fengjiu pouted, feeling somewhat indignant. She casually remarked, "Why is your Majesty so frosty again?" However, she soon let it go. The last time she was bullied by Ji Yu, the emperor had acted similarly, outwardly indifferent, yet secretly warning Ji Yu and confining her for 50 years. As the ceremony progressed, Su Jin approached to offer a toast. Holding her wine cup, she addressed the Eastern Emperor, "Your Majesty, I am grateful for your prior support of my proposal." Turning to Fengjiu, she smiled and said, "Fairy Fengjiu, I have heard you enjoy the sugar foxes from Qingqiu. I happen to have a box that Lord Su Bai gifted me. I shall have someone deliver it to Taichin Palace for you." Fengjiu was taken aback by Su Jin's thoughtfulness, especially the mention of Lord Su Bai, and quickly expressed her gratitude. "Thank you, side consort, but it is unnecessary to go through such trouble." "It is no trouble at all," Su Jin replied with a smile. "You are the princess of Qingqiu and a person of great importance to the emperor. It is only fitting that I present you with a small gift." With that, she politely excused herself to toast to other immortals, aware that she must present herself as graceful and magnanimous in front of Yi Hua to capture his attention. Fengjiu watched Su Jin's retreating figure and glanced at the Eastern Emperor, intending to say something, but found him already turned away, fixated on the ceremony ahead. His expression still devoid of emotion. She felt a twinge of disappointment, but quickly rallied herself. Although the emperor was distant, he had never allowed her to feel wronged. And that was sufficient. After the ceremony concluded, the Eastern Emperor escorted Fengjiu back to Taichin Palace. Upon entering the study, Fengjiu spotted a box of sugar foxes on the desk, with a note attached that read, "Gift from Su Jin." She picked up the sugar foxes, joyfully exclaiming to the Eastern Emperor, "Your Majesty, side consort Su Jin truly sent me sugar foxes." The Eastern Emperor sat at the desk, lifting a jade slip without glancing up. "I understand. Do not consume too many. Be wary of a toothache." His tone remained cold, yet his fingertips subtly nudged a cup of warm tea toward Fengjiu. The tea had been brewed to suit Qingqiu's taste, sweetened with honey and not too hot. Fengjiu, engrossed in opening the box, did not notice the gesture. She extracted a sugar fox, popping it into her mouth. It was sweet, reminiscent of Qingqiu's flavor. Approaching the Eastern Emperor, she offered him one. "Your Majesty, do try it. It's delicious." He did not take it, coldly stating, "I do not eat such sickly sweet things." Feng Jiu had no choice but to retract her hand and indulge herself. Unbeknownst to her, as she turned to place the box down, the Eastern Emperor's gaze lingered on her retreating figure, his eyes betraying a fleeting tenderness. He does not truly despise sweet things. Rather, he has grown accustomed to concealing his true self behind a facade of indifference. As an ancient deity, he must guard against revealing his concern for Feng Jiu, for it would undoubtedly lead others to exploit her as leverage against him, a risk he cannot afford to take. In the days that followed, Su Jin busied herself with appeasing the collateral branches, frequently visiting various tribes. She first brought the spiritual herbs and celestial dew bestowed by the Heavenly Clan to the Kanglan tribe, personally clarifying that the Heavenly Clan bore no malice and promising to advocate for more cultivation resources on their behalf. She then proceeded to the Misty Hidden tribe, patiently listening to their grievances and meticulously noting their suggestions regarding the Heavenly Clan's laws, vowing to report them to the Celestial Monarch. Su Jin's approach was gentle yet methodical. She neither assumed an air of superiority as a consort of the Celestial Monarch, nor did she yield excessively. Consequently, she quickly gained the trust of numerous elders from the collateral branches. The Kanglan tribe was the first to resume their celestial tributes, and the Misty Hidden tribe disbanded their gathered forces. Observing this, other collateral branches set aside their reservations, leading to a gradual stabilization of the Heavenly Clan's situation. Each time Su Jin returned to the Heavenly Palace, she would bring Feng Jiu small gifts, sometimes honeyed peach blossom brew from Qingqiu, other times a pearl bracelet from the Northern Sea, but she never lingered nor engaged in unnecessary conversation. She understood that maintaining a cordial relationship with Feng Jiu would not only help her avoid offending Emperor Donghua, but also enhance her virtuous image. Facilitating her approach to Yihua, Feng Jiu gradually grew fond of Su Jin, occasionally visiting Changle Palace to engage in conversation. They discussed amusing anecdotes from Qingqiu, the breathtaking scenery of the Nine Heavens, and the lives of Bai Qian and Su Bai in Qingqiu, fostering a harmonious rapport. "Consort, did you know? Aunt and uncle have planted numerous peach blossom trees in Qingqiu. When they bloom, they will drink under the trees. How romantic!" Feng Jiu exclaimed, her eyes brimming with yearning. Su Jin nodded with a smile. "I have heard of it. The tale of Goddess Bai Qian and God Su Bai is a delightful story between the Heavenly Clan and Qingqiu." She paused, seemingly casually mentioning, "By the way, His Highness the Crown Prince has been handling affairs in the Northern Sea lately. He must be quite weary. If you happen to see him, please do convey my regards." Feng Jiu, without a second thought, nodded affirmatively. "Certainly. I will be sure to send your greetings when I next encounter His Highness." However, Feng Jiu failed to notice the fleeting glimmer of anticipation and calculation in Su Jin's eyes when she mentioned Yihua. Su Jin sought to convey her concern through Feng Jiu, hoping to foster the impression that her relationship with Feng Jiu was amicable, making her a person worth approaching in Yihua's eyes. Emperor Donghua, for his part, remained aloof, attending to official duties daily and treating Feng Jiu with cold indifference. Yet, he would secretly use his celestial power to protect her when she ventured to Changle Palace, wary of potential dangers. He would prepare hangover soup after she indulged in the peach blossom brew gifted by Su Jin, concerned she might become inebriated, and when she grew drowsy while reading, he would quietly place a soft pillow beside her, anxious she might catch a chill. Feng Jiu noticed these subtle gestures. She understood that despite his outward aloofness, the emperor held her dear. On one occasion, she deliberately pretended to drop a spiritual fruit, curious to see whether the emperor would pick it up. The Eastern Emperor observed the scene, merely furrowing his brow as he remarked, "Clumsy hands. Pick it up and discard it. Do not soil the study." However, when Feng Jiu turned to dispose of the spirit fruit, she caught sight of the emperor discreetly retrieving an identical spirit fruit from his sleeve and placing it where she had just set hers. This fruit, which he had deliberately brought back from Kunlun ruins, was sweeter and imbued with more spiritual essence than the one Feng Jiu had picked. A secret smile crept upon her lips as she realized that the emperor had already collected the fruit she had placed and had taken the care to prepare a new one. She understood that the emperor was not like the god Su Bai, who openly expressed his affection for her aunt. Rather, his love was concealed within every cool glance, nestled in each stern admonition, and hidden within the myriad little things he did for her in secret. Chapter 29. Feng Jiu returns to Qingqiu on this day. Feng Jiu received a letter from Bai Qian and Su Bai, sent from Qingqiu. The letter expressed that the peach blossoms were in full bloom and urged her to return to Qingqiu for a short visit. It also mentioned that Su Bai had prepared her favorite sweet fox candies. Holding the letter, Feng Jiu excitedly approached the Emperor Donghua, exclaiming, "Your Majesty, my aunt says the peach blossoms in Qingqiu have bloomed, and she wants me to come back." Emperor Donghua set aside the jade tablet he was holding and glanced at her, a fleeting warmth flickering in his eyes before his demeanor returned to its usual indifference. "Very well, your injuries have healed. It would be beneficial for you to visit Qingqiu." Feng Jiu was taken aback by the ease with which the emperor agreed, her heart brimming with joy. "Then, Your Majesty, when can I leave? I wish to return swiftly to see my aunt, uncle, and my friends in Qingqiu." Observing her exuberance, Emperor Donghua maintained his calm tone. "You may depart tomorrow. I shall arrange for a dragon carriage for you." "Wonderful. Thank you, Your Majesty," Feng Jiu exclaimed, turning to prepare her belongings. "Wait," Emperor Donghua called out, retrieving a lustrous white jade pendant from his sleeve and presenting it to her. "This is the passage jade talisman of Taichin Palace. With it, your travels around Taichin Palace will be more convenient." He paused briefly before adding, "Be cautious on your journey, and should there be any matters, do not hesitate to send word to me." As Feng Jiu accepted the talisman, a warm sensation coursed through her fingertips, the familiar celestial energy spreading through her limbs, evoking memories of the Emperor shielding her from the demon beasts within the demon suppression tower. She gazed up at Emperor Donghua, wishing to express her gratitude, but found him already turned away, resuming his focus on the jade tablet, his ink-colored robes brushing the table's edge, leaving only his distant silhouette behind. "I understand, Your Majesty," Feng Jiu replied softly, tucking the talisman close to her person as she quietly exited the study. Unbeknownst to her, the moment she closed the door, the jade tablet in Emperor Donghua's hand momentarily stilled. His gaze drifted through the window, following her retreating figure, the coldness in his eyes gradually dissipating, replaced by a subtle, unnoticeable concern. He had wished to accompany her back to Qingqiu, yet with the Celestial Clan side branches just stabilizing and his grasp on Su Jin's intentions still unclear, he could not bring himself to leave Taichin Palace. On the following morning, Feng Jiu finished packing her belongings, holding a small bundle containing the sweet fox candies as she stood at the entrance of Taichin Palace. The celestial official had prepared the dragon carriage, adorned with carvings of Qingqiu's peach blossoms, evidently at the behest of Emperor Donghua. She glanced towards the study, contemplating a farewell to the emperor, but ultimately hesitated, fearing his indifferent demeanor and her own reluctance to depart. "Fairy Feng Jiu, the dragon carriage is ready. We may set forth," the celestial official respectfully announced. Feng Jiu nodded, poised to board the carriage when a familiar voice called from behind, "Wait." Turning around, she saw Emperor Donghua approaching with measured steps, holding an exquisite wooden box. He reached her and handed over the box, his tone remaining even. "Inside is a Millennium Snow Lotus from Kunlun Ruins. Take it with you. It will nourish your health and can also be gifted to Bai Qian and Su Bai." Feng Jiu received the wooden box, her fingertips brushing against his hand for but a fleeting moment before parting, leaving behind a lingering warmth. She raised her gaze towards the Eastern Emperor, her eyes brimming with gratitude. "Thank you, Your Majesty. I shall take care." "Be cautious on your journey," replied the Eastern Emperor, turning away to return to his study, casting not another glance in her direction. Feng Jiu watched his retreating figure, clutching the wooden box tightly, her heart filled with warmth. She understood that despite his outward aloofness, the emperor cared for her in his own way. She stepped into the dragon carriage, lifted the curtain, and waved in the direction of Taichin Palace, signaling the celestial driver to depart. The dragon carriage slowly departed from the nine heavens, heading towards Qingqiu. Feng Jiu leaned against the window, gazing at the scenery outside, a smile unconsciously gracing her lips. She was finally returning to Qingqiu, where she could reunite with her aunt and uncle. Meanwhile, in the nine heavens, Su Jin was attending to peripheral matters in the Changlu Palace. A maid entered the hall and spoke softly, "Side consort. Feng Jiu has left the nine heavens and is returning to Qingqiu." Su Jin paused, her pen hovering momentarily, a glimmer of calculation flashing in her eyes. "I see. By the way, where is His Highness the Crown Prince handling affairs today?" The Crown Prince is currently addressing the aftermath of the Merfolk rebellion at the North Sea and is expected to return to the Heavenly Palace by evening, the maid replied. Su Jin nodded, a barely perceptible smile gracing her lips. Good. Please prepare some of His Highness's favorite pastries, for I intend to visit him at the Washing Wu Palace this evening. The maid looked somewhat surprised. Side consort. You have just recently become a side consort. Might your visit to the Washing Wu Palace attract undue attention? Su Jin set down her pen, her tone imbued with certainty. It matters not. I shall go under the pretext of concern for the North Sea affairs. No one will raise an objection. Besides, I have known the Crown Prince since childhood. It is only fitting that I pay a visit to an old friend. Seeing her resolve, the maid refrained from further comment, bowing respectfully as she exited to prepare the pastries. Su Jin sat before her vanity, admiring her own exquisite reflection, her heart filled with anticipation. She finally had the opportunity for a private meeting with Yi Hua. If she could evoke his affection, her plan would succeed halfway. As evening approached, Su Jin carried the food box to the Washing Wu Palace. The celestial officials outside the palace noticed her arrival and hurriedly approached to pay their respects. Greetings. Side consort Su Jin. May we inquire as to the purpose of your visit? I heard that His Highness the Crown Prince is occupied with matters at the North Sea today, so I came to visit and bring some pastries. Su Jin replied with a warm smile. The celestial officials quickly responded, Please wait a moment, side consort. I shall inform His Highness at once. Soon. The official returned with the message. His Highness invites you to enter, side consort. Su Jin adjusted her robes and entered the hall, where Yi Hua was seated at a desk, attending to official duties. Upon noticing her entrance, he lifted his gaze, his tone neutral. What brings you here today, side consort? Su Jin placed the food box on the desk and opened it, revealing an array of exquisite pastries. Yi Hua, these are delicacies I prepared myself. Please try them. I heard you labored all day at the North Sea and could use some sustenance. Yi Hua regarded the pastries without moving, his tone remaining steady. Thank you for your thoughtfulness, side consort, but I still have official matters to attend to and fear I lack the time to indulge. If the side consort has no business, she may take her leave. Su Jin's smile faltered momentarily, but soon returned to its usual brightness. Your Highness, I understand you are occupied with state affairs, yet you must also take care of your health. I came not only to deliver some pastries, but also to inquire about the matters concerning Beihai. Are there any disturbances from the collateral branches? Yi Hua raised his gaze to her, a hint of scrutiny in his eyes. The affairs of Beihai have been largely resolved, and with you, the side consort, pacifying the collateral branches, there should be no further unrest. You ought to focus on the affairs of the inner palace and not concern yourself with Beihai. A weight settled in Su Jin's heart, yet she remained undeterred. Yi Hua, I am merely worried for the safety of the Heavenly Clan. After all, Beihai has just endured a rebellion. Any further disturbances could lead to dire consequences. Though I am a side consort in the Heavenly Monarch's harem, I wish to contribute to the clan's welfare. Yi Hua set his pen down, his tone turning serious. Su Jin, as the side consort of the Heavenly Monarch, you must heed the principle that the harem shall not interfere in politics. The matters of Beihai are under my and Emperor Donghua's purview. You need not trouble yourself. It would be best if you returned to Changlu Palace promptly to avoid unnecessary gossip. Seeing Yi Hua's resolute demeanor, Su Jin understood that lingering would be futile. With a hint of grievance in her voice, she lifted the food box. Since your Highness insists, I shall not intrude further. I shall leave the pastries here. Should you feel hungry, do indulge. With that, she bowed and turned to exit the prince's chamber. As she stepped out of the Shiwu Palace, Su Jin's expression darkened considerably. She had not anticipated Yi Hua's coldness, devoid of any semblance of cordiality. Nonetheless, she refused to give up, secretly vowing that if this attempt failed, there would always be another opportunity. With persistence, she would eventually touch Yi Hua's heart. Meanwhile, in Qingqiu, Feng Jiu had returned to the Fox Den. Bai Qian and Su Bai were elated to see her back. Xiao Jiu, you have finally returned. Were you mistreated in the Nine Heavens? Bai Qian grasped Feng Jiu's hand, her eyes filled with concern. Feng Jiu smiled and shook her head. Aunt, I suffered no grievances. The Emperor treated me very well. By the way, he asked me to bring you this Millennium Snow Lotus. She handed the wooden box to Bai Qian. Upon opening the box, Bai Qian marveled at the crystalline snow lotus emanating rich, celestial energy. She glanced at Su Bai, astonished. This Millennium Snow Lotus is a rare treasure. How generous of Emperor Donghua to send it back for Xiao Jiao. Su Bai chuckled. It seems Emperor Donghua's feelings for Xiao Jiao are not as indifferent as they appear. Hearing this, Feng Jiao's cheeks flushed, and she quickly changed the subject. Aunt, uncle, I encountered side consort Su Jin in the 9 heavens. She is quite amiable and even gifted me a sugar fox. Bai Qian paused momentarily. Su Jin? Isn't she the side consort recently conferred by the heavenly monarch? How did she come to give you a sugar fox? Feng Jiao recounted how Su Jin had pacified the collateral branches and how well they had interacted. Upon hearing her account, Bai Qian and Su Bai exchanged glances, both expressing surprise. They had not expected Su Jin to be such a sensible person, unlike Ji Yu, who had troubled her. Bai Qian spoke with a smile, her worries dissipating significantly. Su Bai nodded in agreement. This is for the best. Xiao Jiao will have another friend in the 9 heavens and will not feel so lonely. In the following days, Feng Jiao enjoyed her time in Qingqiu immensely. She accompanied Bai Qian and Su Bai on leisurely strolls, admired the flowers, and occasionally played with the little friends of Qingqiu, living a life of ease and contentment. Yet, in her heart, she could not help but recall Donghua Emperor, his indifferent demeanor, the small acts he had done for her in secret, the heart-protecting jade he gifted her, and the Millennium Snow Lotus. One day, while playing beneath a peach tree, Feng Jiao suddenly heard a familiar voice from behind. Feng Jiao. She turned around and saw Donghua Emperor standing not far away, his purple robe contrasting splendidly against the backdrop of peach blossoms, making him appear exceptionally handsome. Feng Jiao was momentarily taken aback, thinking she had made a mistake, but after rubbing her eyes, she confirmed it was indeed him. Emperor, what brings you to Qingqiu? She exclaimed, rushing forward with her eyes brimming with joy. Donghua Emperor gazed at her cheerful countenance, a hint of warmth flickering in his eyes before he quickly reverted to his usual aloofness. I happened to pass by Qingqiu and thought to check in on you. Bai Qian and Su Bai, hearing the commotion, approached them. Upon seeing Donghua Emperor, Bai Qian smiled and remarked, what a pleasant surprise to see you in Qingqiu today. Donghua Emperor, perhaps you miss Xiao Jiao? Donghua Emperor cleared his throat, averting Bai Qian's gaze, his tone neutral. I merely passed through and wanted to visit you. Su Bai chimed in with a smile. Since the Emperor is here, why not stay in Qingqiu for a few days? The peach blossoms are in full bloom, and you could use a proper rest, free from the burdens of the 9 heavens. After a moment's hesitation, Donghua Emperor finally nodded. Very well. I shall impose upon you for a few days. Thus, in the days that followed, Donghua Emperor resided in Qingqiu. Each day, he would stroll with Feng Jiao beneath the peach trees, listen to Bai Qian and Su Bai recount enchanting tales of Qingqiu, and occasionally play chess with Su Bai. Though he remained reserved and his demeanor cool, Feng Jiao sensed a touch of warmth in him that was absent during his time in the 9 heavens. On one such day, while walking under the peach trees, Feng Jiao gazed at the swirling blossoms and could not help but inquire, Emperor, are you finding your stay in Qingqiu to your liking? Donghua Emperor nodded. It is satisfactory. Hesitating for a moment, she pressed further. Emperor, did you worry about me while in the 9 heavens? Donghua Emperor paused, not responding, but instead plucked a peach blossom that had fallen into her hair. His fingertips inadvertently brushed against her strands, bringing a warmth that delighted her. Watching his actions, Feng Jiao felt a surge of joy. She understood that although he did not voice an answer, his actions spoke volumes. A few days later, Donghua Emperor was to return to the 9 heavens. Feng Jiao accompanied him to the boundary of Qingqiu, her eyes filled with reluctance. Emperor, once you return, please take good care of yourself and do not overexert. Donghua Emperor nodded, retrieving a jade pendant from his sleeve and handing it to her. This is the Ningxian jade, which will help stabilize your celestial power. Keep it close to you. Feng Jiao grasped the jade pendant tightly in her hand, declaring, Your Majesty, I shall miss you. Donghua Emperor regarded her, a flicker of intricate emotions crossing his eyes before he ultimately turned away, leaving behind a cold silhouette. Feng Jiao remained rooted in place, watching as his figure faded into the horizon, her heart brimming with anticipation. She longed for their next encounter, yearning for a touch of gentleness from him. In the 9 heavens, within the magnificent chambers of the Changlu Palace, Su Jin summoned a maid, her voice imbued with determination. Inquire about the prince's recent availability. I wish to discuss matters concerning the branch families with him. The maid bowed respectfully and replied, As you wish, consort. Seated before her vanity, Su Jin gazed at her reflection, her heart resolute. She was determined to wed Yi Hua without delay, vowing that neither Feng Jiu nor the Donghua Emperor would thwart her ambitions. She firmly believed that with unwavering perseverance, she would ultimately realize her aspirations and ascend to become the most esteemed woman in the 9 heavens. Chapter 30. An invitation from the Eastern Sea. As the morning mist of Qingqiu lingered, the peach blossoms before the fox cave adorned the branches, their petals glistening with dew that reflected the dawn light like scattered shards of diamond. Bai Qian sat by the stone table, savoring the peach blossom wine, while Su Bai embraced her waist from behind, resting his chin atop her head, his voice imbued with the languor of awakening. Qian, why are you up so early today? Turning her head to glance at him, Bai Qian, with the striking beauty characteristic of the Phoenix clan, appeared even more radiant in the gentle morning light. She traced her fingertip across his hand and smiled. I just received an invitation from the Lord of the Eastern Sea, announcing that his birthday banquet will be held in 3 days at the Crystal Palace. Su Bai accepted the invitation she offered, his fingers brushing over the golden waves embossed upon it, a smile blossoming in his eyes. The Lord of the Eastern Sea? I recall now. During the trials of the Fox Empress in the mortal realm, she inadvertently fell into the whirlpool of the Eastern Sea, and it was he who sent skilled water beings to rescue her. We must indeed attend this birthday celebration. Bai Qian nodded, setting her cup down as she rose. I shall prepare a gift. We cannot go empty-handed. With that, she lifted her gown and made her way toward the mirror lake of Qingqiu, Su Bai following closely behind, bemusedly chuckling at his wife. Each time she selected gifts, she invariably chose luminous pearls, and given the myriad treasures hidden beneath the lake, even the most ordinary luminous pearls seemed no different from common pebbles in her eyes. The waters of the mirror lake were crystal clear, sunlight streaming through, revealing colorful corals and swimming fish below. Standing at the lake's edge, Bai Qian concentrated her celestial energy, gently touching the surface of the water, which parted as if guided by an unseen hand, allowing a luminous pearl the size of a human head to rise slowly from the depths. The pearl, radiant and white, shimmered with a soft blue glow when held. It reflected the ethereal images of surrounding peach blossoms. Even the dust in the air became distinctly visible. Qian, Su Bai took the luminous pearl from her hand, his fingers gliding over its smooth surface as he jested. You give luminous pearls as gifts every time. At this rate, the 4 seas and 8 wildernesses will surely come to know that the only gift from the esteemed Bai Qian of Qingqiu is the luminous pearl. Bai Qian arched an eyebrow, reaching for the pearl. What's wrong with the luminous pearl? Each one from the depths of this lake has taken millennia to form. They are far more precious than mere gold, silver, or jade. Moreover, the Lord of the Eastern Sea, accustomed to the wonders of the Crystal Palace, will find this luminous pearl most practical, illuminating and warding off malevolent spirits. Allowing her to reclaim the luminous pearl, Su Bai seized her wrist, drawing her into his embrace. All right, my Qian is absolutely right. However, the next time you present a gift to Lord Jian, please do not offer him another luminous pearl. Otherwise, he may very well bring peach blossom wine to our fox cave in protest, claiming you are being dismissive. Bai Qian laughed at his teasing, leaning against his chest as she nodded. Understood. Next time I shall gift Jian some wine. Surely that will suffice. 3 days later, Su Bai accompanied Bai Qian to the Eastern Sea, transforming into his true form. A resplendent phoenix with abundant wings soared through the clouds, its golden feathers glistening in the sunlight, and wherever its wingtip brushed, the clouds were tinged with a delicate golden hue. Bai Qian sat upon his back, cradling a brocade box containing a luminous pearl as the wind swept past her ears, imbued with the unique, briny scent of the Eastern Sea. In less than half an hour, the two arrived at the Crystal Palace of the Eastern Sea. The palace gates, sculpted from millennia-old crystal, were adorned with a myriad of gemstones that, when kissed by the sun, refracted a spectrum of colors. Even the aquatic guards stationed at the entrance donned armor embellished with pearls. The Lord of the Eastern Sea had long awaited their arrival with the queen outside the palace gates. Upon seeing them approach, he promptly stepped forward to pay his respects. Divine Bai Qian, divine Su Bai, your presence truly illuminates the Crystal Palace. Bai Qian returned the greeting with a smile, extending the brocade box. A humble token for the Lord's birthday, it is but a small gesture of respect. As the Lord of the Eastern Sea opened the box, the surrounding crystals dimmed momentarily, His eyes widened with delight as he beheld the luminous pearl within. This is indeed the legendary warm jade pearl. Such a generous gift from the divine. Subai clapped him on the shoulder. The Lord's past kindness towards the Fox Empress cannot be repaid with just a single pearl. Please, do escort us inside. I am eager to witness how the feasts of the Crystal Palace compare to the Peach Blossom Banquet of Qingqiu. The Lord of the Eastern Sea quickly ushered them inside. The grand hall of the Crystal Palace was constructed from transparent crystal, with glowing corals entwined around its pillars. In the center, a pool teemed with colorful koi, while countless lamps fashioned from luminous pearls hung above, bathing the entire hall in light akin to midday. The hall was already filled with guests from across the realms, including elders from the Western Sea, the leader of the Wolf clan from the Northern Wilderness, and numerous celestial officials from the Heavenly clan. Just as Bai Qian settled into her seat, she heard soft footsteps approaching from behind. Turning, she beheld a young woman clad in a green gauzy dress, her features delicate and adorned with a pale blue arum flower in her hair, exuding a gentle grace. You must be the esteemed divine Bai Qian of Qingqiu, the woman remarked with a smile. I am Princess Greensleeve, the second princess of the Long Sea. I have long heard of your illustrious name, and it is a pleasure to finally meet you. Bai Qian rose to return the courtesy. Princess Greensleeve, you flatter me. I have often heard of your gentle and virtuous nature, and indeed, it does not disappoint. The two engaged in amiable conversation, with Greensleeve's lively spirit shining through as she recounted amusing tales from the Long Sea, captivating Bai Qian's interest. Just then, a man clad in black armor approached. His gaze fixated on Greensleeve, his tone brazen. Princess Greensleeve, I have long admired your reputation. At today's banquet, why not join me for a few drinks? Greensleeve frowned and took a step back. Esteemed General, I am not one for strong spirits. I hope you will understand. Yet the man persisted, reaching for her wrist. Why be so ungracious, Princess? It is merely a few cups of wine. Surely it won't harm you. A flicker of coldness crossed Bai Qian's eyes. Before Greensleeve could respond, she seized the man's wrist. Her grip was gentle, yet it caused him to wince in pain. Esteemed General, she said in a calm tone, devoid of warmth, the princess has already expressed her limitations with alcohol. Your insistence is rather unbecoming, wouldn't you agree? The man looked up at Bai Qian, recognizing her as the revered goddess of Qingqiu. His complexion paled instantly, and he hastily withdrew his hand, saying, Goddess, I beg your pardon. It was a slip of the tongue. With that, he left in a fluster. El Xiu exhaled in relief and gazed at Bai Qian with gratitude. Thank you, Goddess, for your intervention. That gentleman was General Ba from the West Sea, known for his reckless behavior, and I truly did not know how to respond. Bai Qian gently patted her hand. No need for concern. As long as I am here, no one dares to bully you. Subai observed the two in lively conversation, a smile flickering in his eyes. He presented a cup of wine to Bai Qian. Qian, do not focus solely on chatting. You must taste the wine from the Crystal Palace. How does it compare to our Qingqiu's peach blossom drunk? Bai Qian accepted the cup and took a delicate sip. The wine was crisp and refreshing, imbued with a subtle hint of the sea, starkly different from the richness of peach blossom drunk. Just as she was about to respond, a familiar figure entered the hall, the heavenly prince, Yihua, clad in dark ceremonial robes, with his ink-black hair tied back. He bore a stern countenance and emanated an air of aloofness. Upon entering, several guests approached to pay their respects. He merely nodded lightly, his gaze sweeping across the hall until it paused at Bai Qian and Subai, momentarily halting his steps. Prince Yihua, Subai was the first to speak. Raising his cup in acknowledgement, I did not expect to see you here as well. Yihua approached them, offering a slight nod. The Water Lord sent an invitation, so it was only natural for me to attend. His gaze settled on Bai Qian, his tone neutral, Goddess Bai Qian. Bai Qian returned the courtesy with a nod. Choosing not to elaborate, she and Yihua had little interaction. Given his indifference towards her, she saw no need for pleasantries. The atmosphere among the three grew somewhat awkward. Sensing this, Subai broke the silence with a smile. It is said that the back garden of the Crystal Palace is filled with unique coral flowers from the depths of the sea. Shall we go take a look? Staying inside the hall can be rather stifling. Yihua did not object, and Bai Qian nodded in agreement. The three departed the grand hall, heading towards the back garden. The back garden of the Crystal Palace was constructed beneath the sea, surrounded by transparent crystal walls, within which flourished a myriad of coral flowers, red, pink, purple, and even some blue flowers previously unseen, swaying gently in the water like a vibrant ocean. At the center of the garden stood a pavilion, its pillars crafted from white jade, intricately carved with exquisite wave patterns. Seated within the pavilion, Subai admired the surrounding coral flowers and remarked, "I never imagined the depths of the sea could harbor such beauty. It possesses a liveliness that surpasses the peach groves of Qingqiu." Yihua observed the distant swimming whales, his tone unchanging. The East Sea is rich in resources, and the Crystal Palace treasures countless rare gems. The Water Lord must have exerted considerable effort to cultivate the garden to this state. Bai Qian remained silent, lost in thought as she gazed at the coral flowers in the water. She recalled the last encounter with Su Jin in the Nine Heavens, where Su Jin's feelings for Yihua were unmistakable, yet Yihua harbored no affection for her in return. Suddenly, Bai Qian felt that the celestial officials of the heavenly clan seemed to live too rigidly, unlike the denizens of Qingqiu, who could laugh freely and act with abandon. As time passed, Yihua rose. "It is getting late. The feast should be commencing soon. Let us return." Su Bai and Bai Qian also rose, and the three of them returned to the grand hall side by side. As they stepped inside, a melodious tune wafted through the air. In the center of the hall, the dancers adorned in translucent silk skirts swayed gracefully to the music, their movements as fluid as fish gliding through water. The Lord of the Eastern Sea ascended the platform. Raising his goblet, "I extend my gratitude to all esteemed guests for your presence today. Let us drink a toast." The crowd raised their glasses in unison, marking the commencement of the feast. Throughout the banquet, guests exchanged toasts and engaged in lively conversation. Bai Qian conversed with Greensleeve for quite some time, discussing the customs of Shanghai and the peach blossoms of Qingqiu. Their rapport deepened, evoking a sense of having met too late in life. Meanwhile, Su Bai engaged in dialogue with several elders of the Water Clan, occasionally glancing back at Bai Qian, his eyes brimming with tenderness. Yihua sat at a distance, drinking alone. When approached for a toast, he merely sipped lightly. His gaze fleetingly brushed over Bai Qian, yet he quickly averted his eyes. He understood that he harbored no fondness for the goddess of Qingqiu, not solely due to her carefree nature, but also because of the presence of Su Bai, the powerful deity of the Phoenix clan, who showered her with affection, a combination that stirred a sense of discomfort within him. The banquet continued until dusk, the remnants of the setting sun filtering through the Crystal Palace's dome, casting a soft golden hue throughout the hall. Guests began to rise and take their leave, and Bai Qian bid farewell to Greensleeve. "I am delighted to have met you today. Should you find time in the future, do visit Qingqiu. I shall take you to see the peach blossoms and indulge in their intoxicating essence." Greensleeve nodded with a smile. "Certainly. You must take care as well. And next time we meet, I shall bring you the renowned pearl cream from Shanghai, which nourishes the skin far better than the peach blossom balm you currently use." Taking Bai Qian's hand, Su Bai bid farewell to the Lord of the Eastern Sea, then transformed into his true form, soaring with Bai Qian towards Qingqiu. Beneath the twilight sky, the golden phoenix glided through the clouds, leaving behind a delicate trail of golden light, akin to the most resplendent radiance in the heavens. Upon returning to Qingqiu, the night had already deepened. The peach blossom lanterns in front of the fox den had been lit, and Feng Jiu stood at the entrance awaiting their arrival. Upon seeing them, she hurried forward. "Auntie, uncle, you've returned. Was the banquet in the Eastern Sea enjoyable? Did you encounter anything interesting?" Bai Qian smiled and ruffled her hair. "It was delightful, and I met Princess Greensleeve from Shanghai. I shall bring her to Qingqiu next time to play with you." Su Bai, recalling how Feng Jiu had been troubled by Ji Yu in the Nine Heavens without a suitable protective artifact, took out a folding fan from his sleeve. The fan was a delicate shade of blue, adorned with faint cloud patterns, its ribs crafted from ancient bamboo, inscribed with intricate spells. "Little Jiu," Su Bai said as he handed her the fan, "this is the cloud-breaking fan forged by the esteemed god of Yu, capable of not only withstanding celestial attacks with remarkable force, but also summoning clouds to conceal one's presence. It will provide you with added protection during your time in the Nine Heavens." Feng Jiu accepted the cloud-breaking fan, her fingertips brushing over the cloud patterns, feeling the immense celestial power it contained. She looked up at Su Bai, her eyes filled with gratitude. "Uncle, thank you. With this broken cloud fan in hand, I shall no longer fear the trials imposed by the celestial officials in the Nine Heavens." Bai Qian, observing Feng Jiu's joyful demeanor, chuckled and said, "You, even with a magical artifact, must not be capricious. In the 9 heavens, it is wise to heed the words of the emperor and refrain from provoking his ire." Feng Jiu stuck out her tongue playfully. "I understand, Annie. I shall behave." She then inquired, "By the way, has the emperor sent any word to you lately? Is he well in the 9 heavens?" Su Bai raised an eyebrow, glancing at Feng Jiu's flushed cheeks, and teased, "What is this? After only a few days back in Qingqiu, you already missed the emperor?" Feng Jiu's cheeks reddened further, and she swiftly retreated into the fox den, exclaiming, "I do not. I am merely concerned about the emperor's health." Watching her retreating figure, Bai Qian and Su Bai exchanged a knowing smile. Bai Qian leaned into Su Bai's embrace, gazing at the myriad stars above, softly expressing, "I truly hope that little Jiu can remain this cheerful forever, and that her wishes may soon be fulfilled." Su Bai tightened his hold on her, planting a gentle kiss on her forehead. Indeed, though the Eastern Emperor may appear aloof, he cares deeply for little Jiu. One day, he will set aside all concerns and treat her with the tenderness she deserves. As night deepened, the peach blossoms of Qingqiu glowed softly under the moonlight, while laughter from Feng Jiu playing with the broken cloud fan mingled with the hushed conversations of Bai Qian and Su Bai within the fox den. The night in Qingqiu was tranquil and beautiful, akin to a timeless painting that captured the joy and laughter of its inhabitants, holding within it the hopes and blessings of all. Feng Jiu, seated by the window with the broken cloud fan in hand, gazed at the peach blossoms outside, a smile barely curving her lips. Memories of the protective jade and the millennium snow lotus gifted by the Eastern Emperor flooded her mind, as did the image of him strolling with her in Qingqiu, filling her heart with warmth. With a gentle flick of the fan, wisps of delicate mist emerged, coalescing into a small peach blossom shape before her window. She knew that with this broken cloud fan, she could remain by the Emperor's side in the 9 heavens more securely, while also safeguarding herself, alleviating his worries. "Emperor," Feng Jiu whispered softly, "when I return to the 9 heavens next, I shall ensure you see that I have grown. I am no longer the mischievous little fox who only caused you distress." The moonlight streamed through the window, illuminating her face, her eyes shimmering with unwavering determination, akin to the brightest star in the night sky. Meanwhile, in the 9 heavens, within the Taichun Palace, the Eastern Emperor sat at his desk, holding a jade pendant, the very one Feng Jiu had left behind during her last visit. His fingertips traced the intricate patterns on the pendant, his gaze drifting through the window towards the direction of Qingqiu, his eyes betraying an imperceptible tenderness. He knew that Feng Jiu must be very happy in Qingqiu, yet he pondered when she would return to the 9 heavens, back to his side. Chapter 31. Donghua completes Feng Jiu's journey to mortal trials. The nights in Taichun Palace are perpetually more serene than in the other halls of the 9 heavens. Within the palace, a solitary glass lamp flickers, casting a warm golden glow upon the jade pendant cradled delicately between Donghua Emperor's fingertips, illuminating the engraved pattern of the 9-tailed fox. This pendant was inadvertently left behind by Feng Jiu during her last visit when she was organizing scrolls in Taichun Palace. Donghua's fingers gently caressed the edge of the pendant, his gaze drifting through the window toward the horizon. In the direction of Qingqiu, the peach blossoms must be in full bloom, and that little fox might be wielding the broken cloud fan gifted by Su Bai, playfully manipulating the mist under the moonlight. He recalls the starlight that sparkled in Feng Jiu's eyes each time they met, remembers how, in her efforts to win his favor, she clumsily attempted to make peach blossom cakes, leaving the kitchen in disarray. He recalls her defiance when confronted by Ji Yu, her eyes reddening with unshed tears. Yet she remained resolute, refusing to show weakness. Somewhere in his heart, it felt as though he had been lightly stung, a subtle ache blossoming within. He raised his hand, channeling a wisp of celestial power, and a faint illusion of the 3-live stone began to materialize in the air. The stone's surface was densely inscribed with the names and fates of countless immortals from across the realms, yet in the space designated for him, there remained only a shallow etching, a remnant from hundreds of thousands of years ago, when he, in his quest to secure the position of the sovereign of heaven and earth, had used the Tsang he sword to erase all names. A severance of emotions and love was the fate he had chosen for himself. Yet, Feng Jiu's arrival illuminated his life like an unexpected ray of light piercing through the cold night, gradually thawing his frozen heart. He watched her approach time and again, only to feel her disappointment in response to his aloofness. He observed her fervent affections being offered at his feet, yet he repeatedly brushed them aside, citing his immortal detachment as justification. He understood that he could not provide her with the outcome she desired. The flame of the glass lamp danced gently, and Donghua's gaze settled upon the jade pendant, a flicker of resolve crossing his eyes. He rose and called out toward the palace entrance, "Si Ming." In a mere moment, Si Ming, clad in azure official robes, appeared within the hall, bowing in greeting. This subordinate, Si Ming, pays respects to the emperor. I am uncertain as to why His Majesty has summoned me at this late hour. What commands do you have? Donghua placed the jade pendant back upon the table, his voice retaining its usual indifference. Yet beneath it lay a barely perceptible tumult. I wish to descend to the mortal realm and be reborn as a commoner to experience the 6 sufferings of humanity. Si Ming was taken aback, quickly raising his head. Your Majesty, you are the sovereign of heaven and earth, of exalted status. There is no need for you to personally descend to endure the tribulations of mortal life. Should you wish to understand the affairs of the world, I can present you with the Mortal Chronicles for your perusal. Donghua raised his hand to interrupt him, his fingertips tracing the marriage ledger on the table, which Si Ming always carried, detailing the births, deaths, and unions of mortals. My decision is made. You are to make arrangements. 3 days hence, I shall immerse myself in the imperial lineage of the mortal realm, becoming the new emperor. Seeing the unwavering determination in Donghua's eyes, Si Ming understood that further persuasion would be futile, and thus he bowed in compliance. As you command, I shall obey. However, when descending to the mortal realm, shall we conceal your identity? Should I arrange assistance for you in the mortal world? Donghua's gaze slightly lowered, resting on a particular page of the marriage ledger. His voice barely audible, almost drowned out by the wind outside the palace. There is no need to conceal my identity, nor is there a need for assistance. You must simply remember that my purpose in descending to the mortal realm is to complete. In the heart of Si Ming lay a perplexity, yet he dared not inquire further. Merely responding, I understand. Donghua continued, 3 days hence, you shall journey to Qingqiu and convey the news of my descent to the mortal realm to Bai Fengjiu. Remember, only deliver the news and do not elaborate. It was then that Si Ming grasped the situation. Having accompanied Donghua for many years, he was acutely aware of the emperor's unique sentiments towards Fengjiu, as well as the erased fate inscribed upon the 3 live stone. The emperor's descent was not merely to experience the 6 mortal sufferings. It was evidently an opportunity for Fengjiu to love him amidst the mundane world. A stirring occurred within Si Ming, and he bowed, affirming, I comprehend and shall not err in my duties. Once Si Ming had withdrawn, Donghua again gazed upon the ethereal image of the 3 live stone. The faint etching upon its surface seemed to silently remind him that this ephemeral love in the mortal realm was ultimately but a fleeting dream. Yet he yearned to try, if only to grant that little fox a chance to fulfill her heart's desire. 3 days later, the celestial officials of the 9 heavens received the news. The Emperor Donghua, in order to comprehend the tribulations of the human realm, had personally descended, reincarnating as the newly crowned emperor of the Diyu dynasty. The revelation spread like wildfire, causing a stir among the celestial beings. Many wished to visit the mortal realm. Yet Donghua had preemptively decreed that no celestial being was permitted to interfere with earthly matters during his time below. Meanwhile, in Qingqiu, the Fox Den was abuzz with excitement. Fengjiu, wielding the Piyun fan, was playfully conjuring clouds in the courtyard, one moment shaping a small fox, the next crafting a blooming peach blossom. Bai Qian sat beside a stone table, observing her with amusement, her eyes sparkling with joy. Su Bai, on the other hand, was brewing a peach blossom wine, the air infused with a delicate fragrance of alcohol. Look, exclaimed Fengjiu, as she fanned a phoenix with outstretched wings that soared before Su Bai. Uncle, does this cloud phoenix resemble your true form? Su Bai chuckled and nodded. Indeed. Our little Joe's skills are increasingly refined. Bai Qian lifted her wine cup and took a sip, teasingly saying, You, with the Piyun fan, are endlessly toying with the clouds. Be cautious not to exhaust all the mists of Qingqiu. Fengjiu stuck out her tongue, about to respond when she spotted a figure clad in azure approaching the Fox Den. Squinting her eyes, she exclaimed, It's Si Ming Xingjun. Si Ming Xingjun, what brings you to Qingqiu? Ming approached the trio, bowing respectfully. I pay my respects to Bai Qian Shangshan, to Su Bai Shangshan, and to Princess Fengjiu. Bai Qian set down her cup, inquiring, Ming Xingjun, there is no need for such formalities. Have you come to Qingqiu on urgent business? Ming nodded, his gaze settling on Fengjiu, his tone respectful, in response to the Shangshan. I have come at the behest of Emperor Donghua to inform Princess Fengjiu that the emperor has descended today, reincarnating as the new emperor of the Diyu dynasty, wishing to personally experience the 6 mortal sufferings. What? The Piyun fan slipped from Fengjiu's grasp and fell to the ground with a thud. She hastily retrieved it, rushing to stand before Ming. Her voice tinged with urgency. Ming Xingjun, is what you say truly the case? The emperor, he has truly descended? Ming affirmed, indeed. It is true. Before departing, the emperor instructed his subordinates to ensure that this matter was conveyed to the princess. Fengjiu's heart raced with excitement as she glanced at Ming, then at Bai Qian and Su Bai, her eyes shimmering with anticipation. Aunt, uncle. The emperor has descended to the mortal realm. Does this mean I can seek him out? Will I be able to? Her words trailed off, and her eyes glistened with unshed tears. She understood that in the 9 heavens, Donghua was the aloof and sovereign ruler, devoid of love, yet in the mortal realm, he would merely be an emperor. Perhaps he could accept her feelings. Bai Qian and Su Bai exchanged knowing glances, fully aware of Donghua's temperament. He had always been distant and indifferent. Were it not for Fengjiu, he would not have sent Ming to Qingqiu to deliver such a message. Clearly, he wished to fulfill Fengjiu's desires and grant her an opportunity to fall in love with him. Su Bai set down the wine jug and regarded Fengjiu with a gentle tone. Little Jiu, have you truly thought this through? The mortal realm is not like the 9 heavens. It is fraught with birth, aging, illness, and death, along with joys and sorrows. If you descend, you must embrace the life of a mortal and endure all that comes with it. Furthermore, Donghua will only remember himself as a mortal. Everything between you will have to begin anew. Fengjiu nodded vigorously, determination igniting her gaze. I have made up my mind. Even if he does not remember me, even if I must face countless hardships, I still wish to go. As long as I can be with him, even if it is just in the mortal realm, I am willing. Bai Qian watched her unwavering spirit and was reminded of her own trials in the mortal world years ago. Her heart stirred. She reached out, gently stroking Fengjiu's hair. Since you are resolute, I shall not stand in your way. But remember, once you are in the mortal realm, tread carefully in all matters. Should you encounter insurmountable difficulties, use your celestial power to send a message to me and your uncle. We will find a way to assist you. Fengjiu looked at Bai Qian in delight. Aunt, do you truly allow me to descend? Bai Qian smiled and nodded. Indeed, I consent. However, in the mortal realm, you must not live as an immortal. You must exist as a mortal. Ming, the Star Lord, will help you arrange an appropriate identity. Ming promptly replied, returning to the divine, I have already arranged an identity for the princess. The new emperor of the Great Yu dynasty has recently ascended to the throne and is currently selecting maidens for the palace. I have arranged for the princess to take on the identity of Chen Guiran. The Chen family is of scholarly lineage, and their daughter was supposed to participate in the selection but fell ill unexpectedly, allowing the princess to take her place without arousing suspicion, thus enabling her to reside by the emperor's side. Fengjiu nodded eagerly. Excellent. I shall follow Ming's arrangement. Bai Qian then stood, retrieving a jade pendant from her sleeve and offering it to Fengjiu. This is the heart-protecting jade of Qingqiu. Carry it with you. It will ward off malevolent spirits in the mortal realm and safeguard you in times of danger. Su Bai also produced a vial of elixir from his sleeve. This is the spirit-calming pill refined by the esteemed Ji Yan. Should you encounter distress in the mortal realm or experience instability in your celestial powers, taking one will help you regain your composure. Remember, unless absolutely necessary, do not use your celestial powers in the mortal realm, lest it incite disturbances. Fengjiu took the heart protector jade and the spirit calming pill, clutching them tightly in her hand, her eyes glistening with unshed tears. Thank you, Aunt. Thank you, Uncle. Rest assured, I will take good care of myself, and I will cherish the Emperor. Ming observed Fengjiu, then turned to Bai Qian and Su Bai. Your Excellencies, if there are no further instructions, I shall escort the princess to the mortal realm. Today marks the selection of maidens for the palace. If we delay, we may miss the opportunity. Bai Qian nodded. Very well, you may proceed. Little Jiu, remember to keep us informed. Feng Jiu nodded firmly and followed Si Ming out of Qingqiu. As they reached the entrance of the Fox Den, she glanced back at Bai Qian and Su Bai, then at the courtyard adorned with blooming peach blossoms. Taking a deep breath, she turned and vanished into the morning mist alongside Si Ming. Watching Feng Jiu's silhouette fade into the fog, Su Bai gently grasped Bai Qian's hand. Do you think Dong Hua and Little Jiu will find a favorable outcome in the mortal realm? Bai Qian lifted her gaze to the peach blossoms enveloped in the morning mist and replied softly, I do not know. However, at the very least, Dong Hua has granted Little Jiu an opportunity, a chance to approach him and love him. As for the outcome, perhaps it is of little consequence. What matters is that Little Jiu can fulfill her own dreams. Su Bai nodded, embracing Bai Qian. You are right. Regardless of the outcome, we will support Little Jiu. Meanwhile, Feng Jiu was traversing the clouds with Si Ming, soaring towards the mortal realm. She peered down at the world below, her heart brimming with anticipation. Memories of Dong Hua in the 9 heavens filled her mind, along with fleeting glimpses of his tenderness, causing her lips to curve into a subtle smile. Si Ming, does the Emperor truly not remember me? Feng Jiu inquired. Si Ming nodded. Princess, the Emperor has descended to the mortal realm to experience the 6 hardships of humanity. Thus, he has sealed his celestial powers and memories. In the mortal realm, he is merely an ordinary emperor, unaware of the 9 heavens or of you. A pang of sorrow flickered in Feng Jiu's heart, yet she quickly steeled herself. It matters not. As long as he does not remember me, I shall remember him. I will make him know me anew and fall for me once more. Si Ming observed the determination in Feng Jiu's eyes and sighed internally. He understood that this earthly romance was destined to be but a fleeting dream. Yet, he could not bear to shatter her hopes and replied, Rest assured, Princess. I will assist you from the shadows, ensuring you endure no undue hardship in the mortal realm. Before long, the two descended outside the capital of the Dayu dynasty. The city bustled with life, the streets alive with the sounds of commerce and chatter. Feng Jiu gazed around in wonder. This was her first visit to the mortal realm, and her eyes sparkled with curiosity. Si Ming led her to a residence, the plaque above the door bearing the name Chun. Your Highness, this is the Chun family. The young lady of the Chun family was to participate in the selection today, but has fallen ill unexpectedly. You need only don her attire and join the procession into the palace. Feng Jiu nodded and followed Si Ming into the residence. Upon their arrival, the servants of the Chun household rushed forward to greet them. Si Ming briefed them succinctly before allowing a servant to escort Feng Jiu to change into the appropriate garments. Feng Jiu donned the attire of a young lady from the Chun family, a delicate pale pink ruchuan, adorned with exquisite peach blossom embroidery at the hem. She gazed into the bronze mirror, observing her earthly appearance, and a faint smile graced her lips. Your Highness, the selection procession has arrived at the entrance. We must take our leave. The voice of Si Ming echoed from outside the door. Taking a deep breath, Feng Jiu picked up a handkerchief nearby and followed Si Ming out of the room. At the threshold stood a grand procession of candidates, each maiden clad in an array of splendid garments, their faces reflecting a mixture of anxiety and anticipation. Feng Jiu joined the line, making her way towards the imperial palace. As she beheld the imposing palace ahead, her heart swelled with excitement, for soon she would lay eyes upon Dong Hua, the mortal embodiment of her beloved. Within the palace, in the Hall of Supreme Harmony, the new emperor sat majestically upon the dragon throne. Clad in a resplendent yellow dragon robe, he possessed a handsome countenance, his features imbued with a hint of regal authority. It was Dong Hua, now reincarnated as a mortal. Yet, in this moment, the aloofness of the 9 heavens had faded from his gaze, replaced by a touch of earthly gentleness and fatigue. Having recently ascended the throne, he grappled with the complexities of governance and the responsibilities of presiding over the selection, which inevitably left him a tad irritable. Nevertheless, he maintained his composure, observing as the maidens approached to pay their respects. Subjectly, pays homage to your majesty. Long live the emperor. Subject Zhang, pays homage to your majesty. Long live the emperor. One by one, the maidens stepped forward, some shy, others nervous, while a few feigned calmness. Dong Hua offered nothing more than a perfunctory nod, his gaze sweeping over them without lingering. These ladies were merely pawns in the game of familial ambition, lacking any extraordinary qualities. Suddenly, A subtle stir arose within the procession. Dong Hua lifted his gaze to see a young woman in a pale pink ruchuan, cautiously making her way forward. Her steps appeared somewhat awkward, as if unaccustomed to the gown, her expression a blend of tension and an underlying spark of vitality. As she reached the hall, she knelt gracefully and announced in a clear voice, "Subject Qin pays homage to your majesty. Long live the emperor." Dong Hua's gaze settled upon her, momentarily pausing. As he examined her features, an inexplicable sense of familiarity washed over him, as if he had encountered her before. Yet, upon reflection, he realized that since his coronation, he had never laid eyes upon such a maiden. Raising his head, Dong Hua's voice resonated with imperial authority. Feng Zhou's heart raced, and she slowly lifted her eyes. She beheld Dong Hua upon the throne, her heart brimming with joy. Even if he no longer remembered her, even if he was now but a mortal, his visage still stirred her soul. Dong Hua met Feng Zhou's eyes, which sparkled with clarity and brightness, akin to a vessel filled with starlight, harboring a barely perceptible joy and anticipation. The feeling of familiarity deepened within him, compelling him to inquire, "What is your name?" Feng Zhou's heart leapt with delight as she promptly replied, "Your Majesty, I am called Chen Jiu." She dared not reveal her true name, thus adopting the character Jiu, transforming into Chen Jiu. Dong Hua nodded, committing the name to memory. "Very well, you shall reside in Yongla Palace." "Thank you, Your Majesty." Feng Zhou hurriedly bowed, her heart brimming with joy. She had not anticipated that her first encounter with the mortal East Hua would yield such a reward. Siming stood outside the hall, observing the scene unfold, and felt a slight sense of relief. It seemed that the mortal bond between the emperor and the imperial princess might indeed have a promising beginning. Feng Zhou followed the palace maid to Yongla Palace. Although Yongla Palace was not the most opulent of abodes, it exuded a certain elegance. With its courtyard adorned with peach blossoms, reminiscent of the peach orchards in Qingqiu. Gazing at the blossoms, Feng Zhou recalled her days in Qingqiu, and a gentle smile crept upon her lips. "Lady Chun, please rest for a moment. I shall prepare your evening meal," the palace maid said respectfully. Feng Zhou nodded. "Thank you for your efforts." Once the maid departed, Feng Zhou approached the peach tree in the courtyard, tenderly caressing its branches. She reminisced about East Hua's visage in the nine heavens, recalling the way he had looked at her in Taiya Hall, her heart swelling with anticipation. "Emperor," Feng Zhou whispered, "regardless of whether you remember me or not, this time, I shall make you fall in love with me." Meanwhile, in Taiya Hall, East Hua perused the selection roster, his gaze lingering on the name Chen Jiu, an inexplicable sense of familiarity washing over him. He pondered why this woman named Chen Jiu evoked such feelings within him. All he knew was that from the moment he laid eyes on her, he could not help but be drawn to her. As night enveloped the palace in silence, East Hua concluded his state affairs and returned to his chamber. Lying on his bed, he found sleep elusive, as visions of Chen Jiu danced in his mind, her clear eyes, her anxious demeanor, her awkward steps while bowing, all etched into his memory. "Come in," East Hua called toward the hall. A eunuch promptly entered. "Your Majesty, how may I serve you?" After a brief silence, East Hua instructed, "From tomorrow onward, let Lady Chun from Yongla Palace join me for evening meals." The eunuch, taken aback, quickly replied, "Yes, Your Majesty." Once the eunuch departed, East Hua closed his eyes, a faint smile tugging at the corners of his mouth. He could not comprehend why he had made such a decision, only that he longed to see the woman named Chen Jiu once more. In Yongla Palace, Feng Zhou sat by the window, gazing at the moonlight outside. The thought of seeing East Hua the next day filled her with delight. She gently caressed the heart-protecting jade pendant resting against her chest, a gift from Bai Qian, imbued with the warmth of Qingqiu. "Aunt, uncle, do not worry. I shall thrive in the mortal realm and ensure that the emperor grows fond of me," Feng Zhou murmured softly. The moonlight streamed through the window, illuminating her face, her eyes sparkling with unwavering determination. She understood that this mortal romance might not unfold smoothly and could be fraught with trials. Yet she was resolute in her willingness to sacrifice everything for East Hua, for the love that resided within her heart. The following morning, Feng Zhou received the eunuch's imperial edict. Learning that East Hua desired her presence for evening meals each day, her heart soaring with joy, she hastily donned a beautiful dress, meticulously arranging the pleats of her skirt and adjusting the pearl flower nestled in her hair, a delicate gift from a palace made the previous day. The soft pink pearls formed a shape reminiscent of peach blossoms, perfectly complementing her attire for the day. As Feng Zhou's fingertips grazed the pearl flower, the thought of sharing a meal with Donghua filled her with joy, causing her smile to deepen involuntarily. "My lady, it is time to proceed to the imperial study. His Majesty has likely been awaiting your presence for some time," a palace maid gently reminded her. Feng Zhou nodded and followed the maid through the palace corridors. The palace was particularly serene in the morning, with only the occasional chirping of birds breaking the tranquility, and sunlight streamed through the eaves of the halls, casting dappled shadows upon the ground. As she walked, she rehearsed in her mind what she should say upon meeting Donghua. Should she first offer a respectful greeting, or engage in conversation as she had done in Qingqiu? Lost in thought, she soon arrived at the door of the imperial study. After the eunuch announced her presence, Donghua's voice beckoned from within, "Come in." Taking a deep breath, Feng Zhou pushed the door open and stepped inside. Donghua sat at the desk, engrossed in the memorials before him, his bright yellow dragon robe accentuating his tall stature. Sunlight illuminated his profile, highlighting the gentle contours of his face. Upon hearing her footsteps, he lifted his gaze toward Feng Zhou, pausing slightly as his eyes fell upon her. "Your servant pays her respects to your majesty." Feng Zhou quickly knelt in greeting, her voice tinged with a barely perceptible nervousness. Donghua set aside the memorials and gestured to a chair beside him. "No need for formalities. Please sit. The evening meal will take a moment longer. If you have no other matters, you may wait here." "Yes, thank you, your majesty," Feng Zhou replied, moving to the chair and stealing glances at Donghua. He was focused on the memorials, occasionally furrowing his brow in contemplation, and now and then he would pick up his brush to annotate the documents. The sound of the brush gliding across the paper resonated clearly in the quiet study. Feng Zhou admired his profile, her heart brimming with joy. She recalled the days in the Taichin Palace of the Nine Heavens, where Donghua had similarly sat at his desk, immersed in official duties, and she could only observe from a distance, too timid to approach. Now, being so close to him, even sharing a meal, filled her with profound happiness. After about half an hour, a eunuch entered with the evening meal, carefully arranging the dishes on the table. The 4 dishes and a soup, though not extravagant, were exquisitely presented, featuring her favorite peach blossom cake and a fragrant steamed fish. "Your Majesty, Lady Chun, the evening meal is ready," the eunuch announced respectfully. Donghua nodded and gestured for Feng Zhou to come closer. "Come, let us dine together." Feng Zhou quickly rose and took her place at the table. She picked up her chopsticks but hesitated, feeling somewhat shy, and merely took a small piece of peach blossom cake, savoring it delicately. Observing her timid demeanor, Donghua's lips curved into a slight smile as he placed a piece of fish into her bowl. "Eat more. You appear rather frail, likely from eating too little." Feng Zhou felt warmth spread through her heart as she met his gaze, which was gentle and laced with concern, a stark contrast to the indifference she had experienced in the Nine Heavens. Quickly lowering her head to mask her delight, she murmured, "Thank you, your majesty." The two individuals dined in tranquil silence, occasionally exchanging a few words. Donghua inquired about her family, and Feng Zhou, guided by the teachings of Si Ming, fabricated a tale of a scholarly lineage, claiming she had been raised by her father amidst books, nurturing a fondness for poetry and prose. Donghua listened intently, occasionally engaging her in discussions about poetry. Feng Zhou was pleasantly surprised by Donghua's extensive knowledge of verses, which deepened her joy. After their meal, Donghua instructed the eunuch to clear the dishes and asked Feng Zhou to wait in the study while he continued to attend to official documents. As she sat nearby, observing his diligent figure, her heart ached with tenderness. She recalled how Donghua was similarly occupied in the Nine Heavens, managing affairs across the realms, rarely receiving concern for his fatigue. "Your Majesty," Feng Zhou hesitated for a moment before speaking, "you have attended to state matters all day. Surely you must be weary. Perhaps you should take a moment to rest and enjoy a cup of tea?" Donghua looked up at her, a flicker of surprise crossing his features, and then nodded in agreement. "Very well." Feng Zhou promptly stood, approached the tea table, and poured him a cup. Recalling Si Ming's words about Donghua's preference for light green tea, she thoughtfully prepared a cup of Longjing. She presented the teacup to him, softly inquiring, "Your Majesty, do taste this tea and see if it pleases your palate." Donghua took the cup, inhaling its delicate aroma. After a sip, he found the tea crisp and sweet, indeed to his liking. "This tea is delightful," he remarked. Hearing his praise, Feng Jio's heart swelled with joy, her lips curving into a gentle smile. I am glad you enjoy it, Your Majesty. I shall brew it for you again next time. As Donghua regarded her cheerful demeanor, a sense of familiarity resurfaced within him. He felt as though he had encountered this woman somewhere before, yet could not recall where. Shaking his head, he suppressed the feeling and returned to his paperwork. Feng Jio remained silent, content to watch Donghua as the study enveloped them in serene quietude, punctuated only by the scratching of his pen and the occasional waft of tea aroma. In such a peaceful moment, she found herself wishing it could last indefinitely. Unbeknownst to them, the sky had darkened. The eunuch lit the palace lanterns, their warm glow illuminating the study. Donghua set aside the documents, stretched, and turned to Feng Jio. It is getting late. You should return to Yongla Palace now and come back to accompany me tomorrow. Yes, Your Majesty, Feng Jio replied, rising with a reluctant gaze fixed upon him. Please rest early and do not overexert yourself. Donghua nodded. I understand. Take care on your way. Feng Jio turned to leave the study, walking along the palace path. The night enveloped the imperial grounds in profound stillness, with lanterns swaying gently in the breeze and moonlight casting a silver veil upon the ground. Reflecting on the moments spent in the study, her heart brimmed with joy, and her steps grew lighter. Upon returning to Yongla Palace, Feng Jio settled by the window, gazing at the moonlight outside, her features still adorned with a serene smile. She gently caressed the jade pendant resting against her chest, recalling the concern that Donghua had shown her that day, and her heart brimmed with warmth. She was acutely aware that she was drawing closer to Donghua, and she believed that with continued effort, he would surely come to cherish her once more. Meanwhile, in the imperial study, Donghua sat at his desk, a cup of tea in hand, his gaze drifting through the window towards the direction of Yongla Palace. He reminisced about Feng Jio's demeanor that day, her earnestness while preparing tea for him, and the joy reflected in her eyes, causing an inexplicable ripple of emotion to stir within him. He was uncertain of the nature of this feeling, yet he recognized his fondness for the company of the woman named Chenjior. In the days that followed, Feng Jio would visit the imperial study daily to accompany him, sharing meals with Donghua and occasionally preparing tea or grinding ink for him. Donghua grew increasingly accustomed to her presence on days when she arrived late. A sense of unease would settle over him, causing his attention to wane while handling official documents. Their bond deepened, and the palace eunuchs and maidens observed this development, engaging in hushed discussions, speculating that noble consort Chun was destined to win the emperor's favor and become empress. Upon hearing such gossip, Feng Jio felt a surge of joy, yet a twinge of anxiety lingered, as she feared Donghua might regard her merely as an ordinary palace maid rather than someone he truly cherished. Chapter 32. Su Jin frames Yuan Zhen. Yuan Zhen descends to the mortal realm. The ethereal mists of the 9 heavens exuded an air of solemnity, while the jade steps of the Lingxiao Palace still bore the remnants of morning dew. Su Jin hurriedly made her way to the Changlu Palace, her embroidered shoes barely making a sound. A personal fairy followed closely behind, carrying a gilded lacquer box that emanated a faint, elusive fragrance. Within lay the rare drunken immortal powder, a secret potion she had once sought from the apothecary valley, colorless and odorless. A mere wisp of it could induce a slumber lasting 3 hours, after which the individual would awaken with no memory of their unconsciousness. The young Prince Yuan Zhen had already passed through the southern heavenly gate, and it was estimated he would arrive at the jade pool in about half a stick of incense's time. The fairy reported softly, her tone laced with unease. Su Jin halted, her hand brushing against the pearl tassel at her temple, a flicker of ruthlessness flashing in her eyes. You shall wait outside the jade pool. When you see Yuan Zhen, inform him that I have heard of his remarkable proficiency in water magic upon reaching adulthood, and have prepared celestial fruits to invite him for a discussion at Changlu Palace. Remember, your tone must be amiable. Do not reveal the slightest hint of pretense. Though the fairy harbored doubts, she dared not defy and could only bow in acquiescence. Su Jin watched her retreating figure, fingers tightly clutching her handkerchief. Yuan Zhen was the son of Seng Ji, who, due to past disgrace, was left with no support in the heavenly realm. The heavenly lord had previously promised her a request. If she could cause Yuan Zhen to err, she could naturally beseech the heavenly lord to bestow her upon Yihua. This move was crucial. She must win. Half a stick of incense later, within the side hall of Changlu Palace, Yuan Jun sat upright on the guest seat, holding a cup of celestial tea, his demeanor somewhat reserved. Having grown up in the Northern Sea, he had heard many of the rules of the 9 heavens from his father, and now, in the presence of Su Jin, the consort of the Heavenly Lord, he dared not exhibit any semblance of negligence. "Thank you, Consort Su, for your hospitality, but I must pay my respects to the Heavenly Lord at Lingxiao Palace, so I cannot stay long." Su Jin covered her mouth with a light laugh. Rising to approach Yuan Jun, a sachet embroidered with intertwining lotus blossoms appearing in her hand. "There is no need for haste, young prince. This sachet contains dew fragrance, a rare treasure from the Northern Sea. It calms the mind and spirit. You should give it a try." Before Yuan Jun could respond, Su Jin brought the sachet close to his nose. The faint lavender aroma spread quietly, and Yuan Jun felt a wave of dizziness wash over him. The image of Su Jin gradually blurring until he collapsed heavily into the chair. As she beheld Yuan Jun in a state of unconsciousness, the smile on Su Jin's face instantly vanished. She deliberately disheveled her sleeves, drew a shallow line with a jade hairpin across her neck, and pressed Yuan Jun's hand onto her skirt to fabricate signs of a struggle. After completing her scheme, she fell to the ground, covering her neck and beginning to sob softly, her cries imbued with a sense of profound grievance, quickly attracting the fairies and guards from outside the hall. "Your Highness, what has happened?" The fairies rushed into the side hall, witnessing Su Jin's blood-stained neck and disheveled attire, while Yuan Jun lay unconscious nearby, instantly thrown into a state of panic. Su Jin lifted her tear-stained face, her voice trembling. I was merely engaging in light conversation with the young prince, and he dared to lay hands on me. I fought back with all my strength to prevent his advances, yet in my current state, how could I still bear to remain by the Heavenly Lord's side?" The news reverberated like thunder throughout the 9 heavens. The celestial sovereign was deliberating matters within the Lingxiao Hall when he was informed of the incident, prompting him to rise in indignation. "Outrageous! How dare Yuan Jun commit such a disrespectful act in the 9 heavens? Summon Yuan Jun. Summon Su Jin." Shortly thereafter, Su Jin entered the hall, aided by a celestial maiden, and, upon crossing the threshold, fell to her knees, weeping. "Celestial sovereign, I am aware of my impropriety and do not deserve to serve you any longer. However, Yuan Jun's actions have not only shamed me, but have also sullied the dignity of the celestial clan. In the past, you promised me a request, and today, I boldly beseech you to grant my heartfelt wish. I have long desired to marry the esteemed Prince Yi Hua, and am willing to enter the Zaiwugong as a concubine, even if it means merely serving tea." Just then, Yuan Jun, having awakened from a faint, was brought into the hall by the guards, still bewildered by the situation. Upon seeing Su Jin's distressed state and hearing the sovereign's inquiry, his face flushed with urgency. "Celestial sovereign, please see reason. I have never been disrespectful to Her Highness Su Jin. I merely drank a cup of tea and thereafter can recall nothing. With evidence so compelling, do you dare to plead your case?" The sovereign pointed at Yuan Jun, his fury palpable. "Guards, imprison Yuan Jun in the celestial dungeon and await further instructions." As the guards advanced to seize him, Yuan Jun struggled to defend himself, yet none believed him. Su Jin, observing Yuan Jun being taken away, felt a flicker of triumph. The first step was accomplished. The celestial sovereign, gazing at Su Jin's tear-streaked visage and recalling her family's sacrifices for the celestial clan, eventually softened. "Very well, I shall grant your wish. In 3 days, you shall marry into the Zaiwugong as Yi Hua's concubine." Su Jin quickly bowed in gratitude, her heart brimming with joy at the prospect of marrying Yi Hua. When the news reached the Zaiwugong, Yi Hua was practicing his swordplay by the lotus pond. The Qingming sword sliced through the water's surface, creating ripples that failed to dissipate the chill in his gaze. "Your Highness, the celestial sovereign has decreed that in 3 days, Her Highness Su Jin shall wed into the Zaiwugong," reported Tian Shu in a hushed tone, not daring to breathe too heavily. Yi Hua sheathed his sword, droplets cascading from the blade, his voice devoid of warmth. "Understood." Tian Shu hesitated for a moment before adding, "Young Master Yuan Jun has been imprisoned in the celestial dungeon, and it is said that he is wrongfully accused." Yi Hua turned his sharp gaze upon Tian Shu. "The celestial sovereign has already passed judgment. It is not our place to interfere." He was not blind to the truth, but Su Jin was favored by the sovereign, while Yuan Jun was the son of a commoner. This matter was far-reaching, and should he intervene, it would only lead to his own peril. Moreover, he was well aware of Su Jin's affections, and this marriage was orchestrated by the sovereign himself. He could only endure for the time being. 3 days later, the Zaiwugong was adorned with vibrant decorations, crimson silk draped from the eaves, and an air of festivity permeated the atmosphere. Clad in a resplendent red wedding gown and crowned with a phoenix tiara, Su Jin sat in her phoenix palanquin, her heart brimming with anticipation. As the palanquin halted at the entrance of the Zaiwugong, she descended with the assistance of the palace maidens, only to find the doors firmly shut, with not a single guard present to greet her. "Where's the prince?" Su Jin inquired of the gatekeeper, her tone laced with dissatisfaction. The guard bowed respectfully. "Your Highness, the prince remains within the hall and has not yet issued an edict." Su Jin furrowed her brow but feigned calmness as she stood at the threshold, waiting. She thought to herself that Yi Hua might simply be in a momentary fit of pique and would surely come out to welcome her soon. And so, she waited for the span of an hour. The celestial maidens and guards of the 9 heavens observed from a distance, murmuring among themselves. Su Jin, clad in a heavy wedding gown, found her makeup smudged by sweat, and the initial anticipation was gradually supplanted by embarrassment and fury. Just as she was on the verge of commanding an intrusion into the palace, the gates of the Washing Wu Palace creaked open. Yi Hua emerged, adorned in dark ceremonial robes, wielding the Qing Ming sword, and stepped forth from the hall. His face bore no expression, his gaze as frigid as ice. And when it fell upon Su Jin, it was laced with unmistakable disdain. "You dare to come?" Yi Hua's voice shattered the silence, tinged with mockery. Su Jin felt a tightening in her chest, yet she mustered the strength to reply. "Yi Hua, I come at the behest of the Heavenly Sovereign." "The Heavenly Sovereign's decree?" Yi Hua scoffed, advancing towards Su Jin step by step. "You conspired against Yuan Zhen, falsely accusing him of defiling you, and then sought the Heavenly Sovereign's blessing for marriage under the pretense of loss of decorum. Did you think I was unaware?" Su Jin's complexion turned ashen in an instant. She had not anticipated that Yi Hua knew the truth. I merely have feelings for you." She attempted to defend herself, her voice dwindling. Yi Hua raised his sword, its tip aimed directly at her chest. "Feelings? You employed despicable means to harm the innocent, coercing me with the Heavenly Sovereign's promise. Is this what you call love?" Before his words had fully settled, Yi Hua thrust the sword forward, its tip piercing through Su Jin's wedding gown and into her chest. Blood flowed down the blade, staining the vermilion threshold of the Washing Wu Palace. Su Jin gazed at Yi Hua in disbelief, her eyes filled with agony and despair. Yet she fought to remain standing. "Yi Hua, you cannot kill me. I am a descendant of loyal heroes." Yi Hua regarded her feeble state, devoid of any compassion, yet he slowly withdrew his sword. He understood that should Su Jin perish before the Washing Wu Palace, the former members of the Heavenly Clan would be dissatisfied, and the Heavenly Sovereign would face difficulties. "Get to the side hall and tend to your wounds." Yi Hua's voice was devoid of warmth. "You are not permitted to step closer to the sleeping palace. The title of the Crown Prince's consort is nothing but a facade." With that, Yi Hua turned and strode deeper into the Washing Wu Palace, his dark robes billowing in the wind, leaving no trace of regret. Su Jin clutched her chest, staggering into the side hall with the aid of the palace maids. Though she had not been expelled from the 9 heavens, she had become a subject of ridicule, and even the guards of the Washing Wu Palace regarded her with disdain. Meanwhile, in the dim, damp confines of the 9 heavens prison, water droplets clung to the stone walls. Yuan Zhen was shackled to a stone pillar by celestial chains, his powers suppressed, his body aching. He gazed longingly at the faint light beyond the prison door. Filled with grievance, "I am wronged. Why does no one believe me?" He called out for a long time, yet no one responded. Outside the prison, Sang Ji and Xiao Xian waited anxiously. Upon learning that their son had been imprisoned, Sang Ji swiftly brought Xiao Xian to the 9 heavens, only to be blocked by the guards at the prison entrance. "Heavenly Sovereign, Yuan Zhen is innocent. I implore you to release him." Xiao Xian knelt outside the Lingxiao treasure hall, weeping heart-wrenchingly. Yet the Heavenly Sovereign remained inaccessible, merely sending a celestial official to relay the message. "Yuan Zhen has defiled the Heavenly Sovereign's consort. The evidence is irrefutable. Further action will be taken once the matter is clarified." Sang Ji gazed at his wife, who wept inconsolably, his heart heavy with remorse. Years ago, his marriage to Xiao Xian had led to his banishment to the North Sea, leaving their son helpless in the celestial realm. Now, with Yuanjun wrongfully accused, he found himself powerless to rescue his own child. Xiao Exine, you must return to the North Sea. I will implore the Heavenly Lord, he said. His voice tinged with hoarseness as he supported Xiao Exine. Yet, she shook her head defiantly. I will not leave. I shall wait here for Yuanjun's return. Within the Washu Palace, Yihua stood by the window, gazing towards the distant direction of the celestial prison, a complex expression flickering in his eyes. It was not that he wished to abandon Yuanjun. Rather, Su Jin was favored by the Heavenly Lord, and with the verdict already passed, his intervention would only complicate matters further. Moreover, should he rescue Yuanjun, Su Jin would undoubtedly seize the opportunity to entangle him, creating even greater difficulties. Your Highness, the Water Lord Sangji is still kneeling outside the Lingxiao Palace, beseeching the Heavenly Lord to release Prince Yuanjun, Tian Shu reported softly. Yihua remained silent for a moment before replying. There is no need to intervene. The Heavenly Lord possesses his own judgment. We must focus on our own duties. Tian Shu nodded and withdrew, sighing inwardly. The prince appeared indifferent, yet was truly constrained by circumstance. 7 days later, the Heavenly Lord issued an edict. Yuanjun, son of the North Sea Water Lord, has sullied the side consort, Su Jin. A severe punishment is warranted. However, considering Yuanjun is the grandson of the Heavenly Lord and a first-time offender, he shall be sentenced to endure tribulations in the mortal realm for 60 years. His father, the Water Lord Sangji, is to be penalized with 100 years' salary withheld, forbidden to ascend to the 9th heaven without the Heavenly Lord's decree. Upon hearing this news, Xiao Exine fainted in Sangji's embrace. Although Sangji's countenance was grim, he understood that the Heavenly Lord had shown leniency. Otherwise, Yuanjun's fate would have been far more dire. This decree could be seen as a light punishment, a thunderous proclamation that bore little weight, for after all, Yuanjun was also the Heavenly Lord's beloved grandson. Once he had comforted the revived Xiao Exine, Sangji made his way to the Tai Chun Palace of the Eastern Emperor to seek the Star Lord of Destiny. May I inquire the purpose of the North Sea Water Lord's visit to the Tai Chun Palace? The Star Lord inquired respectfully, observing Sangji and Xiao Exine. Star Lord, we have come to beseech your assistance. My son Yuanjun is to descend to the mortal realm tomorrow, and we wish to request your aid in finding him a kind family for his reincarnation. Should you agree? The North Sea will offer its full support to you in the future. Sangji articulated their intent. Certainly, certainly. The Star Lord waved his hand dismissively, scanning the surroundings before leaning closer to Sangji. Rest assured, Your Highness, the lady has previously served as a maid to the esteemed Bai Qian of Qingqiu. Bai Qian values loyalty above all. She will not stand idly by. Once Bai Qian intervenes, Su Bai shall also lend her assistance. To be candid, I share a good rapport with the little princess Fengjiu of Qingqiu. Thus I shall ensure that Prince Yuanjun is treated kindly. Upon hearing the Star Lord's assurances, Sangji and Xiao Exine visibly relaxed and bowed in gratitude. Thank you, Star Lord, for your guidance. They then departed from the 9th heaven, hastening towards Qingqiu without delay. Chapter 33. The reincarnation of Yuanjun. The winds of Qingqiu always carry a hint of gentle warmth, and the peach blossoms bloom eternally across the mountains, their petals cascading onto the azure stone steps before the fox den, creating a delicate blush. Sangji held Xiao Exine's hand, standing outside the den, both of their garments still dusted with the remnants of their journey from the 9 heavens. The crimson hue in Xiao Exine's eyes had yet to fade, yet she tightened her grip on Sangji's fingers, overwhelmed by anticipation. At the entrance of the den, Migu turned, cradling a bundle of freshly dried herbs. Upon seeing the two, his ears perked up, and he set down the herbs to approach. Ah, it is the Water Lord of the North Sea and his esteemed wife. What brings you to Qingqiu? Sangji stepped forward, his tone earnest. I kindly ask you to inform the deities. We seek an audience with Lady Bai Qian and Lord Su Bai. It concerns the life of our son, Yuanjun, and we earnestly hope for their grace. He understood well that Qingqiu was not fond of visitors. Had they not been desperate, they would not have dared to intrude. Migu blinked, recalling that Lady Bai Qian had mentioned missing Xiao Exine just the day before, and nodded in agreement. Please wait a moment. I shall announce your arrival. With that, he turned and entered the fox den, leaving Sangji and Xiao Exine outside to await his return. The wind swirled the peach petals around Xiao Xian, yet she paid them no heed, her gaze fixed intently upon the entrance. Before long, Migu emerged, a smile gracing his face. The deities invite you both inside. Please follow me. Sang Ji and Xiao Xian hurriedly complied, traversing through a courtyard adorned with flowering crabapple trees and entering the main hall of the Fox Den. The interior was simply yet elegantly arranged, with a stone table at the center bearing a pot of freshly brewed peach blossom wine. Bai Qian reclined gracefully on a soft couch, toying with a jade flute, while Su Bai sat casually in a bamboo chair, idly spinning a teacup with his fingertips, his gaze languidly resting on the peach tree outside. Sang Ji, Xiao Xian, what brings you here? Bai Qian inquired, sitting up straight and setting aside her flute, her tone familiar and warm. During Xiao Xian's time as her maid, they had shared a close bond, though some distance had formed due to matters concerning Sang Ji. Yet their connection had not entirely waned. Upon seeing Bai Qian, Xiao Xian's eyes immediately welled with tears as she hurriedly approached and knelt before her. Her voice choked with emotion. Goddess, I implore you to save Yuanzhan. Sang Ji followed suit, kneeling beside her, gently urging Xiao Xian to rise while remaining bowed himself. Goddess, Yuanzhan is to descend to the mortal realm tomorrow to face tribulations. The Lord of Destiny has foretold that he will encounter a life and death trial at the age of 18, one that only you and Lord Su Bai can alleviate. We are utterly bereft of alternatives and thus beseech your compassion. Bai Qian furrowed her brow, rising to assist them. Please, stand and speak. I have met Yuanzhan. He is a clever and considerate child. How could he possibly face such calamity? She instructed me Gu to bring chairs for them, and once seated, she continued her inquiry. What else did the Lord of Destiny say? What is the nature of this trial? Xiao Xian, gripping her skirt tightly, recounted slowly. The Lord of Destiny revealed that once Yuanzhan descends, he will retain his name and be reborn into the household of a mortal emperor, who is, in fact, the reincarnation of the Eastern Emperor. This descent is intended to fulfill the union with Feng Jiu, yet he must endure the 6 mortal sufferings, one of which is the anguish of love. At that time, the little princess Feng Jiu would stage a performance, but Yuanzhan would become embroiled in it and be imprisoned. If his life could not be safeguarded, he would not survive this calamity. As she spoke, tears streamed down her face. Yuanzhan had already faced injustice in the heavenly realm, and now he was to endure such trials in the mortal world. As a mother, my heart aches for him. The deity of fate remarked that only you 2 gods possess the power to protect him, pleading for your compassion to save him. Bai Qian remained silent, her fingertips gently tapping the stone table. She had some acquaintance with the Emperor Donghua, and Feng Jiu was her niece. She had long heard of this destined union, but did not expect it to implicate Yuanzhan. Furthermore, Xiao Xian had once been her maid, and Yuanzhan was the son of Sang Ji. Both emotionally and logically, she could not stand idly by. I shall take this matter upon myself, Bai Qian declared, raising her gaze towards Sang Ji and his wife, her tone casual. When Yuanzhan turns 18, I shall ensure his safety. At her words, Su Bai withdrew his gaze from the window and looked at Bai Qian, raising an eyebrow. You certainly agreed quickly. We are comfortably residing in Qingqiu. Why must we venture to the mortal realm for 17 years? He had always preferred tranquility and was typically averse to entangling himself in mortal affairs. Were it not for Bai Qian's sake, he would likely have already risen to depart. Bai Qian shot him a glare. Yuanzhan is innocent. Do you intend to watch him lose his life in vain? Furthermore, life in the mortal realm may not be devoid of interest. Consider it a chance to unwind. Su Bai sighed, recognizing he could not sway Bai Qian. Having known her for millennia, he understood her character well. Once she made a decision, there was seldom room for alteration. Very well, since you have agreed, I cannot let you go alone. Su Bai set down his teacup, his tone tinged with resignation. I shall accompany you, for it is better to have someone to rely on. Seeing that both had consented, Sang Ji and Xiao Xian felt as if a heavy stone had finally been lifted from their hearts. They promptly stood and bowed to the 2 deities. Thank you, esteemed gods. Your kindness is beyond words. In the future, should Qingqiu require assistance, I, from the northern sea, would not hesitate to sacrifice my life. Bai Qian waved her hand dismissively. No need for such formalities. We are old acquaintances, and this is but a small favor. Do not worry too much. Yuanzhan is blessed, and will surely navigate through this tribulation safely. Xiao Xian wiped her tears, a faint smile finally gracing her face. With your words, we can rest easy. It is getting late. We must return to prepare for Yuan Zhen's descent to the mortal realm, so we shall not disturb you further. Sang Ji stood as well. We will take our leave, and surely return to express our gratitude. The two bowed once more to Bai Qian and Su Bai before departing with Mi Gu from the fox den. After they left, Su Bai leaned back in his bamboo chair, looking at Bai Qian. We descend to the mortal realm tomorrow? This is rather hasty. Yuan Zhen has just been reborn. He must wait until he is 18 and spend 17 years in the mortal world. How shall we pass the time? Bai Qian lifted the peach blossom wine from the table and took a sip, raising her eyebrow. What is the hurry? Life in the mortal realm is slow, providing ample opportunity to rest. Besides, arriving early will allow us to familiarize ourselves with the situation, preventing chaos later on. Su Bai shook his head in resignation, knowing that no amount of further discussion would change the situation, and he could only prepare for the matters concerning the mortal realm. The following day, as dawn's first light began to break, Bai Qian had already made her preparations and stood at the entrance of the fox den, urging Su Bai to hurry. Quickly, Si Ming said we must be by Yuan Zhen's side the moment he is born to prevent any mishaps. Su Bai, rubbing his sleepy eyes, emerged slowly, still clad in the garments from the previous night. What is the rush? A day in the mortal realm pales in comparison to a fleeting moment in the celestial realm. A slight delay matters not. Despite his words, he picked up his pace, following Bai Qian as they soared towards the mortal world. The two descended from the clouds, where Si Ming awaited them below. Upon their arrival, he promptly stepped forward to pay his respects. Honored deities, I apologize for the wait. Bai Qian waved her hand dismissively. No need for formalities. How are the arrangements? Returning to the deities, everything has been arranged, Si Ming replied with a smile. Su Bai, you shall assume the role of the strategist for this mortal dynasty, enjoying unrestricted access to the court. Bai Qian, with your profound cultivation, you will take on the role of Yuan Zhen's tutor, responsible for instructing him in both scholarly and martial pursuits. This way, we can protect Yuan Zhen while arousing no suspicion from others. Su Bai nodded, finding satisfaction in the arrangement. Yet, the thought of spending 17 years in the mortal realm prompted him to retort. Why descend so early? Yuan Zhen's tribulation at 18 looms ahead, and he is but 1 year old now. Do we really have to observe him grow for 17 years? No sooner had he spoken than he was met with by Qian's exasperated glare. Do you think coming to the mortal realm is an opportunity for idleness? This child, Yuan Zhen, is alone and vulnerable in the mortal world. Our vigilance can alleviate some of his suffering. Moreover, have you not been idling in the celestial realm as well? What harm is there in doing a bit of work in the mortal realm? Rendered speechless by her retort, Su Bai could only sulk in silence. Si Ming, stifling a laugh, quickly intervened. Deities, please do not be angry. Su Bai merely voiced his feelings about the lengthy duration. Bai Qian huffed and fell silent. Seizing the moment, Su Bai pulled Si Ming aside and whispered, Tell me the truth. What exactly is Yuan Zhen's tribulation at 18? We must ensure there are no missteps that we cannot explain. Si Ming's expression grew serious as he suppressed his smile. Rest assured, my lord. I have meticulously arranged this matter. The Eastern Emperor will reincarnate as the Emperor of the mortal realm, and Yuan Zhen will be his third son, named Yuan Zhen. The little princess Fengjiu is currently in the palace, having become a favored concubine, and she shares a romantic connection with the emperor. However, this romance will incite jealousy among the other consorts, who will conspire against Fengjiu. Yuan Zhen, being close to her, will be implicated. Falsely accused of having an affair with Fengjiu and subsequently imprisoned in the celestial dungeon. He paused before continuing. Though the current emperor is the reincarnation of the Eastern Emperor, he possesses no memories of his past life and is far more suspicious. He will undoubtedly be furious and seek to execute Yuan Zhen. It is imperative that the two of you find a way to preserve Yuan Zhen's life during that tumultuous period, ensuring he does not perish in prison. Once the storm has passed and Song Xuanzong regains his composure, the truth will come to light, and Yuan Zhen will have survived this tribulation. Su Bai furrowed his brow. Is it truly that simple? Merely preserving his life? What appears to be simple is, in truth, rather challenging. Si Ming sighed, fully aware that the concubines in the palace were ruthless and would undoubtedly target Yuan Zhen while imprisoned. Furthermore, Emperor Xuanzong of Song, ensnared by his infatuations, was impervious to the counsel of others. The two deities, wishing to protect Yuanzhan, would need to exert considerable effort. Subai nodded, a sense of understanding dawning within him. I comprehend. Worry not. We shall certainly safeguard Yuanzhan. Ximing exhaled in relief and smiled. With the assurance of both esteemed deities, I am at ease. As time was of the essence, he proposed they proceed to meet Emperor Xuanzong, facilitating the transition of identities. Su Bai and Bai Qian followed Ximing toward the imperial palace, and along the way, Su Bai gazed at the streets of the mortal realm, filled with a sense of nostalgia. It had been ages since his last visit to the human world, and now it seemed to possess a vibrancy absent from the heavenly realm. Upon reaching the palace gates, Ximing produced the prepared documents and handed them to the guard on duty. The guard, upon inspecting the papers and recognizing Su Bai and Bai Qian, promptly bowed in reverence. Ah, it is the national master and the young master. Please, enter. His Majesty awaits you in the study. The trio followed the guard into the palace, traversing through numerous halls until they finally arrived at the study. The room was adorned splendidly, and Dong Hua sat upon the dragon throne, reviewing memorials. Upon noticing their entrance, he set aside his brush and lifted his gaze. Though merely the reincarnation of Dong Hua Emperor, he still exuded an imperial majesty. His scrutinizing gaze fell upon Su Bai and Bai Qian. Are you two the national master and young master recommended by Ximing? Su Bai stepped forward and bowed. I am Su Bai, your majesty. Bai Qian followed suit. I am Bai Qian, your majesty. Dong Hua nodded, his tone softening slightly. I have heard of your remarkable talents and have summoned you to assist me in guiding the third prince. Henceforth, you may report any matters concerning the palace directly to me. We shall obey the decree, the two replied in unison. After offering a few additional instructions, Dong Hua directed a eunuch to escort Su Bai to the national master's residence and Bai Qian to the third princess chambers. As Su Bai followed the eunuch out of the study, he glanced back at Bai Qian, shaking his head in resigned acknowledgement. The 17 years of mortal life ahead were destined to be anything but tranquil. Bai Qian, guided by the eunuch, arrived at the third prince's chambers and, upon entering, was immediately greeted by the sound of a baby's cries. Venturing into the inner sanctum, she beheld a wet nurse cradling a delicately beautiful infant, soothing him. The child bore a resemblance to Yuanzhan from her time in the heavenly realm, unmistakably the reincarnated Yuanzhan. The wet nurse, noticing Bai Qian's presence, promptly bowed with the infant in her arms. Greetings, young master. Bai Qian approached, gazing tenderly at the baby's cherubic face, her heart softening. May I hold him? She asked gently. The wet nurse quickly handed the baby to Bai Qian, who received him with care, her movements cautious yet tender, perhaps sensing a familiar aura. Yuanzhan's cries gradually subsided, his dark, sparkling eyes opening to meet Bai Qian's gaze, tiny hands reaching for the fabric of her sleeve. Looking at him, Bai Qian couldn't help but smile. It seems you still remember me. Fear not. For these 17 years, I shall protect you. The nurse stood to the side, marveling quietly at the third prince, who was typically reserved around strangers. Apart from his majesty and the empress, he seldom allowed others to hold him. Yet today, he exhibited a remarkable closeness to the esteemed master. It appeared that a unique bond had formed between the master and the third prince. After Su Bai settled into the state preceptor's residence, he contemplated visiting Bai Qian and Yuanzhan. Upon arriving at the entrance of the third prince's chambers, he heard the sound of laughter emanating from within. Pushing the door open, he found Bai Qian playfully teasing Yuanzhan, her face radiating warmth, a stark contrast to her usual demeanor in the heavenly realm. It seems you have quite the fondness for this child, Su Bai remarked. Approaching and observing Yuanzhan's cherubic face, his tone laced with playful banter. Bai Qian glanced up and replied with a smile. How could anyone resist such a delightful child? Would you care to hold him? Su Bai hastily waved his hand. No, thank you. I wouldn't dare risk dropping him, or you'd surely be upset with me. Bai Qian chuckled softly, not insisting further. She passed Yuanzhan to the nurse, who took him to feet. The two settled into chairs within the chamber, and Bai Qian inquired, has everything been arranged at the state preceptor's residence? Yes, all is in order, Su Bai confirmed with a nod. Though the customs of the mortal realm are quite numerous, requiring us to tread carefully, far more troublesome than in the heavenly realm, one must adapt to local customs. Bai Qian said, sipping her tea. For the next 17 years, we shall reside in this mortal realm. You must temper your laid-back nature to avoid hindering our affairs. Su Bai sighed in resignation. I understand. I will do my utmost. However, we cannot remain confined within the palace indefinitely. We should venture outside occasionally, where these 17 years may become excessively dull. Bai Qian pondered for a moment before nodding in agreement. Indeed, after some time, we shall leave the palace to explore, gaining insight into the mortal realm to prevent any future complications. Su Bai nodded, feeling a glimmer of anticipation. He recognized that although the forthcoming 17 years might be lengthy, with Bai Qian by his side, they would not be devoid of interest. Chapter 34. The 18th Birthday Banquet of Yuan Zhen. A storm is approaching. 17 years in the mortal realm is but a fleeting moment in the celestial domain. For Bai Qian and Su Bai, however, it resembles a pot of slowly brewed peach blossom wine, transforming from the naivety of their initial descent into the mundane world into a deep, ingrained essence of life. Bai Qian remains the esteemed teacher of the third prince, Yuan Zhen, yet the infant who once required careful handling has now matured into a tall, dignified youth. Yuan Zhen has inherited the gentle demeanor of the celestial realm, yet, influenced by the upbringing of a mortal emperor's family, he possesses a newfound gravitas. Every morning, he awaits Bai Qian in the study, punctual and eager for lessons on subjects ranging from the Book of Songs to military strategy, from calligraphy to archery, never displaying a hint of negligence. Occasionally, when Bai Qian is inspired, she teaches him a few moves that appear to strengthen the body, yet are, in fact, simplified celestial techniques. Yuan Zhen learns with earnestness, unaware that these lessons are but the seeds of protection sown by his divine teacher for his future. Su Bai's tenure as the national master unfolds with a certain nonchalance. Naturally adept in strategy, he navigates mortal politics with the ease of a leisurely stroll, quickly becoming a trusted minister of Donghua. Beyond the court, his greatest delight lies in collecting curiosities from the mortal realm, be it the osmanthus cake from a time-honored shop in the southern district, the newly crafted glazed lamps from a Western artisan, or the sugar paintings sold by street vendors, all of which captivate his attention for hours. When occasionally urged by Bai Qian to oversee Yuan Zhen's studies in the palace, he often indulges in idleness, either basking in the sun on the corridor outside the study or engaging Yuan Zhen in casual conversation about the amusing anecdotes of the marketplace. Transitioning to tales of rare beasts from the celestial realm, Bai Qian frequently admonishes him, Su Bai, are you here to be a national master or a storyteller? Meanwhile, Feng Jiao, assuming the role of Consort Shun, has steadfastly remained by Dong Hua's side throughout these 17 years. She has shed the innocence of her celestial past, acquiring a gentle grace reminiscent of mortal women, yet her fervent heart remains unchanged. Dong Hua's affection for her has reached unparalleled heights. The rewards bestowed upon her by the imperial court are always the most lavish, and she is forever seated by his side during feasts. Even the burdens of courtly affairs are shared with her in detail. Feng Jiao is acutely aware that this affection conceals the anguish of love spoken of by the deity of fate. Yet she cannot bear to see Dong Hua endure even the slightest grievance in his reincarnation. Thus, she continually delays the inevitable, and this postponement has extended for 3 years. As the days draw closer to Yuan Zhen's 18th birthday, the atmosphere within the palace grows increasingly festive. The eunuchs and maidens of the inner court bustle with preparations for the banquet. The peonies in the imperial garden are meticulously pruned, and even the air seems to hum with a celebratory spirit. Bai Qian gazes at Yuan Zhen's increasingly mature profile, yet a heavy stone lingers in her heart. 18 marks not only Yuan Zhen's coming of age, but also the moment when calamity may befall him. That evening, Feng Jiao sits by the window of her chamber, lost in thought as she observes the falling phoenix tree leaves outside. In her hand, she holds a jade pendant gifted by Dong Hua, her fingers gently tracing the intricate patterns upon it, her heart filled with turmoil. At that moment, a faint golden light flickers, and the ethereal figure of the deity of fate quietly appears before her. Your Highness, the deity bows respectfully, urgency lacing their tone. You have accompanied the emperor in the mortal realm for 17 years. Now, his heart and mind are wholly consumed by you. This is the opportune moment for him to face the trials ahead. You have delayed for 3 years. Should this continue, the reincarnation of the emperor will be incomplete. When he returns to the 9 heavens, his strength will undoubtedly suffer. You are aware that the Emperor must remain ever vigilant against the lurking threats from the demon realm. His power must not be diminished in the slightest. In matters of great significance, I implore the young prince to consider the greater good." Feng Jiu turned away, her eyes glistening with unshed tears. She gazed at Si Ming, her voice trembling slightly. "Is it truly impossible to wait any longer? I merely wish to spare him from suffering. Young prince, this is the longest duration I can negotiate within the confines of celestial regulations." Si Ming shook his head, his tone resolute. "If we delay further, not only will the Emperor's strength wane, but the bond between you and him may also encounter unforeseen complications, leading to a regrettable outcome." Feng Jiu fell silent. She understood that Si Ming spoke the truth. As the guardian deity of the nine heavens, Donghua Emperor bore the weight of the entire celestial realm's safety. She could not allow her selfish desires to hinder him. After much inner turmoil, she finally gritted her teeth and nodded. "I understand. I will act according to the plan." Si Ming exhaled in relief and meticulously reiterated a few details of the plan before vanishing in a flash of golden light. Feng Jiu stared at the empty room, burying her face in her palms as tears silently streamed down her cheeks. She longed for this calamity to pass swiftly, yearning for the day she could reunite with the true Donghua Emperor. After leaving Feng Jiu's chamber, Si Ming's celestial spirit made its way directly to the residence of Bai Qian and Su Bai. At that moment, Bai Qian was seated at the table, reviewing the studies of Yuan Zhen over the years, while Su Bai fiddled with a newly acquired revolving lantern, its light casting shifting patterns on the wall through the paper window. "Greetings, esteemed deities." Si Ming bowed respectfully, a hint of satisfaction gracing his features. "The young Prince Feng Jiu has agreed to proceed with the plan and will no longer delay. In 3 days, we shall celebrate Yuan Zhen's 18th birthday. The arrangements for the coming-of-age ceremony will require your esteemed attention." Bai Qian set aside her studies and looked up at Si Ming. "At last, matters with Feng Jiu have been settled. Now, we must focus on safeguarding Yuan Zhen. Has the location for the coming-of-age ceremony, Linjiang Terrace, been approved by Donghua?" "Indeed. The Emperor has given his consent," Si Ming replied with a smile. The proposal for Linjiang Terrace, put forth by Lord Su Bai, was highly regarded by the Emperor, who noted that its expansive views and beautiful scenery make it a fitting venue for the ceremony. Moreover, its distance from the palace will help avoid unnecessary disturbances. Su Bai paused in his actions, raising an eyebrow. Donghua certainly has discerning taste. Linjiang Terrace not only offers splendid views, but it also allows us to efficiently arrange personnel. I have already dispatched someone to survey the area. We are well acquainted with the terrain surrounding Linjiang Terrace. At the event, we will ensure reliable guards are stationed at each entrance to guarantee Yuan Zhen's safety." Bai Qian nodded, then inquired, "Have you observed any movements from the harem?" The jealousy harbored by those concubines towards Feng Jiu is not a recent development. They will undoubtedly seize the opportunity presented by the coming-of-age ceremony to cause trouble. We must prepare in advance. Rest assured, esteemed deities, I have already arranged for personnel to monitor the activities within the harem. The atmosphere was grave as Si Ming addressed the 2 imperial consorts, Li Guifei and Zhou Shufei, who had long harbored animosity towards Chen Guiran. Their recent frequent interactions suggested they were conspiring. The 2 deities merely needed to exercise caution and act according to the circumstances. After lengthy deliberation regarding the arrangements for the upcoming coming-of-age ceremony, Si Ming departed with a sense of assurance. Once Si Ming was gone, Su Bai gazed at Bai Qian and couldn't help but express his dissatisfaction. Having finally grown accustomed to life in the mortal realm, we are now burdened with these troubles. Once Yuan Zhen's tribulations have passed, we must hasten back to Qingqiu and enjoy a restful few centuries. Bai Qian shot him a look of reproach. Now you recognize the troubles? Who is it that insisted on descending to the mortal world for leisure? Furthermore, Yuan Zhen is a dutiful and understanding child. It is only right that we protect him during this ordeal. Su Bai sighed in resignation, no longer contesting her words. He understood that Bai Qian was correct. Yuan Zhen was innocent, and having promised the couple, Sengji, they were obliged to ensure his safety through this trial. In the following 3 days, the palace was abuzz with preparations for the coming-of-age ceremony. The eunuchs of the Internal Affairs Bureau busily transported the necessary provisions and utensils for the feast, while the chefs in the imperial kitchen toiled day and night to prepare exquisite dishes. The guards were dispatched in shifts to Linjiang Terrace, setting up defenses and ensuring security. Yuan Zhen, too, found himself with rare leisure. Apart from his daily studies, he was also learning the rituals of the coming-of-age ceremony from the palace maids. Although fatigue was evident on his face, it could not overshadow the joy of approaching adulthood. At last, the day of Yuan Zhen's 18th birthday arrived. As dawn broke, Linjiang Terrace was already alive with activity. Red silk draped the railings, and colorful lanterns hung high above. In the center stood a grand table laden with fruits, pastries, and ceremonial offerings. Guards clad in polished armor stood vigil at every corner of Linjiang Terrace, their keen eyes scanning the surroundings. At the appointed hour, Donghua, donned in a resplendent yellow dragon robe and flanked by officials, ascended the terrace slowly. Fengjiu, dressed in a delicate pink palace gown, accompanied him. Her countenance adorned with a fitting smile, though a trace of apprehension lingered in her gaze. Bai Qian and Su Bai also mingled within the crowd. Bai Qian looked refined in a flowing blue robe, while Su Bai exuded an air of grandeur in his purple national master garb. Their attention remained fixed on Yuan Zhen, ever vigilant of their surroundings. Yuan Zhen appeared resplendent in a brand-new sapphire brocade robe, a jade belt cinching his waist, and his hair elegantly tied with a jade crown. Following Donghua, he walked with steady steps, a gentle smile gracing his lips, his eyes clear and devoid of any trace of imperial arrogance. As the time arrived, the coming-of-age ceremony commenced. At the call of the ceremonial eunuch, silence enveloped Linjiang Terrace. The first ritual was the homage to heaven and earth. Yuan Zhen, adhering to the rites, held incense candles and reverently knelt before the altar, bowing in veneration. His movements were precise and devout. As he recited the blessings with a voice both clear and resolute, "May the heavens bless our nation with peace and prosperity. May the people live in harmony and joy. May my father enjoy good health, and may the world be at peace." Donghua stood nearby, pride swelling in his heart as he beheld his son's upright figure. He nodded slightly, signaling for the ceremony to proceed. Following the completion of the worship, the time for the coronation arrived. Emperor Song Xianzong personally stepped forward to place a ceremonial cap, symbolizing adulthood, upon Yuan Zhen's head, and adorned him with a red sash. Yuan Zhen, today you have reached the age of 18, marking your transition into adulthood. Donghua's voice resonated with a certain authority, yet concealed a hint of paternal affection. From now on, you must learn to bear responsibility, considering not only the welfare of the people, but also striving for the future of the dynasty. Your father believes in you and knows you will not disappoint him. Yuan Zhen bowed deeply, his voice tinged with excitement. I shall obey. I will certainly not betray my father's expectations, nor the trust of the people. The court officials approached one after another to offer their congratulations, uttering phrases such as congratulations to the crown prince on reaching adulthood and wishing the crown prince a bright future. Yuan Zhen returned each bow graciously, a gentle smile adorning his face, responding appropriately without a trace of panic. Bai Qian observed Yuan Zhen's composure, silently nodding in approval. The 17 years of guidance had not been in vain. Yuan Zhen had not only acquired knowledge, but had also learned the art of interpersonal relations and the weight of responsibility. Yet, Bai Qian was acutely aware that this seemingly joyous coming-of-age ceremony was merely the calm before the storm. Genuine trials lay ahead. Su Bai also kept a vigilant eye on the surroundings, particularly the area where the consorts resided. He noticed Consort Li and Consort Zhou standing together, engaged in hushed conversation. Their glances occasionally flitting toward Yuan Zhen and Fengjiu, their lips curling into barely perceptible smirks. A sense of unease stirred within Su Bai as he discreetly instructed the guards beside him to pay close attention to the movements of Consort Li and Consort Zhou. Once the ceremony concluded, the banquet commenced. The banquet hall was adorned with an array of tables and chairs, with officials and consorts taking their seats in order of rank. The chefs from the imperial kitchen presented an exquisite array of dishes, including roasted whole lamb, steamed base, braised venison, and a variety of delicate pastries and fruits, all tempting and fragrant. Donghua raised his wine cup and addressed the assembly. Today marks the 18th birthday of my crown prince Yuan Zhen, as well as his coming-of-age ceremony. I am delighted to witness this significant moment alongside all of you, my beloved ministers. Come, let us raise our glasses to wish Yuan Zhen a joyous adulthood and to the prosperity of our dynasty. Long live the emperor. Long live the crown prince. The officials raised their cups in unison, their voices resounding as they downed their drinks. Yuan Zhen also lifted his cup, bowing to Dong Hua. "Thank you, father, for hosting such a grand coming-of-age ceremony for me. I toast to you." With that, he drained his cup in one gulp. The banquet officially commenced, with guests savoring the sumptuous dishes while enjoying the performances on stage. The dancers, clad in resplendent garments, twirled gracefully to the music, their movements eliciting waves of applause from the audience. The musicians played lively tunes, their melodies echoing across the banquet hall. Yuan Zhen sat beside Dong Hua, occasionally engaging in conversation with the ministers nearby, while also glancing at the performances, a smile ever present on his face. Unbeknownst to him, a conspiracy aimed at him was quietly brewing in the shadows. Feng Jiu, seated on the other side of Dong Hua, felt a persistent unease in her heart. She occasionally glanced at Yuan Zhen, her eyes reflecting a hint of concern. She was acutely aware that according to the plan, it was soon her turn to encounter misfortune, and Yuan Zhen would inevitably be drawn into this turmoil. Silently, she prayed in her heart, hoping that Bai Qian and Su Bai would protect Yuan Zhen and that this calamity would swiftly pass. Bai Qian and Su Bai sat among the dignitaries, appearing to enjoy the performances, yet they remained vigilant, keeping a watchful eye on their surroundings. Bai Qian noticed that a palace maid beside Consort Li had quietly left her seat and was making her way towards the rear of the Lingjiang terrace. A spark of realization ignited within her, prompting her to exchange a knowing glance with Su Bai, who discreetly followed suit. Su Bai trailed the maid to the wooded area behind the Lingjiang terrace, where he observed her produce a small paper package from her bosom and hand it to a waiting eunuch. The eunuch accepted the package and hurried away. Su Bai stealthily followed him, witnessing as he delivered the package to a maid in the palace of Feng Jiu. After receiving the package, the maid rushed towards Feng Jiu's chambers. Understanding dawned on Su Bai. It appeared that Consort Li and her accomplices had begun their scheme. He discreetly memorized the maid's appearance before returning to the Lingjiang terrace to relay his findings to Bai Qian. Upon hearing his account, Bai Qian furrowed her brows in contemplation. It seemed they intended to tamper with something in Feng Jiu's palace and frame Yuan Zhen for it. "Do not fret. We have already stationed personnel near Feng Jiu's palace. Should they make any move, our people will act immediately," Su Bai reassured her. "Moreover, Feng Jiu is aware of the plan and will be on high alert. Our current task is to maintain our composure and await the opportune moment." Bai Qian nodded, falling into silence. She lifted her wine cup from the table, taking a gentle sip, her gaze once more settling on Yuan Zhen. Yuan Zhen was engaged in conversation with a nearby minister, her face adorned with an innocent smile. Blissfully unaware of the impending danger, Bai Qian sighed inwardly, fervently wishing for this tribulation to pass swiftly, allowing Yuan Zhen to navigate the forthcoming days in safety. The banquet continued, the atmosphere at Lingjiang Terrace bustling with life. Sunlight danced upon the river's surface, shimmering like scattered gold. A refreshing breeze swept across the waters, alleviating the heat in the air, yet it could not disperse the worries harbored by Bai Qian and Su Bai. Chapter 35. The plan exceeds the control of the destiny decree. The banquet at Lingjiang Terrace was in full swing. The melodious strains of the rainbow attire drifting gracefully with the river breeze, while the newly presented chilled avocados from the imperial kitchen exuded a refreshing coolness. Su Bai set aside the jade cup in his hand, his gaze sweeping over the clinking cups of the gathered officials, landing upon a quietly docked black boat on the river. Amidst the gentle sway of the ship's edge, a figure clad in azure stealthily leapt ashore. It was Sang Ji, the Lord of the North Sea. Rising from his seat, Su Bai discreetly maneuvered behind the willow shade at the back of Lingjiang Terrace, avoiding the eyes of the crowd while adjusting his court attire. As Sang Ji steadied himself, still carrying the moisture of the North Sea on his robes, he stepped forward upon noticing Su Bai's approach. "Lord Su Bai," he inquired urgently, "you summoned me to the mortal realm. Has something befallen Yuan Zhen?" His voice was tinged with a hint of anxiety. Although he had not physically guarded his son for 17 years, he had diligently received daily reports from the water officials regarding Yuan Zhen's circumstances, and this concern had long been etched into his heart. Su Bai raised his hand, casting a layer of barrier to isolate the distant clamor before speaking solemnly. "Yuan Zhen's tribulation is set to commence today. However, this calamity requires a prerequisite. Someone must cast the reincarnation of Emperor Donghua into the river for the tribulation to officially commence." Pausing, Su Bai's gaze fell upon Sang Ji's taut visage. Yuan Zhen is your flesh and blood. It is most fitting that you undertake this act. Firstly, as his father, you are justified in safeguarding him through this tribulation. Secondly, your profound cultivation allows you to employ concealment techniques that will evade the notice of all mortals, including the reincarnation of Donghua. Sang Ji's pupils contracted sharply, instinctively rebuffing. But he is the reincarnation of Emperor Donghua. Even in a mortal form, he carries the essence of the Emperor's spirit. How could I lay a hand upon him? Although he resided in the North Sea, he was well aware of Donghua's stature in the nine heavens, a being revered even by the heavenly sovereign, not to mention that Donghua, upon reincarnation, remained Yuan Zhen's father. The very notion of such an act seemed utterly inconceivable. Look for yourself, Sang Ji. Su Bai intensified his tone, his fingers weaving a thread of celestial power that traced out Yuan Zhen's destiny chart. The ominous gray line representing the impending calamity glowed brighter. Do you think I desire to cast you as the villain? Yet the celestial charts have long foretold that only a close kin can incite the flesh and blood bond within the tribulation. Only then can Feng Jiu come forth to rescue him, fulfilling her own trial. Should another intervene, they would either be detected by Donghua's mortal form or lead the tribulation astray. In that event, what Yuan Zhen would face would be a peril far more grave than mere slanderous entanglements. Suddenly, the river breeze intensified, causing the willow branches to thrash wildly. Sang Ji, gazing at the piercing gray light within the destiny chart, was flooded with memories of Yuan Zhen as a child, clutching his finger and calling him father in a soft, tender voice that still echoed in his ears. He closed his eyes, and when he opened them again, the hesitation had vanished. I understand now. I shall perform this act. However, Lord Su Bai, you must assure me that regardless of what transpires, Yuan Zhen must be protected and cannot sustain even a fraction of tangible harm. I swear by the name of the Fox Emperor of Qingqiu, should Yuan Zhen suffer the slightest injury from this tribulation, I, Bai Qian, and you, Lord Su Bai, will willingly accept the punishment of heavenly lightning before Lord Jiyan. The voice of Bai Qian suddenly resonated from beyond the barrier. Unbeknownst to them, she had circled around to this spot, clutching the analects written by Yuan Zhen that morning, the ink still fresh upon the pages. Sang Ji, do not worry. We have set up a protective formation at the riverbed. Donghua's mortal form will merely splutter upon entering the water. His life is not in peril. Feng Jiu will leap in to save him promptly, ensuring he does not linger in the water for long. Observing the steadfastness in Bai Qian's eyes and the approving nod from Su Bai, Sang Ji finally breathed a sigh of relief. He raised his hand to form a seal, a transparent aura emanating from his being. Indeed, the invisibility spell of the North Sea, which could perfectly conceal the celestial realm, undetectable even to Donghua's primordial spirit. I shall wait by the riverbank. As soon as Donghua's reincarnation approaches, I will act. With those words, Sang Ji's figure flickered and vanished beneath the shade of the willow trees, as if merging with the air itself. Su Bai lowered the barrier and walked alongside Bai Qian back to the banquet. At that moment, Donghua was rising from his seat, making his way towards the riverbank. He had always relished the scenic views by the river, especially today, as Yuan Zhen had come of age, filling him with joy and prompting him to seek solitude amidst the river breeze. The officials were engrossed in the delicacies before them, while the imperial consorts gathered around Feng Jiu, laughing and chatting, oblivious to the emperor's movements. Feng Jiu remained in her seat, her fingertips subtly tightening around the jade pendant hidden within her sleeve. The deity of fate had already conveyed the subsequent steps to her. When Donghua fell into the water, she was to leap in immediately to rescue him, demonstrating an urgent disregard for her own safety while ensuring Donghua's mortal form remained unharmed. Out of the corner of her eye, she caught sight of Donghua's bright yellow dragon robe approaching the riverbank, her heart racing, palms dampening with sweat. Just as Donghua halted, bending down to touch the river water, Sang Ji, cloaked in invisibility, suddenly materialized behind him, extending his right foot to gently nudge Donghua's lower back. The force appeared gentle, yet was infused with just the right amount of celestial power, enough to propel Donghua into the water without the risk of him colliding with the river's rocky edge. With a resounding splash, Donghua instantly plunged into the river, the swift current immediately engulfing him, causing him to sway. Clearly unprepared for the sudden fall, He struggled to rise, but the weight of his dragon robe rendered his movements clumsy. "Your Majesty has fallen into the water." The first to notice the anomaly was a guard stationed at the riverbank, who dropped his spear with a clatter and shouted loudly. His cry resonated like thunder across the riverbank, instantly throwing the officials into disarray. Some hurriedly rose to rush towards the river, while others anxiously paced in place, repeatedly shouting for help, urging someone to fetch the imperial physician. The consorts in the palace were equally flustered, with Consort Li abruptly standing, her golden hairpin jingling as she cried out, "Guards! Quickly summon the guards. The emperor has fallen into the water. What are you dawdling for? If anything happens to his Majesty, you shall all face the consequences." Consort Zhou echoed her sentiments, artificially amplifying her panic, yet her gaze discreetly flickered towards Feng Jiao, seemingly awaiting her reaction. Amidst the chaos, Feng Jiao suddenly rose, disregarding the palace maid's attempts to restrain her, lifting her skirts as she sprinted towards the riverbank. She scarcely had time to shed her pink palace attire before she plunged into the icy river with a splash, the frigid water instantly soaking her garments, sending a shiver coursing through her body. Yet, undeterred, she swam resolutely towards Donghua's direction. "Your Majesty, grasp my hand," Feng Jiao called out, exerting every ounce of strength to reach Donghua's side, her hand grasping his arm firmly. At that moment, Donghua was already feeling the strain of fatigue. Upon seeing Feng Jiao rushing to his aid, he instinctively seized her wrist, leveraging her strength to propel them towards the riverbank. The ethereal currents of the river subtly swirled, as the protective formation laid by Bai Qian began to take effect, slowing the water's flow and rendering their escape considerably steadier. The guards on the shore, finally regaining their wits, leaped into the water, uniting their efforts to hoist Donghua and Feng Jiao ashore. Donghua's dragon robe was completely soaked, his hair disheveled and clinging to his face, his complexion pale to the point of alarm. Leaning against a guard, he continued to cough incessantly, evidently having inhaled a significant amount of river water. Feng Jiao's condition was scarcely better. Her pink attire clung to her form, her hair dripping with water, her lips tinged with a shade of purple from the cold. Yet, she mustered the strength to inquire, "Your Majesty, are you unhurt? Is everything all right?" Donghua, gazing into Feng Jiao's worried eyes, felt a warm surge within him. He lifted his hand to caress her cheek, but, weakened, it fell to his side. "I am fine. My beloved, why were you so foolish as to leap in without regard for your own safety?" His voice, though frail, bore an unmistakable tenderness. At that juncture, Su Bai and Bai Qian approached the riverbank. Bai Qian stepped forward, discreetly casting a warming spell upon Donghua and Feng Jiao, alleviating the chill that enveloped them. "Your Majesty, Lady Chun, the winds by the river are fierce. It would be prudent to return to the palace to change and rest, lest you catch a chill." Su Bai echoed her sentiment, instructing the guards to bring forth a soft litter to assist Donghua and Feng Jiao. The officials, relieved to see Donghua unharmed, felt a weight lift from their hearts, though the unexpected incident had cast a shadow over what was meant to be a celebratory coming-of-age ceremony, dimming the smiles on their faces. Yuan Zhen, standing amidst the crowd, observed as Donghua and Feng Jiao were carried away, an inexplicable sense of unease swelling within him. He could not shake the feeling that today's water incident was anything but accidental. Upon their return to the palace, Donghua was escorted back to his chamber. The imperial physician, after examining him, declared that he had merely suffered a fright and exposure to the cold, with no serious harm done. He prescribed a few concoctions to dispel the chill before taking his leave. Meanwhile, Feng Jiao was returned to her own quarters, where the maidservants hastily prepared warm water and fresh garments for her. Once the maidens had departed, Feng Jiao sat before her vanity, gazing at her disheveled reflection, yet feeling a sense of relief. The first step of her ordeal had been successfully completed. However, a far more sinister conspiracy was quietly brewing in the shadows of the harem. After returning to their respective chambers, concubine Li and concubine Zhou swiftly summoned several other concubines, known for their discord with Feng Jiao, to deliberate on their next course of action. Seated at the head of the table, concubine Li toyed with a jade ruby, a malevolent smile gracing her lips. Today, His Majesty fell into the water, and Lady Chen certainly made a spectacle of herself, jumping in to save him before all. This will only serve to deepen His Majesty's affections for her further. Nevertheless, it matters not. We have already laid our plans. Tonight, Let her reputation be utterly ruined. The charming Lady Zhou echoed, "Sister is absolutely right. We have long since arranged for an intoxicating fragrance to be placed in Lady Qin's chambers. As long as His Highness Yuan Zhen graces her with his presence, the deed will be done. Even if the emperor dotes on her, he could never tolerate her indecency with the crown prince." As she spoke, she produced a token from her sleeve, one she had procured from the eunuchs of the Ministry of Internal Affairs. "Soon, we shall have someone wield it to feign a decree from Lady Qin, summoning His Highness to her quarters." The other concubines nodded in unison, their eyes gleaming with anticipation. They had long envied Feng Jiu's exclusive favor from the emperor, and if they could seize this opportunity to bring her down, perhaps they might win his affection for themselves. Upon witnessing the consensus among the crowd, Lady Li commanded a nearby maid, "Go to the Eastern Palace and inform His Highness that Lady Qin is unwell and wishes for him to visit her. Remember, ensure that he goes alone, without anyone else knowing." Once the maid departed, Lady Li turned to another attendant, instructing, "You shall wait near Lady Qin's chambers. The moment you see His Highness enter, ignite the incense we have placed there. It is imperative that they both succumb to its effects. Afterward, you must enter, remove their garments, and return to report immediately." The attendant bowed and hurried away. Lady Li gazed at the empty palace door, raising a cup of wine to her lips. Drinking deeply, her eyes gleaming with triumph, "Lady Qin, His Highness Yuan Zhen, tonight shall be your doom." Meanwhile, in the Eastern Palace, Yuan Zhen sat in his study, attempting to focus on the art of war in his hands, yet his mind wandered. The unexpected events at the Longjing Terrace lingered in his thoughts. He sensed something amiss in the demeanor of Master Su Bai and the young master, as if they were concealing something from him. At that moment, a knock echoed from outside, and a maid entered, holding a token. "Your Highness, Lady Qin has sent for you, claiming she is unwell and wishes for you to visit her." Yuan Zhen furrowed his brow, puzzled by Lady Qin's sudden request for his presence, especially given their customary distance. Moreover, why now? He glanced at the token in the maid's hand. It was indeed the one Feng Jiu typically used, adorned with an exquisite phoenix motif. Did Lady Qin specify the nature of her ailment? Yuan Zhen inquired, hoping to glean more information. The maid lowered her gaze, her voice steady, replying, "To your Highness. Lady Qin merely stated that she is unwell and wishes for your company." She did not elaborate further. Her tone was natural, devoid of any flaw, gradually easing Yuan Zhen's suspicions. After some contemplation, he reasoned that Feng Jiu, being the emperor's consort and one who had watched him grow, warranted his visit as a show of respect, especially in her time of ill health. Thus, Yuan Zhen rose and followed the maid toward Feng Jiu's chambers. Along the way, he noticed an increased presence of palace guards, which heightened his unease, yet he pressed onward with resolute determination. Soon, they arrived at the entrance to Feng Jiu's chamber, where the maid halted her steps. "Your Highness, Lady Qin is waiting for you inside. Please, do go in." Yuan Zhen nodded, pushed open the palace door, and stepped inside. The chamber was dimly lit, and a faint fragrance permeated the air, inducing a slight dizziness. After taking a few steps, he saw Feng Jiu reclining on the bed, seemingly asleep. "Lady Qin?" Yuan Zhen called softly, intending to approach for a closer look, but suddenly felt a wave of dizziness wash over him, his body betraying him as he collapsed. The fragrance was the potent sleeping powder prepared by Consort Li and her associates, which could render one unconscious after just a few inhalations. In the instant Yuan Zhen fell, a maid hiding outside swiftly entered. She gazed at the unconscious Yuan Zhen on the floor and the slumbering Feng Jiu on the bed, a flicker of hesitation crossing her eyes. Yet, adhering to Consort Li's orders, she proceeded to remove their garments, then dragged Yuan Zhen onto the bed to lie beside Feng Jiu. Having completed her task, the maid dared not linger and hurriedly departed, making her way towards Consort Li's quarters. Consort Li and her companions were anxiously awaiting news. Upon the maid's return, they immediately surrounded her. "Well, how did it go?" The maid bowed and replied, "Your Highness, it has been done. Prince Yuan Zhen and Lady Qin have both succumbed to slumber. Their garments have been removed, and they now lie together on the same bed." "Excellent. Splendid," Consort Li exclaimed, clapping her hands, her eyes gleaming with elation. "Let us proceed to His Majesty's chamber and report the illicit affair between Lady Qin and Prince Yuan Zhen. Once His Majesty witnesses this scene, even if Lady Qin has 100 excuses, her chances of redemption will be utterly extinguished. Concubine Zhou and the other ladies chimed in agreement, rising to follow her towards the East Hua's chamber. At that moment, East Hua had just finished the medicinal brew prescribed by the imperial physician and was resting against the headboard. The image of Feng Jiu jumping into the river to save him replayed in his mind, filling him with heartache. He was contemplating how to reward Feng Jiu generously the next day when a sudden commotion erupted outside. Your Majesty, a grave matter has arisen. Consort Li's voice, deliberately heightened in panic, pierced through the room. East Hua frowned, his displeasure evident. What is causing such alarm? No sooner had he spoken than Consort Li, Concubine Zhou, and others burst through the door, kneeling before him, their expressions wrought with anxiety. Your Majesty, you must come quickly. Lady Chun. Consort Li paused, her eyes glinting with cunning. East Hua's heart tightened, and he urgently inquired, what has happened to Lady Chun? Is she in trouble? Concubine Zhou interjected, her voice tinged with difficulty. Your Majesty, we have just learned that Lady Chun has been involved with Prince Yuanzhun. They are currently in Lady Chen's chamber. Your Majesty, you must see for yourself, or it may be too late. What did you say? East Hua bolted upright. Disbelief etched across his face. Impossible. My beloved in Yuanzhun would never commit such an act. You must be mistaken. He understood Feng Jiu's character and trusted his son, but he could not bring himself to believe the disturbing news. However, Consort Li insisted, Your Majesty, we are not mistaken. We witnessed it with our own eyes. And there are maidservants who can testify. If Your Majesty does not believe us, you may go to Lady Chen's chamber now. They are still lying together on the same bed. Other concubines echoed her sentiments, their earnest words beginning to shake Donghua's once steadfast conviction. After a moment of silence, he gritted his teeth and declared, Very well. I shall accompany you to see for myself. If you deceive me, I will not show mercy. With that, he rose from his bed, supported by the guards, and made his way toward Feng Jiu's quarters. Along the way, his heart raced, torn between the hope that this was a misunderstanding and the dread of witnessing a reality he could scarcely accept. Soon, they arrived at the entrance of Feng Jiu's chamber. Donghua took a deep breath and pushed open the door. The sight that greeted him froze him in place. Feng Jiu and Yuanzhun were entwined, their garments strewn across the floor. No, it can't be, Donghua murmured, his vision darkening as a sharp pain pierced his chest. He had never imagined that the woman he cherished most would betray him with his most trusted son. This treachery struck like a dagger to his heart, rendering him incapable of bearing the weight of such anguish. A spurt of blood erupted from his mouth, staining the pristine carpet crimson. He staggered backward, and the guards rushed to catch him, only to find he had already drawn his last breath. Donghua's reincarnation had met its end, overwhelmed by grief and rage. Feng Jiu, who had feigned unconsciousness as per the arrangement with the god of fate, suddenly opened her eyes to the commotion. She had not anticipated such a scene unfolding. Upon seeing Donghua collapsed on the ground, blood spilling from his lips, panic surged within her. She and the god of fate had underestimated Donghua's feelings for her, thinking that their illicit affair would only incite his wrath, never foreseeing that it would lead to his demise. Consort Li and the others were equally horrified. Their intent had merely been to bring down Feng Jiu, not to cause a death, especially that of the reigning emperor. Your Majesty, Consort Li stammered, her voice trembling, as her body succumbed to fear and she fell to the ground. At that moment, a golden light suddenly flashed across the sky, and Donghua's ethereal spirit floated out from his corporeal form, appearing somewhat bewildered as it ascended toward the 9 heavens. However, the radiance of his spirit was considerably dimmer than usual, evidently due to the incomplete trials he had yet to endure, forcing a premature return. In the Tai Chun Palace of the 9 heavens, Donghua's true self abruptly opened his eyes, his celestial energy becoming tumultuous. He was meant to undergo 60 years of tribulation in the mortal realm, experiencing the 6 sorrows of humanity, yet only 41 years had passed, and his spirit's untimely return defied the celestial order, inviting immediate retribution from the heavens. Donghua's true form coughed up blood, steadying himself against the table as he struggled to maintain his composure, only to find his celestial power rapidly depleting. What was once an unfathomable strength had dwindled to a mere fraction of its former self. The heavenly way retaliates, Donghua murmured softly, his eyes filled with gravity. He understood that in the days to come, He not only had to restore his cultivation, but also prepare for the potential assaults from the demon realm, which would render his situation exceedingly arduous. Suddenly, Siming appeared in the Tai Chin Palace, his complexion as pale as parchment. "Your Majesty, you have 19 years remaining in your tribulation. The premature return of your primordial spirit has triggered a backlash from the heavenly way. Your cultivation is now reduced to a mere fraction." Donghua gazed at his trembling fingertips, which once wielded the tsang. He soared and safeguarded the 9 heavens. Now unable to steady even a cup of tea, his gaze drifted to the window, where the sea of clouds of the 9 heavens surged, and within the tumultuous waves, he seemed to glimpse Feng Jiu's silhouette from when she leaped into the river. "Feng Jiu." Donghua's voice was barely a whisper, as ephemeral as a wisp of smoke. She was still in the mortal realm. Meanwhile, in the mortal world, Feng Jiu knelt beside Donghua's earthly form, clutching the hem of his garment, her tears cascading like a string of broken pearls. Inside the palace, Consort Li and Consort Zhou were utterly petrified, collapsed on the floor, unable to utter a word. Only the wind outside continued to weep as it blew in, carrying the moisture from the river and a faint, elusive scent of blood. This calamity had ultimately spiraled out of control. Feng Jiu knew that from this moment on, her mortal bond with Donghua had shattered into irretrievable fragments. Chapter 36. Su Bai consults with the Eastern Emperor. As the delicate teacup barely touched his lips, Su Bai suddenly froze. A faint yet unmistakable fluctuation of primordial energy emanated from the direction of the 9 heavens, carrying with it the unique, robust celestial essence of Donghua. It was evidently a sign of a forceful return from a trial not yet completed. He sprang to his feet, the teacup clattering against the table, spilling tea that stained the pristine silk fabric, but he paid it no mind. Bai Qian was holding Feng Jiu's cool hand, attempting to soothe her tremors caused by Donghua's demise with celestial power. Upon sensing that primordial energy fluctuation, her fingers froze mid-motion. She lifted her gaze to Su Bai, her eyes reflecting shock and understanding. The star chart of Si Ming had ultimately deviated. Feng Jiu's already reddened eyes filled with tears once more, and the sobs that had just subsided surged forth again. Grasping Bai Qian's sleeve, her voice fractured. "Aunt, is it my fault? If I had followed Si Ming's guidance 3 years ago, would His Majesty not have?" "It is not your fault," Bai Qian interrupted her self-reproach, though her tone bore the weight of sorrow. It was a twist of fate, a calamity of Donghua himself. She turned to Su Bai, their eyes meeting in a silent accord. The immediate priority was to ascertain whether Yuan Zhen's tribulations had proceeded smoothly before escorting Feng Jiu away from this turbulent place. Su Bai raised his hand, conjuring a pale blue celestial talisman. The talisman spiraled twice in the air before transforming into a streak of light that sped toward the direction of Lingjiang Terrace. In less than the span of a half teacup, the talisman returned, coalescing into a wisp of smoke that merged with his palm. Yuan Zhen's tribulations had passed, the gray threads had dispersed. But her mortal heart had been disturbed. She would need to continue her trials in the mortal realm. Upon hearing that the tribulation had been overcome, Bai Qian let out a subtle sigh of relief, then tightened her grip on Feng Jiu's hand. "Little Jiu, come back to Qingqiu with me. The mess here will be dealt with by the Celestial Clan. Remaining here will only add to your distress." Feng Jiu gazed in the direction of Donghua's palace, silent tears slipping down her cheeks, yet she understood that staying in the mortal realm was futile at this moment. She nodded and allowed Bai Qian to lead her, turning to follow Su Bai's footsteps. A faint azure barrier enveloped the 3 of them, isolating the chaos and clamor of the palace behind them, as they soared toward Qingqiu on clouds. Above the clouds, Feng Jiu's cries were carried away by the wind, intermittent and sorrowful, while Bai Qian occasionally turned to offer comfort. Su Bai, however, remained in the lead, his silhouette upright like a pine, though a shadow of gravity lingered in his brow. Donghua's premature return would undoubtedly provoke a backlash from the heavenly order, and the situation in the 9 heavens was bound to become chaotic. Before long, the outline of Qingqiu appeared in their sight, the 10-mile peach forest blooming in a pink sea of blossoms, partially veiled by mist. The familiar scent of flora dispelled some of the tension. After landing, Su Bai turned to Bai Qian and said, "You take little Jiu back to her room first. I must make a trip to the 9 heavens." Bai Qian nodded. "Be careful. Donghua is likely in a state of unrest at this moment." With a brief acknowledgement, Su Bai's figure flickered and vanished from sight. Bai Qian then guided Feng Jiu step by step toward her fox den. Inside, the warm furnace blazed brightly, alleviating the chill of winter. Bai Qian summoned a serving girl to bring hot tea and personally handed it to Feng Jiu, saying, "Have a sip to warm yourself. Do not let the cold take hold of you." Feng Jiu accepted the teacup, yet the warmth that touched her fingertips could not dispel the chill deep within her heart. She gazed at the swirling tea, murmuring, "Auntie, do you think Donghua Emperor might be in trouble?" Bai Qian sat beside her, gently patting her back. Donghua is an ancient deity and possesses means to safeguard his life. However, his cultivation will surely suffer due to the interruption in his tribulation. Yet, you must understand, this tribulation was undertaken to fulfill the bond between us. Although circumstances have changed, it is not entirely unfavorable. At the very least, the mortal ties between you and him have been resolved. But I can't shake the feeling that I have brought him harm. Feng Jiu's voice quivered with suppressed tears. If it weren't for my delaying tactics, he wouldn't. Foolish child, Bai Qian interrupted her, her gaze tender yet resolute. The cycle of heaven has its own ordained course. Your connection with Donghua began the moment he saved you on Junji Mountain. This mortal tribulation is merely an interlude in your shared fate. Now that the interlude has concluded, the path ahead is for you to traverse alone. You are the princess of Qingqiu and must not dwell in the shadows of the past. Feng Jiu remained silent, burying her face in Bai Qian's shoulder, her muffled sobs gradually subsiding. Bai Qian gently stroked her long hair, yet her thoughts were consumed by the implications of Donghua's diminished powers, the imminent awakening of Mo Yuan, and the precarious state of Qingcang's seal. It seemed that the 4 seas and 8 wildernesses were on the brink of a great calamity. Meanwhile, within the Taichun Palace of the 9 Heavens, the atmosphere was stifling, almost suffocating. Donghua reclined on a soft couch, his complexion as pale as parchment, with traces of blood still lingering at the corners of his lips. He attempted to lift the teacup from the table, but his fingers trembled uncontrollably, causing the cup to slip and shatter on the floor. Ming knelt before him, his head bowed low, guilt lacing his voice. "Your Majesty, it was my miscalculation. I did not foresee the depth of your feelings for Lady Chun, which led to the current situation. It is of no concern to you," Donghua replied hoarsely, weariness evident in his tone. "It is my own obsession that has disrupted the heavenly order." He closed his eyes, the image of Feng Jiu as she leaped into the river flickering in his mind, along with her worried gaze, pure concern that had brought him warmth he had never known in the 9 Heavens. Yet it was this very warmth that caused him to lose his balance during his tribulation. At that moment, a faint sound of footsteps echoed from outside the hall, and Su Bai's figure appeared at the doorway. He did not bow, but walked directly to Donghua, his consciousness enveloping Donghua like a delicate web. After a moment, Su Bai's brow furrowed deeply, his eyes filled with gravity. "Your cultivation is nearly depleted. You may now be inferior to an ordinary immortal." Donghua opened his eyes and regarded Su Bai with calm indifference. "The backlash from the heavenly order is inevitable." "Inevitable?" Su Bai's voice rose sharply, tinged with incredulity. "As Feng Jiu's uncle, I acknowledge your feelings for her. The heavens bear witness. But as a deity of the 4 seas and 8 wildernesses, I must ask, what necessity is there for this? Why must one complete Feng Jiu at this juncture?" He paused, his tone laden with helplessness. "Do you not realize that the revival of the god Mo Yuan is imminent, and that Qingcang is about to break free? Now, with the 9 Heavens deprived of your formidable strength, should Qingcang emerge, the heavenly clan will undoubtedly suffer great losses." Donghua remained silent, offering no reply. Did he not understand the consequences? Yet, having witnessed Feng Jiu leap into the river to save him, and seeing her heartbroken by his demise, he found himself unable to remain detached. He could endure the trials of tribulation, but he could not bear the thought of Feng Jiu enduring even the slightest grievance. Su Bai observed his silence, sighed deeply, and took a seat beside him, choosing not to speak further. The chamber was filled solely with the sounds of their breathing and the distant roar of the rolling clouds outside. After a lengthy pause, Su Bai finally broke the silence. "When Mo Yuan awakens, his strength will be comparable to yours at present. Thus, I shall reinforce Qingcang's seal. However, I have a plan that I would like you to consider." Donghua turned to Su Bai, a flicker of interest illuminating his gaze. "Pray, elaborate." Su Bai leaned back, his arms resting on the edge of the seat, his tone unfazed. "In due time, I shall journey to Yingzhou. You are aware that Ingzhou harbors 4 ferocious beasts left by our paternal deity, possessing a portion of his divine power. I shall slay those 4 creatures and seize the paternal deity's power. Then, even in your and Mo Yuan's absence, we need not fear for Qing Tsang's matters." Upon hearing of the paternal deity's divine power, Dong Hua's eyes widened briefly in surprise, quickly replaced by understanding. "You intend to utilize the paternal deity's power to counter the apocalyptic force of the Donghuang Bell? Theoretically, it is feasible. Yet those 4 beasts are formidable. It may be perilous for you to venture alone. Perilous or not, I must go." Su Bai rose, brushing off non-existent dust. His tone resolute. One cannot simply watch as Qing Tsang breaks the seal, plunging the realms into chaos. "Fear not, I shall exercise caution. When time permits, I will slay those 4 beasts." With that, Su Bai ceased to speak, his figure flickering before vanishing from Taichin Palace. Dong Hua gazed in the direction of his departure, his expression complex. Though Su Bai appeared frivolous, he harbored a profound concern for the realms. With him present, perhaps this catastrophe could indeed be weathered safely. After leaving Taichin Palace, Su Bai did not return directly to Qingqiu, but instead flew towards Kunlun ruins. The Kunlun ruins, perpetually shrouded in mist and ethereal energy, showcased the distant snow-capped mountains glistening under the sun's radiant glow. Upon landing, he soon spotted Dai Feng hastening towards him, the eldest disciple of Mo Yuan, who had been safeguarding Kunlun ruins since Mo Yuan's slumber. "Your Excellency Su Bai." Dai Feng bowed respectfully, his tone reverent. "Have you come today regarding the revival of God Mo Yuan?" Su Bai nodded, his gaze sweeping over the courtyard of Kunlun ruins. And he stated calmly, "Prepare Mo Yuan's alchemy furnace. I shall require it in due course." He intended to procure the paternal deity's divine power from Ingzhou and would likely need the alchemy furnace upon his return to refine it for better mastery. Although Dai Feng felt perplexed, he refrained from further inquiries, promptly responding, "Yes, I shall attend to it immediately." Su Bai nodded softly before vanishing once more. His destination this time was the 10-mile peach blossom grove. The grove, perpetually adorned with blossoms, showcased pink peach flowers that resembled clouds and rosy clouds, filling the air with a subtle fragrance. There, Jian sat beside a stone table under the peach trees, brewing peach blossom wine. Upon seeing Su Bai's arrival, a glimmer of amusement flickered in his eyes. "A rare visitor. What brings you to my grove today?" Approaching the stone table, Su Bai took a seat without ceremony, poured himself a cup of peach blossom wine, and downed it in one gulp. "What else could it be? I'm troubled and came here to drown my sorrows in drink." Jian poured himself a cup and raised an eyebrow, inquiring, "Is this about Dong Hua? I heard he returned prematurely from his tribulations, provoking a backlash from the heavenly path and suffering significant damage to his cultivation." "Not just that." Su Bai placed his cup down, his tone heavy. "Mo Yuan is about to awaken, and the seal placed by Qing Tsang is nearing its limit. With Dong Hua's cultivation compromised and Mo Yuan's strength uncertain upon awakening, the safety of the 4 seas and 8 wastelands may soon rest upon my shoulders." Hearing this, Jian's smile gradually faded, and he sighed. "The cycle of heavenly law is inescapable. Nonetheless, since you have a plan, pursue it without reservation. Should you require assistance, do not hesitate to ask." Su Bai nodded and poured another cup of wine. "Rest assured, I'm not that weak. I merely came today to enjoy some wine and share my troubles, for there are few who I can confide in." Jian chuckled softly, choosing not to say more, but instead accompanying Su Bai in a series of toasts. The rich aroma of the peach blossom wine lingered in their mouths, yet it did little to alleviate the worries harbored in their hearts. The distant peach blossoms danced in the wind, cascading onto the stone table and into the wine cups, adding a touch of melancholy. Meanwhile, within the fox den of Qingqiu, Bai Qian continued to console Feng Jiu. After several hours of persuasion, Feng Jiu's emotions had stabilized considerably, though the sadness in her eyes had not fully dissipated. Observing her, Bai Qian pondered before speaking. "Little Jiu, let your aunt take you somewhere." Feng Jiu looked up, her eyes filled with curiosity. "Where to?" "To the southern wilderness," Bai Qian replied. "Your second brother is currently there attending to some matters. Staying there for a while, in a different environment, might ease your heart. Moreover, with your father present, he can take good care of you." Feng Jiu remained silent for a moment before nodding. She understood that Bai Qian had her best interests at heart. Remaining in Qingqiu, surrounded by familiar sights, would only deepen her longing for Donghua. A change of scenery in the southern wilderness might indeed help her gradually let go. Seeing her agreement, Bai Qian felt a sense of relief and promptly arranged for a cloud to be summoned. The two ascended upon the cloud, soaring toward the southern wilderness. Unlike Qingqiu, the southern wilderness was characterized by vast grasslands and mountains, with a warm climate and the scent of fresh grass in the air. Upon landing, they were greeted by Bai Yi, accompanied by several attendants. Bai Yi, Bai Qian's second brother and Feng Jiu's father, was tall and robust, his face marked by resolute features. Upon seeing Feng Jiu, his eyes filled with compassion. "Little Jiu, you have suffered." Feng Jiu rushed into Bai Yi's embrace, her voice choked with emotion. "Father." Bai Yi gently patted her back, soothing her. "It's all right now. Everything will be fine. You have your father here." He turned to Bai Qian, his eyes filled with gratitude. "Qian, thank you for bringing Xiaojiu here." Bai Qian shook her head. "Second brother, you are too polite. Xiaojiu is also my niece. She has been feeling unsettled lately. Perhaps staying in the south wilderness for a while will do her good." Bai Yi nodded. "Rest assured, I will take good care of her." He entrusted Feng Jiu to a nearby maid, instructing her to take Feng Jiu to rest, then took Bai Qian by the hand and led her towards his residence. "Qian, since you've come to the south wilderness, let us share a few drinks and reminisce." Bai Qian responded with a smile. "Sure, I also have some things I wish to discuss with you." As they entered the residence, the servants had already prepared the food and wine. Bai Yi poured a glass of wine for Bai Qian and spoke. "I have heard about Donghua and am aware of the current situation in the Nine Heavens. Rest assured, should there be any conflict, the military forces of the South Wilderness can be mobilized at any time." Warmth filled Bai Qian's heart as she raised her glass to clink with his. "Thank you, second brother. With your words, I feel much more at ease." As they sipped their wine, they chatted about trivial matters, from the small affairs of Qingqiu to the recent happenings in the South Wilderness, and then to the state of the Nine Heavens. After several rounds of drinks, a rosy hue appeared on Bai Qian's cheeks. She looked at Bai Yi and softly said, "Second brother, I have always envied you. You guard a piece of land in the South Wilderness and protect your people, free from the turmoil and worries that plague others." Bai Yi sighed. "Everyone has their own responsibilities. You are the queen of Qingqiu, bearing the safety of your realm. Donghua is the emperor of the Nine Heavens, responsible for the peace of the four seas and 8 wildernesses. My role in the South Wilderness is merely fulfilling my duty." Bai Qian nodded, choosing not to speak further, simply drinking in silence. She understood that no matter how arduous the path ahead, she must continue for the sake of Qingqiu, for Feng Jiu, and for the beings across the 4 seas and 8 wildernesses. As night deepened, the South Wilderness prairie sparkled with starlight, and the distant sound of herdsmen singing echoed, melodious and tranquil. The lights in Bai Yi's residence still burned brightly, and the wine in their cups glimmered softly. Their conversation gradually quieted, but both silently prayed that they could safely weather the impending calamity. In the Taichin Palace of the Nine Heavens, Donghua still reclined on the soft couch, gazing out at the sea of clouds. He knew that Su Bai's plan was their only hope, yet he remained troubled, aware that his divine father's powers were not easily attained, and the strength of the 4 fierce beasts exceeded imagination. Su Bai's journey was fraught with peril. Chapter 37. After the wine, words unspoken, the mysterious woman steals the immortal body of Mo Yuan. The night enveloped the winged realm like a thick ink, casting its dark hue over every inch of land. The flickering lights of the glorious purple palace danced in the heavy darkness, illuminating the disheveled banquet table within, where the air was thick with the rich yet pungent scent of liquor, intertwining with the winged realm's characteristic chill, radiating a sense of despondency and restlessness. Li Jing leaned against a soft couch adorned with black fox fur, his disheveled hair cascading over his shoulders. His usually striking features were now clouded by intoxication, his gaze hazy, as he clutched a wine jug tightly, the liquid spilling forth and soaking his dark brocade robe, yet he remained oblivious, continuously pouring more spirits into his mouth. The revelry within the palace had long ceased. The dancers and musicians had tactfully withdrawn, leaving behind a few trembling attendants cowering in the corners, too fearful to intrude. Ever since the mysterious woman had given birth to a stillborn child, the atmosphere in the glorious purple palace had grown increasingly oppressive, and Li Jing sought solace in drink, drowning his sorrows in a futile attempt to forget the anguish and emptiness that plagued his heart. "Drink," Keep drinking. He mumbled incoherently, raising the jug once more. But his unsteady hand caused it to crash heavily onto the table, producing a sharp clatter, spilling most of its contents across the surface. His gaze was vacant, yet his mind involuntarily flashed back to fragments of centuries past at Kunlun ruins, when he was young and reckless, delivering invitations and encountering that striking young disciple, Si Yin. Clad in white, Si Yin's carefree spirit and vibrant presence had left an indelible mark upon his heart, yet as time unfolded, the fervent emotions of youth had been dulled by the vicissitudes of life, leaving only a vague afterimage. Si Yin, Si Yin. Li Jing muttered to himself, a self-deprecating smile curling at the corners of his lips. How blind I was back then, unable to see that you were a woman. His words, though softly spoken, resonated with clarity in the stillness of the hall. No sooner had he uttered them than a slender figure emerged from the inner chamber, the mysterious woman, dressed in luxurious garments, her pallor betraying a hidden malice despite her weary appearance. Since the loss of her child, she had become increasingly paranoid and restless, unable to find solace in sleep. Today, upon hearing of Li Jing's drunken revelry, she had risen to confront him. Initially laden with grievances, she intended to confront Li Jing, but she inadvertently overheard his drunken ramblings. What did you say? The mysterious woman's steps faltered, a flicker of disbelief crossing her features, her voice trembling ever so slightly. Si Yin is a woman? Startled by her voice, Li Jing slowly lifted his head, his bleary eyes meeting hers. He nodded, then shook his head, his speech muddled. Yes. Back at Kunlun ruins. I should have realized, such delicate thoughts, such unintentional softness. How could it belong to an ordinary man? He continued to ramble, utterly unaware of the rapid changes in the mysterious woman's expression. She stood frozen, her mind racing with a cacophony of thoughts, each crashing like thunder in her consciousness. She recalled the image of Si Yin at Kunlun ruins years ago, clad in white as pure as snow, with features as exquisite as a painting. Though she feigned a male guise, it could not conceal the unique aura that surrounded her. At that time, she merely regarded Si Yin as the most favored disciple of Mo Yuan, harboring feelings of jealousy, never once considering that the other was a woman. Si Yin was indeed a woman. The words echoed softly in Xian Nu's mind, her gaze sharpening with intensity. The 17th disciple of Mo Yuan, Si Yin. Bai Qian of Qingqiu. A bold hypothesis began to take shape within her, causing her to tremble uncontrollably. In her youth, Bai Qian, the princess of Qingqiu, had once disguised herself as Si Yin to seek Mo Yuan as her master, becoming his sole female disciple. Thus, the one she had envied for so long, Si Yin, was indeed the renowned queen of Qingqiu, Bai Qian. If Si Yin were Bai Qian, then after Mo Yuan sacrificed himself to the Eastern Emperor's bell, his celestial body must surely be with Bai Qian. As this thought emerged, a glimmer of greed and fervor ignited in Xian Nu's eyes. Ever since the birth of her stillborn child, she had been frantically searching for methods to resurrect her offspring. In recent days, she had scoured ancient texts and invested immense effort, finally discovering a legendary forbidden technique. If she could obtain a complete celestial body imbued with profound divine essence and use her own blood as a catalyst, coupled with the secret methods of the forbidden art, she could summon back her child's soul, allowing it to be reborn through the power of the celestial body. However, celestial bodies are exceedingly precious, often guarded by formidable beings. Acquiring one is no easy feat. She had nearly succumbed to despair, but did not anticipate that a twist of fate would lead her to such crucial information from Li Jing's drunken ramblings. Mo Yuan, the ancient war god, was a pinnacle powerhouse, renowned alongside Dong Hua the emperor. His celestial body, having endured for millennia, surely contained rich and powerful divine essence, making it the perfect vessel for resurrecting her child. Mo Yuan's celestial body must be in Qingqiu. It must be. Xian Nu's excitement rendered her breath quickened, her hands tightly clenched, nails digging into her palms, drawing blood without her noticing. She calmed herself and pondered the concealed terrain of Qingqiu, rich in divine energy, contemplating where would be the most suitable place to hide Mo Yuan's celestial body. It needed to be undisturbed while nourishing the divine essence to prevent decay. Yanhua Cave. A sudden illumination struck her, and she blurted out the name. She had heard of Yanhua Cave in Qingqiu, filled with rare treasures and exotic herbs, enveloped in divine energy, and protected by a natural barrier, making it the most secret and secure location in Qingqiu. Since Bai Qian would need to conceal Mo Yuan's celestial body, she would undoubtedly choose such an exceptional refuge. Time was of the essence. Qian Nu could no longer contain her overwhelming joy and urgency. She cast a glance at the still unconscious Li Jing, devoid of any lingering affection. Only cold determination in her eyes. She swiftly turned and returned to the inner chamber, quickly donning a set of black attire suitable for action, and retrieved a disguise pill from her vanity, consuming it. Then, she harnessed her celestial power, concealing her aura. Having completed her mission, she soared out of the grand Zimming Palace like a silent bat in the dark of night, racing towards the direction of Qingqiu. The night breeze fluttered her garments, creating a soft rustle, while a frenzied flame burned in her eyes. Her heart was consumed by a singular thought: to obtain the celestial body of Mo Yuan and resurrect her child. The night in Qingqiu was serene and tranquil. The 10-mile peach orchard bathed in a gentle silver glow under the moonlight, and the fragrant aroma of the flora was intoxicating. Outside the Yanhua cave, Migu held a lantern, patrolling near the entrance. As the steward of Qingqiu, he was entrusted by Bai Qian to guard the Yanhua cave day and night, ensuring the safety of the celestial body of the esteemed Mo Yuan. Yawning and rubbing his weary eyes, he muttered to himself, "My aunt has gone to the southern wilderness to visit the second prince. I wonder when she will return. I cannot afford any negligence in guarding this cave. A mistake would be beyond my capacity to bear." At that moment, a slender figure emerged slowly from the depths of the peach grove, bathed in the moonlight. It was none other than Bai Qian, clad in a simple white gown, her gentle brows and eyes exuding a soft Qingqiu aura, indistinguishable from the true Bai Qian. This was, of course, the transformed Qian Nu. Having rushed through, she finally arrived in Qingqiu, and with her general understanding of the terrain, she successfully located the Yanhua cave. Upon seeing Mi Gu at the entrance, her heart tightened, but she compelled herself to remain calm, mimicking Bai Qian's usual tone as she softly spoke, "Mi Gu, I have returned." Upon hearing the voice, Mi Gu quickly looked up, and, upon recognizing Bai Qian, his face immediately lit up with joy. He hurried forward to pay his respects. "Aunt, you have returned. Why have you come back so late? How is everything with the second prince?" "All is well," Qian Nu replied in Bai Qian's tone, giving a slight nod. Yet her eyes discreetly scanned the entrance of the cave. "I was a bit worried about my master's celestial body, so I hurried back to check. Rest assured, I have been here all along, never leaving a step. The Yanhua cave is safe and sound," Mi Gu respectfully responded, harboring no suspicion. The person before him, in terms of appearance, aura, and mannerisms, was a perfect replica of Bai Qian, leaving him oblivious to the fact that she was merely an imposter in disguise. "Thank you for your hard work," Qian Nu said with a slight nod, her tone laced with an imperceptible urgency. "Please, lead me inside to have a look." "Of course." Mi Gu, without further thought, turned and walked towards the Yanhua cave, conversing as he went. "During your absence, I have entered daily to clean the ice coffin. The celestial body remains intact, and its aura has not faded." Qian Nu followed closely behind, her heart brimming with joy, though her expression remained composed. Passing through layers of natural barriers, the two entered the interior of the Yanhua cave. The light within was gentle, with exotic flowers and plants emitting a soft glow, and the air was thick with the rich essence of the celestial realm. At the very center stood a stone platform, upon which a crystal ice coffin lay in tranquil repose. The coffin, glistening and translucent, revealed the figure of a man within, Mo Yuan, clad in dark battle armor, his countenance handsome and serene. Even after millennia of slumber, he exuded an overwhelming aura of ancient divinity. The moment Qian Nu laid eyes upon the coffin, her breath hitched, and a glimmer of greed ignited within her gaze, nearly overwhelming her with the impulse to rush forward. Yet, she understood that the time was not ripe. Standing respectfully by, Mi Gu bowed his head, awaiting Bai Qian's examination. Seizing the opportunity, Qian Nu inhaled deeply and, with a sudden surge of celestial power, unleashed a chilling gust directed at Mi Gu's back. With a resounding thud, he fell, blood spilling from his lips, his body collapsing as consciousness slipped away. "An inconvenient obstacle," Qian Nu remarked disdainfully, casting a cold glance at the unconscious Mi Gu. Unable to contain her desires any longer, she swiftly approached the crystal ice coffin, gently caressing its surface, savoring the potent celestial essence emanating from within, her face alight with a frenzied yet satisfied smile. "Thank you, Mo Yuan, for fulfilling my ambition," she murmured, her hands forming swift incantations as she chanted quietly. With her words, a black light surged from her palm, enveloping the entire ice coffin. The coffin trembled slightly before gradually shrinking, ultimately becoming the size of a palm, which Xian Nu deftly stowed away in the spatial realm at her waist. Having accomplished her deed, she lingered not a moment longer, turning swiftly to dash out of the cave, soon vanishing into the night of Qingqiu, leaving behind the unconscious Mi Gu in the desolate Yanhua cave. The night passed without incident. As dawn broke, the first rays of morning light filtered through the gaps in the peach forest, casting a glow outside Yanhua cave. Mi Gu gradually regained consciousness, his head throbbing painfully, a sharp ache radiating from his back. Struggling to rise, fleeting images from the previous night flashed through his mind. The return of the lady, leading him into Yanhua cave, followed by the sudden onslaught of a gust of wind. Oh no! Panic gripped his heart, and an intense unease surged within him as he staggered into Yanhua cave, disregarding his physical agony. Upon seeing the stone platform devoid of its contents, the crystal ice coffin that once housed Mo Yuan vanished without a trace. Mi Gu felt as though struck by lightning. His face turned ashen, and his legs buckled, collapsing to the ground. "It's over. All is lost," he muttered in despair, his voice trembling with hopelessness. The celestial body of Mo Yuan was gone. "I have caused a grave calamity. I have wrought disaster." He understood the significance of Mo Yuan's celestial form to Bai Qian, to all of Qingqiu, and indeed to the entirety of the realms. Now, with the celestial body stolen, he could not escape culpability, should calamity arise from this. No amount of penance could atone for his failure. In his state of panic and disarray, a familiar silhouette emerged from outside the cave. It was Bai Qian, having hastily returned from the southern wilderness. Bai Qian's expedition to the southern wilderness was originally intended to ensure the well-being of Fengjiu. Upon witnessing Fengjiu's emotional stabilization under Bai Yi's care, she found herself increasingly troubled by the fates of Qingqiu and Mo Yuan's celestial form. Thus, she hurriedly returned early in the morning. As she approached the entrance of Yanhua cave, she encountered Mi Gu, who sat slumped on the ground, his complexion pale. "Mi Gu, what has happened?" Bai Qian's heart clenched with concern as she rushed forward to inquire. Mi Gu, upon hearing her voice, abruptly lifted his head. Initially, a flicker of confusion crossed his features, soon replaced by an overwhelming surge of fury and grievance. He sprang to his feet, pointing an accusatory finger at Bai Qian, his voice quivering with indignation. "Qian Nu, you vile enchantress, how dare you disguise yourself as my esteemed aunt and steal the celestial form of the divine Mo Yuan? Now that your deception is uncovered, you still have the audacity to return." "What?" Bai Qian was momentarily taken aback, her face a portrait of disbelief. "Mi Gu, what nonsense are you spouting? I have just returned from the southern wilderness. What Qian Nu? What theft of celestial forms? Do not attempt to deny it." Mi Gu trembled with rage. "You returned last night and insisted that I lead you into Yanhua cave. While I was caught off guard, you knocked me unconscious. And upon regaining consciousness, Mo Yuan's celestial form had vanished. Did you think that by masquerading as my aunt, I would not recognize you? Enchantress, return the celestial form of Mo Yuan at once." Only then did Bai Qian comprehend the gravity of the situation. Her brow furrowed as she swiftly summoned her celestial power, a faint azure aura enveloping her. In a grave tone, she declared, "Mi Gu, look closely. I am the true Bai Qian, not some Xian Nu in disguise. Feel my essence." The chilling aura of Xian Nu is starkly different from the pure, celestial energy of Qingqiu. Upon hearing this, Mi Gu instinctively focused on Bai Qian's essence. It was a pure and magnificent celestial energy from Qingqiu, warm and pristine, a stark contrast to the chilling aura that had emanated from the impostor the previous night. He stood in stunned silence, his fury gradually dissipating, replaced by profound confusion and fear. "Aunt, is it truly you? Then who was the person last night?" That person was undoubtedly an impostor disguised as Xian Nu. Bai Qian's expression darkened, a glint of resolve flashing in her eyes. "She not only stole my master's celestial form, but also harmed you. Only then did Migu fully grasp the situation, collapsing to his knees with a voice laced with sorrow. "Aunt, I am to blame. I failed to recognize the enchantress's disguise, allowing Mo Yuan's celestial form to be stolen. Please punish me." "Rise," Bai Qian commanded, taking a deep breath to suppress the anger and anxiety brewing within her. "You are not at fault in this matter. Qian Nu's disguise is indeed formidable, and it is understandable that you were deceived by her imitation of my essence and demeanor." She stood tall, casting her gaze towards the realm of wings, her eyes brimming with lethal intent. Mo Yuan was her most revered master. How could she tolerate the theft of his celestial form? "Qian Nu, you are audacious." Bai Qian gritted her teeth, extending her left hand. A flash of azure light erupted, and the Yuqing Kuan Luan fan materialized in her grasp. The intricate patterns of Kuan Luan Su shimmered in the morning light, exuding a fierce aura. "Today, I shall rend you into 1,000 pieces and reclaim my master's celestial form." Before her words faded, Bai Qian transformed into a streak of light, vanishing instantaneously from the entrance of Yanhua Cave, racing towards the direction of the great purple Ming Palace in the Wing Realm. Migu watched Bai Qian's departing silhouette, his heart still laden with anxiety. He was aware of Bai Qian's divine prowess, yet the cunning Qian Nu posed a significant threat, and the great purple Ming Palace was a territory teeming with formidable experts. Bai Qian's solitary venture could indeed be perilous. Without hesitation, he swiftly retrieved a communication jade talisman from his pocket, infused it with celestial energy, and promptly relayed the unfolding situation to Su Bai, anxiously awaiting a response, fervently hoping that the divine Su Bai would hasten to provide assistance. Meanwhile, within the 10-mile peach grove, the springtime was splendid. The hills were adorned with flourishing peach blossoms, their pink petals cascading with the breeze, resembling a gentle rain of petals. By a stone table, Su Bai and Jiyan sat across from one another, a freshly brewed pot of peach blossom wine and 2 cups resting before them, the air infused with the delightful scents of wine and blossoms, serene and leisurely. Jiyan poured a cup of wine for Su Bai and smiled, saying, "This peach blossom wine is freshly brewed, rich in flavor. Do give it a taste." With the tempest brewing across the realms, such tranquil moments for enjoying wine are indeed rare. Su Bai lifted his cup, savoring a sip of the wine, its fragrant richness enveloping his palate, accompanied by a hint of sweetness. He set down his cup and gazed towards the direction of the 9 heavens, speaking with a calm demeanor. "What is destined to come will inevitably arrive. All we can do is fulfill our duties and leave the rest to fate." Just then, the communication jade talisman at Su Bai's waist suddenly illuminated, emanating a soft glow. He raised an eyebrow, retrieving the talisman and infusing it with his divine consciousness. Moments later, the serene expression on Su Bai's face vanished without a trace, replaced by profound gravity and seething fury. He abruptly stood, shattering the wine cup on the ground with a resounding crash, the wine splattering everywhere. "What happened?" Jiyan inquired, his heart tightening at the sight. The wretched Qian Nu dared to disguise herself as Qian Qian, infiltrating Qingqiu, Yanhua Cave, to steal Mo Yuan's celestial body. Su Bai's voice was icy and piercing, radiating an overwhelming aura that made the surrounding peach blossoms tremble uncontrollably. "Qian Qian has already ventured alone to the great purple Ming Palace." Before his words could fully dissipate, Su Bai transformed into a brilliant golden light, vanishing from the 10-mile peach grove, leaving behind a resounding echo in the air. "Jiyan, keep an eye on Qingqiu. I shall return shortly." Jiyan watched the direction in which Su Bai had departed, his smile fading, replaced by a look of deep concern. This Qian Nu is truly audacious. Things are bound to become chaotic now. Chapter 38. Bai Qian's Assault on the Grand Ziming Palace. Su Bai blinds the Qian Nu. The atmosphere in the Grand Ziming Palace of the Winged Realm was suffocatingly tense. Ever since Qian Nu had stolen back Mo Yuan's celestial body, she had ordered an enhancement of the palace's defenses, with countless winged soldiers wielding sharp blades patrolling vigilantly, as if preparing for an impending battle. Deep within the palace, in Qian Nu's dimly lit chamber, an eerie aura permeated the air. At the center of the grand hall lay the Qian crystal ice coffin, before which Qian Nu stood, clutching a dagger that shimmered with a dark radiance. The blade was inscribed with intricate and malevolent runes, the very sacrificial dagger she had prepared to resurrect her child. A mad smile graced her face, and her eyes sparkled with obsessive fervor as she chanted incantations, ready to plunge the dagger into Mo Yuan's celestial form, using her own blood to activate the forbidden art. "My child, wait just a moment longer. Mother will bring you back," Xian Nu murmured, her voice hoarse yet filled with desperate anticipation. Her hand trembled slightly with excitement as the dagger's tip inched closer to the Xian crystallized coffin, poised to make contact with Mo Yuan's slumbering figure. At that critical moment, a thunderous roar erupted as the doors of the chamber were shattered by an overwhelming celestial force, splintering wood and sending debris flying. A figure clad in pure white, exuding a chilling aura of lethal intent, suddenly materialized at the entrance. It was Bai Qian, ablaze with righteous fury. "Xian Nu, how dare you?" Her voice rang out like shattering ice, imbued with an icy coldness. Bai Qian's gaze was frigid as she abruptly unfurled the Yuqing Kunlun fan. The fan's surface shimmered with the ethereal images of celestial mountains, and a fierce azure wind blade tore through the air, aimed directly at the dagger in Xian Nu's grasp. Xian Nu's expression shifted dramatically. Instinctively, she attempted to evade, but she was ultimately a moment too late. With a sharp clang, the wind blade struck the hilt of the dagger, the immense force causing Xian Nu's grip to falter, and the dagger clattered to the ground, skidding away. "Bai Qian, how did you arrive so swiftly?" Xian Nu's shock morphed into anger as she regarded the menacing Bai Qian at the doorway, a flicker of panic crossing her features. But soon, her demeanor hardened. It seemed the waste from the misty valley had awakened. Yet, perhaps it was fortuitous. She would allow Bai Qian to witness the resurrection of her child, to see Mo Yuan's celestial body become the vessel for her offspring, thus enacting her long-awaited revenge. "Revenge?" Bai Qian scoffed, her footsteps light as she approached with an ethereal grace. With a flourish of the Yuqing Kunlun fan, countless azure wind blades surged forth like a torrential downpour, aimed at Xian Nu. "You have stolen my master's celestial body and practiced forbidden arts. Today, I shall enact justice on behalf of the heavens and take your life." Xian Nu, unwilling to confront the assault head-on, quickly summoned her celestial power, enveloping herself in a layer of black barrier to deflect the incoming wind blades. The sounds of impact resonated continuously as the barrier quaked under the onslaught, rippling like disturbed water. "Is that all you've got?" A trace of derision flickered in Xian Nu's eyes as she raised her hand and commanded, "Come forth." As her words fell, the doors to the side chambers swung open, and a throng of winged soldiers surged in like a tidal wave, each brandishing long spears and blades, their eyes fierce, emanating a chilling presence. In the blink of an eye, Bai Qian found herself encircled, forming an impenetrable wall of humanity. "Bai Qian, this is the Wing realm, not your Qingqiu." Xian Nu retreated behind the Wing army, a triumphant smile gracing her features. "Today, I shall witness how you, the Queen of Qingqiu, can possibly escape the Grand Ziming Palace alive." Bai Qian surveyed her surroundings, gazing at the throngs of the Wing army without a hint of trepidation. Instead, her resolve intensified. Drawing a deep breath, celestial energy surged within her, flowing into the Yuqing Kunlun fan, its brilliance escalating as the ethereal image of Kunlun grew ever clearer. "A horde of rabble dares to obstruct me?" With a commanding shout, Bai Qian swept her fan, conjuring a colossal azure wall of wind that surged towards the encroaching troops. As the wind wall passed, anguished cries filled the air, bodies were torn apart by the wind blades, blood sprayed forth, and a multitude fell in an instant. Though she possessed divine prowess, her combat experience paled in comparison to seasoned warriors like Dong Hua and Mo Yuan. Moreover, her habitual languor in cultivation, preferring the tranquil life of Qingqiu, rendered her increasingly fatigued against the endless tide of the Wing army. Undeterred by death, the soldiers pressed forward, their cold, lethal blades relentlessly striking towards Bai Qian. In her desperate evasion, a slip revealed a vulnerability. A spear grazed her arm, dark malevolence seeping into her wound, bringing excruciating pain. Suddenly, another Wing general seized the opportunity, landing a blow upon her shoulder, instantly staining her pristine garments with crimson, the blood pooling upon the ground. Bai Qian stifled a groan, her breath becoming erratic. Gritting her teeth against the agony, she continued to wield the Yuqing Kunlun fan, dispatching the surrounding foes. Yet, her wounds multiplied, her celestial energy waned, and her complexion paled. From a distance, Xian Nu observed Bai Qian's retreat with a cruel smile. Bai Qian, surrender. You cannot hope to defeat me. Submit to witnessing my child's resurrection, and perhaps I shall allow you to remain intact. Bai Qian clenched her jaw, a flicker of stubborn defiance igniting in her eyes. Just as she prepared to expend her last vestiges of celestial power in a final stand against the Wing army, a blinding golden light erupted from above, saturating the entire palace. Amidst the golden radiance, a tall figure gradually emerged, exuding a magnificent aura of phoenix flames. The searing heat ignited the very air around, causing the Wing army to instinctively recoil in fear. Qian, Su Bai's voice rang out, laden with urgency and uncontainable fury. Upon witnessing Bai Qian, wounded and pale, ensnared by the Wing army, his killing intent surged to its zenith. His phoenix flames erupted violently, akin to an inferno, surging towards the encircling forces. Screams echoed as the Wing army, touched by the phoenix flames, were swiftly consumed, leaving not even a trace of ash behind. In but a fleeting moment, the multitude of winged soldiers within the palace vanished without a trace, leaving only a grim tapestry of bloodstains and the acrid scent of charred remnants. Su Bai, forsaking all else, hastened to Bai Qian's side, enveloping her in an embrace laced with profound sorrow and guilt. Qian, I apologize for my tardiness. I have subjected you to suffering. Leaning against Su Bai's warm embrace, Bai Qian inhaled his familiar scent and the formidable aura of protection he exuded. The tension in her body finally dissipated, and the stubbornness in her eyes transformed into a fleeting sense of grievance. Her voice tinged with a choked sob. Su Bai. Master S. Celestial Body. I am aware, Su Bai replied softly, gently patting her back, his gaze shifting toward the obsidian ice coffin at the center of the hall, his expression turning icy. I shall retrieve it for you. With a swift motion of his hand, a gentle golden light enveloped the obsidian ice coffin, securing it safely within his spatial realm. He then meticulously examined the wounds adorning Bai Qian's body, and as he beheld the gaping gashes that laid bare her bones, his fury ignited further. Goddess, you seek death. The goddess trembled under the oppressive force radiating from Su Bai, retreating in fear. She had never anticipated that he would arrive so swiftly, nor that his power would be so formidable, effortlessly annihilating her entire legion of winged soldiers. Just as Su Bai coalesced a phoenix flame imbued with annihilative power at his fingertips, poised to extinguish the goddess's life, a figure abruptly burst into the hall, positioning themselves protectively in front of her. Lord Su Bai, spare her. The newcomer, clad in a dark brocade robe, was Li Jing, who had just awakened from intoxication and rushed to the scene upon receiving the news. He bowed deeply before Su Bai, his tone laced with urgency and entreaty. The goddess was momentarily bewitched and has committed a grievous error. I implore you to show mercy, for she harbors a heart akin to that of a nurturing mother. Su Bai, still cradling Bai Qian, cast a cold gaze upon Li Jing, the phoenix fire at his fingertips continuing to flicker dangerously. He lowered his head, delicately wiping the blood from the corner of Bai Qian's mouth, his voice languid, yet steeped in an icy chill. Give me a reason. Why should I? Li Jing's body stiffened, and he remained silent for a considerable time. He understood that the goddess's transgressions were unforgivable. Stealing the celestial body of Mo Yuan and gravely wounding Bai Qian were offenses that warranted her death. Yet, he was acutely aware that the realm of wings was no longer what it once was. With his father, Qing Tsong, on the verge of breaking free, if the goddess were to be slain now, chaos would undoubtedly ensue within the realm, complicating matters further when facing Qing Tsong. Weighing the pros and cons, Li Jing lifted his gaze, determination etched in his eyes. My father, Qing Tsong, is about to break free. I possess a method to ensure he emerges severely weakened. Su Bai arched an eyebrow, tightening his embrace around Bai Qian as he slowly approached Li Jing, looking down upon him with a gaze sharp as a blade, as if attempting to pierce through his thoughts. Oh, pray, enlighten me on this method. The Eastern Emperor's bell seal is loosening when my father breaks free. He will expend tremendous divine energy to shatter the final layer of the seal. Li Jing slowly remarked, in my youth, I discovered a tome of secret arts within my father's hidden chamber. This technique allows me to summon my father's primordial spirit using my own blood to set the formation before he breaks the seal. While it cannot vanquish him, it can inflict severe damage, rendering him incapable of regaining his peak strength for at least a century. Su Bai remained silent, his gaze lingering on Li Jing's face for an extended period, seemingly assessing the veracity of his words. Beside them, Bai Qian leaned against Su Bai's embrace, murmuring, "Su Bai. Should Qing Tsung truly break free, the consequences would be dire. Li Jing's method may prove feasible." Turning to observe Bai Qian's pale visage and the trembling Xian Nu behind them, a flicker of resolve crossed Su Bai's eyes. He chuckled coldly. What a devoted son. Scheming against his own father for the sake of this woman. Very well, I shall spare her life. Such a romantic. Li Jing felt a sense of relief wash over him, ready to express his gratitude when he heard Su Bai's voice resound again, imbued with an undeniable authority. However, while death may be averted, she cannot escape her just deserts. She has harmed Qian Qian and coveted the divine body of the god of Mo Yuan. If left unpunished, my resentment shall not be quelled. Before his words faded, a slender beam of phoenix divine fire coalesced at Su Bai's fingertips, shooting forth like lightning towards Xian Nu's forehead. Ah! Xian Nu let out a piercing scream, her hands clutching her eyes as blood poured forth from her fingers. She could distinctly feel her eyes being scorched by the searing divine fire, her vision vanishing in an instant, leaving her engulfed in endless darkness and excruciating pain. Su Bai withdrew his divine power, casting a frigid gaze upon the writhing Xian Nu, his tone devoid of warmth. Having rendered your eyes useless serves as a lesson. Should you dare to commit evil again, next time it will not be merely your sight that is taken. Though a pang of sympathy struck Li Jing upon witnessing Xian Nu's plight, he recognized this was the best outcome and lowered his head in silence, refraining from further utterance. Su Bai turned away from them, gently cradling Bai Qian in a princess carry, his movements tender, contrasting sharply with his earlier ruthlessness. "Qian Qian, let us return home." Bai Qian nodded softly, resting her head against Su Bai's shoulder, feeling the warmth of his embrace and the steadiness of his heartbeat, her unease and pain gradually dissipating. As Su Bai held Bai Qian and turned to leave the hall, a golden light enveloped him, warding off the chilling atmosphere of the winged realm. Their figures slowly faded into the depths of the great purple Ming Palace, leaving behind a scene of disarray and the anguished cries of Xian Nu, alongside the complex expressions of Li Jing. On the journey back to Qingqiu, Su Bai channeled his celestial energy, continuously nurturing Bai Qian's body to alleviate her pain. Bai Qian closed her eyes and softly asked, "Su Bai, how is my master's divine body?" "Rest assured, the Xianjing ice coffin remains intact, and Mo Yuan's divine body has suffered no harm," Su Bai replied gently. "Upon our return to Qingqiu, I shall return the ice coffin to the Yanhua cave and nourish him with Phoenix divine fire to ensure all is well." Bai Qian responded with a soft a hint of a reassuring smile gracing her lips. She knew that with Su Bai by her side, everything would ultimately be all right. Yet, both individuals were acutely aware that the tranquility of the vast world was ultimately ephemeral. Before long, the silhouette of Qingqiu emerged within their sight, the vibrant expanse of peach blossoms continuing to bloom resplendently, while the familiar fragrance of the flora dispelled the chill of the winged realm. Su Bai embraced Bai Qian, gently descending onto the land of Qingqiu, making his way towards the direction of the Fox Den. Chapter 39. Jiyan informs Bai Qian that Mo Yuan will awaken within the warm embrace of the Fox Cave in Qingqiu. Su Bai carefully laid Bai Qian upon the soft couch, enveloping her delicate form in layers of exquisite silk blankets. Yet the scars, varying in depth, remained visible. He summoned gentle Phoenix divine fire at his fingertips, transforming it into shimmering golden sparks that tenderly caressed her wounds. As the divine flames danced, the flesh, tainted by the malevolent aura of the winged army, began to heal slowly, easing the furrowed brows that had been drawn tight with pain. "Lie still. I shall go to Yanhua Cave and settle your master. Then I will return swiftly," Su Bai murmured, leaning down to place a soft kiss upon Bai Qian's smooth forehead, his voice imbued with a warmth that seemed to drip like water. Bai Qian, still dazed, responded faintly, her eyes betraying a lingering weariness from the calamity she had endured, and soon she drifted into a deep slumber. As he gazed upon her tranquil visage, the tenderness in Su Bai's eyes slightly faded, giving way to an almost imperceptible gravity. He turned and quietly exited the Fox Cave, his form shimmering before transforming into a streak of golden light, racing towards the depths of Qingqiu to Yanhua Cave. Inside Yanhua Cave, a perpetual chill lingered. Thick layers of ice crystals adorned the stone walls, casting a cold luminescence. At the center of the cave, the stone platform that once held Mo Yuan's celestial body was now bare, save for a faint ring of celestial essence marks. Su Bai raised his hand with a flourish, revealing the entrance to the Shumi space before him, as the obsidian ice coffin glided forth, gently settling onto the stone platform with perfect precision. Within the coffin, Mo Yuan remained in a state of serene slumber, clad in robes whiter than snow, his handsome visage suggesting he had merely rested for a moment and could awaken at any time. Su Bai approached the ice coffin, leaning down to gaze at this deity who was both his mentor and friend. A flicker of complex emotions crossed his phoenix-like eyes: frustration, grievance, and a hint of disappointment. "Tell me, how is it that after all these years, you remain such a source of concern?" Su Bai sighed, his fingers lightly brushing against the icy surface of the coffin, his tone laced with melancholy. "Years ago, we sacrificed our primordial spirits to seal a Wei Qing song. Slumbering through the ages, Bai Qian has endured countless tribulations in search of you. Do you even comprehend her suffering?" He paused, recalling the sight of Bai Qian, battered and bruised, in the grand Ziming Palace, and his resentment swelled anew. "Just when you were on the brink of awakening, your celestial body was snatched away by that madwoman, Qian Nu. Had I not arrived in time, your form would have become a vessel for another S-child. What face would you have in the underworld then? And that Eastern Emperor bell you forged, it is a veritable bane," Su Bai continued, his brow furrowing, his dissatisfaction growing sharper. "A once hallowed artifact has been twisted into a tool of self-destruction. To seal a Wei Qing song, you have sacrificed yourself. And now he is on the verge of breaking free, leaving me to clean up this mess. Once this matter is resolved, I shall shatter that cursed bell, to prevent further troubles in the future." Only his voice echoed within the cave, as Mo Yuan remained in his deep slumber, unresponsive to Su Bai's lamentations. Yet, Su Bai held no illusions that he would hear. These words had been pent up within his heart for far too long, and now, before his celestial form, he finally had an outlet for his thoughts. Speaking of which, the young lady Qian possesses an undeniably obstinate temperament. As Su Bai reminisced about Bai Qian, his tone softened considerably. Despite her cultivation being inferior to ours, she resolutely ventured into the grand Ziming Palace to rescue you. Had it not been for the presence of the Yuqing Kunlun fan and my Nirvana true fire safeguarding her, she might have indeed fallen into the hands of the Qian Nu today. If only you had awakened sooner, we could have protected her, thus preventing her from taking such reckless risks." Seated beside the ice coffin, he rambled on, recounting tales from Kunlun Su and amusing anecdotes from Qingqiu, discussing the affairs of the 4 seas and 8 wastelands, as well as the trivialities between the two of them, as if Mo Yuan were merely an ordinary friend patiently listening to his prattle. The phoenix, known for its longevity, perceives time as mere fleeting moments. Yet, within these myriad years, only a few have earned his heartfelt trust, and Mo Yuan is undoubtedly one of them. Time passed unbeknownst to him, and Su Bai glanced at the still motionless Mo Yuan within the ice coffin, releasing a soft sigh. "Very well, no matter how much I speak, you cannot hear me. I shall return to look after Qian and visit you again another day." Rising to his feet, he brushed away non-existent dust from his robes and was about to turn away when he suddenly heard faint footsteps behind him, accompanied by the familiar fragrance of peach blossoms. Pausing momentarily, Su Bai turned to see Zhiyin approaching with a folding fan in hand, garbed in a delicate pink attire, leisurely walking in with a mysterious smile adorning his face. "What urgency compels your departure?" Zhiyin inquired, blocking Su Bai's path. Lowering his voice, he added, "I have good news to share. Mo Yuan is on the verge of awakening." "What did you say?" Su Bai spun around abruptly, his gaze sharp as he fixated on Zhiyin, his tone urgent and incredulous. "Who is awakening? Mo Yuan? Is he truly going to awaken? How can it be so soon?" He could scarcely believe his ears, for Mo Yuan had slumbered for countless millennia without any signs of awakening. How could he suddenly be on the brink of it? Could it be that his earlier complaints had stirred something? Zhiyin nodded slowly, gently tapping his palm with the fan, speaking at a measured pace. "Would I deceive you? I have just returned from the West Sea, where the eldest son of the Water Lord, Dai Yong, has been in a deep slumber for many years. The Water Lord, finding no other recourse, sent for me to examine him." Su Bai's brow furrowed, confusion etched across his features. "Dai Yong. I remember him. But what does this have to do with Mo Yuan awakening? One lies in the depths of the West Sea, the other in the Qingqiu Yanhua cave. They seem worlds apart. Ah, therein lies the crux, Zhi Yin interjected, retracting his fan and gesturing towards Su Bai with a degree of certainty. While I was treating Dai Yong, I sensed an otherworldly celestial essence residing within his consciousness, one that was neither his own. This essence was pure and overwhelming, infused with the unique aura of Kunlun Su. Realizing something was amiss, I employed the soul pursuit technique to investigate further. He paused for dramatic effect, observing Su Bai's eager expression before continuing. Can you guess what I discovered within his consciousness? It was none other than Mo Yuan's primordial spirit. In recent years, the primordial spirit of Mo Yuan has been residing in the sea of consciousness of Dai Yong, nourished by Dai Yong's celestial power. It is now nearly complete, requiring only a final infusion of divine energy to return to his celestial form and awaken. Su Bai felt a profound shock within his heart and hurried to the ice coffin, gazing intently at Mo Yuan's visage, as if seeking any sign of awakening. After a considerable pause, he turned to Zhi Yin and inquired with urgency, how much longer until he awakens? Has a specific time frame been established? Zhi Yin approached Su Bai, his gaze resting upon Mo Yuan's celestial body, and spoke slowly, if left to nature, allowing his primordial spirit to gradually return to its rightful place. It would take approximately 1 year. However, if he were to receive a substantial amount of pure divine energy to nourish his spirit, the process could be expedited to no more than half a month. Half a month? A glimmer of determination flickered in Su Bai's eyes as he quickly calculated, I understand. Rising to his feet, he addressed Zhi Yin. You must inform Qian of this good news tomorrow morning, urging her to seek the soul-gathering lamp from the heavenly Lord in the 9 heavens. The lamp should burn at the head of Dai Yong's bed for 3 days and nights without extinguishing. The divine power of the lamp is the purest and will nourish Mo Yuan's primordial spirit, hastening his recovery, albeit not as swiftly as direct divine energy. As for the remaining divine energy, a resolute gleam crossed Su Bai's eyes. I will journey to Yingzhou to slay the beasts left behind by the 4 father gods and procure a divine herb to transfer a portion of my cultivation to Mo Yuan. With the assistance of the soul-gathering lamp and the divine herb, he shall surely awaken within 10 days. Upon hearing this, Zhi Yan's expression shifted slightly, and he quickly replied, Yingzhou is a forbidden place. Those 4 ferocious beasts possess formidable powers. Even Bai Zhi and Bai Yi returned with injuries after their encounter. Allow me to handle the transfer of cultivation. He continued, having lived in seclusion within the peach blossom grove for so many years. My powers remain untapped and are better spent aiding Mo Yuan's awakening. Su Bai, however, waved his hand dismissively, his tone brooking no argument. There is no need. You should remain in Qingqiu to oversee Qian and Mo Yuan's celestial body. I shall undertake the journey to Yingzhou. Though those beasts are strong, they cannot deter me. Pausing to recall Bai Qian's worried expression, he added, furthermore, do not let Qian know I am going to Yingzhou. She has just sustained an injury and is quite stubborn. If she finds out, she will insist on accompanying me, which would only complicate matters as she would be concerned. With that, Su Bai provided no opportunity for Zhi Yin to counter, and with a swift motion, he vanished at the entrance of Yanhua Cave, leaving Zhi Yin standing there, shaking his head in resignation, murmuring, his nature truly is unwavering. After departing from Yanhua Cave, Su Bai did not head directly to Yingzhou, but first made his way to Kunlun Ruins. The Kunlun Ruins, once a sacred place amidst the seas and realms, now felt subdued without Mo Yuan's presence, losing some of its former vibrancy and gaining an air of solemnity. The disciples stationed at the entrance of Kunlun Ruins recognized Su Bai's arrival and hurriedly approached to pay their respects. We greet the esteemed Su Bai. Rise. Su Bai gestured dismissively, then inquired with a calm demeanor, have you prepared Mo Yuan's alchemical furnace? Yes, esteemed one. It has been properly arranged, they responded. The leading disciple respectfully stated, ever since our master's celestial body was stolen, we have diligently safeguarded the alchemical furnace, cleaning it daily without the slightest negligence. Well done. Su Bai nodded. Show me. The disciples hastily led Su Bai to the depths of Kunlun Ruins, to the alchemical chamber. Inside the chamber stood a colossal bronze alchemical furnace at its center, its surface engraved with ancient runes. Though it had weathered the ravages of time, it still emanated a faint celestial aura. Su Bai approached the furnace, his his hand gently caressing its surface, a flicker of nostalgia crossing his eyes. In the days spent at Kunlun ruins alongside Bai Qian, he and Mo Yuan often concocted elixirs here. Now, with time having wrought significant changes, he couldn't help but feel a profound sense of melancholy. Thank you for your hard work, Su Bai addressed the disciples. Guard Kunlun ruins well. When Mo Yuan awakens, he shall return here swiftly. Yes, we shall obey. The disciples responded in unison. Su Bai uttered no further words and turned to leave Kunlun ruins. Standing atop the peak, he gazed into the distance where the ethereal mist shrouded Yingzhou, a palpable aura of danger emanating from it. He took a deep breath, golden light surging around him, transforming into a streak of brilliance as he sped towards the eastern sea and Yingzhou. Meanwhile, within the fox cave of Qingqiu, Bai Qian slowly opened her eyes. After a night of rest, and nourished by Su Bai's divine phoenix fire, her wounds had mostly healed, and her spirit had significantly revived. She sat up, surveying her surroundings, but did not see Su Bai's presence, stirring a sense of confusion within her. At that moment, Jiyan entered, a radiant smile adorning his face, gently waving the folding fan in his hand. Xiao Wu, I have magnificent news to share. Jiyan approached the bedside with a grin. Seeing Jiyan's exuberance, Bai Qian felt a jolt of curiosity and promptly inquired, Jiyan, what news do you bring? Is it about our master? Indeed, Jiyan nodded, pride evident in his tone. Mo Yuan is about to awaken. Really? Bai Qian sprang from the bed, her eyes alight with ecstatic disbelief as she grasped Jiyan's sleeve, urgently asking, Jiyan, are you certain? Our master is truly awakening. When will it happen? Noticing Bai Qian's fervent excitement, Jiyan quickly reassured her, calm down. Let me explain. I returned from the West Sea yesterday, while treating the eldest son of the Water Lord, who has been in slumber for many years. I discovered Mo Yuan's primordial spirit within his consciousness. Master's primordial spirit? Bai Qian paused momentarily before realizing. So that is how it is. No wonder I could not find our master's spirit despite searching the 4 seas and 8 desolations. It was hidden in the consciousness of the West Sea Sdying. Exactly, Jiyan continued. Mo Yuan's primordial spirit is now nearly complete. It only requires one final step to be restored. Su Bai has devised a plan for you to borrow the soul lantern from the Heavenly Lord in the 9 heavens. You must light it at Dyang's bedside for 3 days and nights to nourish Mo Yuan's primordial spirit. It won't be long before he awakens. Jiyan, respecting Su Bai's wishes, kept silent about his journey to Yingzhou to slay the 4 great ferocious beasts. As Su Bai aptly expressed, Bai Qian possessed a stubborn disposition, fully aware that she would inevitably follow him to Yingzhou. Thus, she chose to conceal the matter. Upon hearing this, Bai Qian recognized that this was pivotal to her master's swift awakening, and she nodded in agreement. Very well. I shall procure the soul-connecting lamp from the 9 heavens. Without further hesitation, she made a brief preparation and transformed into a streak of azure light, soaring towards the 9 heavens. At the southern gate of the 9 heavens, the celestial guards were on high alert. Upon noticing Bai Qian's approach, they hurriedly stepped forward to pay their respects. We greet the esteemed deity Bai Qian of Qingqiu. No need for such formalities. Bai Qian waved her hand dismissively, her tone measured. I require an audience with the celestial sovereign. Please relay my request. Of course, esteemed deity. Please wait a moment. One of the celestial guards promptly turned and flew towards the Lingxiao Palace. Before long, the guard returned, addressing Bai Qian, esteemed deity. The celestial sovereign requests your presence. Bai Qian nodded and followed the guard into the Lingxiao Palace. Inside the grand hall, the celestial sovereign sat regally upon his throne, exuding an air of authority, flanked by various celestial lords. I bowed to the celestial sovereign. Bai Qian slightly inclined her body in reverence. There is no need for such formalities, esteemed deity. The celestial sovereign gestured with his hand, his tone gentle. May I inquire what brings you here today? Bai Qian straightened her posture and stated directly, I have come to request the soul-connecting lamp for a particular purpose. The soul-connecting lamp? The celestial sovereign appeared momentarily taken aback, then asked, what do you intend to use it for? To speak frankly, Bai Qian replied slowly, Jiyan has discovered the primordial spirit of the esteemed deity Mo Yuan, currently residing within the sea of consciousness of Shihai Dai Yong, on the verge of awakening. However, it requires the divine power of the soul-connecting lamp to expedite the process. I humbly ask for your assistance, Celestial Sovereign. Upon hearing this, the Celestial Sovereign felt a profound shock. Mo Yuan is about to awaken? This is indeed momentous news. Mo Yuan was the guardian deity of the 4 seas and 8 wastelands. His awakening would undoubtedly provide significant support against the impending emergence of Qing Song. With this thought in mind, the Celestial Sovereign wasted no time, declaring, "The awakening of the esteemed deity Mo Yuan is a blessing for the 4 seas and 8 wastelands. Naturally, the soul-connecting lamp may be borrowed. Bring forth the soul-connecting lamp." Yes, a celestial official swiftly turned and retrieved an ancient oil lamp. The lamp, resplendent in its white jade hue, was adorned with intricate carvings, and a gentle white light emanated from the wick. It was indeed the renowned soul-connecting lamp. The celestial official presented the lamp to Bai Qian, who accepted it and bowed her head in gratitude. "Thank you, Celestial Sovereign. I shall forever remember your kindness." "You are too modest, esteemed deity," the Celestial Sovereign replied with a smile. "May the esteemed deity Mo Yuan awaken soon, to protect the 4 seas and 8 wastelands together." Bai Qian uttered no further words, cradling the soul-connecting lamp, and turned to exit the Lingxiao Palace, transforming once again into a streak of azure light, heading towards the West Sea. The West Sea Dragon Palace, with its rippling azure waves, stood majestic and grand, exuding the essence of the aquatic realm. Upon her arrival, Bai Qian saw that Ji Yin was already waiting at the entrance of the Dragon Palace. "Little Five, you have come at just the right time." Ji Yin greeted her with a smile. "I have already spoken with the Water Lord of the West Sea, informing him that you are my medicinal apprentice, responsible for caring for Daiyou." Bai Qian nodded and followed Ji Yin into the West Sea Dragon Palace. The Lord of the West Sea had long been awaiting in the Grand Hall. Upon the arrival of the two, he promptly rose to greet them. "Lord Ji Yin, Celestial Envoy, please take a seat." "There is no need for formality," he insisted. Ji Yin waved his hand dismissively, inquiring about the location of Prince Daiyong's chambers. "My attendant is adept at caring for the ill. I would like her to tend to the prince for the next few days, allowing me to concentrate on refining my elixirs." "That sounds splendid," the Lord of the West Sea replied eagerly. "Someone, guide the Celestial Envoy to Prince Daiyong's quarters." "Yes." A shrimp soldier stepped forth, gesturing politely toward Bai Qian. "Celestial Envoy, please follow me." Bai Qian followed the shrimp soldier through a series of corridors, arriving at a tranquil palace. The interior was exquisitely arranged, filled with a faint scent of medicinal herbs. "The prince is inside," the shrimp soldier announced before retreating. Bai Qian took a deep breath, pushed open the door, and entered. Within the chamber, a man clad in white lay on the bed, his complexion pale and eyes shut tight. It was Daiyong, who had been in a deep slumber for many years. His breath was faint, and had it not been for the rise and fall of his chest, one might have assumed he had already passed. Bai Qian approached the bedside, examining Daiyong with a heavy heart. This very individual had, unbeknownst to him, nourished her master's primordial spirit with his own celestial power for many years. Such kindness would surely be repaid in time. She dismissed the attendants from the chamber to ensure no interruptions, and then sat cross-legged beside the bed, closed her eyes, and began to channel her celestial energy, invoking the soul pursuit technique. Gentle celestial energy flowed into Daiyong's sea of consciousness, and her awareness followed suit. Within the sea of consciousness, chaos reigned, yet deep within, a brilliant white light radiated. A surge of joy filled Bai Qian as she swiftly flew toward the light. There, amidst the brilliance, sat a familiar figure, cross-legged and clad in snow-white robes. It was the primordial spirit of Mo Yuan. In this moment, the spirit had coalesced into form, emanating a majestic celestial aura, though it appeared notably frail, clearly not yet fully restored. "Master," Bai Qian called out in her heart, her eyes brimming with tears. After so many years, she had finally beheld her master's primordial spirit once more, and the prospect of his imminent awakening stirred her deeply. She stifled her emotions, withdrew the soul pursuit technique, and slowly opened her eyes. Tears streamed down her cheeks, falling onto her garment and creating a damp patch. Wiping away her tears, a look of contentment graced Bai Qian's face. She retrieved the soul-connecting lamp from her bosom, placing it carefully at Daiyong's bedside before moving to the window, ensuring that all panes were securely closed to prevent any drafts from entering the chamber. Having completed her tasks, Bai Qian returned to the bedside. her fingertips gathering a thread of pure celestial energy, which she gently directed toward the lamp's wick. The moment her energy touched the wick, the previously dim flame ignited brilliantly. A soft white light rising, warm yet not scorching, instantly filling the entire chamber. The radiance of the soul-resolving lamp differs from the blazing intensity of the phoenix fire and the serene chill of ordinary celestial powers. It carries an ineffable warmth, akin to the gentle spring rain nurturing all living things. This warmth gradually permeates into Dai Yong's body, flowing along his meridians and ultimately converging within his sea of consciousness. Bai Qian can distinctly sense that, as the light of the soul-resolving lamp floods in, the primordial spirit residing in the ink abyss of Dai Yong's consciousness seems to quiver, and the celestial essence surrounding him grows increasingly potent. A surge of joy fills her heart, affirming the efficacy of the soul-resolving lamp. She promptly sits cross-legged, channeling her celestial energy to sustain the flame of the wick while closely monitoring the fluctuations in Dai Yong's breath. The chamber is enveloped in silence, save for the faint crackling of the lamp and the steady rhythm of Dai Yong's breathing. Bai Qian perches beside the bed, her gaze fixed intently on Dai Yong, her mind flooded with memories of her time at Kunlun Ruins studying under Mo Yuan. In those days, Kunlun Ruins bloomed with peach blossoms and was filled with disciples. Mo Yuan, clad in dark robes, would sit upon the lectern, patiently elucidating the intricacies of spells, occasionally offering her a few stern yet caring words of guidance. She recalls her own mischievousness, sneaking down the mountain to play and, upon being discovered by Mo Yuan, facing the punishment of transcribing scriptures 100 times, yet receiving a protective jade pendant crafted by him. Those fragments of the past surge forth like a tidal wave, moistening Bai Qian's eyes once more. "Master, just a little longer. I shall see you soon," she whispers softly, her voice tinged with a hint of choked emotion. "This time, it is my turn to guard you, and I will ensure your safe awakening." Thus, she remains steadfast at the bedside, motionless, allowing time to flow gently by. The light of the soul-resolving lamp remains unwavering, showing no signs of waning, continuously infusing pure divine power into Mo Yuan's primordial spirit. During this time, the Lord of the Western Sea has sent emissaries several times to inquire, all of whom Bai Qian has turned away with the reasoning that the patient requires quietude and should not be disturbed. She understands that these 3 days and nights, during which the soul-resolving lamp burns, are of utmost importance. No unforeseen events must transpire. Chapter 40. Su Bai slays the 4 great beasts and obtains the divine herb at the eastern shore as dawn began to break. The first rays of sunlight pierced the heavens, casting a golden-red hue upon the sea. Su Bai's figure descended gracefully onto the soft sands, his garments fluttering in the breeze, imbued with the warmth of Qingqiu and the chill of Kunlun Ruins. He raised his gaze to the distant billowing clouds, where the outline of an island emerged through the morning mist. Yingzhou, a land deemed forbidden by the realms. The island was perpetually shrouded in chaotic energies, rendering even the dawn's light powerless to penetrate its veil. A palpable aura of ferocity emanated across the 100-mile expanse of the sea, a remnant of the 4 great beasts, Chaoqi, Taotai, and Tuawu, born from half of the Father God's divine power, their oppressive presence unmistakable. Su Bai's eyes narrowed, a golden light swirling around him. With a swift motion, his right hand grasped the air, and a brilliant golden-red radiance erupted from his palm, transforming into a long spear. The spear shimmered with intertwining hues of gold and red, its tip exuding an unparalleled sharpness, accompanied by the faint echoes of dragon roars and phoenix cries. It was his life weapon, the dragon phoenix spear. As he gripped the spear, Su Bai's aura surged dramatically. The divine flames of the phoenix danced at its tip, scorching the surrounding mist with a sizzling sound. Just as he prepared to transform into a streak of light and soar towards Yingzhou, 2 piercing sounds of air slicing through followed behind him, accompanied by the familiar malevolent aura of the winged clan. Su Bai paused, slowly turning around. The dragon phoenix spear still pointed towards the ground, yet the divine flames at its tip blazed even more fiercely, his gaze as cold as ice. Before him stood Li Jing, clad in dark armor of the winged clan, his posture regal, black wings folded tightly against his shoulders. Beside him was Xian Nu, draped in simple white garments, cradling a tightly wrapped bundle in her arms. Her gaze vacant and a faint, bewildered smile gracing her lips. She had clearly succumbed to madness. "What brings you here seeking vengeance?" Subai scoffed coldly, his voice devoid of warmth. He lifted the spear slightly, its tip aimed directly at Li Jing, the phoenix flames nearly coalescing into a tangible form. Hadn't the battle at the Great Purple Palace taught him enough? Did they wish to taste the edge of the dragon phoenix spear once more? Seeing the situation, Li Jing quickly waved his hands, urgency and pleading evident on his face, his wings instinctively taut, but not daring to move. "Divine One, you misunderstand. We come not seeking revenge." He glanced at the dazed Xian Nu, his tone tinged with helplessness. "Since the incident at the Great Purple Palace, she has become this way. Now, her mind is unclear, and she would never dare to offend the Divine One." Su Bai's gaze fell upon the bundle in Xian Nu's arms. Tightly wrapped and exuding a faint yet eerie aura, it was evidently a stillborn child. He raised an eyebrow, his icy demeanor unyielding. "Then, what brings you to this forbidden land of the East Sea?" "It is for the divine herb on Yingzhou," Li Jing replied, taking a deep breath, his tone earnest. "I have searched throughout the realms and finally discovered a method that could bring the child back to life, but I lack the divine herb as a catalyst. You are aware, Divine One, that the four great beasts guard Yingzhou fiercely. We are ill-equipped, and if it were not for desperation, we would never dare to intrude upon this forbidden land. I implore you to assist us." Su Bai's gaze lingered on Xian Nu for a moment, observing her as she cradled the swaddled infant, murmuring to herself, occasionally laughing foolishly or shedding tears. Her eyes, vacant and devoid of the former cunning and calculation, clearly indicated that she had succumbed to madness. The murderous intent within him gradually subsided, the divine fire upon the long spear dimming. He casually hoisted the long spear onto his shoulder and turned towards the direction of Yingzhou, leaving behind a detached remark that echoed in the sea breeze, "Follow me." Li Jing, upon hearing this, displayed an expression of ecstatic delight, quickly reaching out to grasp the still mumbling Xian Nu, whispering urgently, "Hurry, we must not incur the wrath of the gods." Xian Nu, seemingly understanding, nodded slightly and followed Li Jing closely, her gaze never leaving the swaddled infant in her arms. The trio had scarcely traveled a few miles when two more presences emerged from the sea ahead, one gentle and the other fierce, intertwining in the air. Su Bai paused momentarily, raising his eyes to behold a man and a woman racing towards them. The man, clad in the attire of a disciple from Kunlun ruins, was handsome and striking. He was Zilan, the 16th disciple of Mo Yuan. The woman, adorned in a delicate purple-winged clan dress, possessed a graceful figure and a gentle demeanor. She was Yen Ji, the princess of the winged clan. Clearly sensing Su Bai's aura, they landed a few steps before him. Upon noticing the long spear on Su Bai's shoulder, along with Li Jing and Xian Nu behind him, both Zilan and Yen Ji were momentarily taken aback. Su Bai, with a playful glint in his eyes, surveyed them with interest, a teasing smile gracing his lips as he remarked, "Zilan, it's been tens of thousands of years. Who would have thought your skills have grown so much that even the winged clan princess is by your side? Quite impressive. You have not brought shame to your master." At these words, Zilan and Yen Ji's cheeks instantly flushed a deep crimson, resembling ripe apples. Zilan hastily waved his hands, about to retort, but his gaze inadvertently caught the faint blush on Yen Ji's ears, and the words he intended to say caught in his throat. Instead, he awkwardly scratched his head, his eyes darting away. Yen Ji, equally flustered, lowered her head, her hands clutching the hem of her dress. After a considerable pause, she finally lifted her head, slightly bowing to Su Bai, her tone a mix of shyness and determination. "Divine One Su Bai, you jest. I am merely accompanying immortal Zilan. We came upon receiving a message from my brother, who requires the divine herb to save a child, and we wish to assist." Observing the subtle atmosphere between them, Su Bai refrained from further jesting, simply nodding in acknowledgement. With a swift motion, he directed the spear towards the island of Yingzhou. "In that case, let us proceed together." Before his words had fully settled, a brilliant golden light erupted around him, transforming into a resplendent golden arc as he surged towards Yingzhou Island. Zilan and Yen Ji exchanged glances and hurriedly followed suit, with Li Jing leading Xian Nu, unfurling her wings from the winged clan and trailing closely behind. The five figures sliced through the ocean's surface, soaring towards the perilous and foreboding island. Moments later, they landed on the shores of Ingzhou Island. The island was characterized by withered vegetation and jagged rocks, the air thick with a pungent scent of blood and malevolence, instilling a chilling sense of dread. The distant mountains rise majestically, yet they are shrouded in ominous black mist, from which the faint sound of beastly roars emanates from deep within the mountain's core, causing the ground to tremble slightly. Leading the way, Su Bai brandishes the long spear, cleaving through the deadwood and bizarre stones that obstruct their path. He appears quite familiar with this island, moving forward without hesitation, heading directly towards a peak at the island's center. This peak is barren, devoid of any vegetation, and at its base lies a dark, foreboding cave, exuding a chilling aura of menace. It is the lair of the four great ferocious beasts and the very place where the divine herb flourishes. Upon reaching the cave's entrance, Su Bai halts, turning to address the four companions behind him. His gaze falls upon Zilan and Yanji. His tone calm, yet imbued with an undeniable authority. You two shall remain here to guard the Xiannu. Ensure she does not enter and cause chaos. The beasts within possess formidable strength, and given your limited cultivation, your entry would only result in needless casualties. Guarding the entrance is a commendable feat in itself. At these words, Zilan's face reflects a hint of reluctance as he tightens his grip on his sword, poised to voice his desire to fight, but is gently restrained by Yanji's touch on his sleeve. She shakes her head, signaling him to heed Su Bai's instructions. Resigned, Zilan closes his mouth, nodding in agreement. I will faithfully obey your command, esteemed deity. Su Bai offers no further words, turning his sharp gaze towards Li Jing. You will accompany me inside. Remember, when the time comes to engage, prioritize your safety and do not hinder my progress. With that, he strides boldly into the cave. Li Jing, feeling a chill of apprehension, quickly follows suit, entrusting the Xiannu to Zilan and Yanji before hastily entering the cave. Inside, darkness envelopes them, illuminated only by the faint glow of the phoenix fire emanating from Su Bai's long spear, casting light upon the path ahead. The cave walls bear the gruesome marks of claws and dried blood, clearly the remnants left by past intruders, attesting to the peril that lurks within. After traversing several dozen zhang into the cave, the space suddenly expands, revealing a vast cavern. At the center of this cavern lies a stone platform adorned with two golden-hued divine herbs, their leaves translucent and emanating pure celestial essence. Indeed, they are the coveted divine grasses. Encircling the divine grasses, for colossal ferocious beasts lie in slumber, each distinct in form, yet radiating a terrifying aura, causing the temperature of the cavern to plummet even in their repose. The first, a creature resembling a massive flesh sphere, lacks discernible features and is encased in thick black armor, exuding an essence that devours all. The second, a creature akin to a tiger, boasts wings and is adorned with a pattern of black and white stripes, drooling with a foul stench. The third, resembling a bull with eyes nestled beneath its armpits, can nearly engulf half the cavern with its gaping maw, emanating a greedy essence. The fourth, resembling a fierce tiger, has a mane 2 feet long, a human face, tiger's paws, and tusks of a pig, its lengthy tail coiling with an aura of brutality. Though the footsteps of Su Bai and Li Jing are but whispers, they disturb the slumber of the four great ferocious beasts within this silent cavern. At nearly the same moment, 4 ferocious beasts simultaneously opened their eyes, and countless eerie orbs emerged upon the surface of their chaotic forms. Xiongqi let out a piercing roar, while Taodai opened its gaping maw, and Talu rose abruptly, its aura of malevolence surging. Attack! Su Bai commanded in a low voice, brandishing the dragon phoenix spear. The spear tip ignited with divine phoenix fire, expanding into a blazing, golden-red beam aimed directly at the nearest embodiment of chaos. Li Jing, not daring to delay, felt the surge of his winged kin's malevolent energy envelop him. He conjured 2 black long swords and, with a flash of movement, lunged at Xiongqi. Fully aware of the formidable might of the 4 great beasts, he spared no effort in this initial strike. Yet, the beast, born of half the divine power of his father, exceeded his expectations in strength. As Xiongqi observed Li Jing's approach, a flicker of disdain crossed its eyes. With a powerful flap of its wings, it evaded the attack with the speed of lightning. simultaneously swiping its claws, unleashing a gust of dark wind toward Li Jing. Startled, Li Jing hastily sidestepped, but it was a moment too late. The claw wind grazed his shoulder, leaving 3 deep gashes that bled profusely. Before Li Jing could regain his footing, Xiongqi charged forward. Its massive paw imbued with cataclysmic force aimed squarely at his chest. His pupils dilated in horror. He wished to defend himself. But it was too late. He could only watch as the paw descended. With a thunderous crash, Li Jing was sent flying like a severed kite, crashing violently against the cavern's stone wall, spitting out a mouthful of blood before his eyes rolled back, and he fell unconscious. Su Bai caught a glimpse of Li Jing's dire state from the corner of his eye, yet felt not a ripple of emotion within. He merely scoffed, useless. Before his words faded, his dragon phoenix spear had already thrust toward the chaos before him. The myriad eyes on the surface of the chaos simultaneously emitted beams of black light, converging upon Su Bai as its form swelled, intent on devouring him. Su Bai's gaze sharpened. He spun the dragon phoenix spear, creating a golden barrier that deflected the black rays. He then shifted his footwork, evading the chaos's engulfing maw like a specter, and with a swift thrust, the spear's phoenix fire seared the chaos's black armor, leaving a deep, charred mark. In pain, the chaos let out a thunderous growl, its massive body barreling towards Su Bai. Rather than retreat, he advanced, his form enveloped in radiant golden light. The true flames of the phoenix blazing fiercely. He positioned the dragon phoenix spear before him, channeling its power, intertwining the dragon and phoenix energies to unleash a scorching shockwave that collided with the chaos's body. With a crisp crack, the black armor shattered, revealing the soft flesh beneath. Seizing the moment, Su Bai thrust the dragon phoenix spear like a venomous serpent, piercing deep into the chaos's form. The phoenix fire surging through the spear and igniting a furious blaze within. The chaos let out a heart-wrenching roar as its body rapidly shrank, ultimately transforming into a wisp of black mist, completely consumed by the phoenix fire, leaving behind only a faint essence of malevolence dissipating into the air. As chaos unfolded, Su Bai had scarcely caught his breath when Xiongqi lunged forward. Its speed was astonishing. With a powerful flap of its wings, it was upon Su Bai in an instant, its sharp claws slicing through the air with a menacing sound, aiming for his head. Su Bai's gaze sharpened, and with a swift motion, he reversed his grip on the dragon phoenix spear, the tip of which accurately pierced toward Xiongqi's claws. With a resounding clang, the clash of metal echoed throughout the cavern, deflecting Xiongqi's strike while leaving deep scratches upon the spear's shaft. Enraged by this, Xiongqi unleashed a torrent of black, demonic fire from its maw, surging towards Su Bai. This infernal flame was unlike any ordinary fire. It was imbued with a potent malice that would erode the very essence of one's spirit upon contact. Su Bai, not daring to underestimate the threat, summoned the phoenix divine fire, which erupted around him, forming a golden wall of flame that repelled the encroaching darkness. The black fire collided with the phoenix flames, emitting a hissing sound as thick plumes of smoke billowed into the cavern. Utilizing the cover of the smoke, Su Bai swiftly maneuvered behind Xiongqi. He raised the dragon phoenix spear high, channeling immense divine power and phoenix fire into its tip, and thrust it fiercely toward the nape of Xiongqi's neck. Sensing the imminent danger from behind, Xiongqi attempted to evade, but it was too late. The spear pierced through its flesh as effortlessly as a knife through parchment, reaching its brain. Xiongqi let out a heart-wrenching wail, its massive body shuddering violently before it crumpled to the ground, convulsing briefly before falling silent. Su Bai withdrew the dragon phoenix spear, its tip dripping with dark beast blood. And with a flicker of phoenix fire, he incinerated the stains from the spear's shaft. At that moment, the nearby Taotai suddenly launched an attack. It opened its cavernous maw, a powerful suction emanating from it, drawing the very air of the cavern toward its gaping mouth, causing Su Bai to involuntarily drift in its direction. Alarm surged within him, and he quickly channeled his divine power to stabilize his stance. With the dragon phoenix spear in hand, he twirled it to create a golden vortex that countered the Taoyu's pull. Seeing its efforts to consume Su Bai thwarted, a glint of greed flickered in Taoyu's eyes as it lumbered forward, its massive frame causing the ground to tremble ominously beneath it. Su Bai inhaled deeply. Realizing a direct confrontation was futile, he had to seek out its vulnerabilities. He noted that Tao Ye's eyes were nestled beneath its armpits, devoid of the thick fur that protected the rest of its body, indicating a potential weak point. As Tao Tai charged, Su Bai deftly evaded its attack and, in a swift motion, aimed the Dragon Phoenix spear at the vulnerable area beneath Tao Ye's armpit. Sensing the impending peril, Tao Tai attempted to sidestep, but its bulk slowed its reaction. The spear found its mark, plunging into Tao Ye's eye, and the phoenix fire erupted violently within, wreaking havoc inside its body. Tao Tai let out a deafening roar of agony, its colossal form thrashing wildly, causing rocks to tumble from the cavern's ceiling. The force of its struggle sent Su Bai reeling backward, blood spilling from the corner of his mouth. Yet, he gripped the Dragon Phoenix spear resolutely, relentlessly infusing it with the phoenix fire into Tao Ye's form. After a brief moment, the movements of the voracious beast gradually ceased, its immense body crashing to the ground, devoid of life. Su Bai withdrew the Dragon Phoenix spear, his complexion slightly pale. Having slain 3 ferocious beasts consecutively, even he had expended a considerable amount of divine energy. He lifted his gaze, and within the cave, only the final beast, the Tao Wu, remained. Tao Wu stood before the stone platform where the divine herb was located, its fierce gaze fixed upon Su Bai, the malevolence surrounding it more intense than that of the 3 beasts combined. It seemed to be waiting for the opportune moment to strike, standing motionless like a black statue. Su Bai took a deep breath, channeling the remaining divine energy within him, the flames of the phoenix upon the spear flaring anew. He was acutely aware that Tao Wu was the most brutal and powerful among the 4 great beasts. The impending battle would be a fierce one. Just as Su Bai prepared to launch his attack, a commotion suddenly erupted at the cave's entrance, and a white figure dashed in wildly. It was Xian Nu. She had somehow broken free from the constraints of Zilan and Yanji, cradling a swaddled infant in her arms, murmuring as she ran, "Child, Mother has found the divine herb for you. You will soon live again." A chill ran through Su Bai's heart. This was dire. He was about to admonish Xian Nu to leave, but she had already dashed to his side, suddenly leaping forward to clutch his right leg tightly. "Great God, please, give me the divine herb. My child cannot die." Xian Nu looked up, her eyes vacant, her face streaked with tears, her tone laced with desperation. "Get away." Su Bai's fury surged within him as he raised his foot to kick her away. Xian Nu was sent sprawling to the ground by the force of his kick. Yet even so, she clung tightly to the swaddled infant, a dazed smile on her face as she attempted to rise and rush towards him once more. This brief moment of distraction provided Tao Wu with the opportunity it sought. It let out a thunderous roar, its form like lightning as it lunged towards Su Bai, its colossal claws carrying the power to rend the very air as they struck towards his right arm. Alarm bells rang in Su Bai's mind. He sought to evade but found it too late, forced to witness Tao Wu's claws descending upon him. With a sickening squelch, blood splattered as Tao Wu's strike shattered Su Bai's right arm, the bloodied limb swallowed whole by the beast. Intense agony surged through him, and he couldn't suppress a groan, his face turning as pale as parchment. Yet, he was a phoenix god who had lived for tens of thousands of years, his willpower far surpassing that of an ordinary being. Amidst the excruciating pain of his severed arm, he did not waver. Instead, a glint of resolute killing intent flickered in his eyes. He grasped the Dragon Phoenix spear with his left hand, disregarding the torment of his right arm, channeling every last ounce of divine energy to thrust the spear towards Tao Wu's head. Tao Wu, having just consumed Su Bai's arm, had not yet had the chance to chew when it perceived the blazing golden-red spear tip rushing towards its skull. It attempted to evade, but having just unleashed its attack, its old strength was spent, and new strength had yet to be born. It could only watch helplessly as the Dragon Phoenix spear pierced its head. With a resounding thud, the Dragon Phoenix spear pierced through the forehead of the Tao Wu, emerging from the back of its skull. In an instant, the divine fire of the phoenix erupted within its brain, incinerating its cerebral tissue entirely. The Tao Wu's body quivered violently, the ferocity in its eyes swiftly fading, before it collapsed heavily to the ground, devoid of life. Having vanquished the last of the ferocious beasts, Su Bai could no longer maintain his composure. He leaned against the cold stone wall of the cave, slowly sinking to the ground. Blood gushed forth from the severed end of his right arm, staining the rocks beneath him, while excruciating pain caused his body to tremble, beads of cold sweat forming on his forehead. At that moment, A sudden change occurred in Su Bai's left eye. A second pupil emerged within his own, forming a phenomenon of dual pupils. As this dual pupil manifested, an endless vitality surged forth from his left eye, coursing through his meridians to the severed end of his right arm. This vitality, akin to the gentle spring rain, alleviated his pain significantly, causing the blood that was pouring from the wound to slow visibly, eventually ceasing altogether. Su Bai tightly shut his eyes, concentrating to guide the life force within him. As the Phoenix God, he inherently possessed the miraculous ability of rebirth, and this dual pupil could draw upon the primal power deep within his bloodline, containing boundless vitality and creation. In this moment, the manifestation of the dual pupil signified the activation of his most fundamental power, aimed at mending this grievous wound. As half an incense stick's time quietly passed, the only sounds in the cavern were Su Bai's steady breaths and the faint groans of the distant Li Jing. Under the nurturing influence of the vitality from the dual pupil, delicate flesh began to burgeon from the severed end of his right arm, akin to spring buds breaking through the earth, radiating vibrant life. First, the bones gradually coalesced, shimmering with a faint golden light. Then, veins and arteries intertwined and spread, followed by layers of muscle and skin enveloping them. After approximately the time it takes to burn another incense stick, a complete right arm reappeared at Su Bai's shoulder. Indistinguishable from the original, and even more refined in texture due to the nurturing essence, with its divine power becoming increasingly pure. Gently, Su Bai opened his eyes, moving his newly regrown right arm and feeling the pulsating strength within. A weary yet gratified expression graced his face. At that moment, an extraordinary transformation occurred with the corpses of the 4 ferocious beasts on the ground. Their massive forms gradually disintegrated into specks of golden light, dissipating into the air, as the malevolent energy containing their primal essence was gradually purified, ultimately coalescing into a magnificent golden orb of light, radiating immense and pure divine power. This orb of divine energy, seemingly imbued with sentience, slowly floated before Su Bai, circling him a few times before transforming into a beam of golden light that pierced into his dantian, vanishing instantly. Su Bai felt a stirring in his heart and turned his gaze inward to his dantian, discovering that the golden divine energy lay quietly dormant within. Akin to a slumbering giant beast, peacefully coexisting with his own divine power, yet subtly interconnected. He could distinctly sense the terrifying strength contained within, sufficient to provide him with an extraordinary aid in moments of life-threatening peril. Su Bai couldn't help but marvel inwardly. Truly, this is the divine power of my father. Even if only half remains, it is still overwhelmingly vast. Su Bai slowly rose to his feet, though his body still felt somewhat weak. The divine power within him was rapidly recovering. He cast a glance at Li Jing, who remained unconscious nearby, and then at Xian Nu, who was foolishly giggling on the ground, a flicker of impatience and disdain crossing his eyes. Were it not for the interference of these two individuals, he would not have had his arms severed by the beast, and although he ultimately regained strength through the power of the heavy pupil, the excruciating pain and life-threatening peril were still vivid in his memory. These two fools nearly caused my demise, Su Bai silently scorned, no longer wishing to concern himself with them. He turned and walked toward the stone platform deep within the cave. The 2 divine herbs on the platform continued to emit pure celestial essence, untouched by the previous skirmish. He extended his hand, cautiously plucking the 2 divine herbs from the stone platform. The herbs felt warm to the touch, their concentrated divine energy surging through his fingertips and into his body, alleviating his fatigue significantly. After securing the divine herbs, Su Bai turned and made his way toward the cave entrance. As he passed by Li Jing and Xian Nu, he did not spare them a glance, continuing on his path without pause until he emerged from the cave. Outside the entrance, Zilan and Yin Ji awaited anxiously. Upon seeing Su Bai emerge safely, albeit with a pale complexion, the weight lifted from Zilan's heart, and he promptly inquired, "Your Excellency, how was the situation inside? What about Li Jing and Xian Nu?" With a casual glance at him, Su Bai retrieved a divine herb from his robe and tossed it to Zilan. "The beast inside has been dealt with. Here is the divine herb for you. Li Jing and Xian Nu are still within. You may handle them yourself." Zilan caught the divine herb, feeling the pure divine energy within, and his face lit up with surprise as he bowed deeply to Su Bai. exclaiming, "Thank you, Your Excellency." Yanji also bowed in gratitude, her eyes filled with appreciation. "Thank you for your assistance, Your Excellency." Su Bai waved his hand dismissively, choosing not to elaborate further. At that moment, he was eager to return to Kunlun ruins as swiftly as possible, to refine the divine herbs into elixirs and deliver them to Mo Yuan's primordial spirit, aiding in his timely awakening. As for Li Jing, Xian knew, and the subsequent affairs of Zilan and Yanji, he felt no concern. With a renewed surge of golden light, Su Bai transformed into a resplendent golden arc, soaring skyward towards the direction of Kunlun ruins. The golden arc sliced through the skies above Yingzhou Island, tearing a rift through the black mist, and soon vanished at the horizon's edge. Within the cave, Zilan and Yin Ji entered the cavern, alarmed at the sight of Li Jing lying unconscious and Xian Nu behaving erratically. Zilan hurried to assess Li Jing's injuries, relieved to discover that although gravely wounded, he was not in mortal danger. Yin Ji approached Xian Nu, gently helping her up from the ground. Xian Nu took the swaddled bundle, mumbling to herself again, curling up in a corner while a foolish smile graced her face. Observing this scene, Zilan was reminded of Su Bai's timely assistance, and a wave of emotions washed over him. Had it not been for Su Bai's formidable strength, they would not only have failed to acquire the divine herbs today, but they might have lost their lives as well. "Let us take my brother out to recover," he suggested. The voice of Yin Ji interrupted Zilan's thoughts. She looked at Zilan and said, "It is not wise to linger here. We must depart from Yingzhou Island promptly." Zilan nodded and cautiously helped Li Jing to his feet, draping his arm over her shoulder as they made their way towards the cave's entrance. Yin Ji followed closely behind, occasionally glancing back at Xian Nu, her eyes reflecting a complex array of emotions. The four of them exited the perilous cave and proceeded towards the shore of Yingzhou Island. Meanwhile, Su Bai had already traversed the vast expanse of the East China Sea, hurrying towards the direction of Kunlun ruins. Chapter 41. Su Bai's Ascendance at Kunlun Ruins. Daifeng discovers Bai Qian is sea above the Eastern Sea. As the golden rainbow pierced through the mist, Su Bai's figure surged forward, enveloped in the lingering smoke and the ethereal essence of the divine herbs, racing towards the direction of Kunlun ruins. The tumultuous sea of clouds roiled in his wake, and the fierce winds howled, yet they could not sway his steadfast presence. Despite having regained much of his divine power after his rebirth from a severed arm, the exhaustion from a fierce battle with monstrous beasts still cast a faint trace of weariness upon his brow. Only his left hand, clutching the divine herbs, remained as steady as rock. The landscape of Kunlun ruins remained unchanged, a timeless expanse of snow-capped peaks that pierced the heavens, shrouded in swirling mists and suffused with celestial aura. On the stone steps leading into the ruins, a few disciples clad in plain robes passed by, their expressions grave. Su Bai's silhouette transformed into a fleeting beam of light as he quietly glided past the mountain gate, causing no disturbance among the vigilant disciples. He was acutely aware of Mo Yuan's dormant state. The atmosphere within Kunlun ruins was heavy with concern, and there was a collective desire to avoid further turmoil. Focusing solely on concocting elixirs to aid in Mo Yuan's swift return, the alchemy chamber lay concealed within a cavern deep inside Kunlun ruins, a sanctuary that Mo Yuan had once established for the purpose of crafting healing elixirs. The cave maintained a constant temperature and humidity, its stone walls etched with ancient gathering spirit runes, perpetually surrounded by pure heavenly and earthly spiritual energy. As Su Bai pushed open the heavy stone door, a wave of fragrance mingled with spiritual essence surged forth to greet him. In the center of the chamber stood a magnificent bronze alchemical furnace with 3 legs and 2 ears, adorned with intricate patterns of dragons and phoenixes. This was the treasured Qian Kuan alchemical furnace of Kunlun ruins. Approaching the furnace, Su Bai raised his hand to brush away the thin layer of dust that had settled on its surface. His fingertips grazed the bronze, allowing him to sense the ancient spiritual force contained within, and he nodded slightly in acknowledgement. He retrieved 2 golden divine herbs from his embrace. Their leaves shimmered like crystal, radiating vibrant life even in the absence of Yingzhou's nurturing, with strands of celestial essence swirling around them, bringing a sense of tranquility to the heart. Mo Yuan, I shall borrow your alchemical furnace this time. Upon your awakening, I will repay you with a flask of peach blossom wine, Su Bai murmured softly. his tone imbued with the familiarity and anticipation of a long-standing friendship. As his words faded, a brilliant golden light enveloped him, and the phoenix true fire erupted from his palm, transforming into a scorching crimson flame that securely encased the base of the Qian Kuan alchemical furnace. The phoenix true fire, an ancient divine flame, is both fiercely radiant and purifying, capable of incinerating all malevolence while nurturing the spirit of celestial materials. Thus, it was most suitable for refining divine herbs that held the essence of life. The flames licked the bronze furnace, producing a gentle crackling sound, and the dragon and phoenix patterns were illuminated, revealing a faint glow of spiritual light. Su Bai meticulously cast the two divine herbs into the furnace. Upon contact with the phoenix true fire, they transformed into specks of golden light, gradually dissolving within. He focused intently, controlling the temperature of the flames, ensuring it was neither too high to scorch the essence of the divine herbs, nor too low to hinder the extraction of their potency. As the temperature steadily rose, a subtle sizzling sound emanated from within the furnace, and the golden light coalesced into a pool of verdant liquid, resembling the finest jade juice, circulating within the furnace and exuding an increasingly rich celestial essence. The first step was complete. With a tranquil heart, Su Bai gently closed his eyes, channeling his divine power in a steady stream toward the alchemical furnace. He aimed to infuse the elixir with his own cultivation, utilizing the essence of the phoenix's divine strength to fully awaken the vitality and efficacy of the divine herb, ultimately refining it into a pill. This step was fraught with peril. An excessive infusion could lead to a violent upheaval of the elixir, resulting in the furnace exploding, while a meager contribution would render the endeavor futile. The divine power surged through his arm like a roaring river, intertwining with the emerald liquid within the furnace. Initially, the elixir churned violently, reminiscent of boiling water, as golden strands of divine energy wove intricate patterns through the liquid, resembling a spider's web enveloping the potion. Gradually, cold sweat began to bead on Su Bai's forehead, and his complexion paled as he realized that a third of his cultivation was no trivial matter. This sustained output was a significant drain on his vitality. Clenching his teeth, he concentrated on controlling the flow and concentration of his divine power, repeatedly recalling the ancient alchemical texts to adjust the intensity of his infusion. As time trickled by, the cave resonated only with the crackling of flames and the gentle murmurs of the elixir. Under the nurturing of his divine power, the emerald liquid gradually calmed, its tumult diminishing, its hue deepening from a light jade to a rich green, ultimately achieving a lustrous jade-like sheen. A delicate halo began to form atop the liquid, crystalline like morning dew. As more of his power was infused, the halo thickened, and the liquid transitioned from a fluid state to a semi-solid state, culminating in the formation of a plump pill. At the moment the pill took shape, the Qian Kuan alchemical furnace shuddered violently, and a brilliant green light erupted from its mouth, piercing through the cave's ceiling and creating a fleeting luminous veil in the skies above Kunlun ruins. Before dissipating into the ether, Su Bai abruptly retracted the phoenix's true flame, staggering slightly, nearly collapsing to the ground. His visage was as pale as parchment, his breath quickening, and the fluctuations of his divine power markedly diminished. A third of his cultivation had been entirely infused into the elixir, summoning his waning strength. He lifted the lid of the furnace, and a rich, intoxicating fragrance surged forth, invigorating his spirit. At the center of the furnace, a pill the size of a quail's egg lay quietly, its entire form enveloped in a jade hue, with faint golden light swirling over its surface, creating an ethereal mist, embodying the essence of the divine herb and his own cultivated vitality. With utmost care, Su Bai retrieved the pill, finding it pleasantly warm, a pure surge of life force cascading through his fingertips and momentarily alleviating his fatigue. He placed the pill into a jade vial, secured the cap tightly, and tucked it close to his person, finally allowing himself a sigh of relief as he leaned against the furnace to rest. After a brief moment, Su Bai regained a modicum of strength and rose to venture outside the cave. His objective was already halfway achieved. The next step was to deliver the pill to Jian, who would then convey it to the Western Sea. He feared that arriving in the Western Sea in his injured state might startle Bai Qian. Transforming once more into a streak of light, Su Bai departed from Kunlun ruins. soaring toward the direction of the 10-mile peach grove. He did not linger in the slightest, his thoughts solely focused on swiftly completing this final step to awaken Mo Yuan, thereby fulfilling a long-held wish. Meanwhile, within the West Sea Dragon Palace, a different scene unfolded. Nestled deep within the East Sea, the West Sea Dragon Palace stood majestically, with its crystal halls towering and magnificent. Coral and jade trees adorned the surroundings, while vividly colored fish darted gracefully through the palace, intertwining ethereal mists with the vapor of the waters, creating a realm akin to a fairyland. In the chambers of the Grand Prince Daiyong, the doors and windows were tightly shut, allowing only a soft light to permeate the space, filled with a faint fragrance of medicinal herbs. Bai Qian sat on a chair by the bedside, gazing at Daiyong, whose eyes were tightly closed, a trace of concern etched upon her brow. Daiyong's complexion was pale, his breath faint, and his celestial energy was in disarray, clearly a consequence of Mo Yuan's possession of his primordial spirit, leading to a continuous depletion of his own celestial power. Since her arrival from Qingqiu to the West Sea, Bai Qian had kept vigil for an entire day and night. The elixirs left by Jiyan could only temporarily stabilize Daiyong's condition, but could not fundamentally resolve the issue. Only with Mo Yuan's awakening, or by obtaining a potent elixir brimming with life force, could Daiyong be completely freed from peril. Bai Qian was adorned in a pale azure gown, the hem embroidered with delicate peach blossom patterns. Her long hair was loosely gathered, revealing her slender neck and exquisite countenance. The spirited demeanor she once possessed while disguised as a male at Kunlun-Ru had faded, replaced by the unique grace and poise of the Queen of Qingqiu. Though a fleeting glimmer of mischief in her brow still evoked memories of her mischievous days as the 17th disciple, she gently brushed her hand across Daiyong's forehead, feeling his faint warmth. In her heart, she pondered, when would her master awaken? If this delay continued, Daiyong's celestial power would likely falter. Just then, hurried footsteps echoed from outside the hall, followed by a gentle knock on the door, accompanied by a familiar male voice. 17th Celestial Envoy, please open the door. Bai Qian hesitated for a moment, recognizing the voice. Was it her senior brother Daifeng? How had he returned? She rose and moved to the door, initially thinking it was someone sent by the sea god to inquire about the situation. Casually, she called out, "Come in," and opened the door. As the door swung open, the figure standing outside left Bai Qian momentarily stunned, clad in the silver armor of a West Sea general, with a tall and upright posture and handsome features. It was none other than Daifeng, the eldest disciple of Mo Yuan. Daifeng had evidently just rushed back from Kunlun-Ru, his appearance still bearing the marks of travel, a sheen of sweat glistening on his brow. However, upon seeing who had opened the door, he appeared as though struck by lightning, freezing in place, his eyes wide with disbelief. His voice trembled as he exclaimed, 17th, how can it be you? You were a boy, were you not? Why are you dressed as a woman? Did our father not say that the medicine boy of Jiyan was here? That medicine boy is you. He recalled vividly that during their time at Kunlun-Ru, although the 17th disciple had a mischievous nature and progressed slowly in cultivation, he had been a strikingly handsome youth. How could it be that he had now transformed into a graceful young woman? Moreover, her beauty was ethereal and captivating, far from that of an ordinary medicine boy. Bai Qian felt a twinge of embarrassment under his gaze, raising a hand to scratch her head, her eyes averted, and her cheeks slightly flushed. It has been a long time, senior brother. I am indeed a woman. Back then, I disguised myself as a man to enter the Master-S sect. My true name is Bai Qian, the daughter of the Fox Emperor, the Lady of Qingqiu. Is it really you? Daifeng was rendered utterly speechless, his mouth agape as if he could fit an egg inside. He never imagined that the mischievous 17th disciple, who once trailed behind Xylan in Kunlun ruins and was punished by the master to transcribe the Kunlun code 100 times, would turn out to be the illustrious Lady of Qingqiu, Bai Qian. The revelation was too overwhelming for him to process at once. Bai Qian, noticing his reaction, felt even more awkward but could only nod helplessly. Yes, it's me. I was afraid that the master would not accept female disciples. Yet I truly admired the Taoism of Kunlun ruins, so I thought I would try disguising myself as a man. I never expected to truly become a disciple of the master. I haven't had the chance to explain this to you all these years, and I apologize for any laughter at my expense. Daifeng took a deep breath, forcing himself to regain his composure. He pressed his hand against his throbbing temples, And after a lengthy pause, he finally quelled the tumult within him. He gazed at Bai Qian, his expression a complex blend of astonishment, confusion, and a touch of relief. No wonder the 17th disciple had such striking looks and a lively disposition. It turned out she was a woman. He stepped closer and patted Bai Qian on the shoulder, his tone filled with emotion. 17th, it had to be you. You may have been the last to achieve immortality, yet you are the first among us disciples to ascend to divinity. When we return to Kunlun ruins in due time, Xylan will surely be astounded. He used to compete with you for roasted rabbits. I wonder how he will feel upon discovering you are the Lady of Qingqiu. Recalling the amusing events from their time in Kunlun ruins, a smile graced Bai Qian's face, her earlier embarrassment gradually dissipating. Senior brother, you jest. I owe much to all of you for looking after me, allowing me to stay in Kunlun ruins for so long. 16th brother has a cheerful disposition. I doubt he would truly hold it against me. As they exchanged light banter, Jiefeng's gaze fell upon Daifeng lying on the bed within the room, and his smile vanished, replaced by a serious demeanor. By the way, 17th, what exactly happened to elder brother? Our father sent word that Jiyan has a way to treat him and urged me to return swiftly. I journeyed day and night from Kunlun ruins, my mind in turmoil. Upon mentioning Daifeng, Bai Qian's expression grew grave. She stepped aside to let Daifeng enter the room, shutting the door behind them, and spoke in a hushed tone. Senior brother, this matter is quite intricate. Daifeng is not merely in a common state of unconsciousness. Within his consciousness resides the primordial spirit of our master. The primordial spirit of our master. Jiefeng's eyes widened in shock, his voice trembling. But he has already perished, hasn't he? We witnessed the master and the god Su by sacrificing themselves to the Eastern Emperor Bel during the Battle of Ruoshui. How could this be? Indeed, the master's sacrifice to the Bel had exhausted his divine powers, leaving his consciousness in tatters. Bai Qian spoke softly, revealing the truth of the past. For 70,000 years, the master had been painstakingly piecing together his scattered primordial spirit. His essence lay dormant within the sea of consciousness of Dai Yong, nourished by Dai Yong's celestial energy, which, in turn, caused Dai Yong to fall into a deep slumber, his energy gradually depleting. Daifeng, filled with trepidation, approached the bedside, gazing at his brother's pale visage, his eyes brimming with concern and sorrow. So that is the reason for my elder brother's erratic celestial energy. But when will the master awaken? If this continues, I fear Dai Yong will not endure much longer. I do not know, Bai Qian replied, shaking her head, a hint of helplessness in her tone. Jiyan, the celestial deity, interjected, the master's primordial spirit has suffered extensive damage. He requires a potent elixir brimming with life force to gradually awaken. I have been tending to the soul rekindling lamp by Dai Yong's bedside for a day and a night. There are 2 days remaining. While the lamp can accelerate the master's awakening, the extent of that acceleration is limited. At that moment, Daifeng recalled something, a flicker of hope igniting in his eyes. Wait, 17. While I was at Kunlun ruins, I sensed a powerful surge of divine energy emanating from the direction of the alchemy chamber, and I witnessed a green light soaring into the sky. Could it be someone has refined a celestial elixir? Bai Qian felt a stir of excitement within her. If that were true, then both Dai Yong and the master would be saved. A wave of elation surged through her as she exclaimed, "Let us hope so. If there truly is an elixir, then both Dai Yong and the master will have hope." As they spoke, a voice from outside the hall interrupted, "Your Highness, lady. The celestial deity, Jiyan, has arrived." Jiyan has come. Bai Qian and Daifeng exchanged delighted glances, hastily rising to head outside. Not long ago, the peach blossom grove was a vibrant tapestry of pink blossoms and verdant willows, with petals dancing in the air like pink snowflakes, carpeting the stone path in a splendid floral road. The gentle stream babbled through the grove, filled with the fragrance of blossoms and the freshness of greenery, resembling a paradise beyond the mundane world. Jiyan's wooden cottage nestled deep within the grove, its door ajar, and the sound of his leisurely humming drifted from within, clearly indicating he was brewing a new batch of peach blossom wine. Suddenly, with a resounding crash, the wooden door was kicked open, splintering into shards, startling Jiyan, who nearly dropped the wine jar in his hands. "Which fool dares to?" he began, his ire rising. But the words caught in his throat as he beheld the figure standing at the threshold. It was Su Bai, his complexion ashen, lips devoid of color. and the fluctuations of his divine energy chaotic and weak, clearly having endured a fierce battle with considerable toll. The once vibrant and spirited phoenix deity now appeared utterly fatigued, struggling to maintain his balance. "What has happened to you?" Jiyan quickly set aside the wine jar, rushing forward to support Su Bai, carefully guiding him to a chair within the cottage, his voice laden with concern. "You've returned from Yingzhou? Why does your complexion appear so terrifying? With your cultivation, even the four great beasts should not render you in such a state." Su Bai leaned back against the chair, taking a moment to catch his breath before retrieving a jade vial from his bosom and handing it to Jiyan. "I have returned from Yingzhou, acquiring half of Father God's divine power, the divine herb, and successfully refining the elixir. This contains a third of my cultivation and should suffice to nourish Mo Yuan's primordial spirit." Jiyan accepted the vial, feeling its smooth warmth and the vibrant life force and pure divine energy contained within. Startled, he inquired, "You truly retrieved the divine herb? What of the four great beasts? Did you sustain these injuries in battle with them?" Su Bai nodded, closing his eyes and slowly recounting his experiences after arriving in Yingzhou. "Upon reaching the shores of the East Sea, I encountered Li Jing and the deranged Xian Nu, who were also seeking the divine herb to save a lifeless infant. Initially, I had no intention of involving myself with them, but considering I intended to slay those four beasts regardless, I decided to bring them along. Eventually, only Li Jing accompanied me into the den of the beasts. The four great beasts within the cave were indeed formidable, and the malevolent energy from Father God's half-divine power was no trifling matter. Li Jing, that useless wretch, was swiftly incapacitated by Qiongqi's attack. Alone, I battled the four beasts, slaying Hun Dun, Qiongqi, and Tao Tai. Just as I aimed to swiftly dispatch the last beast, Tao Wu, Xian Nu unexpectedly rushed in, clinging to my leg and pleading desperately, causing a delay. At this point, a hint of impatience and trepidation crept into Su Bai's voice. It was this momentary lapse that granted Tao Wu the opportunity to strike, severing my right arm. Had it not been for my awakening the primordial life force of the phoenix's rebirth, I might have truly perished in Yingzhou. "What? Tao Wu actually severed your right arm?" Jiyan's astonishment deepened as he scrutinized Su Bai's unscathed limb, letting out a sigh of relief. "Fortunately, you possess the power of rebirth. Otherwise, it would have been troublesome. That Li Jing and Xian Nu are truly more hindrance than help." Indeed, Su Bai opened his eyes, a flicker of disdain in his gaze. "Were it not for them, I would not have sustained such grievous injuries, nearly losing my life. However, the elixir is complete, and Mo Yuan's primordial spirit is saved. So my efforts were not in vain." Jiyan looked at the vial in his hand, then at Su Bai's pale visage, filled with admiration. He gave Su Bai a thumbs up. "Truly worthy of the Phoenix deity, you can turn peril into safety even in such dire circumstances. This elixir, infused with a third of your cultivation and the primordial life force of the divine herb, will surely enable Mo Yuan's primordial spirit to recover swiftly. And Diyong will be safe as well." He stood up, carefully securing the vial, and said to Su Bai, "Rest well. I will deliver the elixir to Shao Wu immediately. The West Sea must be in a state of urgency. The sooner it is delivered, the greater the hope for Diyong and Mo Yuan." Su Bai nodded, wearily waving his hand. "Go, and be cautious on your journey. I will rest here for a while and regain some strength before returning to Qingqiu." Jiyan uttered no further words, turning to transform into a streak of light, racing forth from the wooden cottage towards the direction of the Western Sea. Inside, Su Bai leaned against the back of his chair, closed his eyes, and began to regulate his breath to heal his injuries. Chapter 42: The Awakening of Mo Yuan is imminent. As Li Yuan meets his demise, and Qing Tsang's divine power significantly increases. Above the West Sea, vast emerald waves undulate, and a streak of light pierces the pristine sky, carrying the unique fragrance of peach blossom wine from the 10-mile peach grove and the refreshing essence of flora, racing towards the majestic crystal palace. Jiyan's figure hovers momentarily above the dragon palace, his celestial energy retracting into a refined silhouette clad in a pink robe, before gracefully landing in the plaza before the hall. The guardian shrimp soldiers and crab generals, upon recognizing the arrival of the esteemed Jiyan, promptly bow in reverence, their expressions filled with respect. Jiyan gestures dismissively, his steps unwavering as he strides directly towards Dayong's chambers. his heart preoccupied with the safety of Dai Yong and the awakening of Mo Yuan, quickening his pace slightly compared to usual. Outside the chambers, Bai Qian and Dai Feng anxiously pace, their eyes lighting up as they spot Ji Yan from afar, and they hasten towards him. Ji Yan, you have finally arrived. Bai Qian exclaims, her voice tinged with impatience, her gaze fixed upon the jade vial tightly clutched in Ji Yan's hand, intuitively sensing its significance. But has the elixir been refined? Ji Yan nods, extending the jade vial towards her, his tone gentle, yet deliberately avoiding the crux of the matter. I have fulfilled my mission. Though I encountered numerous challenges during my journey to Yingzhou, I successfully obtained the divine herb and refined it into a healing elixir. This potion harbors immense vitality, capable of nurturing Mo Yuan's primordial spirit and saving Dai Yong's life. He intentionally omits any mention of Su Bai's sacrifices, knowing well her unassuming nature and reluctance for recognition. Furthermore, he empathizes with the injured Phoenix god, wishing to spare others from undue concern and not wanting Bai Qian to feel guilt upon learning the truth. Bai Qian accepts the jade vial, its surface warm to the touch, her fingertips acutely aware of the continuous flow of vitality and pure divine energy within. Elation fills her heart as she exclaims, "Thank you, Ji Yan. With this elixir, both Master and Dai Yong will be saved." She harbors no doubts about the origin of the elixir, believing it to be the result of Ji Yan's personal endeavor to slay fierce beasts and procure the divine herb, expending his own cultivation to refine it. Her gaze towards him brimming with gratitude. Dai Feng promptly bows in thanks as well, saying, "We are deeply indebted to you, esteemed deity. This kindness will never be forgotten by the West Sea." "There is no need for such formalities," Ji Yan replies, waving his hand dismissively, his gaze drifting towards the direction of the chambers, his expression growing serious. "Time is of the essence. We must administer the elixir to Dai Yong without delay. I still have some mundane matters to attend to in the peach grove, so I shall take my leave." His thoughts linger on Su Bai, who is recuperating in the peach grove, having expended a third of his power and recently endured the trauma of rebirth after losing an arm. He cannot afford any missteps. Bai Qian and Dai Feng, seeing his resolve, do not insist on retaining him, offering their thanks once more as they watch Ji Yan transform into a streak of light and depart. They turn back and hastily enter the chambers, eager to save Dai Yong. Inside the chambers, the scent of medicinal herbs still permeates the air. Dai Yong lies on the bed, his complexion pale and his breath faint, as if he might slip away at any moment. Bai Qian approaches the bedside, cautiously opening the jade vial. A rich and overwhelming essence of immortality wafts forth, instantly filling the room, softening even the scent of the herbs. She pours out the obsidian-colored pill, its surface shimmering with a faint golden glow, radiating vitality that seems almost ready to overflow. Bai Qian held her breath, gently lifting Dai Yong's chin, and placed the elixir into his mouth. Then, she concentrated her celestial energy, allowing it to flow gently into his throat, aiding him in swallowing the precious pill. The moment the elixir entered his abdomen, it transformed into a soothing, emerald-green warmth that gradually spread through Dai Yong's meridians. Wherever it traveled, the chaotic celestial energy began to calm, and his pale complexion was tinged with a faint blush. Bai Qian felt a surge of joy in her heart, realizing the elixir had taken effect. She then sat cross-legged beside the bed, closed her eyes, and formed a series of seals with her hands while murmuring incantations. As the spell resonated, a soft white light enveloped her, and a slender strand of consciousness emanated from her brow, transforming into a glimmering light that slowly penetrated Dai Yong's sea of consciousness. She intended to deploy the soul pursuit technique to witness firsthand the nourishing effects of the elixir on Mo Yuan's spirit, ensuring her complete reassurance. Dai Yong's sea of consciousness was shrouded in chaos, resembling a fog-enshrouded wasteland. In the past, only a faint glimmer of spiritual light had sustained Mo Yuan's spirit from dissipating. However, at this moment, as Bai Qian's consciousness entered, she perceived a starkly different scene. At the center of the sea of consciousness, Mo Yuan's spirit floated in midair, eyes still closed and expression serene, yet surrounded by a layer of fervent and gentle golden divine energy. This divine energy contained an overwhelming vitality, akin to the warmth of spring sunshine, gradually permeating every facet of Mo Yuan's spirit, nurturing his damaged consciousness. The once frail spirit, enveloped in this golden divine energy, began to coalesce at a visibly accelerated pace, becoming denser, while the previously weak spiritual light grew increasingly resplendent. Bai Qian observed this scene with immense satisfaction, attributing the extraordinary potency of the elixir to Jian, unaware of the source of the phoenix essence woven within the golden divine energy. Nor did she consider that another had crafted this elixir. After quietly observing for a moment, witnessing Mo Yuan's spirit steadily recovering and the chaotic energy in Dai Yang's sea of consciousness gradually dissipating, she retracted her consciousness with a sense of relief and slowly opened her eyes. "How is it, 17? Dai Feng inquired anxiously from the side, his gaze fixed intently on Dai Yang. "Rest assured, senior brother, the elixir is remarkably effective. Master S spirit is rapidly recovering, and Dai Yang is not in grave danger." Bai Qian replied with a smile, her earlier worries finally lifting. All that remained was to await the day Master awakened, marking Dai Yang's complete recovery. Dai Feng exhaled deeply, the tension in his heart finally easing. He cupped his hands in gratitude towards Bai Qian, saying, "I owe you much, 17, for remaining here, and with Jian's elixir. Otherwise, senior brother, you are too modest. Both Master and Dai Yang are of utmost importance to me. How could I stand idly by?" Bai Qian interrupted sincerely. "We need only to remain here and await the good news." Meanwhile, the sky above the Wing realm was shrouded in gloom, leaden clouds pressing low, with fierce winds howling and swirling up a tempest of yellow sand, exuding an aura of foreboding and eeriness. On the path of the great purple Ming Palace, a trio stumbled forward. Li Jing's dark battle armor was already stained crimson with blood, marred in multiple places, revealing the ghastly wounds beneath. His complexion was as pale as parchment, breath quick and erratic. Each step he took tugged at his injuries, causing cold sweat to stream down his forehead. Clutched tightly in his left arm was a swaddled bundle, containing the lifeless body of an infant, yet despite the trials he faced, he refused to relinquish hope. Beside him, Xian Nu wandered in a deranged manner, her hair disheveled, garments tattered, muttering incessantly, my child shall not perish, with the divine herb. The divine herb can save him." Her gaze was hollow, only flickering with a faint glimmer when she mentioned the child and the divine herb. Yan Ji trailed behind, her expression grave, her plain long dress sullied with dirt and blood, tightly clutching a golden divine herb, the very one Su Bai had gifted her after vanquishing a ferocious beast. Throughout their journey, she had to tend to the gravely injured Li Jing while also keeping an eye on the frenzied Xian Nu, leaving her utterly fatigued. Yet her grip on the divine herb remained steadfast, her eyes shimmering with unwavering determination. "Hurry, we must reach the alchemy chamber." Li Jing gasped, his voice hoarse, his steps increasingly unsteady. Had it not been for Yan Ji's timely support, he would have collapsed to the ground. At last, the trio reached the alchemy chamber deep within the grand Zimming Palace. Though smaller than the caverns of Kunlun ruins, this chamber was exquisitely arranged, with the stone walls etched with the unique spirit-gathering runes of the Winged clan. At its center stood a black celestial gold alchemy furnace, adorned with bizarre patterns, emanating a faint chill. Yanji assisted Li Jing into a nearby stone chair and settled the deranged Xian Nu in a corner before turning her attention to the alchemy furnace. She brushed off the dust from its surface, her fingertips grazing the celestial gold, sensing the faint spiritual energy contained within, and inhaled deeply. "Rest assured, second brother, I shall concoct a potion to save my little nephew," she declared, turning to face Li Jing with a resolute tone. Though she lacked profound alchemical skills, her determination to save the innocent child and aid her gravely injured brother compelled her to exert every ounce of her strength. Li Jing gazed at her, his eyes filled with gratitude and guilt. "Yanji, you have worked so hard. If not for my insistence on saving this child, you would not have endured so much suffering. Do not jest, second brother. This is also my little nephew. How could I stand by idly?" Yanji shook her head, choosing not to elaborate further as she retrieved the divine herb from her grasp. Although the herb had been separated from the nurturing essence of Ingzhou and traversed through many trials, it still radiated vibrant life, its golden leaves glistening like crystal, wisps of ethereal dew enveloping it. With utmost care, Yanji placed the divine herb upon a nearby stone platform, a faint purple glow enveloping her as the ghostly energy of the winged clans surged from within her, coalescing in her palms. Lacking the profound cultivation of Su Bai and the blazing divine fire of the phoenix, she could only rely on her own ghostly energy to continuously activate the alchemy furnace. As the malevolent energy infused, the alchemical furnace of celestial gold gradually illuminated, a faint purple flame flickering at its base, though appearing rather feeble. Yanji delicately placed the divine herb into the furnace. Upon contact with the purple flame, it transformed into glimmers of golden light, slowly melting within. She focused intently, carefully adjusting the temperature of the flames, her mind racing with the alchemical methods gleaned from ancient texts, not daring to relax for even a moment. However, the divine herb was an ancient celestial material, imbued with immense vitality, and extracting its full medicinal essence was no simple task. Yanji's cultivation was inferior to Su Bai's, and the malevolent energy of the winged tribe was inherently cold, opposing the herb's vibrant life force, rendering the process extraordinarily arduous. The purple flames, under her manipulation, fluctuated between weak and surging, while the golden light within the furnace danced chaotically, failing to coalesce into a medicinal liquid. Cold sweat gradually beaded on Yanji's forehead, her complexion paling, and the surrounding malevolent energy became increasingly turbulent. Merely maintaining the flame's temperature had consumed a significant portion of her cultivation. Yanji, if it becomes too difficult, do not push yourself. Li Jing observed her precarious state, his heart filled with anxiety, longing to rise but stifled by his injuries. Letting out a muffled groan. Second brother, I can do it. Yanji gritted her teeth, a glimmer of determination flashing in her eyes. She abruptly closed her eyes, the purple light around her surging, as her malevolent energy poured forth like a burst dam, entirely infusing the alchemical furnace. She understood that to successfully concoct the elixir, she must spare no effort. With the influx of malevolent energy, the purple flames within the furnace instantly blazed intensely, the golden glimmers finally beginning to gather, gradually forming a pool of verdant liquid that swirled within. Yet, Yanji's complexion had turned nearly transparent, her breath becoming rapid and faint, her malevolent energy nearly depleted. Barely able to maintain her stance, she summoned the last of her strength, meticulously controlling the liquid, infusing her remaining malevolent energy bit by bit, striving to solidify the liquid into a pill. Time trickled by, leaving only the crackling of flames and the gentle murmurs of the liquid's flow in the alchemical chamber. It was unclear how long had passed, when Yanji's breath dwindled to its lowest ebb, almost 90% of her cultivation spent. The celestial gold alchemical furnace suddenly trembled, a faint green light spilling from its mouth, followed by the slow formation of a pill the size of a dove's egg, settling at the furnace's base. This pill, a soft green hue, lacked the radiant golden glow of the elixirs crafted by Su Bai, yet it exuded a subtle vitality. It worked. Yanji's vision darkened, nearly collapsing to the ground, but fortunately, Li Jing stepped forward just in time to support her. Gazing at her paper-white face, his eyes filled with compassion and gratitude, he said, Yanji, thank you. You've worked hard. Yanji smiled weakly, shaking her head. As long as my little nephew can survive, it is all worth it. Li Jing cautiously retrieved the pill from the furnace, feeling its coolness. Though it did not possess the warmth of Su Bai's elixirs, it still contained a trace of vitality. Trembling hands cradled the pill in his palms, his eyes brimming with excitement and hope, tears nearly spilling from his eyes. He hastened to the corner, cradling the lifeless infant wrapped in cloth. The child's visage was an unsettling shade of blue, eyes tightly shut, breath long extinguished, and the small body was cold and rigid. Li Jing's heart twisted in anguish as he took a deep breath, cautiously placing it into the child's mouth, gently massaging the throat with his fingertip to aid in swallowing the elixir. Time passed, yet no sign of life emerged. Despair began to swell within Li Jing. He held the child tightly, his voice hoarse as he murmured, Child, I am so sorry. I cannot even manage this small task. Yanji leaned weakly against the stone wall, her eyes filled with despondency. Was there truly no hope left? Suddenly, the child in the swaddling stirred, and a faint breath escaped his lips, warmth gradually returning to the icy form. Li Jing's heart leapt. He held his breath, eyes fixed intently on the child. Gradually, the child's complexion turned rosy, His tightly shut eyes quivered, and then a resounding wail shattered the silence of the alchemy chamber. What? This cry resonated like celestial music, instantly dispelling the gloom within the room. Li Jing stood frozen, realization dawning upon him as tears streamed down his cheeks. He embraced the child tightly, feeling the warmth and the vigorous heartbeat, trembling with excitement, rendered speechless. Yin Ji, too, shed tears of relief, her face breaking into a smile of survival. Exhaling a breath of liberation, the maddened Xin Nu, upon hearing the child's cry, gradually quieted. A glimmer of clarity flashing in her vacant gaze as she slowly approached Li Jing, reaching out to touch the child, murmuring, "My child, my child." Li Jing gazed at the vibrant child in his arms, then at the weakened Yin Ji and the gradually awakening Xin Nu, his heart a tumult of emotions. He understood the fragility of this moment, a result of Yin Ji's sacrificial efforts and the mercy bestowed by the divine Su Bai. However, this joy was short-lived. The door to the alchemy chamber was suddenly flung open, and a panicked soldier of the Wing clan rushed in, kneeling before Li Jing with urgency and fear evident in his demeanor. "Your Majesty, there is grave news." Li Jing composed himself, brow furrowed in concern, and spoke in a serious tone. "What is this alarming matter?" "The one imprisoned in the frozen abyss. Prince Li Yuan, he has died." The soldier's voice trembled, unable to meet Li Jing's gaze. "What?" Li Jing's eyes widened in shock, as if struck by lightning. He stumbled back a step, disbelief etched across his face. "What did you say? Li Yuan is dead? How can that be? The frozen abyss is heavily guarded. How could he suddenly perish?" Li Yuan was his elder brother, imprisoned and tormented in the frozen abyss after Li Jing seized power. He had survived against all odds. Li Jing could not fathom that, at this moment, Li Yuan had actually died. Yin Ji also looked up sharply, her eyes brimming with shock and unease. She recalled a long-buried memory. When Qing Tian was born along with her two siblings, he had cast a malicious blood curse upon them to consolidate his power. The curse dictated that should any one of the three siblings perish, the strength within their bodies would entirely rebound to Qing Tian, significantly augmenting his might. "Second brother, this is dire." Yinji's voice trembled. "The blood curse our father placed upon us. If our elder brother dies, Father's power will surge." Li Jing instantly remembered the curse, his countenance turning ashen, a wave of intense panic surging within him. Qing Tian was already formidable. Had it not been for the self-sacrifice of the gods Mo Yuan and Su Bai to summon the Eastern Emperor Bel, the entire three realms would have faced catastrophe. Now, with Qing Tian's power on the rise, should he break free from the Bel, the consequences would be unfathomable. Quickly, Li Jing snapped back to reality, addressing a soldier with urgency. "Dispatch someone to Qingqiu immediately to inform Su Bai that Li Yuan has perished and that Qing Tian's strength has greatly increased. It is imperative that this message reaches him without delay." He understood that among the three realms, only Su Bai, Emperor Donghua, and the yet-to-awaken Mo Yuan possessed the strength to contend with Qing Tian. Although Su Bai had recently emerged from battle and was likely recuperating, the gravity of the situation necessitated immediate communication. "Yes, I shall see to it at once." The soldier promptly rose and hurried out of the alchemy chamber. Watching the soldier depart, Li Jing remained engulfed in anxiety. He took a deep breath, entrusting the infant in his arms to the gradually awakening Xian Nu, saying solemnly, "Take good care of the child." He then sat cross-legged on the ground, closed his eyes, and began to channel his celestial energy with all his might, striving to heal and regain his strength for the impending challenges. Yinji also settled down, commencing her meditation to restore her depleting cultivation, silently praying that Su Bai would soon receive the news and prepare accordingly. Meanwhile, at the banks of the Roshui River, the waters surged ominously, dark as ink and exuding a palpable aura of malevolence. The Eastern Emperor Bel floated silently upon the surface, its body inscribed with ancient and enigmatic runes, emanating a majestic force that suppressed all things. Within the Bel, darkness reigned, save for a faint flicker of red light. Qing Tian sat cross-legged at the center, enshrouded in thick black mist. Suddenly, he opened his eyes wide, revealing irises as crimson as blood, shimmering with a frenzied and avaricious gleam. He could distinctly sense a colossal power surging from the distant Wing realm, flowing into him through the bonds of blood. This power was a direct result of Li Yuan's demise, a sign that the blood curse was taking effect. As this energy surged within him, Qingtian's divine power began to swell, replenishing what had previously been drained by the Eastern Emperor Bell. The black mist surrounding him thickened, the aura of malevolence nearly breaking free from the bell's constraints. Ha ha! Qingtian's laughter echoed, wild and sinister, reverberating within the bell, causing it to tremble slightly. Li Yuan, you are indeed a worthy son. Who would have thought you would ultimately assist me? He rose to his feet, stretching his limbs and feeling the surging divine power within him, his eyes gleaming with a bloodthirsty light. Su Bai? Mo Yuan, you too, who destroyed my grand plans and imprisoned me here for 70,000 years. I have not forgotten this debt. With my strength now greatly enhanced, the seal of the Eastern Emperor Bell can no longer confine me for long. Raising his hand, Qing Tsong struck fiercely, delivering a powerful blow to the inner wall of the Eastern Emperor Bell, which reverberated with a deep, resounding echo, causing the bell to tremble violently. Its glowing runes dimming slightly. You shall wait for me. It will not be long before I break free from this bell. Blood will flood the three realms, and I will rend you to pieces. Chapter 43. The Return of the Phoenix Spirit and Awakening in a 10-mile expanse of peach orchards. A perennial gentle breeze caresses the blossoms, which bloom resplendently like clouds at dawn. The fragrant aroma of blooming flowers mingles with the crisp scent of fine wine, creating an enchanting paradise. As Ji Yan returned, treading upon the flowing light, celestial cranes in the forest were gracefully preening their pristine feathers, and ethereal deer frolicked, embodying tranquility. Yet, around the bamboo cottage nestled deep within the peach grove, there lingered a subtle but discernible aura of weakened phoenix divine energy. Within the bamboo cottage, Su Bai reclined against a soft cushioned couch, clad in a pristine white robe stained with traces of blood. His complexion remained pallid, and a hint of fatigue was etched upon his brow, although the true fire of the phoenix within him possessed self-healing properties. It could not withstand the significant depletion of divine power incurred during the battle against the ferocious beasts of Yingzhou in pursuit of the divine herb. Additionally, the forced extraction of 30% of his cultivation to concoct the celestial elixir, compounded by the grievous injury of rebirth from a severed limb, had left even a robust member of the Phoenix Divine clan somewhat weakened. Ji Yan entered, holding a jade flask, and promptly settled beside the couch, offering the flask to Su Bai's lips. First, sip some peach blossom wine to ease your spirit. I shall tend to your wounds shortly. Su Bai opened his eyes slightly, his gaze gentle as spring waters, and obediently took a couple of sips of the wine, the crisp aroma gliding smoothly down his throat, spreading warmth throughout. There is no need for excessive concern. These minor injuries will heal in a few days, he spoke softly, though a faint hint of weakness lingered in his voice. Ji Yan, however, was unyielding. He placed the jade flask aside, formed seals with his hands, and a soft, pink-gold aura of divine energy enveloped him, gently probing into Su Bai's body. Your disposition remains perpetually calm. Had it not been for your forging of the divine herb with true phoenix fire and your willingness to expend your cultivation in infusing the elixir, how could Mo Yuan and Dai Yong have escaped so easily? You are gravely injured. If you do not take proper care, it may lead to lingering repercussions. As the divine energy flowed into him, Su Bai felt a soothing warmth coursing through his meridians. Where it passed, the fractured bones tingled with a soothing sensation, and the damaged pathways began to mend. He ceased to speak further, closed his eyes, and circulated the remaining phoenix divine energy within him, harmonizing with Ji Yan's healing technique. Ji Yan's medical prowess was unparalleled across the three realms, and having known Su Bai for tens of thousands of years, he understood the constitution of the Phoenix Divine clan intimately. His divine energy skillfully navigated around the agitated true fire within Su Bai, gently nourishing only the injured areas, mending the broken bones and restoring the depleted spirit. Outside the bamboo cottage, peach blossoms fluttered down, caught by the breeze and cascading into the room, settling upon the garments of the two. Time drifted quietly by, and the faint aura of weakness that had enveloped Su Bai gradually dissipated, replaced by an increasingly robust phoenix divine energy. After merely an hour, Ji Yan withdrew his hands, exhaling deeply, a look of satisfaction gracing his features. Well, your injuries have healed by 60 to 70%. The remaining recovery requires only your diligent rest. With your Phoenix True Fire's self-healing ability, you shall be fully restored within 3 days. Subai slowly opened his eyes, raised his hand to move his right arm, and found no trace of pain where it had once been fractured. The divine power within him flowed far more freely. He rose from the couch, adjusted his attire, and with a respectful gesture towards Jiyan, expressed his gratitude. "Thank you. Between us, there is no need for such formalities," Jiyan replied. Jiyan waved his hand, a hint of concern flickering in his eyes. "You are still recovering from your injuries. Why not stay a few more days?" Subai shook his head, his gaze directed towards the direction of Qingqiu, his tone gentle yet resolute. "Qingqiu is my true home. Moreover, Mo Yuan is on the verge of awakening, and there may be unforeseen changes with Qingcang. I must return swiftly to regain my strength." He was acutely aware that the Eastern Emperor had suffered significant depletion of power in order to aid Fengjiu, and Mo Yuan had yet to awaken. Should Qingcang break free, the safety of the three realms would rest solely upon him. There was no room for complacency at this juncture. Jiyan, understanding his thoughts, refrained from further persuasion and simply advised, "Be cautious on your journey. Should you require anything, do not hesitate to send word." Subai nodded, turning into a dazzling stream of golden red light, breaking through the bamboo cottage's ceiling and racing towards Qingqiu. The luminous trail traversed the sky, carrying a faint scent of divine phoenix fire that intertwined with the fragrance of peach blossoms from the 10-mile peach forest, gradually fading into the wind. Within the bounds of Qingqiu, clouds and mist swirled around, the verdant mountains resembling dark jade. The babbling waters meandered down the valley, and the flowering crabapple trees before the fox den were in full bloom, their pink and white petals carpeting the path. Subai's figure slowly materialized before the fox den, the radiant light around him retracting, restoring his elegant appearance in a simple white robe, though his complexion still bore a pallor. Just as he raised his hand to push open the cave door, hurried footsteps approached from behind, accompanied by the distinct clattering of the armor worn by the winged soldiers. "Subai, divine being, please wait." A winged soldier rushed over, panting heavily, his armor caked in dust, his expression frantic, clearly having traveled a long distance. Subai turned calmly, his gaze settling on the soldier. "What is it?" The soldier knelt on one knee, his voice urgent and trembling. "Divine being, grave news. My lord commands that I inform you, the princely Yuan, imprisoned in the extreme cold, has passed away." Subai's brow furrowed slightly, a premonition stirring within him, and the soldier swallowed hard, his voice quaking. The monarch Qingcang had placed a blood curse upon the three princes. With Li Yuan's death, all his power will rebound upon Qingcang. Now, Qingcang's divine strength has surged, and the seal of the Eastern Emperor's bell may not hold for much longer. Indeed, it was as he feared. Subai's heart sank, a weight settling within him as a grave expression crossed his features. He understood well that Qingcang's power was unfathomable. Had it not been for his alliance with Mo Yuan and the sacrificial offering to the Eastern Emperor's bell, they would never have succeeded in suppressing him. Now, with Qingcang's strength amplified and the Eastern Emperor gravely injured, and Mo Yuan yet to awaken, the three realms were plunged into a state of peril. "I understand," Subai replied, his voice steady yet imbued with an undeniable authority. "Return to inform Li Jing to keep a close watch over the winged realm, especially those generals eagerly anticipating Qingcang's return. Do not forget the pact we made." The pact he referred to was Li Jing's promise that should Qingcang ever be on the brink of breaking free from the bell, he would employ secret methods to summon Qingcang's primordial spirit from within, attempting to severely wound it. The soldier nodded vigorously. "Yes, I shall certainly relay the message to my lord." Upon concluding his words, he rose and transformed into a shadow, hastily returning to the winged realm to report. Subai gazed in silence at the direction the soldier had departed, paused for a moment, and then turned to push open the door of the fox cave. Within the cave, warmth enveloped him, and luminous pearls embedded in the stone walls emitted a gentle glow, filling the air with a subtle fragrance of herbs and foliage. He approached the stone bed within and seated himself, no longer suppressing the power within him. In an instant, a pair of extraordinary heavy pupils manifested in his eyes. The left eye resembled verdant jade, brimming with boundless vitality and the essence of thriving flora, while the right eye mirrored the pitch-black curtain of night, harboring the cataclysmic force of destruction. As the heavy pupils emerged, A continuous stream of life force surged from his left eye, flowing through his veins and healing his lingering injuries at a visibly accelerated pace. His previously pallid complexion gradually flushed with color, the broken bones fully mended, and the damaged meridians grew increasingly resilient. In mere moments, his injuries were entirely healed, even rendering him stronger than before his wounds. However, Subai did not rise. Instead, he sat cross-legged, forming hand seals, and began to cultivate the 8-9 profound art. This technique, created by the primordial deity Pangu, wielded immense power, capable not only of refining the physique, but also of swiftly restoring one's cultivation. As the technique flowed through him, the phoenix divine power within his dantian awakened like a slumbering dragon, rapidly circulating throughout his body. With each cycle, the divine power grew increasingly pure and formidable. In order to concoct the healing elixir, he had expended a significant portion of his cultivation, a considerable sacrifice for him. Now, with the impending emergence of Qing Tsang, although Mo Yuan would awaken, his strength would undoubtedly not be fully restored. Furthermore, the Eastern Emperor was also gravely injured. In facing Qing Tsang, he would be the main force, and thus it was imperative to swiftly replenish his lost cultivation. Subai retrieved a plethora of elixirs and spiritual herbs from his storage space, including a millennium-old snow lotus, 10,000-year-old Ganoderma, and rare spiritual materials he had collected in his early years, such as phoenix gall and dragon saliva. He refined these materials one by one, transforming them into pure spiritual power, which he infused into his own phoenix divine power to expedite his recovery. The fluctuations of divine power within the cave grew increasingly intense, and the glow of the luminous pearls appeared somewhat dimmed by the overwhelming force. Subai closed his eyes, his expression tranquil, surrounded by golden-red phoenix divine power and verdant life force. The two energies intertwined, forming a peculiar luminous veil that enveloped him. 7 days swiftly passed. In the West Sea Dragon Palace, the chambers of Dai Yong still lingered with a faint aroma of medicinal herbs and celestial dew. Bai Qian, clad in simple robes, sat cross-legged beside the bed, forming hand seals as she consistently performed the soul pursuit technique on Dai Yong. For the past 7 days, she had entered Dai Yong's sea of consciousness daily, observing the recovery of Mo Yuan's primordial spirit, her anticipation growing ever stronger. As the incantation resonated, a wisp of her consciousness gradually delved into Dai Yong's sea of consciousness. In previous instances, upon entering the sea, she would see Mo Yuan's primordial spirit suspended in the center, enveloped in a layer of golden divine power, gradually regaining strength. However, today, as her consciousness entered the sea, she discovered that the scene before her was starkly different from the past. Within the vast sea of consciousness, the chaotic essence had nearly dissipated, revealing a clarity that was once obscured. The primordial spirit of Mo Yuan, which had previously floated in the center, was nowhere to be found. Bai Qian was momentarily taken aback, only to be overwhelmed by an indescribable surge of joy. She instantly comprehended that this signified Mo Yuan's spirit had regained sufficient strength, no longer reliant on the nurturing power of Dai Yong, and had returned to his own body. This meant that the day of Mo Yuan's awakening was imminent. A tremendous joy washed over her like a tidal wave, nearly causing her heart to falter. She forcefully suppressed her excitement, swiftly retracting her consciousness and gently opening her eyes. At the very moment she concluded the soul-retrieving technique, Dai Yong, who had been in a deep slumber for years, stirred slightly, his eyelids fluttering before gradually opening. His gaze was still somewhat dazed, imbued with the remnants of sleep, as he stared at the familiar ceiling. After a long pause, he finally spoke in a hoarse and weak voice. "Where am I?" "Dai Yong, you are awake," Bai Qian exclaimed joyfully, her eyes brimming with tears. The vigil she had maintained for 7 days and nights had finally borne fruit, with not only Mo Yuan's spirit returning, but Dai Yong awakening as well. She hastily rose and swiftly made her way outside the hall, calling to Dai Feng, who awaited her. "Senior brother, Dai Yong has woken up. He is awake." Dai Feng, who had anxiously remained outside, his heart in turmoil, was instantly filled with overwhelming joy upon hearing Bai Qian's voice, and he hurriedly followed her into the hall. Upon seeing Dai Yong with his eyes open, he trembled with excitement. "Elder brother, you have finally awakened. How do you feel? Is there any discomfort?" Dai Yong gazed at Bai Qian and Dai Feng, his eyes gradually clearing as he recalled the events that had transpired. With a weak smile, he reassured them, "I am fine, do not worry about me." "That is good, that is good," Dai Feng nodded repeatedly, the heavy stone that had weighed on his heart finally lifting. Bai Qian observed the reunion of the siblings with a smile of relief. With Dai Yong awake and Mo Yuan's spirit returned, the significant matter that had burdened her heart was largely resolved. She clasped her hands together before them. "Dai Yong has just awakened and requires peace to recuperate. I shall not intrude further. Master S' spirit has returned. I must hasten back to Qingqiu to inform Su Bai and prepare for Master S' awakening." Dai Feng and Dai Yong promptly nodded. 17. You should go quickly. We will be fine here. Bai Qian spoke no further, transforming into a fleeting white shadow as she hurried toward the direction of Qingqiu. Her heart brimmed with joy at the prospect of Mo Yuan's imminent awakening, eager to share this delightful news with Su Bai. Within the fox den of Qingqiu, Su Bai remained seated cross-legged upon the stone bed, the fluctuations of divine power around him gradually stabilizing. After 7 days of closed-door cultivation, bolstered by ample celestial elixirs and herbs, he had not only fully replenished the 30% of his cultivation that had been depleted, but had also made slight progress due to the refining process following his severe injuries. He slowly opened his eyes, the dual pupils gradually fading away, restoring his usual gentle demeanor. Feeling the relentless power of the phoenix coursing through him, Su Bai nodded in satisfaction. Now restored to his peak condition, he felt confident enough to confront Qing Tsong, should he emerge. At that moment, a faint divine consciousness entered the cave. It was a message from Bai Qian. "Su Bai, Master S' primordial spirit has returned. Dai Yong has awakened." Bai Qian's voice conveyed uncontainable joy and excitement through her divine consciousness. A smile broke across Su Bai's face, and a heavy weight lifted from his heart. Mo Yuan's awakening undoubtedly revitalized the three realms, enhancing their prospects against Qing Tsong. He rose from his bed without delay and made his way directly to the Yanhua cave in Qingqiu. Mo Yuan's body had been resting within the mystical crystal ice coffin in the cave, and with his primordial spirit's return, he must have awakened by now. Outside Yanhua cave, mist swirled, and the stone walls at the entrance were etched with ancient runes, exuding a subtle chill. Su Bai pushed open the cave door and stepped inside. The cold air enveloped him, and the central mystical crystal ice coffin remained pristine and transparent. Yet, seated beside it was a familiar figure, dressed in a dark long robe, with hair cascading to his waist and a handsome face exuding a calm demeanor. It was Mo Yuan, just awakened. Mo Yuan gazed down at the mystical crystal ice coffin, lost in thought. Upon hearing footsteps, he slowly lifted his head and, upon seeing Su Bai enter, a gentle smile graced his lips as he softly said, "You've come?" Su Bai approached with a smile, sitting beside him. His gaze swept over the mystical crystal ice coffin before returning to Mo Yuan. He sighed indeed. "However, you can't be complacent. I woke up long before you. I endured a backlash similar to yours. Years ago, he and Mo Yuan had shared the sacrifice of the Eastern Emperor Bel, enduring its destructive force together and falling into slumber. Yet he had awakened several years prior to Mo Yuan. Mo Yuan was not displeased. He simply shook his head gently, a glimmer of gratitude in his eyes. "I owe you my thanks once again. If it weren't for your nurturing phoenix power and the elixir you concocted, I might have remained in slumber for several more years." Having just awakened, he could distinctly sense the residual phoenix power within him, a warm and formidable energy that had been the key to reviving his primordial spirit. "Master, Su Bai?" At that moment, a melodious voice echoed from the cave entrance as Bai Qian hurried in, her face radiant with joy. Upon entering, she overheard Mo Yuan's words, causing her footsteps to falter, her smile freezing. Then, with a look of concern, she rushed to Su Bai's side, her divine consciousness scanning him anxiously. "Was that elixir you crafted, Su Bai? Are you all right? Have you been injured?" She had always assumed the elixir was concocted by Jiyan and never considered it could be Su Bai's handiwork. The thought of Su Bai needing to venture to Yingzhou for rare herbs, slaying fierce beasts, and potentially exhausting his strength made her heart race with worry. Looking at the anxious Bai Qian before him, Su Bai's eyes softened. He reached out to gently pat her head, speaking slowly, "It's nothing, just a minor injury. Are you not aware of my strength? I have already recovered." Bai Qian's divine awareness swept over Su Bai's entire being, and indeed, she did not perceive any signs of injury, which allowed her to breathe a sigh of relief. However, she soon recalled Jian, and her delicate visage was immediately etched with indignation. With a gentle pinch at Su Bai's waist, she spoke with a tone that was far from amiable. I told you Jian's lackluster abilities could hardly secure the divine herb so easily. And to return without a single scratch, he must have appropriated your merit. Just watch, I shall hold him accountable. With that, she stood up, determined to confront Jian in the peach blossom grove. Su Bai hastily reached out, pulling her into his embrace, and placed a tender kiss upon her soft lips. His voice laced with a hint of helplessness and affection. All right, cease your fussing. It was I who instructed Jian to keep this from you. At that time, you had to guard the soul lantern while also attending to Dai Yong and our master's primordial spirit. I feared for your worries. Bai Qian was momentarily bewildered by Su Bai's unexpected kiss, her cheeks instantly blooming with a rosy hue, leaving her at a loss. It was only when she noticed Mo Yuan smiling at them from the side, his eyes reflecting a blend of appreciation and playful teasing, that her face flushed a deeper shade, akin to a ripe apple. She quickly buried her face into Su Bai's embrace, her voice barely above a whisper. Oh dear, the master is still here. I am too embarrassed to face anyone. Amused, Su Bai gently caressed her back and softly reassured her. It's all right. Mo Yuan will not mock you. Observing the closeness between the two, Mo Yuan's smile grew even warmer. Having known Su Bai for countless years, he understood his nature well. Witnessing the bond he shared with Bai Qian brought him joy. The chill within the cave seemed to dissipate in the warmth of their tender atmosphere, as the soft glow of the luminous pearl cast a gentle light upon the three of them, illuminating the smiles on their faces. Chapter 44. Summoning the Celestial Spirit of Qingtsong, Trading Injury for Death. Severely wounding Qingtsong, the warm atmosphere within the Flameflower Cave had yet to dissipate, as Su Bai gently caressed Bai Qian's flushed cheek. His tone tender, yet imbued with an undeniable firmness. The moment of Qingtsong's imminent awakening draws near. Kunlun ruins serve as the barrier between the nine heavens and Qingqiu. We must proceed at once to gather our disciples and prepare for defense. Bai Qian lifted her gaze from his embrace, the shyness in her eyes still lingering, yet tinged with a newfound gravity as she nodded in agreement. Yes, Master has just awakened, and the disciples of Kunlun ruins must be eagerly awaiting his return. Mo Yuan rose, adjusting his dark robe, his once dominant presence gradually resuming the aura of a battle-hardened deity. He turned to Su Bai and Bai Qian. Let us go? This presents a perfect opportunity for me to witness the transformations that Kunlun ruins have undergone over the past 70 millennia. In an instant, the three figures transformed into three streaks of light, racing towards the direction of Kunlun ruins. Once a realm perpetually shrouded in celestial energy, Kunlun ruins featured a main peak veiled in ethereal mists, with palatial structures built upon the mountains, arranged in harmonious disarray, exuding an air of ancient solemnity. When Mo Yuan fell into slumber 70 millennia ago, Su Bai likewise succumbed to sleep, leaving the stewardship of Kunlun ruins in the hands of Dai Feng. Although order was maintained, the absence of a resolute leader rendered it somewhat lacking in stability. Today, the three figures gently descended upon the expansive square before the grand hall of Kunlun ruins, instantly stirring the disciples stationed throughout the vicinity. That is, Master Aura. One of the gatekeeping disciples was the first to react, disbelief giving way to uncontainable joy as he rushed towards the hall, shouting, Master has returned. Master has awakened. The news spread like wildfire, swiftly reaching every corner of Kunlun ruins. Disciples, engaged in their respective training or affairs, set aside their tasks and raced towards the grand hall. 70 millennia of waiting, 70 millennia of longing, now manifested as tears of joy and overwhelming excitement. Leading the way was Mo Yuan, with Su Bai and Bai Qian closely following. Witnessing the disciples kneeling along their path and hearing their choked calls of Master, a flicker of warmth ignited in Mo Yuan's steady gaze. Within the grand hall, disciples had already filled the front chamber, with Dai Feng standing at the forefront. His eyes reddened as he gazed towards the entrance. Upon seeing Mo Yuan's familiar figure step into the hall, he could no longer contain himself and hastened forward, kneeling on one knee. Master, you have finally returned. Rise, Mo Yuan said, extending his hand to assist Dai Feng. His voice was gentle yet tinged with an imperceptible nostalgia. You have worked hard over these 70 millennia. Your disciple has endured no hardship. As long as Master awakens, anything I do is worthwhile. Daifeng replied, his voice thick with emotion. Other disciples surged forward to pay their respects, filling the grand hall with a lively chorus of greetings and heartfelt expressions, creating a scene of joyous chaos. Bai Qian stood beside Su Bai, gazing at the familiar yet somewhat alien faces before her, her heart awash with myriad sentiments. In her youth, she had disguised herself as a man, adopting the name Si Yin, and had immersed herself in the teachings of Kunlun ruins, forging deep bonds with her fellow disciples. 70,000 years have passed, and the once youthful brothers have largely shed their naivety, growing increasingly mature and composed. At that moment, a figure emerged from the crowd and rushed directly towards Bai Qian. Clad in a cerulean disciple's robe, the individual was strikingly handsome. With a hint of the spiritedness from years gone by, it was none other than the 16th disciple, Zilan. Zilan circled Bai Qian twice, his eyes wide with astonishment, his face a canvas of disbelief. After a moment, he pointed at Bai Qian, his voice quivering, 17? How have you transformed into a woman? For all these years, to evade us, you have disguised yourself as a man. Years ago, Bai Qian had vanished after a hasty farewell at Kunlun ruins, seeking the primordial spirit of Mo Yuan. Zilan and the other disciples searched far and wide, yet she remained elusive. Little did they expect that upon their reunion, their once youthful junior had blossomed into an extraordinarily beautiful woman. Bai Qian felt a twinge of embarrassment under his gaze, her cheeks flushing slightly. She quickly waved her hand, explaining, 16th brother, I have always been a woman. I adopted a male guise and the name Si Yin merely for the sake of convenience in pursuing my studies. It was never my intention to deceive anyone. What? Zilan's eyes widened, as if he had stumbled upon an astonishing revelation. You were a woman all along. So, during our escapades of fishing and foraging, and when we faced punishment together, you were indeed a lady. His voice, neither too loud nor too soft, resonated throughout the grand hall, silencing the murmurs of the other disciples, who turned their curious gazes toward Bai Qian, their eyes brimming with intrigue and surprise. Moments later, a hearty laughter erupted within the hall. The senior disciple, Daifeng, stifling his amusement, patted Zilan on the shoulder. Zilan, your reaction is rather slow. Given how delicate and charming 17 was back then, I always sensed something amiss. I just never imagined she was truly a woman. Indeed, echoed another disciple. 17 was terrified of insects and had a penchant for secretly hoarding pastries. In hindsight, it perfectly aligns with feminine tendencies. No wonder Master was particularly lenient with 17. It turns out he had known the truth all along. The disciples exchanged banter, their words infused with playful teasing and a sense of relief. The longing and worry accumulated over 70 millennia transformed into light-hearted jest, and the atmosphere in the hall grew increasingly vibrant. Bai Qian, though blushing from their remarks, no longer felt awkward. Instead, she smiled and greeted each brother, recounting the tale of her past. I am Bai Qian, the princess of Qingqiu. My youthful folly led me to seek a mentor and learn the arts, while concealing my identity to avoid recognition. I am indebted to Master for his acceptance, and to all of you for your care and camaraderie. She bowed sincerely to the assembly. Oh, so it is the lady of Qingqiu. My apologies. Zilan quickly returned the gesture, a hint of embarrassment gracing his features. 17 No. Now I should address you as the divine Bai Qian. I was rather presumptuous earlier. I hope the divine does not take offense. 16th brother, you are too courteous. We are all brothers. There is no need for such formality, Bai Qian replied with a smile. Subsequently, the disciples gathered around Bai Qian, exchanging stories and experiences accumulated over the span of 70 millennia. Some had traveled the world, witnessing the marvels and peculiarities of distant lands. Others had devoted themselves to rigorous cultivation, significantly enhancing their powers and gaining a modest reputation as esteemed deities, while a few remained steadfast in Kunlun ruins, safeguarding the legacy of their master. To everyone's astonishment, Bai Qian, the esteemed goddess, had endured so much over the years. Zilan remarked, in the past, your departure was so hasty that we all presumed you wished to avoid the sorrow of Master's slumber, yet it turns out you have tirelessly labored for your master. Master's kindness to me is as profound as a mountain. Naturally, I could not allow him to sleep in vain, Bai Qian replied quietly. her gaze instinctively drifting towards the distant Mo Yuan, her heart brimming with gratitude. The lively warmth of the grand hall seeped through several screens into the tea room behind. The tea room was adorned with simplicity and elegance, with the stunning mountain scenery of Kunlun ruins visible beyond the window, shrouded in mist and the sound of rustling pines. Mo Yuan and Su Bai sat across from each other at a stone table, where a delicate tea set was arranged. Steaming spring water was poured into the teapot, releasing a faint aroma of tea. Su Bai lifted the teapot and filled 2 cups to the brim with the clear, luminous tea, which emitted a refreshing fragrance. He set the teapot down, picked up one of the cups, but instead of drinking, he brought it close to his nose for a gentle sniff and turned to Mo Yuan, asking calmly, "To what extent have you restored your strength?" Upon hearing this, Mo Yuan also lifted his cup, taking a gentle sip. The warmth of the tea slid down his throat, leaving a hint of sweetness. He placed the cup down, his fingertips lightly tracing the rim as he slowly replied, 40%. When I first awakened, my divine power had only returned to 20%. Thanks to the phoenix energy you infused into the elixir and the nourishment I received over the years in the Shuyong Sea, I have regained another 20%. Years ago, he and Su Bai had sacrificed themselves to the Eastern Emperor Bel, sharing the destructive force of its demise, which had severely injured both his primordial spirit and physical form. Had it not been for Su Bai's gentle phoenix energy nurturing him and the expenditure of his cultivation to refine the elixir, he might have remained in slumber for several more years before awakening. Su Bai rhythmically tapped his fingers on the tabletop, producing a faint sound, lost in contemplation. After a moment, he raised his head, his gaze resolute, and spoke slowly. "Then, I shall confront Qing Tsang alone. Your presence is of no consequence." Mo Yuan was taken aback, clearly unprepared for Su Bai's declaration. Observing Su Bai's calm demeanor, he pondered for a moment before nodding in agreement. A hint of self-deprecation and relief in his tone. "Very well, I shall not hinder you. Once my strength is more stable, I will guard the rear, ensuring that the remnants of the winged clan do not seize the opportunity to create chaos." He understood that with his current 40% strength, he would be of little use against the significantly enhanced Qing Tsang and might even become a burden to Su Bai. Su Bai's phoenix energy naturally countered Qing Tsang's chilling power, and with Su Bai having restored his peak condition, it was indeed the best choice for him to take the lead. Su Bai's expression instantly turned grave, his brows slightly furrowed as he spoke slowly. Qing Tsang's power has surged due to the backlash of the blood curse following Li Yuan's demise, a variable we had not anticipated. However, there is no need for excessive concern. In our past collaboration, we inflicted significant damage upon him. The spiritual energy within the Dong Huang Bell is sealed off. Over the years, his injuries have not healed, and the backlash has left hidden perils. Coupled with the secret arts of Li Jing, our chances of victory have indeed increased. He paused, his tone taking on a more somber note. The only concern is that he might act out of desperation and forcefully activate the Dong Huang Bell. The destructive power of the bell is exceedingly tyrannical. Once unleashed, it would not only severely wound me, but could also endanger the lives across the 3 realms. In the past, Qing Tsang activated the bell to win the battle between the Tianyi and the 2 worlds, resulting in catastrophic losses. Had he not sacrificed himself alongside Mo Yuan to quell the bell, the consequences would have been unimaginable. Mo Yuan paused momentarily, holding his teacup, then smiled at Su Bai with a glimmer of understanding in his eyes. "Have you not already discovered a means to counter it? The half of the divine power left by our father is now residing within your Dantian, is it not? Years ago, before their father ascended, he transformed half of his divine power into the 4 fierce beasts on Ingzhou Island, which Su Bai recently vanquished, thus allowing that divine power to naturally enter Su Bai's being. This power, imbued with the dual forces of creation and destruction, is sufficient to rival the devastation wrought by the Dong Huang Bell." Upon hearing this, Su Bai shrugged helplessly, a wry smile gracing his lips. "Surely, I cannot afford to slumber for another 70,000 years. When we suppressed the Dong Huang Bell together, I was asleep for countless millennia. Now that I have finally awakened, I am eager to marry Qian Qian. If I were to sleep for another 70,000 years, I fear the Fox Emperor would come for me with sword drawn." His bond with Bai Qian had deepened through trials and tribulations. Now, with the crisis looming over the 3 realms, he yearned to swiftly resolve the matter with Qing Tsang and live peacefully with Bai Qian, not wishing to descend into another prolonged slumber. Mo Yuan couldn't help but chuckle, his earlier worries dissipating somewhat. Indeed, at 17, she is already 140,000 years old. If you wait another 70,000 years, she would be 210,000. The Fox Emperor has always doted on her. He certainly would not spare you then. Foxes of Qingqiu possess long lifespans, and Bai Qian, at 140,000 years, is still considered young among the imperial princesses. The Fox Emperor has long anticipated her finding a worthy partner for a tranquil life. If Su Bai were to sleep for another 70,000 years, the Fox Emperor would undoubtedly be furious. Su Bai raised his teacup and drained its contents in one gulp. The rich flavor did little to alleviate the gravity in his heart. Setting down the cup, he restored a calm demeanor and uttered a statement that startled even Mo Yuan. At that time, I shall shatter the Dong Huang bell to prevent further calamity. The Dong Huang bell, an ancient artifact of immense power, is fraught with danger. Should it fall into the hands of malevolent beings, it could spell disaster for the three realms. In the past, Qing Tsang harnessed the bell's strength to incite chaos. Thus, if it could be utterly destroyed, it would be a lasting solution to eliminate future threats. Mo Yuan's smile froze instantly, and he stared at Su Bai, his eyes filled with astonishment. The hardness of the Eastern Emperor bell surpasses all imagination. Even in his own time, he never contemplated its destruction, yet Su Bai harbored such intentions. He remained silent for a considerable duration, his fingertips gently tapping on the table as he seemed to weigh the pros and cons. After a moment, he lifted his gaze, meeting Su Bai's resolute eyes, and slowly spoke. Very well, proceed as you see fit. If you truly can shatter the Eastern Emperor bell, it would indeed eliminate a significant threat to the three realms. He understood Su Bai's strength and temperament well. If Su Bai dared to utter such words, he must possess ample confidence. Moreover, destroying the Eastern Emperor bell was undeniably the optimal solution to the fundamental problem. The two chose not to dwell on the matter further, continuing to sip tea and engage in light conversation. Their dialogue meandered from the Kunlun ruins of 70,000 years ago to the current state of the three realms. Eventually touching upon the growth of their disciples, the atmosphere relaxed and pleasant, as if the tumultuous winds and clouds outside bore no relevance to them. Meanwhile, the Wing realm was shrouded in an atmosphere of foreboding and strangeness. In the center of the grand purple Ming Palace's plaza, a colossal ritual altar had been erected. Constructed from massive black stones, the altar was inscribed with a profusion of bizarre runes, between which flowed a dark red luminescence, exuding a potent aura of blood and chilling power. Li Jing, clad in a dark robe, sat cross-legged at the altar's center. His complexion was as pale as parchment, lips exhibiting an uncanny dark red hue, and his forehead beaded with fine droplets of sweat, his expression a mix of anguish and determination. His hands formed intricate seals, blood seeping from his fingertips and coursing along the grooves of the altar. Wherever the blood flowed, the eerie runes ignited with a brilliant red light, intensifying the cold power emanating from the altar. This was the long-lost forbidden technique of the Wing clan, the summoning spell. This spell could forcibly extract another's primordial spirit from their corporeal form, yet it required the caster's blood and vitality as a price. Once invoked, the caster would be left utterly drained, facing certain death. Li Jing chose to employ this forbidden technique to fulfill his prior agreement with Su Bai, aiming to severely wound his primordial spirit before Qing Tsang emerged from the bell, thus alleviating Su Bai's burden. Additionally, it served as a means of atonement for the sins committed by his father, Qing Tsang, on behalf of the Wing clan. As blood continued to flow, the runes on the altar grew ever more radiant, and a colossal red beam shot skyward from the altar's center, piercing the clouds. Within this crimson light resided a formidable summoning power, penetrating the barriers of the Wing realm and heading directly towards the Eastern Emperor bell by the banks of Ruoshui. The banks of Ruoshui were perpetually beset by howling winds and towering waves. The Eastern Emperor bell floated silently in midair, its surface etched with ancient runes and emanating a faint golden glow, a remnant of the sealing power left by Mo Yuan and Su Bai. Within the bell lay an abyss of darkness and chaos. Qing Tsang sat cross-legged at the center of the bell, surrounded by surging red lotus flames of retribution. His visage was twisted and ferocious, his eyes glinting with a bloodthirsty light. The blood curse resulting from Li Yuan's death had exponentially amplified his divine power, elevating his already unfathomable strength to a terrifying new realm. However, the backlash of the blood curse exacerbated the severity of his old wounds, sending waves of tearing pain throughout his body. "Subai? Mo Yuan. Wait for me." Qing Tsong roared softly, his eyes brimming with resentment and murderous intent. "Years ago, you managed to seal me once. Today, with my divine power greatly amplified, I shall rend you into pieces and flatten the 9 heavens, unifying the 3 realms." At that moment, a dazzling crimson light pierced through the seal of the Eastern Emperor Bell, directly entering within, transforming into a colossal runic symbol that hovered before Qing Tsong. Within the symbol, a formidable force of summoning emerged, tugging at his primordial spirit. Qing Tsong furrowed his brow, a flicker of confusion and wariness flashing in his eyes. "What power is this? How dare it forcibly summon my primordial spirit?" He attempted to resist the summoning force, but found it to be bizarrely potent, as if entwined with some fateful bond, compelling his primordial spirit to yearn to break free from the confines of his corporeal form. It must be that scoundrel Li Jing. Qing Tsong instantly grasped the situation, fury surging across his face as he shouted into the void, "Scoundrel! You dare betray me, using forbidden techniques to summon my primordial spirit." He quickly comprehended Li Jing's intention, to inflict grievous harm upon him while his primordial spirit was separated and weakened. "Wishful thinking," Qing Tsong roared in anger, striving to suppress the turmoil within his primordial spirit. Yet, with Li Jing's forbidden technique activated and his old wounds flaring up, his divine power faltered, leaving him unable to withstand the overwhelming summoning force. Moments later, a shadow identical to Qing Tsong emerged from within him. It was none other than his primordial spirit. The instant it detached, Qing Tsong felt a wave of weakness wash over him, his strength plummeting by more than half. "No!" Qing Tsong bellowed, helplessly watching as his primordial spirit was enveloped by the crimson light, vanishing instantaneously within the Eastern Emperor Bell. In the next moment, his primordial spirit materialized atop the altar of the great purple Ming Palace in the Wing Realm. Upon appearing, he immediately beheld Li Jing, seated cross-legged at the center of the altar, wielding a long sword that shimmered with a cold light. The sword emanated an intense aura of murderous intent and resoluteness, aimed directly at his primordial spirit. "You ungrateful wretch!" Qing Tsong's primordial spirit seethed with fury, unleashing a powerful chill around him as he roared at Li Jing. "I should have strangled you back then. How dare you conspire with outsiders, betray me, and attempt patricide?" He could hardly fathom that the son he had raised with such care would turn against him so ruthlessly. Li Jing slowly opened his eyes, his pallor devoid of any color, lips cracked, yet his gaze held a semblance of liberation and determination. Ignoring Qing Tsong's furious shouts and the oppressive chill surrounding him, he abruptly stood, brandishing the long sword, and charged straight at Qing Tsong's primordial spirit. "Today, I shall act on behalf of heaven to settle the sins you have committed." Li Jing's voice was hoarse and weak, yet imbued with an unwavering conviction. Qing Tsong's primordial spirit, caught off guard and still reeling from the forcible summoning, found itself struck by Li Jing's sword upon the shoulder. Above the primordial spirit, a distinct fissure suddenly appeared, and the chilling power surged forth like a tide. "Ah!" Qing Tsong let out a pained howl, his eyes brimming with murderous intent. "You insignificant wretch! You seek death." Though he existed in a primordial state, his formidable strength allowed him to quickly stabilize his form. With a mere thought, a massive Fong Tianhua halberd manifested in his hand. The halberd, entirely black, was adorned with strange runes that emanated a disquieting aura of death. "In this primordial state, I cannot harm your physical foundation, but my Fong Tianhua halberd is forged from a blend of nether iron and my own blood, specifically designed to target the primordial spirit. Do you truly believe that your paltry abilities can inflict harm upon me?" Qing Tsong sneered, his gaze filled with disdain and cruelty. Before his words had faded, he swung the Fong Tianhua halberd violently towards Li Jing. The halberd sliced through the air with a piercing shriek, the dense chill coalescing into a black blade of energy, hurtling menacingly towards Li Jing. Having already cast aside the notion of life and death, Li Jing did not flinch in the face of Qing Tsong's onslaught. Gritting his teeth, he summoned the last vestiges of his celestial power, positioning his sword defensively in front of him to withstand the lethal strike. With a sharp crack, The black blade of energy struck the sword, and Li Jing felt an immense force surge through him, rendering his arm numb and nearly causing him to lose his grip on the weapon. He staggered back several steps, blood spilling from the corner of his mouth, his complexion growing increasingly pale. Though Qing Tsang in his primordial state was but a shadow of his former self, he was still far beyond the exhausted Li Jing's capabilities. Unfilial son, perish before me. Qing Tsang, emboldened by his advantage, charged again with the Fang Tianhua halberd, each strike viciously aimed at Li Jing's vital points. Li Jing could only hastily defend himself, his sword moving in a frantic dance to parry Qing Tsang's relentless assault. However, the celestial power within him had long been depleted from invoking forbidden techniques, and he was now sustained solely by sheer will. Soon, he found himself overwhelmed, multiple wounds marring his body, blood staining his dark robe. Ha! With such meager skill, you dare to plot against your father? Qing Tsang laughed maniacally, his assault growing increasingly fierce. Today, you shall learn the consequences of betrayal. The Fang Tianhua halberd came crashing down once more, and Li Jing could not evade in time, the edge of the halberd grazing his chest. A wave of excruciating pain surged through him, as if his very organs were being shattered. He felt as though he were a kite severed from its string, hurtling backward to crash heavily against the massive stone at the edge of the altar. Cough! Cough! Li Jing clutched his chest, succumbing to violent fits of coughing, blood continuously flowing from the corners of his mouth, his gaze growing increasingly unfocused. He understood that his time was short. Yet, as he beheld the grinning Qing Tsang drawing near, his resolve remained unshaken. He had no intention of returning alive from this forbidden technique. As long as he could gravely wound Qing Tsang's primordial spirit and provide Su Bai with a glimmer of hope, he would die without regret. Qing Tsang, you have committed numerous atrocities and brought suffering to countless beings. Today, I shall stake my very life to ensure you pay the price. Li Jing exerted the last remnants of his strength, struggling to rise from the ground. His body swayed perilously, yet he stood tall, his long sword firmly grasped and aimed defiantly at Qing Tsang. Observing Li Jing's desperate struggle, Qing Tsang's eyes glinted with derision, on the brink of death. You dare to be obstinate? I shall now shatter your primordial spirit and send your soul into oblivion. He strode forward, raising his Fang Tianhua halberd, ready to cleave down upon Li Jing's head. In this moment of impending doom, a fierce determination flickered in Li Jing's eyes. He abruptly abandoned his defense, channeling the last vestiges of his celestial energy and his very lifeblood into the sword he held. The long sword erupted in a brilliant crimson light, radiating a resolute power capable of annihilating the heavens and earth. With my blood, I shall offer my soul. Even if my spirit perishes, I shall vanquish the demon. Li Jing roared, disregarding the impending strike of Qing Tsang's halberd, charging straight for Qing Tsang's primordial spirit. Qing Tsang was taken aback by Li Jing's madness, realizing he intended to perish alongside him. Yet, with no retreat possible, he gritted his teeth and swung the halberd down with ferocity. The halberd struck Li Jing's back with a sickening thud, the razor-sharp blade piercing through his body instantaneously. Li Jing let out a muffled grunt, his body stiffening as blood gushed forth like a fountain from his wound. Nonetheless, he did not falter, with the last remnants of his consciousness. He drove his sword deep into Qing Tsang's primordial spirit. Ah! Qing Tsang emitted a chilling scream, a massive fissure appearing at the center of his primordial spirit, dark, cold energy spilling forth like a breached dam, rendering his spirit increasingly ethereal and translucent. He felt acutely aware of his primordial essence rapidly dissipating, his vitality severely wounded. Li Jing, witnessing Qing Tsang's agony, revealed a faint smile of relief. He summoned the last ounce of his strength to glance toward the direction of Qing Qiu. Then his body slackened, collapsing upon the altar as he utterly lost his life force. With Li Jing's demise, the celestial energy within him dissipated entirely, and the altar of summoning, fueled by his lifeblood, instantly lost its support. The runes upon the altar dimmed rapidly, the dark red crevices solidifying into a profound silence. The crimson light enveloping Qing Tsang's primordial spirit also faded, and freed from the constraints of the forbidden technique, his primordial essence could no longer linger in the external realm, transforming into a black streak of light that surged toward the Eastern Emperor Bell by the banks of the Ruo Shui. Within the Eastern Emperor Bell, chaos reigned. Qing Tsang's primordial spirit rushed in like a kite severed from its string, instantly merging with his physical body. As soon as he rejoined, he abruptly opened his eyes. A jet-black blood spattering from the corner of his mouth, splattering against the bell's surface with a hissing sound. He lowered his gaze to his chest, where his garments were already stained crimson with blood, although the wounds of his flesh were gradually healing under the nourishment of divine power. The severe injury to his spirit left him engulfed by an overwhelming sense of weakness. Li Jing's desperate strike not only inflicted grievous cracks upon his essence, but also exacerbated the instability of the divine energy within him, which had surged violently due to the backlash of a blood curse, now dissipating significantly. Li Jing, that ungrateful wretch. Qing Tsang growled softly, his eyes filled with resentment and bitterness. I shall certainly retrieve your soul, subjecting you to the most excruciating torments this world has to offer. Yet, almost immediately, he felt that the remaining divine power within him still far exceeded that of the time when it was sealed, and the bitterness in his gaze was gradually replaced by ambition. Subai? Mo Yuan. Qing Tsang raised his head to gaze outside the bell, his eyes glinting with a bloodthirsty light, his tone chilling. Even with my spirit injured, I possess more than enough strength to deal with you. Once I have fully stabilized my injuries, I shall break free from this bell, shatter your bodies into 1,000 pieces, and flatten the 9 heavens, unifying the 3 realms. He sat cross-legged, beginning to circulate the divine power within him, suppressing the raging force while mending the wounds to his spirit. Within the Eastern Emperor bell, the chilling power thickened once more, swirling incessantly around him, while the sealing runes upon the bell began to flicker faintly, as if they could be shattered at any moment. The tumult of the 3 realms swelled ever more fiercely due to this brutal battle of spirits. The Eastern Emperor bell by the banks of Roche resembled a volcano on the verge of eruption, threatening to unleash a cataclysm that would engulf the 3 realms. Meanwhile, within the tea house of Kunlun ruins, Subai seemed to sense something, his hand holding the teacup pausing slightly. He lifted his gaze towards the direction of Ruoshui, a hint of gravity crossing his features. Li Jing has likely made his move, Subai spoke slowly. Mo Yuan also set down his teacup, his gaze deep and distant, nodding gently. Indeed, the fluctuation of spirit energy just now, though faint, bore the essence of Qing Tsang. It seems Li Jing has severely injured his spirit. A pity for Li Jing, Subai sighed softly, his tone tinged with sorrow. Though his acquaintance with Li Jing was not deep, he admired his resolute courage. He sacrificed his life to buy us time. Mo Yuan's tone grew heavier. We cannot betray his sacrifice. Subai placed down his teacup, rising with determination, replacing the gravity in his eyes. Fear not, Qing Tsang shall not endure much longer. Once I have recuperated, I shall head to Ruoshui to settle the grievances of 70,000 years. Chapter 45. Feng Jiu severing her tail. The name inscribed on the stone of 3 lifetimes the winds of the southern wilderness carried a raw, untamed essence. Yet softened by the protective barrier of the god Bai Yi, it bore a hint of gentleness. This vast expanse of sealed land was lush with verdant flora and teemed with exotic beasts, perpetually shrouded in mist, resembling a paradise beyond the mortal realm. Since her return from the mortal world, Feng Jiu had remained here in solitude, insulated from the bustling splendor of Qing Qiu and the clamor of the 9 heavens. Her chamber was nestled halfway up a mountain, where, upon pushing open the window, one could behold the undulating green hills adorned with blooming phoenix flowers, their fiery red petals radiant in their glory. Yet, Feng Jiu rarely opened the window, often sitting in silence on the soft couch by the window, her fingers caressing a jade pendant brought back from the mortal realm. The pendant bore the simple character for Hua, intricately carved by the mortal incarnation of the Eastern Emperor, who had once cherished her deeply. The 20 years spent in the mortal realm felt to her like a lifetime of emotions expended. From the initial deliberate approach to the later deep-seated affection, culminating in an inseparable bond of life and death. Every moment of warmth and sweetness had now transformed into a sharp blade, relentlessly cutting at her heart. Particularly after her return, the vague news from the Star Lord of Fate regarding the Eastern Emperor suffering from the backlash of the heavenly Tao left her in a state of unrest. Xiaojiu. A gentle yet steady voice resonated from behind her as Bai Yi entered the chamber, carrying a bowl of warm medicinal soup. Clad in a blue brocade robe, his visage bore a resemblance to Bai Qian, yet exuded a greater authority, with his eyes filled with tender concern for his daughter. Feng Jiu snapped back to reality, carefully tucking the jade pendant into her sleeve, managing to force a faint smile. Father. Bai placed the soup before her on the table and sat beside her. Speaking solemnly, you have been drinking this medicine for 3 months. If your heart remains troubled, no remedy can heal you. He understood his daughter's nature well. Though she appeared delicate and playful, she was, in fact, quite stubborn. Once she had made up her mind, it was difficult for her to turn back. Feng Jiu lowered her gaze, her fingertips unconsciously tracing the edge of the table, her voice barely audible. Father, I simply do not understand. Do not understand why the Emperor speaks nothing of the mortal realm? Do not understand why he treats you with such coldness? Bai probed incisively. Feng Jiu nodded, her eyes instantly welling with tears. We were married for 20 years in the mortal realm. He treated me so well, protected me, cherished me like life itself. How could everything change upon returning to the 9 heavens? The Star Lord of Fate mentioned he had suffered from the backlash of the heavenly Tao, his strength reduced to a mere fraction of its former self. I wish to see him yet. I fear he truly does not wish to meet me, as the rumors suggest. Bai sighed softly and gently patted her shoulder. Xiaojiu. The foxes of Qingqiu have always loved fiercely and hated fiercely. Your aunt once bled her heart's blood to nourish Su Bai's corpse for 70,000 years. As the princess of Qingqiu, do you not possess the courage to seek clarity? He paused, his tone softening further. Go to the 9 heavens, meet him, and ascertain his true feelings. If he holds you in his heart, even with myriad difficulties, you shall face them together. If he truly has no intention, you can let go completely, return to Qingqiu, and live your own life. Feng Jiu raised her head, a flicker of hesitation crossing her eyes, soon replaced by unwavering resolve. Her father was correct. She could not relinquish her quest without clarity. She must confront Donghua, to inquire directly whether the tender affections of the mortal realm were merely an illusion or a carefully crafted facade, to ask him if he remained untouched in her presence. With a deep breath, Feng Jiu stood up, her eyes shimmering with determination. I shall ascend to the 9 heavens and seek the truth. Bai observed her with a smile of approval. This is the daughter of Bai. He reminded her, regardless of the outcome. Qingqiu will always stand as your steadfast support. Feng Jiu performed a deep bow to Bai, expressing her gratitude. Thank you, father. No sooner had the words escaped her lips than a soft golden light enveloped her, and she transformed into a radiant arc, breaking free from the confines of the palace and soaring directly towards the 9 heavens. The arc of light streaked across the southern horizon with astonishing speed, the mountains and rivers blurring in its wake. Within her, a mix of anxiety and anticipation surged as her heart raced. She rehearsed in her mind the scene of meeting Donghua, contemplating how to initiate the conversation, how to voice the question that had long been lodged in her heart. As she approached the 9 heavens, the ethereal aura intensified, and the majestic palaces emerged from the mist, solemn and imposing. Feng Jiu's radiant form halted before the southern gate, where the celestial guards, upon recognizing the princess of Qingqiu, dared not impede her passage and respectfully granted her entry. Without a moment's pause, she flew straight towards the Taichin Palace. The palace appeared as it did in her memories, adorned with exquisite towers and intricate carvings, surrounded by pristine snow lotuses exuding a cool fragrance. Yet, as she stepped within, the warmth of familiarity had vanished, leaving only a chill of estrangement. Taking a deep breath, Feng Jiu pushed open the grand doors of the Taichin Palace. Inside, the light was dim, and the air was fragrant with sandalwood. Donghua, clad in a purple robe, sat leisurely at the stone table in the center, savoring tea. He retained his aloof and solitary demeanor, his dark hair cascading like a waterfall, his features strikingly handsome, though his complexion appeared somewhat pallid, with a hint of barely perceptible fatigue etched between his brows. Hearing the creak of the door, he did not lift his gaze, continuing to pour tea with an elegant nonchalance, as if the visitor were merely an inconsequential passerby. Feng Jiu paused at the threshold, her heart a tempest of emotions as she gazed upon the figure she had yearned for. A myriad of words surged to her lips, yet they coalesced into a single gentle inquiry. Your Majesty, are you well? At last, Donghua raised his head, his gaze landing upon her, devoid of ripples, as if he were regarding a stranger. He lifted his teacup, taking a delicate sip, his tone as frigid as ice. Nothing. Those two words doused the majority of Feng Jiu's expectations in an instant, clenching her fists and summoning her courage. She spoke again, but the Fate Keeper said, "You have suffered a backlash from the heavenly Tao, your strength reduced to a mere fraction. Is this true?" She could not believe that the man who once sheltered her in the mortal realm had grown so indifferent. She could not fathom that despite his grievous injuries, he would still feign nonchalance. The Eastern Emperor set down his teacup, the base clinking against the stone table, producing a crisp sound. With an expression devoid of emotion, he turned his gaze towards Feng Jiu, his eyes cold enough to chill the heart, and uttered softly, "It is of no concern to you." "How can it not concern me?" Feng Jiu could no longer contain herself, her emotions surging forth, her voice tinged with a hint of sobs. "We have been husband and wife in the mortal realm for so many years. Does that not hold any sentiment? Were you truly so kind to me merely as a fate?" She stepped forward, her eyes brimming with grievance and resentment, tears swirling in her eyes, yet stubbornly refusing to fall. She yearned to see a flicker of emotion, a trace of reluctance in his gaze. Even the slightest hint would suffice to bolster her resolve to endure. Yet, the Eastern Emperor remained unperturbed, responding in a leisurely tone, "I have descended to fulfill a debt to you. In the past, you risked your life for me. I owe you a favor. My descent to endure tribulations is merely to repay this debt. Now that I have returned, our bond is concluded." "Concluded?" Feng Jiu gazed at him in disbelief, her heart feeling as though it were gripped tightly by an unseen hand, causing her to nearly suffocate. She stepped forward abruptly, reaching out to grasp the Eastern Emperor's wrist. Her voice choked. "What do you mean by concluded? Were those days, that warmth, merely a transaction?" The Eastern Emperor felt her grip tighten around his wrist, sensing the tremor and chill of her fingertips. He closed his eyes, exhaling deeply, and when he opened them again, a flicker of complex emotion lingered, yet still tinged with detachment. "In my quest to secure my position as the sovereign of heaven and earth, to pacify the realms, I could not afford any vulnerabilities. Thus, I personally erased my name from the three-live stone." He lowered his gaze toward Feng Jiu, his eyes profound, each word striking her heart like a blade. "It is not that I do not wish to love you, but rather that I cannot. I have severed my own emotions, cutting off all ties. I am utterly incapable of loving you, nor can I provide the future you desire." The three-live stone, Feng Jiu murmured in a daze, her grip on the Eastern Emperor's wrist gradually loosening as her body involuntarily retreated, ultimately collapsing onto the cold ground. The three-live stone, the divine stone governing the fates of lovers, inscribed with the names of those who shared affection. To have one's name erased signifies an eternal severance of romantic ties across lifetimes. She recalled the vows the Eastern Emperor had professed to her in the mortal realm, remembered how he had dared to oppose the entire court for her sake. She recalled the time he had held her hand in illness, vowing to be with her for eternity, never to part. It dawned upon her that from the very beginning, this had been a dream destined to yield no resolution. Observing her despondent state, a fleeting glimmer of unacknowledged tenderness flickered in the depths of the Eastern Emperor's eyes. His fingers twitched slightly, yearning to reach out to her. Yet he ultimately restrained himself. He turned away from her, his voice low. "Return to your home, Qingqiu Mountain, where the waters are clear and the beauty abounds. There lies a fate suited for you. No need to cling to me." Feng Jiu sat on the ground, lost in thought for a long time. Tears finally escaped her control, cascading down her cheeks and pooling on the ground, creating a small patch of dampness. Yet, her gaze, washed by the tears, gradually transformed into one of unwavering determination. She did not believe in fate, nor in the notion that the absence of a name on the three-live stone signified an inability to be together. She was the nine-tailed fox of Qingqiu, the niece of the illustrious Bai Qian. Her love should not be dictated by a mere stone. The Eastern Emperor sensed the movement behind him and turned to see Feng Jiu slowly rising, wiping away her tears, her eyes reflecting a resolve he had never witnessed before. Without waiting for him to speak, Feng Jiu transformed into a streak of light, rushing out of the Taichen Palace, heading swiftly towards the extermination platform. A heavy unease settled in the heart of the Eastern Emperor. The look in Feng Jiu's eyes before she departed filled him with a profound sense of dread. He understood her nature all too well, stubborn and fierce. Once she had made up her mind, she would not turn back, even at the cost of her own destruction. This was dire. The Eastern Emperor's expression changed drastically, He could no longer maintain his composure. In an instant, he vanished and pursued her. His mind fixated on a singular thought. He must not allow her to reach the extermination platform. Absolutely not. The extermination platform was one of the most perilous places in the nine heavens, its depths an abyss of endless despair and malice. The three live stones stood atop the platform, enduring millennia of storms, still intact, engraved with a multitude of names, each representing a fated connection. Fengjiu's figure halted beside the extermination platform. She staggered up the steps, her gaze firmly fixed on the colossal three live stone. Taking a deep breath, she hurried forward, meticulously searching the stone's surface. Soon, she found her name, Fengjiu, but there was nothing beside it, no name to complement hers. As she had anticipated, the name of the Eastern Emperor was, indeed, nowhere to be found, as if it had never graced the stone at all. Witnessing this scene, Fengjiu's heart sank completely, yet the determination in her eyes remained undiminished. She slowly closed her eyes. When she opened them again, an intense demonic aura erupted around her. 9 fluffy fox tails unfurled majestically behind her, swaying gently in the breeze. A sharp long sword materialized in her hand, its blade glinting ominously. As she gazed upon her 9th tail, the most voluminous, the most splendid, and the one imbued with the greatest power, a flicker of resolve crossed her eyes. The clan of the 9-tailed foxes possessed a unique secret technique, allowing them to sever a tail at the cost of their own blood and cultivation, transforming it into a supreme magical artifact, the nature of which was determined by their will. However, the pain of severing a tail was unparalleled. Akin to the agony of a soul being torn asunder, a moment's carelessness could lead to a drastic decline in cultivation or even threaten one's life. Yet, Fengjiu could no longer afford to hesitate. She was determined to inscribe the Eastern Emperor's name, to defy destiny, to compel the three live stone to acknowledge their bond. With a swift motion, the long sword descended, its razor-sharp blade severing her 9th tail in an instant. A wave of excruciating pain engulfed her entire being, causing Fengjiu to emit a muffled groan, her complexion turning as pale as parchment. Beads of sweat rolled down her forehead, and her body trembled involuntarily. From the point of her severed tail, blood gushed forth, staining her garments and the ground beneath her. The agony was far more intense than she had anticipated, as if her very soul were being torn apart, nearly rendering her unconscious. Gritting her teeth against the torment, she extended her hand, trembling as she grasped the freshly severed tail. Retaining her warmth and essence, under her will, it gradually transformed into an extraordinary short blade. The blade, a deep crimson hue, shimmered with a faint golden light, exuding a formidable aura, its edge sharp enough to cleave through anything in existence. Fengjiu gripped the short blade tightly, blood continuously trickling from the corners of her mouth. Staggering towards the three live stone, she wiped the blood from her lips with her sleeve. Her gaze resolutely fixed upon her name inscribed beside it. Raising the short blade, she summoned all her strength to etch the characters Donghua alongside her name, each stroke deliberate and profound. The blade was so sharp that stone chips flew about, and soon, 2 distinct names appeared on the surface of the three live stone. Gazing at the parallel inscriptions, a faint smile graced Fengjiu's lips, though it was tinged with weakness. Suddenly, an eerie phenomenon unfolded. The characters she had just carved began to fade gradually, dissipating into a wisp of green smoke, leaving the stone's surface pristine once more. How could this be? Fengjiu stared in disbelief at the scene before her, her eyes filled with shock and confusion. Undeterred, she raised the short blade once more, carving the name Donghua anew. This time, she poured every ounce of her strength and even infused her essence into the blade, resulting in deeper, clearer inscriptions. Yet the outcome remained unchanged. Shortly after, the characters vanished again. Once, twice, thrice. Fengjiu tirelessly continued to carve, each attempt draining her vigor and essence, each disappearance piercing her heart anew. Her complexion grew increasingly ashen, her breath more labored, blood dripping persistently from the corners of her mouth, her body swaying precariously as if on the brink of collapse. Yet she did not relent. Again and again, she etched the characters, witnessing their dissolution, her despair and anguish deepening with each failure. Why? Why can't I inscribe it? Fengjiu finally broke down. Discarding the short blade and collapsing before the three live stone, her anguished cries echoing through the desolate Jianshan terrace, shattering the heart of anyone who heard. At that moment, a violet figure rushed towards her with haste. It was the arriving Emperor Donghua. Upon witnessing the scene before him, his pupils constricted abruptly, his heart wrenched painfully, nearly robbing him of breath. Feng Jiu knelt upon the ground, her garments stained with blood, her breath shallow, with only 8 tails remaining. The severed 9th tail continued to bleed profusely. Beside her lay a dark red dagger, and on the 3 live stone, traces of freshly inscribed words remained. The Emperor Donghua instantly comprehended the unfolding events. He hurried forward, enveloping Feng Jiu tightly in his embrace. Her body was cold and frail, as light as a feather that could be whisked away by a mere breeze. Xiaojiu. The Emperor's voice trembled imperceptibly, filled with anguish and remorse. He had never anticipated that she would go so far as to sever her own tail and jeopardize her cultivation and life just to inscribe the 3 live stone for him. As she sensed the familiar aura in his embrace, Feng Jiu's taut nerves finally relaxed. She lifted her gaze, her tear-filled eyes searching the Emperor's, her lips moving as if to speak, but darkness engulfed her vision, and she lost consciousness entirely, collapsing in his arms. Far away in the tea room at Kunlun Su, Su Bai was seated across from Mo Yuan, sipping tea and discussing the state of the 3 realms. Suddenly, his hand holding the teacup paused, his brows furrowing as a sharp glint flickered in his eyes. He sensed that the divine seal left on Feng Jiu had been activated, a seal he had personally inscribed after the incident on Junji Mountain, intended to alert him at the first sign of her danger. At this moment, the fluctuations from the seal were steeped in a thick scent of blood and the aura of impending death. "What is it?" Mo Yuan inquired, noticing Su Bai's sudden change. "Xiao Jiu is in trouble." Su Bai's tone was grave. Without waiting for Mo Yuan to respond, he rose and declared, "I shall make a trip to the 9 heavens and return shortly." Before his words had fully settled, his figure vanished from the tea room, unnoticed by Bai Qian, who was engaged in light-hearted conversation with her fellow disciples nearby. Su Bai moved with breathtaking speed, golden light shimmering around him as he traversed mountains and rivers, racing towards the 9 heavens. In mere moments, he arrived at the Zhuxian terrace. Upon seeing Feng Jiu, bloodied and weak in the arms of Emperor Donghua, with only 8 fox tails remaining behind her, his pupils constricted sharply, and a torrent of fury erupted from the depths of his heart. He understood all too well what it meant for a 9-tailed fox to lose its tail. It was an agonizing pain, an irreparable loss. Feng Jiu had always shared a close bond with him, akin to that of an affectionate aunt and her beloved niece. How could he tolerate such grievous harm befalling her? "Donghua." Su Bai's voice was icy and laced with an unquenchable murderous intent. He strode forward, and before the Emperor could react, he snatched Feng Jiu from his grasp. Gently cradling her, Su Bai summoned the gentle power of the phoenix, slowly channeling it into her body to stabilize her injuries and staunch the bleeding from where her tail had been severed. Sensing her faint breath, the flames of fury in Su Bai's eyes blazed even brighter. He abruptly turned to face Emperor Donghua, his gaze sharp as a blade. In the next instant, he vanished from sight, reappearing before the Emperor, seizing his collar with a fierce grip, and through gritted teeth, he spat, "Donghua, how did we implore you back then? We entrusted Xiaojiu to your care, expecting you to protect her. You assured us you would look after her, and now? Xiaojiu has lost her tail. Are you aware that the pain of the 9-tailed fox losing its tail is akin to the excruciating torment of having one's very soul torn asunder? How dare you?" Before the words had fully escaped his lips, Su Bai summoned the divine power of the phoenix within him and delivered a ferocious blow to the chest of the Eastern Emperor. With a muffled thud, the Eastern Emperor, already weakened by the backlash of the heavenly Tao, found himself unable to withstand Su Bai's wrathful strike, hurtling backward and crashing to the ground, a mix of bile and blood spilling from the corner of his mouth. Yet, Su Bai felt no sense of relief. He strode forward with purpose, placing a heavy foot upon the back of the Eastern Emperor, the force of which elicited a stifled groan, rendering the Emperor's complexion even more pallid. As Su Bai pressed down upon the Emperor's back, his knuckles turned white from the exertion, his eyes blazing with a crimson intensity. "Did you truly believe that erasing the name from the 3 live stone would resolve everything? Did you think that by coldly pushing her away, you could ensure her safety? Eastern Emperor, your most selfish act was to bear all decisions alone. never once inquiring what little Gio truly desired. His voice was as piercing as ice, each word striking the Eastern Emperor's heart like a hammer. What she has always sought was never the protection of a sovereign, nor some ephemeral sense of stability. She only yearned for your heartfelt sincerity. Even if the path ahead were fraught with peril, she would willingly follow you. Yet what did you do? You pushed her away, forcing her to sever her own tail and defy the heavens, enduring this heart-wrenching agony for your sake. The Eastern Emperor lay on the ground, the agony radiating from his back, rendering him nearly breathless, his blood surging within, crimson droplets continuously escaping from his lips. However, he did not resist nor offer any defense. He merely clenched his fists tightly, his nails digging deep into his palms, leaving trails of crimson, with each of Su Bai's words striking him like a heavy hammer. The emotional pain eclipsed the physical wounds he bore. Did he not understand Fengjio's sentiments? Was he not pained by her unwavering devotion? Yet he was the Eastern Emperor, once the ruler of the cosmos, burdened with the safety of the three realms. His life was no longer his own. Erasing the name from the three-live stone was an act to sever all vulnerabilities, while distancing himself from Fengjio was an attempt to shield her from the calamities he might face. But in all his calculations, he never anticipated that Fengjio's love would burn so fiercely, so tenaciously, that she would sacrifice her tail to defy fate itself. The Eastern Emperor opened his mouth, wishing to articulate something, but only a raspy whimper escaped, ultimately transforming into a heavy sigh. He recognized that at this moment, any defense would be utterly futile. He bore full responsibility for the wounds Fengjio had suffered. As Su Bai sensed the despondence emanating from the figure beneath his foot, his fury subsided slightly, though the chill in his gaze remained undiminished. He looked down at the Eastern Emperor and snorted coldly. For now, I shall keep this matter concealed for you. If Qian Qian were to learn that little Gio sacrificed her tail for you, she would undoubtedly dismantle your Taichin palace. And the Fox Emperor and Empress would not spare you either. With the impending crisis of the Changtsung breaking bell, the safety of the three realms takes precedence. I have no time to engage in further entanglements with you. Su Bai's tone carried an undeniable authority. Fengjio shall remain in your Taichin palace to recuperate, and I will leave a trace of Phoenix divine power to safeguard her. From this day forth, you must remain by her side, tending to her wounds and restoring her health. Should there be even the slightest misstep with Xiaojio, even if it costs me the last 8 rebirths, I shall lay waste to your 9 heavens and trample upon your Taichin palace. I, Su Bai, am a man of my word, and you would do well to remember that. The Emperor Donghua lay prostrate upon the ground, laboriously raising his head to gaze upon the pale and fragile Phoenix Gio in Su Bai's arms, his eyes brimming with sorrow and resolve. In a hoarse voice, he uttered a single word, good. This solitary utterance bore the weight of his guilt and promise. He understood that Su Bai spoke with utmost seriousness. If anything were to befall Phoenix Gio, given Su Bai's fierce protectiveness over Qing Qiu and his bond with Bai Qian, he would stop at nothing for revenge. Moreover, he would never forgive himself. Seeing his acquiescence, Su Bai gradually released his foot from Donghua. He no longer cast a glance in Donghua's direction, turning instead to carefully lift Phoenix Gio, enveloping her in a gentle golden radiance, shielding her from any further chill. In a flash, he transformed into a streak of light, soaring towards the Taichin palace with Phoenix Gio in his embrace. Struggling to rise from the ground, the Emperor Donghua wiped the blood from the corner of his mouth, disregarding his injuries, and hastened after him towards the Taichin palace. Within the chambers of the Taichin palace, Su Bai gently laid Phoenix Gio upon the soft bed, channeling potent Phoenix divine energy through his fingertips and gradually infusing it into her body. The Phoenix energy was both gentle and forceful. It not only healed wounds and preserved life, but also nourished the soul. As the divine energy flowed into her, the pallor of Phoenix Gio's face began to regain some color, the bleeding from her severed tail ceased entirely, and her breath gradually stabilized. After meticulously examining Phoenix Gio's injuries and confirming that she was no longer in imminent danger, Su Bai let out a sigh of relief. He retrieved a pure white elixir and gently placed it in her mouth. It dissolved instantly, transforming into a refreshing medicinal essence that slid down her throat, nourishing her damaged meridians and soul. This is a concentration pill I crafted from Phoenix blood. It will help stabilize her spirit and alleviate the pain from her severed tail. Su Bai turned to face the pale and weary Emperor Donghua standing at the door, his tone icy as he continued. Now, it is up to you. Her injuries require prolonged care, especially the damage to her soul, which necessitates your divine power to nurture her day and night. If, after 3 months, her condition has not improved, I will not spare you. The Emperor Donghua took measured steps into the chamber, his gaze firmly fixed upon the bed where Phoenix Jiu lay, filled with tenderness and self-reproach. He inclined his head slightly to Su Bai. I understand. Thank you. Su Bai snorted coldly, choosing not to speak further. He cast one last glance at Phoenix Jiu, ensuring her well-being before departing the chamber, transforming into a beam of golden light, and heading straight back to Kunlun ruins. Once he had left, only the Emperor Donghua and the unconscious Phoenix Jiu remained within the chamber. Donghua approached the bedside, cautiously sitting down, and reached out a hand, yearning to touch Phoenix Jiu's pale cheek, yet hesitated mid-air, fearful of disturbing her slumber. He gazed at Feng Jiu's tightly shut eyes, observing the traces of blood lingering at the corners of her lips, and the vacant space behind her where the 9th tail should have been. A tide of guilt and anguish surged within him. Xiao Jiu, I am profoundly sorry. The voice of Emperor Donghua was low and hoarse, tinged with a barely perceptible sob. It is my fault. My stubbornness has hurt your heart. He slowly extended his hand, his fingertips gently resting upon Feng Jiu's wrist. As a gentle divine energy gradually flowed into her body, intertwining with the phoenix power left by Su Bai, nurturing her being. Rest assured, from this moment forth, I shall no longer push you away. Emperor Donghua regarded Feng Jiu's serene visage with unwavering determination. I will find a way to engrave the name upon the 3 lives stone anew. Your wounds, I will spare no effort to heal. Regardless of the hardships that may lie ahead, I shall accompany you and protect you, ensuring you never endure even the slightest grievance again. He remained seated by her bedside, channeling divine energy into her while quietly guarding her, his gaze tender and focused, as if seeking to compensate for the 70 millennia of lost time in this singular moment. Meanwhile, at Kunlun ruins, Bai Qian was engaged in lively conversation with her fellow disciples, having just learned of their experiences over the years from Zilan. Her heart brimmed with emotions as she laughed, promising to return to Qingqiu for a brief respite once the matter with Qingcang was resolved. At that moment, Su Bai's figure unexpectedly appeared at the entrance of the grand hall. His countenance bore a lingering gravity, and an air of unresolved tension clung to him. Yet upon seeing Bai Qian, the chill in his eyes dissipated somewhat, replaced by a touch of warmth. What is it? You have been gone for so long. Has something happened? Bai Qian noticed his unusual demeanor and hurriedly approached, expressing her concern. Su Bai gently shook his head, taking her hand in his, and spoke softly. It is nothing serious, merely a small issue with Xiao Jiu. I have already resolved it. Donghua is watching over her. He refrained from disclosing the matter of Feng Jiu's severed tail to Bai Qian, both to spare her worry and to prevent her from being distracted at this critical juncture, especially with the imminent threat of Qingcang's emergence. Bai Qian, however, remained uneasy. What has happened to Xiao Jiu? Did Donghua bully her? She knew Feng Jiu's temperament all too well and was concerned that Donghua's aloof demeanor might have caused her distress. It is merely a small misunderstanding that has been cleared up, Su Bai reassured her with a smile. Once we have dealt with Qingcang, we shall visit her in the 9 heavens. For now, we have more pressing matters to attend to. He turned his gaze to Mo Yuan and the other disciples within the hall, his tone shifting to one of seriousness regarding Qingcang. It is likely that the bell will soon toll. Li Jing has severely wounded his primordial spirit with forbidden arts, and we must hasten our preparations to strike decisively and eliminate this threat once and for all. Upon hearing this, Mo Yuan also subdued his smile, nodding in agreement. You are correct. Dai Feng, immediately relay the order to ensure all disciples of Kunlun ruins are prepared for battle, guarding every checkpoint without the slightest negligence. Yes, master. Dai Feng promptly clasped his hands in respect and turned to leave with haste. The other disciples rose in unison, their faces reflecting unwavering determination. After a wait of 70 millennia and years of arduous cultivation, they were prepared for this moment. They stood ready to accompany their esteemed master and the divine Su Bai into battle, to safeguard Kunlun ruins and ensure the tranquility of the 3 realms. Su Bai gazed at the assembly before him, a flicker of gratification illuminating his eyes. With Mo Yuan's presence, alongside these loyal brothers and sisters, And with the support of Bai Qian, their chances of triumph against Qing Tsang had significantly increased. Yet, a lingering concern for Feng Zhou occupied his heart. He resolved silently to swiftly conclude matters with Qing Tsang, then ascend to the 9 heavens to assess little Zhou's injuries, and, on a side note, settle accounts with Donghua. Chapter 46. As the celestial bell breaks free, Su Bai faces the enemy. The 4 swords of the immortals emerge. 3 days passed quietly amidst the heavy stillness of the 3 realms. The morning mist of Kunlun ruins had yet to dissipate when 2 tall figures, stepping upon the morning dew, raced towards the banks of the Ruoshui River. Su Bai donned resplendent armor of crimson gold adorned with black dragon patterns, the edges shimmering with faint phoenix flames. With each step he took, the ground beneath him shimmered with delicate golden-red halos, while the ethereal wings of a phoenix flickered behind him, exuding an imposing majesty. In contrast, Mo Yuan wore dark armor etched with cloud patterns, his shoulders draped with silver-white pauldrons. The sword at his waist, sheathed in a jewel-encrusted scabbard, sparkled brilliantly, and his aura radiated a calmness as steadfast as the Kunlun mountains themselves, standing side by side upon the highest rock at the riverbank. Their gazes fixed simultaneously upon the floating Donghuang bell in the middle of the river. The bell, still retaining its timeless bronze hue, bore ancient runes upon its surface, now devoid of their former luster. The 2 divine energies that once coursed through it, one from Su Bai's phoenix flames and the other from Mo Yuan's Kunlun celestial power, were visibly waning, akin to a flickering candle in the wind, on the verge of extinguishing. He is about to emerge. Mo Yuan's voice resonated with a calm born of countless battles. As he drew his Xinyuan sword slightly from its sheath, the chilling sword aura crystallizing the surrounding mist into frost. Su Bai nodded, his fingertips grazing the hilt of the long Feng spear at his back, the dragon and phoenix patterns on its shaft harmonizing in a soft hum, seemingly responding to his warrior spirit. In his once gentle gaze, there was now a sharp decisiveness, a resolute intent to eradicate any future threats posed by the being who had eluded his grasp 70,000 years prior. As his words fell, the last vestige of divine energy dissipated from the Donghuang bell, which quivered violently, releasing a thunderous roar. The sound no longer served as a means of suppression, but instead resonated with rage and arrogance, as if a fierce beast, long imprisoned, had finally broken free from its shackles. A dark shadow, brimming with overwhelming fury, shot skyward from the bell, enveloped in swirling black mist that darkened half the sky. The figure was imposing, clad in black battle armor marked by the scars of time and conflict. His countenance was resolute, yet bore a hint of a twisted grimace. This was Qing Tsang, the one who had been suppressed for 70 millennia. Clutching a formidable halberd, its blade radiating a chilling, ghostly glow, he exuded a malice more ferocious than ever before. Yet, upon closer inspection, one could discern a subtle hint of frailty in his eyes, a remnant of the severe injuries he had sustained 70,000 years ago, compounded by the devastating impact of forbidden techniques inflicted by his own progeny. Suspended in midair, Qing Tsang stretched his arms wide, reveling in the long-lost sensation of freedom, and erupted into laughter that reverberated through the clouds and sent waves crashing upon the Ruoshui River. Ha! Su Bai? Mo Yuan. I know it is just the 2 of you. Are you prepared to meet your demise? His gaze swept across the riverbank with the precision of a hawk, locking onto the figures of Su Bai and Mo Yuan before glancing disdainfully at the Kunlun ruins disciples standing at attention behind them. The Fang Tian Hua Ji in his hand suddenly pointed towards the shore, the tip of the spear tearing through the air with a piercing sound. His tone brimming with arrogance. Who among you dares to face death first? Just as Mo Yuan was about to step forward, he was halted by Su Bai's raised hand. Stepping forward, clad in resplendent golden battle armor glimmering in the morning light, a mocking smile graced his lips, his eyes dancing with amusement as he spoke casually. As if engaging in idle conversation, Qing Tsang, has your body healed? This simple remark struck at the very core of Qing Tsang's pain. 70,000 years ago, he had been scorched by Su Bai's Phoenix True Fire, and more recently, he had suffered a backlash from the forbidden arts of Li Jing. Though he appeared imposing, his soul was severely damaged, and his demonic power could barely operate at 70%. Qing Tsang's face darkened instantly, a surge of fury rising in his eyes. Without further ado, he roared, "You seek death. The Fang Tian Hua Ji transformed into a streak of black lightning, carrying a cataclysmic aura as it charged directly at Su Bai. "Come at me," Su Bai exclaimed, his aura surging with golden light, the phoenix wings behind him unfurling magnificently. Spanning over 10 feet, their feathers resembling those forged from pure gold, radiating intense heat. With a flick of his wrist, the Long Wang spear emerged, instantly lengthening to several zhang. A phantom of the dragon and phoenix swirling above it, emitting a resonating roar that echoed through the heavens. Clang! The Long Wang spear collided violently with the Fang Tian Hua Ji, the sound of metal clashing reverberating across the skies. A massive shockwave erupted from the point of impact, sending the waters of the Rache River soaring, exposing the rocky riverbed, while trees along the bank fell in droves. The disciples of Kunlun ruins hastily channeled their celestial energy to stabilize themselves against the onslaught. Seizing the momentum, Su Bai floated back several feet, landing gracefully on the water's surface, his feet barely disturbing the waves. With a twist of his wrist, the Long Wang spear transformed into a golden-red streak of light. Its tip aimed directly at Qing Tsang, the spear wind fierce and imbued with the scorching heat of the phoenix true fire, forcing Qing Tsang to retreat repeatedly. "After 70,000 years, your skills have hardly improved," Su Bai remarked nonchalantly, his footwork shifting fluidly. Like a wraith, he darted between Qing Tsang's attacks. Each thrust of the Long Wang spear infused with immense divine power and exquisite technique, sometimes sweeping like a dragon's tail, unstoppable, at other times, akin to a phoenix reborn amidst flames. Qing Tsang was filled with both shock and rage. He had not anticipated Su Bai's strength to have grown so formidable over the millennia. In the past, Su Bai could only withstand a few of his strikes. Yet now, despite his injuries, Su Bai had become even more adept, leading Qing Tsang to gradually find himself at a disadvantage. The Fang Tian Hua Ji whirled in his grasp, forming an impenetrable black barrier to fend off Su Bai's tempestuous onslaught. Yet the Long Wang spear proved too sharp, and the phoenix true fire countered his ghostly energy. Each clash allowed searing flames to creep along the Fang Tian Hua Ji, scorching his veins. Boom! Seizing a moment of vulnerability, Su Bai thrust the Long Wang spear fiercely into Qing Tsang's defensive barrier, the spear tip grazing the edge of the Fang Tian Hua Ji before striking with force against Qing Tsang's chest. With a muffled groan, Qing Tsang spat a mouthful of black blood, his body flying backward like a shattered kite, crashing heavily against a small mountain, which immediately crumbled, enveloping the air in dust and debris. Coughing, Qing Tsang rose from the ruins, his chest armor shattered, revealing a charred wound that still flickered with faint phoenix true fire, incessantly eroding his demonic energy. He understood that if this continued, he would eventually be worn down by Su Bai. A glimmer of ruthless determination flashed in his eyes as he gritted his teeth, feeling the surge of demonic power within him. "Open!" he bellowed, thrusting the Fang Tianhua halberd with force, unleashing a massive wave of black energy that repelled the pursuing Su Bai. Seizing the opportunity, he transformed into a shadow and soared toward the clouds above, his speed astonishing. Attempting to flee, a cold smirk crossed Su Bai's face as he unfurled his phoenix wings, transforming into a streak of golden red light, hot on Qing Tsang's heels. The two raced through the layers of clouds, ascending to an altitude of 10,000 meters. Here, the mist swirled, obscuring the sun, while violent air currents raged about. Qing Tsang glanced back at the relentless Su Bai, a triumphant sneer appearing in his eyes as he quickened his pace, diving into a denser mass of dark clouds. Su Bai followed closely into the thick clouds, where darkness enveloped him, rendering him unable to see his own hand. Yet, he remained unperturbed. A subtle shift of his brow caused his pupils to split into two, his left eye radiating vitality, while his right exuded destruction, manifesting the dual-eyed vision. This extraordinary vision possessed the supreme power to perceive the essence of all things. No matter how thick the darkness or intricate the illusions, nothing could escape its gaze. Through the heavy clouds, Su Bai distinctly discerned Qing Tsang hovering in midair not far ahead, his back turned. The Fang Tianhua halberd in his hand absorbed the surrounding malevolent energy and the sinister aura of the clouds, its black radiance intensifying as a destructive aura rapidly coalesced. Preparing to unleash a powerful strike, Su Bai's lips curled into a playful smile. He refrained from immediately interrupting, instead concealing his own aura, feigning ignorance of Qing Tsang's actions, and slowly approached him. Meanwhile, within Su Bai's dantian, 4 ancient long swords emerged quietly, his fabled treasures, the 4 swords of extermination. The extermination sword, dark as ink, radiated a sharpness that could sever all. The slaughter sword, crimson as blood, was enveloped in violent malevolence. The absolute sword, silvery as snow, exuded a chilling aura of death. The trapping sword, dark yellow as earth, harbored an eerie power to devour all. The 4 swords silently dispersed, occupying the 4 cardinal directions around Qing Tsang, subtly forming an extermination sword formation. The formation's coverage was vast, extending not only across the high clouds, but also down to the realm of Rushui below. With an endless murderous intent lurking within, akin to a dormant beast awaiting its master's command to deliver a lethal strike against its prey. At this moment, Qing Tsang remained blissfully unaware of the impending danger. He devoted himself entirely to the accumulation of power for his ultimate attack. As the demonic energy within him surged relentlessly into the Fang Tianhua Ji, the black radiance emanating from the halberd had reached an overwhelming intensity, distorting the surrounding space and producing a crackling sound. He could sense that the might of this strike was sufficient to obliterate the heavens and the earth. Even if Su Bai were to possess formidable strength, he would undoubtedly suffer severe injuries. Should he manage to incapacitate Su Bai, he would be able to face Mo Yuan and the disciples of Kunlun Su with composure, and perhaps seize the opportunity to break free from the banks of the Ruoshui River, restoring the glory of the winged clan from years gone by. It was nearly time. A flicker of frenzied, murderous intent flashed in Qing Tsang's eyes as he abruptly turned, directing the Fang Tianhua Ji toward the slowly approaching Su Bai. His aura surged to its zenith. Su Bai, prepare to meet your end, Divine Slayer Halberd. As the words fell from his lips, Qing Tsang hurled the Fang Tianhua Ji forward with tremendous force. The halberd, imbued with boundless destructive power, transformed into a black meteor, hurtling towards Su Bai with the might to rend the very fabric of reality. In its wake, space crumbled and clouds dispersed, leaving only a pitch-black trajectory. Gazing at the oncoming Fang Tianhua Ji, Su Bai displayed no trace of fear. Instead, a knowing smile graced his lips. He raised his right hand gently, fingers weaving a complex sword technique, his lips moving as he softly uttered 3 words. Zhu Xian, appear. Buzz. A resonant sword cry echoed through the heavens as a dark long sword surged forth from the void. It was the Zhu Xian sword. In an instant, boundless sharpness erupted from the blade, transforming into a jet-black sword light that pierced directly toward the Fang Tianhua Ji. Qing Tsang's expression shifted dramatically. He sensed an unprecedented threat of death emanating from the Zhu Xian sword. It was a visceral fear, as if the mere touch of the sword light would shatter his soul. He had no time to ponder, hastily channeling his demonic energy to redirect the Fang Tianhua Ji, bracing it to intercept the Zhu Xian sword. Clang! The Zhu Xian sword clashed once more with the Fang Tianhua Ji, but this time, the Zhu Xian sword held the unmistakable advantage. The dark sword light instantly tore through the black radiance of the halberd, striking fiercely against its body, leaving a deep gash. Qing Tsang felt an overwhelming force surge through the Fang Tianhua Ji, his arm going numb as blood once again trickled from his lips. What? Qing Tsang was struck with astonishment. He had not anticipated Su Bai possessed such a formidable artifact. Before he could fully react, Su Bai spoke again, his tone cold and authoritative. Lu Xian, appear. Another sword cry rang out as a crimson longsword flew forth from the void. It was the Lu Xian sword. The blade erupted with a ferocious malevolence, like a volcano in eruption, transforming into a scarlet sword light that surged toward Qing Tsang with the intent to incinerate all in its path. This is bad. Qing Tsang's heart raced with alarm. He could sense that the power of the Lu Xian sword was no less than that of the Zhu Xian sword, perhaps even more savage. He dared not delay for a moment, swiftly raising the Fang Tianhua Ji, pouring every ounce of strength into his defense. Bang! The sword of immolation struck fiercely upon the Fang Tianhua Ji, the ferocious malevolence surging through the spear's shaft into Qing Tsang's body, searing his meridians and battering his primordial spirit. With a muffled groan, Qing Tsang was propelled backwards once more, his pallor deepening. Su Bai, Acutely aware of the adage that one must seize the moment of weakness, afforded Qing Song no respite. With a swift change of sword technique, he intoned coldly, "Absolute immortal. Trapped immortal, appear." Two beams of sword light erupted simultaneously from the void, intertwining silver and dark yellow, representing the absolute immortal sword and the trapped immortal sword. The murderous intent of the absolute immortal sword severed the surrounding air currents, while the uncanny force of the trapped immortal sword began to devour Qing Song's malevolent energy. The four immortal swords encircled him, confining him within their lethal embrace. Suspended in midair, Su Bai's golden battle armor shimmered with an imposing grandeur in the radiance of the sword light. He gazed down upon the beleaguered Qing Song, ensnared by the four swords. A hint of mockery gracing his features as he taunted, "Come, let us see you bark like a dog once more." Qing Song trembled with fury at Su Bai's words. Overwhelmed by the oppressive aura of the four swords, anger and fear battled within him. Yet being a former wing lord, his intrinsic pride forbade him from yielding. He fixed his gaze upon Su Bai, gritting his teeth in defiance. "Su Bai, do not be so arrogant. If it were not for my injuries from 70,000 years ago and the recent depletion of my energy due to that ungrateful son, you would never stand a chance against me." Even at the brink of death, his stubbornness persisted. Su Bai scoffed, a flicker of impatience gleaming in his eyes. With another adjustment of his sword technique, an immense surge of divine power streamed into the four swords of extermination. "Since you are so obstinate, I shall silence you completely. Extermination sword array, arise." As Su Bai's incantation resonated, the four swords erupted with resplendent brilliance. The intertwining hues of obsidian, crimson, silver, and dark yellow coalesced into a profoundly intricate formation. Within the array, boundless sword energy materialized, swirling like a tempest around them, each strand imbued with cataclysmic might. Tearing the very fabric of space into countless shards, a murderous intent pervading the atmosphere, causing the realm itself to tremble. Su Bai stood at the heart of the formation, his gaze icy as he regarded the ensnared Qing Song. With a delicate flick of his finger, he commanded, "Go." In an instant, the endless sword energy surged forth as if summoned, converging upon Qing Song with relentless ferocity. The sword energy amassed to an extreme density, leaving scarcely any room for evasion. Each strike accompanied by a shrill whistle, as if to flay Qing Song alive. Terror and despair filled Qing Song's eyes as he frantically wielded the Fong Tian Hua Ji in a desperate attempt to fend off the onslaught of sword energy. Yet the extermination sword array, formidable beyond compare, rendered his defenses as fragile as parchment before the onslaught of countless blades. Thud, thud, thud. Each wave of sword energy struck Qing Song, instantly tearing through his battle armor and lacerating his flesh. In less than half a breath, his body was marred with a profusion of deep sword wounds, exposing bone, as dark blood gushed forth, staining his armor and the clouds around him crimson. "Ah!" A piercing scream escaped from Qing Song, as the demonic energy within him was incessantly devoured and annihilated by the sword aura, leaving his primordial spirit gravely injured and his consciousness beginning to blur. He could no longer sustain himself. His body plummeted like a kite with severed strings, headfirst towards the ground by the banks of the Rishui River. With a thunderous crash, Qing Song struck the earth, stirring up clouds of dust and creating a massive crater upon impact. Lying in the depths of the pit, he gasped for breath, his wounds still oozing blood, and the light in his eyes gradually dimmed, signaling the loss of his fighting spirit. Witnessing this, Su Bai waved his right hand, and the four swords of extermination transformed into four streaks of flowing light, returning to his dantian, causing the extermination sword formation to dissipate. With a gentle flutter of the phoenix wings upon his back, he transformed into a golden red streak of light, gracefully descending onto the rocky shore of the Rishui River, rejoining Mo Yuan. Mo Yuan regarded Su Bai with a glimmer of approval in his eyes. "Well done." Su Bai nodded slightly, his gaze fixed on the deep pit below. His tone icy. "After 70,000 years of enmity, it is time to bring it to an end." Chapter 47. The power of 840 million dragons and elephants. The door of death opens. The Eastern Emperor Bell shatters amidst the lingering might of the Eastern Emperor Bell and the tremors of the ground. The dust gradually settled, revealing the devastated form at the bottom of the deep pit. Qing Tsang lay ensconced in the charred earth, his obsidian armor reduced to mere fragments, while his exposed skin bore deep gashes that revealed bone beneath. Black blood soaked the soil beneath him, glistening with an eerie dullness in the morning light. His chest heaved violently, each breath accompanied by agonizing pain as his internal organs felt as though they were shattering. Blood foam spilled from his throat, dripping down his chin to blossom into despairing flowers upon the ground. Yet, the eyes that once brimmed with fury and arrogance now shimmered with a near-mad brilliance, akin to a dying beast preparing for its final counterattack. A violent cough reverberated through his wounded body, and he expelled a copious amount of black blood. However, this recoil enabled him to laboriously prop himself up. His arms trembled incessantly, the bones creaking in lament as though they might fracture at any moment. Yet he gritted his teeth and gradually stood upright. The remnants of his ghostly energy faintly swirled around him, like a candle flickering in the wind, but within him, it quietly coalesced. He lifted his blood-stained right hand, summoning the last vestige of tenuous yet resolute divine power at his fingertips, and pointed towards the quietly suspended Eastern Emperor bell not far away. That divine energy, akin to a thread transcending time and space, pierced precisely into the bronze body of the Eastern Emperor bell. The once silent Eastern Emperor bell trembled violently, abruptly breaking free from its shackles of 70,000 years. The ancient runes upon its bronze surface blazed to life, no longer embodying their former archaic obscurity, but instead emanating a bizarre dark red glow, reminiscent of the ghostly flames ignited in the depths of hell. With a deafening clang, the bell's sound reverberated through the heavens and the earth once more, this time infused with a cataclysmic ferocity. The Eastern Emperor bell slowly ascended from the water's surface, as if liberated from the grip of gravity, soaring skyward. As it ascended, its size expanded uncontrollably, from mere dozens of feet to thousands, resembling a colossal bronze mountain suspended in the heavens, obscuring half the sky. A terrifying suction erupted from within the Eastern Emperor bell, akin to an unfathomable abyss, instantly drawing up all the waters of the Roshue River. The surging river transformed into a massive water dragon, howling as it surged into the bell's mouth, creating a mist of cascading water. Rocks from the riverbed, debris from the banks, and even the unfortunate stones caught unawares were swept up in this force, hurtling towards the bell like meteors, instantly ground into powder upon contact. What was even more alarming was that from the bell's mouth, torrents of blazing red lotus flames began to erupt. These flames were not of ordinary red. They bore the ink black of death and the sinister dark red of the abyss. Each blooming red lotus was accompanied by a profound destructive force, igniting the air and scorching the very fabric of space, leaving behind jagged, pitch-black fissures. As the inferno struck the ground, it instantly transmuted the hard rock into molten lava, and when it touched the flora, they were reduced to ash in an instant, leaving not even a trace of residue. Quickly channel your celestial energy to withstand it. The disciples of Kunlun Su appeared pallid as they summoned their magical artifacts, channeling their entire celestial strength to form layers of defensive barriers. However, the gravitational pull of the Eastern Emperor bell was overwhelmingly terrifying. Even united, their defensive shields trembled violently, emitting a mournful hum under the immense strain. Many disciples of lesser cultivation found their bodies uncontrollably drifting toward the Eastern Emperor bell, their faces etched with despair and dread. They gritted their teeth, exerting every ounce of strength to stabilize themselves, their celestial energy pouring forth like a torrential stream, yet still unable to resist the all-consuming gravitational force. Amidst the chaos, only 4 individuals remained steadfast as mountains. Qing Tsang stood at the edge of a deep pit, his form swaying precariously on the verge of collapse. Yet he seemed enveloped in an invisible barrier, impervious to the pull of the Eastern Emperor bell and the searing flames of karma. Gazing at the cataclysmic scene before him, a twisted and frenzied smile crept across his face, his laughter hoarse, yet filled with boundless satisfaction. Mo Yuan stood atop a rocky outcrop, his dark, cloud-patterned armor gleaming coldly in the reflection of the karmic flames. The steady celestial energy of Kunlun erupted around him, forming a solid barrier that shielded Bai Qian behind him. Even in the face of such terrifying might, his gaze remained composed. However, his grip on the Xianyuan sword tightened, the knuckles turning white as he struggled against the gravitational force. Bai Qian, clad in a simple white gown, was enveloped by a faint aura of Qing Qiu celestial energy. Though not as formidable as Mo Yuan or Su Bai, as the queen of Qing Qiu and a direct disciple of Mo Yuan, she now stood as the foremost goddess across the realms. She concentrated her celestial energy to protect herself, yet her gaze remained fixated on the Eastern Emperor Bel high above. Filled with gravity and concern, Su Bai remained at Mo Yuan's side, the true fire of the phoenix on his crimson golden armor flickering gently, forming a golden shield that isolated the surrounding gravitational pull and karmic flames. His brow furrowed deeply, a flicker of astonishment crossing his profound eyes. Clearly taken aback by Qing Tsong's unexpected maneuver. Qing Tsong, what have you done? Mo Yuan's voice thundered like a tempest, unable to contain his fury. He had never anticipated that the severely wounded Qing Tsong could still manipulate the Eastern Emperor Bel, driving this ancient artifact into such a frenzy. He sensed that the power of the Eastern Emperor Bel had transcended its original suppressive force, spiraling completely out of control toward destruction. Upon hearing this, Qing Tsong turned his head, his smile growing increasingly sinister. He shakily raised a finger to point at the Eastern Emperor Bel in the sky, his laughter grating like a broken gong, yet brimming with reckless madness. Ha! Mo Yuan, you never expected this, did you? He coughed violently, black blood splattering onto the ground before him, yet it did not dampen his excitement. For 70,000 years, I have been suppressed beneath the Eastern Emperor Bel. Day and night, studying how to master it, I have long intertwined my life with this Eastern Emperor Bel. The moment I perish, the Eastern Emperor Bel shall spiral into utter chaos, unleashing the red lotus flames of karma, to bury the three realms alongside me. Ha! As the final words resonated, Qing Tsong's body abruptly stiffened, the madness and mirth in his eyes freezing instantly. The last vestige of his ghostly aura dissipated entirely, and his form, as if bereft of all support, gradually transformed into a cloud of ash. Drawn towards the mouth of the Eastern Emperor Bel by its insatiable pull, ultimately vanishing within the searing flames of the Red Lotus Hellfire. A generation's winged sovereign thus fell. Yet, his demise was not an end, but rather the inception of annihilation. With Qing Tsong's body reduced to ashes, the Eastern Emperor Bel above trembled violently, emitting a resounding roar that echoed throughout the cosmos. The already formidable gravitational force surged exponentially, akin to a black hole that had suddenly expanded, drawing everything in its vicinity towards the Bel's opening. The disciples of Kunlun ruins gasped in alarm. Many found their defensive barriers shattered in an instant, their bodies akin to kites severed from their strings, soaring towards the heavens. Mo Yuan's expression shifted dramatically as he hastily summoned all of his celestial power, expanding the barrier to shelter more disciples within its protective embrace. However, even he felt an irresistible force tugging at him, the very stones beneath his feet beginning to crack. This is dire. If this continues, everyone will be consumed. Su Bai's countenance turned grave. He could distinctly sense that the Bel's gravitational pull had reached a terrifying magnitude, even beginning to warp the surrounding space. Should action not be taken forthwith, not only would the disciples of Kunlun ruins be imperiled, but the entire Ruo Shui realm and beyond would be engulfed by this force, ultimately reduced to scorched earth by the Red Lotus Hellfire. Without a moment's hesitation, Su Bai's body radiated a brilliant golden light, the phoenix flames upon his golden battle armor surging several feet, as the ethereal wings of the phoenix unfurled behind him, a torrent of divine power cascading forth from within him. He swiftly formed intricate hand seals, exclaiming, "Heaven and earth transposition, send." The immense divine energy coalesced into streams of golden light, instantly enveloping Mo Yuan, Bai Qian, and all the disciples shielded by Mo Yuan's barrier. They felt a gentle yet overwhelmingly potent force encasing them, their bodies suddenly weightless, propelled uncontrollably in the direction away from the Ruo Shui River. This force moved with astonishing speed, swiftly transporting them beyond the Ruo Shui realm to a safe area 1,000 miles away. As the gravitational pull dissipated, the searing sensation of the Red Lotus Hellfire vanished entirely. The group steadied themselves, expressions filled with relief at having survived the ordeal. Yet their gazes were laden with concern as they turned towards the direction of the Ruo Shui River. "Su Bai, what do you intend to do?" Bai Qian exclaimed, as she landed, breaking free from Mo Yuan's support to glance back. She saw Su Bai still standing upon the rocky shore of the Ruo Shui River, surrounded by the raging red lotus hellfire and the terrifying pole, her face paling instantly, tears welling in her eyes. She desperately sought to rush back, but was firmly grasped by Mo Yuan's arm. 17. Do not act impulsively. Mo Yuan's voice quivered slightly, yet he retained his composure. Do not worry. Su Bai possesses half the divine power left by the Father God, which will counteract the backlash of the Eastern Emperor Bel. He shall be unharmed. He tenderly reassured Bai Qian while firmly gripping her arm, preventing her from acting impulsively. Only he understood the turmoil within his heart at that moment. Although the divine power of the Father God was formidable, the Eastern Emperor Bel had spiraled completely out of control, further augmented by the raging flames of the Red Lotus. Its power far exceeding expectations. He lacked absolute confidence in Su Bai's ability to withstand it. His left hand, gripped tightly, had driven his nails deep into his palm, drawing fine beads of blood. 1,000 miles away, Su Bai sensed that everyone had safely retreated and finally exhaled in relief. He turned his gaze toward Bai Qian and the others. Though they were distant, he felt he could perceive the redness in her eyes and her anxious expression, which brought a gentle smile to his lips. However, he soon turned his attention back, his expression grave as he regarded the Eastern Emperor Bel high above. The towering bronze bell loomed like a monstrous beast poised to devour, its flames blazing fiercely, and a terrifying pull radiated outward, causing the very heavens to tremble under its might. After all, he was a phoenix. Should he perish, he could always be reborn. What was there to fear? Su Bai chuckled lightly, the weight of his concern replaced by a resolute determination. As a descendant of the ancient phoenix bloodline, he possessed the capacity for resurrection, which was his greatest source of confidence at this moment, even if this battle came at a grave cost. As long as he could quell the crisis of the Eastern Emperor Bel, safeguard the three realms, and protect those he held dear, it would be enough. With this clarity, all doubts vanished from his heart. His left hand swiftly formed intricate sword gestures, golden light shimmering at his fingertips, as he softly declared, "Rise." Sword array of the extermination of immortals. As his words fell, four ancient swords flew forth from his dantian, transforming into 4 streaks of luminous light that surged skyward. The extermination sword gleamed as dark as ink, the slaughter sword burned as red as blood, the absolute sword shone as white as snow, and the entangling sword appeared as dark as earth. The 4 swords occupied the 4 cardinal directions around the Eastern Emperor Bel, swiftly constructing a profound and intricate formation centered upon it. As the formation unfurled, boundless sword energy materialized, forming an immense net that enveloped the Eastern Emperor Bel. The sharpness of the extermination sword severed the advance of the red lotus flames. The ferocity of the slaughter sword quelled the Bel's rampage. The lethal intent of the absolute sword froze the surrounding space, while the peculiar force of the entangling sword began to consume the destructive aura emanating from the Bel. Waves of sword energy struck the Bel's body like a tempest. Though they could not inflict tangible harm, they successfully intercepted the majority of the surging red lotus flames, halting the further spread of its pull. The sword array of the extermination of immortals established a solid barrier around the Eastern Emperor Bel, stabilizing the situation and alleviating Su Bai's concerns. Next, it was time to deal with you. Su Bai's gaze sharpened as the divine power within his dantian began to surge wildly. His cultivation of the 8-9 profound art had long since reached perfection, and the divine power coursing through him was both pure and immense, flowing through his meridians like a roaring river. Even more astonishingly, as the divine power surged, the dragon elephant particles within him, having been completely transformed, began to awaken en masse. Each minuscule particle of the dragon elephant embodies an immense power, amounting to millions of pounds. Within Su Bai, there reside a staggering 840 million of these particles, bestowing upon him a terrifying potential of 8,400,000,000,000 pounds. At this moment, with the complete awakening of these particles, his physical strength begins to ascend wildly, his muscles swell, and the very fabric of space around him is crushed by this overwhelming force. Beneath his golden battle armor, his skin radiates a subtle golden sheen, and his bones emit crackling sounds, heralding a breakthrough of his physical limits. Yet, this power alone is insufficient to obliterate the uncontrollable Eastern Emperor Bel. He requires even greater strength. Taking a deep breath, Subai gently pressed his right thumb to his heart, slowly exhaling a pure white energy that he had refined over many years. A glint of determination flashed in his eyes as he bellowed once more, his voice imbued with an indomitable spirit. 8 gates of Duanjia, Death Gate, open. The 8 gates of Duanjia technique. With this declaration, a torrent of deep crimson steam erupted from Su Bai's entire being, akin to molten lava surging upward. The 8 gates of Duanjia, a forbidden secret art from the Naruto world, enables a brief transcendence of human limits, unleashing powers far beyond one's own. The Death Gate, being the final gate, unleashes catastrophic strength upon its activation, but at a considerable cost to oneself. In this moment, Su Bai resolutely opened the Death Gate, causing his aura to swell instantaneously, amplifying his already formidable physical strength by 400 times. 8,400,000,000,000 pounds of might, multiplied by 400, culminates in a staggering 336 trillion pounds. Such an overwhelming force transcends the imagination of mere mortals. Even ancient deities would find it daunting. Signs of strain began to manifest upon Su Bai's body. Fine cracks appeared on his skin, seeping dark red blood that stained his golden armor a deep crimson. The relentless power battered against his physique, his bones lamenting under the immense burden, and his muscle fibers tore incessantly. Yet, the perfected 9 mysteries of internal cultivation within him activated to its utmost, exhibiting a miraculous recovery speed that mended his wounds in an instant. The cycle of tearing and healing persisted, resulting in an increasing number of dark red fissures on Su Bai's body, a sight both alarming and invigorating, intensifying his ferocity. Lowering his center of gravity, he placed his hands on the ground, fervently channeling his divine energy and vital essence. His body quivered, not from fear, but from the colossal power within him that threatened to rupture his physical form. With a mighty roar that echoed through the heavens, he compressed the divine energy and vital essence within him, which began to coalesce behind him. A deafening dragon's roar erupted, as a fearsome blood-red dragon slowly took shape behind him. This colossal dragon spanned thousands of feet in length, its scales of vivid, blood-drenched crimson, its claws razor-sharp, and its eyes brimming with a feral, destructive aura. It circled ominously behind Su Bai, its aura of blood and divine power intertwined, exuding an overwhelming presence that made the very heavens tremble. Yet, Su Bai remained undeterred, relentlessly compressing the divine power and blood essence within him. As the compression continued, the crimson dragon behind him began to shrink gradually, diminishing from a staggering 10,000 feet to merely several dozen. Despite its reduced size, its might grew ever more formidable, each scale shimmering with a disquieting radiance, compressing the surrounding space into a state akin to solidified amber, through which light could scarcely penetrate. At the moment when the divine power and blood essence reached their zenith, Su Bai suddenly lifted his gaze, a brilliant light flickering in his eyes. With a powerful thrust of his legs, his body surged forth like a cannonball, propelling him towards the Eastern Emperor Bell. The ground beneath him collapsed with a thunderous roar, the once solid rock melting into searing magma under the weight of his terrifying essence. The very fabric of space shattered like fragile glass, leaving behind dark fissures as he moved at a speed that seemed to transcend the limitations of time and space. Appearing 300 meters away from the Eastern Emperor Bell in the blink of an eye. Now was the moment. A fierce determination flashed in Su Bai's eyes as he leaped forward, accompanied by the colossal, fearsome dragon of blood essence trailing behind him. His left foot was immediately enveloped in boundless divine power and blood essence, growing as immense as a mountain, adorned with fearsome dragon and phoenix patterns that radiated a cataclysmic aura. Night's destruction, he bellowed, his voice reverberating like the primordial chime of creation, resonating throughout the 3 realms. This mighty shout encapsulated all his will and strength, propelled by a resolve of no return, as he delivered a powerful kick towards the lofty Eastern Emperor Bell. Boom! Su Bai's left foot collided violently with the bronze body of the Eastern Emperor Bell, unleashing a horrific force. It was as if 2 stars had collided, sending a colossal shockwave radiating outward from the point of impact. The clouds above were instantaneously dispersed, revealing a cerulean sky, while the magma below was propelled skyward, forming towering columns of fire. The Eastern Emperor Bell emitted a deafening roar, its immense body quaking violently, and its surface became instantly covered in a web of numerous cracks. Reminiscent of a spider's web, the ancient runes, once glowing with an eerie red light, now began to dim, the torrent of red lotus flames ceasing abruptly, and the terrifying suction force waning significantly. Yet, it was still insufficient. A fierce glint flashed in Subai's eyes. He sensed that the core of the Eastern Emperor Bell remained intact. Relying solely on the power of Night's destruction was inadequate for its complete annihilation. Without hesitation, he unleashed another mighty roar, invoking the principles of strength he had comprehended over many years. Principle of strength. Arise. With this declaration, the blood-red dragon behind him dissipated, replaced by a colossal shadow that obscured the sun. This shadow was towering and clad in ancient beast hide, wielding a massive axe of creation, the ethereal visage of Pangu, the primordial deity of creation. In the course of Subai's cultivation of the 8-9 profound art, he inadvertently comprehended the laws of power, which manifested as a terrifying force capable of creating and destroying worlds. With a thunderous roar that reverberated throughout the cosmos, the ethereal figure of Pangu seemed to transcend endless time and space, descending upon this realm. Under Subai's command, the heaven-opening axe was raised high, its blade adorned with intricate runes that emanated a brilliance potent enough to cleave heaven and earth. Shatter. Subai's voice resonated with infinite authority and determination as the heaven-opening axe, wielded by the Pangu apparition, descended with apocalyptic strength upon the multitude of cracks adorning the Eastern Emperor Bell. With a sharp and resonant crack, the axe's edge struck precisely upon the fissures of the bell. This blow acted as the proverbial last straw for the Eastern Emperor Bell. The cracks instantly expanded, resembling a spider's web that spread across the entire surface of the bell. With a deafening roar, the colossal Eastern Emperor Bell could no longer withstand the force unleashed by the axe, collapsing into disarray in an instant. Bronze fragments cascaded like a meteor shower toward the Rochue River below, splashing a deluge of water and lava. The lingering flames of the red lotus karma fire, deprived of the bell's support, began to wane, ultimately transforming into fleeting sparks that dissipated into the ether. The terrifying gravitational pull also vanished, and the turbulent atmosphere gradually calmed, leaving only the swirling bronze shards and the lingering smoke, remnants of the cataclysmic battle that had just transpired. At this moment, Subai found himself utterly drained. The backlash from the dead gate of the 8 gates of Duanjia, the excessive exertion of the laws of power, and the immense recoil experienced while shattering the Eastern Emperor Bell had nearly depleted all his divine energy and vitality. The crimson steam enveloping his body had long since dissipated. His golden battle armor was charred and shattered, revealing skin marred by deep fissures that exposed bone, with dark red blood trickling down from the cracks. Even with the perfection of the 8-9 profound art, he could scarcely endure such grievous wounds. His physical form had reached its limit. The once resplendent phoenix true fire now flickered weakly, on the verge of extinguishment, and his aura had become feeble and faint, like a kite severed from its string. He began to descend slowly from the heights, his charred skin peeling away in the wind to reveal lifeless muscle beneath. The once proud figure now appeared immensely heavy, each drop accompanied by the sound of cracking bones. The extermination sword array lost the support of his divine power, and the 4 celestial swords emitted a mournful cry before dissolving into 4 streaks of light, vanishing into the void, leaving the formation utterly dispersed. In this vast expanse, only Subai's falling silhouette remained, accompanied by the distant sound of rushing water from the Rochue River. Subai, 1,000 miles away, by Qian, who had been fixated on the direction of the Rochue River, felt her heart constrict painfully upon witnessing the dissolution of the extermination sword array and Subai's descent from the heavens. In that moment, she could no longer heed Mo Yuan's restraint. Her celestial energy surged dramatically, transforming into a radiant streak of white light as she recklessly surged toward the direction from which Subai was falling. 17. Mo Yuan sought to intervene, yet it was already too late. He could only follow closely behind, racing towards the banks of the Ruoxue River with the disciples of Kunlun ruins. Bai Qian's speed reached a zenith, her fears and worries transforming into boundless motivation. She watched helplessly as Subai's charred body plummeted ever closer to the ground, tears cascading down her cheeks like a string of broken pearls, blurring her vision. No, Subai, hold on. she cried out, her voice choked and nearly unrecognizable. In that moment, just as Su Bai was about to crash to the earth, she finally arrived, extending her arms to catch his falling form securely. Her hands met with an icy, unyielding sensation. Su Bai had been completely carbonized, resembling a piece of burnt charcoal, and even the slightest touch would cause fragments to flake away. Bai Qian cradled him with utmost care, fearful that any exertion might shatter his fragile body. She gradually descended to the ground, gently laying Su Bai on a relatively flat patch of earth, her trembling hands caressing his charred cheek, tears flowing uncontrollably, dripping onto Su Bai's body and sizzling as they evaporated. Su Bai, please don't scare me." Bai Qian's voice trembled with sorrow. Laced with a poignant cry, "You promised to marry me. You cannot go back on your word. Please wake up, won't you?" Her tone was tender yet laced with despair, repeatedly calling out Su Bai's name, her tears clouding her vision, preventing her from seeing his face clearly. At that moment, Su Bai, lying on the ground, felt his eyelids flutter slightly. His carbonized lips parted with great difficulty, emitting a sound so faint it was nearly inaudible, akin to the fluttering of a gnat. I'm fine. Nirvana, just once. I might sleep for hundreds of years. Wait for me. When I awaken, I will marry you." His voice was intermittent, heavy with fatigue and frailty, yet each word resonated clearly in Bai Qian's ears. A surge of joy filled her heart as she quickly leaned closer, pressing her ear against his lips, fearful of missing a single syllable. Upon hearing Su Bai's words, she nodded through her tears, her voice choked yet resolute. "All right. I will wait for you. You keep your promise. I will always wait for you to awaken." Upon finishing her declaration, Bai Qian sensed a sudden warmth emanating from Su Bai's body. In an instant, a blazing inferno erupted from within him, enveloping his entire form. It was the phoenix's fire of rebirth, the flames radiating a pure golden hue, imbued with a warmth and sacred essence, yet harboring an extreme heat. The approaching Mo Yuan and the others were immediately forced back by the overwhelming intensity of the flames, retreating several dozen paces despite their efforts to harness their celestial energy for protection, feeling a scorching wave wash over them. The disciples of Kunlun ruins gasped in astonishment, instinctively stepping back, their faces reflecting shock and reverence. They understood that this was the unique nirvana fire of the Phoenix clan, the flame of rebirth, the most sacred and powerful fire. However, at the heart of the flames, Bai Qian felt no trace of the searing heat. The golden flames of rebirth seemed to possess a consciousness of their own, gracefully avoiding her body while enveloping Su Bai, quietly burning in her embrace. Perhaps this was the unique tenderness that Su Bai offered her. Even in this moment of near death, as he languished in a state of rebirth, his subconscious continued to protect her, shielding her from any harm. Bai Qian knelt motionless on the ground, cradling Su Bai, allowing the flames of rebirth to blaze within her arms. Tears still glistened on her cheeks, yet her gaze had transformed into one of unwavering determination. She understood that Su Bai was undergoing the most arduous process of rebirth. All she could do was remain by his side, patiently awaiting his resurrection. The flames of rebirth blazed fiercely, enduring for an entire day and night. During this time, Mo Yuan, accompanied by the disciples of Kunlun ruins, stood vigil at a distance, safeguarding Bai Qian and Su Bai against any unforeseen events. The spiritual energy of the world continuously converged towards the flames of rebirth, absorbed by the fire, nurturing Su Bai's reconstituting form. The color of the flames, initially golden, gradually became increasingly pure, ultimately transforming into a soft silver hue, gentle as moonlight. As Su Bai's charred body was scorched by the flames of rebirth, it gradually turned to ash, only to begin reassembling under the nurturing embrace of the fire. When the morning light broke the horizon the following day, casting its glow upon the banks of the Ruoshui River, the flames of rebirth that had burned for an entire day and night began to fade. Bai Qian maintained her embrace around Su Bai, her eyes filled with anticipation and anxiety. At the moment when the flames finally extinguished, she beheld not the charred remains of Su Bai in her arms, but rather a snow-white egg. The egg was about the size of a fist, its shell adorned with intricate and exquisite flame patterns that shimmered with a faint golden hue, radiating a soft and sacred light under the morning sun. The surface of the shell was smooth and warm, emanating a gentle warmth and a trace of Su Bai's essence. This was the form Su Bai assumed after his rebirth. Bai Qian carefully cradled the egg in her arms, a relieved smile gracing her face. Though tears streamed down her cheeks once more, this time, tears of joy and reassurance. She gently caressed the flame patterns on the eggshell, her heart brimming with hope. Su Bai, I await your awakening. Mo Yuan stepped forward, gazing at the egg in Bai Qian's embrace. A flicker of satisfaction and reflection crossing his eyes. The phoenix rises from the ashes, reborn anew. Su Bai will be all right. Bai Qian nodded, lifting her gaze to Mo Yuan and the disciples of Kunlun ruins surrounding them, softly proclaiming, Master, dear brothers, I thank you all. Now that the Eastern Emperor Bel has been destroyed and Qing Tsang has perished, the crisis of the three realms has been resolved. I wish to take Su Bai back to Qing Qiu to rejuvenate. The word rejuvenate escaped her lips with tenderness and resolve. She yearned to return with this egg to the place she knew best, the safest haven, to guard him until he emerged, fulfilling his promise of marrying her upon awakening. Mo Yuan nodded. Indeed, Qing Qiu Mountain is blessed with clear waters and abundant spiritual energy, making it a splendid place for rebirth. Should you require anything, do not hesitate to send word to me. Thank you, Master. Bai Qian expressed her gratitude once more. Then, cradling the egg in her arms with utmost care, she transformed into a streak of white light, soaring towards the direction of Qingqiu. The sunlight cascaded upon her, elongating her silhouette. The snow-white egg nestled in her embrace emanated a gentle glow in the morning light. Chapter 48. Su Bai Awakens. Preparations for the grand wedding. The gentle breeze of Qingqiu always carries a hint of warmth, mingling with the fragrant blossoms of the 10-mile peach orchard, sweeping over the undulating mountains and softly caressing the stone steps before the fox den. Bai Qian, cradling a warm, snow-white egg in her arms, glided like a beam of light through the clouds, landing gracefully upon the grounds of Qingqiu. Upon her arrival, the Fox Emperor Bai Ji and the Fox Empress Ningchong swiftly approached, accompanied by her three elder brothers, Bai Yi, Bai Xian, and Bai Qi, along with Bai Zhen, who had come upon hearing the news. All eyes were drawn to the egg nestled in Bai Qian's embrace, filled with concern and curiosity. Is this Su Bai? The Fox Empress Ningchong inquired, hastening towards her, her voice gentle yet laced with urgency, her gaze flitting between the golden patterns on the egg and Bai Qian's slightly weary face. Bai Qian nodded softly, holding the egg even tighter, her fingertips brushing over the smooth, warm surface of the shell as she began to speak. Mother, it is he. In the battle by the Ruoshui River, Qing Tsang sacrificed his life, causing the Donghuang Bell to spiral out of control, igniting the flames of the Red Lotus, intent on incinerating the three realms. She paused, recalling the terrifying scene of the world collapsing that day, remembering Su Bai's resolute figure as he stayed behind. Her eyes brimmed with unshed tears. To protect us during our retreat, Su Bai set up the extermination sword array to stabilize the situation, then activated the 8 gates of Duanjia, invoking the power of Panga's phantom, and shattered the Donghuang Bell. Yet, he exhausted all his strength and fell into a state of nirvana, transforming into this egg. The crowd listened in solemn silence, their expressions moved. Bai Ji stroked his long beard, a flicker of admiration and apprehension in his eyes. Indeed, he is worthy of the ancient phoenix bloodline, possessing such audacity and strength. Were it not for him, the three realms would have long been reduced to ashes. Bai Yi's expression turned grave as he spoke in a deep voice. Qing Tsang's actions are truly madness incarnate. Thankfully, Su Bai intervened in time, otherwise, the consequences would have been unimaginable. Bai Zhen approached Bai Qian, gazing at the egg with a heart full of compassion. Little 5, you have endured much on this journey. Jian has already prepared a spirit-gathering array inside the den, rich in spiritual energy, perfect for Su Bai's recovery. Bai Qian cast a grateful glance at her fourth brother, her voice soft. Thank you, fourth brother, and I am grateful to mother, father, and my brothers for your concern. The Fox Empress Ningchong gently patted her hand, her tone tender. Silly child, there is no need for such formality with us. Come, let us enter the den. Hold Su Bai carefully, and ensure he does not catch a chill. A group encircled Bai Qian as they entered the fox den, which had been intricately arranged by Jian with the spirit-gathering array. The air was thick with abundant spiritual energy, entwining around the snow-white egg, gradually absorbed by the intricate patterns on its surface. Bai Qian cautiously placed the egg upon a stone table covered in soft fox fur, her fingertips lingering on the shell, feeling the faint yet resilient life force within. Qian, you too are weary. Please take a moment to rest. Jiyan approached, observing the redness in her eyes, speaking soothingly. With the nourishment of this spirit-gathering array, he will be fine. Bai Qian shook her head, her gaze unwaveringly fixed upon the egg. I am not tired. I wish to stay by his side. As the crowd observed her resolute determination, they ceased their persuasion, instead instructing their servants to prepare food and leaving behind enough spiritual jade to sustain the operation of the gathering spirit array for a millennium. One by one, they quietly withdrew, leaving Bai Qian alone with the egg in the cave. From that moment forth, Bai Qian's presence was seen in every corner of Qingqiu, cradling the pure white egg. She would take it to the peach grove that Su Bai had personally planted, marveling at the vibrant blossoms and listening to the whispers of the spring breeze, gently informing it that this year's peach blossoms were more abundant than in previous years. She would carry it to the banks of the Yaoqi, watching the koi frolic and the clouds drift, sharing tales of Qingqiu's amusing anecdotes from the past years. She would take it to Jian's 10-mile peach forest, listening to him expound on herbal medicine while inhaling the fragrant aroma of the herbs, occasionally asking Jian to check on the vitality within the egg to see if it was growing stronger. Whether managing the affairs of Qingqiu, discussing matters with her brothers, or even while sleeping, Bai Qian held the egg close to her heart, as if it were the most precious treasure in the world. The shell's temperature transitioned from a coolness to a comforting warmth, and the life force within the egg evolved from a flickering glow akin to fireflies to a steady vigor, akin to a mountain spring flowing tirelessly. Bai Qian could distinctly sense Su Bai's essence gradually awakening and growing stronger. Each fluctuation of vitality brought her joy anew. She understood that he was striving to break free from the shackles of rebirth, making his way back to her step by step. As time flowed swiftly, 200 years slipped by unnoticed. During these 2 centuries, Qingqiu remained the most tranquil and harmonious place across the realms. The 10-mile peach grove blooming with similar beauty year after year, and the waters of Yaoqi flowing continuously. Bai Qian's cultivation advanced steadily over these 200 years, her demeanor becoming increasingly gentle and serene, yet the longing for Su Bai in her brow never waned for even a moment. On a sunlit day with a gentle breeze, Bai Qian, cradling the egg, transformed alongside Bai Zhan into mortal forms, strolling through the bustling streets of the human realm. The streets were alive with voices, the sounds of vendors and laughter rising and falling, creating a vibrant atmosphere. Bai Qian donned a modest, pale blue dress, her long hair simply tied up, her unadorned face failing to conceal her exquisite beauty. The egg, wrapped in soft satin, was carefully held in front of her, attracting curious glances from passers-by, though none dared to inquire further. Bai Zhan, dressed in a moon-white long robe, stood tall and handsome at her side, occasionally pointing out intriguing sights along the street, his tone imbued with his customary gentle smile. The two wandered aimlessly through the bustling crowd, traversing the cobblestone alleys. Bai Qian glanced down at the egg, her fingertips lightly tracing the golden patterns on its shell, a hint of wistfulness crossing her face. Tilting her head to look at Bai Zhan, her voice was soft, yet carried an undercurrent of urgency. Fourth brother, when do you think Su Bai will awaken? It has been 200 years. For the past 2 centuries, she has yearned daily for his awakening, sensing his breath gradually growing stronger. Yet, the egg remained still, inevitably stirring a hint of anxiety within her. Upon hearing her words, Bai Zhan halted, turned to face her with a gentle smile in his eyes, and affectionately tousled her hair. Silly little Wu, what's the rush? That fellow Che Yin mentioned just days ago that Su Bai's divine power has nearly been restored, and the patterns of rebirth on the shell have become increasingly vivid. In just a few years, he shall break free. He paused, his tone teasing yet laced with compassion. Besides, you waited 7,000 years for Su Bai's slumber. Can you not endure a few short years now? Listening to her elder brother's words, Bai Qian pondered carefully, the melancholy on her face gradually dissipating as she nodded lightly. You are right. I have been too impatient. She recognized that rebirth through nirvana was an extraordinary endeavor. It was already astonishing that Su Bai had regained this much in merely 200 years. She should not be so greedy. Patience was a virtue she needed to embrace. With this realization, Bai Qian fell silent, cradling the egg as she continued to meander through the streets with Baizhan. Observing the children playing joyfully and couples strolling hand in hand, her heart brimmed with longing as she silently wished, Su Bai, when you awaken, let us be like them. Shall we? After wandering for about an hour, the sun began its descent, and the streets grew less crowded. Bai Qian exchanged glances with Baizhan, intending to return to Qingqiu. Just then, the egg in her arms gave a slight tremor. The movement was exceedingly subtle, yet unmistakably clear, resonating through the silk and her fingertips, penetrating deep into her heart. Bai Qian's body stiffened suddenly, her face displaying an expression of disbelief, soon followed by a tidal wave of joy flooding her entire being. She abruptly halted, turned to Baizhan, her voice trembling with excitement as she exclaimed, Fourth brother. Fourth brother. I felt it. Su Bai moved. He just moved. Upon hearing her, Baizhan's smile froze, swiftly replaced by shock and elation. He hurried to her side, unhesitatingly placing his hand on the silk wrapping the egg, his consciousness diving within. Moments later, he withdrew his awareness, a genuine smile illuminating his face as he nodded emphatically at Bai Qian, joy radiating from his tone. Little Wu, it's true. Su Bai's divine power is now fully restored. He is about to awaken. We must hurry back to Qingqiu and summon Che Yin and the others to safeguard him, ensuring a smooth emergence. Yes, Bai Qian nodded vigorously, her eyes shimmering with tears of joy. She tightened her embrace around the egg, fearful of any mishap. As soon as she finished speaking, they wasted no time, their forms shimmering as they shed their mortal disguises, transforming into two streaks of light, racing towards Qingqiu. The wind howled in their ears, and the mountains and rivers beneath them rushed past. Yet Bai Qian felt the pace was still too slow, her heart consumed by one thought. Hurry, faster still, so that Su Bai may awaken soon. On the journey, Bai Qian retrieved a communication jade talisman, her fingertips swiftly gliding across its surface as she transmitted this exhilarating news to Mo Yuan, Jiyan, and her family in Qingqiu. Master, Su Bai is stirred. He is on the verge of awakening. Come swiftly to Qingqiu. Jiyan, Su Bai is about to break his shell. I implore you to come immediately to the fox den for protection. Father and mother, Su Bai is awakening. Please prepare the spirit gathering array in the cave and await our return. The jade talisman transformed into streams of light, darting off in various directions. Bai Qian tucked away the talisman, her heart brimming with anticipation and trepidation, her palms even slightly damp with sweat. Half an hour later, two beams of light gracefully descended before the fox den in Qingqiu. As soon as Bai Qian landed, she could hardly contain her excitement and rushed into the cave, cradling the egg. Inside, a multitude of figures had already gathered. The Fox Emperor Bai Ji, the Fox Empress Ning Chong, her brothers Bai Yi, Bai Xian, and Bai Qi, along with Jiyan, the Eastern Emperor Dong Hua, Bai Fengjiu, and Mo Yuan with his disciples. It appeared that upon receiving the news, everyone had hurried over immediately. Even the usually reserved Eastern Emperor Dong Hua had come, accompanied by Bai Fengjiu. Over the past 2 centuries, the spiritual energy lost by Mo Yuan and Dong Hua during their battle by the Ruoshui River had been entirely restored through ample spiritual essence and their own diligent cultivation, even surpassing their previous levels. Upon seeing Bai Qian and Bai Zhen return, Mo Yuan quickly approached, his gaze fixed on the egg in Bai Qian's arms. His tone laced with urgency. 17. What is the status? Is Su Bai truly awakening? Bai Qian nodded vigorously, her cheeks flushed with excitement. Master, it is true. Just moments ago in the mortal realm, he moved, and fourth brother has also sensed it, confirming that his divine power is fully replenished and he could break free at any moment. With that, she cautiously walked to the stone table in the center of the cave and gently placed the egg on the prepared fox fur. The golden patterns upon the eggshell shimmered under the light of the spirit gathering array, radiating a soft yet bright glow. The life force within the egg grew increasingly palpable. Even faint movements could be sensed from within. The assembled crowd fell into a hushed silence, their eyes fixed intently on the pristine white egg, expressions filled with anticipation and reverence, not daring to breathe too loudly lest they disturb Su Bai's impending emergence. Time ticked by, the cave enveloped in tranquility, with only the soft sounds of their breathing and the occasional faint rustling from within the egg breaking the stillness. Before long, 2 hours had elapsed. Suddenly, A resounding yet solemn chime echoed down from the 9 heavens, reminiscent of a primordial call from the dawn of creation, piercing through the clouds and resonating across the vast realms. Then came the sound of bells ringing, one after another, continuously, a total of 81 chimes. Each toll encapsulated boundless Tao rhythms, reverberating throughout the universe, causing the spiritual essence in the world to surge. This bell sound was identical to that which resonated from the ancient artifact, the Hongming bell, at the moment of Su Bai's birth, 14,000 years ago. As the chimes resonated, within the 3 realms, all birds appeared to be summoned by an unseen force, soaring into the heavens, their melodies crisp and joyful. Whether common sparrows or rare spirit birds, they danced gracefully towards the direction of Qingqiu. Even more astonishing, the divine beasts, the Lu In and the Zhuke, ascended from their respective abodes, the Lu In, with its elegant form and clear call, and the Zhuke, its fiery feathers exuding grandeur. They spiraled in the sky, showering the world with radiant hues, seemingly celebrating the revival of Su Bai in a grand spectacle. Creatures from across the seas and lands raised their heads, gazing in awe and perplexity at the extraordinary phenomenon above, their faces reflecting shock and wonder, pondering which mighty being had emerged to evoke the chime of the primordial bell and the homage of 100 birds. Meanwhile, within the fox den of Qingqiu, a snow-white egg resting on a stone table began to tremble violently at the instant the primordial bell tolled. With a sharp crack, a delicate fissure appeared on the shell's surface. Soon after, the sound of cracking intensified, the fissures spreading like a delicate web across the egg, growing deeper and more intricate. Bai Qian's heart seized tightly, her hands instinctively forming fists, knuckles turning white, her eyes filled with tension and anticipation, fixated on the egg, her breath almost suspended. The gathered crowd held their breath, their gazes riveted on the egg, expressions alight with excitement. In mere moments, the cracks ceased to expand. Then, a small, delicate hand emerged from the crevice, pale and exquisite, with soft, rounded nails radiating a gentle pink glow. It gently grasped the edge of the shell, breaking off a fragment, before retreating back within. Witnessing this, the crowd's smiles grew ever more genuine, their anticipation reaching its zenith. After a brief interval, faint cracking sounds emanated from within the egg, as though something was nibbling at the shell. Subsequently, the pristine shell began to yield, revealing the scene inside. A tiny figure crouched within, hands cradling the broken shell, nibbling at it with a somewhat clumsy yet endearing motion. The fragments, upon entering its body, transformed into pure energy, nourishing its newly reformed being. Before long, the entire shell was consumed, leaving no remnants behind. All eyes were fixed on the small figure on the stone table, curiosity and expectation illuminating their expressions. The child resembled an infant, standing barely a foot tall, skin as white as jade, smooth and tender. It donned a tiny black brocade robe, adorned at the shoulders with an embroidered miniature golden phoenix, mirroring its appearance in adulthood. His hair was a gradient of golden red, softly adhering to his scalp, and his pair of peach blossom eyes sparkled with a lively glimmer. His sword-like brows were slightly furrowed, and though his face bore the innocence of a child, it emanated an aura of uncharacteristic valor and authority. Su Bai slowly lifted his head, glancing down at his petite, delicate form, then at his chubby little hands and feet. The remnants of his naive expression darkened in an instant. Suddenly, a high-pitched yet explosively irritable exclamation erupted from his small mouth. What the hell? What is going on? How did I turn into a baby? How am I supposed to marry a wife now? This outburst, coupled with his tender voice, was meant to be humorous. Yet those present felt an overwhelming sense of grievance and frustration, leaving them momentarily speechless in jest. Su Bai puffed out his cheeks, casting an indignant glance around the cave at the gathered crowd. When his gaze fell upon Mo Yuan, Jian, and Dong Hua, who were smiling at him from a distance, his resentment intensified. Pouting his lips, he echoed a classic phrase from his infancy, infused with youthful indignation. Whereas your mother? Think of a solution. Jian could no longer contain himself and burst into hearty laughter, stepping forward to gently poke Su Bai's cherubic face with a finger, his tone laced with teasing. Oh, isn't this the illustrious Phoenix Heavenly Sovereign, Su Bai? How did you become so small? You look rather adorable. Adorable, my foot. Su Bai shot him a glare, showing no sign of temperance despite his baby form. With a flick of his small hand, a beam of golden light flashed, and the Zhu Xian sword materialized in his grasp. However, in this moment, the sword had shrunk considerably, now only the length of a finger, hovering before him with its chilling gleam still intact. With a slight lift of his hand, the Zhu Xian sword pointed menacingly at Ji Yan, and in a voice that was both innocent and filled with threat, he sneered, "Go on, try poking me again. You think you can just touch the face of the young master? Be careful, or I'll scatter your ashes." Ji Yan's smile froze, startled by the sudden appearance of the miniature Zhu Xian sword, instinctively stepping back with a bemused expression. "You little rascal. Waking up so fierce, what will you be like when you grow up?" Indeed, Su Bai proudly lifted his chin, ready to retort further when a gentle figure approached him. Bai Qian bent down, carefully lifting him from the stone table as if fearing to break him. She cradled him in her arms, her nose brushing against his soft hair as she softly reassured him. There, Su Bai, don't frighten Ji Yan. Being a baby isn't so bad. We can accompany you as you grow up again." Feeling the familiar warmth and scent enveloping him, Su Bai's irritation gradually subsided. He looked up into Bai Qian's gentle smile, his little face flushing slightly. No longer as irritable as before, he obediently retracted the Zhu Xian sword, but not without casting one last glare at Ji Yan, as if to say he would let it slide this time for Bai Qian's sake. Bai Qian embraced him, gently patting his back, and softly inquired, "Su Bai, how do you feel now? Is there any discomfort?" "Aside from being smaller, everything else is quite well," Su Bai replied, shaking his head. He then turned to Mo Yuan, who stood nearby, his eyes filled with anticipation. "Mo Yuan, with your vast knowledge and experience, surely you have a way to restore me to my original state? I do not wish to remain in this infantile form, unable to accomplish anything." Mo Yuan stepped forward, extending his hand. A gentle divine energy gradually seeped into Su Bai's body. After a moment of careful exploration, he withdrew his hand and smiled reassuringly. "Do not worry. You have not truly transformed into a baby. The immense consumption during your rebirth has merely caused your body to revert to an infantile state to better accommodate the divine energy within you. It is a form of ultimate rest and adaptation." He paused, adding, "All you need to do is calmly absorb the spiritual energy, harmonizing your divine power with your physical form, and you will naturally return to your original appearance." As his words fell, Mo Yuan waved his hand, and a pure, majestic stream of divine energy flowed gently into Su Bai. This energy was nurturing and warm, enveloping him in a soothing sensation, easing the previously sluggish movement of his divine power. "I shall lend my strength as well," declared the Fox Emperor Baiji. He was the first to speak, sending forth a robust divine energy that merged with Su Bai's essence. The Fox Empress Ning Chong, Bai Yi, Bai Xian, Bai Qi, Bai Zhan, and others followed suit, unleashing beams of energy imbued with the pure spiritual essence of Qingqiu, converging upon Su Bai like rivers returning to the sea. Ji Yan smiled and shook his head, releasing a divine energy rich with vitality and medicinal fragrance. The Emperor Donghua, though not verbose, flicked his fingers, allowing a cool and pure divine energy to silently join the chorus. Bai Fengjiu gathered her companions, urging them to channel their celestial power into the collective effort. In an instant, the Fox Den was illuminated with brilliant radiance as myriad strands of divine energy intertwined, forming a colossal vortex that enveloped Su Bai and Bai Qian. Held in by Qian's embrace, Su Bai felt the continuous influx of pure energy flowing into him. With his eyes gently closed, he obediently directed the divine power within to guide the nourishing energy, harmonizing his meridians. He could distinctly sense his body undergoing visible transformation, bones lengthening, muscles filling out, and his stature gradually rising. His golden red hair, akin to willow branches swaying in the spring breeze, lengthened until it cascaded down to his waist. The once youthful contours of his face lost their baby fat, becoming increasingly defined and handsome. His brows were sharp, his eyes bright with emotion, a high nose, and well-defined lips, embodying the striking figure of the Phoenix celestial lord that everyone remembered. The dark brocade robe adjusted in size with his growing form, and the golden phoenix embroidery on his shoulders appeared to come alive, its wings fluttering slightly, radiating a resplendent golden light. In the brief span of a single incense stick's burning, Subai completely restored his original appearance. Tall and upright, his dark robe accentuated his broad shoulders and narrow waist, while his golden-red hair shimmered in the interplay of light and shadow. As his peach blossom eyes fluttered open, they exuded a hint of languor from just awakening, intertwined with an innate arrogance and tenderness. He gently extricated himself from Bai Qian's embrace, landing gracefully on the ground. A subtle tremor of divine power coursed through him, dispersing any excess spiritual energy before he turned to fix his gaze squarely upon Bai Qian. 2 centuries of waiting, 2 centuries of yearning, coalesced into the softness and depth of his eyes in that moment. He approached her step by step, coming to a halt before her, extending his arms to draw her tightly into his embrace. Bai Qian's body tensed momentarily, but she soon reciprocated, wrapping her arms around him, pressing her face against his warm chest and feeling the strength of his heartbeat. Her eyes instantly brimmed with tears, which cascaded down unbidden, soaking his dark robe. "Qian Qian," Subai murmured softly, his voice a touch hoarse yet remarkably clear. "I promised that when I returned, we would wed." After 200 years of anticipation and steadfastness, they finally found solace in that moment. Bai Qian nodded vigorously, tears flowing freely as she choked out her response. "Yes, we will marry." These simple words bore the weight of profound affection and long-awaited dreams, transcending the barriers of time and resisting the ravages of years. The onlookers in the cave beheld the embracing couple, their faces alight with gratified smiles and their eyes filled with sincere blessings. Mo Yuan watched his most cherished disciple achieve fulfillment, a flicker of relief and warmth passing through his gaze as he gently stroked his long beard. Zhi Yin chuckled and shook his head, softly remarking to Dong Hua beside him, "These 2 little ones have finally attained their destined union." Not a moment too late after 17 years of waiting. Dong Hua nodded slightly, his gaze softening as it rested on Bai Fengjiu. The Fox Emperor and Fox Empress observed their daughter finally finding her match, their faces illuminated with contentment. The Empress even discreetly dabbed at the moisture at the corner of her eyes. Bai Zhen and the others exchanged smiles, genuinely happy for their sister. No one dared to disrupt the moment. They simply watched the couple embrace, allowing the air to fill with warmth and happiness. 14,000 years of acquaintance and 200 years of waiting had transcended life and death, enduring rebirth. The love between Subai and Bai Qian, akin to the 10 miles of peach blossoms in Qingqiu, had weathered storms, yet still flourished brilliantly. At that moment, sunlight streamed through the crevices of the fox den, casting a warm golden hue upon the entwined pair. The extraordinary phenomena across the realms gradually subsided, the birds returning to their nests, the rosy clouds dissipating. But the joy of the Phoenix Sovereign's revival and the happiness of this couple finding their lifelong bond would forever remain etched in every heart. The matter of marriage, too, quietly ascended the agenda amidst the blessings and anticipations of the onlookers. Chapter 49, The Grand Wedding. Subai and Bai Qian achieved their destiny. The winds of Qingqiu seemed to carry an even deeper warmth than in days past. Since Subai returned to his rightful place and the wedding date with Bai Qian was set, this tranquil land of the 4 seas and 8 wildernesses has been enveloped in a jubilant celebration. The petals of the 10-mile peach forest seem to have sensed the impending nuptials, blooming in advance and carpeting every mountain path of Qingqiu with their vibrant beauty. Even the stone steps before the fox den are adorned with a flurry of pink and white petals, which dance in the breeze like a shower of blossoms, filling the air with the sweet fragrance of peach blossoms and the gentle warmth of spirit jade being burned. The wedding is scheduled for a propitious day a month hence, and the news has sent ripples through the realms. From the celestial emperors in the 9 heavens to the rulers of the underworld, everyone has prepared lavish gifts to send. The 15 disciples under the guidance of Mo Yuan from Kunlun Su arrived a fortnight in advance to assist with the preparations. The Eastern Emperor and Bai Fengjiu have taken up residence in Qingqiu early on, with Fengjiu frequently engaging with Bai Qian, inquiring about wedding arrangements and admiring the embroidered handkerchief she was creating for her, her eyes sparkling with envy and anticipation. The atmosphere in Qingqiu is bustling with excitement. Bai Yi, Bai Xian, and Bai Qi, the 3 elder brothers, personally oversee renovations of the fox den, adorning the originally simple yet elegant abode with an air of celestial festivity. Colorful canopies have been erected outside, draped with bright red silks and specially crafted fairy lanterns. which burn with 1,000-year-old essence, illuminating the entire forest day and night. Baijian, meanwhile, leads a group of Fox clan youths back and forth between Qingqiu and the 10-mile peach forest of Jiyan, transporting rare flowers and exquisite wines meticulously prepared for the wedding venue, ultimately deciding on Jiyan's peach forest, where blossoms bloom eternally, symbolizing the couple's journey through trials to achieve a harmonious union. The Fox Empress, Ning Chong, is also deeply involved, overseeing every detail from the patterns of the wedding attire to the arrangement of the bridal chamber. She has sourced the most precious cloud brocade from across the realms and invited the finest embroiderers from the 9 heavens, dedicating half a month to craft a magnificent phoenix crown and bridal gown for Bai Qian. The gown is adorned with a myriad of colors, embroidered with golden threads depicting the phoenix surrounded by 100 birds, every stitch imbued with rich spiritual energy, while the phoenix feathers shimmer with brilliance, as if ready to take flight at any moment. The crown, sculpted from 1,000-year-old warm jade, is set with numerous luminous pearls and rubies, exuding both opulence and elegance, harmonizing beautifully with Bai Qian's grace. Su Bai, too, has not been idle. His days are spent either in the company of Bai Qian or journeying between Qingqiu and various secret realms in search of the purest spring water, which he personally uses to nourish the mother tree at the heart of the peach forest. He has also forged a pair of jade pendants, inscribed with the characters for Qian and Bai, enveloped in spiritual energy, meant to ensure their safety and mutual support. Additionally, he has specially brewed a batch of peach blossom wine reminiscent of the first meeting he shared with Bai Qian, etching the words holding hands for 3 lifetimes onto the jar, awaiting the day of their union to share in its joy. As time passes in a flurry of activity and anticipation, the momentous wedding day quietly arrives. At the first light of dawn, the Fox Den is already aglow with lights. Bai Qian's boudoir was adorned with exquisite elegance, fresh peach blossom branches gracing the windowsill, and the air was imbued with a delicate fragrance. The Fox Empress Ning Chong sat at the vanity, meticulously arranging Bai Qian's long tresses, clad in the painstakingly crafted phoenix crown and colorful robe. Bai Qian sat poised before the mirror, her complexion glowing even more radiant against the backdrop of the silk, akin to the finest mutton fat jade. Ning Chong expertly coiled Bai Qian's hair into a complex updo, each strand tended to with the utmost precision. As she gently placed the heavy phoenix crown atop Bai Qian's head, the luster of the night pearl reflected the brilliance in her eyes, transforming her into a celestial beauty under the moonlight, breathtakingly enchanting. In the bronze mirror, Bai Qian's visage was adorned with just the right touch. Her brows resembled distant mountains veiled in indigo, and her eyes mirrored the calm waters of autumn, slightly upturned at the corners, exuding an innate allure while retaining a sense of ethereal coldness. Her lips, brushed with fine rouge, glowed softly, reminiscent of peach blossoms in March. The faint blush on her cheeks reflected youthful shyness, adding a touch of innocence. The jewels on her crown swayed gently with her movements, producing a delicate sound that intertwined with the shimmering brilliance of her robe, a sight that was utterly captivating. Ning Chong gazed at her poised daughter in the mirror, her eyes gradually reddening. She reached out, tenderly caressing Bai Qian's cheek, her fingertips trembling slightly, her voice laden with reluctance and admonition. "Little Wu, after today, you shall become a wife. Although Su Bai is a good lad and truly cares for you, life together is not akin to casual companionship. There will inevitably be challenges. Your nature has always been free-spirited, sometimes a tad willful. Henceforth, you must practice patience, consult with him on matters, and refrain from your previous decisiveness. Do you understand?" Bai Qian listened quietly, observing the fine lines around her mother's eyes and the redness in her gaze, a pang of bittersweetness swelling within her, her own eyes moistening slightly. She grasped Ning Chang's hand, warm and calloused, bearing the weight of countless years of love and concern. "Yes, mother, I understand," she replied, her voice quivering. "I will cherish my life with Su Bai, temper my temperament, and visit you and father often." "Foolish child," Ning Chong wiped away her tears. Yet a comforting smile graced her lips. "As long as you are well, your mother and father shall find peace. Su Bai, with his ancient phoenix bloodline, possesses a noble status and formidable strength, yet his affection for you is evident to us all. After 70,000 years of waiting, your endurance has not been in vain. nor has he failed you. Should he ever mistreat you, Qing Qiu will always stand as your steadfast support. Your father and brothers will not spare him. Bai Qian nodded vigorously, warmth flooding her heart. She understood that no matter how far she ventured, Qing Qiu would always be her most solid foundation. After Ning Chong meticulously reviewed her makeup for any oversights, she finally smiled in satisfaction. All is well. Your adornments are complete. We shall wait a while longer for the auspicious hour. The mother and daughter sat facing each other, exchanging heartfelt words, and before they knew it, half an hour had passed. At that moment, the door creaked open gently, and the Fox Emperor Baiji stepped inside. Today, he donned a festive brocade robe, his hair and beard meticulously groomed, and a gentle smile adorned his typically stern visage. The auspicious hour was near. It was time to depart. Baiji's gaze lingered on Bai Qian, filled with a mixture of pride and reluctance. Watching his beloved daughter, whom he had cherished since her infancy, prepare to embark on the journey of marriage stirred a whirlwind of emotions within him. Ultimately, all his sentiments distilled into a simple admonition: go, and may you be well. Bai Qian rose and bowed deeply to Baiji, saying, Father, I am leaving. Baiji nodded, extending a hand to assist her, accompanying her and Ning Shang towards the grand hall. At that moment, the Fox Caves Hall was already adorned in vibrant decorations, exuding an atmosphere of joy and festivity. Crimson silk ribbons entwined the beams, harmonizing with the red lanterns suspended from the walls. A thick red carpet stretched from the entrance to the heart of the hall. Numerous stone tables were arrayed within, laden with exquisite pastries and fine spirits, and the air was thick with the enticing aromas of food and celebration. With her mother's support, Bai Qian gracefully approached the stone bench at the center of the hall. Ning Shang draped a brilliant red veil over her, intricately embroidered with entwined lotus patterns and embellished with delicate pearls, cascading onto her shoulders, obscuring her visage and leaving only a graceful silhouette. Bai Qian sat quietly, her heart a tumult of nerves and anticipation, her fingertips gently grasping the edge of her veil, absorbing the lively atmosphere around her. Memories of her encounters with Su Bai flooded her mind, from their initial playful bickering to their shared trials and tribulations, culminating in a wait of 70,000 years. Each fleeting moment played out vividly, and her eyes glistened with unshed tears. Meanwhile, in the 10-mile peach grove of Jiyan, a similarly jubilant scene unfolded. Su Bai was clad in a resplendent red wedding garment, crafted from the same exquisite cloud brocade as Bai Qian's veil. Golden threads adorned his chest and shoulders, depicting a majestic phoenix poised for flight, its feathers shimmering brilliantly under the sun, perfectly complementing the aura he exuded. His long hair, transitioning from gold to red, was tied back with a crimson ribbon, a few strands falling delicately on his forehead, enhancing his striking features, while his peach blossom eyes sparkled with uncontainable joy and anticipation. Standing beneath the ancient tree at the center of the peach grove, he gazed towards the direction of Qing Qiu, a tender smile gracing his lips. Jiyan approached, adorned in a celebratory royal blue brocade robe, wielding a folding fan that he gently waved, teasingly inquiring, "What is this? Have you lost your wits before even seeing the bride?" Su Bai turned to Jiyan, his smile deepening. "Jiyan, today, I must trouble you to be the steed for Bai Qian and me." At this, Jiyan rolled his eyes dramatically, shaking his head in mock resignation. "I am truly at your service." Imagine, the dignified ancient phoenix, reduced to playing the role of a steed today. What a jest that would be if it got out. Yet, despite his words, his eyes shone with genuine blessings. "In that case, I shall brew a few more barrels of peach blossom wine to make amends." Su Bai replied with a smile. "That sounds much more agreeable," Jiyan concurred. Jiyan nodded in satisfaction, and in an instant, his form shimmered, radiating a brilliant light as he transformed into a magnificent phoenix. This phoenix boasted resplendent wings adorned with vibrant feathers, its tail resembling a splendid rainbow. Its outspread wings spanned dozens of yards, casting a shadow over the land, emanating an ancient divine beast aura that was both regal and sacred. Su Bai smiled faintly, leaping gracefully onto Jiyan's back. The phoenix let out a melodious cry, soaring high into the sky, racing swiftly towards the direction of Qing Qiu. The phoenix's speed was astonishing, and in the blink of an eye, it traversed mountains and rivers, the outline of Qing Qiu growing increasingly distinct in the distance. Outside the fox den, Bai Fengjiu anxiously scanned the surroundings with several Fox clan disciples, her face a blend of worry and anticipation. Today, she donned a lovely pink brocade gown, her hair elegantly styled, radiating charm. In the distance, she caught sight of a burst of colorful light in the sky, accompanied by the clear cry of the phoenix, and her heart leapt with joy, recognizing it as Ji Yan's true form. Su Bai is here, everyone prepare. Bai Fengjiu exclaimed excitedly, her voice ringing clear and bright, echoing throughout the Fox Den. The busy onlookers paused at her call, turning their gazes skyward. They beheld Ji Yan descending gracefully, carrying Su Bai like a streak of flowing light, landing steadily in the open space before the Fox Den. As the vibrant light gradually faded, Ji Yan folded his wings and touched down. Su Bai leapt from Ji Yan's back, his gaze immediately directed toward the Fox Den, filled with eagerness and anticipation. By now, the area outside the Fox Den was teeming with guests come to witness the ceremony. The Fox Emperor Bai Ji and the Fox Empress Ning Chong stood at the forefront, flanked by his four brothers, Bai Yi, Bai Xian, Bai Qi, and Bai Zhan, all wearing gentle smiles. Fengjiu stood beside the Eastern Emperor, who remained clad in his purple robe, tall and composed. His demeanor cool as he observed Bai Fengjiu with a barely perceptible softness in his gaze. Mo Yuan, dressed in a green Taoist robe and holding a whisk, stood alongside his 15 disciples, all adorned in matching attire, their expressions solemn and respectful. Bai Ji approached and scrutinized Su Bai closely, noting his festive attire and spirited demeanor. Nodding in satisfaction, he placed his right hand heavily on Su Bai's shoulder, his tone grave and earnest. Su Bai, Xiao Wu is the most cherished daughter of our Qing Qiu. Today, I entrust her to you. You must treat her well. Regardless of whether you are the Phoenix Celestial or how formidable your strength may be, should you dare to mistreat Xiao Wu, even if it means traversing heaven and earth, our Qing Qiu shall never spare you. You might as well sleep with one eye open from now on. Feeling the weight of Bai Ji's hand and the seriousness in his words, Su Bai straightened his posture, meeting Bai Ji's gaze with unwavering resolve, and replied earnestly, "Rest assured, esteemed father-in-law, I, Su Bai, shall never let Qian Qian down in this life. Besides, it is only Qian Qian who bullies me. When have I ever mistreated her?" With a single sentence, the crowd erupted into hearty laughter, transforming the previously solemn atmosphere into one of lightheartedness. Bai Ji, too, was amused, giving his shoulder a gentle pat and saying, "Well, remember your words from today." Subsequently, the crowd parted, unveiling the crimson carpet leading to the Fox Cave Hall. Su Bai took a deep breath, suppressing the excitement and tension within, and briskly made his way toward the hall. As he stepped into the grand space, his gaze was immediately captured by the figure seated on the central stone bench, clad in a phoenix crown and flowing robes, adorned with a vibrant red veil. She sat serenely, akin to a peach blossom poised to bloom, radiant and pure. The surrounding clamor seemed to fade away, leaving only him and her in their own world. 2 centuries of waiting, 140,000 years of entanglement, and countless trials of life and death surged within him at that moment. Su Bai's eyes involuntarily moistened. A single teardrop, warm and heavy, slipped from the corner of his eye, landing on the embroidered phoenix on his chest, creating a small, spreading stain. He took careful steps forward, his movements imbued with a barely perceptible tremor, his heart filled with the preciousness of regained love and the joy of impending marriage. Before Bai Qian, Su Bai slowly knelt, extending his hands to gently lift her from the stone bench. His touch was incredibly tender, as if he were cradling the most cherished treasure in the world, fearful that any misstep might shatter it. Bai Qian's body momentarily stiffened before relaxing, instinctively wrapping her arms around his neck. Su Bai rose, holding Bai Qian securely, and walked with firm, steady steps toward the cave's entrance, each stride resonating with the rhythm of happiness. The onlookers beheld the couple, finally reaping the fruits of their devotion, their faces adorned with gratified smiles, and their eyes sparkling with genuine blessings. Exiting the Fox Cave, the sunlight bathed them in warmth and brilliance. Su Bai lowered his gaze to the veiled Bai Qian in his arms, his voice trembling with uncontainable excitement. "Qian Qian, at last, we are wed. You are mine." Nestled in his warm embrace, Bai Qian felt his strong heartbeat, her heart overflowing with tranquility and joy. She nodded gently, her voice as soft as a whisper, "Yes, we are married." Outside the cave, the wedding sedan, already prepared, stood quietly. Crafted entirely from redwood, it was intricately carved with exquisite phoenix and peach blossom motifs, surrounded by crimson silks and copper bells that chimed sweetly in the breeze. Subai gently placed Bai Qian into the sedan, carefully tucking the curtain for her, before mounting the back of Jiyan, who had already transformed back into his true form. He lightly patted Jiyan's neck, his tone laced with urgency and anticipation. "Let us return to the peach blossom grove." No sooner had he spoken than Jiyan let out a melodious call, ready to take flight. At that moment, a resounding yet solemn bell tolled from the heavens, echoing down from the 9 heavens. The sound was ancient and profound, imbued with boundless Taoist essence, as if calling forth from the primordial dawn, piercing through the clouds and resonating across every corner of the world. Following that, the bells tolled again and again. The chimes resonated, one after another, uninterrupted, echoing a total of 81 times. Each toll reverberated throughout the universe, igniting the essence of the world, as though even the heavens themselves were bestowing blessings upon this pair of lovers. This was the resounding of the ancient artifact, the Hongmeng bell, from the 9 heavens. The last time it rang was during Su Bai's awakening not long ago, and now it reverberated once more to celebrate his grand wedding with Bai Qian. As the bell rang out, all the birds within the 3 realms seemed to respond to some mysterious summons, taking to the skies from every direction. Whether ordinary sparrows or rare spiritual birds, they all soared towards the 10-mile peach orchard, spiraling and dancing in the air, emitting crisp and joyful calls that intertwined to form a jubilant symphony. Even more astonishing, the divine creatures, the Fenghuang and the Zhuke, ascended from their respective abodes. The Fenghuang, with its graceful form and iridescent plumage, sang in a melodious tune reminiscent of celestial music. The Zhuke, its wings ablaze with fiery brilliance, radiated an awe-inspiring and sacred presence. They spiraled majestically in the sky, casting a cascade of radiant light as if paving a path of happiness for the newlyweds and conducting a solemn celebration for this grand wedding. In the heavens, endless auspicious clouds congregated, layered like resplendent brocade, enveloping the entire Qingqiu and the 10-mile peach orchard within. Above the clouds, ethereal rain fell gently, its droplets infused with rich spiritual essence, nurturing the earth and making the peach blossoms in the orchard bloom with even greater brilliance, their petals glistening with dewdrops like dazzling pearls. Such a magnificent spectacle astonished all beings across the 4 seas and 8 desolations. Whether celestial beings, demons, humans, or ghosts, they all gazed upward in awe at the breathtaking scene, their faces etched with astonishment and reverence, secretly speculating which mighty figure was marrying. To invoke the resonance of the Hongmeng bell, the homage of 100 birds, and the gathering of auspicious clouds, Mo Yuan and his companions, witnessing this harmonious celebration of heaven and earth, displayed expressions of amazement. Mo Yuan smiled faintly and said to his disciples, "Let us depart." The group nodded in agreement. Following the bridal sedan chair carried by 8 robust members of the Fox clan, making their way towards the 10-mile peach orchard. The sedan chair moved steadily, accompanied by the sound of copper bells, harmonizing with the birds chirping and the bells ringing, creating an atmosphere of festivity. As they progressed, the rich spiritual energy filled the air, with peach blossoms fluttering about, painting a delightful scene. Soon, they arrived at the 10-mile peach orchard, which had been splendidly adorned. At the entrance of the orchard hung a massive red lantern, emblazoned with the character for joy, standing out prominently. The path leading to the center of the orchard was carpeted with vibrant red petals, flanked by an array of exotic flowers. As the air was suffused with the fragrance of peach blossoms and the rich aroma of fine nectar. Beside the central mother tree, where once lay an open space, now stood a luxurious courtyard, its doors and windows, beams and pillars painted in crimson, adorned with red ribbons and lanterns, serving as the bridal chamber prepared for Su Bai and Bai Qian. Zhe Yin gently descended with Su Bai in the heart of the peach grove, swiftly transforming into human form. Su Bai nimbly leaped down and hastened to the joyous sedan chair, lifting the curtain. Ning Shang approached, presenting a meticulously prepared red silk ribbon into Su Bai's hands. The silk was adorned with entwined floral patterns, symbolizing their eternal union and shared journey into old age. The opposite end of the silk was firmly grasped by Bai Qian within the sedan, her fingers tense with anticipation. At the moment Su-bai grasped the red silk, a familiar warmth coursed through his fingertips. He distinctly felt the coolness and slight tremor of Bai Qian's palm, which softened his heart. He gently tugged the silk as if to soothe her anxious spirit. Inside the sedan, Bai Qian sensed that gentle pull, and her taut nerves began to ease. A faint smile gracing her lips as her fingers relaxed, following the silk's guidance as she slowly emerged from the joyous chair. Sunlight filtered through layers of peach blossoms, cascading upon Bai Qian's phoenix crown and splendid attire, adorned with pearls and shimmering gold threads, rendering her as ethereal as a celestial maiden descending from the heavens. The red veil atop her head swayed lightly with each step, the pearls clinking together to create a delicate, melodious sound, harmonizing with the chirping birds and the whispering breeze, weaving a captivating symphony. Su-bai, holding one end of the red silk, carefully guided Bai Qian forward, step by step toward the courtyard. They walked side by side, the silk binding them closely, emblematic of their unbreakable bond. The petals beneath their feet crunched softly, and the fragrant aroma of peach blossoms intensified, each step narrating the profound emotions and trials they had endured together. Upon reaching the threshold of the courtyard, a blazing fire pit awaited them. According to the customs of Qingqiu, leaping over the fire symbolizes the expulsion of evil and misfortune, heralding a future filled with prosperity. Su-bai paused, turning gently to Bai Qian with a tender smile. Qian, take your time. Bai Qian nodded softly, lifting her skirt under Su-bai's guidance. She gracefully leaped over the fire pit. The warmth of the flames enveloped her, dispelling the coolness in her palm and seemingly illuminating the path ahead. After crossing the fire pit, not far ahead lay a saddle, representing safety and smooth sailing in their marital journey. Su-bai once again slowed his pace, patiently leading Bai Qian as they stepped over the saddle together. Having completed these two ceremonial rites, they finally arrived before the wedding hall. The hall was solemnly adorned. On the offering table stood fruits, pastries, and incense, while red couplets proclaiming their destined union hung from the pillars, filling the air with the fragrance of sandalwood and festivity. Newlyweds enter. Jiyan, clad in a deep blue officiant's robe and wielding a crimson folding fan, called out with a resonant voice that echoed throughout the courtyard, instantly silencing the guests who turned their gazes toward the pair at the entrance. Hand in hand, Su-bai and Bai Qian stepped forward with steady strides, crossing the threshold and advancing into the heart of the wedding hall. Standing side by side, connected by the red silk, they felt each other's breath and heartbeat through the veil that separated them, their unspoken understanding transcending words. They bowed to heaven and earth. Jiyan exclaimed once more, his voice imbued with palpable joy. Su-bai and Bai Qian turned simultaneously, bowing respectfully towards the sky outside the wedding hall. At that moment, the vibrant clouds of 7 colors in the heavens grew ever more resplendent, the lingering echoes of the Hongmeng bell still reverberating, while the melodious chirping of myriad birds filled the air, as if all of creation bore witness to this sacred moment. Their figures, bathed in the ethereal glow of the sunset and the gentle rain of peach blossoms, appeared exceptionally devout, offering gratitude to the heavens for their encounter, understanding, and love, which had triumphed over trials to achieve fulfillment. Bow to the high hall. Jiyan's voice resounded again. The couple slowly turned to face the Fox Emperor Bai Ji and the Fox Empress Ning Chong, who sat upon cushioned seats, their faces adorned with expressions of both contentment and reluctance. Su-bai and Bai Qian deeply bowed, paying homage to their parents for their nurturing care and support. Ning Chong gazed upon this perfect pair, her eyes glistening with unshed tears, as she discreetly dabbed at the corners of her eyes with a handkerchief. Couples bow. This marked the most sacred segment of the ceremony, Jiyan's voice carrying a tone of solemnity. Su-bai and Bai Qian turned to face one another, standing closely together. The red silk still bound them, their proximity allowing him to perceive the faint fragrance of peach blossoms mingled with incense that enveloped her, while she could feel the warm aura of the phoenix and the steady rhythm of his heartbeat. As Su-bai beheld the figure shrouded in the red veil before him, his heart brimmed with tenderness and joy. He smiled at Bai Qian, his expression radiant and sincere, akin to the brightest sunlight of spring, dispelling all shadows of doubt. Though Bai Qian could not see his smile, she sensed the gentleness and affection in his eyes, her lips curving upward involuntarily. Together, they bowed deeply to one another. This gesture symbolizing their mutual support in the years to come, their unwavering vows of life and death together, and their beautiful aspiration to hold hands and grow old side by side. The ceremony is complete. Proceed to the bridal chamber, Zhi Yin joyfully proclaimed, his voice brimming with blessings and happiness. As his words echoed, the guests erupted into applause and cheers, their well wishes resonating throughout the expansive peach orchard. Ning Chong hastened forward, taking one end of the red silk from Su Bai's hands, and with a smile, she said, I shall take Qian to the bridal chamber. You must attend to the guests. Su Bai nodded, his gaze steadfastly following Bai Qian until she was led away by Ning Chong, disappearing beyond the door, before reluctantly withdrawing his attention. Thereafter, the guests settled at their tables. The courtyard had been adorned with numerous stone tables, laden with exquisite delicacies and fine wines. There were peach blossom wine and osmanthus liquor personally crafted by Zhi Yin, along with special delicacies from Qingqiu and rare ingredients sent from across the realms. A veritable feast that tantalized the senses. Mo Yuan and Donghua Dijun occupied the main table, engaging in lively conversation with the Fox Emperor Bai Ji and Zhi Yin. Bai Yi, Bai Xian, Bai Qi, and Bai Zhan, the four elder brothers, accompanied the disciples from Kunlun ruins in toasting, the atmosphere warm and harmonious. Bai Fengjiu gathered with several familiar sisters from the Fox clan, chattering excitedly about the wedding ceremony, their eyes glimmering with envy. Su Bai navigated gracefully among the guests, raising his glass in gratitude to each person. A gentle smile adorned his face, embodying both the dignified presence of a celestial being and the exuberance of a newlywed. Yet, with every toast, his gaze would inadvertently drift towards the bridal chamber, his heart brimming with longing and anticipation for his bride. As time slipped away, the sun began its descent, casting a golden-red hue over the expansive peach orchard, painted in the brilliance of dusk. The guests, having indulged in numerous rounds of drink and delectable dishes, wore expressions of merriment and inebriation. Among them, Bai Zhan, Bai Fengjiu, and several young disciples from Kunlun Ru were particularly conspicuous, their faces alight with mischievous grins as they frequently glanced towards the bridal chamber, clearly scheming for a raucous celebration. Su Bai observed this with an inward chuckle, maintaining a composed exterior. As the guests grew boisterous, clamoring to disrupt the bridal chamber, he finally halted, turning to face the eager crowd. With a subtle lift of his brow, he summoned the Zhuxian sword. Instantly, a blinding beam of golden light flashed, and the sword hovered before him, its icy brilliance radiating an overwhelming pressure that momentarily stilled the air around them. Su Bai extended a finger, delicately tapping the sword's blade, his gaze sweeping across the gathering, a teasing smile curling at the corners of his mouth. You wish to cause a commotion? Let us see you try. The smiles on their faces froze, instinctively retreating a step as they beheld the menacing aura of the Zhuxian sword. They had witnessed its formidable power firsthand, as Su Bai had once wielded it to quell the chaos of the Eastern Emperor Bel. Now, with the sword pointed at them, who dared to approach even a step closer? Bai Fengjiu stuck out her tongue, tugging at her companions to discreetly back away. Perhaps we should reconsider. Su Bai is too fearsome. Let us not cause any trouble. The disciples from Kunlun Ru nodded in agreement, bowing respectfully to Su Bai. Congratulations on your joyous union. We shall not intrude. Bai Zhen shook his head in resignation, smiling at Su Bai. You truly cannot bear to let little Wu endure any discomfort. With that, the crowd dispersed, leaving in a flurry. Su Bai watched their retreating figures with satisfaction, smiling to himself as he retracted the Zhuxian sword. The oppressive atmosphere dissipated instantly, the air returning to its normal state. Taking a deep breath to quell his excitement and anticipation, he adjusted his wedding attire and stepped towards the bridal chamber. Upon reaching the door, Su Bai paused and gently pushed it open. The room was adorned with warmth and elegance, filled with a faint aroma of incense and peach blossoms. Red gauze draped above the bed, where a pair of pillows shaped like mandarin ducks were placed, symbolizing love and harmony. A pair of red candles, depicting dragon and phoenix motifs, flickered on the table, casting a warm glow that enveloped the entire chamber. Bai Qian sat quietly at the edge of the bed, still clad in her resplendent bridal attire, her red veil yet to be lifted, her silhouette appearing especially gentle and enchanting in the candlelight. Su Bai slowly approached her, coming to a halt as his gaze fell upon the vibrant red veil, a tumult of emotions surging within him. He extended his hand, his fingertips trembling slightly as he gently lifted a corner of the veil, gradually revealing her countenance. As the veil was slowly removed, Bai Qian's exquisite features emerged before his eyes. In the flickering candlelight, her skin glowed with a luminous pallor, her brows resembling distant mountains, her eyes akin to autumn waters. The corners tinged with a delicate blush, her lips radiating warmth, a beauty beyond compare. Her eyes shimmered with crystalline tears while a radiant smile graced her face. These were tears of joy, laughter born of happiness. As Subai beheld her, his own eyes brimmed with tears. Memories of their arduous journey flooded his mind. The fateful encounter 14,000 years ago, the heart-wrenching parting by the Reshui River, the interminable wait of 70,000 years. The tribulations of rebirth, all replayed vividly, transforming all grievances, longing, and worry into an overwhelming sense of bliss. He realized that every moment of patience and perseverance had been worthwhile. Bai Qian gazed back at him, taking in his handsome visage, the depth of emotion reflected in his tear-filled eyes, her heart equally stirred. She reached out, tenderly caressing his cheek, her fingertips brushing against his warm skin, and at last, tears slipped down her face. Subai grasped her hand, helping her rise from the bedside. Leading her to the table, upon it lay a pot of peach blossom wine and 2 cups, prepared specifically for them. He poured the clear, fragrant liquid into 2 glasses, its aroma rich with the essence of peach blossoms. Raising one glass, he extended it to Bai Qian while he held the other. Looking into her eyes, his tone gentle yet earnest, he declared, Qian, this cup of nuptial wine is a tribute to the trials we have endured and the fulfillment we have achieved. Bai Qian nodded, her eyes glistening with laughter and tears, entwining her arm with his as she drank deeply from her cup. The sweet nectar of the peach blossom wine unfurled in her mouth, warming her throat as it descended into her belly, as if binding their hearts together. Once the wine was consumed, Subai set down his cup and enveloped Bai Qian tightly in his embrace. He leaned down and captured her lips in a kiss imbued with endless affection and longing, infused with the joy and cherishment of their union, tender and lingering. Bai Qian closed her eyes, responding gently, her hands clutching the fabric of his chest, feeling his warmth and heartbeat, sensing the love within him. Time seemed to stand still in that moment, the room echoing only with their intertwined breaths and heartbeats. After a long while, Subai gently released her, resting his forehead against hers, their noses brushing lightly as his eyes brimmed with tenderness and adoration. With a choked laugh, he said, in the years to come, I ask for your guidance, my dear wife. Bai Qian gazed into his eyes, her face illuminated by a blissful smile. Tears fell anew as she nodded softly. Her voice choked yet crystal clear, in the years to come, I ask for your guidance, my husband. The candlelight flickered, casting shadows of their entwined figures. The glow of the burning red candle, symbolizing their undying love, blooming resplendently amid the 10-mile peach orchard. In the days to come, as mountains rise and rivers flow, they shall hold each other's hands, unwavering and steadfast, traversing every spring, autumn, winter, and summer, sharing each joy and sorrow. They will allow this love, which transcends life and death and endures trials and tribulations, to be witnessed across the vastness of the world until the end of time itself. The end.